A new world came into existence. Vast, unfamiliar, and terrifying from the very moment it opened its eyes. And that world was called the Abyss. As ages passed, it began to overflow with life. But living there was never something granted for free. Blood and violence became the pulse that kept everything moving. Humans crossed blades with monsters in endless struggles. And when the monsters were no longer enough to satisfy that brutal cycle, people turned their weapons toward one another instead. In that place, laws meant nothing. Morality had been stripped away, leaving behind only a single command that mattered: survive. And for the rare few who somehow endured the slaughter, treasures beyond imagination waited somewhere past the mountains of corpses. During one especially hopeless era, war swallowed everything in sight until the world itself seemed buried beneath ruin. A massive dragon had finally fallen. Its gigantic body collapsed across the devastated battlefield like a broken mountain of flesh and scales. Not far from that corpse, a man dropped to one knee, blood spilling from his mouth as his body shook under the damage. Before he could even gather himself, another dragon emerged from the darkness, its huge silhouette sliding forward like death coming to claim what was left. Its claws wrapped around him in a merciless grip, squeezing down with enough force to crush the breath from his chest, and another thick mouthful of blood spilled from his lips, staining the ground beneath him. Then, as if the creature had already lost interest, it suddenly let him go, dropping him there broken, helpless, and barely able to move. Through clenched teeth, he forced out a weak, bitter whisper, cursing the mindless beasts for marching straight toward their own destruction. A sphere of light began gathering inside the dragon's jaws, glowing brighter and brighter as the power churned violently in its throat. The man closed his eyes, and in what he believed might be his final moment, his thoughts drifted to his comrades. Were any of them still breathing? Then everything was swallowed by a sudden flash, a blinding eruption of golden light that tore across the battlefield. From within that brilliance, a hand covered in radiant armor reached out, as if cutting through the very edge of death, and a woman in shining battle gear stepped through after it. Her expression was grim as she said the last squad had already fallen. Her voice carried the weight of something final. Now only the four of them remained, the last survivors, and humanity's final hope. Keldian quietly shut his eyes, saying nothing as the silence settled heavily around him. Kang Tae stood nearby with his arms crossed, his face unreadable, giving away none of what he was thinking. A short distance away from them, one man sat perfectly still with his eyes closed, sunk deep inside his own thoughts. The future of all humanity had been placed on his shoulders, whether he wanted that burden or not. His name was Kang Hanzu, and before them, the space-time crystal, or quenial, began to rotate. The enormous sphere shimmered in the air, releasing a low hum filled with ancient power. This was humanity's last remaining card, the one power capable of sending someone back after 50 long years of suffering inside the abyss. Kang Tae slowly straightened his posture and spoke in a low voice, saying that only one of them could be sent back into the past. But even before the words fully left his mouth, the answer had already been decided in his mind. Faint smirk tugged at his lips as he said the choice was obvious. It should be the strongest one among them. Keldian let out a tired sigh and adjusted his glasses, muttering that for one brief moment. He had almost expected Kang Tae to say something sensible. Clearly, he had been wrong. Iris stepped between them at once, cutting through the tension with a sharp command for them to stop and focus. Most of the Valkyries who had fought against the Golden Dragon were already dead, and at this rate it would not take long before that monster reached them too. She lowered her weapon for a moment, and the heavy decision seemed to press down on her shoulders. But there was no other road left for them to take. Her gaze hardened as she looked ahead and declared that the only one who could return was Kang Hansu. Kang Hansu slowly raised his head, uncertainty flickering across his tired face. His heart hammered in his chest as his eyes dropped to his own hands. Those were the hands that had fought through countless battles, hands that had killed, endured, and survived for so long that he could barely remember what had started it all. For one quiet, dangerous moment, he wondered if stopping here would really be such a terrible thing. Then Eris reached out and gently placed her hand over his, pulling him back from the edge of those thoughts. She sat down beside him, close enough for her presence to steady him, and spoke in a soft but controlled voice. The fate of humanity was now in his hands, she told him, urging Kang Hansu not to give up here. Not after everything. Kang Hansu turned his eyes toward her, exhausted to the bone but still listening. Then his gaze moved past her, shifting toward Keldian and Kang Tae. Keldian gave him a firm nod and said Iris was right. The very fact that Kang Hansu was still standing, even though he had started 20 years after Neon, proved exactly why he was the one they needed. If he had begun even 5 years earlier, the world might already have changed. Kang Tae crossed his arms again, a faint grin settling on his face as he admitted that they had a point. Even he could not deny Kang Hansu's skill. But if Kang Hansu truly did not want to go, Kang Tae told him to just say it. Then his grin widened with a mischievous edge, because going back also meant getting another chance to live through everything he had missed. Kang Tae suddenly paused, catching the awkward way his own words had come out. He quickly corrected himself, saying that obviously Kang Han-soo would be the one getting those chances, since he was the only person actually being sent back. A quiet, tired chuckle slipped from Kang Han-soo's lips, faint enough to almost be swallowed by the battlefield around them. Then, without saying anything more, Kang Han-soo pushed himself up to his feet and began walking toward the enormous glowing sphere waiting before them. The instant he stepped close to it, the air around the crystal began to shake, as if the world itself had started trembling. An unseen pressure slammed down over his body like a crashing tidal wave, heavy enough to make every breath feel forced. The others immediately went tense, their bodies stiffening as they sensed something massive approaching. From somewhere deep within the darkness, an overwhelming presence began to stir, dragging the atmosphere into a suffocating silence. A monstrous roar ripped through the air, so powerful that it seemed to shake the ruined battlefield beneath their feet. Darkin had arrived, bringing with it the crushing weight of death. Golden flames erupted from the dragon's mouth, spreading across the wasteland in a blazing wave that lit up the ruins. Keldian shouted for Kang Han-soo to stay focused, promising that they would hold the dragon back no matter what. As he called out, Keldian raised his power and a barrier burst into existence above them, shining fiercely against the incoming flames. The golden fire crashed into it like a falling meteor, detonating in a blinding explosion that swallowed the area in light. Keldian immediately gave the command to switch positions. Iris and Kang Tae moved at the same time, while Keldian ordered them to hold the dragon off as he prepared the next spell. Kang Tae tightened his grip around his stone, his eyes sharpening with battle-hardened confidence as he told them to leave it to him. Then he shot Kang Han-soo a quick look and told him this was his moment, daring him to show them what he was truly capable of. Iris did not waste even a single second. She launched herself forward with fierce speed and drove her weapon down into the ground with enough force to make the earth split beneath her. Violent shockwaves spread outward from the impact, rolling across the battlefield in crashing waves. The force scattered the dragons surrounding them, throwing their formation into chaos as Kang Tae's blade suddenly caught fire. Flames roared along the edge of his weapon, wrapping it in a blazing heat that made the air shimmer. Kang Tae shouted that he had figured this out a long time ago, his voice cutting through the roar of battle. With one powerful swing, he carved into the ground and fire exploded outward in every direction, tearing through the battlefield around him. But before Kang Tae could pull himself back into position, a gigantic claw burst through the smoke and came crashing down straight toward him. His eyes widened only after it was already too late to dodge, so he gritted his teeth and braced himself as the impact thundered down. Kang Han-soo moved on instinct, stepping forward as if he were about to throw himself into the fight. But Keldian caught his arm before he could rush in, sharply reminding him that his weapon was broken and warning him not to lose focus now. Iris turned toward Kang Han-soo, her words slicing cleanly through the chaos as she told him Keldian was right. He had to go. She stepped closer, her gaze steady and unshaken, admitting that she knew they got on his nerves. But that was no excuse for him to walk away now. Then Iris turned back toward the battle, gripping her weapon even tighter as she told him that, just this once, he needed to listen to her. Kang Han-soo's mouth curved into a faint smirk, and he answered quietly that he would try his best. Iris smiled at that, because even in a moment like this, Kang Han-soo was still exactly the same. Then she turned away from him, trusting the rest to Keldian as she faced the battlefield once more. Keldian calmly adjusted his glasses, then called Kang Han-soo's name over the crashing noise of the battle around them. His voice stayed steady even inside the storm. Kang Han-soo looked back, and magic began spiraling around Keldian in bright gathering waves. Keldian continued, saying that just as Iris had said, there was no need for meaningless killing, but when the moment truly mattered, Kang Han-soo must never hesitate. His tone grew colder as he told him to cut down every parasite that dared threaten humanity, and to save only those who truly deserved to live. Keldian's gaze darkened until it looked sharp as steel, and he warned Kang Han-soo not to forget the Berserker King, Clementine. That monster had to die. His eyes locked directly onto Kang Han-soo's, demanding a clear answer as he asked whether he understood. Kang Han-soo gave a single firm nod, steady and certain, without the slightest hesitation. A faint smile finally appeared on Keldian's face as he accepted that answer, and said it was good. Then he told Kang Han-soo to get ready. The enormous sphere before them began to rotate, turning slowly at first, then spinning faster and faster as the light around it intensified. Soon the crystal roared like a storm coming to life, and Kang Han-soo drew in a deep breath, his expression calm and resolved. The others turned their eyes toward him in silence, watching as the space-time crystal awakened before them. Keldian brought both hands together, and a surge of magic flared between his palms, rising brighter with every passing second. Layer after layer of protective magic wrapped around the group, each spell shimmering like glass as streaks of lightning snapped and cracked through the air. Beyond that barrier, the dragon's fury kept pounding against them, its power rumbling through the battlefield like rolling thunder. And then, all at once, everything around Kang Han-soo began to shift. In a single breath, the battlefield disappeared completely. Kang Han-soo blinked, trying to steady his vision, only to find himself surrounded by hundreds of voices screaming at once. People staggered in every direction, shouting in panic as fear spread through the crowd like wildfire, while above them, a strange green sun cast its eerie light over the ruins of a collapsing city. It had actually worked. Kang Han-soo forced himself to stay calm. This was the moment everything had led to, the mission, the sacrifice, all of it. He could not afford to let them down. All around him, the confusion broke apart into full-blown chaos. Someone shouted asking where they were, while nearby a terrified girl cried out that she wanted to go back. One man grabbed another by the collar and screamed that this had to be his fault. But the man in his grip yelled back that he knew nothing and begged to be let go. Kang Han-soo watched the crowd in silence as panic swallowed them whole. Of course they were reacting this way. They had been dropped into a world none of them could possibly understand. His mind drifted back to where it had all begun, to the year everything changed. At first, only 100 people had been dragged into the abyss, but that number did not stay small for long. Soon, thousands, then millions, vanished from their worlds without leaving even a trace behind. He still remembered the day he disappeared at the age of 20. One moment, his phone had been in his hand. The next moment, it slipped from his fingers as reality itself seemed to tear open beneath him. And this place, this midpoint of the abyss, was where countless dimensions crashed into one another. The earliest arrivals learned to adapt quickly, awakening strange powers, guided by raw instinct alone. But for most people, this world was nothing but death waiting to happen. A merciless land ruled by monsters and violence. And once enough people from a devoured world had gathered in this place, the passage leading into the true abyss would finally open. That was when the Great War would truly begin. Kang Han-soo slowly stretched his arms and let out a controlled breath, murmuring that he had only 5 years to make himself stronger. He took his first step forward, but stopped almost immediately when he noticed his hands trembling. The overwhelming strength he once had, the skills he had forged over a lifetime of battle, all of it was gone. He clenched both fists tightly. It did not change anything. If he had to begin again from nothing, then that was exactly what he would do. A scream suddenly ripped through the air, followed by shocked gasps as people began pointing upward with bloodless faces. The sky above them was splitting open, long cracks tearing across the heavens like glass about to shatter. Something was forcing its way through from the other side, and then, without warning, it fell. With a crash that shook the ground beneath everyone's feet, a grotesque creature slammed down into the middle of the crowd. The people around it froze in place, their eyes wide with pure horror. The imp-like creature slowly lifted itself up, coughed once, then straightened its hunched back as its glowing eyes swept over the terrified humans. A grin crawled across its face, and in a sharp, mocking voice, it greeted them all as their assistant fairy. The crowd remained frozen, every gaze locked onto the eerie little figure standing before them. The so-called assistant fairy clapped its hands together and cheerfully announced that it had come to give them a brief introduction. Its grin stretched wider, far too wide to look natural, as it told everyone to listen carefully. Kang Han-soo folded his arms, his eyes cold as he stared at the creature. A briefing? What a joke. This was never meant to help them understand anything. It was a trap, a twisted game carefully made to push humans into tearing one another apart. The assistant fairy welcomed them to another world in a bright, theatrical tone, declaring that from this moment forward, they had all been given an incredible opportunity. A man in the crowd snapped and shouted for it to stop spouting nonsense, jabbing a finger at the creature as he demanded to know what it meant by another world and ordered it to send them home. The assistant fairy's smile disappeared in an instant. Its voice dropped into something cold and sharp as it told him, word by word, to wait until it was finished. The man flinched, and that sudden change in tone sent a chill through everyone nearby. But almost immediately, the fairy's cheerful voice returned as if nothing had happened, and it continued by saying they had all been granted absolute freedom. Its glowing eyes flicked across the terrified faces before it. No laws, no order, no morality, no ethics. And to the fairy, that sounded absolutely delightful. It leaned forward, baring rows of jagged teeth in a smile, telling them they had been freed from all those meaningless chains. Uneasy murmurs spread through the crowd as the tension grew thick and suffocating. But the fairy only continued. Its voice rose with excitement as it explained that every physical limit they once had was gone, and depending on what they did from now on, they could grow stronger, infinitely stronger. Then it chuckled and tilted its head. It told them to think of it like a movie, where they could choose to become the hero or the villain, whichever role suited them best. Then the fairy snapped its fingers and offered to show them exactly what it meant. The man who had shouted earlier suddenly began to glow, and confusion spread across his face. He looked down at his own body, trying to understand what was happening, just before a chunk of him was violently torn away. Blood splattered across the ground, and a single horrified gasp swept through the crowd, leaving everything frozen in dead silence. Then that silence shattered and the screaming began. The assistant fairy gasped in an exaggerated display, lifting a hand to its mouth as if it had made an innocent mistake. With mock pity dripping from its voice, it said how careless it had been, and added that it truly hated noisy people. Someone screamed for everyone to run, and the crowd exploded into chaos. People scattered in every direction, shoving and trampling one another in blind terror, while the assistant fairy only sighed and shook its head, clicking its tongue because it had already said it hated noise. The assistant fairy lifted its clawed hand again and snapped its fingers with a crisp, casual sound. A young girl suddenly froze in the middle of her desperate steps, tears running down her face as she struggled to speak through her trembling voice, begging for someone to help her. The assistant fairy's expression twisted with open annoyance, and its patience vanished as it coldly told her enough. If they wanted to survive in this place, it said, then they would have to prove they deserved to live. Then, just like that, the creature's anger disappeared as if it had never been there. Its voice bounced back into that cheerful sing-song tone, saying this was much better, and that it was time to move on. A faint glow gathered between the assistant fairy's palms, shimmering softly until the light faded and revealed a small stone marked with glowing runes resting in its hand. With a proud little flourish, it introduced the stone to the survivors as a rune, explaining that these could be obtained by killing living beings. The rune pulsed faintly as it turned the stone in its fingers, admiring its own demonstration. There were 8 kinds in total, it explained, and each one appeared at random. This particular rune was colorless, but the meaning was simple. The more they fought, the more they could grow. If they kept collecting runes, their power would rise with them. Its glowing eyes swept slowly over the crowd, and that sharp, gleaming smile returned as it purred out the next question. Who wanted it? The entire crowd went silent at once. No one stepped forward, no one raised a voice, and for a moment it felt like no one even dared to breathe. Then, from within that frozen crowd, one hand rose into the air. It was Kang Han-soo. He stood calmly among the trembling people, his face unreadable while everyone else stared in fear. The assistant fairy's eyes lit up with delight as it drifted toward him, singing out that this was wonderfully exciting. It praised Kang Han-soo's enthusiasm with a pleased grin, saying it already liked him. Then the creature stretched out its clawed hand toward him, offering the rune without any hesitation. Kang Han-soo reached out and accepted it just as calmly, and the moment their palms met, the assistant fairy began chattering eagerly, calling runes magnificent things that could reshape the very laws of this world. It gave an example with almost childish excitement, saying its muscle capacity had just risen from 117 kilograms to 122.3, as though that alone should amaze everyone watching. Kang Han-soo did not react at all. He had seen this before, and he understood exactly how runes worked, so his silence made the fairy's grin twitch and falter for just a moment. The creature cleared its throat, then quickly straightened itself and forced its cheerful act back into place, explaining that runes came in many forms and granted powers far beyond ordinary science. Strength, speed, stamina, and even control over mana were all possible, it said, before turning its gaze back across the crowd and asking if anyone else wanted to try. A few people flinched, but nobody answered. The assistant fairy let out a soft chuckle, deciding they were not ready yet, and then offered to leave them with one final piece of advice. Its tone sharpened again as it warned them that no matter what attribute a rune carried, none of them would ever work against the person who obtained it. If they wanted to live, and if they wanted to become stronger, then they needed to gather as many runes as they possibly could. Those words struck the crowd like a spark landing in dry grass, and the fragile tension holding everyone back finally snapped. People suddenly surged forward all at once, shoving, yelling, and scrambling over one another as they fought to grab the runes scattered across the ground. Above them, the assistant fairy floated in the air, watching the scene with the amusement of a child enjoying a cruel game. It murmured with satisfaction that their reaction was exactly as predictable as expected. Greed, after all, never truly changed. Then its attention drifted back toward Kang Han-soo, and in a light, almost casual voice, it added that touching the right ear would show how many runes someone had collected. The assistant fairy tapped its own ear as an example, showing them how it worked, and almost instinctively, the others began copying the motion, touching their ears with nervous curiosity as confused murmurs spread through the crowd. The fairy smirked, amused by how quickly humans clung to numbers. then explained that an average person's stats were roughly around 10, a simple baseline for them to understand. Kang Han-soo checked his own status and saw that his strength had increased by just 1 point. It was only a single point, but it was proof enough. Through each hunt, he could slowly reclaim what he had lost, his strength, his mana, and his magic power. Everything could be rebuilt little by little, piece by piece. The fairy's voice shifted again, almost thoughtful, as it explained that runes could be taken from any living being and that it did not matter what they chose to hunt. Its glowing eyes lingered for a moment on a quiet boy standing near the edge of the crowd, and slid toward the trembling girl beside him. In truth, the fairy added, this world was not all that different from the one they had left behind. A wave of murmurs moved through the crowd, and their unease began turning into something far colder. Then, as if it wanted to sweep away the gloom itself, the assistant fairy suddenly grinned and clapped its hands together, suggesting they change the mood. Light burst outward in a sudden flare. In the blink of an eye, weapons appeared in everyone's hands, swords, axes, bows, and rough blades, suited for a desperate fight. The fairy brightly told them to forget the past, focus on what was ahead, train hard, fight well, grow stronger, and enjoy their new lives. Then it floated higher, its grin stretching impossibly wide as it announced that once it left, their training would begin. They had better give it everything they had, it warned. Whispers spread through the crowd as people gripped their new weapons in confusion. Training? What was that supposed to mean? Before anyone could ask, a piercing scream tore through the air, and every head turned at once. From the darkness behind them, a massive swarm of creatures began crawling into view, pouring out from the shadows like a living nightmare. Their bodies were twisted and grotesque, their eyes glowing like embers beneath the sickly green light. They crawled, snarled, and bared rows of jagged teeth while the assistant fairy's laughter rang out above the chaos. Its first lesson was brutally simple: survive. Fear spread through the crowd like wildfire, yet one voice managed to rise above the panic, shaken by fear but still trying to remain steady. Someone called for everyone not to panic, telling them to stay calm and slowly move back. But the words barely reached anyone because the air had already become thick with dread. Kang Han-soo planted his feet firmly against the ground, his eyes locked on the creatures rushing toward them. Around him, fear was spreading faster than reason could keep up. One person turned to retreat in a hurry, only to crash straight into another man behind him. The man snapped at him to watch where he was going, but the first man did not even answer. His trembling hand pointed forward as he stammered that something was wrong. A faint shimmer rippled through the empty air in front of them, revealing the truth. There was a wall there, invisible, solid, and completely impossible to pass through. The man slammed both fists against the invisible wall, pounding at the empty air as if brute force could somehow break it open. He shouted for someone to let them out, but nothing answered him. Only the hollow echo of his desperate blows came back. Then more frightened gasps spread through the crowd. Others had noticed it too. The barrier was shrinking inward, sealing away their escape route. With the path behind them blocked, only one direction remained open, and that direction led straight toward the monsters. Then the goblins charged. Their guttural shrieks tore through the air as the crowd collapsed into panic. Some people swung their weapons blindly, while others ran in circles with no idea where to go. The cramped space filled with the harsh clash of metal, cracking bone, and terrified screams blending together into one brutal roar. A boy clutching a knife forced himself forward and shouted at the top of his lungs, declaring that he would not die in this place as he lunged at the closest goblin. But before anyone could even process the sudden attack, a strange voice cut clean through the madness and announced, 49, every person there froze for a split second. The man who had been shouting earlier had vanished from inside the barrier. On the other side of it, he stood blinking in confusion, as if he had somehow walked through without understanding how. Then someone in the crowd understood what that number meant. Only 50 people were allowed to escape. The moment that realization sank in, the panic erupted even harder. People shoved, clawed, cursed, and trampled over one another, all desperately trying to force their way to the wall first. Somewhere beyond the chaos, the assistant fairy's twisted laughter echoed, delighted as its cruel little game unfolded. Kang Han-soo's jaw tightened as he watched humans destroy themselves before the monsters even had a chance to finish the job. There were 100 people here. If they stood together and fought properly, they could win. Some would still die, but nowhere near this many. He remembered what happened the last time. Back then, 40 people had died and only 10 were left standing. He would not allow that to happen again. Kang Han-soo tightened his grip around the knife in his hand. His eyes grew sharp and focused. This time, he would make sure the outcome changed. The goblins threw themselves forward, closing the distance in a violent rush. Screams ripped through the air from every direction. Blood splashed across the ground, dark and fresh beneath the sickly light. People cried out in terror, begging, fighting, and struggling to survive, while most of them died before they could even understand what was happening. One goblin swung its club straight toward Kang Hansu's head. Kang Hansu caught the attack in the middle of its swing. Then, with one clean slash, his blade tore open the creature's throat, sending blood spraying as the goblin collapsed. Kang Hansu shoved the body aside without hesitation and turned immediately toward the next enemy. Every movement he made was sharp, controlled, and efficient, like a silent storm cutting through the battlefield. When the last goblin in front of him finally fell, the surviving people stared at him in stunned silence. Kang Hansu stood at the center of the carnage, surrounded by corpses, with blood streaked across his face. He wiped the blood away with the back of his hand and steadied his breathing. This young, untrained body felt exactly like it had decades ago, and that strange familiarity unsettled him. Nearby, the boy who had managed to survive crouched close to the ground, hurriedly gathering runes from the fallen bodies. His agility stat flickered upward by 1/10 of a point. It was small, but agility was not just about speed. It sharpened perception, slowed the world in the middle of battle, and that difference could decide life or death. As Kang Hansu looked over the battlefield, a faint whistle suddenly sliced through the air. A dagger thrown by a goblin pretending to be dead was spinning straight toward Kang Hansu's chest. Kang Hansu twisted his body and snapped his hand upward, stopping the blade in midair between his fingers. He let out a slow breath. The first round was over, with the dagger still caught firmly in his grip. Kang Hansu flicked his wrist, sending the blade spinning back like a streak of lightning until it buried itself deep in the goblin's skull. He dropped down onto one knee, but Kang Hansu barely had time to catch his breath before more of them came charging in. They had caught the scent of blood. Dozens of goblins rushed toward him, their eyes wide and wild. Their claws dripped as they shrieked with murderous hunger, and Kang Hansu tightened his grip around the cleaver. The moment blood hit the ground, their frenzy had begun. No hesitation, no thought, only the raw instinct to kill. Kang Hansu faced them head-on, his blade flashing as it cut clean through the first goblin. The strike split the creature's chest open in one brutal motion. Another goblin lunged at him immediately after. Kang Hansu answered with a sharp elbow strike, smashing into it with enough force to crush bone. Kang Hansu's movements were cold, ruthless, and terrifyingly clean. Every step carried purpose, every swing cut along the shortest path, and every goblin he brought down fell because he had already decided exactly where the blade would land. Somewhere behind him, a shaken voice cried out that he was fighting all by himself. For the people still frozen in fear, that single realization was enough to jolt them awake. Seeing Kang Hansu stand there without flinching, surrounded by enemies yet completely unbroken, lit a spark inside the others who had almost given up. A few survivors finally tore themselves free from their panic. Their hands trembled around their weapons, but they still lifted them high, and someone shouted with everything they had, "Let's go!" Humans rushed forward together, crashing head-on into the swarm of goblins. Blades bit into flesh, cries of pain tangled with monstrous growls, and in an instant the battlefield was swallowed by pure chaos. Through that storm of blood, noise, and swinging weapons, Kang Hansu advanced like a force of nature, his focus never wavering and his attacks never slowing. He understood better than anyone that this was no moment to play it safe. In a place like this, hesitation meant death, and the only path left was to break straight through. Another goblin lunged at him, its weapon flashing toward his body. But Kang Hansu met the attack with a sharp parry. Before the creature could recover, he struck back at once and drove his blade straight through its skull. As it dropped, a thought cut through his mind. This world had dragged in so many people already. He remembered the countless millions who had been torn away from every corner of humanity and thrown into this place. Compared to what came later, the first wave had almost been fortunate. They had been granted 3 months of protection, a brief training period before the true slaughter began. But once that fragile grace period ended, they were hurled into the real abyss, forced to stand beside veterans who had survived for years. Kang Hansu had seen with his own eyes how that kind of world twisted people. Now, in the middle of battle, he thought of those survivors, the ones who had endured, the ones who had adapted, and the terrifying monsters they eventually became. Another goblin sprang at him, but Kang Hansu answered with one swift, brutal slash. The blade tore deep, and the creature crumpled to the ground, dropped to one knee beside the corpse, and snatched up the faintly glowing stone left behind. It was a rune. Right now, even the smallest increase in strength was precious. Every tiny gain mattered. Every sliver of power could mean the difference between living and dying. Keldian had made the right choice. A world this merciless needed someone like Kang Hansu moving through it. At last, the final goblin fell. The battlefield sank into an eerie silence. The ground strewn with bodies, blood soaked into the dirt, leaving the air heavy with the smell of death. Someone sucked in a trembling breath and whispered, "He killed them all." The boy who had fought earlier could only stare at Kang Han-soo, his eyes wide, completely unable to find his voice. All around him, low whispers began to spread through the survivors. Some looked at Kang Han-soo and called him a monster under their breath. Others stared at him like he was the only reason they were still alive, and called him their savior. Then, from behind them, a faint voice drifted into the silence. One of the fairies had appeared, hovering calmly as she watched what remained after the battle. She floated above the carnage, as if the bodies and blood beneath her were nothing unusual, her eyes passing over the survivors with a trace of approval. In a light, casual voice, she told them they had done well, as if their desperate struggle had simply been an impressive performance. Her gaze moved across their pale, exhausted faces, and she added that there were still plenty of them left. But not a single person in the crowd shared her cheerful satisfaction. Their eyes were sharp, bitter, and burning with hatred. Behind the fairy, the barrier began to shimmer before slowly opening. She smiled as she told them they now understood what survival required in this place, and that all they had to do was keep going the same way. Then she turned toward the glowing rift, as if she were simply leaving after a casual visit. Cheerfully, she said, she still had other zones to check on, so she would leave them to handle the rest. With that, she wished them good luck. "Wait!" someone shouted after her. "Get back here!" More angry voices quickly joined in, rising over one another, but the fairy had already disappeared into the light without leaving even a trace behind. The survivors could only stand there, furious and powerless. Kang Han-soo let out a slow breath and wiped the blood from his face. Then, with his expression settling back into calm focus, he opened his interface window. The numbers flickered faintly in front of him. The improvements were small, but they were still progress, and for a round of training, the results were not bad at all. His eyes lowered to the item resting in his hand. Its soft glow caught his attention, and at a glance he could tell it was worth keeping. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he decided it would be useful. The blade in Kang Han-soo's hand shimmered with a dim, quiet light. It almost seemed like the battlefield itself had left him a small sign of recognition for surviving what had just unfolded. For a brief moment, he closed his eyes and let the heavy silence settle around him. His path had not changed. He needed to become stronger, and he needed to do it faster than anyone else. As his hand slipped into his pocket, his thoughts drifted back to the people he had left behind. He wondered what they would have done if they had been standing in his place, and then a memory rose clearly in his mind. A dim tavern appeared in his thoughts, filled with the dull clink of mugs and the low murmur of voices. Across from him, a man with a half-empty drink leaned forward, grinning as he asked if Kang Han-soo had ever heard of a hidden dungeon. Kang Han-soo had lifted his gaze, interest sharpening in his eyes. A hidden dungeon? The man nodded with a sly smirk, clearly pleased that he had caught his attention. According to him, it was hidden somewhere inside the training zone, and it was far more difficult than anything else that place had to offer. Their mugs had knocked together in a rough toast, and the man's grin only widened. He admitted without shame that he had never managed to clear it, and added that, as far as he knew, nobody ever had. Kang Han-soo had taken a slow sip while studying him carefully. Then he asked if the man was saying he had become that strong without even finishing the dungeon. The man puffed out his chest with pride. If he had been a Valkyrie, he asked, would he really still be sitting there? Kang Han-soo's brow tightened slightly at that answer, but the man kept talking, his voice full of lingering regret. If it had been back in the old days, he said, he would have challenged that dungeon again, and if he had cleared it, he was certain he would have gained enough strength to defeat Kang Han-soo. The reasoning was simple and impossible to ignore. The harsher the trial, the greater the reward waiting beyond it. The more dangerous the enemy, the stronger the survivor who emerged from the fight. With a glint in his eyes, the man had asked Kang Han-soo whether that did not make him curious about what waited at the very end. Now, back in the present, Kang Han-soo stared forward in silence, his face giving away nothing. The memory faded from his mind, but the idea remained firmly planted there. His next goal had become clear. He had to find that hidden dungeon. But before he could do that, there were still steps he needed to take. The training process in this place moved according to a merciless rhythm. Hundreds of new arrivals would be gathered into zones like this one, then forced to scrape through each week with their lives on the line. That cycle would repeat for 3 long months. And once those 3 months ended, the thin layer of protection around them would disappear completely. That was when the true abyss would open its jaws. Kang Han-soo knew that truth, even if everyone else was still blind to it. In the first training stage, there were 2 hidden pieces. No one had ever managed to reach the very end, but unlocking the hidden dungeon required both of those pieces. It was the quickest road to strength, but also the most dangerous path anyone could choose, and Kang Han-soo fully intended to walk it. His eyes moved across the barren, ruined landscape, until they stopped on a moss-covered sign half sunken into the dirt. The markings were faded and difficult to read, but to him it was exactly the clue he had been looking for. He began walking toward it, but before he could get far, a sharp voice sliced through the air. "What are you doing?" Kang Han-soo turned his head. Not far away, a man and a woman were locked in an argument. The man's voice was pushy and loud as he insisted they should simply travel together, asking why she had to make it difficult. The woman folded her arms and shook her head, refusing him flatly as she said they could manage on their own. Before she could walk away, the man suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. And around them, the same kind of ugly scene was happening again and again, raised voices, tense stares, and people with a little more strength immediately trying to control those who seemed weaker. The man smirked as his grip tightened around her arm, asking if she wanted to survive, and claiming everyone needed to cooperate. Then his voice lowered, the words turning smug and twisted. He said that was how they would all make it out alive. Kang Han-soo's eyes narrowed just a little. He had witnessed scenes like this far too many times. The abyss did not create monsters from nothing, simply exposed what had already been hiding inside them. Kang Han-soo let out a sharp breath. He had no time to waste on this. The hidden piece would disappear after 1 week, and if he failed to find it before then, that chance would be gone forever. So he turned to leave. "Hey, wait!" The voice made him pause. A man wearing headphones hurried toward him, his steps nervous, but his expression strangely determined. He looked Kang Han-soo in the eye and asked for his name, though his gaze kept flicking around uneasily. Kang Han-soo frowned as he looked the man over. Then he asked whether they knew each other. The man flinched at the cold response, but he still forced himself to continue. He insisted Kang Han-soo just tell him his name. But before Kang Han-soo could answer, another voice burst in, furious and loud. "Have you lost your damn mind?" A blond man came charging over, his eyes blazing with anger. Without hesitation, he threw a punch straight at Kang Han-soo, shouting that they had been together before all of this and demanding to know what was wrong with him. Kang Han-soo did not even step back. He simply watched the punch come in, his gaze calm as his eyes narrowed. These two knew his name. The question was how, then. In the next instant, realization hit him. The blond man's voice, the man wearing headphones, even their faces. It all belonged to a life so far in the past that it almost felt like someone else's memory. They were his classmates. The memories rose one after another. They had entered this nightmare together at the very beginning, but in his previous life, they had died long ago, and over time, Kang Han-soo had buried them deep enough to forget. Yet now, they were standing right in front of him before he could linger on that thought. A sudden movement caught his attention. It was the girl from before. Yu Mi-hee had managed to tear herself free from the man holding her. She stepped forward carefully, sunlight catching in her hair, and the moment Kang Han-soo saw her face, her name echoed through his mind. Yu Mi-hee. Now he remembered. She had been with them back then as well. Kang Han-soo's eyes shifted toward the man in the jacket, the same man who had grabbed her wrist. The man's expression twisted with frustration as he snapped at Kang Han-soo for ignoring him. He tried to make his voice sound rough and intimidating, but his eyes betrayed the fear underneath. After all, he had already seen Kang Han-soo fight. He had watched him carve through a swarm of goblins as if they were nothing. Even so, the man hesitated instead of backing down. Kang Han-soo looked exhausted now, and maybe, just maybe, that meant he could be beaten. One quick glance at his gang told him they were all thinking the same thing. The leader's confidence returned with a crooked smirk as he stepped closer. Mocking Kang Han-soo, he asked where his manners had gone and reminded him that their conversation was not finished yet. His gaze slid over Kang Han-soo's bloodied, worn-out appearance as he asked whether he had already had a rough day, and whether he really thought he could handle much more. Behind him, the others began to chuckle quietly. Their courage started to come back. Then the leader turned his attention to Yu Mi-hee and told her to come over, his voice oily with fake politeness. He claimed he was asking nicely, then grinned wider, saying that having more people was always better and asking why she did not just join them. Before, he added, they were forced to come to her instead. Kang Han-soo's eyes moved across every man in the group, weighing their stances, their numbers, and their intent. Then he glanced briefly toward the blond man beside him and muttered, "That filth was still crawling everywhere." These men were drunk on their tiny taste of power, blinded by the fact that they had survived one battle. They had no idea what kind of real predators waited beyond this training zone. Kang Han-soo took one step forward. The gang leader's grin weakened. Kang Han-soo's voice stayed quiet and controlled, but the pressure behind it pressed down on the air like a weight. He asked if they even understood where all of this was heading. The leader opened his mouth to answer, but no words came out. Kang Han-soo shoved him back hard, sending him stumbling several steps as he struggled to keep his balance. The dagger in Kang Han-soo's hand caught the dim light, while the veins along his arm pulsed beneath his skin. In an icy voice, he asked if the man had anything left to say. The air around them grew heavy and tense. Then another man moved between them. He was broad-shouldered and wearing a red shirt, and he lifted one hand as if trying to calm the situation. He told everyone to take it easy, forcing a grin as he said there was no need to make a scene. But behind him, a shaved-headed giant stepped closer, his muscles tightening like a spring ready to snap. The mood changed in an instant. Kang Hansu's fingers shifted around his weapon, because this was clearly not going to end with words alone. The man in the red shirt smirked and told Kang Hansu to relax, saying lightly that they were not bad people. Then he looked back for agreement, and the others quickly nodded along, eagerly repeating that he was right. Their leader put on an easy smile, but the look in his eyes was completely different. He was measuring Kang Hansu carefully, like a wolf deciding how dangerous its prey might be. Smoothly, he suggested that Kang Hansu join them. With the world in its current state, he said, they could use someone like him. Everyone had a role to play now. He tilted his head, and behind that friendly expression, a sharp glint appeared as he asked whether working together would not be the smarter choice. Kang Hansu watched him in silence. This man had already begun adapting to the rules of this cruel new world. No, it was more than that. He was not merely pretending to fit in, he was thriving here, becoming the kind of predator the Abyss welcomed. Kang Hansu's grip tightened around his dagger. If he wanted to, he could end this entire situation right now, cleanly and without wasting much effort. But then Eris Valentine's voice echoed through his mind, reminding him there was no need for meaningless killing. At the same time, her words carried another warning. Never spare those who would become parasites, the kind of people who would drag humanity down when the Great War finally came. The ones worth protecting were the ones who deserved to live. Kang Hansu slowly exhaled. These men in front of him were not even worth that much attention. Sooner or later, they would ruin themselves without him needing to lift a finger. They were not his problem. Kang Hansu said it flatly, then turned away and told them to get lost. The boss remained where he was, silently watching Kang Hansu leave. His expression was unreadable. One of the men beside him began speaking in a nervous voice, asking if they should do something. The boss cut him off sharply, telling him to stop getting worked up. They had bigger things to deal with. His eyes then swept across the crowd of terrified survivors gathered around them. They were people too weak to stand properly, too shaken to fight back, and too broken to resist anyone stronger. In a world already crawling with monsters, the man saw something else in them, opportunity to survive. He muttered under his breath, saying that if they wanted to survive, they were going to need order. As Kang Hansu walked away, the assistant fairy's earlier words drifted back through his mind, and he let out a quiet scoff. Fairy, his ass. Something that cruel was closer to a devil. And yet, even with all that, this place still pulled at his interest, the disorder, the danger, and the raw survival instinct burning in every corner. A faint smirk slowly touched Kang Hansu's lips. In a world like this, the strong were the ones who set the rules. So if that was how things worked here, there was no reason he could not use it. Behind him, the self-proclaimed boss gathered his followers and led them off in the opposite direction. They followed him without the slightest hesitation, completely unaware of what was waiting for them ahead. The blond man watched their group disappear and let out a tired sigh, wondering how people could somehow feel even more frightening than monsters. Then his eyes moved toward Kang Hansu. Something about him felt different now, sharper, colder, harder to understand. He muttered that Hansu had always been strange, but he could not help wondering if he had always been this extreme. Kang Hansu wiped the drying blood from his face and continued forward without slowing down. A moment later, footsteps began following after him. He turned his head slightly and saw the orphan boy there, the one with the dark, distant look in his eyes. Kang Hansu had barely paid attention to him before. But now the boy lifted his face and met Kang Hansu's gaze directly, quietly asking why he was acting like he did not know any of them. Kang Hansu's brow tightened a little. Then, without much emotion, he gave a simple answer. He said it was memory loss. His classmates looked at one another with uncertain expressions. Yumihi let out a soft little giggle and asked why he suddenly sounded like some old man. Kang Hansu looked at her in confusion, unable to understand what part of what he said was supposed to be funny. Yumihi smiled awkwardly, her cheeks flushing as her eyes darted away from his. She still carried a brightness that did not fit this place at all, something warm and painfully human. In the world they had come from, that kind of charm might have carried her far, but here, beauty could become a weapon that cut in both directions. Kang Hansu could only hope she learned how to use it properly before that same brightness ended up getting her killed. They moved through the ruined streets in silence, passing crumbling walls, blood-stained ground, and the heavy stench of death, while distant howls from unseen beasts echoed somewhere beyond the broken city. The blond man shifted uneasily beside Kang Hansu and started to say they had not even talked about what came next. Kang Han-soo did not answer because to him there was no real next to discuss. There was only survival, and the path that would eventually lead him to the hidden dungeon. Yumi-hee murmured that he had not said a word this whole time, her eyes sweeping nervously over the empty streets. Then she forced a small smile and turned toward Kang Han-soo, asking where exactly they were headed. He gave no answer and simply kept walking with steady, deliberate steps. Only after a long silence passed between them, Kang Han-soo finally spoke, telling them they would understand once they arrived. Soon their destination began to appear ahead of them, a dark entrance leading downward. At the top of the stairway descending into the ground, one name could still be read, Gangnam Station. Several of them frowned as they stared at it. Someone asked in confusion why they had come to a place like this. Kang Han-soo exhaled quietly, bringing a hand near his mouth as he thought. He did not have the spare time to explain everything to them. In fact, if it had not been for Ira's Valentine's words lingering in his mind, he would not have brought them along at all. At last, he spoke in a low but firm voice. He told them he could not explain it clearly, but he had a feeling. He may have lost his memories, but in exchange he had gained something far greater. The whole group went still. Their eyes darted from one person to another, disbelief written plainly across their faces. After everything they had just witnessed, monsters, fairies, and a world that had collapsed around them, somehow this was the part that left them shocked. The blonde man leaned closer to his friend and whispered, asking if they were really sure about following someone like him. Kang Han-soo suddenly turned to face them, his gaze sharp enough to make the group stiffen. He said he was not forcing anyone to follow him. Everyone had to make their own choice, and if they did not want to come, they could stay behind and watch from the sidelines. His voice remained calm, almost indifferent, but there was a heavy certainty behind every word. The blonde man scowled and folded his arms. That confidence irritated him, but at the same time it made him uneasy. Kang Han-soo clearly knew something the rest of them did not. Kang Han-soo drew in a deep breath, then stepped forward and began descending into the subway entrance. For a brief moment, the blonde man hesitated. Then he followed after him, reluctant but unable to turn away. One by one, the others trailed behind as well, and the group slowly moved deeper underground. The farther they descended, the colder and heavier the air became. The blonde man tried to laugh off the tension, flashing an uneasy grin as he asked if Kang Han-soo was sure the place was safe, because it felt like they had stepped straight into a horror movie. Kang Han-soo did not even glance back. He simply said they were meeting friends. The blonde man blinked, startled, and repeated the word friends, unable to understand why anyone would be waiting for them down here. At last they reached the bottom. The silence around them was so thick, it felt as if the entire station were holding its breath. Kang Han-soo came to a stop. His hands slipped quietly into his pockets. Then, without any warning, he pulled out his dagger. A sharp gasp rang through the group, and several people flinched back in fear. The blonde man spun around in alarm as someone shouted Jin Taesung's name. Kang Han-soo's eyes were already fixed on something moving near Jin Taesung's feet, a pale, pulsing shape crawling in the darkness. Before anyone else could even process what they were seeing, Kang Han-soo lunged forward. His dagger flashed once and sliced cleanly through the creature's head. It was a Fong caterpillar. Its green blood hissed as it splattered across the ground, then slowly faded away like mist. Kang Han-soo pulled his dagger free and explained in a calm voice that this dungeon mirrored Gangnam Station. Those bugs, he said, reacted to vibrations. The dead creature's body began breaking apart, dissolving into tiny particles. In its place, a faintly glowing pebble remained. Kang Han-soo picked it up and looked it over. Then he continued speaking, explaining that the creatures could not endure sunlight, which was why they hid beneath the ground. But if one of them ever managed to bite you, Kang Han-soo turned back toward the group, his voice low, steady, and completely unshaken. If one of those things bit them, he warned, they would be finished in seconds, flesh torn apart, nerves sliced through, and not even enough time left to scream. A freezing silence settled over everyone as Kang Han-soo's warning sank in. Fear spread through the group like cold air crawling under their skin. He released a quiet sigh, then said he would show them the simple way to handle these creatures. Next moment, without the slightest hesitation, Kang Han-soo plunged his dagger straight into the throat of another bug. The wet, sharp sound made the others flinch, but his absolute calm helped steady their shaken nerves. Before long, knives were being handed out one by one, and the hesitant group began cutting into the writhing creatures with trembling hands. Kang Han-soo watched each of them closely, his eyes tracking their movements and reactions. These four, at least, might still become useful if they learned fast enough. His gaze shifted toward a boy standing slightly away from the others, nervous and stiff, with headphones hanging around his neck, and fear still shaking through his body. Kang Han-soo stepped closer and spoke to him evenly. If he lacked confidence, he told him to step only on solid tiles. and if he noticed a crack with dirt packed inside, he should stab it first, but he must never forget to protect his hands. Yu-Mi wiped sweat from her forehead and tried to soften the mood, asking if that basically meant striking the parts that looked strange. The blonde man snorted and said it sounded like some twisted version of whack-a-mole. The boy with the headphones swallowed hard, his throat bobbing as he tried to force down his fear. He drew in a deep breath, tightened his grip around the knife, and slowly tried to steady his stance. But before he could take even one proper step, a piercing screech exploded from behind him. The floor split open, and a massive beetle burst out, lunging straight toward his exposed back. Kang Han-soo moved before anyone else could even shout. He shoved the boy out of the way and swung his blade in one clean, practiced motion. The creature was cut apart while still flying through the air. Its body slammed against the floor in two twitching halves, legs jerking uselessly against the stone. The boy stared up at Kang Han-soo with wide, stunned eyes. Then, almost embarrassed by how shaken he was, he whispered a small thanks. Kang Han-soo gave no answer. He had already judged the boy too hesitant, too weak, and likely to drag everyone down if he could not change. Without offering a single word of comfort, Kang Han-soo turned away and continued walking. The boy lowered his head, frustration flickering across his face as his fingers tightened around the knife. The blonde man, still trying to piece together everything that was happening, hurried after Kang Han-soo. Narrowing his eyes, he accused him of knowing this was going to happen, only to let out a startled sound as the tension caught up with him. Kang Han-soo glanced at him from the corner of his eye, a faint smirk pulling at his lips. Hadn't he already told them? His voice carried a trace of quiet amusement as he added, almost playfully, that it was his superpower. The blonde man blinked, completely caught off guard, and the others froze as well, exchanging uneasy looks. But Kang Han-soo had no interest in explaining anything further. He simply told them to focus on hunting and was already moving ahead again, while the others stood there for a moment. Uncertain about what they were supposed to do next, Kang Han-soo rolled the fallen stone between his fingers and looked back at them, asking why they were not collecting the runes. Yu-Mi laughed sheepishly and said they had assumed he should take them. After all, he was the strongest one there. In her mind, he would protect them, and they would simply stay out of his way. She hesitated, rubbing the back of her neck as she added that picking up a few glowing stones probably would not turn them into heroes overnight anyway. Kang Han-soo frowned. That way of thinking was naive, and worse, it was dangerous. Depending on him for protection was not cooperation, it was the beginning of dependency. He stopped walking and turned fully toward them, his expression calm but his voice firm enough to cut through the air. He told them that whatever they killed belonged to them alone. If they wanted to stay with him, then they needed to follow the most basic rule. It was an old law of the abyss, one everyone eventually learned the hard way. Your prey belonged to you. Within a group, rewards had to be divided based on effort and necessity. Because once a situation became desperate enough, kind feelings and goodwill would never hold people together for long. His classmates stared at him, unable to find a proper response. They still did not understand what kind of world they had been thrown into, but Kang Han-soo knew it would not take them long to learn. He met their uneasy gazes one by one and spoke plainly. The first rule was to depend on their own strength. If they could not carry their own weight, he would not hesitate to leave them behind. His words struck them like a blast of cold wind. No one answered, and the heavy silence hanging between them said more than enough. Jin Taesung exchanged a quick look with the blonde man beside him, and the blonde man responded with a small, silent nod. Kang Han-soo noticed the exchange and frowned in irritation, but he chose to let it pass. Sooner or later, they would understand. Sooner or later, desperation would turn people into scavengers. They would end up fighting over runes like starving dogs snapping over scraps without saying anything more. The group finally bent down and started gathering what they could from the dead creatures. That was when Jin Taesung suddenly called out. He told the others to look at what he had found. Resting in his hands was something unusual. A rune that looked nothing like the rest. Its deep violet color pulsed faintly in his palm. The stone felt alive with energy. The instant Jin Taesung touched it, a strange instinct surged through him, making it clear that this one was different. Something within it seemed to whisper of change and transformation, the essence of the Akrul troll tribe. Jin Taesung hesitated, then glanced toward Kang Han-soo. He remembered what Kang Han-soo had said about distributing loot, and he knew that drawing attention to something valuable could easily create trouble. So instead, he put on a light smile and asked if he could keep it since he was the one who found it. Kang Han-soo looked at him silently for a long moment. Then he gave a calm nod. That simple reaction threw Jin Taesung off balance. He had expected a warning, maybe even a refusal, but Kang Han-soo did not seem bothered in the slightest. Kang Han-soo's eyes lingered on the rune. He recognized its worth immediately. It would create a firm foundation, increasing defense and regeneration. Both were essential for staying alive, and because the effect was passive, it would not consume energy when used. The only real downside was that it increased hunger, but compared to the benefits, that was a small price. As the wielder grew stronger, the rune would continue developing alongside them. Skilled hunters, ones who truly understood how to master this system, could gather hundreds of powers like that. Keldian, for example, had possessed more than 1,000, and compared to that kind of scale, this little rune was only the very beginning. Kang Hansu silently watched his classmates as they handled the runes. His thoughts kept moving beneath his calm expression. They had no idea what any of this really meant. Kang Hansu's situation was different from everyone else's, and across the ground, faintly glowing runes were scattered across the floor, left behind as remnants of the creatures they had cut down. Among them, one suddenly shone brighter than all the others. Kang Hansu instinctively lifted a hand, shielding his eyes from the unexpected burst of light. The sharp flare made his fists tighten for a moment, the glow pressing against his vision like a warning. From somewhere far away in his memories, Iris Valentine's voice echoed faintly through his mind. He could almost hear her sigh as she said his skill limit was 7, just as expected. Her frustration was unmistakable as she muttered that if they had known sooner, he could have chosen even stronger abilities. A limit of 7 was a brutal restriction. But Kang Hansu was not the same as ordinary people. His strength did not simply stop at a limit. Every skill he took in had the potential to keep growing, changing, and rising into something far greater with time. A simple regeneration skill gained from a lizard's essence could someday grow powerful enough to rival Kang Tae's legendary immortality. Even a rapid dash skill, something that only looked like speed at first, could eventually evolve into a power that surpassed even Keldian's signature technique, rupture space. That was the reason people had come to call him 7 Stars Hansu. While others spent decades struggling to polish and perfect their abilities, Kang Hansu could push forward in just a handful of years. That was exactly why, out of everyone, he had been chosen to return to the past. A faint smile brushed across his lips, but it disappeared almost immediately. From this point forward, every choice he made would decide the shape of everything that came after. Iris Valentine's warning lingered softly in Kang Hansu's mind, urging him to choose each skill with care. Every decision mattered. If everything moved according to plan, this training period would be nothing more than his warm-up. Meanwhile, Jin Tae-sung was still examining the rune he had just obtained. Curiosity flickered in his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed the rune against his chest, and it instantly melted into light, pouring through his body in a bright surge. A system message appeared in front of him, announcing that he had acquired a skill. Physical resistance. A pleased grin slowly spread across Jin Tae-sung's face. When he checked his status, he could clearly feel the change. His strength, endurance, and defense had all improved. And the sudden thrill of gaining power made his heart beat faster. He glanced toward Kang Hansu, a smug look forming as a small spark of rivalry lit behind his eyes. Just wait, he thought to himself. At this rate, he would catch up to Kang Hansu before long. Kang Hansu noticed that look, but he gave no reaction. He only gestured for the group to keep moving. Jin Tae-sung casually slung an arm over his shoulder, forcing confidence into his voice as he said things would only get harder from here, so they should stick together. But before Kang Hansu could respond, Jin Tae-sung turned his grin toward Yu Mi-hee and asked if she needed him to watch her back. She blinked at him in confusion, not understanding what he was suddenly trying to say. Kang Hansu's expression darkened slightly. So Jin Tae-sung had started seeing him as a rival now. The thought was mildly amusing, but not amusing enough for him to put up with it. Without saying a word, Kang Hansu shrugged Jin Tae-sung's arm off his shoulder. The group continued, pressing deeper underground, and with every step, the air seemed to grow thicker and heavier. Kang Hansu lowered his gaze toward the floor and said they needed to go farther down. Yu Mi-hee frowned and repeated the word lower, asking why they would need to descend even more. Kang Hansu answered simply, the subway. Her jaw dropped as she asked if he was seriously saying the trains were still running down here. Kang Hansu glanced back at her with an unreadable expression and told her she would understand soon enough. He kept walking, and as he moved forward, his thoughts drifted back to a conversation from long ago with someone he had never been able to forget. He remembered sitting in a dim bar, half listening as a loud man bragged endlessly about his so-called dungeon conquests. The man boasted about how many dungeons he had cleared, how many monsters he had killed, and how unbeatable he had become. Then, through all that noise, a calm voice cut in and said the dungeons he was bragging about were nothing compared to the ones he had seen. Braggart turned with a glare and snapped at the stranger, demanding to know who he was and telling him to mind his own business. The stranger did not flinch at all. He simply folded his hands together and stepped closer, and somehow his presence alone quieted the entire room. Kang Hansu still remembered that moment clearly, the quiet confidence, the controlled voice, and the pressure in the air. The man brushed past the loudmouth and sat down beside Kang Han-soo. Then he leaned in slightly and spoke with firm certainty, saying that if Kang Han-soo truly wanted to grow stronger faster than anyone else, there was something he needed to find. Kang Han-soo could still picture the sharp glint in that man's eyes as he continued in a low voice filled with conviction. The thing he needed was inside a training zone, hidden somewhere beneath the subway. The man explained that every station shared the same basic structure, no matter how different they looked on the surface. Up to the third floor, the layout remained identical, and at the center of that level there would be a portal. If someone entered that portal and descended all the way to the lowest floor, they would find it, a train waiting in the darkness. But getting onto that train was not easy. Still, anyone who managed to catch it would have their road to power secured. There was only one problem. Reaching the train was nearly impossible, and it departed only once a day. Now, standing before the entrance, Kang Han-soo stared into the glowing portal. He had to reach it today, no matter what. The group approached carefully, surrounded by the faint hum of energy as the very air around them trembled with power. Yu Mi-hee's eyes widened as the scenery ahead came into view. She whispered that this was not Gangnam Station. She had been to Gangnam more times than she could count. But this place was completely different. The walls seemed almost alive, faint light pulsing across them, while the stairs bent and twisted downward into deep shadow. A chill ran down Yu Mi-hee's spine, and her hand drifted unconsciously toward her neck. In a quiet voice, she asked if Kang Han-soo was really sure about this, because he did not even know what was waiting for them inside. Kang Han-soo's gaze did not waver. He said he was following his instincts, his voice calm and resolute. Then he added that if anyone wanted to back out, this was their final chance. Jin Tae-sung grinned, his confidence already returning, as he said there was no way he was backing out. He was going in. Yu Mi-hee hesitated for only a heartbeat before pressing one hand over her chest and saying she would go too. Kang Han-soo glanced at her, reading the expression on her face. Beneath that shaky determination, he could clearly see both fear and the will to push past it. She understood that the place ahead was dangerous, and even knowing that, she still chose to step forward. For someone like Yu Mi-hee, the need to become stronger had already started to outweigh everything else. The blonde man scoffed and waved a hand dismissively, saying that was fine with him and that they would stay where they were. There were plenty of creatures to hunt there anyway, and with that single decision, the group split apart. Choi Songjin stood frozen in place for a moment, unable to move as the choice settled heavily in front of him. Sangjin stood there trembling just a little, his fear still clear in the way his shoulders tensed. But after forcing himself to swallow it down, he finally stepped out from the group and said he would go with them. Tae-sung let out a low chuckle, looking him over with a mocking smile. Where exactly had that courage been 5 minutes ago, when Sangjin had barely been able to move? Sangjin's eyes sharpened at once, and he threw Tae-sung a hard glare, no longer willing to shrink back under his ridicule. With his voice low and tense, he told him it was none of his business. Tae-sung blinked, clearly thrown off by the sudden bite in Sangjin's tone. He stared at him as if he had misheard, but Sangjin didn't back down. He repeated himself more firmly, his voice steadier this time, making it clear that whatever choice he made had nothing to do with Tae-sung. The smug look on Tae-sung's face slowly disappeared. His eyes narrowed as he sneered that Sangjin had a lot to say for someone who couldn't even swing a knife properly. He looked ready to snap back even harder. But before the argument could flare up again, Han-soo's sharp voice sliced straight through the tension. Enough. Just that one word from Han-soo dropped over them like a blade, and in an instant, both of them fell silent. Han-soo shut his eyes for a brief moment and let out a controlled breath, as if forcing himself not to waste another second on their bickering. Then he spoke again, calm but cold, telling them they didn't have time for this and that they could do whatever they wanted. If they were going to choose, they needed to do it quickly. Tae-sung turned his face away without answering, the muscles in his jaw tightening, his fists clenched at his sides, and frustration burned hot inside him. To him, it felt like they had embarrassed him right in front of his own eyes, and Han-soo of all people had done it. But Han-soo didn't even bother giving Tae-sung another look. Without hesitating or slowing down, Han-soo walked straight ahead and stepped into the portal. The world around them changed in a single blink. The air grew dense and heavy, packed with mana that pressed against their skin. In front of them, a huge expanse opened up like an unnatural training ground, crawling with monsters and broken into different kinds of terrain, spreading in every direction. And yet, in the middle of that strange place, certain areas felt disturbingly familiar. Han-soo calmly scanned the surroundings, measuring the terrain and the threats around them, until his gaze stopped. Beside him, Sangjin and Mi-hee froze in place, their eyes widening in disbelief. Right in front of them stood a convenience store. Not a ruined shell, not some twisted dungeon imitation, but a real one, glowing brightly and standing perfectly intact as if someone had torn it out of the normal world and dropped it here. Confused voices spread through the group as someone wondered if that was really a store in a place like this. Before long, they stepped inside, and Songjin slowly moved between the aisles, staring at the shelves lined with snacks, drinks, tools, and everyday supplies. Everything looked ordinary. In fact, it looked far too ordinary. While the others were still trying to make sense of it, Hansu went directly toward the refrigerators. His eyes moved across the rows of supplies behind the glass doors, sharp and focused. So the rumors had been true after all. There really was a convenience store on the second floor of the subway, but that only raised more questions. Was this place meant to be a reward, a hidden trap, or something with an even stranger purpose? Nearby, one of the others picked up a knife from the shelves and turned it over in his hand, weighing the idea of taking yet another weapon with him. Hansu paid no attention to the murmuring around him. His focus had already shifted to the counter, and behind his still expression, his thoughts were moving fast. A memory surfaced in his mind, something someone had told him long ago. This place didn't feel like a small convenience store at all. It was closer to a fully stocked supermarket, with shelves stretching out farther than expected. Everywhere he looked, there were supplies of almost every kind, enough to make the place feel unreal. Hansu picked up a small metal pot, carried it over, and placed it carefully on the scale. The cashier behind the counter stared at him and blinked, completely unable to follow what he was doing. After a moment, they asked him what exactly he was trying to do. Hansu lifted the bag in his hand, checking its weight with the same calm expression as before. Then he answered, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He was cooking. He tilted her head, her confusion turning into open curiosity as she watched him. Cooking? In a place like this? And with what, exactly? Hansu didn't bother explaining first. He simply opened the bag and poured its contents into the pot. A thick green liquid spilled out, and the moment Mihi realized what it was, her stomach twisted. It was worm blood. The sight dragged her memory back to what she had seen earlier, and her face tightened almost immediately. She remembered Hansu crouching beside the dead creatures, gripping their corpses with his bare hands and squeezing that blood straight out of them without the slightest hesitation. Then, with only the faintest smirk on his face, Hansu began ripping strips of skin from the green goblins they had already killed. As soon as the goblin flesh dropped into the worm blood, the mixture reacted violently with a sharp hiss. Thin, acrid smoke curled up from the pot, and the flesh darkened almost at once until it turned close to black. The smell of toxins spread through the air, thick and unpleasant. Goblins had evolved to withstand the worm's venom, so their own bodies naturally produced toxins in response. But when those two things were mixed together, the result became brutally dangerous. Dais grinned as the scent reached him, leaning in slightly as if the strange smell had somehow made him hungry. He joked that it smelled amazing and asked if he could have a bite. Hansu slowly looked up at him, completely unimpressed, and told him flatly that it was poison. Dais froze on the spot, his expression collapsing into panic. He stammered out a shocked question, asking why Hansu hadn't said that sooner. Hansu gave a small, dry laugh and replied that Dais had been the one sniffing around it like a starving dog. Mihi couldn't help letting out a soft laugh at that, but her amusement quickly turned into genuine interest. She leaned in a little, studying the pot and the mixture inside it, admitting that she never would have thought to make something like this. Then she asked how Hansu even knew how to create poison in the first place. Hansu paused for a moment. His gaze shifted toward her briefly before he answered in an even tone, saying it was part of his ability and that his head was packed with knowledge. Taesung frowned at that answer, sensing right away that Hansu was hiding the full truth. In reality, Hansu's mind had nearly broken while trying to force all of that information into memory. He could still hear Keldian's voice echoing from the past. Back then, Keldian had slammed his hand against the board, his eyes burning with intensity as he said that going back in time meant nothing if Hansu didn't bring knowledge with him. It wasn't enough to know where items were hidden. What mattered just as much was understanding how to strengthen them. Keldian had thrown the pointer aside, his expression fierce and unforgiving. If Hansu had even a little sense, he would understand why this was so important. And there was one more rule. He was not to share that knowledge carelessly with anyone. He had to memorize everything, every formula, every name, every detail, because simply knowing the future would not stop destruction. Used recklessly, that knowledge could make destruction arrive even faster. Then Keldian's eyes had locked directly onto Hansu, and his warning became even heavier. He told him not to become Prometheus. Knowledge could only be shared when it was absolutely necessary, and only when it fit the plan. Back in the present, Hansu stared down at his reflection warped across the surface of the steel pot. Without the exact ratios and the right timing, this formula would be worthless. But for him, that wasn't a problem. He carefully poured the thick purple mixture into a bottle, letting the liquid slide in with slow, controlled movements. Then he opened a small vial and spread the venom across the edge of his dagger. Under the harsh fluorescent lights of the store, the coating gleamed darkly along the blade. Mihi's eyes widened as she watched drops of poison cling to the weapon. After a cautious pause, she asked if the rest of them could use some as well. Hansu held out his hand without looking especially surprised. He said they could, but each use would cost them half of a power rune or half of a stamina rune. Taesung's face hardened the moment he heard that. He snapped at Hansu, asking if he was seriously going to charge them for it, and what was wrong with him. Hansu turned his back on Taesung, his voice staying quiet but firm. He said he could hand it over for free. Then his head dipped slightly, and after a brief pause, he added something heavier. In the long run, giving it away like that wouldn't help anyone. The group went silent, unable to fully understand what he meant. But Hansu understood it clearly. A relationship where only one side gives and the other only receives never lasts. Mihi hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, accepting the condition. She told him she would give him the runes later, but she still wanted to try it first. Hansu turned toward her right away, already moving to hand her the small tube. He placed it in her grip and warned her to be careful. If even a little of that poison touched her skin, it would burn badly. Mihi nodded again, this time holding the tube with far more caution. Behind them, Taesung's jaw tightened as he watched. If Hansu kept acting like some untouchable hero and controlling everything so smoothly, then Taesung would never get a chance to secretly take that poison for himself. His eyes narrowed with defiance. He asked what would happen if he used it first and paid Hansu with the runes afterward. Before Hansu could answer, Sangjin spoke up as well, saying he wanted the same deal. Soon, the tube began moving from hand to hand, with each person carefully coating their weapons while holding back their nerves. Hansu didn't bother stopping them or arguing further. He simply turned away from the group, focused on his own equipment instead, sorting through what he needed, and arranging everything with practiced efficiency. When he finally finished preparing, Hansu slung his pack over one shoulder and picked up a few more bags of supplies from the store. It wasn't an impressive amount, and it certainly wasn't everything they could have taken, but for what came next it would be enough. Hansu turned back toward the others, ready to move out, but stopped for a moment when he noticed Mihi standing there and studying him closely. She met his gaze and said they were ready, but then her brow furrowed slightly as she asked why he was looking at them like that. Hansu's eyes slowly swept over the entire group, taking in the ridiculous amount of supplies hanging from them. Bags were strapped to their arms, legs, and backs, weapons clinked with every tiny movement, and they had stuffed anything useful wherever they could find space. He let out a heavy sigh and asked if they were planning to fight, or if they were trying to turn themselves into walking bait. The words landed harshly, like a slap across the face. Hansu sat down with his arms folded, his expression blunt and unreadable. If they didn't want to spend the rest of their lives running from enemies, he told them flatly, then they needed to bury most of that junk right now. Out here, carrying everything in plain sight was the same as painting a giant target on their backs. The group looked at one another in uneasy silence, their confidence slipping as they realized he was right. All those supplies that had made them feel safer a moment ago now seemed like a dangerous burden. Mihi's gaze lingered on Hansu for a little longer. At first she had thought he was just quiet and distant, someone hard to read and even harder to approach. But now she understood something else. Hansu wasn't simply strong, he understood survival in a way none of them did. Her cheeks warmed slightly, and with an awkward little motion she patted his hand. "Right," Mihi murmured, still a little embarrassed. Then, almost without thinking, she raised her eyes toward him and asked why he didn't have superpowers. For a second, the question seemed to hang there between them heavier than she expected. Mihi slowly bent down, her movements quieter now than before. She reached for one of the nearby bags, but her thoughts had already started sinking into a much darker place. Until now, a part of her had still been clinging to hope. Maybe there was a way back. Maybe the people who had disappeared weren't really gone, and maybe they were still alive somewhere beyond all this madness. But the farther they pushed forward, the harder it became to believe that. This wasn't some temporary nightmare they could wake up from. This world, cruel and impossible as it was, had become their reality. The weight of that realization struck her all at once. Her legs lost strength and she sank down to the ground, trembling as the fear she had been holding back finally surfaced. In a small, shaken voice, she admitted that she didn't want to die. Her hands curled into tight fists, the pressure turning her knuckles pale. Even so, she forced herself to lift her eyes and look ahead instead of collapsing completely. If living meant doing whatever it took, no matter how ugly or frightening it became, then she would have to do exactly that. When Mihi glanced at Hansu again, something quiet stirred deep inside her. It wasn't easy to name. Standing near him gave her a strange feeling, almost like safety, but there was something more complicated mixed into it too. Before she could sort through that feeling, Hansu suddenly met her eyes. Startled, Mihi quickly looked away and pretended to adjust the gear near her hands. Neither of them said anything. Instead, they both turned forward, leaving the silence behind them, and the group began walking again. From behind them, Taesung muttered under his breath, irritation thick in his voice, saying Hansu acted like he was the center of the universe. Then Taesung threw his heavy bag toward Songjin without hesitation, ordering him to carry it as if it were only natural. After that, Taesung stepped ahead and turned back toward Hansu, a sharp, calculating glint flashing in his eyes. He brought up the superpowers Hansu had mentioned earlier. A faint smirk tugged at Taesung's mouth as he asked whether the rest of them could get one of those powers too. Hansu's gaze shifted toward him for only a moment, calm and unreadable. Then he answered with a simple maybe. The three of them froze almost instantly, their eyes widening as the words sank in. They stared at Hansu in disbelief and asked if he was serious. Hansu gave a single nod. He told them that some people awakened abilities in this place, powers they had never possessed before entering this world. But even as Hansu said it, the look in his eyes grew colder. Somewhere in the back of his mind, an old memory began to rise. Keldian's warning echoed through him again. He had told Hansu to be careful, because there were people in this world who awakened powers they never should have had. Those kinds of people could become more dangerous than any monster. Back then, Keldian had spoken for a long time, his voice calm but his meaning merciless. And when everything was stripped down, the message had been brutally simple. Remove anyone who became useless to the plan. Hansu's expression darkened as that memory settled over him. The words pressed against the back of his mind like a curse he couldn't fully shake off. Taesung noticed the small change on his face and, seeing an opening, smirked. Taesung tilted his head slightly and remarked that Hansu had become pretty cold. Still carrying his grudge, Taesung stepped a little closer and reminded him that when they had first arrived here, Hansu had been angry with him. Hansu gave no reply. He simply kept walking forward, and somehow that silence felt sharper than any insult he could have thrown back. There was nothing worth saying to Taesung anymore. 4 or 5 years before this moment, Hansu had fought without rest in an endless war against the abyss. Day after day had blurred together, each one soaked in blood, fear, and monsters that multiplied like rot, no matter how many were cut down. At first, there had been hope that humanity could hold on, but as time dragged forward, even that hope had slowly been crushed, leaving only despair behind. Hansu could still remember standing in the middle of the wreckage, his body covered in blood and ash, his eyes empty from exhaustion. Somewhere along the way, he had stopped feeling the things normal people felt. There was no fear left, no hope either, only the dull, steady rhythm of surviving one moment after another. And now, for just a moment, that same emptiness flickered again behind his gaze. Hansu turned away without another word. Taesung frowned at his back, unable to understand him, and muttered what his problem was while clenching his fists tighter. Irritation boiled beneath Taesung's skin. Fine, he thought bitterly. Hansu could keep pretending he stood above everyone else. Taesung glanced toward Mihi, then back at Hansu again, his thoughts twisting darker. He would become stronger. Once he did, Mihi would be his. Songjin would be removed, Hansu too. A faint curl touched his lips as he imagined Hansu eventually following his lead. But before that thought could stretch any further, Hansu's voice cut cleanly through the air. He ordered them to stop, and the command was so sharp that everyone froze exactly where they stood. Then he told them all to stay still. Hansu crouched down and pressed 2 fingers against the damp ground beneath him. He rubbed them slowly together, testing the strange texture clinging to the surface. A slick, sticky residue smeared across his fingertips. The blonde leaned in with a confused look, staring at it as he asked what it was. Hansu didn't answer immediately. He raised the slime closer to his nose and examined it carefully. It didn't carry the sharp, sour stink of sword snails, and there were no bits of entrails scattered nearby either. That meant it couldn't have come from a zombie carcass. With those possibilities removed, only one answer remained. Hansu's eyes widened slightly as realization struck him. Land mermaids. As if responding to the name itself, shapes began to move out from the shadows around them. Pale, slick bodies dragged themselves across the tunnel floor, sliding forward with a wet, unsettling sound while faint eyes glimmered from the darkness. Hansu's jaw tightened as he studied the trails they had left behind. He knew exactly what kind of creatures were closing in on them now. Land mermaids were not fast. Their movements were slow, heavy, and almost easy to underestimate. The instant they injected their paralytic venom into a target, escape became nearly impossible. After that, they would drag their helpless prey deep through the tunnels and continue feeding until nothing remained. Even so, Hansu already had a way to deal with them. A faint grin appeared at the edge of his mouth, small but unmistakably confident. Taesung caught that expression and immediately scowled, annoyed by how calm Hansu looked. He snapped at him to stop acting like he knew everything. Hansu ignored the complaint completely and gestured for the group to pay attention. He told them they were about to see something interesting, then instructed them to follow his lead. The others stared at him in confusion, still not understanding what he intended to do. Then they watched as Hansu began filling bottles with a thick homemade mixture, moving with steady hands as if he had already pictured every step of what came next. There was no gasoline to work with. Hansu had only used whatever he could scavenge from the shelves of that strange convenience store. Even so, the mixture was good enough for what he needed. Mihi and Sangjin exchanged uneasy looks, both of them clearly uncomfortable with how casually he had turned random supplies into weapons. Mihi let out a tired sigh and asked if he had really made those things from convenience store items. Taesung picked up one of the bottles and turned it slowly in his hand, inspecting the liquid inside with a crooked smirk. If this was what Hansu meant by a superpower, he said, then he had to admit it wasn't half bad. Then Taesung lifted his gaze toward Hansu, his voice sliding into a teasing tone. He asked if Hansu actually enjoyed being in this world, because here it looked like he could do whatever he wanted. Hansu's mouth curved slightly, but the faint smile never reached his eyes. Taesung's own smirk faltered as he instinctively stepped back, suddenly uneasy under that stare. He asked what that look was for, and whether he had said something wrong. Hansu didn't answer him out loud, but his eyes made the silence feel heavy. Deep inside Hansu's mind, the old voices of Keldian and Ires echoed again, clashing endlessly over whether someone like Taesung even deserved to exist. Hansu pushed that thought down before it could pull him any deeper, then crouched close to the ground. Using a stick, he began drawing lines in the dirt, quickly sketching out a rough plan for everyone to follow. He marked one spot with an X and said one person would throw the Molotov first. The moment it landed and caught fire, the others were supposed to rush in and finish the monsters off. As he explained, he added 3 crude figures around the first mark, making the formation easy enough for even them to understand. The group leaned in closer, studying the simple drawing in silence. Then Hansu added calmly that whoever stood at the front and took the most risk would get first choice when the runes were divided. Taesung immediately lifted his chin, a smug look returning to his face. He said he would go first because someone competent should be the one leading from the front. Hansu didn't bother reacting to the provocation. Instead, his eyes moved across the rest of the group, and he accepted it with a short, indifferent response. Then he asked who would be throwing the Molotov. Sangjin and Mihi glanced at each other awkwardly, the silence stretching between them as neither one volunteered first. Mihi tilted her head slightly and gave Sangjin a helpless, pleading look, her eyes soft enough to make the request without saying it directly. The effect was immediate. Sangjin's face flushed red, and he quickly looked away. Before the awkward pressure could grow any worse, Hansu cut through it and said they would simply take turns. Long shadows stretched across the station floor as the group crept forward, each step quieter and more careful than the last. The air in the tunnel felt thick and damp, and every little noise traveled faintly through the darkness. Sangjin tried to judge how far they had gone, but the deeper they moved, the faster his pulse became. He didn't want to turn back, not after choosing to come this far. But somewhere deep down, he couldn't stop wondering whether the others actually wanted him here, or if he was only following along because being left behind felt even worse. Around him, the group continued in tense silence. Sangjin's fingers tightened around the Molotov in his hands, gripping it hard enough to feel the glass press into his skin. Just ahead of him, Mihi kept fidgeting with the straps of her backpack, adjusting them again and again, as if the small movement could calm her nerves. Sangjin glanced toward her at that exact moment, but then Hansu suddenly stopped in front of them. In a low voice, Hansu warned that the monsters were close. From somewhere inside the darkness came a wet, dragging sound, low and heavy against the floor. A faint hiss followed it, like scales scraping through the tunnel. Hansu's posture changed instantly. His body shifted into combat readiness, blade already prepared, and he gave the order to throw it. Mihi's breath caught in her throat. Her fingers shook as she flicked the lighter, and the small flame finally caught on the cloth. Under her breath, she repeated to herself that she couldn't slow them down, and she couldn't be useless. The fire crawled higher, eating through the rag at the bottle's mouth. Mihi sucked in one sharp breath, pulled her arm back and threw. The bottle spun through the air in a bright arc before smashing hard against its target. Flames burst outward as the Molotov exploded against a creature's chest. A shriek tore through the tunnel, sharp and horrible, as the land mermaid thrashed wildly and its pale skin caught fire in a flash of orange light. Mihi stared at the burning creature, stunned that her throw had actually landed. In a breathless voice, she said she had done it. But Hansu didn't pause for even a second. He shouted for them to move. Hansu charged straight into the firelit chaos, warning them that these creatures spat paralytic poison. At the same time, he drove his knife into another monster's skull with brutal precision. For a brief moment, Taesung froze where he stood. He watched in disbelief as Hansu tore through the monsters one after another, every motion sharp, clean, and merciless. Each time one collapsed, runes burst from its body in a flash of light. Bitterness twisted inside Taesung as he thought that Hansu was taking them all for himself. Before Taesung could sink any deeper into that resentment, one of the land mermaids lunged directly toward him. His focus snapped back all at once. He swung his sword in a hard, desperate arc and split the creature cleanly down the middle. Warm blood sprayed across his face, carrying a sharp metallic smell. Taesung stared down at the corpse for a second, then looked at the blade in his hand. Slowly, a grin spread across his face. He muttered with satisfaction that the poison really did work. Hansu glanced over while calmly collecting the runes that had fallen from the dead monsters. In a cool voice, he said he had told them it was worth the price. Taesung caught his own reflection along the edge of his blade and smirked to himself. With this kind of power, he told himself, he could catch up to Hansu. It was only a matter of time. Just then, another Molotov flew through the tunnel. Another creature was swallowed by fire. The entire battlefield descended into chaos, with flames flashing against the walls and shadows twisting like smoke around them. The land mermaids shrieked as the fire consumed them, and through all of it, Hansu moved like a storm, silent, relentless, and unstoppable. He wasn't fighting for praise, anger, or pride. Hansu fought with a clear purpose. And as the final body crashed to the ground, his thoughts drifted toward whatever was waiting deeper inside the tunnels. Hansu's mind stayed calm and focused. Using Molotovs against creatures soaked in their own flammable toxins was the perfect strategy for this fight. Even if his blade was dull, that didn't matter. What mattered was landing each strike exactly where it needed to go. He drove his knife deep into a land mermaid's shoulder, forcing the blade in with steady pressure. Then he twisted it until smoke hissed from the wound. That was exactly why he had made the poison in the first place. Behind him, Taesung fought with far less control, swinging wildly as adrenaline surged through his body. Then 2 runes dropped beside a corpse, their glow immediately catching Taesung's eye. His stare locked onto them, and one thought flashed through his mind. They were his. He lunged toward the glowing stones, stretching his hand out to snatch them up. But before his fingers could close around them, something wet splattered across his leg. Pain shot through him like electricity, and his muscles seized violently, throwing him down onto the floor. A scream ripped out of him as his leg convulsed, every nerve burning at once. Humiliation flared hot in his chest because everyone had seen him fall. Above him, the land mermaid dragged itself closer. Its eyes gleamed in the dark like molten fire, fixed on him as its pale body scraped across the ground. Then its jaw stretched open unnaturally, revealing rows of teeth slick with venom. Panic surged through Taesung as he shouted for it to get away from him. He scrambled backward in terror, clawing at the ground and trying to put distance between himself and the monster. Mihi frantically dug through her bag, her hands shaking as she searched for another bottle, but her face went pale when she realized the truth. She was out of Molotovs. Mihi shouted that she had no more Molotovs left, then immediately turned toward Sangjin with urgency in her eyes and told him it was his turn to switch in. Sangjin scrambled to prepare the next bottle, his fingers clumsy from panic as he tried to light the rag. His hands shook badly, but after a few desperate flicks, the flame finally caught. Before Sangjin could steady his arm and throw it, the land mermaid suddenly lunged straight toward him. A terrified scream tore out of Sangjin's throat. His grip gave way completely, and the burning bottle slipped from his hand. Instead of flying toward the monster, it crashed down uselessly against the floor, shattering across the ground in a wasted burst of glass and liquid. Taesung's anger exploded the instant he saw it. He roared at Sangjin, yelling that he had told him to throw the bottle, not freeze up like he was standing there doing nothing. Panic swallowed Sangjin whole. With no time to think, Sangjin swung his arm out in desperation. His elbow smashed hard into the land mermaid's skull, and the creature collapsed with a sharp hiss, twitching once before going completely still. Sangjin froze where he stood, staring in shock at what he had just done. Then a dagger flashed between them, cutting through the chaos. Hansu's voice followed, sharp and controlled, telling them to calm down. His words sliced through the noise like cold steel as he ordered them to stick to the plan. For a moment, neither Taesung nor Sangjin moved. Hansu gave Sangjin a quick glance before turning his attention away again. In a flat tone, he told him to catch his breath first, then collect his runes. There was no praise in his voice, and no scolding either, only a clear command. Taesung let out a shaky breath, his body still trembling from how close that had been. He muttered under his breath that he had thought he was definitely going to die. When he looked down at his leg, he realized the wound had already healed. A stunned look crossed his face as he figured his skill must have activated. Hansu looked over and told him simply to raise his stamina, because doing that would let his body recover faster. Then, in the same steady voice, he repeated that Taesung should gather the runes quickly. Taesung obeyed, but when he counted the small number of runes sitting in his palm, bitterness rose sharply inside him. That was all he had gotten. Meanwhile, Hansu had already collected most of the others, calmly sorting and dividing what he needed, as if there was no room for argument. Sangjin quietly bent down and picked up his own share without saying a single word. Taesung's eyes darkened when he saw that. Slowly, he stepped closer, his shadow falling over Sangjin like a threat. A cruel smirk twisted across Taesung's lips as he called Sangjin's name in a low, dangerous voice. Sangjin hesitated, immediately sensing that something was wrong. Taesung's grin widened as he asked whether Sangjin's entire family had no shame. Sangjin's fist clenched at once as he started to ask what Taesung had just said. But before Sangjin could finish, Taesung's hand shot forward and clamped around his throat. Sangjin choked in shock as his feet lifted off the ground. Taesung's grin turned vicious as he reminded him that he couldn't even throw a single Molotov properly. Then his voice dropped even colder as he asked if Sangjin had already forgotten how he had nearly gotten Taesung killed. Sangjin clawed desperately at Taesung's arm, struggling for even a single breath as his face tightened in pain. His voice came out broken and strained as he asked what Taesung was doing and begged him to let go. Taesung shoved him away with brutal force. Sangjin hit the ground hard with a dull thud, his headphones snapping loose as his body crumpled against the floor. He gasped for air while clutching his chest, still trying to recover. Taesung crouched down beside him without the slightest sign of guilt. Taesung grabbed a fistful of Sangjin's hair and yanked his head up, hissing that not long ago Sangjin had been crawling around like a useless coward. According to Taesung, it looked like Sangjin had already forgotten where he belonged. His voice was cold, mocking and almost gleeful. But before Taesung could go any further, steel struck the ground between his hand and the nearby pile of runes. A dagger buried itself deep into the floor. Taesung froze completely, his breath catching in his throat. Hansu's voice came low and even warning him that those runes did not belong to him. The words hit Taesung harder than any open threat. Slowly, he looked up, disbelief flickering across his face, as he asked if Hansu was seriously going to give them to Sangjin. Anger cracked through his voice as he said they might as well throw the runes in the trash. Hansu didn't move. He didn't even blink. That unmoving silence only made Taesung's frustration burn hotter. He snapped, asking what Sangjin had done to deserve them. They could just split the runes among themselves, he argued, because they didn't need someone like him. His voice shook between fury and desperation, and with every word, his wounded pride cracked a little more. Chest heaving, he demanded that Hansu tell him he was wrong. Hansu's gaze stayed steady. In an even voice, he said the distribution should be fair, but it was not his place to decide how other people survived. Taesung scoffed, forcing out a bitter laugh through clenched teeth. He repeated the word fair like it was nothing but an excuse, then turned away and muttered that Hansu would regret this later. Hansu's eyes shifted towards Sangjin, quietly. He told him to learn how to protect what belonged to him, because the next time something like this happened, no one would defend it for him. After that, the group quickly scattered to collect whatever runes remained. But the silence between them still carried the sharp sting of what had just happened. Mehi stayed behind for a moment, her expression uncertain as she watched the others move away. After hesitating, she walked up beside Hansu, nervously playing with the strap of her bag as if she needed something to keep her hands busy. In a soft voice, Mehi asked if all of this really didn't bother him, watching them fight each other like that, even after barely surviving the monsters. Hansu kept his eyes forward and answered simply that it was fine. He wasn't going to judge anyone for struggling with things they were still learning how to do. Mehi nodded slowly and bit her lip. His words had not been spoken to comfort her, yet somehow, they still did. A few steps later, Mehi caught up to him again and asked whether that meant he would stay with them until the end. Hansu stopped walking, though his back remained turned to her. He told her that they were the ones who had chosen to follow him. So far they had done well enough, and there was nothing for them to worry about. Mehi lowered her gaze, feeling her chest tighten at those calm, distant words. When she looked up again, her eyes stayed fixed on Hansu's back. He looked strong and solitary, already seeming half a step removed from everyone around him. There was something about that back of his that felt unbearably lonely. They moved past the scorched bodies of the land mermaids, their twisted remains scattered across the tunnel floor. As Hansu walked ahead, he noticed the faint glow of runes lying among the corpses. Most of them radiated strength and endurance, the kind of physical traits that mattered most when survival itself depended on the body. Hansu picked one up and studied the faint pulse of light moving inside it. It was exactly the kind of rune he needed. He crushed it in his hand and absorbed the energy, and a faint surge pulsed through his body almost immediately. Then, a shimmer of light appeared ahead. A small figure materialized in the air, her wings fluttering softly as she hovered in the dim tunnel. It was a fairy. Her glow lit the darkness around her as she announced brightly that the traveler's total stats had surpassed 50, and his first achievement had been unlocked. The others began murmuring in confusion. Someone whispered, asking what that thing was and why she had appeared again. The fairy's gaze settled directly on Hansu, and her smile widened. In a playful, mischievous tone, she said he was the one who had raised his hand first. The fairy circled around Hansu with a playful little spin, saying she had been curious to see which one of them would reach this milestone first, and now, with him standing right in front of her, it seemed she had gotten her answer. Tilting her head with a bright smile, she added that they always admired the travelers who worked the hardest. She drifted closer and lightly brushed her fingers through Hansu's hair, her smile turning strangely gentle. Then she said she had brought a small gift for the most active traveler. Her eyes slid toward Mihi, who could only stand there in stunned silence, with a voice that sparkled almost like the light around her wings. The fairy asked whether she was curious about what that gift might be. Mihi's hands trembled at her sides, and her voice cracked as the words forced their way out. She said this wasn't fair, because none of them had even started with the same stats. The fairy gave a soft laugh, but there was a mocking edge hidden beneath its sweetness. Fairness, she said, was nothing Mihi needed to worry about, because it wasn't as if Mihi could get close enough to even touch her. Before Mihi could answer, the fairy suddenly shot forward. Her grin twisted wider, and the light around her turned sharp and dangerous in an instant. Leaning close, the fairy whispered that there were always exceptions, and maybe Mihi was one of them. Mihi froze completely, fear locking every muscle in her body. Then, just when the air felt like it might snap from the tension, the fairy pulled back and broke into a giggle. She told Mihi to relax, because she was only joking. She gave Mihi's shoulder a light push, as if nothing serious had happened at all. Her tone became casual again as she told her to forget about fairness, since Mihi had her own advantage too. It took Mihi a moment to realize the fairy was pointing straight at her. The fairy smirked and said she was not in any hurry to get rid of Mihi. If Mihi wanted to catch up, she would simply have to earn it herself. Then the assistant fairy chuckled softly, adding that life had never been fair anyway. With that, the fairy fluttered back toward Hansu, her expression brightening with amusement once more. She announced that it was finally time for his reward. Hansu didn't look surprised in the slightest. He had already guessed roughly what was coming. The fairy explained that because his physical stats had reached a certain level, he would be allowed to choose 3 runes. She snapped her fingers, and glowing symbols rose into the air one after another, floating in front of him like small stars. Agility, perception, healing. The fairy held the last glowing rune between her fingers and spun it lazily, saying this one was special. It could only be used once, but it could seal a hole in the stomach and cure almost any poison. In other words, it was close to having an extra life. Hansu quietly studied the rune without reaching for it right away. A healing rune. It was undeniably powerful, though it would not help much if an entire limb was severed. Around him, the others stared with wide eyes, unable to hide their shock. A rune that could drag someone back from the edge of death felt like a miracle, and some of them secretly hoped Hansu might use something like that for them one day. Hansu only looked at the fairy and asked if she had a rune that granted magic immunity. For one brief instant, the fairy's expression stiffened. Then she flicked her wrist, and a new set of glowing runes appeared in the air. She admitted slowly that such a rune did exist. The others exchanged uneasy glances, sensing that Hansu had asked for something far from ordinary. To Hansu, however, it looked like just one more option that needed to be weighed carefully. He examined the runes in silence. Healing was useful, of course, but immunity, especially resistance against magic, was much harder to obtain. Stamina could help a body endure longer, but true resistance could completely change the outcome of a dangerous fight. Physical attacks could be trained against, predicted, blocked, or endured through experience. Magic was different. It was a threat that could overturn a battle before a person even understood what had happened. Hansu scratched his cheek lightly, his eyes narrowing as he thought it through. At last, he checked his current stats and gave a small nod. For now, what he already had should be enough to keep him alive. The fairy stretched both arms with a satisfied look, and a swirling portal opened in the air beside her. She announced that her work here was finished. Then she threw Hansu a playful wink and blew him a kiss, telling him to keep up the good work. The others could only stand there in stunned silence, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Hansu turned and noticed their shocked faces fixed on him. He stared back at them with a flat expression and asked what they were all looking at. After that, time continued to pass. Mihi was now locked in a fierce fight with another land mermaid. Sweat covered her body, and she quickly wiped her forehead while trying to keep her breathing steady. The salty sting of sweat faded from her awareness as she realized something important. Fighting was starting to feel easier. Her body moved more naturally now, her reactions sharper, and her attacks faster than before. Then, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Hansu. She froze for a moment, pressing a finger near her lips as she quietly watched the way he moved. Hansu turned when someone called out to him, asking why his movements had not changed at all. After collecting so many runes, they expected him to be faster or stronger, but he still seemed to move exactly the same. Another person immediately added to the question, their voice full of doubt, pointing out that Hansu's speed looked identical to before. Hansu raised his hand, and a faint glow pulsed across his palm. A rune-like mark was etched into his skin, and he calmly said this was the reason. The others looked at one another in confusion, clearly not understanding what the mark was supposed to mean. Hansu explained that it was a storage mark, something that allowed a person to store runes instead of absorbing them immediately. All they had to do was stretch out a hand, focus on a rune, and it would embed itself into the mark. Someone frowned and asked how he had figured that out in the first place. Hansu adjusted his sleeve and gave a faint smirk, saying his ability had told him. Mihi leaned in with curious eyes and said that if that was the case, she should try it too. Hansu shut the idea down immediately and told her not to. Mihi frowned, not understanding, and asked why she shouldn't. Hansu glanced at the scattered runes lying around them and said it would only slow down the hunt. Even he could not afford to store every rune he found. He held one rune up between his fingers, its glow flickering softly, and added that if he died, every rune stored in the mark would drop along with him. Sangjin crossed his arms, looking even more confused than before. He asked what the point was in collecting runes that way if it came with that kind of risk. Hansu answered in a flat, steady voice that he was planning ahead. Once things became more stable, runes like these would have value, and eventually they would become a kind of currency. Then he looked around at the others and warned them not to copy him. They should use what they found instead of hoarding it. Taesung threw up his hands with an irritated scoff, asking who had made Hansu the boss. Just because they were following him around, he said, didn't mean Hansu got to decide everything for them. Taesung insisted he would do whatever he wanted. Hansu let out a sharp, quiet sigh. These people still did not understand. Not yet. They would only learn once this world beat the lesson into them directly. His eyes lowered to the dull, chipped blade in his hand. That weapon was no longer enough, and if he was being honest, neither were the people following him. Hansu lifted his gaze again, his decision already settled. In a firm voice, he told everyone to listen carefully, and the group immediately went still. His eyes swept across them one by one, cold, steady, and unwavering. Then Hansu told them they could either keep following him or they could go collect runes on their own. Either way, it made no difference to him. Then, with a slow and strangely calm movement, Hansu let the worn-out blade slip from his hand and tossed it down onto the floor. The dull clang rang out between them, making the silence feel even heavier. But right now, Hansu's voice turned low and firm, sharp enough to cut through the tense air. Hand over your weapons. Taesung let out a bitter laugh, the sound rough and full of disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. You're seriously trying to rob us now? His hand shot toward the weapons Hansu already had, anger flashing in his eyes. You've already got more than enough, so why the hell should we hand ours over too? Hansu simply pointed at the blade lying on the ground like it was nothing more than scrap metal. That thing? It's useless. It's too crude and unstable for a real fight. He gave a small shake of his head, completely unimpressed. I need proper weapons, and I need spares. That one sentence pushed Taesung completely over the edge. You've lost your mind, he shouted, his fists tightening hard at his sides. But Hansu didn't so much as blink. His voice stayed even, almost cold. Do you understand what I'm saying? Taesung's jaw locked in anger. You think I'm just going to let this happen? If you take our weapons, how are we supposed to fight? Are you telling us to stand around and do absolutely nothing? Taesung's angry voice cracked through the open space, thick with frustration and disbelief. Nothing? What? You seriously expect us to just stand here, sucking on our fingers while you run off and act like the hero? His words were burning with resentment, but the crooked smirk on his face made it clear he was daring Hansu to answer. Sangjin hesitated, his shoulders tense as he slowly reached a trembling hand toward Hansu. I'll give you everything because... Shut up. Taesung snapped the words out before Sangjin could finish, stepping forward with a sharp glare and cutting him off completely. His face hardened as he moved into place. planting himself between Hansu and the others like a wall. In that instant, the air around them turned tight and charged, as if one wrong move could make everything explode. Hansu watched him for a brief moment without backing down at all. His eyes stayed calm as he asked, "You want to fight?" Taesung's grin stretched wider, though the unease in his eyes betrayed more than he wanted to show. "Why wouldn't I?" he sneered. "There's nothing here worth being scared of." Then his voice dipped lower, bitter and tense. "Besides, I've always hated that smug look on your face." Hansu rubbed his cheek with a lazy motion, looking completely unimpressed. He had expected Taesung to act tough, maybe even hesitate once things got serious. But instead, Taesung truly had no idea what kind of situation he was walking into. Hansu let out a quiet sigh, and the warmth drained from his gaze. Enough talk. Raising one finger, Hansu laid out the choice as plainly as possible. "You have two options." He pointed first toward the tunnel entrance. 1. Go by yourselves and handle whatever comes next on your own. Then his finger shifted back toward the group. 2. Stay out of my way and watch while I take care of it alone. His voice dropped into something sharper, leaving no room for argument. Choose. After that, the silence stretched between them, heavy and uncomfortable. Sangjin shifted nervously where he stood, his confidence already crumbling. In a voice barely louder than a whisper, he said, "I'll step aside." Yu Mihi bit down on her lip, her eyes flickering with hesitation and worry. But after a moment, she gave a small nod. "Me too. If Hansu says it's dangerous, then it probably really is." Taesung's hands curled into tight fists. "That's exactly why we should be fighting together," he shouted, desperation breaking through his anger. Sweat ran down the side of his temple as he turned toward the others, his voice trembling with fury. "Can't you see it? He's trying to abandon us. He wants to take everything for himself. You're all just going to let him do that?" Hansu's stare didn't move an inch. Sangjin being scared was nothing surprising. That much was expected. But Mihi hesitating like this was a little disappointing. A faint smirk touched Hansu's lips. "Friend, huh?" he thought. It really was a convenient and pretty word. If Keldian had been standing here right now, Taesung would probably already be wandering around lost somewhere deep underground. But there was no time to get sentimental over things like friendship or annoyance. Hansu had to keep moving, sliding his hands into his pockets. Hansu turned away from them and faced the dark corridor stretching ahead. "We'll settle this downstairs," he said in an even tone. "If you're that confident, then follow me. I won't stop you." Taesung's glare sharpened, suspicion creeping into his expression. "Why is he so eager to go alone?" he muttered under his breath. "Does he know something the rest of us don't?" His eyes drifted toward the black mouth of the passageway. The darkness seemed to pull at him, filled with danger, mystery, and the tempting possibility of something valuable hidden below. And in the end, they followed Hansu down. The deeper they went, the more suffocating the descent became. Darkness clung to their bodies, and the air grew thick with heat, rot, and the heavy stink of decay. Then, finally, light. All three of them burst back out to the surface, gasping hard as if they had been drowning underground. They squinted against the sudden brightness, their hearts hammering wildly. Yu Mihi clutched her chest with shaking fingers. "I knew it. It's way too dangerous down there." Only moments earlier, every one of them had gone completely still, frozen in place by the terrifying thing waiting in the depths. At first, it looked like a snake. No, not a snake. Something far worse. A massive monster had uncoiled itself from the shadows. Its scales shifted like layers of living armor, each movement revealing thick muscles flexing beneath its enormous body. Its faintly glowing eyes stared ahead, locked onto its next prey without hesitation. Taesung's throat went dry. His mind screamed at him to run, but his legs refused to obey. He looked back with disbelief twisting across his face. He's really going to fight that thing alone? It was absolute madness. And yet Hansu didn't retreat, he didn't flinch, didn't take even one step back. He stood his ground with his eyes fixed on the beast, silent and steady, like a blade waiting for the exact moment to strike. The snake's cry suddenly tore through the chamber, sharp enough to make the entire space feel like it was splitting apart. Piercing sound vibrated through the air, rattling everything around them. Then, in the blink of an eye, the monster shot upward, its massive body twisting and coiling high above Hansu like a living tower made of muscle and armored scales. Hansu tightened his stance, every muscle in his body drawn taut, ready for the attack he knew was coming. Without warning, the creature's jaws stretched open, and a blinding light gathered deep inside its mouth. A deafening blast erupted from its throat, a beam of raw energy screaming across the chamber. Hansu had only a split second to move. He threw himself behind a nearby column just as the attack slammed into the space where he had been standing. The explosion ripped through the chamber with brutal force. Stone cracked, chunks of the floor split apart, and a shockwave hurled dust and shattered debris in every direction. Crouched low behind cover, Hansu quickly checked his condition and stats. Just as he expected, his magic immunity had held firm. He was still on his feet. Even the sound, distorted by the beast's power, hadn't been able to reach him. But that didn't mean he could afford to relax. The snake pulled itself back up, its huge head rising as it surveyed the destruction it had just caused. And its tail came crashing down, slamming into the broken column with tremendous force, making the ground shake beneath Hansu's feet. The moment it struck, Hansu moved. In a single breath, he dashed forward, quiet, focused, and completely locked onto his target. He knew he couldn't let this fight drag on any longer than necessary. The tail whipped toward him again, cutting through the air like a massive blade. But Hansu slipped past it by the smallest margin, the attack missing him by mere inches. And then he saw it. A tiny opening between the monster's armored scales, just wide enough to expose a vulnerable point. That was the chance he had been waiting for. With one swift and precise strike, Hansu drove his attack toward that narrow gap, moving before the creature could close its defenses again. Kang Hansu drove his blade hard into the exposed gap, burying the steel deep where the serpent's defenses had finally opened. The snake answered with a piercing shriek that ripped through the chamber, its huge body thrashing in agony as black, venomous blood splashed across the stone floor. Hansu sprang backward in one sharp motion, putting distance between himself and the monster while leaving the blade lodged firmly in its flesh. The beast twisted and writhed, its massive body convulsing with furious pain. Its tail smashed down again and again, shaking the ground with each blow before its long neck rose high above him like a coiled executioner. Then its jaws stretched open wide, revealing the darkness gathered inside. Another beam began to gather in its mouth, the light swelling fast, and this time there was no clean way out. The blast struck Hansu head-on. A scorching shock tore through his entire body, burning through his nerves as he clenched his jaw and forced himself to stay conscious under the pain. Before Hansu could fully regain his balance or draw another breath, the serpent's tail came whipping through the air and slammed into him with brutal force. The impact hurled him across the chamber like a broken doll. His back crashed violently into the wall, and for a moment, all he could do was gasp for air. So this thing had started regenerating. Hansu muttered under his breath as he watched the wound he had carved into it begin to close, the torn flesh tightening while the shattered scales slowly knitted themselves back together. The serpent's head swayed through the dust, its glowing eyes searching for him with cold animal instinct. This was the Abyss training area, and nothing inside it was built to fight fairly. His resistance could keep him alive for the moment, but being resistant was not the same as being untouchable. The poison leaking from that beast's blood could still kill him if he let his guard slip. Hansu dropped to one knee and reached for another blade, his fingers shaking just slightly from the strain. Only 5 were left now, and he knew 5 blades would not be enough to end this cleanly. He let out one slow breath, steadying himself from the inside out, then pushed back onto his feet. His eyes sharpened, and the next instant, he charged forward. The serpent lunged down to meet him, fangs flashing as its roar split the air around them. The ground trembled beneath the collision of their bodies, steel biting against scale, sparks scattering with every strike. Each heavy impact echoed through the cavern like rolling thunder. Far above the chamber, Yu Mi-hee stood near the mouth of the tunnel, frozen in place as the distant crashes reached her ears. Every rumble, every sharp clash made her heart pound harder and tightened the fear gathering in her chest. Her hands clenched at her sides. Hansu was still down there, still fighting. Taesung shot a frustrated look at her, his face twisted with impatience. Why had she stopped now? They did not even have a single weapon left, and in his mind, the only sensible choice was to turn back, find something usable, and return with any kind of help they could manage. Yu Mi-hee hesitated, caught for one brief moment between what sounded reasonable and what her instincts were screaming at her to do. But that hesitation lasted only a second. Her expression changed, and determination flashed clearly in her eyes. She had to see whether Hansu was safe before Taesung could reach out or say another word to stop her. She rushed straight into the darkness ahead. Taesung cursed under his breath, his jaw tightening hard. Ever since they had arrived, it felt like he had been ignored again and again, and now she was doing it once more, running after Hansu without even looking back at him. Still muttering angrily, Taesung took off after her, and the 3 of them hurried through the twisting corridor. Their footsteps beat against the stone in a tense, uneven rhythm. No one said a word, and with every step deeper inside, the air seemed to grow heavier. Then, as the faint glow from the chamber finally appeared ahead, Yu Mi-hee stopped dead. Her breath caught, her eyes flew wide with horror, and the words barely formed in her throat before they broke apart. Was he? No. Hansu, her whole body locked in place. Hansu was hanging in midair, trapped in the serpent's jaws. Its enormous fangs sunk deep into his arm. Then a scream tore through the chamber. It was a raw, guttural sound, dragged out through pain and pressure as Hansu clenched his teeth with everything he had. He could feel the crushing bite digging down toward the bone. He had wasted too much time. That thought flashed through his mind as he forced his breathing to steady. His left arm hung uselessly, blood running down his torn sleeve, but his right hand was still locked around a blade. Without a flicker of hesitation, Hansu drove it upward into the serpent's open mouth, forcing the steel deep into the soft flesh inside. The monster shrieked as pain surged through its body, and its jaws sprang open. Hansu slipped free and fell. He twisted in midair, controlling the fall, then hit the ground and rolled smoothly across the stone. The entire floor shook as the serpent thrashed wildly, dark blood spraying over the cavern floor. 3 daggers were now buried in its body, each placed with cold precision. Each one had done exactly what Hansu needed. The fight was already decided. Pain throbbed through Hansu's arm where the fangs had torn into him. He glanced down at the shredded sleeve and gave a quiet sigh, thinking he would have to change it later. His stats would take care of the wound from here, and the torn flesh was already beginning to close. As monsters evolved, they did not simply grow stronger, they adapted. Their regeneration improved, poison stopped working as well, instincts sharpened, and tricks that had once been effective began to lose their bite. But at this early stage, paralysis toxins still had value. Without that advantage, Hansu knew he would not have survived long enough to reach this point. He adjusted his hold on the blade and watched the serpent's violent movements begin to slow. The light in its eyes faded, its huge body sagged, and at last it collapsed to the floor with a thunderous crash. After that, silence swallowed the chamber. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps. Yumihi rushed in ahead of the others, her voice shaking as she cried out and asked if he was okay. Hansu barely turned his head toward her as he walked past, calmly wiping the blood from his blade. She was still here. Yumihi frowned at him, caught between irritation, relief, and the lingering fear she had not yet shaken off. She had been worried, but from the way he was acting, maybe she had not needed to be. Her gaze dropped to his injured arm and concern returned to her face. That bite looked serious. Hansu simply exhaled, completely unbothered, and said it was only a scratch. It was already healing. Taesung stood rooted in place, his eyes stretched wide as he stared at the serpent's corpse. Its size, the ruined chamber, and the fact that Hansu had faced the thing alone all crashed into him at once. His mind struggled to accept what he was seeing. Hansu had really killed that monster by himself. Taesung had always known Hansu was strong, but this was not the kind of strength he had imagined. This was something on a completely different level. The gap between them was not just wide, it was overwhelming, almost suffocating. How was he supposed to compete with someone like that? Meanwhile, Hansu crouched beside the serpent's massive body, his face unreadable. Then, just as the dust began to settle around the fallen beast, a faint smirk pulled at Hansu's lips as he reached into the serpent's remains and carefully drew something out from inside. Resting in his hand was a small rune, glowing softly as a pale light shimmered over its surface. Taesung took a cautious step closer, his eyes fixed on the light in Hansu's palm. He asked what it was, and Hansu lifted the rune slightly, studying the faint energy flickering across it. It was a shockwave rune from a needle snake. Not the worst thing to find. With that quiet remark, he slipped it away. It was not the kind of power he usually relied on, but it could still be useful, especially if he combined it properly with a magic rune. Taesung's gaze sharpened with obvious envy. Something like that was valuable, and he could not believe Hansu might let it go to waste. Hansu simply shook his head. There was no point forcing himself to use a skill that did not fit him. He only had 7 skill slots available, and every single one mattered. A straightforward shockwave attack was too blunt for his style. Hansu preferred abilities that could bend situations in his favor, not ones that simply hit hard. Before Hansu could fully put the rune away, Songjin suddenly stepped forward with bright, eager eyes. If Hansu did not want it, then he wanted it. But before Hansu could even answer, Taesung moved first, driving his elbow hard into Songjin's chest and forcing him to stumble backward. Taesung snapped at him not to even think about it, saying he would not know how to use it anyway. Then he turned back toward Hansu, his voice shifting into something between a demand and a challenge, asking for the rune since Hansu clearly had no need for it. Songjin clutched his aching chest and glared at him, his frustration showing clearly. Why did Taesung get to claim it first when Hansu was the one standing right there? Annoyed, Taesung snapped his head toward him. Did Songjin really think he would be useful with something like that? Had he already forgotten the trouble he caused last time? Songjin flinched at the words and lowered his gaze, but his voice came out quietly, almost pleading. If he had a powerful rune, maybe he could catch up. Maybe he could even surpass Taesung. Taesung scoffed without hesitation, mocking the idea before it could even settle in the air. Sangjin surpassing him? Ridiculous. But before their argument could grow any uglier, Yu Mi-hee stepped between them with both hands raised, firmly telling them to stop. Hansu, who had been standing off to the side and silently watching the whole exchange, finally let out an irritated sigh. His voice cut through their bickering cleanly as he asked what, exactly, the two of them thought they were doing. He raised the glowing rune in his hand, letting its soft light wash across their stunned faces. Had he ever said he was giving it to anyone? The chamber fell quiet at once. If he was going to part with it, Hansu continued dryly, he would rather sell it. A faint smirk returned to his face as he added that he would even offer them a 5% discount so they could start making offers. All three of them froze, completely caught off guard by his response. Taesung blinked in disbelief before awkwardly asking if they could pay in installments. Hansu gave a casual shrug, as if this were just another ordinary transaction. If someone was willing to vouch for them, then they could guarantee each other. Yu Mi-hee turned her head away for a moment, clearly weighing the choice in her mind. Then she stepped forward with quiet determination and placed a hand against her chest, saying she would take it. No one seemed truly surprised. Trust was a rare thing in this place, and among them she was the only one still trying to hold on to that fragile sense of trust. Hansu handed the rune to her without saying anything more. He had already noticed earlier that Yu Mi-hee had obtained a magic rune during the chaos. She had not even needed to hide it from him. After all, she had earned her share. She had been one of the people who helped bring the beast down. Even so, in a place like this, it was always better to keep your real hand hidden. As the rune's light sank into Yu Mi-hee's palm and faded, Hansu watched her for a moment longer. Behind that calm expression of hers, there was far more ambition than she usually let anyone see. Yu Mi-hee was the first to break the silence, explaining that there were 3 runes for agility and perception, and 7 more for strength and endurance. Hansu gave a slow nod, already calculating the trade in his head. Then he said he would take 6 strength runes, a faint smile touching his face as he reminded her that this was with the discount included. Yu Mi-hee gave him a small smirk in return, telling him he was being generous. Hansu let out a quiet chuckle and warned her not to get used to it. Then his gaze shifted toward the others and his tone sharpened again. They should not misunderstand what had just happened. If they got comfortable accepting things for free in this world, they would not survive for long. Nothing here came without a price. He glanced down at the faint glow still resting in his hand, the light brushing across his expression for just a moment before he tucked it away. There was no reason to waste any more time standing around. They needed to keep moving. After that, they continued deeper through the passage. As they moved forward, Hansu's eyes caught a faint shimmer ahead, where a cluster of Zeterium deposits glittered from inside the wall. He walked straight to it, broke off a piece with practiced precision, and slipped it into his pocket without hesitation. The others watched him closely, unsure whether he had just discovered another hidden opportunity or was about to activate some strange ability again. Yu Mi-hee and Sangjin followed near his sides, their eyes locked on every small movement he made. Then Hansu suddenly stopped and straightened, as if something had crossed his mind. Without offering any explanation, he drew his knife and turned back toward the enormous serpent's corpse. The others immediately froze. With fast, precise motions, Hansu began cutting into the snake's thick hide. His blades scraped and sliced through the layered scales, the sound carrying sharply through the dim chamber. Yu Mi-hee and Sangjin stared at him, completely absorbed by how focused he was, while Taesung frowned in confusion and asked what the two of them were even staring at. Hansu did not bother answering. He simply kept working. One clean cut followed the next until the beast's body opened up, and its inside spilled onto the stone floor, glistening under the weak light of the chamber. Taesung's voice wavered with uncertainty as he wondered if Hansu was making more poison again. But this time, that was not what Hansu was after. He gathered several of the serpent's scales and inspected them carefully, checking their texture and durability. They were dense and tough enough to block an ordinary blade, yet still light enough that someone could actually wear or handle them. Hansu turned the scales over in his hand, his expression unreadable. This was no longer about poison. He was already preparing for the next problem ahead. The material was solid enough to deflect steel, light enough to move with, and strong enough to become a weapon on its own. That meant Hansu did not need to find a weapon. He could simply make one. From the monster materials inside this training area, there were 134 possible weapon combinations. But out of all those possibilities, only 11 were truly useful in real combat. Most combinations were either too fragile to survive a fight or too slow and awkward to wield properly. The needle snake's material had limited reach, but it held real potential. Its weakness could be turned into precision, and if the strike landed on the right point, even a small wound could become fatal. Hansu examined the thin needle-like piece in his hand. The tip was a little dull, but he was in no position to complain. It was crude, handmade, and far from perfect, but for now it would serve its purpose. Sweat slid down his temples as he carefully worked the materials together. Then a sudden flash of light burst out, signaling that the fusion process had begun. Hansu knew exactly how much effort had gone into discovering methods like this. Early alchemists had spent countless hours experimenting with combinations. Because in this world, the difference between a success and a failure could decide whether someone lived or died. When the light finally faded, Hansu raised the finished weapon and inspected it from end to end. He had sharpened the blade, reinforced the body so it could pierce more deeply, and adjusted the balance until it could punch through armor. It was not perfect, but there was no doubt about it. It was dangerous. After wrapping the handle tightly with leather, Hansu took a step back and let out a satisfied breath. Now this looked like an actual weapon. Taesung had been watching the entire process without looking away. His eyes followed every movement, and even though he clearly hated admitting it, he was impressed. At last, he spoke up, saying that if Hansu had used cocoa lizard materials instead, the weapon could have turned out even stronger. Still, the needle snake was not a bad choice either. In fact, Taesung doubted they would find anything tougher than that for quite some time. He paused, looked at the weapon again, and then asked if he could buy it, even offering to trade all of his runes for it. Just by looking at the craftsmanship, Taesung could tell it was far better than anything they currently had. Hansu turned the blade in his hand, silently considering it. This was not just some ordinary weapon, he said after a moment. But if Taesung truly wanted it, then fine. He would sell it. Hansu added casually that Taesung should not expect another one, because he was already out of materials. Taesung clicked his tongue, unable to hide his frustration. Selfish. He muttered the word while running a hand through his hair, watching Hansu pack away his gear. Hansu gave no response. His thoughts had already moved on. There was something better waiting ahead. All he had to do was be patient. His gaze shifted toward the massive doors in the distance, where a faint glow spilled through the cracks. That was where they would go next. The doors slowly creaked open, revealing something none of them expected. Inside was a carriage bathed in soft light, with a faint hum of electricity running through it. There were no monsters waiting, no traps sprang to life, just a strange, empty stillness. Even Hansu, the one who always seemed like he could handle anything, fell silent. And that silence told them everything. This time there would be no battle. If there was no fight waiting for them, then it meant only one thing: a reward was ahead. Carefully, they began to approach. The moment they stepped inside, the air changed completely. It was clean, cold, and almost unnaturally sterile, while a faint current of power hummed beneath the floor. Hansu's brow tightened as he looked around the carriage. Something about it felt wrong. Then he spoke flatly, telling them this carriage was made for only one person. The others stopped where they stood, stunned as their eyes swept across the empty space. Hansu turned back toward them, his expression calm, but his voice leaving no room for argument. He repeated that the carriage was meant for one person only, and told them to get out. Then he sat down as if the matter had already been settled, his body relaxed and unmoving. Sangjin frowned at him, confusion twisting together with irritation, as he asked if Hansu was seriously saying that. Sangjin gestured around the carriage in disbelief. There was clearly enough room inside, so how could something this spacious be meant for only one person? He dragged a hand through his hair, trying to understand the logic, but Hansu did not even blink. In the same calm tone, he explained that this carriage would only move forward when it carried a single passenger. Taesung's frustration finally burst out, and he threw both hands up as his voice sharpened. What rule gave Hansu the right to be the only one who advanced? After everything they had survived together, why did Hansu get to stand there and decide for everyone? Hansu let out a long, quiet sigh, heavy with clear exasperation. Taesung's fist tightened until his knuckles turned pale, and he snapped that without the rest of them. Hansu would never have made it this far in the first place. Hansu's gaze passed over the group, cold and distant, without even a trace of admiration. Pathetic. He understood exactly what was driving them now. They wanted a share of what he had fought for and earned with his own hands, but even after all this, they still had not accepted the most basic truth of this place. Hansu rose from his seat, his face unreadable. In an even voice, he admitted that Taesung was right. There was no written rule saying Hansu had to be the only one. Then, clang. The sharp sound rang through the chamber as Hansu slammed his sword against the stone floor, the metal impact echoing around them. His voice grew stronger, steady and commanding as he told them exactly why. There were no rules in this world. Then he pointed toward the exit, his tone cutting through the tension like a blade. So their choice was simple. They could leave right now, or they could stay here wasting time arguing until the opportunity disappeared. Then Hansu turned his attention to Taesung, lifting the needle-like weapon and aiming it directly at him. A sharp smirk curled across his lips as he added mockingly that Taesung could always go find a lawyer and file a complaint against him. But the grin that followed carried no warmth at all. It was cold, sharp, and dangerous. Now they had to choose. Taesung's defiance cracked for a moment. His jaw clenched, but a flicker of fear slipped through his eyes before he could hide it. Pride and survival twisted inside his head, pulling him in opposite directions. Before Taesung could make a move, the carriage doors slid shut with a soft hiss. The train began to move, leaving Yu Mihi, Sangjin, and Taesung behind on the platform as Hansu vanished down the tunnel. Taesung ground his teeth together, his muscles trembling while curses spilled quietly from his mouth. He kept staring into the dark tunnel where the train had disappeared, still struggling to believe it. Had Hansu really been serious? Taesung looked around and saw that the others were just as shaken, their faces pale and uncertain. Bitterly, he thought that Hansu acted like a man in his 40s, but every decision he made was pure madness. Then a dangerous thought began to creep into his mind. If the three of them attacked Hansu together, maybe they could win. And if they won, they could take everything from him. His weapons, his runes, all of it. His fingers twitched toward the knife at his waist. And if they lost, they could always beg for forgiveness afterward. Hansu would not actually kill them for it, would he? But then a memory struck him like cold water. Hansu's eyes. That calm, empty stare rose in his mind. The kind of look that had frozen him where he stood before he could even act. No. Hansu would not hesitate. Taesung's fingers slowly dropped away from the knife. A deep chill ran through him, cold enough to settle into his bones. He drew in a slow breath and forced himself to abandon the thought. They would meet again. Taesung muttered the words under his breath, though even he could not tell whether he meant them as a promise or as a warning. Beside him, Yu Mihi absently rubbed at her wrist, her voice quiet and uneasy, as she said they should not have pushed Hansu that far. She adjusted her hair with a small sigh, then added that provoking him had been an even worse mistake. Hansu had been helping them from the beginning, whether they liked his methods or not. Without saying anything else, Yu Mihi turned away from the platform and started walking toward the exit, telling the others to go. Taesung did not follow immediately. He stayed where he was, eyes still fixed on the tunnel where Hansu had disappeared. There was nothing wrong with wanting to become stronger, he told himself. That was the whole reason they were here, to break past their limits and survive. Hansu might have been ruthless, but he was not wrong. In this world, power meant survival, and Taesung swore to himself that he would claim his share of that power no matter what it took. As they finally left the platform behind, the pieces of the situation began arranging themselves in Taesung's mind. The system had become clear now. There were 20 stations in total, and each station held a random artifact. But once the carriage passed a station, that chance was gone forever, with no way to turn back. Inside the carriage, Hansu sat quietly with his hands folded, lost in thought while the vehicle hummed beneath him. The entire setup was designed to apply pressure, not just physical pressure, but psychological pressure that never let up. Every station tested more than simple strength. It gnawed at a person's mind, pushing them closer to the edge. Even reaching the final stop did not guarantee survival here. In a place like this, caution mattered more than anything. When Hansu opened his eyes again, the train had already come to a stop. Station 12. He quickly checked through what he had gathered so far. Loren's circlet, kettlecloth, steel glove, and 8 weapons in total. For beginners, it was a decent collection, though nothing truly exceptional. Loren's circlet, when paired with high perception, could reveal a monster's weak points. But Hansu had no real need for that anymore. He already knew those weak points by heart. He stepped off the carriage, his boots landing on the platform with a quiet thud, as his focus shifted to the next thing he needed. He had already secured enough raw power for the moment. What he lacked now was mobility. He needed something that could raise his speed. If he could move more freely, the entire flow of battle would change in his favor. And then he saw it. Hansu's eyes narrowed. For just an instant, a faint glimmer of surprise flickered across his gaze. Resting on top of the stone monument was an artifact shaped like a silver case. Cloud Maniac's nicotine. Hansu slowly exhaled, almost letting out a quiet laugh under his breath. He had not expected this particular item to appear here. With just one drag, it could instantly boost every stat, and as long as he kept smoking, the enhancement would continue stacking. Each cigarette gave a 20% increase that lasted for 10 minutes. A smirk tugged at the corner of Hansu's mouth. Perfect. It would be useless outside the training area, but inside this place it worked flawlessly. For pushing himself past his limits, there could hardly be a better tool. He picked up the silver case and turned it over in his hand. The faint smell of tobacco drifted up, stirring something old and buried deep in his memory. Memory surfaced quietly, along with a familiar voice that sounded gentle yet teasing. Again with that. You really are aging faster than you think. She had smiled as she reached out and took the pack from his hands. Then, with that same teasing warmth, she warned him that if he kept it up, he was going to ruin his face. Hansu stared down at the cigarette resting between his fingers, watching the thin trail of smoke curl upward and fade into the air. After a moment, he lowered his hand slightly and murmured in a quiet voice, almost as if speaking to that memory itself, that there was no need to worry. This time, things were different. Behind him, the train doors opened with a sharp hiss, pulling him out of the past. Hansu's eyes refocused at once. It was time to move again. He returned to the needle snake's corpse area and carefully scanned his surroundings. The others were already gone, and the heavy silence around him confirmed it. Good. He still had 4 days left before the next hidden artifact appeared. Out of those 4 days, 2 would have to be spent choosing his direction. He could keep hunting and farming runes, or he could turn his attention toward finishing useful side tasks. For Hansu, the answer was not difficult at all. His gaze drifted down and stopped on a pot sitting nearby. It was a quest container. During the ride, he had already cleared a few missions without slowing down. Now seemed like the right time to check what kind of rewards those missions had been hiding. Hansu slipped the container into his pack and made a mental note to open it later. Some rewards were worth grinding for, but among the available tasks, one in particular drew his attention. The instructions for that task were simple enough, but the reward made him pause. A sage stone along with a clumsy mage attached to it. Hansu rubbed his chin, interest flickering in his eyes, because the sage stone was no ordinary artifact. It increased every stat by 10%, even strengthening its own effect, and on top of that, it could instantly heal wounds that should have been fatal. Even beyond the training area, it was a rare treasure, valuable enough to shift the balance of power across entire Red Zone factions. But there was a problem. The person who had completed that quest in the previous timeline had not been sane. Hansu knew exactly who it was, Envy Arin, a member of the Death Squad. Before all of this, she had volunteered at a prison and helped the inmates there, until the day she was thrown into the abyss alongside them. At first, Envy Arin had not been alone. She had been surrounded by people she trusted, friends, comrades, and members of her own team. But once the training began, everything broke apart. Fear warped their judgment. Greed swallowed what little loyalty they had. One by one, they turned on her, and that betrayal shattered the last bit of restraint she had been holding on to. For 7 straight days, she hunted them down one after another, her revenge cold, patient, and merciless. By the time it ended, she had ripped them apart and eaten their hearts. When all of it was over, only silence remained around her. She had even planned to take her own life soon after. Until the quest appeared before her. One new objective, one reason to keep moving. Hansu exhaled sharply and rubbed the bridge of his nose. That was not the kind of quest he wanted to touch. It went against his principles and against the mission he had chosen to save as many people as possible, not drive them into ruin. So he let it go. There were better things to focus on now. Night was coming, and night always brought new chances with it. Quests that rewarded both runes and supplies if handled correctly. One mission in particular came to mind. Retrieving food from a selfish, well-fed man who had been hoarding resources for himself. It was simple, efficient, and worth the effort. Hansu adjusted his pack on his shoulder and moved out with his priorities already set. Finish the quest, preserve his stamina, and keep pushing forward. Rest could come later. He slipped into what used to be a convenience store, but the place had already been ruined. The shelves were stripped bare, the windows were shattered, and the mess scattered across the floor made his expression darken. So much for teamwork. Hansu muttered the words as he kicked an empty box aside. A hole had been dug through the floorboards, and the hidden stash beneath had already been looted. His jaw tightened slightly. Scoundrels. He swung his backpack over his shoulder again and stepped outside, his eyes lifting toward the sky. The color above the ruined city had deepened into indigo, and the moon would be rising soon. A faint smirk touched his lips. Now it was time to see just how brave those people really were. The sun had already dropped below the broken skyline, stretching long shadows across the ruined streets and crumbling buildings. In that dim half-light, figures were moving. Men in dark jackets worked around a battered truck, unloading crates one after another. Nearby, a small group of survivors crouched low behind a pile of rubble, watching the scene without making a sound. One of them hissed under his breath, unable to believe those men were just taking everything. The girl beside him clenched her fists, insisting that they had to stop them. But the blonde-haired man immediately shot her a sharp glare and told her to think for once. The moment those men noticed them, they would be dead. They had not even managed to grab anything yet, and those people had even taken his cash. His jaw tightened as he shook his head, wondering how they had moved so quickly. Another survivor carefully peeked out from behind a slab of broken concrete and whispered that the men might actually be stronger than them. Sang-ho, who almost never spoke, quietly added that there were too many of them. Even if their stats were higher, the numbers were not on their side. His calm, measured voice surprised the others more than the warning itself. The blonde girl glanced toward her boyfriend and whispered under her breath, wondering when Sang-ho had started talking this much. Then, across the street, someone moved. A man named Sang-ho stood out in the open, wearing a smirk as he lifted his hand and waved toward them. In an instant, everyone behind the rubble tensed and ducked even lower. The blonde frowned, unsure of what she was seeing, and asked if he was actually waving at them. Taesung scoffed, dismissing it as nothing more than a way to mess with their heads. He told them to ignore it, then turned and motioned for the others to follow. They would find food somewhere else. The others did not move right away. Doubt and hesitation held them in place. The blonde still glanced back over her shoulder, unease flickering across her face. She could not understand what that wave had been trying to mean. But the wave had already done its job perfectly because none of them noticed the movement behind them. A shadow slipped out from the alley, its footsteps quiet and steady against the walls. Sang-ho narrowed his eyes and started to ask who it was, but before he could finish, Taesung spoke without even turning around, his tone casual but focused. They were running low on food, so the next place they should check was the subway. A faint grin crossed his face, his eyes catching the distant glow as he kept his voice light. Taesung's words sounded easygoing, but every syllable was chosen with care. Then they needed to hurry. They had to grab supplies before anyone else reached them. With another confident grin, Taesung said he would show them the way. Sang-ho's grin broke through the tense silence, but there was nothing friendly in it. He coldly asked why they should trust Taesung at all, his voice thick with suspicion. Wasn't Taesung just trying to trick them into fighting for him? The blonde immediately stiffened and tried to object, but Taesung snapped first. He stepped forward, his patience finally gone, and demanded whether Sang-ho even understood the situation they were in. Sang-ho bristled at once, anger rising in his face. He told Taesung not to yell at him, then came the impact. A sharp crack rang through the air as Taesung's fist smashed straight into Sang-ho's face. Sang-ho dropped hard to the ground, clutching his nose while blood streamed between his fingers, and a harsh groan of pain escaped him. Taesung stood over him with a smirk, looking down as if the answer should have been obvious. Why would he need to set a trap for weaklings like them? Sang-ho glared up from the ground, dazed, furious, and humiliated, but Taesung had already turned away as calmly as if nothing had happened. He said he was giving them a chance and told them to think carefully about it. Meanwhile, the rest of the group had already taken shelter inside an abandoned building, hiding away from the ruined streets outside. The door gave a low, uneasy creak as it slowly swung open. The blonde girl lifted her head, and the moment Kang Han-soo stepped through the doorway with the darkness of the hall hanging behind him, her whole body froze in place, her breath catching before she could even speak. Before she could control it, a wave of relief rushed through her chest. After all that tension, after all that waiting, Han-soo had finally come back. Jin Taesung sat near the wall, watching everything with a faint smile tugging at his mouth. The timing could not have been better. No one in the room had to know just how carefully he had pushed things into this shape, and even if they did realize it, he was confident he could talk his way out like he always had. Han-soo moved across the room in silence, not wasting a single step. The girl hurriedly spoke up, almost blurting the words out as if she needed to explain before anyone else did. The store had been raided. Everything was gone. Han-soo only gave a small nod and answered that he had already seen the people responsible on his way back. He stopped beside the table and looked over the scattered scraps that remained, his eyes moving from item to item. Then, in a calm voice, he asked how much food they actually had left. Only a few cans remained, along with a small handful of packets that barely looked enough for anyone. They had tried to gather as much as they could, but once one person made the first move, everything had started falling apart. Before the explanation could go any further, Jin Taesung smoothly cut in with that quiet, knowing smirk of his. Things like that happened, he said, but now that Han-soo had returned, maybe they could simply take everything back. A man standing off near the corner shifted his weight, clearly uneasy about the situation. After a short hesitation, he muttered that it would not be easy, though he could still lend a hand. Han-soo gave no immediate response. Instead, he pulled a chair out from the table, sat down as if the argument around him meant nothing, and said they should eat first. That one calm sentence struck the room harder than any shout could have. A vein throbbed at Jin Taesung's forehead as irritation flashed across his face. Did Han-soo really just dismiss them like that? His jaw clenched and he leaned forward, unable to shake the feeling that something about this was wrong. His practiced smile began to crack at the edges. With his patience thinning, he asked if Hansu truly had no shame at all. Hansu slowly lifted his gaze toward him, and a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. The girl turned toward Hansu as well, folding her arms tightly as she spoke. If he had found something valuable, then maybe, just maybe, they would share with him. A smug little grin curled across her lips as she added that the food had been gathered for everyone, after all. Jin Taesung raised one hand as if he could hardly believe what he was hearing. Were they really planning to hand food out for nothing? A dry laugh slipped from him as he reminded everyone that this food had not come easily. People had fought for it, people had bled for it. His smirk grew sharper and his voice took on a false warmth that made every word feel more mocking. Even between friends, he said, there had to be fairness. That was when Hansu finally answered. His tone stayed even, but the words sliced cleanly through the room. Nothing came for free. The room instantly quieted. For a moment, no one spoke, and the two people in blue jackets gave small nods, silently agreeing with Hansu's point. Jin Taesung immediately saw an opening. If he could drag everyone's opinion over to his side, then even this so-called hero would have no place to stand. With that thought, he turned his eyes toward the man, who remained standing there without saying a word, his expression impossible to read. Then Hansu broke the silence with a low scoff. His voice edged with coldness as he muttered that it was too bad. After that, he turned his attention toward the hero and asked plainly what plan he had if he had nothing worth offering in return. Jin Taesung's grin stretched wider as he leaned into the moment. "Come on," he pressed, the mockery in his voice obvious now. There had to be something useful Hansu had found in that place. The blonde girl kept her eyes fixed on the hero, waiting with tense expectation, as if his next reaction would decide everything. Jin Taesung pushed even harder, gesturing toward the direction Hansu had come from. Hansu had just walked out of that hidden area, had he not? Surely he was not going to claim he had left with absolutely nothing. Then Taesung tilted his head, pretending innocence as he added, "Right?" With a loose, lazy chuckle. Jin Taesung tossed a chocolate bar in Hansu's direction. There was no need to make things difficult, he said smoothly. They could all be reasonable about this. Hansu did not even flinch. He stayed exactly where he was, his gaze steady and unreadable, giving nothing away. Then he let out a quiet sigh and said it looked like Taesung had finally learned his lesson. Jin Taesung's expression tightened into a frown as he demanded to know what Hansu was talking about and told him to just answer the question. Without warning, the hero rose from his seat. This man truly did not know when to stop. Still, Hansu could not completely condemn him for it. In the end, everyone trapped here was simply trying to survive in their own way. Jin Taesung watched him with confusion, unsettled by the sudden change in Hansu's mood. But Hansu's thoughts were no longer on Taesung, nor on anyone else inside that room. He had not brought these people along because he needed them. Their runes, their strength, their help, none of it mattered to him. Hansu turned away just as the blonde called after him in frustration, asking where he thought he was going. He did not answer her. His mind had already drifted back to the real reason he had come to this place in the first place. He had already done everything he could. His gaze lowered slightly. As the memory of Kang Tae surfaced in his mind, furious, consumed by revenge, swearing that he would destroy everything standing in his path. How could anyone say something that extreme so easily? A heavy sense of guilt pulled at Hansu from within. Without saying anything more, he pushed the door open and stepped toward the outside. In a low voice, he told them to take care of themselves and to save their strength for what was still waiting ahead. And just like that, Hansu was gone. Silence settled heavily over the room. Yu Mi-hee and Sangjin remained where they were, both frozen still, while the tension in the air grew thick enough to choke on. Trying to break through that suffocating mood, the blonde stepped forward. They had managed to survive together this far, she said firmly, so they could not afford to fall apart now. Then she turned toward her friend, urgency clear in her voice, and told her they should go bring Hansu back. Jin Taesung dragged a hand through his hair, openly irritated by the idea. If Hansu wanted to leave, then they should just let him go, he said. Why would anyone bother chasing after him? Hansu continued walking away without another word. Behind him, the blonde let out a quiet scoff under her breath, thinking that he was still unbelievably arrogant, still acting as though he stood above everyone else in the room. Jin Taesung looked at the girls moving toward the door and gave a sharp, mocking smirk. So this was their little performance, was it? He told them not to waste their effort, sneering that the moment they offered Hansu something for free, he would come crawling back sooner or later. Then his attention shifted to Yu Mi-hee. They did not need Hansu, he insisted. They would be perfectly fine on their own. Mi-hee stopped in place, torn between his words and her own instincts, but as Taesung kept pushing, something inside her finally snapped. Without any warning, she bolted out through the door. By the time she caught up to Hansu, she was out of breath, but she still forced herself to stop him before he could go any farther. "Please," she said, her voice strained and desperate. Let her come with him. But Hansu's eyes remained cold, and there was no hesitation in his answer. He told her firmly that he could not take her with him. She reached toward him, her voice trembling as she tried to protest, reminding him that he had said something before. But Hansu turned away from her and quietly replied that people had to make their own choices. For one brief second, her expression softened. A tiny spark of hope appeared in her eyes, and the corners of her lips lifted into the faintest smile. But before she could say anything else, a sharp voice cut across the air, stopping her cold. She was not leaving. Jin Taesung stood there with anger burning just beneath his glare. He snapped that she had not even received her runes yet. Maybe Hansu had given her his own, but not Sangjin's. No one was going anywhere, and especially not her. Before Mahi had the chance to answer, Sangjin stepped forward. He said it was fine, his voice calm enough to cut through the rising tension. Jin Taesung's eyes narrowed at once, demanding to know what he meant. Sangjin answered steadily that he was going with them. A laugh burst out of Jin Taesung, as if the idea itself was ridiculous. He slapped a hand onto Sangjin's shoulder, his grin turning sharp as a blade, and asked if he was serious, if he even understood what he was saying. Sangjin did not flinch. Jin Taesung leaned in closer, his voice thick with scorn. Did Sangjin really think his father would just let something like this slide? As he spoke, Taesung slammed his hand down again, pressing the threat even harder. Jin Taesung struck harder this time, his words coming out like a threat he had been holding back for far too long. Sangjin had picked up some stray dog, and now he thought he could simply walk away. Taesung's eyes sharpened as he reminded him not to forget who supposedly owned him. Sangjin's jaw clenched, but he did not back down. Instead, he calmly slid his headphones back over his ears, as if shutting out Taesung's control for good, and asked in a cool voice what Taesung was actually going to do about it. After all, Taesung could barely step outside anymore without causing trouble, and no one out there even knew Sangjin was still alive. So if Taesung wanted to threaten him, then he had better answer one thing first. Was Taesung planning to explain all of this to Sangjin's father himself? The question landed cleanly, and for a brief moment Jin Taesung froze, caught completely off guard. Sangjin's voice grew firmer as he said none of it mattered anymore. He faced Jin Taesung head-on, his stare no longer wavering, and made it clear that he did not have to obey him. Jin Taesung's eyes widened in disbelief. Even after everything he had done, even after all the threats, pressure, and manipulation, Sangjin was still choosing to walk away from him. Taesung shouted after them, asking if they really thought things would be any different outside. His voice cracked with anger as he reminded them that his group had taken all the food. Sooner or later, he yelled, they would have no choice but to come crawling back. But none of them turned around. The three simply kept walking, their backs fading deeper into the dark city streets until the shadows swallowed their silhouettes. Sangjin glanced toward the girl walking beside him, his voice dropping low. They did not have much left anymore, he admitted quietly, as if saying it too loudly would make the truth feel even worse. Hansu reached toward a jacket hanging nearby, his hand closing around the fabric without any real urgency. For a short moment he paused with the jacket in his hands. Then he slipped it on and murmured that it did not matter. Yu Mihi and Sangjin exchanged uneasy looks, both of them clearly unable to understand how he could stay so calm in a situation like this. Hansu adjusted the jacket around his shoulders and gave a small, almost careless shrug. They still had things to do, he said. Sangjin watched him closely, his brows pulling together as he wondered what was going on inside Hansu's head. This was someone with enough power to change everything, and yet Hansu just stood there, composed and unreadable. If he made even one wrong decision now, then everything they had struggled for up to this point could collapse in an instant. Hansu noticed the look in Sangjin's eyes and gave the faintest smile, almost as if he had already guessed exactly what Sangjin was thinking. Of course it made sense. Sangjin still had no idea what was about to happen with the moon. Then Hansu suddenly turned, and a grin slowly spread across his face. It was almost midnight, he said. Yu Mihi blinked at him, confusion passing over her face as she tried to understand why that time mattered so much. Then, little by little, her expression began to change. A cold shiver slid down her spine. She slowly raised one hand and pointed toward the sky, her voice dropping into a frightened whisper as she said something was wrong with the moon. High above the city, the moon started to pulse. Its light no longer looked soft or natural, but strange, heavy, and alive. The glow grew deeper, spreading across the night sky like the beat of some massive living heart. Then, without warning, the moon's surface split apart. Inside that opening, only one thing began to emerge at first, a single colossal eye staring down from the heavens. Under that enormous gaze, the entire city seemed to freeze. Yu Mihi's breath caught in her throat. Barely able to speak, she whispered the question that everyone would have been thinking. What was that thing? She could not tear her eyes away from it. Beside her, Sangjin looked down and suddenly froze. The chocolate bar in his hand was breaking apart, crumbling into dust right between his fingers. His voice shook as he muttered in disbelief. He tried to grab what was left of it, but the chocolate disintegrated completely, slipping through his fingers like dry sand before he could save even a piece. Panic hit him all at once. Sangjin ripped open his backpack and began searching through it desperately, his thoughts spiraling. No, 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 no! This could not be happening. When he reached inside again, the only thing that came out was more sand. His pulse pounded in his ears as his mind struggled to accept what he was seeing. This could not be real. Then a faint light flickered in front of him. Sangjin looked up, and his heart nearly stopped. Everywhere he turned, people were glowing. On rooftops, inside alleyways, and along the empty streets, pale human silhouettes shimmered through the darkness. It was not just one or two people, it was everyone. A cold dread climbed up his spine as he wondered if they were glowing too. Mihi's voice cracked as the realization hit her. Did this mean people could see each other now, even through walls? She shook her head in disbelief, unable to make sense of it. This was insane. The whole thing was practically forcing people to find each other and fight. Sangjin spun toward Han-Su, unable to hide the fear and suspicion in his voice as he asked if Han-Su had known this was going to happen. Han-Su let out a short, dry laugh. He told Sangjin not to be ridiculous. He might have some power, but even he could not predict something like this. Still, Sangjin did not believe him for a second. Han-Su was too calm, far too calm for someone seeing this for the first time. Then the screams began. They rang out across the city, sharp, frantic, and chaotic. Sangjin flinched as the cries grew louder, with people shouting at one another, accusing each other of stealing food and lying. In moments, the entire night exploded into madness. From the glowing figures scattered everywhere, it was obvious what was happening. Fights were breaking out all over the city, and they were not slowing down. Han-Su watched it all from a distance, his expression impossible to read. After a quiet sigh, he muttered that it was pathetic. Even now, they still had not learned. He lifted his eyes toward the glowing sky, where the moon's terrible eye still loomed above the city, silently watching everything below. Han-Su had already warned them before not to take too much. Once the moon appeared, everything would disappear. All the food, all the small comforts they had clung to, gone without leaving even a trace. Then he turned as if to leave. Sangjin quickly called after him, asking where he was going. Han-Su did not even look back. He simply said he had things to do, and with that, he disappeared deeper into the night. Meanwhile, back inside the building, the others could only stare in horror as their supplies turned into dust right before their eyes. Jin Taesung slammed his hand against the table, his voice trembling as he said it was all gone. Everything. One of the girls started crying, fear spilling out through her voice as she asked what they were supposed to do now. Should they go out and try to find more? Her boyfriend stood frozen near the window, staring outside with a hollow look in his eyes. There was nothing left. He said numbly. Most of the stores had already been emptied at the table. Jin Taesung leaned forward, gripping the edge so tightly that anger twisted through his entire body. Han-Su's warning, his calm attitude, the way he had walked away without hesitation, it all connected in Taesung's mind at once. That bastard had known. Taesung clenched his fists as rage boiled just beneath his skin. Had Han-Su set them up? Had he wanted all of this to happen from the beginning? Cursing the so-called hero under his breath, Taesung glared toward the window. Outside, the streets were burning with pale light. Glowing silhouettes moved through the darkness, some wandering aimlessly, others clearly hunting. Near the glass, the blonde girl went stiff and whispered that they were everywhere. Out in the streets, Sung-ho and his crew were already on the prowl, their glowing bodies cutting through the night as they searched for one person, Jin Taesung. And this time, they were not looking for a conversation. Rage drove the gang forward as they shouted about how that coward had dared to trick them. Taesung carefully peeked through the window. Jin Taesung's pulse pounded so loudly in his ears that it drowned out almost everything else. If they were discovered now, it would all be over. They had no real chance of winning a fight, and running would be just as hopeless. Gritting his teeth, he weighed the only two choices left: escape right away, or wait until the gang split apart. The blonde girl turned toward him, her expression tense but her voice surprisingly steady. They should go find Han-Su, she said, before things got any worse. Taesung immediately scoffed and shoved a finger toward her face. Han-Su, that bastard who abandoned them and only came crawling back when he needed help. He told her she had to be joking and that she should at least have a little pride. She slapped his hand away, anger flashing across her face. Then what exactly was his plan? Hide in this place until those people found them? Did he seriously believe they could survive all of this on their own? Her frustration finally boiled over. If they stayed frozen here and refused to move, then they were already finished. Her boyfriend quickly stepped in, trying to keep the argument from exploding even further. Carefully, he said she was right. If they did not reach Han-soo before the others did, then once the gang found him first, they were all done for. Taesung snapped his head toward him, clearly irritated, but for once he had no quick reply. The thought of going to Han-soo for help made his stomach twist with humiliation. But if he could somehow twist the situation around and make Han-soo the one owing them instead, a crooked grin slowly crawled across his face. Fine, he said at last. They had won, they would find him, but they were going to do it his way. Taesung turned his gaze toward the street, scanning every shadow for movement. If they moved quietly, he told them, they would not be spotted. They just had to stay close and follow him. But they had barely taken a step before something cold and slick slid over his shoes. Taesung stopped dead. Then his eyes widened in horror. A thick green sludge crept up around his legs, sticking to him like glue and dragging him down with frightening strength. He shouted, clawing at the slime as he demanded to know what the hell it was. Before anyone else could react, a calm voice cut across the street, asking if they were truly sure they wanted to bring him along. Everyone turned. The gang's leader stepped out from the darkness, his familiar jacket hanging loosely over his shoulders. His face gave away almost nothing, but his voice carried a faint trace of amusement as he said he doubted any of them were going anywhere. Then he moved closer and told them to have a little chat. The couple stiffened in pure terror, and a heartbeat later they ran. Taesung's screams chased after them as they vanished down the street without looking back. The gang leader crouched beside Taesung, watching him struggle as if he were nothing more than a bug trapped in a web. In a soft, almost mocking voice, he commented that Taesung used such harsh words for someone so young. Then he pointed out exactly what had caught him. That sticky mess was Oren's duct tape. The leader smirked, saying that while Taesung had been busy making his own little plans, they had not exactly been sitting around doing nothing. With a bored sigh, he added that things got dull once there was no real fight left. Straightening up, he glanced around at the others. Enough talking. There had been 3 of them, right? So where had the rest gone? Taesung kept his mouth shut, chest heaving as his jaw clenched tight. The boss did not bother waiting for an answer. In the next instant, his boot shot out and slammed hard into Taesung's leg. A wet crack tore through the air, followed instantly by Taesung's scream. Blood splattered across the ground as pain ripped up through his body, his cry breaking violently into the night. He shouted that he would talk, his voice cracking under the pain. He would tell them everything. He begged them to stop, promising he would tell them exactly where the others had gone. The leader turned toward one of his men, Sang-ho, as a slow grin spread across his face. Good, the boss said. At least Taesung understood his place. Then, with a small flick of his hand, he added that someone had been waiting for a chance to speak with Taesung first. Sang-ho stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as his grin stretched into something cruel. The boss muttered that they should finish this before moving on. Sang-ho crouched down beside Taesung, his shadow stretching long across the ground. With false sympathy, he said that leg looked painful and asked if it hurt. Then his tone turned dark. Good, because he still did not feel satisfied. Leaning closer, he let the threat sink in, saying he would not feel better until he returned the favor. Taesung clenched his teeth so hard, his jaw trembled, silently cursing the so-called friends who had abandoned him and run. The boss gave a single nod and warned Sang-ho not to overdo it. Sang-ho laughed and motioned to the others, telling them they had heard the man. Just make sure not to take it too far. The blows came raining down. Taesung crashed to the ground, curling up and shielding himself as best he could, while pain burst through his body. Through his blurred vision, he saw the couple disappear into the distance. Under his breath, he swore he would kill them all. Meanwhile, the couple kept running with no real destination in mind, until they suddenly spotted a pot of meat soup bubbling over an open fire. Han-soo and his group were sitting around it, eating quietly as if the chaos outside had nothing to do with them. The couple stopped in place and stared. The man asked what they were doing, his eyes shifting toward the steaming broth. Was this supposed to be some kind of picnic? The blonde girl stepped forward first. Han-soo rose to his feet and lifted his sword without hesitation, flicking the blade toward her face. The sharp edge stopped only inches away. While his mouth was still full of food in that calm, blunt way of his, Han-soo told her not to come any closer. Then he turned his back on them as if the warning was already finished. The couple bristled at the treatment. The man demanded to know what that was supposed to mean, while the blonde snapped that this was all Taesung's fault. The man then asked what would happen if they stepped forward anyway. Hansu lowered the sword just a fraction and answered evenly that, according to his ability, it would not end well for them. The man scoffed, asking if that ability of his could really tell him everything. Hansu replied that it told him enough. For example, it had told him that they had led danger straight to his group. A voice drifted out from the darkness, praising him with a cold edge. He was sharp, just like a hero should be. A squad of men in jackets emerged from the shadows, their boss stepping forward with a faint smile on his face. Hansu calmly watched them appear, while the blonde girl stood frozen in place, caught between the firelight and the approaching threat. Hansu's mind turned to the conditions of this place. A bag of food had been given, but it was held by someone who would not share even a bite. The requirement itself was simple. While the moon hung in the sky, they had to cook and eat as much as possible, and only the person who ate the most without sharing any of it would receive the reward. Beside the fire, pieces of sliced meat rested neatly on a board, waiting to be thrown into the soup. Hansu dipped his knife into the bubbling pot, lifted out a piece of meat, dripping with broth, and calmly ate it. Then, from the darkness beyond the firelight, more footsteps began to approach. The jacketed men shoved Jin Taesung into the firelight, dragging him forward like a broken trophy. His face was swollen, fresh bruises darkened his skin, and the blonde woman's breath caught the moment she saw him. "Taesung, are you okay?" Jin Taesung's head snapped toward her so violently, it looked like his anger alone had pulled him upright. His eyes burned with humiliation and fury as he barked. "Shut up!" His voice cracked under the weight of it. "Why the hell did you leave me?" Couple went stiff on the spot, their faces draining of color as his rage crashed over them. The blonde trembled, barely able to get the words out. We ran to get help." Jin Taesung let out a bitter laugh, the sound twisted and ugly. "Help? Don't feed me that garbage." His bruised face twisted harder as he glared at them. "If it weren't for you two, I would've." Before Jin Taesung could finish, Sango cut him off with an irritated click of his tongue. "That's enough. Calm yourself down." The gang boss moved in with an easy smile, but there was no warmth behind it at all. He stepped up beside Jin Taesung and gave his shoulder a casual little pat as if they were just having a friendly chat. "Relax. No need to yell so much." Then his eyes slid over to Hansu. "Been a while." Sango's gaze swept around the campfire, narrowing the moment he noticed the pot of soup bubbling away like nothing was wrong. "You've got some guts cooking out here in the open. I'll admit, that's impressive, but I'm curious." He tilted his chin toward the stew. "Where did you get that meat?" Hansu didn't even bother lifting his eyes. He simply pointed toward the ground with a lazy motion, as if the answer was too obvious to waste breath on. "There's meat all over the place," he said in a flat voice. "Why ask me?" Then he scooped up another mouthful and calmly slurped it down. "Do you really need me to explain what it is?" The men in jackets shifted uneasily, exchanging glances that said they all knew exactly what kind of meat that was. They had seen people try to eat it before, and none of those people had died peacefully. But Hansu was sitting there eating it like a normal meal without coughing, convulsing, or showing even the slightest discomfort. Sango's expression sharpened, and he took one slow step closer, studying him more carefully. "So that's it. You figured out how to make it safe." Hansu swallowed before answering, his voice as calm and emotionless as ever. "Boil it in goblin blood. After that, it's edible." He gave a small nod toward the pot, almost like he was offering guests a meal. "Go on, try some." For the first time since he arrived, Sangho didn't answer right away. A tiny hesitation passed across his face. Jin Taesung had already warned him that Hansu was not some ordinary guy. According to Taesung, Hansu had a skill, something strange and special. On top of that, he had taken something valuable back at the station, something worth paying attention to. Still, Sangho's smirk slowly returned. Perfect. Hansu might have killed monsters, and he might have some unusual trick up his sleeve, but in the end, he was still just a human being, just a 20-year-old civilian. When it came to fighting actual people, experience mattered. Sango's grin widened as confidence settled back over his face. In his mind, Hansu simply wasn't ready for that kind of fight. Jin Taesung looked back and forth between them, his nerves starting to show through his anger. What are you waiting for?" "Relax," Sangho said smoothly, keeping his voice light on purpose. "We'll talk first. Maybe exchange a few words. No reason to make things tense right away." Jin Taesung frowned, his jaw clenching hard. He clearly hated being told to stand down. But even he wasn't reckless enough to openly defy the man who had an entire crew behind him. Across from them, Hansu slowly stood up with his sword in hand, his eyes fixed on Sangho without blinking. Yu Mihi's body went tense. Something about Hansu's posture had changed. He wasn't getting ready to negotiate. He was getting ready to finish this. Jin Taesung forced a crooked smirk onto his bruised face and stepped forward as if he still had control of the situation. Fine, then, let's talk. But before he could go any farther, a sharp warning cut through the air. Don't, you, he screamed, her voice cracking with panic. Don't cross that line. Jin Taesung ignored her completely. His fist tightened at his side as he snapped back. Shut up and wait. Hansu raised his blade, his voice quiet but carrying the weight of a final decision. This ends here. Somewhere deep inside, he offered a silent apology. Don't blame me for this. Jin Taesung's smirk suddenly weakened. For one brief moment, confusion flickered across his face, as if his mind couldn't keep up with what was about to happen. Then a burst of pain tore through his entire body. The strength vanished from his legs in an instant. His knees gave out beneath him, and his body dropped hard toward the ground. He collapsed with his eyes stretched wide in disbelief. For a single heartbeat, the whole camp seemed frozen. Then a scream ripped through the darkness. Jin Taesung looked down at himself, and the truth hit him all at once. His legs were gone. Blood spread beneath him in a dark, steaming pool against the dirt. He clawed at the ground with shaking hands, his whole body trembling violently as he tried to process the impossible pain. The jacketed men stumbled backward, horror breaking across their faces as the confidence from moments ago vanished. Even the frightened couple recoiled from the sight, flinching and backing away, as if the blood itself might reach them. Jin Taesung's screams echoed through the night, raw, desperate, and completely stripped of pride. His rage had been swallowed whole by agony, and the others cried out in shock, shouting at Hansu as if he had crossed a line no human should ever touch. How could someone still call himself human after doing something like that? How could he be that merciless? Taesung's screams tore through the darkness as he shouted through the pain, asking if all of this was really just over a piece of meat. Nearby, Choi Sangjin stared in silence, sweat gathering across his forehead. The blonde woman warned everyone to be careful, her voice shaking as fear turned into accusation. If Hansu was willing to do something this brutal just to avoid sharing food, then what would happen once he became even stronger? Wouldn't he eventually turn on them too? Jin Taesung twisted toward the men in jackets and shouted that Hansu would kill every one of them for their runes sooner or later. We have to act now, he screamed, his voice breaking under the pain. Kill him before he gets any stronger. Sang-ho's expression hardened at those words. Get ready, he ordered. Even then, his eyes stayed locked on Hansu, measuring every tiny movement. A part of Sang-ho suspected the warning was right, but Hansu's calmness bothered him even more. If a man like that gathered enough strength, he could wipe them out later without so much as catching his breath. Blades came out one after another, flashing beneath the cold moonlight. Escape no longer looked possible, and Sang-ho accepted the logic in front of him. If they wanted to survive, their best chance was to remove the threat before it grew beyond their reach. Hansu met their stares without even the slightest flinch. Sang-ho tried to read the man standing in front of him, searching for fear, hesitation, anger, anything at all. What kind of life left someone with eyes like that? What kind of past carved a person into something so cold and certain? At that moment, an old memory stirred inside Hansu's mind. Eras in Chaldean, their old arguments about enemies rose faintly in his thoughts. One had insisted that unnecessary battles should be avoided. The other had warned that any enemy left half-crushed would one day return to crush you instead. A faint smirk touched Hansu's lips as he lowered his gaze toward his own hand. Runes shimmered there, glowing softly against his skin like buried embers coming alive. Then he pulled them free. The moment the light moved, startled shouts burst out from the men around him. What kind of trick is that? Someone yelled. Sang-ho's voice immediately cut through the panic, sharp and commanding. Kill him! The men surged forward all at once, their knives raised as they rushed into the firelight. Hansu tightened his hand around the hilt of his sword. If they had chosen to fight, then he would end this before dawn ever reached them. He launched himself forward, and the first thing that struck them was not the blade, but his speed. His movement was simply too fast for the men in jackets to follow, a blur cutting through the firelight before their eyes could even catch up. Hansu's sword struck once, clean and sudden, before anyone had time to raise a proper defense. Then he struck again, slipping through the middle of the group and sending bodies flying aside like they weighed nothing more than ragdolls. Heavy groans and choked cries filled the clearing as one man after another crashed into the ground around him. Sang-ho froze where he stood, his eyes darting wildly across the sudden chaos unfolding in front of him. Had Hansu already absorbed every hidden rune they were after? If this continued even a moment longer, their numbers would mean nothing. Panic surged through Sang-ho's voice as he screamed at his men. Don't run! We still outnumber him. Use it. But before his order could even settle in the air, Hansu was already standing right in front of him. In the next instant, his hand clamped around Sangho's throat, cutting off the distance between them completely. Sangho tightened his grip around the knife in his hand, refusing to let fear show on his face. "You think I'm going to back down?" He spat through gritted teeth. Hansu stepped forward with the same calm, measured pace, his expression barely changing. "Think carefully." Sangho forced out a laugh, but there was a sharp edge of desperation buried in it. "You really think you'll be fine after killing a person? Monsters and humans aren't the same?" Hansu didn't stop moving. As he kept closing in, Sangho's voice rose higher and higher, cracking into a shout. "You're just a kid," Sangho screamed. "Do you even understand what you're doing?" At that exact moment, steel flashed through the darkness. Sangho's entire body went stiff. Hansu passed by him without a wasted movement, as if the outcome had already been decided. The blade drove deep into the man's stomach, stopping him cold before his body could even react. Sangho folded over and collapsed, blood spreading beneath him and gathering around his feet. All around them, the men in jackets lay broken across the pavement, their earlier confidence crushed into silence, one body at a time. Another bandit slammed into the ground, and the remaining men could only stare, frozen between terror and disbelief. Hansu didn't hesitate for even a breath. He drove his sword into one man's back, pulled away, and moved on before glancing toward the couple. "You're still here," Hansu said, his voice calm enough to make the words feel even heavier. Then his gaze settled on them as he asked, "Do you want to fight too?" That was all it took. The couple turned and ran, stumbling away as fast as their legs could carry them. Hansu flicked the blood from his blade with a quick motion, slid the sword back into its sheath, and calmly returned to the pot. He leaned over the stew, blew lightly across the surface, and took another bite like nothing unusual had happened. Hansu chewed slowly while looking over the shaken faces around him. "No reason to stare at me like that," he said, as if they were overreacting. "Everything's fine." Then he stretched his body out and settled down on the ground. Choi Sang-jin didn't say a single word. He just stared at the bodies scattered around them and at the blood staining the ground. Beyond the clearing, the first slow light of dawn began to creep across the world. High above them, the moon faded from sight, as if its watching eye had finally closed. Hansu stood up and swung a bag over his shoulder, preparing to move again without lingering over what had just happened. He had eaten nearly 3 days' worth of rations in a single sitting. It was rough, heavy work on his body, but he had managed to finish it. The assistant fairy's words echoed faintly in his mind. The bag protected food from the moonlight's gaze, and anything placed inside it was kept in a separate subspace. Hansu already understood what the bag really was. It looked small from the outside, but inside, it could hold close to 2 weeks of supplies. Behind him, the couple lingered uncertainly. "Is this really okay?" one of them asked. The girl hesitated before adding, You didn't kill us." Hansu paused for a moment, then answered with a small trace of amusement in his voice. "Who's the scary one here?" "I'm not scary," she replied quickly, her voice still unsteady. "I was just worried, that's all." Hansu didn't argue. He simply turned and walked away, while the girl remained behind, watching his back grow farther from her. In a cruel way, it made sense. There had been nothing they could do against him, and from here on, Hansu would only keep getting stronger. Yu Mihi stepped forward, forcing down the other thoughts crowding her mind. If Hansu had taken the runes from the dead, then every bit of that power would become his. Her eyes caught the pouch hanging at his waist, and she let out a slow breath. In this world, the rule was painfully simple. Either you rose, or you fell. Hansu turned his gaze away. If power had been his only goal, he could have killed every person there and taken their runes for himself. But that was not why he had returned. His purpose was something else entirely, to save as many people as he could. To do that, he needed to reduce pointless conflict and establish rules people could follow. And the very first rule was simple: no killing others for runes. He could have taken the runes if he wanted, but their worth did not end with raw strength. Their true value came from what the people carrying them might still contribute. The real challenge would be making those rules stick. If power was what decided order in this world, then someone with power had to set the example first. Hansu could not let everyone watch him slaughter people just to grow stronger. A purge might become necessary someday, but not here, not now. There were too many eyes on him, and the rule had to begin with restraint. Choi Sang-jin stayed close beside him, holding his arm as they moved. Hansu knew that someone would probably discover the runes they had left behind sooner or later. Then Choi Sang-jin suddenly stopped walking. "I'll stay here," he said. Hansu turned his head toward him. "What are you talking about?" Choi Sang-jin scratched at his arm, looking uneasy as he struggled to say it. "I don't think I can keep going. Not with the others." Yu Mihi looked at him in surprise. "What?" Hansu didn't bother turning back again. "Do whatever you want. I respect people's choices." Without another word, Choi Sang-jin walked away. Yu Mi-hee stood in place and watched Kang Han-soo walk away, her eyes following his back as the distance between them slowly widened. Then Kang Han-soo's voice reached back toward her, calm but sharp enough to stop her in her tracks. "Why don't you just do what you really want?" he asked. Yu Mi-hee answered without looking away. "I'll stay." Only then did Kang Han-soo turn his gaze back to her. His eyes settled on her quietly, and after a brief pause he asked, "You're not scared of me?" "I am," Yu Mi-hee admitted, her voice steady despite the fear she didn't bother hiding. "But I also know there's a line I shouldn't cross." She looked at him carefully, then asked, "If I walk away now, you won't let me return later, will you?" Kang Han-soo gave her no answer. He simply stood there in silence, letting the weight of that silence speak for him. Yu Mi-hee held her ground and made her choice clear. "Then I'll stay," she said. "I'll stay with you until the very end." Kang Han-soo studied her for a moment, as if measuring the resolve behind her words before finally giving a short answer. "Good instincts." And with that, he turned forward again and said, "Then let's move." Together, they headed down into the subway, disappearing beneath the surface as the darkness swallowed the steps ahead. Some time passed after that, the quiet stretching just long enough for another struggle to begin elsewhere. Jin Taesung writhed beneath the weight of a fallen body, his hands slippery with blood as he fought to push himself free. "Damn jackets," he spat through clenched teeth. "All they ever do is bark." In his mind, he cursed himself for not killing every last one of them when he had the chance. The hero had already made his choice, but Jin Taesung's wounds were slowly knitting shut. Soon enough, his body would recover, and when it did, he would make every one of them pay. Dragging himself forward, little by little, he clawed across the ground, each inch sending fresh pain tearing through him, but he refused to stop. He would follow that hero no matter what. "How dare they abandon me?" he snarled. Yu Mi-hee had left him behind, too. That thought poured fuel onto the rage burning through Jin Taesung's veins, turning his blurred vision red at the edges. "I won't let him get away with this. I'm not the one who gets thrown aside." He hissed the words under his breath, and just then, a shadow stretched over his broken body. A pair of heavy combat boots came to a stop only inches from Jin Taesung's face. His entire body went still. Slowly, with effort, he lifted his head and looked up. Choi Sang-jin was standing there above him, silent and motionless. For a second, Jin Taesung only stared in confusion, unable to understand why he was there. Then the realization hit him. This was his chance. Forcing a weak grin onto his bloodied face, Jin Taesung rasped, "Help me up." But Choi Sang-jin gave him no reply. The smile on Jin Taesung's face faltered. "What? Are you deaf?" he snapped, trying to sound in control. "I said pick me up." Still, Choi Sang-jin didn't move or answer. Choi Sang-jin only stood there, his eyes empty on the surface, yet filled with something dark and violent gathering underneath. Jin Taesung's patience finally broke. "You're seriously going to walk away after everything I did for you?" he barked. Once again, only silence answered him. Then Choi Sang-jin's hand began to move, slowly and with chilling purpose. Jin Taesung sneered up at him. "What? You trying to scare me now? Don't make me." But the rest of his threat died before it could leave his mouth. Choi Sang-jin's fingers curled around a knife lying on the ground. A cold shiver ran through Jin Taesung's spine as the blade caught the faint light, gleaming with a cruel, silent edge, and those eyes staring down at him were no longer the eyes of the person he thought he knew. Even then, Jin Taesung forced a smirk toward the boss, pretending he still had control of the situation. Choi Sang-jin remained wordless, his stare fixed tightly on his target. And when Jin Taesung tried to turn away, Choi Sang-jin moved after him, quiet and steady, closing the distance step by step. Jin Taesung frowned, irritation mixing with unease. "What's your problem?" But by the time the words left his mouth, it was already too late. A hand shot out, seized his collar, and yanked him forward with sudden force. Jin Taesung's instincts reacted at once, and he caught Choi Sang-jin's wrist before he could be pulled any closer. "What the hell are you doing?" Jin Taesung growled. Choi Sang-jin's voice came out low and steady. "Now I see it." Jin Taesung's eyes widened as the pressure on his wrist sank in. When had Choi Sang-jin become this strong? Choi Sang-jin dragged him in closer, his face unreadable and cold. "I should have done this a long time ago." Jin Taesung snapped back immediately, panic starting to crack through his anger. "What are you talking about? Let me go." But Choi Sang-jin's grip only clamped down harder. Then came the pain. A sharp, blinding stab drove in beneath Jin Taesung's ribs, stealing the air from his lungs. His hand shook violently as he reached toward his headphones, fingers trembling as if they could barely obey him. A growl crawled out of his throat, but even his voice was shaking now. The headphones slipped from Jin Taesung's grasp and dropped to the floor with a dull clatter. Through the silence that followed, Choi Sang-jin's voice cut in like ice. You told me to know my place, now it's your turn. Jin Taesung's body began to tremble. Choi Sangjin glared down at him, every word heavy with years of buried resentment. You thought you were untouchable? All you ever did was hide behind your father and use him to humiliate me? A bitter laugh slipped from Choi Sangjin's mouth, rough and hollow, as if even he couldn't believe how long he had endured it. The bloodied knife slid from his fingers and struck the ground, landing beside him with a small, lifeless sound. Then everything seemed to pause for a heartbeat. Almost as if his own thoughts had struck him harder than any enemy could. Choi Sangjin dropped to his knees and grabbed at his face. Get it together, he muttered to himself. This is nothing, he whispered, forcing himself to breathe. You've already faced worse than this. Around him, the shattered runes left behind by the dead began to glow faintly, their dim light flickering across the broken ground. Choi Sangjin pushed himself back to his feet. Nearby, the boss trembled and stretched out a pleading hand. Wait, we can talk. Spare me and we'll work together. Choi Sangjin did not even spare him a glance. Instead, his eyes shifted toward the fallen man lying beside him, the one who had followed him through everything up to this point. And in that instant, the pieces finally clicked into place. Kang Hansu hadn't stayed behind because he was afraid. He had known this would happen. The wounded man weakly reached out, his voice trembling as he tried to speak. Choi Sangjin scoffed, his expression twisting with disgust. Pathetic. If you'd had the courage to stand with me when it actually mattered, instead of hiding behind your fear, maybe things could have been different. His voice faded into the air, carrying the last traces of what they used to be. Can I still stay by your side? Choi Sangjin's hand tightened around Jin Taesung's runes. If only he had been stronger, the hero would not have turned his back on him. That truth had always been there, unchanged and impossible to escape. His mind drifted back to the old days at school, to those hallways that had felt less like a place to learn and more like a battlefield. Every passing glance had been a warning, every step a reminder to shrink himself down. Stay small, stay quiet, all because of one person. But that was over now. This time, Choi Sangjin would rise. Choi Sangjin's eyes burned with a hard, unshakable resolve. If growing stronger meant becoming more like Kang Hansu, and if that meant using others beneath him as stepping stones, then he would accept that path without looking back. So he walked forward, leaving a dark trail of blood behind him with every step. In a voice barely louder than a breath, he whispered, "One day he'll look at me differently." High above the broken skyline, twisted mutated birds circled through the air, their warped wings cutting across the ruined sky as their cries echoed over the shattered city. Then one of them let out a piercing shriek, a brutal cry so sharp it tore straight through the silence. Down below, far beneath that circling shadow, Yu Mi-hee planted her feet firmly on the ground. She steadied herself, pulled in a deep breath, and braced her whole body. Then she unleashed a roar so powerful it seemed to shake the world around her, the force of it bursting outward like a wave. The air warped and rippled from the impact, and for a moment, it felt as if the very sky had come crashing down. One after another, the flying creatures lost their strength midair and plunged helplessly to the ground, their bodies hitting the earth without life. But then, through the fading silence, came the sudden rustle of wings. One lone bird had survived, faster and more vicious than the rest, and it shot downward in a straight dive toward Yu Mi-hee. Before she could even react, a flash of steel sliced across her vision. A blade tore through the air and split the charging creature cleanly in two. Kang Hansu stepped forward from beside her, wearing a faint, slightly awkward smile. Only then did Mi-hee let out the breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "I guess I still need your help after all," she said softly, her voice carrying a small mix of relief and embarrassment. Hansu handed her a rune, his expression calm but his tone leaving no room for argument. "Being independent doesn't mean you handle everything by yourself. When there are gaps in what you can do, you rely on your comrades. That's why they're beside you." He glanced toward her, then added in that steady voice of his, "Focus on understanding what you're good at, and just as importantly, where your limits are." Yu Mi-hee gave a faint smile at that. Even now, Kang Hansu was as careful and exact as ever when it came to sharing out resources and planning for what came next. She pushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear and suddenly realized that 2 full days had already passed since they first arrived in this place. Her eyes shifted toward her status window. What if she bought mana and stamina recovery skills from him? The thought rose quietly in her mind. Without those skills, keeping up with Kang Hansu's pace would be nearly impossible. And yet, even knowing that, the idea of depending on him again made her hesitate. A small sigh slipped from her lips as she turned her attention back to her stats, trying to steady her thoughts. At the same time, Kang Hansu checked his own status window, his eyes moving across the numbers, with every attribute sitting in perfect balance at 42. He scratched the back of his neck, thinking it over calmly. Balance growth was the safest route right now. There was no need to trade away runes, especially when Maihi still lacked both strength and stamina. And a sharp voice suddenly cut through the still air. Survivors, return to the starting point immediately. Those who arrive late will be punished. Kang Hansu's expression darkened at once. Being ordered around like that clearly didn't sit well with him. Beside him, Mihi shifted uneasily, unsure of what to do. Hansu turned to her and spoke without hesitation. "Let's go." The two of them made their way through the ruined streets, their boots crunching over scattered debris with every step. As they walked, Mihi kept stealing quick, hesitant glances at Hansu. Each time her eyes drifted toward him, her heart seemed to beat a little faster. Eventually, Hansu noticed her staring. He turned his head slightly, one eyebrow raised. "What's with that look?" Mihi hesitated, her lips parting as if she were about to speak, then closing again. After drawing in a deep breath, she finally asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Hansu froze for just a moment, and a strained, nervous smile tugged faintly at his mouth. Mihi regretted the question almost the instant it left her lips. Why had she asked something like that now, of all times? It wasn't the right place, and it definitely wasn't the right moment. But there was something about the way he carried himself that kept pulling her attention back to him. Hansu lowered his gaze, and the look on his face tightened as if some distant shadow had passed over him. Mihi clenched her trembling fists. That question hadn't even been what she truly wanted to ask. Beside her, Kang Hansu noticed the nervousness she was trying so hard to hide. She was anxious, but she was also trying to be sincere. For a brief moment he thought of Kang Tae. That man probably would have laughed at a question like this and teased her without mercy. A memory flickered through his mind. Kang Tae's awkward grin, Keldian's disapproving stare, and Ires Valentine's exhausted sigh. Those days felt incredibly far away now. Back then, Mihi could barely bring herself to speak at all. Now, she opened her mouth again, clearly wanting to say something more honest, something that truly mattered. The words never came out. Instead, she lowered her head and fell quiet, letting the moment slip past her. Kang Hansu finally answered, his voice steady but touched with a faint trace of nostalgia. He spoke of the person he loved, someone he had not even met yet in this life. Even so, he could not afford to lose her again. Mihi blinked in confusion. "I don't remember that," she said slowly. Hansu gave no answer. He simply kept walking forward, and Mihi followed beside him in silence. Before long, they arrived at a parking lot where a crowd of survivors had already gathered together. Mihi looked over the crowd carefully, her eyes moving from face to face. Some of them were familiar, while others looked so worn down and changed that they were barely recognizable. But the moment she took in the atmosphere around them, something felt wrong. Above the gathered survivors, the assistant fairy hovered with a bright, cheerful smile. "Is everyone here?" he chimed, his voice almost playful. Nearby, a devil stretched his arms lazily and let out a bored sigh. "What a shame we got here too early." Without wasting another moment, the assistant fairy stepped forward, his voice crisp, mocking, and far too pleased. "I bring you 2 pieces of good news, dear travelers." The crowd immediately stiffened, coming from him. Even something called good news sounded like a threat. The assistant fairy lifted one finger into the air and closed his eyes, looking as if he were savoring every second, before revealing the next cruel rule. "First," he announced, "survive for 72 more hours, and you'll finally earn your freedom." The assistant fairy's face brightened as if he had just offered them the greatest gift in the world. "Isn't that wonderful?" he sang cheerfully. But not a single person in the crowd dared to cheer. Every survivor stood pale and rigid, their lips pressed tight, their breathing shallow as fear crawled across their faces. The devil frowned at the lack of reaction, looking almost offended. "What's wrong?" he asked, tilting his head. "Not excited?" After a tense pause, a few people forced themselves to clap. The sound was weak and uneven, trembling through the silence like they were applauding their own death sentence. The assistant fairy's grin stretched wider. "That's better. I do love a crowd that knows how to appreciate good news." Then he snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. "Now then, let's welcome tonight's main event." The ground suddenly began to rumble beneath their feet. Tiny pebbles jumped and scattered across the pavement as the air around them grew thick and suffocating. From the center of the ruined area, an enormous altar slowly forced its way upward, its dark, massive shape rising higher and higher until it seemed to swallow the broken horizon behind it. Mihi instinctively stepped back, her eyes widening as she stared up at the monstrous structure. "What is that?" she whispered. Almost immediately, a deep growl rumbled from somewhere inside, low enough to vibrate through the ground. The iron bars shuddered violently as a colossal claw slammed against them, the impact bending the metal as if it were nothing. The assistant fairy beamed down at them, delighted by their terror. "Our adorable little guest is just dying to meet all of you." The devil spread his wings with dramatic flair as if presenting a grand performance. "Behold," he declared. "Do you see it?" Behind him, a gigantic eye opened in the darkness, blood-red and unblinking, filled with a raw, starving hunger. The assistant fairy chuckled softly. "This beauty here is a carnivorous beast." A wave of gasps swept through the survivors. The assistant fairy leaned forward with a sweet, poisonous smile. "We even skipped its meal today. Just for you." A heavy hush dropped over the parking lot. Every survivor felt the same cold dread crawling up their spine as the altar shook again, even harder than before. The devil slapped a hand against the barrier and grinned at them. "It looks strong, doesn't it? But I assure you that cage is not." Then the beast roared, a brutal sound so raw it seemed to rattle their bones. It bared its fangs and strained against the cage, while the assistant fairy tilted his head with a smile, as casually as if he were asking a simple question. "So tell me," he said softly, "when it finally breaks free, how many of you do you think will still be alive?" No one answered. The silence held for a moment, and then, from somewhere inside the terrified crowd, a trembling voice barely managed to whisper, "Do we have to fight that thing?" The assistant fairy turned toward the sound and spoke smoothly. "Let's not rush ahead now, after all. There's still one more piece of good news." The devil lazily lay back on a pillow and said, "There is a way to make it fall asleep. If you manage that, it won't even try to break out." The assistant fairy blew a playful kiss toward the crowd and teased, anyone want to guess how? But silence swallowed the parking lot, and the survivors only stared back with stiff, hardened faces. The devil tossed the pillow aside in annoyance. "You're all such boring actors," he complained, clearly disappointed by their lack of reaction. The assistant fairy continued as if nothing had happened. "The method is very simple." The devil's smile thinned as he gave the answer plainly. "Feed the monster 5 people a day." Mihi's gaze shifted away. Her face tightening, the assistant fairy cheerfully laid out the numbers. "That makes 3 feedings over the next 72 hours. Kang Hansu calculated it almost instantly. A little over 60 people were still alive, which meant nearly 1/4 of them would have to be sacrificed just to keep the beast asleep. The assistant fairy snapped his fingers again, smiling as if he had generously handed them control. "The choice is yours." Then, before anyone could argue, he played a recording to crush whatever hope of debate remained. A system window appeared, and footage began filling the screen. On the screen, a gigantic creature stormed through a city, trampling buildings beneath its feet as its eyes burned like hot coals. Screams rang out while people scattered and tried desperately to run. But one man was snatched up, lifted helplessly into the air, and hurled straight into the beast's open mouth. The devil leaned back with his hands behind his head and explained that the footage came from another training area, one where the survivors had chosen to fight instead. Their fate, he said, should have been obvious. Arguments immediately broke out among the gathered survivors. Kang Hansu looked around as frightened voices rose over one another, while the assistant fairy let out a sigh and stated what everyone already feared. Fighting the beast was nothing but a joke with a terrible ending. Then a man wearing a red cap slowly raised his hand from within the crowd. His voice trembled as he asked the question no one wanted to say out loud. How were they supposed to choose who would be sacrificed? "Why are you asking me?" the assistant fairy replied lightly, watching with amusement as the man flinched back. The devil answered in his place. "That part is up to you. You can force people to go, or you can leave it up to chance. Either way," he added with a careless shrug, "as long as the victims are still breathing when they're fed to it, the beast will accept them." The assistant fairy spread his arms wide. "You have 1 hour," he announced. "Decide on the 5 and you'll be safe for the next 24 hours. After that, you'll get another hour to choose the next 5. A bright timer appeared on the system window and immediately began counting down. Inside the cage, the beast remained still, watching them with hungry eyes, while the survivors stood frozen in place. The weight of that choice pressed down over everyone, heavy enough to make the air feel hard to breathe. He turned toward Kang Hansu, her voice low and uncertain. "Which choice do you think is better?" He closed his eyes for a moment, as if the answer was already too clear. "Does it even matter?" he said quietly. "The outcome has already been decided." The man in the red cap spoke up once more, forcing his voice to carry through the tense crowd. "Then let's at least be fair about it. We should draw lots to choose the first 5. A cold voice scoffed from the crowd. "And why should we do that?" Every head turned toward the one who had spoken, and fear spread through the survivors almost instantly. Mihi's mouth opened slightly, her expression stiffening as she recognized the voice. Choi Sangjin stood there and asked in a quiet, chilling tone, "Why bother being fair?" Choi Sangjin stepped forward, his gaze slowly sweeping across the frightened crowd. "Do we even have a reason to be fair?" he asked, his quiet voice cutting through the panic. The man in the hat folded his arms across his chest, trying to hold his ground. "Then what exactly is your plan?" You can't just shoot down someone else's idea without giving us something better. Choi Sangjin turned his head slightly, as if the answer should have been obvious. To him, the most practical method had already been laid out. Just as Choi Sangjin placed his hand against a nearby pole, the metal snapped apart under the pressure. Traffic light attached to it came crashing down with a deafening clang, and the sound sent a fresh wave of fear rolling through the survivors. Someone in the group slowly raised a hand and spoke up. "We should start with the useless ones first." As he said it, his eyes moved across the crowd, searching for people who might be easy to offer up. The moment they noticed his gaze, several survivors instinctively stepped back. Mi-hee stared at her former ally, her expression tightening as she saw what Choi Sangjin had become. Choi Sangjin noticed every eye shifting toward him. For the first time, he could feel it clearly. He had power now, and everyone was listening. Spreading his arms, Choi Sangjin warned them that they had no time to waste. Another 100 people had already vanished, and the ones who had gone ahead were far beyond their reach. Trying to hunt them down one by one was impossible. Kang Han-soo crossed his arms and turned his gaze toward the burning altar in the distance, watching the situation unfold without moving. Choi Sangjin stepped forward again and spoke firmly. "We need to stay together. If we end up having to fight that monster, we'll need every advantage we can gather." But another survivor scoffed and pointed toward a weaker man nearby. "Then we shouldn't waste resources on dead weight." Choi Sangjin frowned at that, as if the logic was painfully simple. "Isn't it only natural to send the weakest ones into the beast's mouth first?" Kang Han-soo raised his eyes as the crowd began turning toward him, silently waiting to hear what he thought. For a moment, Kang Han-soo and Choi Sangjin faced each other across the tense crowd. The air between them felt heavy. Choi Sangjin thought back on everything that had happened, on the person he used to be, and understood that he was no longer the same as before. Looking at his former comrade, Choi Sangjin decided he did not want to make an enemy out of him here. If he truly wanted a new beginning, then what he needed most was an ally. A faint smirk crossed his face, because deep down, he still trusted Kang Han-soo's judgment. He had always believed that Han-soo chose his path well. Kang Han-soo raised one hand, drawing the crowd's attention. "That method isn't completely wrong," he said, "but I have a better idea." He brushed his chin thoughtfully before continuing. "If we go with my plan, no one has to be sacrificed." A stunned silence spread through the survivors. Then someone blurted out in disbelief. "What?" The man in the hat narrowed his eyes at Kang Han-soo. "Are you saying all of us should fight that thing together?" The recording had already shown them what that choice led to. Fighting the beast head-on was practically a death sentence, and since the monster grew stronger with every victim, simply outnumbering it would never be enough. Kang Han-soo shook his head. "I never said we were going to fight it together." The survivor's expression darkened even more. "Then what are you suggesting?" Kang Han-soo answered with a faint smile, as if the solution were obvious. "Simple. I'll fight it alone." A shocked hush fell over the crowd, and several mouths opened without a single word coming out. Dozens of tense faces stared at Kang Han-soo, unable to tell whether he was serious or insane. The fat man threw both hands into the air in frustration. "What kind of nonsense is this? That thing isn't just some goblin horde." Pointing sharply at Kang Han-soo, he reminded everyone that their time was still running out. The blue system window glowed above them, its countdown continuing without mercy. 49 minutes remained, as the others argued. Choi Sangjin clenched his fist and glanced toward Kang Han-soo. Had his former comrade really become strong enough to face a monster like that alone? The survivor stared at Kang Han-soo, waiting for him to explain himself. Han-soo spoke calmly. "I do want to fight it, but right now it's not that simple." Choi Sangjin's expression shifted at those words. Even someone like Kang Han-soo needed help for this. "Then let's do it together," he said. "The strongest among us should step forward and fight." Kang Han-soo lifted a hand to stop the discussion from rushing ahead. "At least let me finish first." He paused for a moment, sorting the plan in his head. The survivor frowned and asked, "Fine, then what's your plan?" Mi-hee glanced toward Kang Han-soo, her eyes lingering on him with quiet worry. For a brief moment, she wondered if she would be included in whatever he was about to propose. But in truth, she already knew the answer. There was no chance. Kang Han-soo finally spoke. "If I raise my strength and endurance by 30 points, I can take that thing down one-on-one." Murmurs immediately spread through the crowd. Some people looked startled, while others clearly doubted him. Then Kang Han-soo laid out his offer. "Give me your stat-boosting runes," he said, "and I promise I'll destroy the monster." From the direction of the altar, the creature stirred in its cage and slowly parted its enormous jaws. Kang Han-soo rested his hands on his belt and waited. The travelers hesitated, unwilling to move first. He needed 60 runes in total, but the real question was, who would actually surrender theirs? Kang Han-soo remained certain. If he used his items properly and pushed his stats to the limit, he could do it. A pack of cigarettes sat in his breast pocket, a quiet reminder of past battles. More importantly, he knew the monster's weaknesses, and if he succeeded, he would be able to claim the second hidden treasure. Even seasoned warriors had failed to obtain that prize before. The treasure itself was the true reward waiting beyond this trial, and this time Kang Han-soo vowed to move faster and become stronger than before. I don't care who hands over the runes. Just give me what I need. Then I'll head straight to the altar, he said. The timer kept ticking down, cold and merciless. 41 minutes remained. The fat man scowled and cut in. Hold on a second. If these weaklings have that many runes, then why aren't they any stronger? The survivor spread his arms as if that settled everything. Then let's decide it now. Everyone hand over your runes. If we can't agree on that, we'll draw lots. The tension in the crowd grew even heavier. Someone muttered, "Selfish bastard," under their breath. Then a man stepped forward with a hardened voice. Why should we just hand over our runes to you? If we're starting with the weakest, then you should be the first one thrown in. A woman moved closer, her eyes calmly measuring the distance between those with power and those without it. Or is this just because you barely have any runes yourself? She asked, her words cutting straight into him. That single question struck like a blade, sharp enough to make the air around them freeze. The man clenched his teeth, his face twisting with anger and humiliation. How dare you speak to me like that? The woman quietly rested her hand on the knife at her side. Careful, she warned, her voice low and cold. Push me again and I'll break every bone in your body before I throw you into that altar myself. The survivor went completely still, one trembling hand lifting to cover his face as fear finally broke through his pride. Reality settled over him all at once. In the end, everything here came down to strength. His voice cracked as he stammered. Well, we should respect our elders. Isn't this supposed to be a democracy? The woman's lips curved into a sharp little smirk. A democracy? She repeated. Then let's vote. Her voice turned even colder. Hand over the runes and live, or refuse and get eaten. Those words shot through the group like lightning. The thought of a vote where everyone could hide behind the crowd made the survivors flinch. Their eyes darted from person to person as fear spread faster than reason. The fat man stiffened, his voice shaking as he forced out, "He's right. You could just take the runes by force." Then another survivor added in a chilling tone, "Killing the strong ones would make it even easier." With that, the tension finally snapped. Someone's fist flew through the air and smashed across the man's face. The man in the hat grabbed him by the collar and shouted right in his face, "Are you trying to die right now?" The fat man quickly lifted both shaking hands in surrender. "Please," he begged, his voice breaking. "I have a family waiting for me." But it was already too late. The crowd's mood had turned ugly, and voices began rising from every direction. "Throw him in. Feed him to the beast." Kang Han-soo glanced at the timer. 32 minutes remained. He let out a slow breath and stepped forward. The situation had already collapsed into chaos. The travelers were no longer thinking clearly, and now they were beginning to turn on each other. If no one put a stop to it, they would tear themselves apart before the hour was even over. Kang Han-soo raised one hand. Enough. His voice wasn't loud, but the shouting began to die almost immediately. Dozens of frightened eyes turned toward him. Kang Han-soo spoke calmly, his words slicing through the leftover noise. "Listen carefully. You have 5 choices. Each one will decide how the rest of this week goes." He pointed toward the crowd and began laying them out one by one, going through each possible method with cold precision, each option sounding more desperate than the last. The fat man's jaw fell open. "You can't be serious." The man in the hat went pale as well. "You're saying we should actually sacrifice people to that thing?" Parents instinctively pulled their children closer, shielding them with their bodies. Somewhere in the crowd, someone shouted, "Are we really going to throw away this whole week like it means nothing?" In the corner, a young man watched the fear spreading around him and let a faint smirk cross his face. The timer flashed again above them. 30 minutes remained. Yu Mi-hee stood before the altar, her fists clenched tightly at her sides as the pressure of the moment closed in around her. Behind her, a man sneered. "If you're going to act like that," he said, his voice dripping with mockery, "you might as well join me." Choi Sang-jin walked up beside her and spoke quietly. "This might be your chance. You could get closer to him." Mi-hee immediately shot him a sharp look. "You still don't understand, do you?" she said. "You have no idea what Kang Han-soo is really like." Choi Sang-jin looked away, pressing his lips into a thin line as her words landed heavier than he expected. Behind them, a woman raised her hand. "I want to go with him too." Yu Mi-hee let out a soft, almost helpless chuckle. "You can't just tag along and hide behind him forever," Mi-hee said, her voice gentle but firm. The survivor turned toward her and asked, "Then what are you going to do now?" Yu Mi-hee stepped forward, her voice steady with a resolve that hadn't been there before. She wasn't going to stand around anymore, waiting for someone else to decide her path. Facing the crowd, she spoke clearly. If I do nothing, then all I'll earn is your scorn. And if that happens, I'll be no different from the rest of you. Kang Hansu's gaze swept across the group. While all of you are standing here arguing, he said, other people are already out there facing real challenges. What exactly are you doing? The survivors looked up at him uneasily, unable to meet his eyes for long. Kang Hansu continued, his tone hard and direct. It doesn't matter how hopeless things look. What matters is understanding the price behind every choice you make. The leaders didn't abandon you just because you were weak. They left because they couldn't afford to drag you along. Do you honestly think someone would take care of you here? No one answered. One by one, their eyes dropped toward the ground. If you want to survive, he said, folding his arms, then each of you needs to claim 2 runes. Hunt them down over the next 3 days, and pay what you owe. Then Kang Hansu smiled, sharp and knowing. And if anyone tries to run away without paying, they'll regret it. Yu Mi-hee turned away quietly. He always keeps his word, she said under her breath. He doesn't need me watching over him. Even so, a spark of determination flickered in her eyes. If she wanted to catch up to him, she needed to start moving faster. Choi Sang-jin stepped a little closer to her. You could join us instead. My team would be glad to have you, he added, his voice quieter than before. Mi-hee hesitated for a moment, then gave him a soft smile. Thanks. I'll give you my answer later. As Mi-hee walked away, Choi Sang-jin remained where he was and watched her back grow farther from him. He didn't need any proof or explanation. Just by looking at her, he could tell she had become stronger. Her hair lifted in the wind, catching the movement of the air as she kept walking forward. Choi Sang-jin clenched his fist. What he had right now still wasn't enough. He had to become stronger than this. Sang-jin narrowed his eyes, the frustration in his chest hardening into resolve, and silently swore that he would prove his worth no matter what. Before he could move on, a sharp voice cut through the air. You, it called out directly, leaving no room for misunderstanding. We need to talk. Sang-jin turned toward the sound and found an unfamiliar woman pointing straight at him, her lips curled with the faintest smirk, as if she had already decided how this conversation would go. Sang-jin kept his guard up, his eyes fixed on her as he asked in a cautious tone, "What do you want?" Just then, a hand dropped lightly onto Sang-jin's shoulder, and another man stepped into the conversation with an easygoing smile. Don't mind her, he said. She's just terrible at introducing herself properly. The man offered his hand first, making the awkward moment a little less tense. Park Soo-yeol, he said casually. Nice to meet you. A man wearing a formal jacket then gestured toward a nearby gathering, his expression turning more serious. The leaders from both sides are about to meet over there. You should come with us. Sang-jin blinked, caught off guard by the words. Leaders? He repeated, pointing slightly at himself. Are you talking about me? Sang-jin took Park Soo-yeol's hand, though the handshake came out stiff and uncertain. They're not exactly following me, he said. We just happened to move together. Park Soo-yeol laughed, as if that answer proved his point. That's what leadership is. Then Park Soo-yeol leaned in a little, lowering his voice so only Sang-jin could clearly hear him. You know Hansu, don't you? Let's talk about him for a moment. Sang-jin gave a small nod, his expression settling as he answered without hesitation. Sure. Go ahead. Deep inside the altar, a purple portal suddenly pulsed into existence, its light rippling through the darkness like something alive. At the base of the portal, a dispenser sat in silence, giving off a faint glow. Ordinary goblin poison would be useless in a place like this. Against a carnivorous beast, that kind of trick would never be enough. Hansu tightened his grip around the sword hilt, feeling the weight of the choice in his hand. Paralyzing poison was the only method left that had even the slightest chance of working. He slid the rosary over his wrist, preparing himself for the fight waiting below. The item could restore stamina and raise his strength, making it an incredibly useful treasure, even if claiming it meant walking straight into danger. Without wasting another second, Hansu tossed it into his mouth. In a battle like this, even the smallest advantage could decide whether he survived or died. As Hansu made his way down the stairs, his mind began calculating every possible outcome, weighing his chances with cold precision. The odds were far from comforting, but turning back was no longer an option. He still lacked the raw power to face this monster head-on, at least for now. Below him, the creature breathed out, and a heavy mist spilled from between its jaws. Hansu reached into his pocket and drew out a familiar pack of cigarettes, the motion almost nostalgic. Cloud snacks, he muttered quietly, as if greeting an old companion. He placed one between his lips, letting the faint smell of tobacco drift into his senses before the battle fully swallowed him. It had been a long time since Hansu had felt the need to rely on one of these. After that brief pause, he tucked the pack back into his jacket, keeping his movement steady and controlled. Then Hansu exhaled slowly. the smoke leaving his mouth in a thin stream, hoping that just this once, the decision he had made would turn out to be the right one. A sudden rush of energy exploded around his body, bright, sharp, and fierce enough to cut through the dim air of the altar. Hansu lowered his gaze and looked at the rune beginning to take shape in the center of his palm. At last, he had found something perfectly suited for this brutal world. The dull gray stone in his hand began to shimmer, its surface shifting from one color to the next. Red appeared first, then orange followed, then yellow, until the rune burned in his palm like a tiny sun. A colorless rune had pushed beyond its limit, forcing its stats past 100. A window flashed before him. Cloud snacks. All stats increased by 20%. The words vanished soon after, but Hansu understood exactly what they meant. Once runes passed the 100-point mark, every single level created a wider gap, and in this world, that gap could be the line between living and dying. From within the darkness, the monster's eyes slowly flickered open. This was not one of the simple beasts from the early trials. It was a carnivorous predator, cruel, intelligent, and fully aware of the prey standing before it. Only a colorless rune would give Hansu enough power to bring it down. Hansu stepped forward, his thoughts moving quickly. If he had the essence of a troll, this fight would already be finished. And if he truly obtained something like that, even a berserker king could lose control under its power. Then Hansu came to a stop. There had only ever been one man, just one, who had managed to claim that hidden treasure. A spark of lightning flashed through his eye. In this cursed world, the rule was painfully simple. The harsher the trial, the greater the reward waiting beyond it. The monster began to stir, its enormous muscles tightening beneath its hide like coiled ropes. Slowly, it turned its head, sensing Hansu's presence. Hansu lifted his sword without a trace of hesitation. There was no more time to think. No path left behind him. He charged straight in. The ground shook under the monster's weight as it moved forward to meet him, closing the distance with terrifying force. Above them, massive shapes circled through the air, watching from overhead like silent witnesses. But the creature in front of Hansu was different from the rest. This monster possessed not just one, but two racial skills. The carnivorous beast brought its hand down with brutal force, and the single strike split the ground open beneath it. Hansu did not flinch. His stance stayed firm, and his eyes remained locked on the monster without drifting for even a second. The creature's gaze snapped onto him in return, its attention fixing on Hansu with predatory focus. A wave of dark pressure then rolled outward from its body, pressing through the altar like invisible weight. That was its first skill. Intimidation. Hansu braced himself against the pressure, raising his sword as his body prepared for the next attack. The monster lunged at him, its claws ripping through the air with enough force to tear apart anything caught in their path. At the very last possible moment, Hansu shifted to the side, slipping past the attack by a narrow margin as the impact smashed into the floor behind him and shook the entire area. He knew exactly what that skill was meant to do. Intimidation would freeze its target with fear, turning them into helpless prey. Once they were paralyzed, the beast would use carnivory to swallow them whole and recover its stamina. Hansu straightened up with the cigarette still resting between his lips, then lit another one with unnerving calm. The flame flared for a moment before fading back down. A faint smirk crossed his face. Some habits really never disappeared. In a strange way, Hansu felt relieved. His strength had not dulled. The monster's tongue suddenly lashed out as it screamed. The scream tore through the altar and echoed across the walls. But Hansu recognized the rhythm behind its movements. After carnivory, the creature would unleash its next skill, blood-drinking swamp, a technique meant to drain its prey completely dry. Its crimson eyes burned brighter. Those red eyes locked onto Hansu with murderous intent. This was the moment everything came down to one final exchange. One of them was not leaving this place alive. Hansu moved first. His body shot forward in a blur, slipping past the strike by mere inches. A heartbeat later, the spot where he had been standing cracked apart under the force of the monster's attack. Blindly throwing himself at the beast would only get him torn apart. Hansu needed restraint now, not recklessness. He had to keep the monster under control and drag its movements down little by little. As Hansu stopped and turned back toward it, streaks of lightning crawled across the beast's hide, flashing over its skin like veins of white fire. The creature hurled itself at him again, its claws ripping through the air with a sharp, deadly sweep. Hansu twisted his body out of the way and tightened both hands around his sword. Wild swings would never be enough against something like this. He had to strike the nerves, ruin the joints, and let the poison seep into the blood flow. Then, in one clean and decisive motion, his sword cut through the air with a bright flash. The blade drove straight into the monster's arm, finding the exact point Hansu had been aiming for. A violent spark of lightning burst from the edge of the sword, crackling through the wound the moment steel met flesh. The beast let out a furious roar, thrashing its massive body from side to side as black smoke curled up from the pierced flesh. Hansu drove his sword into the ground and used it to steady his body, planting himself firmly amid the shaking stone. 12 minutes. That was the time he had to survive before the poison fully took effect. A blinding burst of light swept across the altar as the creature swung at him once more, filling the space with violent force. Hansu kicked off the ground and leapt backward in a sharp retreat. His boots scraped across the broken stone as he landed, and dust erupted around his feet in a thick, choking cloud. The beast snarled from the haze, its mouth pulling back in a vicious animal-like rage. Its eyes had gone wild and unfocused, burning with raw fury as it searched for another opening. Hansu calmly lit another cigarette, raised it to his lips, and took a slow drag as if he had all the time in the world. The monster charged again. At the same time, its intimidation skill burst outward in another heavy pulse. The air itself trembled under the pressure, pressing down like an invisible weight against someone weaker. That wave of fear would have ended the fight instantly. But Hansu's will did not bend. His immunity dulled the force of the skill, keeping his body steady. He simply breathed out a narrow stream of smoke. Compared to what's waiting ahead, Hansu muttered, his voice low and almost dismissive, "You're nothing." He flicked the cigarette away and slipped aside from another crushing strike. Every step he took was exact, every dodge clean, every movement flowing as naturally as breathing. Years of endless combat had sharpened his reactions until he no longer needed to think before moving. A faint smirk touched his face as Kang Tae's words crossed his mind. Anticipation is survival. As Hansu reached for another cigarette, he almost laughed under his breath. By now, the beast's movements had become readable. The creature twisted suddenly, its gaze snapping toward Hansu's flank. Hansu followed that line of sight at once, reading the attack from the monster's eyes before its body even moved. His boosted stats surged through him together. Speed, strength, and endurance all moving in perfect harmony. Choosing to fight inside the altar had been the right decision. In this wide space, he could move without being trapped. Here, he could buy himself time, and he still had snacks. Far above the battlefield, a figure crouched on top of a tower, watching the fight unfold. The woman's eyes gleamed with disbelief. "He's really handling that thing alone?" she whispered. Beside her, Park Seo let out a quiet chuckle. Either he's completely insane, or he knows exactly what he's doing. Below them, Sangjin stood a short distance away from the others, arms crossed as he stared toward the altar. Around him, the survivors murmured among themselves, their voices thick with envy, suspicion, and unease. "He took our runes on purpose," one of them whispered. "He didn't even need them. He just didn't care," another muttered. Sangjin glanced toward the glow rising from the altar and cut through the noise. "Enough talk," he said, turning toward the stairs. "You all remember why we came here." They were just about to move when a voice suddenly rang out from above. A boy cupped both hands around his mouth and shouted down with all his strength, "We're here to help." Hansu stopped in the middle of his movement. He turned his head slightly, eyes narrowing as the unexpected voice echoed through the chamber. The survivor below waved his arms in a frantic rush. "Wait, we're coming down." The group leader's expression tightened as he frowned. "What's going on?" He hissed under his breath and placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, stopping him fast. "Keep your voice down. One wrong sound and that thing will notice us." Sangjin, however, did not look convinced. "He needs to know we're here." Park Seo spread his arms in disbelief. "If he knows, then the beast knows too," he snapped. The younger survivor froze, then awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Right. I didn't think about that." The older man let out a tired sigh and shook his head. "Of course you didn't. Next time, don't shout, idiot." The boy glanced back at them, his face turning sheepish as the mistake finally sank in. "Sorry," he muttered weakly. From far below, Hansu caught the entire exchange. He could not help himself. A quiet chuckle slipped from his lips, low and amused, drifting upward through the air like a faint whisper and making the group above stiffen in unease. The leader's face hardened. They could not afford careless mistakes now, not in a place like this. Still, for the moment, nothing immediately came for them. The staircase curved downward in a long spiral, leading deeper and deeper into the altar's dark interior. From below, the sounds of another fierce battle continued to echo through the shadows. As they descended, Park Seo muttered under his breath, "Once that beast is finished, we deal with the boy. When the adrenaline wears off, he won't even notice us coming." But the longer Park Seo watched Hansu fight, the more that confidence began to waver. That man was dangerous in a way he had not expected. At the very center of the altar, Hansu moved with cold precision, almost like a machine. Every attack was sharp, and every motion had purpose behind it. To the guild leader watching from above, Hansu barely looked human anymore. He seemed like something else entirely, a predator that only became calm once the hunt began. A bead of sweat slid down Park Soo-yeol's cheek as an old memory rose in his mind. That night, Han-soo had cut through an entire mob all by himself. He had not hesitated for even a breath. He had not faltered, and he had not slowed down. What made it even worse was the look on Han-soo's face. He did not seem afraid at all. If anything, he looked like he was enjoying the fight. Park Soo-yeol clenched his teeth until his jaw tightened. He could not let someone like Han-soo keep growing at that speed. If Han-soo continued to climb higher like this, eventually he would crush everyone beneath him, Park Soo-yeol included. He turned his head toward one of his allies, keeping his voice low and controlled as he gave the order. Go check below. See how the fight is going down on the altar floor. The battle had already begun to shift. The carnivorous beast was no longer moving as sharply as before, its steps growing uneven while the poison spread through its body at a frightening pace. From the staircase, Sang-jin leaned over the broken edge and stared down with widened eyes. He's actually winning, he muttered, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Then, without warning, the corner of his mouth slowly lifted into a grin. The woman beside him noticed it at once and frowned, unsettled by the sudden change. What's with that look? Why did he suddenly go quiet like that? But before anyone there could answer her question or even make sense of Sang-jin's expression, a roar ripped through the chamber with enough force to shake their bones. The ground burst open beneath them, and the staircase began to tremble violently. A blinding wave of light swallowed the upper levels in an instant. With a deafening boom, the entire structure split apart, sending shattered stone and broken debris flying in every direction. The woman was thrown into the air, screaming in panic. What the hell? They slammed down hard, crashing among broken stone and twisted metal as fragments continued to rain around them, coughing through the dust. She forced herself to push up from the ground, her ears ringing from the impact. Then the truth hit her all at once. Their hiding place was gone. The monster had found them. The beast released another deep, guttural snarl and whipped its tail across the ground with terrifying force. Deep cracks tore across the altar floor. The monster braced its huge body, lowered one massive claw, and brought it down against the ground. Its bloodshot eyes burned with furious light as it glared at the exposed survivors. Crushing pressure surged through the air, so heavy and violent that the people watching grabbed their heads and gasped as if their breath had been stolen. Then the beast slowly turned toward them, its gaze fixed on the group. Its jaws parted, and a low growl rolled from its throat, vibrating through the chamber like a warning. Park Soo-yeol gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay calm. Their ambush had fallen apart, but as long as Han-soo was still here, there was still a chance to survive. From the staircase, a woman spotted Han-soo and shouted, "What are you doing just standing there?" He turned only slightly, his voice remaining steady. "Shouldn't we be focusing on killing it? If we work together, we can finish this?" The leader's face tightened. Were they really about to lose another fighter now? Right when the battle finally seemed close to ending? Han-soo stood there with a cigarette hanging from his lips, then slowly breathed out a thin trail of smoke. His eyes shifted toward the monster, and his mouth twisted slightly. "You idiots just ruined everything?" he muttered. "Now we have to recover it all." The only reason he had been able to dodge so cleanly earlier was because of cloud snacks. But that edge was gone now, and the situation was about to become far uglier. The group flinched at the coldness in his voice. Their expressions stiffened one after another. If the beast ripped through these amateurs first, the entire fight would become even more difficult. After a moment, Han-soo gave a flat reply. "Fine, then why don't you handle it yourselves?" The woman's eyes widened as Han-soo turned, as if he really meant to leave. She rushed toward the stairs and shouted after him, "Are you seriously running away right now? Your friend is still here." Han-soo did not even look back. Her face hardened with bitterness as she snapped. "What do you mean?" A darker thought immediately crossed her mind. What if they used his friend as bait instead? From one of the lower steps, Sang-jin tilted his head and looked up at her. "Who are you looking for?" Before she could answer, the boy smirked. "Didn't you notice? All of you already fell down the stairs." Her body went stiff. The broken steps, that smug expression, the timing of it all. He had heard everything and he had done it on purpose. "You bastard!" She spat, her voice shaking with rage. "I'll kill you!" But the answer came back instantly. "Not happening." The survivor cut her off with an ice-cold tone, his gaze dropping lower. "You don't have the time." The monster dragged its tongue across its fangs, as if tasting the fear spreading through the air. Its huge shadow stretched over the frozen travelers, falling across them like a curtain of death. "If that thing recovers, we're finished." Park Soo-yeol shouted the warning, his heart hammering as his eyes darted desperately toward Han-soo. "We need him. Without him, every one of us is dead." Han-soo looked over the area and a faint grin tugged at his lips. The hostile stares no longer mattered. He turned back toward them and spoke evenly. So tell me, did you really come all this way just to throw your lives away? The group leader froze in place, his voice breaking as confusion spread across his face. What are you talking about? Park Suyeol's body began to tremble. Broken pieces of memory flashed through his mind, laughter, cruel smile, and a warning that struck him like ice. The assistant fairy's words echoed inside his head again, cold and relentless. 5 lives. Every single day, a blood-curdling scream suddenly tore through the silence as the beast's tongue shot out. It wrapped around a helpless man and yanked him straight toward its gaping mouth. The others stood frozen, their screams catching in their throats as the monster's jaws slammed shut. Hansu did not move to stop it. He simply stood there and watched. Then, with a small nod, he murmured, "Appreciate this sacrifice." As the survivor turned as if to leave, Hansu's voice cut through the chaos behind him. "Why did you do that?" The boy paused and glanced back over his shoulder with narrowed eyes. He said he had already seen through Hansu's intentions, then warned him to be more careful with the words he chose. His voice dropped, becoming quieter and more thoughtful. He had realized something in that moment. A small, knowing smile curved across his lips as he spoke. "I can be useful? I can be useful," he said, holding Hansu's gaze without backing down. Hansu's eyes sharpened at once, cold and unreadable. "Then prove it." The young man blinked, clearly caught off guard by how blunt the answer was. "Why should I?" he asked, disbelief slipping into his voice. Sangjin answered almost immediately, his calm tone making the words hit even harder. He already understood that Hansu's goals were nothing like the shallow ambitions the others carried. Hansu slowly pulled in a breath of smoke, the shadows around his face making his gaze look even heavier and harder to read. "You're always thinking 3 steps ahead," Sangjin continued, watching him carefully. "You don't freeze and you don't hesitate. I saw it before with Jin Taesung, and again with the bandits." The memory rose sharply between them. Their enemies had already fallen, scattered across the ground in defeat. They were groaning, bleeding, and barely clinging to life. Hansu could have ended them right there, and it would have made everything cleaner, faster, and easier. But he had chosen not to finish them off. He had once stood before the altar towering over the city, with power that no one nearby could properly match. And still, instead of cutting everyone down, Hansu had lifted his hand and called for peace. Hansu frowned, his voice dropping low and turning sharp. "Why spare them? That doesn't sound like you." Sangjin did not answer immediately. For a moment he stayed silent, then slowly raised both of his hands in front of him. "Then let my hands be stained instead of yours," he said, his voice steady with resolve. "Take me with you. Let me stand beside you and fight." Hansu's gaze flickered for the briefest moment, as if something in those words had reached him. Then he let out a quiet breath, closing his eyes for a second before walking past Sangjin. When he spoke, he did not look back. "Back then, I had no choice. That's why I got caught. But the next time it happens, I won't repeat that same mistake." Sangjin watched Hansu's back as he walked away, feeling the weight of his own decision settle deep inside his chest. There would always be obstacles waiting on Hansu's path, so Sangjin would tear them down one by one, clearing the road so Hansu could reach his goal. If necessary, he would become the blade that cut everything away. Hansu glanced back over his shoulder, his expression impossible to read. "And if the world never gives you that chance?" His voice stayed quiet as he asked, "What happens if you fall behind?" Their eyes met in a heavy silence, the air between them thick with a promise, a warning, and the shadow of the trials still waiting ahead. A faint grin slowly spread across Sangjin's face. "Then I'll get stronger," he vowed, the answer coming without hesitation. "And when I do, you'll accept me as an ally." Hansu closed his eyes for a brief moment before giving his quiet reply. "Then leave." The words struck Sangjin like a blade. He froze where he stood, unable to understand why Hansu was still trying to push him away. "Just give me one chance," Sangjin pleaded, rushing forward as desperation slipped into his voice. "Let me fix what I messed up." Hansu dropped his cigarette to the ground and crushed it beneath his heel. Then he looked back at Sangjin. His voice was calm, but there was no room left for argument. "You misunderstood me." Without giving him another glance, Hansu turned away and began walking off, just before his figure disappeared into the shadows. He spoke over his shoulder. "Meet me here tomorrow." He pulled out a fresh pack of cigarettes and tapped one loose. "The monster won't be around by then." Sangjin frowned in confusion, still trying to catch up with what Hansu meant. "What are you talking about?" Hansu did not explain. His eyes merely shifted to the cigarette resting in his hand. "Take the runes from the bodies," he said simply, a faint smile brushing across his face. "See you tomorrow." Once Hansu vanished from sight, silence slowly settled over the ruined altar. Sangjin's knees finally gave out, and he dropped hard to the ground. Frustration clawed through his chest. Hansu still did not trust him, not yet, but maybe, someday, that would change. A soft voice broke through the stillness. Iris knelt beside him, her tone steady and cold. "You've forgotten your mission," she said. "Your duty is to save humanity." Her long hair fell forward, hiding her eyes as she continued. "But countless people will stand in your way. That's why you'll need a punisher, someone willing to do what you can't." Around them, armored warriors appeared like echoes from a buried past. The woman in armor raised a dagger with slow, deliberate movements. "Every monarch has a punisher," she said, "a hand that handles the dirty work so the master's purpose can remain pure." Hanzu had once considered envy Arin for that role. But Sengjin was different. In another life, he had already been a punisher once before, and the glowing rune on his hand now stood as proof of it. Even with the doubts still lingering in his mind, Hansu decided to give Songjin a chance. When the second training began, the survivors would be scattered apart, breaking into glowing fragments of blue light, and being thrown toward distant places. Hansu knew that when that day finally came, the way he saw Sengjin might change once again. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he turned his head slightly. If he could gain a punisher with many hands, and with cloud snacks added into the equation, then the risk was worth taking. Failure was never an option. His attention then shifted toward what waited for him next. The second hidden treasure was somewhere deeper inside the dungeon, waiting beyond the darkness. From far within, a monstrous roar thundered out, shaking the walls around him. The creature's chest caved in under a storm of heavy blows, and shattered rubble rained down from above as the dungeon trembled. The condition for claiming the treasure was brutally straightforward. The monster had to be killed before it could completely destroy the altar. Hansu tightened his grip around the sword, the blade catching the dim light as he drove it straight through the beast's chest. No ordinary person would have dared to attempt something this reckless. At the far end of the chamber, a golden portal suddenly flickered open, pouring warm light into the darkness. Hansu stepped toward it with his sword still in hand and vanished into the glow. In the silence that followed, the system's voice rang out, "Hidden task complete." Blood dripped from Hansu's fingertips as he slowly reached forward. His hand closed around the glowing treasure, and a faint smile began to form on his lips. Resting in his palm was the legendary ring of the Vampire King, Nurmaha. As Hansu examined the ring, everything finally clicked into place. Now he understood how the Berserker King had gotten his hands on it and why no one else had ever been able to claim it. The white gemstone set into the ring pulsed with a bright radiance, almost as if it had a living heartbeat of its own. Beyond that light, countless other artifacts floated in the void, each one suspended in place and glowing with its own color, marking its value and rank. Ordinary artifacts could never truly compare to superior ones, but, as with everything in this world, there were always exceptions. Color-shifting runes drifted through the air like sparks, silently revealing the power hidden within them. Over time, as travelers evolved their runes, certain artifacts could absorb that energy, change their color, and grow even stronger. And above all of those stood the treasures everyone desired most. Single artifacts. A sudden flash burst from the pedestal, and flames lit up in Hansu's palm as the system message blazed before him. Number 9. The Nurmaha Ring, the emblem of Clementine himself. Once, the Berserker King had hidden his face behind his hand, while the world trembled beneath his overwhelming strength. Single artifacts were not named that way simply because they were rare. They were defined by ownership. Only one person could ever truly wield each one. And this ring had belonged to Clementine, a man whose enemies had been torn apart under the force of its power. Now that very same power was resting in Hansu's hand. He turned the ring over in his palm, a flicker of disbelief passing through his eyes. Obtaining something like this could never be dismissed as simple luck. It was proof that he had earned the right to hold it. Hansu slid the ring onto his finger. Then he clenched his fist, and the system answered immediately. System notification: only one ability can be active at a time. Total abilities, 8. Current status, colorless. One ability available. The moment the message appeared, energy surged through him. It flooded his veins with a chilling force. Power of destruction. This was an ability capable of shutting down an opponent's skills, their traits, and even their passive powers. A crimson warning flashed across his vision, marking the limit on how long it could last. But that hardly mattered. Even with a time restriction, the ability to erase another person's strength was an overwhelming advantage. Another screen appeared in front of him, revealing the hidden conditions attached to the ring. To unlock its full potential, one of his attributes needed to align with the colorless rune. Hansu touched his chin in thought. Meeting that condition would require an enormous number of magic runes, but that problem could wait for another time. He stepped into the golden portal. Light folded around his body, and in the next instant, Hansu emerged back onto the city streets. A familiar voice called out to him. "Did you really kill the carnivorous beast?" She ran toward him, her eyes shining with relief and awe. But before Hansu could even answer, a deep, guttural roar rolled across the ruins. The smile on her face disappeared at once. A massive shadow rose behind her, swallowing the street in darkness. The timer had reached its end. The altar was already gone. Hansu let out a slow breath, his gaze steady as he looked toward the danger ahead. "I told you this would happen," he said quietly. Then a faint smile touched his mouth. "And I promised I'd take responsibility for destroying it." Her face flushed the moment she heard those words. She quickly turned her head away, trying to hide the warmth rising across her cheeks. Hansu lifted his gaze toward the sky. For the first time in a long while, he felt certain that the choice he had made was the right one. Then, lowering his eyes again, he spoke in a quiet voice. "We still have some time before the next training begins." Hansu turned toward the others and made his decision. "Let's go hunting," he said. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes dropping toward the ground. "I was thinking of taking a different path." Hansu's head turned sharply, surprise flickering across his face at her unexpected answer. But she still would not meet his eyes. "I'm not strong enough to stay by your side forever," she said, her voice calm but firm. "Sooner or later, I need to learn how to stand on my own." She closed her eyes and breathed out softly. "The boy asked me if I'd go with them," she continued. Her gaze shifted toward the nearby group. "They said I could join them, and I think they meant it." Hansu watched her quietly for a moment before giving a small nod, understanding settling in. This was probably the right time for them to part ways. The second training would scatter them apart anyway. A faint smile appeared on his face. Good choice. She remained silent, simply watching as Hansu turned away and began to leave. Then, just as his back started to fade into the distance, she suddenly called out, "Wait!" Hansu stopped. Her eyebrows drew together, and the softness in her face hardened into clear determination. "When we meet again," she said, her voice steady this time, "I won't back down. I won't give up again. Not like before." A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth, small but unmistakably warm. "Then I'll be waiting to see that," Mihi answered gently. "So let's make sure we meet again." He gave a single quiet nod, and for just a moment, a thin glimmer of warmth softened his eyes before he turned away from her. But right as he shifted his weight and was about to leave for good, his name rang out from behind him. He stopped where he stood, listening without turning around. Then Hansu spoke in a calm voice. "My offer still stands. The decision is yours." Sangjin's eyes opened wide. For a second, Sangjin simply stared. Then, little by little, a smile spread across his face, the kind that didn't stop at his mouth and reached all the way into his eyes. A quiet flush rose across his cheeks, bright with genuine relief and hope. 1 week later, the fairy stood before the gathered travelers and stretched both arms wide, her voice ringing clearly over the crowd. "You've all waited long enough. The second training begins now." Beside her, the devil lifted a hand to cover his mouth, clearing his throat as a sly, knowing smirk tugged at his lips. His eyes moved slowly across the gathered crowd, measuring every face. "There are more of you than I expected," the assistant fairy remarked, her tone dry and almost amused. The creature's mouth curled into a wider grin. "I've been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time." At those words, the atmosphere itself seemed to shift. Kang Hansu's eyes narrowed as he watched every movement, his attention sharpening. Then, with one sharp snap of her fingers, the fairy overturned everything in an instant. A brilliant light erupted from beneath their feet, flooding upward and swallowing the entire field in white. Sangjin staggered back, his eyes going wide as the world around him disappeared. "What's happening?" A little girl's trembling voice rose nearby as she clung tightly to her father's hand. All around them, fear began to ripple through the crowd, spreading faster with every breath. Kang Hansu lifted his gaze. He understood what was happening before anyone else could. "It's starting." The light surged over them completely, swallowing every person whole. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the radiance vanished. When Kang Hansu opened his eyes again, he found himself standing inside a bare, empty room. The others had already appeared around him, murmuring under their breaths in confusion as they looked at the unfamiliar walls. "Where are we?" someone asked. A schoolgirl suddenly broke down crying, her sobs cutting through the tight silence in the room. Then a cold, mechanical voice rang out above them. "System notification. All participants confirmed. Recalculation in progress before the second training commences." A brunette frowned, his expression tightening as he glanced up. "Recalculation? What is that supposed to mean?" Several men clenched their fists, frustration flashing across their faces as their eyes swept over the sealed chamber around them. The voice returned, as calm and emotionless as before. "System adjustment complete. From this point forward, each room may contain no more than 7 individuals. Training will resume once that condition has been met." A heavy silence dropped over the room. 8 people stood in a loose circle, their gazes darting uneasily from one person to the next. The man wearing glasses pushed his frames up the bridge of his nose, his brow creasing as the meaning sank in. "There are 8 of us," he muttered grimly. The system's voice echoed again from overhead. "Notice, each team's environment will be different, but every group must begin under the same condition. You may discuss and decide among yourselves." The brunette folded his arms across his chest, his expression strangely composed despite the pressure. "Things have been a little too easy lately," he said. "Maybe a bit of chaos is exactly what we need to make this interesting." His eyes swept around the circle, before stopping on the strange needle-like weapon hanging from one competitor's belt. That man stood confidently near the center of the room, carrying himself with a quiet pressure that was hard to ignore. The brunette had never seen him fight in person, but the rumors alone were enough to make one thing clear. This man was dangerous. A woman raised her hand, cutting through the uneasy silence before it could grow any heavier. "No matter what happens, we'll have to cooperate," she said. "But let's be honest about this. One of us has to disappear from this room." She closed her eyes for a brief moment, then opened them and looked around at everyone present. "Let's start with introductions. At the very least, we should know exactly who we're dealing with." She stretched her arms slightly, loosening her shoulders as she added, "And we should figure out how useful each person here actually is." The first one to step forward was a man holding a fiery red blade. "My name is Dae Cheol," he announced, his voice brimming with confidence. "I'll say this plainly. None of you have the strength to defeat me. That means I'm the strongest asset you could have on your side." The man in the black suit raised an eyebrow, but the tension on his face made it clear that Dae Cheol's confidence had unsettled him. Nearby, another traveler narrowed his eyes as recognition slowly crossed his face. "That aura, chi art," he murmured. A red glow rippled along Dae Cheol's sword, pulsing like heat through metal. Chi art was a runic technique that poured raw mana into weapons and physical abilities, strengthening both at once. It was powerful and rare, but in a room this cramped, it was far from the easiest skill to use freely. Even so, Dae Cheol showed no sign of worry. His fingers tightened around the weapon, and the faint glow around his fist grew brighter. Next, a man with a composed expression stepped forward. "Kong Min," he said calmly, "I'm a healer, and if we're measuring usefulness, then you'll need me just as badly as you need your strongest fighter." Before anyone could answer, another voice cut in, sharp and dismissive. Jung Hanchil crossed his arms and spoke with blunt confidence. "Combat skill. Horror type. Anything that tries to frighten us, I'll deal with it." The man in the suit hesitated, his voice trembling slightly as he looked toward the others. "Do we really have to eliminate someone?" he asked. "My family is here with me. There has to be another way." But no one gave him an answer. Then Dae Cheol lifted his hand, his eyes settling on the only person who had yet to speak. "You," he said coldly, "set the example." The woman's eyes narrowed at him. For a short moment, she simply closed her eyes as if gathering herself before finally speaking. Jimin, when her eyes opened again, a grin spread across her face, sharp, wild, and completely fearless. Before anyone had time to understand what that look meant, she moved. "Wait, hold on," a nearby man stammered as he stepped back. "You don't have to." But it was already too late. A violent purple aura burst out around Jimin, swirling over her like a storm. In one clean, terrifying motion, he blurred forward faster than the eye could follow, and the wet sound of steel tearing through flesh echoed through the room. Blood splashed across the floor. A strangled gasp left the warrior's mouth as a blade drove straight through his chest from behind. Jung Hancheol went completely still, disbelief twisting his face as he stared at what had just happened. The man in the suit instantly threw himself over his family, using his own body to shield them while Jimin straightened back up. The blonde fighter collapsed forward and hit the floor without a trace of life left in him. Jimin casually rolled a blood-red stone between her fingers, her grin not fading in the slightest. "The odds of getting a rune like this," she said, as if discussing something ordinary, "are incredibly low." She lifted it for the others to see, then gestured toward the remaining runes scattered across the floor. "Let's divide them evenly," she suggested, her tone almost relaxed. "There's no point letting what we earned go to waste." Not a single person dared to argue, but every set of eyes in the room stayed fixed on Jimin with open caution. After watching her kill so cleanly, so casually, none of them could afford to relax around her for even a second. Off to the side, Kang Hansu folded his arms across his chest, his gaze drifting as if he were already thinking several steps ahead. Whether she meant to or not, that woman had just made things much easier for the people who lacked real strength. By acting without hesitation, her ruthless decision had opened a narrow path for the weaker ones to stay alive, at least for the moment. Nearby, a mother pulled her trembling daughter closer, wrapping both arms tightly around the child as if she could shield her from the entire world. In the future, Kang Han-soo remembered they had died in this very place. But now, the flow of events had already shifted. This time, the future was no longer the same. Kang Han-soo watched everything unfold with the faintest smirk tugging at his lips. Now things were finally starting to get interesting. At that moment, the air beside them shimmered like heat over stone. A tear opened in space, and the fairy peeked through with a bright clap of her hands. "Congratulations! You're the first group to bring your number down to 7, she chirped. Her wings fluttered as she smiled even wider. Now then, let's move on to the next phase. And in an instant, the world around them began to change. The group blinked in shock as the ground beneath their feet disappeared, then reformed into a breathtaking chain of floating islands hanging high in the open sky. Each island drifted in the air, connected by thin suspension bridges that stretched from one platform to the next, climbing higher and higher into the distance. Then the fairy's voice rang out again above them. "Your mission for the next 3 months is simple. Climb your way to the dormant volcano at the center of the 2nd floor. That will be your first destination." The devil appeared at her side with an eager grin, lifting one finger toward the glowing peak far beyond the islands. "Reach that mountain, and an entirely new world of adventure will open up in front of you." Then the assistant fairy's voice followed, light and almost indifferent. "Good luck. You're definitely going to need it." The survivors looked from one face to another, tension passing silently between them. After a moment, they began moving one by one, stepping cautiously onto the swaying bridge ahead. Jung Han-cheol forced a half-smile, trying to break the stiffness in the air. "Looks like we'll be stuck together for a while, so we might as well try being friends, right?" But he stopped mid-step, his brow tightening as he noticed something strange. "Hey, where's that guy going?" Before anyone had the chance to answer, his face twisted with sudden fear. "Wait, stop!" The bridge behind them suddenly snapped apart. Wooden planks shattered, and the chains let out a horrible metallic scream as they tore loose. Everyone broke into a desperate sprint as the bridge collapsed piece by piece into the endless abyss below. Wind roared around their bodies, and they barely managed to throw themselves across before the last section fell away. Panting hard, one of them turned to look back, only to see the rest of the squad rushing after them, trying desperately to catch up. Above them, the fairy appeared once more, smiling as cheerfully as if none of this were a problem. "Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you," she giggled. "As time goes on, the lower islands will start breaking apart, and when that happens, the bridges will start falling much faster, too." The man who had spoken earlier clenched both fists, his face tightening with anger. That would have been really nice to know before the bridge started collapsing. He swallowed down his frustration and pushed himself back onto his feet. "Fine, whatever. But seriously, where is that guy heading?" The soldier beside him frowned, probably deciding that Kang Han-soo had wandered off to be antisocial again. Jimin let out a small chuckle as she brushed a smear of blood from her sleeve. "Let's follow him. He looks like he actually knows where he's going." Far ahead of them, Kang Han-soo walked at a steady pace. His eyes locked on the forest path curling through the island ahead. Sunlight poured through the canopy in bright, warm streaks, flashing between the leaves almost blindingly. Behind him, young Han-kyo let out a heavy sigh, dragging his feet with every step. "We've been walking for hours," he complained, "and we still haven't seen a single bridge leading upward." He looked around the forest with growing irritation. "Are we even sure he knows where he's going?" A girl lazily waved a fly away from her face and muttered, "Who knows?" Young Han-cheol scowled deeper. "We've already passed this place before. There's nothing here." Then, noticed Kang Han-soo chewing on something as if this whole situation were perfectly normal. "What the? Have you been eating that this entire time?" Han-soo turned slightly and held up a rough strip of bark. "Oak," he said calmly. "It works as an antidote for fawn." Jung Han-cheol lifted an eyebrow, staring at the bark in confusion. "An antidote? For what exactly?" But before Kang Han-soo could answer, a deep rustling sound rolled down from above. The branches overhead began to bend. Shadows shifted between the leaves, and with a sharp hiss that sliced through the air, a massive serpent uncoiled from the trees, its tail whipping toward them with terrifying force. The creature dropped from the branches like a bolt of lightning. In that split second, Kang Han-soo seized his comrade by the collar and yanked him backward. The serpent lunged at the exact same moment, its jaws snapping shut right where the soldier had been standing. Han-soo narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Found it. The team scattered in every direction, barely avoiding the force of the monster's landing. One of them sucked in a breath and looked up at him, still shaken. "How did you even know that thing was coming?" Still chewing on the strip of bark like it was nothing special. Han-soo gave a casual shrug. "Superpowers." The soldier blinked, completely lost. What is that supposed to mean? But he never got the chance to finish asking. The snake twisted back around and drove its fangs straight into his hand. He let out a rough grunt through clenched teeth, then ripped the creature loose and hurled it aside with all his strength. A knife flashed right after it, burying itself deep into the serpent's neck. The beast shrieked in pain. Its body thrashed violently, coils lashing through the air as it tried to shake off the attack. A cold voice cut through the chaos from above. Rune Snake identified. Its abilities changed depending on the shifting runes carved across its scales. Young Hanchiol hissed under his breath, clutching his bleeding hand as pain shot up his arm. These monsters showed no sign of backing off. If the fight dragged on like this, his stamina would run out before long. His eyes flicked toward the couple cowering nearby, the woman still holding her child close. His voice hardened with frustration. "Why aren't you helping stop hiding behind everyone else and fight?" The man in the suit straightened his clothes with tense hands, fear and stubbornness flickering in his eyes. "I have people I need to protect. I'm not risking my life for strangers." Young Hanchiol's expression darkened at once. "That doesn't matter. Every single one of us is trying to survive here." Then he turned his glare toward the others lingering near the trees. "And what about you? You don't have family holding you back? So what excuse are you using?" Kong Min calmly adjusted his glasses, his expression barely changing as he answered. "If I die while fighting on the front line, who exactly is going to heal all of you afterward?" Jung Hanchol scoffed, anger rising in his voice. "You think I'm carrying this sword just because it looks good?" The healer simply lifted one finger, his tone remaining perfectly even. 3 power runes or 1 magic rune per treatment. Your choice." Jung Hanchol's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's completely insane." Jimin rolled her eyes hard, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Are we really standing here bargaining over payment while that thing is still alive and trying to kill us?" Jung Hanchiol clenched his jaw until the muscles in his face tightened. At this rate, it almost felt like he was the only person in the group actually trying to keep everyone from falling apart. The man with glasses lifted one hand impatiently, his tone snapping before the argument could drag on. "Enough talking. Move." Young Hanchol shot him a glare. "You're acting pretty bold for someone whose only job is healing." But before Kong Min had the chance to answer back, a new voice suddenly echoed nearby, slipping into the tense air as if it had been listening all along. "So how do you like this place?" Jung Hanchol let out a tired sigh, his shoulders lowering slightly as he brought his sword down. "Honestly, I'd rather not talk about it." Then he tilted his head a little and asked in a lower voice, "How are things going on your side?" A holographic symbol flickered into the air, showing 2 crossed machine guns glowing like a floating emblem. "Not bad," came the reply. "We've got someone acting as a rescuer over here." Then another voice joined in, calm, firm, and clearly used to giving orders. "As you move, keep your eyes open for strong recruits. We're going to need more people for what's coming next." Jung Hanchiol ran a frustrated hand through his hair, trying to force his thoughts into order. He wanted to keep moving forward, but following a man who casually claimed to have superpowers felt less like teamwork and more like stepping straight into a trap. Up ahead, Jimin lifted her sword again, her feet planted firmly and her posture showing no hesitation. Beside the group, the doctor remained cool and calculating, turning his eyes away as if the sight of blood was something he had no interest in. Nearby, another man nervously scratched at the side of his neck, frozen in place while the air grew heavier. The next moment would decide who among them would survive long enough to keep climbing. His fingers scraped his neck again, trembling slightly. Then, faintly, a voice slipped into his mind like a whisper bleeding through his thoughts. "Survival. That's the only thing that matters. We'll meet again." Jung Hanchiol's eyes immediately shifted toward him and caught the faint glow spreading across the symbol on the man's hand. It shimmered with a clear golden shape. A crown. So soon? Jung Hanchiol thought in disbelief. It should not have been long enough for a monarch's trait to awaken this fully. Above them, that golden emblem pulsed softly in the air, unmistakable in its shape. It was a monarch's mark. Somewhere else, a girl stood proudly before her people, holding a flag high as the wind whipped against it. Every monarch had a different way of ruling. Some used rings while others relied on magical brands. No matter what form those marks took, they tied the chosen directly to their monarch. Their clans shared that power, and their minds could connect through silent words carried by thought alone. Back in the forest, a sword plunged through another snake's body and pinned it hard into the dirt. But even monarchs had limits. They could only place their marks on a small number of followers, which meant every choice had to matter. Only the most capable and loyal were chosen for that kind of connection. The young man crouched down and picked a rune up from the ground, its dim glow reflecting inside his eyes. He understood exactly what he needed now. He had to grow stronger. If he ever wanted to stand among people like them, or even challenge them one day, then weakness was something he could no longer afford. His gaze moved slowly across the clearing, where the ground was now scattered with the bodies of dead serpents. And yet, even with so many monsters lying still around them, it didn't feel like the danger had ended. One of his squad mates hesitated, eyes darting nervously toward the surrounding trees. "Did we really make it out of their territory?" he asked, his voice uncertain. The silence that followed gave him no comfort at all. Kang Han-soo pushed through a thick wall of bushes, and the moment he saw what waited beyond them, his eyes narrowed. Ahead of him lay a small clearing, centered around a massive fallen tree wrapped in vines and rotting with decay. Coiled around that dead trunk was the largest serpent they had seen so far. Its scales glimmered with shifting runes, and on its forehead, a strange mark had been carved, glowing with an ominous light. The man in the suit stepped forward carefully, raising one hand as if trying to slow everyone down. "Wait," he said, keeping his eyes on the serpent. "Do we really have to fight that thing? We could sneak past it and stay alive?" Kang Han-soo's expression did not change at all. "I'll handle it alone," he said flatly. "If you want to move on, then go ahead." The man's frustration finally broke through his calm mask. "That's not what I meant. Why would you take on something like this by yourself? We're supposed to be moving together." Kang Han-soo's voice dropped, colder and sharper than before. "I never had any intention of going with you," he said. "You were only walking in the same direction. That ends here." Without waiting for another word, he stepped through the brush and moved forward alone. Behind him, Jimin released a soft breath. She closed her eyes for a moment. Already knowing there was no use trying to argue with him, the suited man stood frozen in place, stunned by the blunt dismissal. Young Hancho watched from the side, his jaw tight as one hand came to rest against his chin in thought. He couldn't just let that kid walk into a fight like this alone. But why? Why was he hesitating at all? Kong Min scoffed beside him, his voice carrying a cynical edge. "Because he's the only one who never asked me for help even once," he said, turning slightly. "People like him, people who have spent their lives on battlefields, don't listen to anyone." Then he added in an almost bored tone, "And people like that usually don't last very long." Young Hancho's glare hardened. Letting someone like Hansu die here would be a complete waste, but trying to control a person like him would have been impossible from the start. The devourer snake's fangs slammed deep into a nearby tree trunk, splintering the wood as its jaws stretched open to an impossible size. The monster moved with eerie precision, not just attacking blindly, but watching and calculating. Whenever a certain magic rune pulsed to life, the beast pulled back, but the instant another rune appeared, it struck without a second of hesitation. Only one rune seemed able to disrupt its rhythm: agility. Every time that particular rune flared, the mark carved into the serpent's forehead began to warp and change. Kang Han-soo's eyes narrowed at the movement. The very instant those runes flickered, he shot forward without hesitation, his blade cutting through the air so fast it left only a blur behind. The snake hissed furiously, twisting its huge body into another coil before striking again. Compared to the smaller ones, this beast was faster, stronger, and clearly far more intelligent. But to Kang Han-soo, it still wasn't anything he couldn't handle. He lit a cigarette with casual ease, then breathed out slowly, the smoke drifting around his face in a pale haze. A drawn-out battle wouldn't be enough to exhaust him, he thought, but it would definitely draw unwanted attention. The rune snake's scales shimmered again as its resistance rune activated, weakening the force behind his attacks. That reaction only confirmed what Kang Han-soo had already figured out. The real answer wasn't simply cutting the monster down. It was destroying the place it was protecting. His eyes shifted toward the thick cluster of trees in the center of the clearing, the heart of its nest. If he attacked that, the serpent's instincts would force it to defend. "Perfect," Kang Han-soo muttered. In one fluid motion, he pushed off the ground and lunged straight ahead. His blade carved through the air and bit deep into the roots of the lair. The beast let out a piercing shriek. Just as he expected, it abandoned its cautious guard and rushed after him in blind rage. Kang Han-soo twisted his body and stepped aside with effortless precision. Steel flashed again. Then came a rapid storm of cuts, each one following the last without pause. Every strike was sharp, controlled, and merciless. And then, all at once, the clearing went silent. The enormous serpent crashed to the ground with a heavy boom that shook the leaves around it. Kang Han-soo turned away with the cigarette still held between his lips, the corpse collapsing behind him. "Finished already?" he murmured. That was faster than expected. Among the fallen leaves near the ruined nest, something gave off a faint pulse. It was an egg, trembling softly as dim runes crawled across the shell like thin veins of light. Kang Han-soo lowered himself beside it and pressed a rune carefully against the surface. Thin cracks immediately began spreading across the shell. A tiny eye blinked open from within the break. Then a small serpent slipped out, barely larger than his wrist. Even so, the presence coming from it felt completely different. Runes shimmered around its little body like living threads of light, rapping and shifting as if they had a will of their own. The hatchling swallowed one of the runes, only to spit it back out almost immediately after. Kang Hansu's expression changed slightly as realization settled in. So that was the creature's ability. After consuming 3 runes, it could release any 2 the user chose. Some people might call that inefficient, since 1 rune was lost with every exchange. But Kang Hansu understood its real value. Strength was not only about having more, it was about refining what mattered most. With this little creature, he could sharpen his own power with far greater precision. He gently brushed 1 finger over its head. "Rest," he said quietly. The newborn snake curled in his palm, its tiny runes flickering with a soft glow. This was a turning point, and Kang Hansu knew it clearly. With this new ally in his hands, the road ahead had become a little more certain. Not far away, another group stood around their map, staring at it with growing frustration. "Where are we supposed to go from here?" a girl asked, uncertainty trembling in her voice. The man holding the map let out a weary breath. "Be patient. These things aren't exactly drawn with much detail." Beside him, the man in the suit frowned deeply. "We can't just keep wandering around blindly. We need to figure out which path is safe." His jaw tightened as irritation crept into his voice. If we hadn't been left behind, none of this would have happened. Before he could continue, a rustle from the bushes cut him off. The woman instantly tensed and pulled her daughter close against her. "Stay back!" a man shouted, raising his weapon toward the bushes as the sound grew louder. Then a familiar figure stepped out from between the trees, and relief spread through the entire group almost at once. Kang Hansu calmly brushed a few leaves from his shoulder, glancing at them as if nothing unusual had happened. "What are all of you doing here?" he asked. One of the men broke into a wide grin, relief clear on his face. "You made it. You actually got away from that monster." Kang Hansu's cool, unreadable smirk returned. "Something like that," he said. Young Hankyo scratched the back of his head and added casually, "Caught it." The man in the suit went completely still, disbelief spreading across his face. Just a scratch? Was that really all his friend had to show after facing that kind of monster? There was no way. When young Hanchol asked about the others, the survivor hesitated for a moment. Earlier, Kong Min had merely folded his arms and told the family to go on without them. The suited man frowned, his unease rising. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Splitting up in a place like this was dangerous. Worse than that, it felt completely pointless." Even young Hanchol let out a short laugh at that. "So what? You were just planning to hide behind us and take it easy?" Jimin glanced over her shoulder and gave a small nod as if the answer was obvious. Without someone strong to depend on, dragging around weak people who only complained would slow everyone down. Kong Min simply shrugged. "It doesn't matter who gives me runes, I just stay close to the strong ones." The suited man's face darkened with frustration. "We didn't abandon them. They were the ones who left us behind. They even blocked the path so we couldn't follow." As his comrades started turning away, the survivor called after him. "Where are you going?" The boy did not even bother to look back. "We've wasted enough time. Let's move." The woman frowned, then turned and gave her husband a pointed look. He hesitated for a brief moment, before finally lifting his hand and signaling for his family to follow as they trailed behind. Kang Hansu spoke quietly from the rear. "What's your plan?" The man in the suit raised an eyebrow, his own earlier words echoing back in his mind. After a tired sigh, he shook it off and said, "Forget it. You go your way, we'll figure this out ourselves." Jung Hancheol shrugged, his eyes half-lidded as if the answer made no difference to him. "Do whatever you want, it doesn't bother me. I'm fighting on my own anyway." Kang Hansu soon found himself facing a pack of boars. One battle followed another, and with each victory his body was pushed harder. His movements grew sharper, and his strength became a little more refined. He set the rune eater snake down onto the grass and watched as the small creature swallowed a rune whole. Choosing to strengthen his resistance first had been the right decision. He picked up another glowing stone from the ground and muttered under his breath. This should make things move a bit more smoothly. From behind the bushes, the family watched him in silence. Kang Hansu noticed right away that they were running low on food. Girl's cheeks flushed as she realized just how far ahead he had already become. The woman, on the other hand, only felt relief that he wasn't blaming them for slowing him down. The schoolgirl whispered nervously, "Should we fight too?" Her father shook his head at once. "That would be reckless. The important thing is staying alive. As long as we're still together, that's already enough." Ahead of the group, Kang Hansu kept moving without slowing down, and everyone behind him had no choice but to hurry their steps just to keep up with his pace. "Where are you going this time?" someone called out, frustration and confusion mixing in their voice. Jung Hancheol came to a stop at the mouth of a dark tunnel, staring into the shadowy passage ahead. From somewhere high above, Sunlight spilled down in a bright beam, washing over his face and cutting through the darkness around him. The survivor lifted one hand to shield his eyes from the glare, squinting as the sight beyond the tunnel slowly came into focus. There were people there, far more than he expected. His eyes widened in shock. Wait, they were heading here from the beginning? Behind him, the family finally allowed themselves to smile with relief. They had made it. Somehow, after everything, they had survived long enough to reach this place. Jung Hancheol turned back. The moment his eyes met Kang Hansu's, his expression hardened. One look was enough to tell him everything. Hansu's condition said it all. The rumors were true. He really had faced that beast alone and brought it down. Meanwhile, the fairy rested her chin on her hand, clearly annoyed by the noise and commotion coming from the last stragglers. With a long, irritated sigh, she swept her arm through the air, and the heavy door behind them slammed shut with a brutal crash. A massive stone slab sealed the tunnel completely, cutting off every path back. Not far away, the devil snapped his fingers, a wicked grin stretching across his face. "Let's make this a little more exciting," he said, and another large-scale event began at once. In a flash, the entire landscape twisted around them. The survivors blinked, and the next thing they knew, they were standing on the shore of a mountain lake. At the dock on the first floor, the assistant fairy waited with visible relief. Around 75 people had managed to make it this far. Then a hulking figure rose above the water, its booming voice rolling across the lake. Next event, battle for the tickets. Blue tickets shimmered into existence in front of every traveler. These were not ordinary scraps of paper. Each one was a lifeline, the only way to escape the island before it collapsed and move on to the next one. The fairy floated higher, spreading both arms with theatrical excitement. "Now then, listen carefully," she announced. "Some islands are packed with monsters and surrounded by rivers of lava. Others, especially the ones near the center and the south, are filled with treasures beyond imagination. But of course, don't think reaching them will be simple." A projection appeared over the lake, forming a clear map in the air. Boats dotted the water below, each one built to carry 3 people. To move, a group needed at least 3 tickets. But there was one nasty catch. If 3 people used 3 tickets together, they would be sent to separate islands. A glowing diagram appeared, showing the boats scattering in different directions, some drifting toward the outer edges, and others heading closer to the center. One island pulsed with a bright question mark, its destination completely unknown. "If 2 people use 3 tickets," the fairy continued, "you'll land together, but you won't be able to choose where you go." Jung Hancheol and Jimin exchanged a quick glance, both listening closely as the devil raised one finger to deliver the final rule. "One person," he said, his grin widening, "with 3 tickets can go anywhere they want." The family froze where they stood. That one rule changed everything in an instant. High above, the assistant fairy peered through a telescope, scanning the islands spread across the lake. His voice grew grim. "The islands will begin collapsing from the outside and move inward. Where you land will decide how likely you are to survive. Secure your advantage now, or you won't have one later." A digital timer appeared in the air, counting down 30 minutes until the starting island crumbled. Along the crater's shore, 25 boats waited in a silent line. The fairy's grin widened, her eyes glittering with cruel amusement. "Remember," she said sweetly, "only survival matters, and the more chaos there is, the more fun this becomes." And just like that, panic exploded across the shore. People threw themselves at one another, shouting, clawing, and reaching desperately for tickets before the time ran out. A young man stood frozen amid the chaos, frustration flickering across his face. There was no way to stop this madness now, but before he could move, someone shouted his name from nearby. Not far from him, the man in the suit had dropped to his knees, his head hung low as he pleaded in a trembling voice. "Please help my family. Just this once." Without even lifting his gaze, he continued explaining their situation. They needed more tickets, enough to reach the central island safely together. His ally only laughed, his eyes gleaming with wild amusement. "You're strong, aren't you?" he taunted. "Then grabbing a few extra tickets shouldn't be difficult for someone like you." The man in the suit looked up, desperation burning openly in his eyes. "If you can just take a few more and pass them to us," he urged, "then all of us can reach that place together." Then, lowering himself even further, he pressed his forehead against the ground and begged for the innocent to be spared. Kang Hansu looked away from him. "It's time you took responsibility for yourselves," he said coldly. "Mind your own business?" The survivor scoffed, disgust flashing across his face. "You really don't have any sympathy at all." Before he could say anything more, young Hancheol stepped forward. Without the slightest hesitation, he kicked the traveler aside and seized him by the collar. "Shut up," young Hancheol snapped. "I just want my ticket so I can leave." Then the soldier turned toward Kang Hansu and made his offer. He would travel with Hansu's side, and if necessary, he would even hand over his own tickets. He admitted plainly that he could not stand the others in his current group, even if they were technically supposed to be on the same side. Jung Hanchiel tightened his fist, staring Hansu down. If you're that strong, then why not team up with someone who can actually keep up with you? The soldier lifted his hand, revealing a glowing symbol etched there. This isn't just some ordinary skill, he explained. It's a power awakened by a friend. And if you wanted, you could have it too. He added that their leader had already agreed to grant him that power, and besides, traveling alone was nothing but a hassle. Kang Hansu stared quietly at the mark, then shook his head without hesitation. I'm not interested. The survivor's eyes widened as if he had heard something impossible. What? Do you even realize what you're refusing? He demanded, trying to convince Kang Hansu. He kept pressing, talking about the value of the clan and everything Hansu would gain by joining. But Hansu turned away, thinking instead about the comrades beside him and the strange bond they had formed through the forest. His decision was already made. He would follow the monarch. That was the path that led toward his goal. Jung Hanchiel let out a small sound as if he finally understood. So that's how it is. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a ticket down at Kang Hansu's feet. I stole this from that worthless guy, he said, pointing toward the fallen survivor nearby. Take it or leave it. Think of it as a gift for later. We'll be seeing each other again. The soldier turned away and left the area without saying another word, his footsteps fading into the noise behind him. Kang Hansu lowered his gaze to the ticket lying on the ground, but his expression didn't change at all. Cheap tricks like this could never move him, and right now, none of their bait meant anything. The instant the other travelers noticed that ticket sitting there in plain sight, the whole place exploded into chaos. People surged forward all at once, shoving and trampling over each other, desperate to be the one who grabbed their way out. One hand reached it first and snatched the ticket away, but even that didn't stop the struggle. The crowd kept fighting as if tearing someone down might still give them a chance. Kang Hansu stood off to the side, watching in silence as the remaining survivors clawed, shoved, and attacked each other for one final opportunity to escape. And a silver flash sliced through the madness. A knife appeared in Kian's hand as she lunged toward a man, throwing herself forward to protect her father. The attacker grabbed Kian hard by the vest, yanking her close, and the moment he realized they were family, his voice dropped coldly, as if he'd found the perfect answer, then they could die together. High above the crater, the assistant fairy watched the chaos spread with her chin resting lazily in one hand, a twisted smile curling across her face. Below her, the parents screamed for their daughter, their voices raw and broken, and every cry, every tear, every desperate plea unfolded exactly the way she wanted. To her, this was never only about survival. It was a show made from human suffering. Down below, the battlefield moved like a stage full of puppets, each person dancing to strings they couldn't see. And behind it all, the devil's invisible hands pulled tighter, turning even death into another part of the spectacle. Through the roar of fighting and screaming, a voice suddenly called out, asking why that young man had refused Jung Hanxiu's offer. Seo Jimin stood with her arms folded, her eyes locked firmly on him. Kang Hansu didn't so much as flinch as he answered in a flat voice that it was for personal reasons, then asked her what she wanted. A small smile touched Seo Jimin's lips, as if she'd expected that kind of answer. Then, maybe, she said, he might be willing to consider her offer instead. She stepped a little closer, calmly slipped off her glove, and extended her bare hand toward him in invitation. But Kang Hansu only shook his head once more, refusing her just as firmly. Seo Jimin let out a quiet breath, not looking especially surprised by the answer. Before she walked away, Seo Jimin glanced back over her shoulder and left him with one last question. He wasn't staying behind because he felt sorry for them, was he? Her voice grew sharper, cutting more cleanly through the air. After all, Kang Hansu was not the kind of man who would be moved by something that soft. Kang Hansu's mouth lifted into the faintest smirk, but he gave her no answer. Seo Jimin was the last one left to leave, and everyone else who had the chance was already gone. One after another, with no way to turn back now. The boat slowly lifted into the air, rising away from the crater until only a single vessel remained below. A heavy silence settled over the ground beneath them. No one outside this place would ever know what truly happened here. Bodies were scattered everywhere, some still bleeding, most already lifeless, while the few who remained alive could barely keep themselves standing. Behind Kang Hansu, trembling shadows reached toward him and begged for help. He wanted to save them. But in this place, under the assistant fairy's control, there was nothing he could do for them now. Above them, the devil drifted lazily in the air, his grin stretching wider as he watched every ounce of despair unfold below. Kang Hansu forced himself to turn away from the pleading faces behind him, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. If he hesitated here, then everything he had fought to accomplish would lose its meaning. Even so, his hand trembled. In a low voice, almost swallowed by the air, he whispered for them to forgive him. Because Kang Han-soo already knew exactly what kind of fate waited for the ones who had been left behind. The remaining travelers dropped into the river of acid below, and their screams tore through the crater, sharp and agonizing as they echoed upward. The assistant fairy clapped her hands with delighted laughter while their bodies dissolved away, her cruel amusement ringing across the entire crater. Kang Han-soo lifted both arms, and his blue eyes burned with an intense, unwavering light. They could curse him all they wanted, he said, but he would not let them remain toys for her amusement. In the only way left to him, this was the mercy he could give. Far above him, the floating islands shone brightly in the light, waiting beyond the horror below. On his shoulder, the rune-eater snake coiled itself even tighter, quietly swallowing another rune as a low hiss slipped from its mouth. Kang Han-soo murmured that it was fascinating. That brief moment of interest passed almost immediately. The assistant fairy folded his arms and gave a pleased nod, saying that this was exactly what he expected from a rising star, and that they never spoke merely for fun. The devil chuckled softly as he hovered behind Kang Han-soo, telling him he would be waiting for the next time they met. Kang Han-soo glanced down, his expression unreadable. He felt no regret. He had not returned to this world to save every single person. He had returned to win, and in this world, even a moment of hesitation could mean death. Then he raised his eyes toward the sky and fixed his thoughts on the destination ahead, the central island. As the final boat rose from the crater, Kang Han-soo stepped onto it. The wind swept through his hair. The fading light stretched behind him, and just like that, he left the nightmare behind and moved on to the next stage. At the heart of the island stood a massive clock tower, rising high above everything else, its long shadow spreading across the land like a silent guardian. Then a voice echoed through the air. The voice congratulated the 1,921 travelers who had managed to reach this point and welcomed them to the land of opportunity. Beneath an endless blue sky, a castle rose proudly in the distance, its crimson roofs shining under the sun. Here on the central island, three things mattered more than anything else: protecting the crystals sealed inside the castle, growing stronger by entering the island's dungeon, and surviving the monster waves that would soon come crashing down on them. Inside the castle, the enormous pink crystal glowed with a radiant light, its shimmer spilling outward through the wide-open doors. Thin beams of sunlight pierced through the darkness within, stretching across the stone floor and touching the grand hall that waited deeper inside. But through those halls, an army of skeletons marched forward in formation, their armor rattling with every step and their eye sockets burning with an eerie red glow. The hero shouted for everyone to hold the line. From the castle walls, defenders fired arrows and swung their blades, desperately trying to force back the advancing tide. But fear was already spreading through the ranks, and one boy yelled that they were running out of men. The hero clenched his jaw and pushed forward, his sword crashing against bone and steel. Sparks burst with every heavy strike. Then came a horrible wet sound as a skeleton's blade cut clean through a girl's neck. The hero's voice cracked into a desperate roar, begging everyone to hold on just a little longer, because if they could endure, they would survive to see another day. Among the fighters, one exhausted man raised a trembling hand, his face hollow with fatigue, asking if they were really expected to last another month and demanding reinforcements. The hero spun toward them and barked for everyone to stay in formation. Suddenly, a crack of brilliant light tore through the battlefield. Pure energy ripped across the air, the ground shook under its force, and small stones lifted from the floor as a piercing shriek split through the chaos. Inside the castle, a young man slammed his palm down hard against the ornate table, the impact echoing through the room. "We need order," he shouted, his voice cutting sharply through the room. Around him, the heroes remained standing, every breath heavy with irritation and helpless frustration. Their defensive line had already collapsed on the very first day, and the cost had been far worse than anyone wanted to admit. The losses were so heavy that just thinking about the days ahead made the room feel suffocating. How much longer could they possibly keep enduring this? Park Jung-wook's expression twisted into a harsh scowl. "At this rate, we won't just lose the crystal," he warned. "Every single one of us is going to die here." And Joo-hyun folded her hands together on the table, trying to keep her voice steady even though uncertainty still lingered beneath it. "We shouldn't rush into a decision," she said carefully. "It would be wiser to wait until the other monarchs arrive." Hong Xia crossed her arms, her face showing no sign of being impressed. "The strongest people are already sitting here," she said in a cold, flat tone. "Anyone who still hasn't shown up isn't going to change much." Lee Guk-tae lifted one eyebrow, clearly unconvinced by her confidence. "Then why don't you enlighten us?" he asked, his tone edged with sarcasm. What exactly is your brilliant plan? An Young-wook spread both arms as if the answer should have been obvious to everyone in the room. Our biggest problem is manpower, he said. We need more people guarding the crystal. And if the travelers who haven't joined any clan refuse to help, then we force them. Hong Xia's eyes narrowed at the blunt suggestion. How exactly are you planning to control those unaligned travelers? Someone asked, the question hanging heavily over the table as the room grew even more tense. An Young-wook's frown grew darker. We pressure them, he answered without hesitation. You really think talking will work here? In a place this chaotic, where no one follows rules unless they're forced to? He leaned over the table, planting both hands against its surface as his voice dropped into something harsher. The next wave comes in 3 hours. If we aren't prepared by then, nobody in this castle is making it out alive. His words sliced through the growing argument, but another hero immediately snapped back. So what? We're supposed to sit here quietly and wait to die. Li Guktae tilted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. And even if the clan alliance joins us, can you guarantee that it will actually change the outcome? The hero released a short, bitter breath. Sending more people into the dungeon isn't something we can decide casually. Beyond the window, the full meeting room came into view, with a circle of tense heroes seated around a massive table. Then someone finally said what everyone had already noticed but didn't want to face. Their numbers had grown too much. They were no longer just scattered individuals. They had become large enough to rival the clan alliance itself. A new power had appeared in the Basement Alliance, a reckless and unpredictable group that refused to obey anyone's rules. Now the real question was painfully simple. Could the clan alliance, even with its organized defenses and strict structure, actually keep a force like that under control? For a moment, an image flickered through the hero's mind, rows of exhausted travelers standing before a heavy wooden gate, their faces worn down from fear, hunger, and endless battle. An Young-wook turned away from the window, his voice firm and decisive. Send the frontline clans into the dungeon, he said, and Yu Hyun immediately shot to her feet, her chair scraping back behind her. Then who is supposed to defend the castle while they're gone? Across the table, another girl quickly added. The smaller clans should be sent first. We can't afford to gamble with our main forces. Hong Xia shut her eyes and let out a slow, frustrated breath. The discussion was going in circles, sinking deeper with every word. Everyone wanted to protect their own people first, and not a single person in the room had offered a plan that could truly solve anything. She bit at her finger without even realizing it, her gaze drifting away as her thoughts spun faster and faster. If all 1,900 of them focused only on defense, then maybe, just maybe, they would have a real chance of holding out. There had been a time when survival alone was enough to bring everyone together, but everything changed the moment one fighter returned from the dungeon carrying a relic with overwhelming power. From that point on, greed began to spread like poison. Clans abandoned their posts one after another, choosing to chase strength instead of protecting the crystal. Near a massive sword buried deep in the ground, several battered warriors stood struggling to catch their breath. One girl held a glowing stone tightly against her chest, while beside her, a boy clenched his fingers around a golden necklace as if he would never let it go. She kept chewing at her nail, her expression dark with worry. How are we supposed to protect the crystal for an entire month when things are already falling apart like this? Just then, the door burst open without warning, and a girl stepped into the room. Hong Xia's shoulders tightened at once, her remaining patience snapping in an instant. She raised one hand sharply. I don't have time for your nonsense. Seo Jimin's smirk appeared only for a second before fading. Relax. I'm not here to mess around, she said. I brought news. Hong Xia narrowed her eyes. Then say it, quickly. Seo Jimin's tone turned serious. Someone is out there fighting the Basement Alliance. She paused, then added. Alone? What? Hong Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. The idea sounded so reckless that for a second she could barely process it. That's insane. How could anyone even attempt something like that? From somewhere in the distance, a faint and trembling voice broke through the chaos. I never promised that I wouldn't go. The heroes all turned toward the sound at once. A young man staggered forward, then dropped hard to his knees, gasping as if his lungs were about to give out. Sweat ran down from his chin while he forced each word out through ragged breaths. 2 more days, he panted. I'll keep hunting for 2 more days. After that, I'll come back. I'll join you. But before then, I need to get stronger. The room fell completely silent around him. At the same time, the air around his body shimmered, and thin threads of light curled upward like smoke rising from his skin. Then, without warning, impact struck. A sudden blow came from nowhere and smashed directly into his shoulder. The force knocked him backward, tearing a gasp out of him as he grabbed at the wound. Blood began seeping between his fingers, but no words came out of his mouth. Across the room, one of the heroes calmly took a long drag from his cigarette, then breathed out a thin stream of smoke. That's enough, he said in a cool, almost bored voice. "Starting tomorrow, everyone fights upstairs. No more hiding." The young man staggered unsteadily, his instincts pushing him forward despite the pain. "Don't move," the hero warned, raising one hand. But the boy still took another step. Something about this made no sense. The power coming from that man. His characteristics felt weaker than his own, and yet deep down he knew it clearly. If they fought, he would lose. His hand shook as he stretched it forward, his voice dropping into a strained whisper. "I need my weapon." A wave of tension passed through the crowd, and everyone seemed to hold their breath at once. Someone in the crowd muttered under their breath, "Who does this guy think he is?" The hero didn't even bother to answer, as if the question wasn't worth his attention. Then he moved. A flash of silver cut through the air, his blade glowing as streams of energy flared along its edge. In the next instant, he lunged straight at the dark-haired young man. The boy twisted his body aside, his thoughts racing as the attack passed dangerously close. That knife was enhanced. The moment he saw the way energy gathered around the blade, he understood that a skill was boosting its cutting power. He lifted his palm, eyes narrowing with focus. Colorless rank, surprisingly decent for an artifact. In a blur, he stepped in close and clamped one hand around the hero's throat. Shocked gasps rippled through the room, followed by excited shouts from the crowd. "Finish him! Do it!" But the boy didn't move right away. Instead, he hesitated, frowning as something clicked in his mind. The knife had failed to pierce him, and the blade's skill had never activated, so this man had some kind of defensive ability across from him. The dark-haired hero let a smirk spread across his face. "My turn!" The punch landed with brutal force. His fist slammed into the young man's jaw, sending him staggering backward. He still didn't want to kill anyone here. Not yet. Every fighter gathered in this place was still someone who could become useful later. But choosing not to use lethal strength always came with a price. The young man crashed down onto the ground, his breathing rough and uneven, his vision swimming as he struggled to focus. Around him, the crowd stood frozen in stunned silence. He let out a low sigh, already understanding the truth. There was no point trying to reason with people like this. They weren't going to listen anyway. The dark-haired hero looked down at him with a faint smirk, then glanced at his cigarette. "Looks like I've got one last smoke left," he said casually. That should be enough. Outside, An Young-wook and Hong Xia stepped into the courtyard, only to freeze in place. The shock spreading across their faces said everything. Somewhere nearby, someone whispered in disbelief. "Who is that?" Inside the chamber, a new figure was already seated calmly at the table, facing the other monarchs as if he had always belonged there. Hong Xia and Enjuhyen exchanged tense glances, neither of them able to hide the unease tightening their expressions. The hero's brow furrowed as he studied the stranger more closely. So this was the person Kang Han-soo had mentioned. But the creature perched on his shoulder drew his attention even more. What exactly was that thing? The dark-haired stranger crossed his arms, speaking with a calm authority that immediately pressed down on the room. "Starting tomorrow, the Basement Alliance and the Clan Alliance will move as one group. We'll rotate between defending the crystal and hunting in the dungeon. If anyone has a problem with that, say it now." Kang Han-soo's gaze moved slowly across the table, meeting each leader's eyes one by one. "You can't expect people to obey rules when they aren't inside the system," he said, "so we bring in everyone who can fight. If they refuse, we force them to join. Every outside force will follow our command. No exceptions." Hong Xia's eyes widened just a little as she thought through his words. This plan clearly helped them more than it helped him, and that made it even harder to understand. What was he really trying to gain? Lee Guk-tae raised an eyebrow, watching Kang Han-soo with open suspicion. "Then tell me," he said. "What exactly do you want out of all this?" Faint smirk tugged at Kang Han-soo's lips, as if he found the question almost amusing. "That's a strange thing to ask. Do you really think someone with this much power would shake the world just for no reason?" Kang Han-soo breathed out slowly, his expression impossible to read. "As long as order is maintained," he said, "I have no reason to interfere." Lee Guk-tae's eyes narrowed. "And what happens if that changes? What if one day you decide to turn against us?" Kang Han-soo stood up abruptly, and the air around him seemed to shift with the movement. "I don't have time for useless talk," he said, his grin faint, but sharp enough to make the room stiffen. "But since all of you are so paranoid," his body shimmered for an instant, like heat distorting the air. Then, just like that, he vanished. Park Young-wook's eyes shot wide open. He's gone in the same moment. Weapons were drawn all around the room, metal scraping against armor, chairs, and wood. "Stay alert," Hong Xia's voice rang out sharply. "He could attack from anywhere." Lee Guk-tae scowled and pulled his sword free in one clean motion. "It's just an invisibility trick," he snapped. He couldn't have gone far. Then the air shifted behind him only slightly, barely enough to sense, but the pressure was there. A cold blade pressed against his throat. Kang Hansu stood behind him as calmly as before, his voice carrying a quiet trace of amusement. "Did you really think I couldn't strike you down if I wanted to?" Lee Guktae froze completely, his eyes widening as his body refused to move. For that brief moment, he couldn't tell whether this was some clever trick of movement or something far beyond what he understood. Had Kang Hansu truly summoned a presence powerful enough to erase itself from his senses and crush his awareness completely? The truth slammed into Lee Guktae like a heavy stone dropped straight into his chest. From the very beginning, he had never been in control of this exchange. Kang Hansu had already outplayed him before he even realized the game had started. Kang Hansu's gaze did not waver for even a second. This ability, this strange pressure that had swallowed his presence so completely, was not something unfamiliar to him. It was a power he had obtained shortly before arriving in this place, and so far its pattern had worked exactly as expected. He had no reason to change his approach now. Lee Guktae dropped down to his knees, both palms braced against the floor as he tried to force his breathing back under control. Kang Hansu stepped away from him and spoke in an even voice that carried clearly across the hall. "Calm down. I didn't come here to start a fight. This isn't the time to waste strength on rivalries," Kang Hansu continued, his tone steady enough to pull the room's attention back to him. "Every one of you has a role to handle. Focus on that, and this alliance will survive." For a long moment, the entire chamber stayed silent. Then Lee Guktae slowly pushed himself back to his feet, one hand rubbing the spot on his neck where the blade had pressed, still looking as if he couldn't fully understand what had just happened. Kang Hansu turned away from the meeting room and walked down the long stone corridor of the castle, his footsteps echoing softly through the dim passage. Building this alliance was never going to be simple, not when distrust had already sunk so deeply between them. But it didn't have to be settled in a single day. He could afford to wait. This was only the first step, and far greater problems were already waiting ahead. That was when Seo Jimin appeared in front of him, cutting off his path before he could leave. "Hold it," she said, fixing him with a sharp look. "You're not just walking away again." Kang Hansu stopped, his brows tightening just a little. Seo Jimin raised one eyebrow, clearly bringing up the conversation he had avoided before. "Last time you brushed me off," she said, "but this time I want a proper answer." Between them, tiny particles of light drifted through the air, flickering and shifting like fireflies caught in a quiet breeze. For a moment, the glow softened the tense space between their faces. "I'll ask you again," Seo Jimin said, her voice gentler now as she stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Join us. Moving around by yourself all the time can't be easy, can it?" Then she tilted her head slightly, watching his reaction with a teasing curiosity. Or she asked, letting the question linger, "Do you already have someone?" Kang Hansu's expression darkened at once, turned his eyes away without answering, but that silence only made Seo Jimin's gaze sharpen. "I heard you were with a girl named Yu Mi-hee," she said quietly. Back at Gangnam Station, the quiet that followed was heavier than any reply he could have given. The look on Kang Hansu's face told her everything she needed to know. He didn't say a single word, but his expression had already given away the answer. Seo Jimin let a faint smile rise to her lips as she brushed past him. "Well, I guess it doesn't really matter," she said lightly. "Still, it would be nice if you joined our clan." Kang Hansu remained where he was, saying nothing, his thoughts drifting somewhere far away. Before leaving completely, Seo Jimin glanced back over her shoulder one last time, a small smirk playing on her face, as if she already knew he hadn't truly been listening. "Figures," she muttered. Then her voice softened into a teasing edge. "You really are an annoying bastard, you know that?" With that final remark, Seo Jimin turned and walked away down the corridor. Kang Hansu quietly exhaled, then leaned his shoulder against the castle window, letting the silence settle around him. Outside the window, the battlefield spread out far below the castle walls. Cracked stone, scorched ground, and drifting smoke covered the area, while injured fighters lay scattered among the rubble. A commanding voice rang out over the chaos, ordering the fallen to be gathered. Supplies still had to be moved, and the healers were told to retreat before the next danger arrived. Kang Hansu turned toward the sergeant standing beside him. "Are the southern walls holding?" he asked. "Barely," the man answered with a grim nod. "Good. I've sent the wounded below deck so they can recover. Everyone else is standing by." The sergeant paused for a moment, studying Kang Hansu's face before asking, "How is your clan holding up?" Kang Hansu let out a slow breath. "This time we managed to build a proper defense. Every post is still holding. Beneath the walls, the battlefield looked like a graveyard of shattered bones. Broken skeletons were scattered everywhere, their skulls cleaved apart by heavy blade strikes. The basement alliance, which had once been divided and unstable, had finally moved together as one united force. They had held their ground around Kang Han-su. Exhausted warriors leaned against the ramparts, shoulders sagging as they caught their breath in silence. He looked out over the ruined battlefield and spoke quietly. Thanks to them, we avoided any serious losses. The sergeant gave a tired grin, though there was no real comfort in it. Maybe, he said, glancing across the wall. But that doesn't mean we can relax just because we survived this one. His eyes moved over the piles of broken skeletons scattered below. If the next wave is even worse than this, he muttered, do we really have any choice left? Kang Han-su did not answer him. He simply stood there as the wind tugged at his hair, turning his gaze away from the battlefield. Nearby, someone spoke in open disbelief. Incredible, you handled all of that by yourself? The sergeant gave a quiet chuckle under his breath. He could already imagine asking Kang Han-su the same question himself, but he also knew exactly what sort of answer he would get. The boy would probably just shrug it off or give some vague response that explained nothing. If Kang Han-su had even a little more willingness to show his hand, the sergeant thought he would have invited him into the clan long ago. But that was a matter between Kang Han-su and whatever strange fate was watching over him. Even so, the sergeant could not deny what he had seen. At this rate, they might truly have a chance. Maybe, just maybe, they could keep surviving one wave after another. Then, Kang Han-su's sharp voice suddenly cut through the brief calm. Sergeant, look. Something's in the air. Everyone's eyes lifted toward the sky. From beyond the clouds, a small figure descended with graceful ease. It was the assistant fairy, smiling as she floated just above them, as if she had been waiting for the perfect moment to appear. Were you waiting for me? She asked, her voice light and almost sing-song. The air around the fighters tightened instantly. Her appearances never brought anything good. Did you all enjoy your little rest over the past 2 days? She continued, that same bright smile never leaving her face. Uneasy glances passed from one hero to another. They knew the pattern by now. Whenever the assistant fairy showed up, another trial was never far behind. Sensing the fear spreading through them, she gave a soft, amused giggle. Oh my, look at all those stiff faces, how boring! She clapped her hands once, the sound ringing lightly through the tense air. Let's make things a little more interesting. A mischievous spark gleamed in her eyes. Starting today, demons will be joining the battlefield. A cold murmur spread through the gathered fighters. These creatures are much stronger than the undead you've been fighting until now, she added, tilting her head with fake sympathy. But don't worry too much, the assistant fairy said sweetly. Unlike those dull skeletons, demons drop something useful when you kill them. With a casual flick of her wrist, an illusion shimmered into view in the air. An enormous horned demon, its claws curled around glowing gems that pulsed like burning embers. These, she said, pointing toward the glittering stones near the creature's feet, can be exchanged for powerful artifacts. There's even a special shop prepared just for this stage. Whispers immediately spread through the fighters as translucent system windows appeared in front of their eyes. Men and women stared at the glowing menus in stunned silence, their faces lit by the shifting light. Kang Han-su's brows lifted slightly as he scanned through the available options, his expression still difficult to read. The assistant fairy noticed his reaction right away and smiled as if she had been waiting for it. Oh, and one more thing, she added in a sugary voice. Those crystals aren't only for weapons and equipment. She waved one finger through the air, and another window opened beside the first one. This time, an icon of a running figure appeared in the glowing display. See this? The assistant fairy's voice rose with a playful lilt. 600 crystals. That's all you need to purchase an escape ticket. One nearby hero narrowed his eyes at the system window, reading the details more closely. It says up to 5 people can leave together. The assistant fairy clapped her hands again, laughing with bright delight. Exactly. So do your best, everyone, and start collecting. Before anyone could fully process what she had just said, the air in front of them tore open with a violent surge of red energy. Right before the castle gates, a gigantic clawed hand pushed out from a swirling portal. Long black talons caught the light, gleaming with a sharp, deadly sheen. Then a grin appeared from within the red distortion. It was twisted and inhuman, a face stretched wide with hunger and malice. The creature arched its back as it emerged, then released a deep, rumbling laugh that seemed to vibrate through the ground beneath their feet. Incoming! Someone shouted, but the heroes froze in place. Not one person dared to step forward first. The demon moved out of the portal, its gaze slowly sweeping across the crowd. Everyone there wanted the crystals it carried, but none of them wanted to be the first one to stand in front of that monster. Through the thick silence, Kang Han-su's voice rang out calm and clear. Step back. He pushed off from the wall in one swift motion, launching himself upward as his blade flashed under the sunlight. With a sharp swing, Kang Hanzu brought his sword down in a heavy arc, aiming straight for the demon with all the force of his descent. The demon raised one arm and caught the strike with terrifying ease. Sparks scattered outward as steel crashed against skin that felt less like flesh and more like solid iron. A cruel grin spread across the demon's face, and crackling energy gathered in its other hand, growing brighter with every passing second. Kang Hansu leapt backward just as a blast of crimson light erupted from the demon's palm. The shockwave ripped through the air and shook the castle walls behind him. He landed hard, breathing out through clenched teeth. This was expected. It was only a degraded version, but it was still dangerous. His grip tightened around the sword hilt. Normal attacks wouldn't be enough, and he was already out of Cloud snacks. His defenses were holding firm, protected by the Rune Eater's snake coil at his side. But his offensive power still wasn't enough. What he needed now was speed. The demon roared, spreading both arms wide as bright streams of energy flared behind it, blazing outward like a pair of burning wings. At that exact moment, light surged beneath Kang Hansu's feet. A system notification blinked in front of his eyes. Light boots of a scoundrel. Speed increased for 1 minute. A faint smirk touched his lips. Speed, huh? That would be enough. In the next instant, Kang Hansu vanished from sight. A streak of light tore across the battlefield, zigzagging so quickly that the eye could barely follow his movement. The demon spun around, trying to track him, but Kang Hansu was already behind it. His sword flashed again and again, striking in rapid succession before the creature could fully react. Steel clashed violently against the demon's body, and sparks burst across the battlefield with every impact. Dozens of glowing slashes remained suspended in the air for a heartbeat, their bright trails crossing over one another like blades of light carved into the battlefield itself. Those luminous cuts sliced straight through the demon's guard, slipping past its raised arms and forcing open the first real gap in its defense. Then the strike finally landed. Kang Hansu's blade tore across the demon's chest in one clean, brutal line. A glowing wound opened across the monster's body, pulsing with fading energy as if the cut itself was burning from within. For the first time, the demon's bright eyes widened in surprise. Its hand snapped forward immediately, and a torrent of searing light erupted from its palm. Kang Hansu braced himself without hesitation, raising his sword just in time to meet the incoming blast head-on. A thunderous explosion tore across the castle grounds. The shock rattled the walls, and clouds of dust mixed with shattered stone as the impact swallowed everything around them. Behind his raised blade, Kang Hansu's expression stayed perfectly steady. The faint glow pulsing around his weapon made it clear what had happened. Nur Maha's ring of destruction had activated. Every attack that touched his sword, every violent burst of power aimed at him, was being erased the instant it made contact. From the ramparts above, the soldiers could only stare down at the battlefield in stunned disbelief. Is he seriously fighting that monster by himself? One of them whispered. The sergeant's brows drew together as he watched Kang Hansu move. Just how much stronger had that man become? Beside him, one soldier turned toward Jung Hanxiol, his voice tense and urgent. We can't just let this chance pass us by. Jung Hanxiol looked up, uncertainty flashing across his face. You're saying we should jump into that fight? He asked, hesitating as his eyes moved toward the chaos below. Is that really the right call? An Young-wook frowned beside him. If we don't move, someone else will. Are you seriously planning to stand here and just watch? Almost as if his words had triggered them, a group of warriors suddenly vaulted over the castle walls. Their battle cries rang out as they charged toward the demon. There's only one of them, one shouted. We're not letting this fight slip away. Seo Jimin raised an eyebrow, looking completely unimpressed by their sudden rush. Not exactly my idea of fun, she muttered. Then she turned her gaze toward Hong Xia. What about you? Hong Xia folded her arms, her eyes never leaving the battlefield. We wait. Seo Jimin's lips curled into a knowing grin. Oh, so you're curious too, she said lightly. You want to see just how much Kang Hansu can really do? Down below, several heroes were already rushing across the ruined ground, their weapons gleaming as they closed in on the demon. Kang Hansu turned his head just slightly, his brows lifting in irritation. Reckless. They had no idea what kind of monster they were throwing themselves at. The demon still hadn't used its racial skill. If it decided to unleash that power now, everyone standing too close would be wiped out before they could even react. Their interference could easily get every one of them killed, and Kang Hansu had no time to babysit amateurs who mistook greed for courage. His focus sharpened again as the towering demon stood before him, its ember-like eyes burning through the haze. Something about the demon's behavior felt wrong. It still hadn't attacked with everything it had. That meant either it was hesitating, or something was restricting it. The demon tilted its head slightly. It studied Kang Hansu with a mocking glint in its eyes, as if it were enjoying the situation. His mind raced. Demons each possessed their own racial skills, random, dangerous, and often deadly. Could this one be hiding an area of effectability? As if answering that thought, red energy began spiraling into the demon's palm, glowing so brightly that it burned through the smoke and dust around it. Kang Hansu's voice cut sharply through the battlefield noise. Fall back. If you stay too close, you're going to die. The bespectacled hero froze for a second, caught between fear and greed. Wait, you're telling us to just stand aside and watch? You can't handle that thing alone. Another hero shook his head stubbornly. We need to stay close enough to land the final hit. The demon's grin stretched wider. Power throbbed through both of its hands, growing heavier and hotter by the second. Then it threw its head back and roared, unleashing its racial skill as a storm of crimson fire burst outward. Hellfire. The flames twisted through the air like living serpents, tearing across the battlefield and devouring everything they touched. One of my artifacts can handle this, a hero shouted, raising his shield in front of him. It can block minor flames. Another clicked his tongue, refusing to back down, even as the heat surged closer. Tch, if I'm the one who finishes it off, the loot is mine. Kang Hansu's voice ripped through their greed-filled chatter. Run! But it was already too late. Hellfire exploded across the field, drowning everything in a violent sea of red. Screams erupted as the ground split apart and burned beneath their feet. The warriors scattered in panic, their earlier courage swallowed whole by the inferno. Through the roaring blaze, the demon stepped forward, its laughter echoing across the ruined battlefield like a death sentence. And in the middle of that storm of heat, smoke, and screams, Kang Hansu did not move. He rested his sword against his shoulder, a faint smirk touching his lips. Hellfire, huh? The flames curled toward him like hungry beasts, but his blade was already shining. Kang Hansu tightened his grip around the hilt and swung without wasting a single movement. The cut was clean, sharp, and perfectly controlled. A burst of pure light tore through the crimson flames and split them apart. Destruction slash. The explosion that followed shook the earth beneath them. From the castle walls, soldiers gasped in disbelief. Did he just cut through the flames? Slowly, the dust and ash began to settle. The battlefield had been scorched black, with deep craters spreading across the ground as far as the eye could see. Kang Hansu lowered his sword, his eyes narrowing as he faced the towering demon standing beyond the smoke. This was not just another ordinary monster. His heartbeat steadied and his resolve hardened in the silence that followed. Right here, right now, Kang Hansu was the only one capable of fighting it. The demon stretched out one clawed hand, wild flames spiraling around its massive body. Its grin widened even further, and its blazing eyes locked directly onto Kang Hansu. Then, with a burst of scorching heat, it lunged forward, its talons slicing through the air like massive blades. Young Hanchul froze for a moment, his breath catching in his throat. His hands trembled slightly as his eyes fixed on the man standing against that monster. Kang Hansu stood tall in the middle of the chaos, his sword driven deep into the ground like an anchor holding the battlefield in place. Zheng Hanxiu clenched his fists, frustration twisting painfully inside his chest. Is he really just a traveler like the rest of us? They had all started this journey from the same place. So how had the gap between Kang Hansu and everyone else become so impossibly wide? Kang Hansu swung his blade again, cutting straight through the stream of fire rushing toward him. They needed a plan. If this battle dragged on much longer, they were going to lose everything. Park Youngwook scanned the battlefield with his brows tightly furrowed, searching desperately for any opening in the chaos. Behind him, Hong Xiaya covered her mouth in shock, while Seo Jimin watched the fight with a faint, unreadable smirk on her face. The demon roared again, a deep guttural sound that shook the ground as sparks of raw energy surged around its body. Kang Hansu lifted his head, his eyes locked firmly on the monstrous figure in front of him. A cloaked man raised his hand high, signaling everyone nearby to brace themselves for the next assault. The clans began pulling themselves back into formation, and the tide of the battle slowly started to shift. Later, Seo Jimin leaned against a cracked wall with her arms folded, the tension of the battle still lingering around her. Silence stretched through the space until a voice finally broke it. If you're waiting for him, you're wasting your time. Seo Jimin turned slightly, her eyes narrowing. What are you talking about? Zheng Hanchul sighed and rubbed the back of his neck, looking as if he already knew how this would end. I mean, it's pointless, he said. I've waited here before, it never changes anything. Seo Jimin's eyes narrowed as she looked at him more carefully. Who exactly are you waiting for? Jung Hankeul answered in a quiet voice, as if the answer should have been obvious from the start. Kang Hansu, Who else would it be? A tense silence settled between them before young Hanchiel spoke again. So, did the monarch send you here? His expression shifted, and his voice dropped lower, but the sharpness in it didn't fade. Be honest with me. There's no one else around, you know it just as well as I do. The clan alliance is barely holding itself together, young Hanchiel continued, his eyes hardening as the weight of those words sank in. And you already know exactly why that is. Seo Jimin stayed silent for a moment, studying his face as if she were trying to figure out what he was really aiming for. Why are you telling me all of this? But before young Hanchiel could say anything more, the words died on his tongue. His eyes suddenly snapped toward the shadows nearby, and his whole body stiffened. Seo Jimin frowned at the sudden change in him. What is it? Young Hanchiel kept staring into the darkness. I thought someone was watching us, he muttered the words under his breath, still tense, as if he couldn't fully shake the feeling of eyes hiding somewhere beyond the light. Meanwhile, in another part of the fortress, Lee Guktae stood beside a tall window, looking down over the city below with a cold, unreadable gaze. It has been quite a while since Kang Hansu began monopolizing the demons, he said slowly. He paused there, his fingers resting near the window frame as his voice sank even lower. And yet, he still hasn't made a single meaningful move. The young man standing beside him frowned deeply. There haven't been any reports either. The clan has been watching him, but something doesn't feel right. A girl nearby added, all he does is defend the fortress, hunt demons, and sometimes enter the dungeons. Because of him, our defenses have become much stronger. Then she turned her gaze toward Lee Guktae, her expression tightening. But there's another problem. The independents who refuse to join any clan keep getting into conflicts with the clans. Lee Guktae rubbed his chin, as if he had already expected this result. Of course, a man like him, standing outside every faction while still holding that much influence, was bound to create friction. His gaze sharpened as he looked out over the fortress. Even the clan alliance is being dragged into following his lead. He released a slow breath, then spoke in a low, firm voice. That's why I've already finished making my preparations. At his words, a group stepped forward. The tension in the room grew thick enough to press against the skin. Lee Guktae's lips curved into a knowing smirk. If our strength begins to falter, we lose control, he said evenly. And once we lose control, everything we've built here comes crashing down. That is not something we can allow among the gathered people. One figure in a crimson robe stood tall and unmoving, drawing the eye with a presence that felt different from the rest. Lee Guktae's eyes glinted as he turned toward the new arrivals. You came at exactly the right time. He spread his arms slightly, his smile widening as he welcomed them into the tense chamber. Now then, let's talk about the future of the clan alliance. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, broken weapons were scattered across the ruined ground. Swords and spears jutted from the body of the fallen beast, still buried deep in its flesh like proof of the brutal fight that had just ended. Kang Hansu stood in silence before the corpse, both hands wrapped around his blade. He lowered his head slightly, staring at the remains with a dull, dissatisfied look. This was meaningless. The last spear slipped from his grasp and dropped to the ground, clattering against the dirt with a hollow sound. Kang Hansu exhaled quietly and raised one hand as a pale serpent coiled loosely around his neck, its tongue flicking through the air. He began counting in his head. This made 60. At last he had gathered enough. Inside the crystal shop's display, high-tier artifacts shimmered with tempting light. Shields, potions, swords, and axes each glowed faintly, their surfaces pulsing with power as if they were waiting for someone to claim them. Most of those items were exclusive to clans, and every single one had enough power to tilt the balance of the war. If crystals like these ended up in the clan's hands, the fortress would be thrown into even greater chaos. Kang Hansu couldn't let that happen. He had to move before things got out of control. His eyes lifted toward the system window hovering in front of him. I have something bigger in mind. He muttered the words under his breath, and a sharp notification chimed in response. Exchange complete. 60 crystals deducted. The air rippled as streams of light gathered in front of him, twisting together until they solidified into chains of gleaming iron. Kang Hansu's smirk deepened. He had mastered countless weapons before, but this one felt different. This one almost felt alive in his hand. The chains writhed and reshaped themselves, forming a sleek, dual-bladed sickle with deadly balance and sharp, elegant edges. The system identified the weapon clearly, Judgment of the Decratos. Kang Hansu turned the weapon slowly in his hand, watching the metal catch the light as its edges gleamed with a cold shine. This should make the next battles a lot easier, he murmured, already measuring how it would move in a real fight. With a casual flick of his wrist, he spun one of the blades, letting it circle smoothly through the air. Dust lifted from the ground in a thin wave, then suddenly stopped as if the battlefield itself had gone still. The soil began to split open beneath him, and skeletal hands clawed their way up through the dirt. The undead had returned once again. Kang Hansu's grin widened as he looked over the rising bones. 10 days still remained until the siege came to an end. That was more than enough time to see who would make the next move. In his mind, Lee Guktae's sharp grin appeared, along with the hidden shadows behind him, waiting, watching, and preparing for their own chance to act. Then the atmosphere around the battlefield suddenly changed. A small figure floated into view above them. The assistant fairy. Her faint, unnatural smile immediately made everyone's skin crawl. "This round has been quite entertaining," she said lightly, her voice carrying through the uneasy silence. "And for those of you who have managed to last this long, we've prepared something special." The ground suddenly shook beneath their feet. A violent tremor spread outward, pulsing with an unfamiliar and unsettling energy. Panic broke out at once. This wasn't just another wave. A dark aura rolled across the field, smothering the light as it passed. All around them, the corpses of fallen monsters began to twitch and move. Gasps erupted from the crowd as the dead creature's eyes snapped open, glowing with a sinister purple light. Shattered limbs, torn flesh, and broken bodies dragged themselves together, fusing into one another as if pulled by some invisible force. Inside the fortress, the chaos only grew worse. The scattered remains twisted together and merged into something foul and unnatural. A single shifting mass began to pulse with life, swelling and writhing in the center of the destruction. From that grotesque pile, a figure slowly started to rise. It was a girl. Curved horns stretched outward from her skull, and dark liquid dripped down her face as she slowly lifted her head. Demon had arrived. Above the chaos, the assistant fairy's amused voice echoed through the fortress once more. "And now," she declared, her tone light and cruel, "your next challenge begins." The demon spread her wings wide, and shadows rippled through the air around her as she prepared to strike. Hovering above the battlefield, the assistant fairy crossed his tiny arms, a grin curling across his face. "If you were human," he said lightly, "I'd tell you to stay far away from the fortress walls. Not that it would help, of course." He chuckled softly, his playful tone carrying a cold edge. "There's no escaping this." Then he lifted one finger. "That leaves you with two choices. 1. Stay where you are and fight the undead swarm that is already marching straight toward you. 2. Use a crystal and escape." His grin stretched wider as he delivered the warning. "But I should let you know something first. These undead are not the same as the ones you fought before." There was still one final path left to choose. One option nobody wanted to look at directly. The heavy silence settled over the room as those words reached everyone at once. They could face the Demon King herself. Deep inside the fortress, disbelief spread through the gathered survivors like a shockwave. One young man finally found his voice, though it shook as he spoke, saying that no one had ever warned them about a Demon King. Another quickly answered, his nervous eyes flicking straight toward the assistant fairy. The assistant fairy, however, looked as relaxed as ever, not even bothering to pretend he cared as he casually filed his nails. "Well," he said with a lazy, bored expression, "I never mentioned it because, to be honest, most travelers don't even survive long enough to reach this point." A faint smirk tugged at his mouth. Since almost no one lived long enough to meet her, there had been no reason in his mind to waste time explaining it. The moment that truth landed, the tension in the hall spread like fire, and low, frantic whispers began rushing through the crowd. Then the real cruelty of the situation became clear. The escape crystal would not activate until 30 full minutes after the undead assault began, and even then it could only transport 500 people. In other words, before the battle had even started, half of them had already been marked for death. But buried underneath that impossible choice, there was still a single chance left. If they somehow managed to defeat the Demon King, then every survivor there would be able to escape together. At that moment, a timer suddenly appeared in midair, its numbers counting down without mercy. The assistant fairy's voice sounded strangely calm now, as he explained that because this was a special event, he would at least give them some time to make their decision. Someone nearby cursed under his breath. They had all believed their only goal was to survive for 1 month, but now the nightmare had stretched far beyond that. Sharp claps suddenly snapped through the hall, cutting cleanly across the rising panic. Lee Guktae stepped out in front of the others. His face hardened with determination, and one fist clenched at his side. "All we need to do is endure for 30 minutes, he declared, his voice steady and loud. "Survive the attack, reach the crystal, and leave this place. That's all there is to it." He lifted his voice even higher, giving orders before anyone could interrupt. "Clan Alliance, move toward the crystal. Everyone else, get ready to hold the front line." But that command did not sit well with everyone. A man in glasses glared straight at Lee Guktae, anger flaring behind his lenses. He understood the meaning behind the order immediately. Lee Guktae's plan was not about saving everyone. It was a way for the clans to protect themselves while the rest were left behind. Their eyes met across the tense hall, and the pressure between them sharpened like a blade. Lee Guktae did not back down for even a second. "If you have a better plan," he snapped coldly. "Then say it." The man's jaw clenched hard, but no answer came out right away. Seeing that hesitation, Lee Guktae pushed forward, his voice dropping into something colder and far more ruthless. "Even the first demon we fought crushed dozens of people with a single strike," he said, staring him down. "So tell me, exactly how are you planning to beat the Demon King?" Then Lee Guktae turned his gaze toward the entire crowd, letting his words echo off the fortress walls. "Would you rather throw yourselves into a hopeless fight and burn like moths in a flame, or survive together and make it to the next island?" For the first time, the man in glasses faltered. His anger was still there, but the force behind it wavered as the reality of the choice pressed down on him. Off to the side, and Ju-hyun watched the exchange with a faint smirk, clearly entertained by the chaos unfolding before him. As far as he was concerned, their own safety was already secured. Their alliance with the Smaug clan had already guaranteed them protection. At least, that was what they believed as they stood there watching everyone else panic. Then, from within the noise, a single voice rose above the rest. Someone stepped forward, refusing to let fear decide everything. "The only way all of us survive is by defeating the Demon King." Those words brought a sudden hush over the hall, and Ju-hyun's body went stiff, his unease showing in the slight tension of his movements. Across from him, Kang Han-soo stood perfectly calm, his posture steady and unshaken. "If we defeat the Demon King," Han-soo said plainly, "then every person who survives can escape." And Ju-hyun's jaw tightened as irritation flashed across his face. Han-soo was interfering again, and this time, he was doing it in front of everyone. Lee Guktae stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he studied Han-soo with open suspicion. "Are you sure you'll survive?" he asked. Han-soo merely gave a small shrug as if the question barely mattered. "Who knows?" His tone was almost casual, but what he said next struck much harder. "But if you all run for that crystal," Han-soo said, his voice firm, "more than half of you will die, maybe every last one of you." The hall fell into a heavy, suffocating silence. Then a girl somewhere in the crowd let out a quiet laugh. "In that case," she said, her voice carrying clearly, "I'd rather follow him." Her smile sharpened as she looked toward the clan leaders. "Why should we trust people who only care about saving themselves? If we're going to fight anyway, then I'll stand with someone who isn't planning to abandon us." Then she turned her eyes to Han-soo. "What do you think?" Her words lit a spark in the others. One fist rose, then another, and soon more voices began joining hers, rallying behind Kang Han-soo one after another. The terror in their eyes slowly faded, replaced by a rough, desperate determination. Seeing the mood shift, and Ju-hyun's clan traded uneasy glances before deciding that they too would side with him. Not long after that, Hong Shia stepped forward from her own group and announced that her people would stand with Han-soo as well. And Ju-hyun's expression darkened. If this kept going, Han-soo's influence would swell beyond anyone's control. Sooner or later, he would have to be removed. His eyes slid toward his men, silently weighing the timing. If they could shatter the group's morale right here, everything would collapse into chaos. And in that confusion, Han-soo could be struck down. But before Ju-hyun could act, Han-soo turned his head sharply, his glare cutting through the air like a blade. "Save whatever plan you have to kill me for later," he warned. Then Han-soo moved without hesitation. His weapon crashed into the ground right beside Ju-hyun with terrifying force, the impact sending a violent tremor through the floor. In the very next motion, Han-soo pulled it back, the blade flashing as it caught the light. "Are you sure you can handle what comes after?" And Ju-hyun froze in place. The attack had missed him by a hair, and he knew perfectly well he had barely escaped being cut down. Lee Guktae quickly stepped between them, his voice controlled but tight with pressure. "Not now," he said. "We wait. There's still time." As he spoke, he cast a brief, careful glance toward Kang Han-soo. For the moment, they would move according to Han-soo's plan. But if a real chance to escape appeared, Lee Guktae fully intended to take it. The choice, at least for now, had been made. But before anyone could begin moving forward, Han-soo walked toward the crystal, his expression unreadable and calm. "Then let's make sure everyone is truly committed," he said. With one swift, decisive motion, he swung his weapon. The chain whipped through the air and wrapped tightly around the surface of the escape crystal. Han-soo pulled hard, and thin cracks instantly spread across the crystal like a web of lightning. A deafening crack burst through the hall as the crystal shattered completely, exploding into a storm of glittering fragments. And Ju-hyun and Lee Guktae froze where they stood, the color draining from their faces. All around them, shocked gasps turned into panic as someone shouted, "What have you done?" Han-soo turned back toward the crowd, his voice steady and unshakable. "We're going to the fortress," he said. We don't need the crystal anymore. The thought that you can still run away, Hansu continued, only makes you weaker. His words struck the crowd with a heavy force, settling over them like stone. One by one, the shouting faded, and the fear in their eyes began to disappear. In its place came something far stronger, resolve. The hesitation that had been holding them back was gone. For the first time, everyone moved with the same purpose. Hands shot into the air, and their voices joined together in a thunderous roar. Follow Hansu, kill the Demon King! But Kang Hansu lifted one hand and brought everyone behind him to a sudden stop, his voice cutting through the tension with absolute certainty. Don't follow me, he warned, leaving no room for argument. Keep your eyes on what's ahead, he said, his gaze fixed forward. From here on, you fight for yourselves, not for me. At that exact moment, the final second on the timer disappeared, dropping cleanly to 0. The fortress doors began to open with a deep, tortured groan, heavy metal scraping against ancient stone, as if the place itself was waking up. A narrow blade of light sliced through the blackness beyond the doorway, spilling across the floor of the hall and slowly revealing the path waiting in front of them. Somewhere in the group, someone let out a hushed whisper of disbelief. This doesn't feel like the same fortress, someone muttered, and they were right. The moment the entrance opened, the air had turned completely different, dense, oppressive, and so heavy it felt hard to breathe. As they stepped into the corridor, rows of candles flickered along both sides, each flame burning with an unnatural purple glow. Their light crawled over the cracked stone walls, making the shadows twist and sway with every careful step the group took. Far ahead, at the end of the passage, the purple glow was swallowed whole by pitch-black darkness. The group instinctively slowed down, weapons rising into guarded positions as every footstep rang far too loudly through the narrow hall. Then a voice slipped out from the darkness, smooth and taunting, carrying a cruel amusement that made the air feel colder. You certainly took your time, the Demon King purred. You came all this way looking for a little fun, and now you think you can simply leave? Her laughter echoed sharply through the hall. I can't allow that. Before anyone had the chance to answer or even turn around, the enormous doors behind them slammed shut with a thunderous boom. In the same instant, a crushing pressure swept through the room, bearing down on their bodies so violently that several people buckled and dropped to their knees. A cold system message flashed in front of their eyes. Fortress sealed, no escape. The floor beneath them began to tremble. Thin cracks raced across the stone, glowing faintly from below before the ground suddenly split apart. Chunks of broken stone collapsed into the darkness underneath, and a scream tore out from someone in the group. Something's coming, another voice shouted. Then, from below, they finally saw it. Twisted, grotesque creatures crawled up from the black gaps in the floor, dragging their bodies into the light. Their jaws hung open unnaturally wide, packed with jagged rows of fangs, and their shrieks stabbed through the air before bouncing wildly off the fortress walls. One of the monsters sprang forward in a blur, its claws flashing straight toward the exposed throat of a terrified soldier. But just before those claws could tear into him, Chain whipped through the air like a silver serpent, snapping around the demon's arm and wrenching it backward with brutal force. Hansu stood at the front of the group, his weapon already in hand, his stance steady against the chaos. "Stop panicking," he shouted. "These things are no different from the monsters we've already fought. Don't let their appearance shake you." He turned his head and fixed a sharp glare on the trembling man behind him. "Pull yourselves together." But Hansu understood what the others didn't. These creatures weren't the true threat here. The real fight was waiting with the Demon King herself. Almost as if the fortress had answered his thoughts, the ground erupted again beneath them. Pillars of flame blasted upward from the broken floor, sending stones hovering into the air as the entire corridor crackled with violent power. And from the heart of that rising fire, armored demons stepped into view, their bodies wrapped in pulsing purple light, their eyes blazing with raw, dangerous magic. "Move!" The warning ripped through the chaos like a desperate command. Someone screamed as the flames spread outward, licking across the stone and forcing the fighters to scatter. Hansu swung his chains in a wide arc, knocking aside an incoming blast before it could tear through the front line. "We have 2 targets in front of us," he barked, his voice carrying over the noise. "Split up and bring them both down." Commands began flying from every direction. Support units pulled back to safer ground, ranged fighters stepped into position, and anyone who couldn't withstand the pressure was ordered to stay clear. An Youngwook hesitated, his face tightening. "Hansu, if we charge in right now, will." But before he could finish the warning, Hansu was already moving ahead. "Left side," Hansu called out without slowing down. "I'll take the lead." He rushed straight through the smoke, his chains trailing behind him like bright silver streaks cutting through the haze. Even while moving, his mind worked at full speed, reading each motion of the enemy. This demon's attacks weren't random at all. They resembled the Abyss Gatekeeper, a creature far beyond the level of ordinary monsters, but the rhythm behind those attacks was clear, predictable. Hansu's mouth curved into a faint smirk. That was all he needed. His chains twisted, coiled, and struck with ruthless accuracy, each impact landing with more force than the one before it. Steel slammed into flesh again and again in a brutal, relentless rhythm. But even while Hansu fought, his mind was already reaching toward something bigger. This moment was the opening he had been waiting for. It was his chance to unleash the true power of the judgment of Kratos. The chains fired outward, flashing across the air like streaks of condensed light. They stretched across the battlefield in an instant, cutting through the smoke and chaos. With one precise motion, the chains wrapped tightly around the demon's massive sword, binding the weapon in place before it could swing again. The metal began to shine with an unsettling glow as a powerful surge pulsed through the chains. Suppression. Magic poured along their length, spreading over the demon and layering its body with radiant sigils. Its movements grew sluggish, then froze completely. The creature thrashed with savage force, trying to tear itself free, but the chains refused to loosen. The spell had already sunk in. Hansu could feel the technique biting into the demon's strength, draining away its power from the inside. Its energy was being siphoned out, its defenses stripped apart piece by piece as the glowing bindings tightened around it. A sharp breath slipped from Hansu's lips. The ability wasn't free. It burned through his own strength as well. But that was a cost he could endure. On his finger, the ring pulsed with a faint light, strengthening the spell even further. Hansu glanced back at the others, his eyes hard. "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" For a brief moment, nobody moved. The sheer force of his attack had left them staring in stunned silence. Then Park Young-wook broke into a grin and drew his blade. "You heard him, move! Let's show them the strength of our clan!" He turned sharply toward his men and rallied them with a fierce shout. And in the next heartbeat, the entire battlefield burst back into motion. Hong Xia reacted just as quickly, raising her voice as she began issuing orders to her own unit. "Those with weak resistance, fall back and support us from range. Everyone else push forward and attack." The air exploded with power. Bursts of energy tore across the field as warriors charged into the demonic horde, weapons clashing against claws, armor and magic. Soon the roar of battle drowned out almost everything else. But the demons were nowhere near finished. Hansu's eyes widened as fresh cracks began splitting open across the ground beneath them, each one glowing red-hot from deep within the stone. A heavy rumble followed, rolling through the fortress like something massive was stirring below. And then a blinding burst of light swallowed the cracked floor. The demons weren't just attacking anymore. They were calling down hellfire. Hansu's chains began to shake violently in his grip as the demon he had bound forced itself free, its suppressed power surging back through its body like a flood breaking through a dam. Hansu clenched his jaw hard enough for his teeth to grind. "Keep attacking," he shouted over the roaring heat. "Don't stop." Flames rose all around him, each blast shoving closer to his limit. He knew it clearly. If even one of those hellfire strikes landed cleanly, they wouldn't survive it. Even so, as long as he could read the demon's movements, there was still a way to counter it. Hansu planted his feet, steadied his breathing, and struck again. His chains whipped forward, slicing through the raging inferno as sparks scattered in every direction. Then, from his side, a sudden flash exploded across his vision. "Hansu!" someone yelled through the chaos. "Hellfire is making your attacks useless." But Hansu didn't retreat even a single step. Instead, he lowered his body and charged straight into the heart of the firestorm. His eyes narrowed, locking onto the true source of the flames, the ignition crystal buried deep inside that burning light. With nothing but sheer will driving him forward, Hansu thrust his hand into the blazing radiance, closed his fingers around the crystal, and ripped it out from the fire by force. A faint grin pulled at the corner of his mouth. The next instant he crushed the crystal in his palm, and the fiery aura wrapped around the demon flickered wildly before vanishing completely. Shocked gasps spread through the ranks as everyone stared at him. "What did he just do?" someone whispered, unable to believe what they had seen. Hansu turned his head just slightly, his voice staying calm despite the heat still rolling around him. "I told you already. Just keep fighting." Then he raised his weapon again. "That demon can't use hellfire anymore." But before anyone had time to answer him, a sharp warning cry tore through the battlefield. Hansu twisted his body aside at the last possible second, narrowly dodging a claw that ripped through the ground exactly where he had been standing. Across the battlefield, An Young-wook had shifted his attention to another collapsing front. A different demon towered over a group of exhausted fighters, non-clan warriors, who had already been driven to their breaking point. Their broken weapons lay scattered beside them, useless pieces of shattered steel on the floor. "Help us!" one of them screamed, and Ju-hyun's brow tightened as he looked over the scene. "Why aren't they fighting back?" Someone nearby muttered, "They said it's too dangerous. They think Hansu should handle it." A wave of uncertainty moved through the ranks. Everyone's eyes shifted toward Hansu, waiting for some kind of order too, unsure to act on their own. And that brief hesitation was exactly what Lee Guktae needed. Smirk crept across Lee Guktae's face as he stepped forward, grabbing hold of the moment before anyone else could. His voice rose above the noise of battle. "Hansu!" he shouted, pointing at him with an accusing finger. "You sent them straight to their deaths. Everything happening here is because of you, so you should be the one taking responsibility." Before Hansu could even respond, a nearby warrior finally snapped. "Enough talking. Fight." With one sharp kick, he shoved Lee Guktae aside and forced him out of the way. "Your clan is standing around doing nothing while the rest of us are bleeding out here." But Lee Guktae only dusted himself off and let out a cold smirk. "You think I've been staying back because I'm weak?" he said, his voice turning icy. "You couldn't be more wrong." He straightened his posture, arrogance dripping from every word. "Fine then, I'll show you what the special forces are truly capable of." At his signal, his warriors raised their bows in perfect unison. A storm of arrows filled the air, flying with terrifying precision toward their target. Steel, magic, blades, and projectiles crashed together as the special unit's attacks tore into the demon's body, each strike landing one after another without giving the creature room to recover. Gasps rang out across the battlefield. Even the people watching from the side could hardly believe it. Lee Guktae's unit was actually forcing the monster backward. A few moments later, the demon staggered heavily, lost its balance, and dropped to its knees with a crash that shook the ground. Hansu turned sharply toward Hongxia and Park Jungwook. "Go," he ordered. "Take the right flank, I'll finish this one." And without waiting for either of them to answer, he rushed forward, his daggers flashing in his hands. The blades cut through the air while his chains spiraled around him like living serpents ready to strike. Then the chains shot outward, wrapping themselves around the demon's limbs in a sudden, crushing bind. With one fierce pull, Hansu ripped through muscle and tendon, tearing the creature apart with brutal force. And Ju-hyun froze mid-swing, staring in disbelief. That monster was something that should have taken dozens of warriors to bring down, yet Hansu was handling it alone. His frustration finally boiled over. "Guktae," and Ju-hyun barked. "Stop standing there and end it already." Hansu didn't even glance in their direction. He already knew Lee Guktae wasn't the type to create a special squad just for appearances. Whatever motives Lee Guktae was hiding, they didn't matter right now. The only thing that mattered was ending this fight before more people died. Hansu's chains lashed out once more, wrapping around the demon's body with merciless, exact precision. Sparks burst from the metal as Hansu pulled harder, the chains creaking under the strain while they tightened around the creature. Across the field, and Ju-hyun roared and drove his blade straight into another demon's chest. Hansu caught the movement from the corner of his eye, but he didn't let his focus drift from the enemy in front of him. Then Seo Jimin suddenly darted past him, twin daggers flashing in both hands, a sharp grin on her face as she threw herself into the fight. Hansu's chains coiled around the demon's neck, tightening again and again until the creature's violent struggle finally began to die down. With one final motion, he crossed his arms, then tore them wide apart. The chains snapped taut in an instant, pulling with deadly force. Demon's head dropped to the ground, severed in one clean, brutal cut. For a moment, silence settled over the battlefield. Hansu slowly straightened his back and looked across the ruin around him, while dust and smoke drifted through the air like a gray veil. He wiped the dirt and blood from his cheek with the back of his hand, then lifted his gaze, meeting Lee Guktae's eyes directly from across the battlefield. Lee Guktae's face gave almost nothing away, but beneath that stiff expression, anger and unease seemed to twist together. Then one of his subordinates hurried over to him, pointing toward the remains of the fallen demon. "There's a crystal here," he reported quickly. "We could trade this for artifacts." And Ju-hyun stepped in beside them and spoke in a plain, matter-of-fact tone. "The clan alliance has already formed a special squad, and strengthening that squad has to be our highest priority right now." Another warrior frowned at that. "Shouldn't the Smog clan be the first to claim the trophies?" The young officer answered with a calm smile, not looking bothered at all. "I may be acting as the temporary commander," he said, "but the special squad belongs to the entire alliance. There's no reason to worry." Park Jungwook's brows pulled together as he listened. "A special squad?" he muttered under his breath. Since when did they have something like that? They had clearly hidden it until this moment. Hongxia shot Lee Guktae a cold look. "We managed to rein in our monarchs and bring the clans together," she said, her voice low and sharp. "The crisis coming our way only forced the process to move faster." Hansu opened his system window with an unreadable expression. He had heard more than enough. Whatever reason they had for creating that squad, and whatever plans they were keeping buried behind it, none of it mattered right now. There was no point wasting time on it in the middle of a fight. Just then, Hongxia and An Yong-wook came closer. It looks like the Alliance is trying to push you into a corner, Hong Xia warned quietly. Hansu didn't even blink. I already know, he said, brushing it aside like it was nothing. Don't worry about it. Xia raised an eyebrow. Then you already have a plan? A faint smirk touched Hansu's lips. Just wait and see. He had already set his own move in motion. Not long after that, several warriors approached with new information from this point on. The clan alliance would have to stand on the front lines. For once, they wouldn't be able to hide behind everyone else. That actually makes things easier for us, one man said. They'll finally have to fight instead of just watching from the back. Seo Jimin crossed her arms, her voice edged with doubt. Are you really sure about that? What if they just regroup and refuse to move again? Even if we step in to help, they might abandon us the second things get dangerous. Jimin stepped forward, cutting through the uncertainty around them. If anyone here still wants to get out alive, then there's no other choice. We have to fight the Demon King. Survival means fighting, nothing else. Hong Xia swept her gaze across the exhausted crowd in front of her. Many of them were wounded. Some could barely keep themselves standing, while others were already too spent to continue fighting at all. Most had entered this place, believing that joining a clan would be enough to face the Demon King, but now doubt and fear had settled over every face. Then a sharp voice cut cleanly through the noise. Enough whining. A girl pushed her way through the crowd as if the tension around her didn't matter. Her voice stayed calm, but it carried the weight of someone used to being obeyed. If you want to live, there's only one path left. Defeat the Demon King. She turned toward Hansu, her eyes steady as she stepped closer. I'm Seong Yeon, she said. Then her hand rose toward Hansu's chest. Seo Jimin's anger flared instantly. What do you think you're? But before she could lunge forward, Hong Xia grabbed her and held her back. Hansu slapped Seong Yeon's hand aside, his glare turning icy. What do you think you're doing? Seong Yeon tilted her head slightly, acting as if she had done nothing wrong. Oh, you're so serious, she said lightly. I wasn't doing anything. I just wanted to introduce you to someone. Sly smirk crossed her face as she turned away. Let me know if you're interested. And as she walked off, she tossed one last teasing remark over her shoulder. After all, someone seems very interested in you. Seo Jimin's expression darkened at once. What is wrong with her? She hissed. Just ignore her, Hong Xia muttered, pulling Hansu aside before things could escalate. Jimin kept grumbling under her breath, glaring after Seong Yeon's retreating figure. She's always like this. She never acknowledges anyone. She acts like we don't exist unless she wants something from us. Even the clans couldn't get through to her. Hansu let out a tired sigh, clearly finished with the whole exchange. If you're done, he said flatly, then let's move. And Juhyun groaned from behind him. Ignoring me again? Hansu didn't bother responding. The group pressed deeper into the fortress. Before much longer, they arrived before a massive stone wall looming over them like a sealed gate to death itself. Nervous voices began to rise as everyone wondered what might be waiting beyond it. Are we really doing this? Someone asked shakily. Are we actually going to fight the Demon King? Before anyone could give an answer, the assistant fairy appeared again, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. My, travelers these days really are entertaining, he chuckled. But don't worry, I have some good news for you. The crowd fell silent immediately. With a mischievous grin, he announced, you don't actually need to defeat the Demon King to open the portal to the next island. A ripple of shocked gasps moved through the chamber. What did you just say? Someone whispered. The assistant fairy floated higher, spreading his arms as if he were presenting a gift. You heard me. All you have to do is last for half an hour. Once the time runs out, the crystal on the throne will activate on its own. A stunned voice broke through the silence. Wait, so we only have to survive? The assistant fairy nodded cheerfully. That's right. Once the crystal activates, the portal opens, and after that, you'll be able to move freely between the islands. Then his smile grew sharper. Of course, if you don't feel like waiting, you could always buy your way through using crystal shards. He winked playfully. Though, just between us, that isn't exactly the official method. Hansu's eyes narrowed. He wasn't surprised in the least. The assistant fairy had been waiting for this exact timing, dangling temptation in front of everyone when their fear was at its peak. The assistant fairy clapped his hands together with a bright, mocking cheer. Well then, good luck, travelers. I'll be watching, and I hope I get to see all of you on the next island. And with that, he disappeared in a flash of light. The group advanced into the Demon King's chamber. The hall seemed to stretch on forever, its walls lined with enormous cocoons that pulsed with a faint, sickly glow. The air inside was heavy and unmoving, so still it felt almost suffocating. Then the Demon King lifted her hand and gave a single command. Rise. Her voice rolled through the chamber like thunder. Inside the cocoons, eyes snapped open all at once. Cracks spread across their surfaces as twisted shapes began forcing their way out. Skulls burst through the cocoon walls, dragging themselves free as hollow eye sockets burned with an unholy fire. A faint smile curled across the Demon King's lips, cruel and satisfied as she watched her servants awaken. Hansu's thoughts moved fast. This wasn't her complete form, only a fragment of the true being buried deep within the abyss. But even in that weakened state, she was still terrifyingly dangerous. His grip tightened around his weapon. He already knew exactly how he would strike. The Demon King's voice rang out once more. Arise. Bones rattled across the chamber, and skeletons lurched upward together in eerie, synchronized motion. At that exact moment, a glowing message flickered in front of Hansu's eyes. Monocrystals had been consumed, and in exchange, high-tier artifacts had been purchased. A bright glow gathered around Hansu's hand. In the next instant, his chains whipped out around him, circling his body as he called his weapon into full form. The chains of judgment, de Kratos, awakened at his command. With a sharp flick of his wrist, the chains shot forward, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. The Demon King let out a piercing shriek as the impact struck her, sending waves of dark energy rippling violently through the entire hall. Hansu didn't give her even a breath of space. Pouring his energy into the weapon, he activated two of de Kratos' hidden powers, separation and return. All around him, dozens of ghostly copies of his weapon shimmered into existence, floating in the air like pale, deadly reflections. Then, with one clean motion, every copy launched at once, rushing toward the Demon King from every possible direction. The attacks struck her one after another, but even under that storm of blows, the Demon King did not fall. Instead, a twisted smile slowly spread across her face as the replicated scythes began to shake in the air. She lifted one hand, and a crimson glow flooded the chamber, washing over the walls, the floor, and every weapon in sight. A violent wave of curses burst outward, coiling around Hansu's weapons like living darkness. The chains, now crawling with corrupted energy, turned against him and lashed out wildly, but Hansu refused to give ground. His calm grin returned, steady and unshaken, as he moved with sharp precision, striking the key points of his own weapons and forcing control back into his hands until even the curse had no choice but to obey him. The Demon King hissed in irritation, then swept her arm through the air once more. Come forth! From the shadows, another demon erupted into view, towering over the soldiers like a living nightmare. Tear them apart. The battlefield instantly collapsed into chaos again, screams, footsteps, and clashing steel filling the chamber. Hansu snapped his gaze toward the others, his voice cutting through the panic. I'll take care of the Demon King, the rest of you. Handle the summons across the battlefield. Lee Guktae hesitated. Then the leader of one alliance faction gave a cold order. Stay out of it. Don't interfere. Seo Jimin clenched her fists, glaring toward them with open disgust. Of course, they'd rather hide behind everyone else than help. Hansu heard the anger in her voice, but he didn't waste time arguing with it. Just hold that thing off for a little while, he called back. Buy me some time. Jimin's frustration snapped out immediately. And how are we supposed to do that without you? The Demon King's laughter rolled through the hall, low and distorted, mocking them from every direction. She raised both hands, and above her, a gigantic fist made from raw, pulsing muscle began to take shape. The massive fist came crashing down toward Hansu, falling with the force of a meteor. Just before it struck, a burst of green light flared around him, forming a protective dome over his body. Behind him, one of the mages shouted desperately, sweat pouring down his face as he struggled to maintain the barrier. We can't hold this much longer. Hurry! Cracks spread across the shield as the crushing pressure bore down on it. Nearby, an Alliance warrior gasped for breath, his eyes darting helplessly across the madness around them. There are too many. I can't even tell what's happening anymore. Should we try to help somehow? Another warrior coughed hard, spitting blood as his body staggered. Then, through the chaos, a sound rang out that no one expected, a scream, and Juhyun turned sharply, his eyes widening in horror. One of their own had collapsed to the ground, blood spreading rapidly beneath him. What are you doing? And Juhyun shouted, spinning toward the attacker. Lee Guktae's lips curled into a sinister smirk. The best time to strike, he said darkly, is when everyone's attention is somewhere else. His faction didn't move toward the demons at all. Instead, they turned their weapons on the very allies standing beside them, and Yuhyun's eyes went wide with disbelief and horror. You think we're just going to let this slide? Why aren't you fighting the real enemy? No answer came back, only the cold flash of steel. Blades gleamed as the so-called special squad launched a sudden ambush from within their own ranks. Cutting through their allies with ruthless precision, the betrayal struck like lightning, so sudden that no one had time to properly react. And Juhyun shouted defiantly even as chaos exploded around him. This fight isn't over. We'll wipe you out too. Lee Guktae only sneered at him, his voice cold and dismissive. You were nothing more than disposable pawns, blindly throwing your lives away for the monarch, and Ju-hyun froze mid-breath. Monarch. But before he could understand what that meant, Lee Guk-tae raised his sword high. It's time for you to disappear, Ju-hyun. He swung the blade down, and Ju-hyun's legs gave out before the strike could land, his body crumbling under fear. In that same instant, a silver flash tore through the air. Chains cracked like thunder as Han-soo stepped between them, his gaze colder than ice. So, you've finally shown your true colors, he muttered. He had expected betrayal eventually, but not something this brazen. Lee Guk-tae's schemes really hadn't changed at all. Caught off guard, Lee Guk-tae glared at him. You should be fighting the Demon King. Why are you here? But the question was meaningless. In his mind, Han-soo had still arrived too late. Special squad rushed forward, their blades already drawn, but Han-soo was moving before they could close the distance. His eyes swept across the battlefield, his thoughts clicking into place at once. The monarch of disguise. That presence, that corruption, that pattern, it all pointed to him. These soldiers weren't simply traitors acting on their own. They were puppets of the Black Monarch, disposable pieces already marked to be thrown away. Lee Guk-tae understood the danger standing in front of him. But even then, he refused to back down. Even if they couldn't defeat Han-soo head-on, all Lee Guk-tae needed was enough time to keep Han-soo pinned here until the demon finished tearing through the others. And if sacrificing his own life meant dragging Han-soo down with him, then he was ready to pay that price. Han-soo's mouth curved into a faint smirk. You're misunderstanding something, he said, his voice strangely calm. I didn't come here to stop you. He stepped forward, chains clinking in his grip. I came to make you an offer. Lee Guk-tae faltered for a split second, his expression tightening as suspicion flashed sharply through his eyes. Explosions thundered across the tower, making the walls tremble and sending dust raining down from the ceiling. Fighters on both sides glanced toward the chaos, tense and restless, waiting to see what Han-soo would do next. Han-soo cursed under his breath as the smoke thickened. He had lost sight of the others. Then, in a sudden blur of motion, Han-soo kicked off the ground and launched himself high into the air. His chain shot forward, snapping around a flying demon skull in midair. Han-soo pulled with brutal force, and the metal began glowing white-hot in his hands. The linked demon screamed as the chain tightened, and then its body was ripped apart in a burst of searing light. Hong Xia turned toward him at once, her voice sharp with tension. Where have you been? Han-soo answered without hesitation, preparing. Before Hong Xia could say another word, an explosion burst behind them, blasting Seo Jimin off her feet and sending her flying across the chamber. The Demon King let out a bored sigh, her voice echoing through the hall. This is getting dull. Her skinless fist clenched tightly, and she swung with terrifying force. Han-soo twisted his body in midair, barely slipping past the attack. A weapon shimmered into existence in his hand. A scythe formed completely from pure, concentrated energy. With one smooth and practiced motion, Han-soo hurled it straight forward. His chains followed right behind it, spiraling around the Demon King as the glowing scythe struck its mark. The blades tightened around her body, locking her in place before she could pull away. The Demon King thrashed violently, and her screams shook the ground beneath everyone's feet. How dare you? But no matter how fiercely she struggled, the bindings refused to break. Hong Xia's eyes widened as if she was about to move, but Han-soo raised one hand toward her. Stay back, he warned. Jung Hancheol frowned, unable to understand his decision. Why? Why stop us now? But before Han-soo could answer, a blinding flash of purple light split the room apart. Lightning tore through the air with a violent crackle and slammed directly into Han-soo's chest. Black smoke exploded from the impact, spreading through the hall in a choking haze. Gasps broke out among the onlookers. I can't see him, someone shouted through the smoke. Is he dead? Hong Xia's breath caught in her throat. No way, she whispered, her eyes locked on the smoke. There's no way he went down that easily. Seo Jimin's voice suddenly cut through the haze. He's up there. Every gaze snapped upward at once. High above them, Han-soo stood firm against the raging storm, his expression sharp and unyielding. Around him, countless spectral scythes shimmered into existence, each one moving like an extension of his will. Without even a moment of hesitation, the scythes launched forward together, slicing through the air before crashing straight into the glowing rings surrounding the Demon King. The chains tightened with violent force, dragging the Demon King down until her knees slammed against the ground. Han-soo didn't let up. His weapon spun once in the air before driving downward, and another scream tore from the Demon King's throat. With a swift and merciless strike, he severed one of her arms cleanly. Looks like that worked, he muttered. But instead of fear or fury, the Demon King suddenly burst into laughter, raw, warped, and distorted, her voice echoing through the chamber like shattering glass. Then her horns began to pulse, glowing with dark and unstable energy. Above her, a massive demonic hand started forming in the air, its huge fingers clawing through the darkness as it reached down toward her. Hansu's eyes narrowed immediately. She was trying to call on something even stronger. He yanked his scythe back at once, refusing to give her even a second to complete it. In his palm, the white stone flared to life, its power vibrating violently through his hand. This ended now. The demonic hand shuddered in midair, then exploded apart. Hansu leaped back just as a surge of corrupted energy ripped across the floor beneath him. The shockwave slammed outward like the breath of a blast furnace. Then, without losing even a beat, Hansu lunged forward again. His chains lashed out and wrapped even tighter around the Demon King's body. The demonic hand that had once reached down for her clenched into an enormous fist, trembling as if it still refused to give in. "Null!" Kang Hansu shouted through the chaos, his voice cutting across the battlefield. A great sword now. Almost immediately, the heavy weapon came flying toward him, spinning through the air with brutal force. Kang Hansu reached out without hesitation and caught the great sword cleanly, his grip locking around the handle as if the weapon had always belonged in his hand. In the same breath, he twisted his body and spun around in one smooth, flawless motion, turning the momentum of the throw into a perfect attacking stance. Above him, the Demon King's monstrous fist came crashing down, tearing through the air with enough force to crush everything beneath it. But before that demonic fist could land, it suddenly broke apart. The massive hand disintegrated mid-strike, crumbling into drifting dust as the ground underneath the fallen remains cracked and collapsed. For a single heavy moment, the entire battlefield went still, as if every breath, every scream, and every clash of weapons had been swallowed by the silence. Then, in less than the blink of an eye, Kang Hansu appeared right beside the Demon King, closing the distance so fast it felt almost unreal. His speed gave her no chance to defend herself or even turn properly. Before she could react, Kang Hansu had already swung his blade. Steel bit into flesh with a sickening impact, and a violent splash of red burst across the floor, staining the battlefield in an instant. The Demon King let out a raw, piercing scream that ripped through the chamber, and in blind fury she opened her mouth and unleashed a wave of magic straight at him. Kang Hansu didn't retreat. He planted himself firmly in place and pushed forward through the pressure, refusing to give her even an inch. With a fierce thrust, he drove his sword straight through her body. The light in her eyes wavered, her head dipped forward, and her voice shook with both rage and disbelief. "How dare you?" she hissed, barely able to contain her fury. Somewhere behind them, someone whispered in a trembling voice, "Is it over?" But Kang Hansu didn't relax. His eyes moved past the Demon King and fixed on the crystal that still stood unmoving in the distance. He shook his head slowly, his expression still tense. "No," he said, "not yet." And right after those words left his mouth, the Demon King's body twitched. Her limbs convulsed violently for a moment before she straightened again, as if something inside her had snapped awake. When she spoke again, her voice had fallen into a cold, terrifying calm. "It's been a long time since I've felt pain like this." A storm of dark energy erupted from her body as she spread both arms wide, letting that sinister power surge out around her. A brutal pulse exploded outward and blasted Kang Hansu across the chamber. He slammed hard into the ground while the Demon King gathered a dense mass of energy into her palm. That energy twisted into a black, swirling sphere, pulsing with deadly pressure. The Demon King curled her lips into a sneer. "For you, Kang Hansu, I'll use my full strength." With a sharp motion, she hurled the dark sphere straight toward him, sending it tearing across the battlefield. But before it could reach its target, a blade flashed through the air and cut cleanly through the attack. The sphere shattered apart, breaking into scattered fragments of light. Demon King froze, her eyes narrowing in irritation. "Ch-ch." She clicked her tongue and turned her attention away. "No matter. There are still some loose ends to tie up." Her gaze snapped toward Jimin. She raised one finger and, at her command, one of her demons lunged straight for her. Jimin clenched her teeth and braced herself, already preparing for the strike that might end her life. But before the demon could reach her, Xia rushed in. Xia intercepted the attack just in time, stopping it before it could land. "Good work stalling her," Xia said quickly, keeping her focus ahead. "Now we pull back." The Demon King let out a low chuckle, her grin stretching wider with cruel amusement. "You can try to run," she hissed. "But soon, none of you will exist." Her eyes shifted once more, locking back onto Kang Hansu. "Now," she said, slowly lifting her hand, "it's time for your reward for entertaining me." Beside one of the towering stone columns, Kang Hansu's body tensed. Every instinct in him screamed that something dangerous was coming. A beam of pure demonic energy ripped through the air and slammed down on his position. The blast struck like a falling meteor, erupting with enough force to shake the entire fortress. A shockwave roared through the chamber, throwing bodies across the floor. Screams burst out everywhere as a thick cloud of dust swallowed the battlefield. Junyun staggered backward, his face pale with shock. That was only the shockwave. The overwhelming force stole the breath from his lungs, and one thought struck him hard. Could Kang Han-soo really survive that? The smoke did not clear. The battlefield remained trapped in a heavy silence until, deep within the haze, a faint blue spark began to shimmer. From inside the thick fog, Kang Han-soo's scythe suddenly tore through the air, slicing toward the Demon King like a streak of blue lightning. The Demon King gave a low, amused chuckle, though her narrowed eyes betrayed her surprise. Even after taking that kind of damage, Kang Han-soo was still standing and still able to fight. Kang Han-soo brushed off the impact as if pain no longer mattered, steadying himself with one goal in mind: to end this battle once and for all. The Demon King had no intention of collapsing so easily, and the pressure around her only grew heavier. She drew her weapon with a furious glare, cursing the restrictions that kept her true power sealed away. Her patience had finally run dry as the air between them crackled with tension. High above the battlefield, the massive crystal began to glow, its surface pulsing brighter and brighter with each passing second. Then the crystal burst open, and from within it a swirling portal revealed itself, twisting like a doorway to the next stage. Cheers erupted across the battlefield. The Demon King had been defeated, and the road to the next island had finally opened. But before anyone could fully celebrate, the demons' bodies began to shrink. And then, without warning, flames exploded out from nowhere, scattering heat and chaos across the chamber. Kang Han-soo's eyes narrowed sharply. Something was wrong. The Demon King's hearts were still burning, still alive, and that meant the danger had not ended. Then her body began to twist, warping unnaturally as the last of her power stirred inside her. A wicked grin crawled across her face. "Did you really think it was over? I'm just getting started," she hissed. "Even if it costs me everything, I'll drag all of you down with me." But before she could unleash that final attack, a sudden burst of laughter rang out, slicing straight through the chaos. The assistant fairy appeared as if this were all a joke, casually grabbing the Demon King by the collar. "Rules are rules," he said lightly. "No true power in a training zone. You know the punishment." From high above, a colossal hand descended from the sky, casting an enormous shadow over the battlefield. The giant hand wrapped around the Demon King and seized her firmly, while an unseen voice echoed through the chamber. "Violation detected." The voice continued with cold finality as the Demon King struggled in its grasp. "Removal initiated." The Demon King twisted violently in that giant grip, her eyes burning with pure rage as she snarled through clenched teeth. "You meddling pest, if it weren't for you, I would have." Before she could finish, her voice was swallowed by a sudden eruption of black flames. Her body burned from the inside out, crumbling away until not even a trace of her remained. After that, a heavy silence settled over the battlefield. No one dared to move, as if everyone was still waiting for the next disaster to fall. Then the assistant fairy gave an awkward little cough and straightened himself as though nothing serious had happened. "Ah, well, just a tiny issue. Nothing worth worrying about. Anyway, congratulations, you've cleared the stage." He waved his paw casually through the air, his tone turning cheerful again. "Very few people ever manage to reach this point, so all of you have properly earned your reward." Then his eyes drifted toward Kang Han-soo, lingering on him with a knowing smile. "And for the one who contributed the most, there's only one prize worthy of that achievement." Kang Han-soo stepped forward without a word and accepted the purple runestone, its surface glowing faintly against his palm. A bright system window opened in front of him, its letters shining in the air. Runestone effect activated. Rune stats locked at 99.99% for 24 hours. Once the effect ended, all stats would return to 100%. Kang Han-soo slowly let out a breath, his eyes reflecting the purple glow as he quietly took in the weight of the reward in his hand. The assistant fairy smiled again. "I'll take care of everything else. To use the crystal, all you have to do is picture the place you want to reach, and it'll bring you there. I'll be waiting for all of you on the next island." With those words, he disappeared from sight, leaving only a faint shimmer of magic drifting in the empty air where he had been. Kang Han-soo lowered his gaze to the runestone resting in his palm. This victory had been brutal, but it was complete. And this was exactly what he had come to the central island to obtain. A faint smile touched his lips as the stone pulsed softly between his fingers, yet even then unease remained in the back of his mind. The power he had sensed earlier was unmistakable. It belonged to the abyss. He turned the runestone lightly in his hand, reminding himself that this was only one step, not the end of his journey. Nearby, Hanal let out a dramatic groan. "Seriously? After everything we just went through? We only get one reward? An Youngwook chuckled and gave Hanal a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Relax. Nobody here is dumb enough to try stealing it from Kang Hansu. Everyone knows the only reason we're still breathing is because of him. Hanal shrugged, his complaint fading almost immediately. Yeah, fair enough. It's not like anyone here is strong enough to challenge him anyway. Off to the side, Shia brushed a loose strand of hair away from her face, her eyes narrowing as her attention shifted elsewhere. The Smog clan has been far too quiet. That's not like them. We need to check on the members who never showed up during the fight. Seo Jimin folded his arms, irritation clear on his face. Why waste time checking? We should just deal with them right now. Kang Hansu glanced back at him, his voice calm but firm. There's no need, it's probably already over. Hanal frowned at those words, clearly not following over. What do you mean? Shia tilted her head as well, curiosity flickering across her expression. Yeah, what exactly are you talking about? Before Kang Hansu could answer, uneasy murmurs spread through the surviving warriors. One by one, they stared down at their hands and the places where their tattoos had been. The monarch marks were gone. Realization struck them all at once. The monarchs had already been finished, whether killed or captured. While everyone else had been focused on the Demon King, the Smog clan had made its move first, sending a special unit to eliminate the remaining monarchs in the confusion. A small smirk tugged at the corner of Kang Hansu's mouth, as if that outcome had been exactly what he expected. Far from the cheers and confusion surrounding the cleared stage, a lone warrior stood in the middle of a field littered with corpses. Here, the fighting had already come to an end, and only the aftermath remained scattered across the blood-stained ground. Only moments earlier, a group had emerged from a glowing portal, with Lee Guktae standing at the front. He looked across the ruined, blood-soaked battlefield, and his gaze eventually settled on the towering structure in the distance. Wherever this place was, that tower made one thing clear: they had arrived exactly where they needed to be. As the monarch of disguise, Lee Guktae understood his mission perfectly. He had to infiltrate the central island and eliminate the remaining monarchs. He had not followed his orders to the letter, but with the monarchs' heads as proof, he was certain the results would matter more than his disobedience. By using the chaos around them and the monarch's fear of Kang Hansu, Lee Guktae had laid his traps perfectly. Everything had unfolded just as he wanted. He turned toward his men and ordered, "Tie up the captives, make sure none of them can move." A satisfied grin spread across his face. This victory would raise the Smog clan's standing to a whole new level. He thought back to Kang Hansu's earlier words, remembering how Hansu had handed over the crystals and told him to seize the opportunity. If the monarchs could be turned into special forces operatives, then the Smog clan would be able to take control of nearly everything. Not that Kang Hansu had needed to spell it out. Lee Guktae had understood his role from the beginning, and the special forces were already moving according to plan. Hansu's final warning echoed in his mind as well. As long as they did not cause trouble here, he would ignore whatever happened afterward. Lee Guktae scoffed quietly to himself. Turn a blind eye? What a fool. Their agreement had only existed to prevent unnecessary chaos during the crisis. Now that peace had returned, that deal no longer meant anything. Still, he smirked. Keeping a friendly face for now would not hurt. Then one of Lee Guktae's men suddenly shouted, his voice sharp with alarm. "Someone's here!" Before Lee Guktae could even react, a blade flashed through the air, clean and impossibly fast. The strike sank deep into the warrior's side. Lee Guktae spun around, eyes sweeping through the shadows. Who's there? But he couldn't sense anything at all, as if the space around him had gone completely empty. Then a calm voice echoed from deep within the darkness. So it was true. Someone really had come. The rumors had not been empty after all. Lee Guktae had half doubted this would happen, but it seemed his precautions had not been wasted. "Stay alert," he barked, forcing his men to steady themselves. "Whoever's hiding out there doesn't have numbers. We still have the advantage." But the moment he finished speaking, his entire body went rigid. His legs would not move. The ground beneath him felt as if it had grabbed hold of his feet and was slowly dragging him down. "What is this?" he muttered, panic breaking through his confidence. The cold voice answered him again. "Just a small trap buried right beneath you. It won't last forever, but for this moment it's more than enough." A figure stepped out from the shadows, silent and composed. "It's a delayed activation artifact," he continued. "I set it to trigger only when you arrived. That way I'd know for sure you were standing exactly where I wanted you." For the first time, Lee Guktae's confidence cracked. How could they have known where he would be? He tried to speak, but before even a single word could escape, a heavy blow slammed into his back. The impact drove him straight to his knees, sending a sharp wave of pain tearing up his spine. "Wait, Ji-yoon," one of Lee Guktae's remaining men, cried out in terror. "Please, I'll do anything. Just let me live." The attacker did not slow down for even a second. His voice cut through the desperate plea like ice. No need. Another brutal strike followed, and Ji-yoon's cry ended instantly. The masked warrior slammed Ji-yoon's head into the dirt and looked down at him with contempt. Pathetic, he muttered. Nothing worth keeping alive. He released the lifeless body without the slightest hesitation, letting it collapse heavily onto the ground. Then the warrior lifted his gaze toward the sky. All that's left, he murmured, is to wait for the people of the central island to arrive, so I can kill every last one of them. He reached up and removed his mask, the cold air brushing across his bare face as he exhaled slowly. When I first heard about the central island and that tower, I didn't know what to think, he mused. But I suppose everything finds its place eventually. Then Kang Hansu's voice echoed through his memory, calm and even. If you're the one who asked to use me, Hansu had said, then listen carefully. I'll tell you something important. If you can endure what comes next, you'll become far stronger than anyone else who started under the same conditions. Those words lingered in his mind. In the next instant, the warrior had vanished, sent away to the place Kang Hansu had spoken of. From that point onward, everything depended on him. Looking back later, the boy would understand that trusting Kang Hansu had been the greatest decision of his life. For now, all he needed to do was wait. Above him, the full moon hung high in the night sky, spilling pale light over the silent battlefield below. In his hand, the transition crystal glowed with a quiet, steady pulse, as if counting down to the moment everything would move again. Far away, deep inside a dark forest, a man stood among the shadows and cursed under his breath. He's dead. The woman beside him slowly tilted her head, her eyes narrowing as she caught the meaning behind his words. You mean Lee Guk-tae? He gave a grim nod, his expression darkening. Looks like the central island made a fatal mistake. His jaw tightened as he added, the last contact I received came from the Demon King's fortress. That's most likely where he died. Yet there was no real shock in his voice, almost as if Lee Guk-tae's death had already been within his expectations. What remained on his face wasn't grief, but a colder, sharper irritation. His fist clenched at his side. We came to Tower Island because out of all the islands left, this is the place with the greatest rewards. But there's only one way to enter it, and that path is through here. Round the transition crystal, the warriors tightened their formation into a guarded circle. Their weapons caught the crystal's pale glow, blades shining as they prepared for anyone who might try to force their way through. Then the crystal began to hum, low and steady, as power gathered inside it. One by one, glowing runes awakened across its surface. This was the key that opened the road to Tower Island. Across the grand map of the Ascension Path, countless islands glimmered like distant stars, each one marking another stage on the long and dangerous climb. The outermost ring of islands was where everything began, a place where most adventurers collapsed before they even learned what the path truly demanded. The second ring, where the central island stood, was meant to test real strength, endurance, and survival. But the third ring was on an entirely different level. That was the final stretch, the place where the most valuable rewards waited alongside the most terrifying trials. And at the heart of that final ring stood the island everyone desired more than any other, Tower Island. Just hearing its name was enough to pull ambitious warriors toward it like moths rushing into fire. Inside the throne room, the atmosphere had become heavy and tense. A huge yellow crystal towered above everyone, filling the room with an eerie glow that made the silence feel even deeper. Then, from somewhere among the gathered survivors, a voice broke through the quiet. Do you really think it's worth going there? Kang Hansu didn't even lift his head right away. He simply took another casual bite of his snack, chewing as if the question barely disturbed him. If you're only going to Tower Island for the rewards, he said after a moment, then you'd better think carefully first. He swallowed, then continued in the same calm but cutting tone. Otherwise, you'll end up just like the ones who rushed into the central island without understanding anything. Uneasy murmurs immediately spread through the hall. Kang Hansu's cold gaze passed over the crowd. Tower Island isn't like the places you've been through so far. Surviving there will be far more difficult than anything you've faced here. So unless you're prepared to risk everything, don't go. His words sank into the room, and uncertainty spread through the group as whispers rose everywhere. Should they still chase it? Could they really survive if they went? Chia stepped forward, her face unreadable as she studied him. So you're not going? Kang Hansu gave no immediate answer. Somewhere beyond sight, hidden eyes watched the room from the shadows, and the tension only grew thicker. At last, Kang Hansu spoke again, his voice low and steady. There's always a way to take what you want, he said, no matter which island it is. Shia hesitated, caught off guard by that answer. She had assumed Kang Hansu would be the first one to charge into Tower Island, danger or not. But now, for the first time, she wondered if she had misunderstood him. Then another voice cut into the silence. He's right. A man stepped forward from the group, his tone calm. but his resolve was clear. Our clan has been gathering survivors ever since the monarchs disappeared, but everyone is worn down. If we keep forcing ourselves forward without rest, we'll lose more than we gain. Finding a safe place to recover is wiser than dying because of greed. The man turned toward Kang Han-soo and held out his hand with a sincere look. Before we leave, thank you, Kang Han-soo. We only made it this far because of you, Kang Han-soo let out a short, quiet chuckle at those words. As long as I'm still breathing, he said. I'm sure we'll run into each other again. Then he rose from his seat, and Ju-hyun called out from nearby, urging him on. Kang Han-soo, let's move. Behind them, Seo Jimin leaned closer to Shia and lowered his voice. Should we start packing up too? Shia tapped her chin, thinking it over. He told us not to go to Tower Island. Maybe this time we should actually listen to him. At that moment, the enormous yellow crystal began to pulse, and beside it, a swirling portal slowly opened. Gasps spread through the throne room. Someone whispered under their breath, "Is that the exit?" The survivors looked at one another with uneasy eyes. For the first time, their doubt was stronger than their ambition. If even Kang Han-soo was being cautious, then maybe Tower Island truly was not worth the risk. Kang Han-soo looked over the crowd and spoke firmly. Go on. I still have a few things to take care of. An Youngwook shrugged, spreading his arms with a faint grin. Then we'll head out first. An Youngwook and Cho walked toward the glowing portal together. Just before stepping into the light, An Youngwook glanced back one last time and said, I hope we all make it out of this alive. Shia glanced toward her partner. If you want to say goodbye, now's your chance. Seo Jimin crossed his arms and lifted his chin with quiet pride. No need. I'll go first. Without wasting any more words, Shia turned to Kang Han-soo. I'm not really the type for goodbyes, she said simply. But we'll meet again. As the last few people stepped toward the portal, Kang Han-soo moved after them, following the fading line of survivors toward the light. But right before he passed through, he stopped and looked back. His eyes settled on Sojong, who still hadn't moved. Why are you still here? Sojong raised one hand, her tone light but still firm enough to show she had made up her mind. Why shouldn't I be? There's something I need to confirm. Kang Han-soo let out a quiet sigh, then gave a small nod. Suit yourself. His body began to fade into the portal's glow, and his voice softened into a low murmur. See you on the next island. Once he disappeared, Sojong tilted her head slightly, staring after him. See me where? She muttered under her breath. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and looked toward the glowing portal, her expression impossible to read. Well, at least someone is heading in the right direction. A faint red mark appeared on the back of her hand, pulsed once with a dim light, and then faded away. Her message had been sent. Time slipped by, and somewhere else, a long-haired man stood before that same portal with his arms crossed. It's been a while since I got this signal, he muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. Is anyone actually coming? But before he could turn away, the portal suddenly surged with light. Energy rippled outward, shaking the ground beneath his feet, and his instincts immediately took over. His hand flew to the hilt of his sword as he lowered his body into a battle-ready stance. Nearby, another warrior gripping a spear sharply signaled to his squad. Stay sharp, he barked. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he kicked off the ground and charged straight toward the glowing portal. The air around the portal began to crackle violently. Its light grew brighter and brighter, flooding the surrounding forest in a brilliant golden glow. Only when that blinding radiance finally began to fade, spear wielder froze in place, his face twisting with disbelief at what he saw. Down, he shouted with everything in his voice. An explosion burst from the side of the portal, and the shockwave slammed outward, throwing Sojong off balance. She crashed hard onto the ground, but caught herself with one hand, sliding across the dirt before finally stopping. A light cough escaped her as she brushed the dust from her sleeve. Well, that was quite the welcome, Sojong muttered as she steadied herself. The long-haired man's eyes narrowed immediately. Why are you alone? Where's the rest of your team? Sojong straightened her posture and met his stare without flinching. I waited until everyone else left before coming here. Has anyone arrived before me? The man shook his head with a grim look, his voice dropping heavily. Not a single one. A tense silence settled between them before his tone sharpened. You're absolutely certain you were the last person to leave? I'm sure, Sojong answered calmly. I watched every one of them go. But even as she said it, one thought kept nagging at the back of her mind. Had everyone truly fallen for Kang Han-soo's trick that easily? She remembered Kang Han-soo's warning how he had said Tower Island was far more dangerous than the Central Island, and how chasing strength too early would only get them killed. The way he had spoken had been clear, deliberate, and loud enough for everyone to hear. Maybe that had been the point from the very beginning. He had wanted them to stay away. The man standing beside her scowled, his expression twisting with irritation. Him again. His fingers curled tightly, his hand closing into a hard fist as his anger began to rise. Then, in a sudden burst of fury, he slammed his palm into the nearest tree. The impact split the bark apart, sending broken fragments scattering across the forest floor. He lowered his hand slowly, glaring at the damaged trunk as he muttered in a bitter voice, "That guy is really starting to piss me off." His eyes remained fixed on the shattered tree as he spat out his frustration. "We haven't even managed to kill one of them. Sending people out to hunt for a portal was a complete waste." Then he turned his sharp gaze back toward Sojong and demanded, "Do you know what Lieutenant Kang Han-soo is trying to do?" Sojong lifted one hand slightly, keeping her voice measured. "From what I saw, he's been fighting on the front line. He seems more focused on protecting people than killing them. That's exactly what makes him a problem," the man said, narrowing his eyes as his expression hardened. He raised a hand and signaled to his aide, "Send word to the clans on the other islands. If they come across Kang Han-soo, they are to eliminate him." The assistant hesitated at the order. "He's as strong as a monarch," she warned carefully. "Instead of attacking him head-on, wouldn't it be better to use a different method?" The man suddenly grabbed the edge of her scarf and tightened his grip, forcing her attention back to him. "Didn't you just say he doesn't kill? If our clansmen attack him with everything they have, then he'll be forced to strike back." He released her scarf and lowered his voice into something colder. "Don't forget why we're doing this. Don't forget what those monarchs did to us. We remove every obstacle, no matter what it costs, for the ones we lost." Then he turned back towards Sojong, spread his appearance and fighting style to everyone. "We're heading to Tower Island now." Sojong watched them start toward the portal, her eyes following their backs. "You're not going to wait?" The man didn't even slow down. "Waiting was never my style," he replied. A moment later, they disappeared into the portal, and flames flared around the opening as the light swallowed them whole. Not long after, Kang Han-soo stepped out from another portal and looked around the empty clearing. "Looks like everyone's already gone." He spoke quietly, taking in the silent forest around him as if confirming what he had already expected. Then he paused and added, "If he's still the same kind of person, he wouldn't wait either." A faint movement behind a tree broke the silence. Without even turning his head, Kang Han-soo called out, "How long are you planning to stand there?" A hooded figure stepped out from behind the tree and calmly lowered his hood, revealing himself. "Long enough," he answered, his voice steady. Then he reached into the wrapping around his hand and opened his fingers. "I got what you asked for." A small item was passed over to Kang Han-soo, a pair of earrings known as the earrings of the seven relatives. Kang Han-soo accepted them without hesitation, feeling their weight in his palm before giving a brief nod. "Good," he said simply. "I'm heading to the next island." As he spoke, one of the men nearby stepped forward, grumbling as if all this conversation was pointless. "We just go through the portal, cut down whoever comes out, and take the rewards for ourselves." "No talking," he said flatly. "No friendships either." He walked toward the portal, then glanced back over his shoulder. "Go in, finish them off, and take whatever is left." Then he turned toward the bespectacled man and asked bluntly, "How many of us do you think will actually survive this?" Question lingered heavily in the air while the entire team prepared themselves, each person tightening their grip on their weapons. Kang Han-soo listened from where he stood, taking in every word without interrupting. He said nothing at all, allowing them to reveal their intentions and plans on their own. Before long, there was no more time left to hesitate. The team had already crossed through the portal, and chaos immediately swallowed them on the other side. The ground trembled beneath their boots as giant ants burst up from the earth, their sharp mandibles clacking through the cavernous tunnels. "Split them up," someone shouted over the noise. "If they swarm us, we're dead. Take them one at a time." But before the group could properly reposition, one of the giant ants lunged from a blind spot. Its claws smashed into the ground with a thunderous crack, blasting dust and shattered debris into the air. A girl screamed as the shockwave knocked her balance out from under her. She crashed hard into the dirt, her body hitting the ground with a painful thud. At the same moment, the monster reared back above her, lifting itself for another strike that was about to come down. Kang Han-soo's eyes swept across the battlefield as his mind worked quickly. The earrings of the seven relatives, he thought grimly. "Half of my stats are gone. If I try to fight head-on like this, it'll be suicide." Even knowing that, a weapon formed in his hand. Kang Han-soo didn't hesitate for a second. If anything, this was the perfect moment to find out how far he could still push himself. He kicked off the shoulder of the man in the hat and barked as he moved. "Stay out of my way." In the next smooth motion, Kang Han-soo hurled his blade forward. The weapon spun sharply through the air and slammed straight into the giant ant's head with a sickening impact. Kang Han-soo didn't wait to see whether the creature would fall. He launched himself upward immediately. While still in midair, he drew another blade and came crashing down with a heavy slash, splitting the monster's abdomen wide open. The giant ant collapsed to the ground and went completely still. Kang Hansu landed lightly on his feet, already pulling a knife from his belt. If I hadn't been weakened, he thought, I could have ended that thing barehanded. Now it takes 2 strikes. Behind Kang Hansu, the girl he had just saved was still trying to steady her breathing, her eyes wide with disbelief. That was incredible, she said, awe slipping into her voice. You took down a monster that huge with what? Just a knife? Kang Hansu gave her no answer, but his silence didn't slow her down at all. Excitement kept bubbling up in her voice as she leaned forward slightly and asked, You've fought on other islands before, haven't you? You must have met a lot of strong people out there. Kang Hansu still didn't respond, so she continued talking as if she could pull the answer out of him by force. Actually, I'm looking for someone. They say he's insanely strong, a man who helps people and fights with a weapon attached to a chain. Kang Hansu paused for the briefest moment, but he did not turn around. The girl smiled brightly, completely missing or ignoring the change in his silence. I really want to meet him someday. Kang Hansu wiped the blood from his blade with a calm, practiced motion, then started walking again. Enough questions, keep moving. The man in the hat let out a laugh from behind him. Relax, man, the man in the hat said lightly. A little talking isn't going to kill us. The girl smirked as she looked at Kang Hansu's back. Oh, come on. You're acting like you've got something to hide. I heard there's someone famous around here, someone who made a real name for himself back on the Central Island, she continued, her voice turning teasing as her eyes sharpened with curiosity. Wait, your name isn't Hansu, is it? At that, the rest of the group glanced toward him, waiting to see if he would react. Kang Hansu didn't break his pace at all. He simply kept walking forward. The man in the hat scratched the side of his head and repeated the name under his breath. Hansu, huh? Yeah, I kind of know him. We started out together. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. Really? So you're friends? That's kind of adorable. The man gave an awkward little chuckle. Something like that. She tilted her head, clearly wanting more. Then tell me, how do you know about him? He shrugged, as if the answer was hard to put into words. He's always busy and never stays in one place for long. I've heard stories from travelers about someone like that, strong, smart, and always helping people. If they're talking about a man named Hansu, then it's probably him. He turned slightly as he spoke. His gaze shifted to the short-haired girl beside him, and for just a moment, something about her face made him pause. She looked strangely familiar. Still, the group pressed forward, voices lowering as the door ahead came into view, like the exit they had been searching for. The man in the hat found himself thinking back to Kang Hansu. At first, he had assumed Hansu was all talk, but then a certain memory returned Hansu asking if someone had ordered him to fight. Looking ahead, the man in the hat called out with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Is he really planning to fight by himself? If he hadn't been here, someone answered from nearby, their voice tense from the battle. Half of us would already be dead by now. A voice from another clan cut through the discussion. These ants don't drop artifacts. At best, you'll only get runes from them. More practical voices quickly joined in agreement. The floor itself wasn't considered that difficult, and with this many people moving together, whatever artifact rewards appeared would be poor at best. Then someone pointed toward a door farther ahead, the same kind of passage they had used before. The group began moving toward the portal, preparing to cross through together. But just as they were about to move, a sharp shout stopped them cold. A man appeared in their path, and without warning, he slashed across one participant's arm. Blood sprayed into the air as he loudly argued that fewer survivors meant better artifacts. If everyone goes through together, the rewards will be worthless, he said, planting his spear against the ground with a threatening glare. Then he laughed, his face twisting with greed, and declared that he could simply take everything for himself. In the next instant, he swung his weapon through the crowd, cutting into anyone near him as panic began to spread. People shouted for him to stop, some begging to negotiate. But he kept advancing with blood flecking his blade and madness in his eyes. His path carved straight toward Kang Hansu. He charged forward, shouting that everyone here was weak because they only thought about winning instead of surviving. Kang Hansu watched him approach with a calm, unreadable look, then reached down and drew a blade. The attacker struck first, knocking the weapon clean out of Kang Hansu's hand before he could use it. The blade spun away and stabbed into the ground as Kang Hansu dropped to one knee. The attacker stepped in close, looking down at him with a sneer as he mocked him for being weaker than the rumors claimed. The man in the hat quickly pushed the short-haired girl behind him, shielding her with his body. Get ready to run, he murmured under his breath. When I give the signal, run. But she didn't move back. Instead, she raised a crossbow with both hands, aimed it past him, and said in a cold, steady voice, Don't move. The man in the hat froze where he stood, unsure whether her warning was meant for him or the enemy in front of them. She stepped past him without hesitation, lifted the crossbow into position, and fired. The bolt shot forward and struck the man standing over Kang Han-soo. The man in the hat turned toward her, relief flashing across his face. "Nice shot," he said. "You used my distraction well." But the girl only shook her head, her expression strangely calm. "That was my first time using this. I'm not that good." Then she raised the crossbow again and aimed it directly at him. "I wanted to kill both of you with one shot," she said flatly. Her fingers tightened around the weapon and she pulled the trigger. The bolt flew straight and buried itself squarely in the man's forehead. Collapsed instantly, his body hitting the dirt with a dull, heavy thud. Blood spread out beneath him in slow, dark ripples across the ground. Leaning the crossbow against one arm, the girl exhaled and stared down at the mess with a bored, almost careless look. "Well, cleanup's done. Let's see if this was worth the effort." She touched a finger to her earpiece and spoke quietly. "Monarch, there's still no sign of the man with the chain. I've checked 10 rooms on the first floor." A small smile curved across her lips. "But as a consolation prize, I wiped out everyone else." Her voice softened into something playful. "And if I do find him, I'll make sure to bring him to you personally. Consider it a gift." Then from behind her, a quiet voice answered. "Looking for me?" Her blood ran cold in an instant. She spun around as fast as she could, but it was already too late. A chain snapped through the air with a sharp metallic hiss. It wrapped around her torso in one smooth motion, coiling tight around her body and pinning both of her arms firmly in place. Kang Han-soo stood right in front of her, calm and composed, with a weapon glinting dangerously at her throat. "So," he said softly, "you were looking for me?" Her eyes widened in shock. "Aye." The chain tightened before she could finish. Her words died in her throat as she gasped for air, trembling while Kang Han-soo pulled the bind tighter until she could not move even an inch. A knife shimmered beside her neck. "I saw you," she managed to stammer through the pressure. "You were unconscious." Kang Han-soo's gaze stayed cold and steady. "Then I guess my acting wasn't that bad after all." Her breath caught, fear spreading across her face. "And don't even think about calling your monarch," he warned, pressing one finger lightly against her lips. She froze completely. In the very next heartbeat, the disguise covering him melted away, revealing Kang Han-soo's original form. His voice dropped into a quiet whisper. "Stay quiet now." Then came a single clean motion, swift, precise, and final. The chains unraveled and clattered to the floor beside her lifeless body. Kang Han-soo exhaled slowly as he looked over the aftermath. So, she was the only one they sent here. From the edge of his vision, Kang Han-soo caught a tiny movement near the floor, where a small snake was quietly slithering past him. The little creature was swallowing white stones one after another, each one disappearing into its mouth, as if it were gathering them on purpose. Han-soo watched it for a moment, his eyes narrowing with a thoughtful look. They had given up far too quickly, he murmured under his breath. Then, almost like he was speaking only to himself, he added that they would meet again eventually. There was no need to rush. That sight stirred an old memory inside him. For an instant, he was back in the training zone long ago, watching a man lazily tilt back a beer bottle, taking loud gulps between his words. Hidden dungeons, the man had said in that careless tone, were not separate worlds cut off from everything else. Tower Island had layers of its own, stacked one over another. If someone wanted to climb higher, they first had to clear the dungeons connected to each floor, and even beyond the 3rd floor, the man had warned him, there were still deeper trials waiting. That was where the Ra'al challenge truly began. The old memory slowly dissolved. Kang Han-soo stepped through the portal, and the next moment, he emerged on the 2nd floor. Around him, an enormous hall stretched wide in every direction. Towering stone pillars rose toward the ceiling like ancient supports holding up the entire dungeon. Still wearing the appearance of a girl, Han-soo leaned back against one of the columns and calmly scanned the space around him. His eyes lowered to the spear resting in his hand. Most of the gear he carried had already lost its former sharpness and value, reduced to outdated remnants from earlier battles. Only the Nurmaha ring, a living artifact that continued growing with him, still held real worth. Han-soo slowly turned the spear once in his grip, weighing the thought in silence. The colorless equipment had to be replaced soon. If Kang Tae's directions were accurate, then there should be something worth taking somewhere ahead. Han-soo pushed himself away from the pillar, straightened his posture, and began walking toward the deeper chambers of the 2nd floor, already setting his next hunt into motion. As his focus shifted, Han-soo noticed that a small crowd had started gathering around the newly opened portal. Above the portal, the number 50 shone clearly in the air, making the rule impossible to misunderstand. From the 1st floor, only 50 people had earned the right to move forward. Once the final chosen participant stepped through, a bright burst of light flooded the chamber. When the glow faded, everyone found themselves standing inside a vast stone hall. In front of them hovered a small fairy, his wings scattering tiny sparks of golden dust with every flutter. Wearing a wide, playful grin, he clapped his hands together and cheerfully welcomed them, saying he knew they had all been waiting, so it was time to begin. The assistant fairy congratulated them for reaching Treasure Island, praising their insight for leading them to the correct place. With a proud sweep of his hand, he gestured toward the massive chamber surrounding them and declared that this was the largest room on the entire second floor. Their task, he said, was simple on the surface. They had to defeat the guardian protecting the treasure, claim that treasure, and then carry it to the center of the island where it could be exchanged for artifacts. A soft glow bloomed in the assistant fairy's palm, forming a small golden orb that shimmered like liquid sunlight. They had 2 weeks, he continued, his voice dipping just enough to make the words feel more dangerous. It sounded easy, of course, but only if they ignored the fine print. His grin sharpened as he explained that only those who successfully exchanged their treasure for artifacts would be allowed to leave. As for everyone else, he let the sentence trail off, smiling as if the answer was already obvious. They would not be nearly as fortunate. A low murmur rippled through the group. The assistant fairy lazily spun the golden ball between his fingers, letting the tension build before revealing the most important detail. There was only one treasure. That meant they had a choice to make. They could struggle together, gather 50 artifacts, and try to ensure that every single person survived, or they could claim fewer artifacts and raise their own personal ranking instead. The assistant fairy floated higher into the air, spreading both arms with theatrical delight. The fewer people who succeeded, the better the rewards would become, so they needed to choose carefully. With a quick flick of his hand, a glowing map appeared in mid-air, revealing 128 bright points scattered across the island. Those lights, he explained, marked the guardians they had to defeat. Each guardian protected a path that would bring them one step closer to the treasure. When the projection disappeared, a heavy silence settled over the hall again. Kang Hansu kept his eyes fixed on the assistant fairy, already calculating the situation. 128 guardians in only 2 weeks, with just 50 people to handle them. This was not truly designed around cooperation. It was a trial built to grind them down through endurance, pressure, and betrayal. His gaze moved to a short green-haired girl standing near the front of the crowd. Her face gave almost nothing away, but she calmly raised her hand and spoke clearly. They should split into 5 groups, she proposed. Each team would have 10 people. If every group defeated 2 guardians per day, then they could reach the required number before the time limit ran out. A faint smile touched her lips as she asked if that did not sound manageable. Almost immediately, the room broke into restless whispers. People glanced at one another, questioning whether they were really supposed to work together. Someone scoffed at the idea of cooperating with rival clans, calling it suicidal. Another voice questioned the 10-person teams, while others worried about what would happen to the solo players who did not already belong anywhere. Kang Hansu listened without saying a word. The plan itself was not bad. It was efficient, and while it carried plenty of risk, it was still a practical way to handle the situation. Behind him, a yellow-haired girl reached out and lightly tapped the shoulder of a boy dressed in a white coat. The boy gave a small nod, then raised his voice so the others could hear him. Their side would join in, he said. 2 guardians a day was acceptable. If anyone failed to keep up, then that was their own problem. His clan had already been divided into groups anyway. The tone of the murmuring began to change. One by one, others started agreeing, though not because they had suddenly developed trust in each other. They simply understood that out of all the options in front of them, this was the only plan that made sense. Hansu quietly studied the 2 who had taken control of the flow, the yellow-haired girl and the boy standing beside her. Their calm expressions, their confidence, and the way the room naturally reacted to them told him enough. They were the ones the others would end up following, the strongest people in the chamber, and clever enough to guide everyone without needing to shout. At last, the noise settled down. The boy stepped forward again and declared that once they located the treasure, they would immediately head for the center. The yellow-haired boy finished the thought in a firm tone that left no space for argument. With that decided, the crowd started breaking apart, forming teams and scattering toward their chosen routes. Hansu remained where he was. He watched them leave, then let his eyes drift back over the floating map. The guardian markers dotted the dungeon's wide expanse like scattered constellations. For most people, the sheer size of the place alone would slow them down. But Hansu was different. If he moved alone, that distance would not be enough to stop him. Just as Hansu began walking away, the yellow-haired girl turned her attention toward him. She called out to him, asking where that woman had gone. Hansu gave no answer. His thoughts had already moved far beyond her question, locked onto the real prize hidden within this place. The philosopher's stone. At that moment, Kang Tae waved him over from the side. Kang Tae told him to listen carefully, pointing at himself with exaggerated pride as if he were the only person there qualified to speak, According to him, no one else in the room had what it took, so Hansu had better pay attention. Hansu lifted an eyebrow slightly, but he did not interrupt. Kang Tae went on, gesturing with lively, dramatic movements. When the guards dropped orbs, there was always one that shone brighter than the others. Most people ignored those glowing orbs completely because they were too fixated on the treasure. They would toss them aside like worthless junk. Kang Tae smirked and folded his arms, clearly pleased with himself. That, he said, was a huge mistake. Those things were not useless at all. Then he stretched one hand toward Hansu with a dramatic flourish and explained that if someone collected 32 of them, they could trade them for an artifact disguised as the Philosopher's Stone. It was not the real thing, but it was close enough to matter. A sly grin spread across Kang Tae's face as he boasted that hidden events like this were his specialty. Nearby, Keldian sighed and adjusted his glasses, dryly remarking that Kang Tae certainly talked a lot for someone who collected trash. Kang Tae only laughed, answering that what looked like trash to Keldian was treasure to him. While the two of them bickered, Hansu turned the chain in his hand, already thinking several steps ahead. A fake Philosopher's Stone. It was not the same one Envy Aren had consumed, but if it was similar enough, then it still had value. The opportunity was limited, but the risk was worth taking. His fingers tightened around the chain. In response, a faint hum trembled through the metal in his palm. With a quiet sigh, Hansu returned to his original form. It would be better to move by himself. No distractions, no one slowing him down. Then the ground began to rumble. Dust shook loose from the ceiling, and the floor split apart with a deep cracking sound. From beneath the broken surface, enormous hands burst upward. The massive hands clawed at the ground, searching for balance. A gigantic creature dragged itself out from below, its huge body scraping against the stone walls as it raised its head. At the center of its forehead, a dim blue crystal pulsed slowly, almost like a beating heart. The entire dungeon shuddered around it, and the vibration carried across the cavern. Several clans turned toward the noise at once, their weapons already drawn. Then the assistant fairy's bright, cheerful voice echoed throughout the hall, announcing that the second guard had been defeated. 2 were already down for the day, and he praised their excellent progress. Hansu's eyes flicked toward the source of the commotion. Someone out there was moving quickly. Good. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a girl struggled to plant her feet firmly beneath her again. A voice shouted at her to focus. She snapped back immediately, insisting that she was focused. A heartbeat later, she barely threw herself out of the way as the creature's huge, gaping mouth slammed into the floor exactly where she had been standing. Only seconds before. She twisted her body sharply, turning with the force of the dodge. Then she kicked off the ground and launched herself upward, driving a powerful strike into the monster hard enough to send its massive body reeling back. While she was still hanging in the air, an arrow suddenly sliced past her with a sharp whistle and flew straight into the creature's eye, piercing it cleanly. Behind her, the archer lowered his bow with a flat, almost annoyed expression. He pointed out that she had dodged the attack without even looking in his direction, then muttered that he was starting to wonder why he was helping her at all. She immediately shot him a sharp glare and snapped back that if he felt that way, he could stop helping and fight the monster by himself. He told her to relax, though irritation was already creeping into his voice. They had not even found a single guard yet, while the other teams had already taken down 2. All they had managed to run into so far was, he cut himself off as the ground began trembling again beneath their feet. After a beat, he clicked his tongue and called the situation pathetic. The girl narrowed her eyes and stared toward the distant source of the disturbance. Her voice came out calm, but there was no hesitation in it. Those 2 guards had not been defeated by a group. Someone had taken them down alone, and she could feel it clearly. The boy rubbed his chin, thinking over her words for a moment before turning back to her. So the rumor was true after all. He began almost calling her monarch, but before he could finish the thought, she spun around with a sharp breath and cut him off coldly. She told him not to call her that, her tone firm enough to make it clear the title irritated her more than the danger around them. Then she wasted no more time on the argument. The presence she had sensed earlier had vanished, so they were changing course. They needed to move right. Just as the group began shifting directions, she suddenly raised one arm and stopped them in place. A cold ripple passed through the air around her. That aura was dark, heavy, and unmistakable. It was the same presence she had felt back at the very beginning. Elsewhere, another clan forced its way through the thick brush, branches scraping past their shoulders as they moved. Their leader spoke in a calm, controlled voice, telling them to forget about the guards. Even if they managed to find the treasure, he said, there was still no guarantee they could carry it all the way to the altar and exchange it safely. One of the clan members quickly protested, unable to hide his frustration. They could not just sit around and do nothing while everyone else moved ahead. The leader's frown deepened, but his confidence did not waver. While the others wasted their strength chasing after guards, their clan would focus on getting stronger. The monsters roaming around this area were already more than enough to upgrade their equipment. A smirk tugged at his mouth as he laid out the rest of his plan. Once the others came back carrying the treasure, they would simply take it from them. In a place like this, he added, no one would even notice if a few people disappeared. From a short distance away, she listened to the whole thing with her arms crossed, her expression flat and unimpressed. The clan leader continued speaking, completely unaware that his plan had already reached the wrong ears. If no one found the treasure within 2 weeks, he said, then every single person on the island would die anyway. At that moment, a girl stepped out from behind a tree, her voice cutting cleanly through the tense air. If everyone started thinking the way he did, she said, this entire place would collapse into chaos in no time. That uneasy feeling from earlier had not been coming from the clan after all. Another figure appeared behind her, calm and composed, agreeing with her words. In a situation like this, he said, with his arms folded, order mattered more than anything. Before anyone could continue, someone from the clan shouted in alarm, asking who she was. The yellow-haired girl turned toward the newcomer. For the first time, she got a clear look at the girl standing there. Bruises covered the girl from head to toe, making it hard to understand why she was wandering alone in a place like this. The sight left the yellow-haired girl unsettled, and then realization struck her. The strange presence she had been sensing all along was coming from this girl. Kang Hansu's eyes locked onto her in that same instant. The clan's archer immediately lifted his bow and drew the string tight, aiming straight at the newcomer. He demanded to know why she had approached them from behind, what she wanted, and warned her to speak honestly, especially since she appeared to be alone. The bruised girl did not flinch at the drawn bow. She told them to relax in an even voice, saying it was nothing so dramatic. She had simply come with a proposal. The man scoffed at the word, asking if she had lost her mind, and why they would bother listening to anything she had to say. She met his hostile stare without blinking. He was right to be cautious, she admitted, but he was directing that fear toward the wrong person. Then she lifted her hand and pointed straight ahead. The yellow-haired girl stepped forward, and the bruised girl made her intention clear. She wanted to speak with her. Turning her attention back to the yellow-haired girl, she continued in a calm but cutting tone. With that unusually sharp intuition of hers, she should already understand what was going on. A chill crept down the yellow-haired girl's spine as the realization sank in. That strange presence she had felt earlier. It was coming from her. Recognizing this person as the monarch of another clan was not easy at first glance. But the energy around her was impossible to ignore. Either her intuition was strong enough to rival her own, or there was something about this person that was not fully human. Maybe an artificial shell. Whatever the truth was, the feeling she gave off was far from ordinary. Beneath that calm expression, something dark continued to pulse. Then the yellow-haired girl set one hand on her hip, and a powerful surge of magic burst out from her body, making the air around them tremble. Her eyes widened as the pressure washed over the area. Kang Hansu did not flinch in the slightest. His voice remained steady and unhurried as he met her gaze directly. There was no need to get so tense, he told her. He had already said it clearly. He was only here to make a proposal. The man with the bow still refused to lower his weapon. He repeated the word proposal with suspicion, demanding to know what she was really planning, and then told her to stop spouting nonsense about monarchs. But before he could continue, the yellow-haired girl shouted over him and cut him off. She would talk to her. The man froze, clearly caught off guard. Their monarch had never spoken with that kind of urgency before. After a short pause, he exhaled and gave in, telling her to do as she wanted. She stepped forward, her voice carrying both uncertainty and resolve. The newcomer looked strong enough to take care of herself, so she wanted to know why someone like that would bother making a proposal at all. Even so, she hesitated slightly, half-shielded behind her comrade's arm. She added that no matter how powerful the newcomer was, that did not mean they would simply follow whatever she said. Kang Hansu closed his eyes for a brief moment, then answered plainly. Everyone had their own reasons for acting. His was simple. He needed someone else to stand on the front lines in his place. Her brows drew together as she considered his meaning. She asked if he wanted them to deal with the group from earlier. After thinking it over for a moment, she shook her head. She understood what he was suggesting, but going against 40 people was impossible. Hansu calmly studied the group in front of him before answering. They would only need to handle 10 at a time, and those opponents were weaker than they appeared. Then he turned his attention to her and told her to use her monarch ability. She should begin converting the strongest ones into her clan and use them to increase her numbers. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Was he actually serious? Managing the people she already had was difficult enough, and now he wanted her to recruit even more. She swallowed back the urge to argue, because every instinct she had warned her not to push him too far. Beside her, One of her teammates quietly brought a fist to his mouth, thinking it through. She had complained about the size of the group before, and now this was the answer she was being given. The yellow-haired girl sighed and rubbed her forehead, looking genuinely exhausted. She muttered that all she had wanted was to get through this place without becoming involved in anything troublesome. But after a short hesitation, she seemed to accept that she had no real choice. Finally, she nodded and agreed to try. As they began moving out, Hanzu's voice followed from behind, telling them that he would be watching. The yellow-haired girl leaned closer to her teammate and whispered under her breath that this was not going to work. Once they had left, Hansu opened his system screen. Someone with such high intuition was rare in the training area, and in his eyes, that meant she should be able to handle this much without collapsing. With the guard already defeated and the treasure secured, the timing was perfect. Now was the moment to set the Scout King plan into motion. Sometime later, a masked man crashed down to the ground. Around him, the yellow-haired girl's subordinates had already captured and restrained the rest of the group they had targeted. One of her assistants stepped forward and reported that the prisoners were refusing to accept the tattoos. The yellow-haired girl glanced over the bound captives and said they were already part of the clan now. Since there were only 4 of them resisting, they should simply be tied up for the time being. The green-haired girl objected, saying there was no need to bind them. One of the tied men immediately protested as well, asking if they were being punished just because they belonged to a different clan, insisting that they had done nothing wrong. The yellow-haired girl looked across the captured group, taking in the situation with a tired gaze. Most of them had already been brought into the clan. Only a small number still remained tied up, refusing to cooperate. She tapped the side of her head with a frustrated look and admitted that this was exhausting. She did not want to keep repeating this over and over. Then the assistant fairy's voice rang out across the area, announcing that a treasure had been found. The yellow-haired girl immediately turned toward the sound. The assistant fairy asked who had taken it and ordered them to bring it over for the exchange. She looked across the assembled group and demanded to know who had found the treasure. A boy standing behind her raised a small golden orb into the air and said that he had found something. He pointed toward the spot beneath a nearby tree where he had picked it up, and the ball in his hand gave off a faint, quiet glow. The yellow-haired girl took the glowing orb into her hand and studied it closely, her eyes narrowing as she turned it slightly in the light. If this was really what she suspected, then it should be the key that would let them escape this place. She called out to the assistant fairy and asked if this was the treasure. The small orb was then passed over into the fairy's hands, its faint golden glow reflecting across his face. The assistant fairy inspected it for a moment, then gave his verdict with a bright, almost disappointed smile. He confirmed that it was the real treasure. It was a pity, he added, that no one had died along the way, but they had still done well. He looked over the orb once more, examining it as if checking every last detail. Then he added that it did not seem like she had obtained it directly herself, so there would be no reward for her. The yellow-haired girl immediately questioned him. The assistant fairy opened his system screen with an easy, relaxed motion, telling her there was no need to hurry. He would give her time to choose, and his attention settled directly on her. Since she was the one leading the clan, he told her to pick a number. At the same time, a single golden cape floated beside him, swaying gently in the air like bait. The clan members around her all tightened their grips and held their breath, silently praying that she would choose 50 so every one of them could receive an artifact. The yellow-haired girl brought a hand to her chin and weighed the choice with a thoughtful look. For a moment, one dangerous idea crossed her mind. Choose only one and let everyone else be eliminated. The clan members instantly froze, terror spreading across their faces. Some of them began begging her to spare them, their voices shaking as they pleaded for their lives. She let the tension hang for a beat, then her lips curled into a smirk as she selected 50. In the next instant, cheers burst through the crowd. The clan members dropped to their knees one after another, pledging their loyalty to her as their monarch. With one hand resting on her hip, she let out a weary sigh and muttered that this was starting to get boring. Then her grin sharpened, and she suggested making things more interesting with a survival game. Her voice turned icy as she gave the order. Every clan member was to either end themselves or kill the others around them. Panic exploded through the crowd at once. People shouted in disbelief, demanding to know what she had just said. The marks carved into their bodies flared with fierce light. Several clenched their fists, resisting the command with everything they had. One of them shouted that they would never obey such an insane order just because she was the monarch. Then someone suddenly gasped in shock. Their tattoos were gone. The assistant fairy drifted lazily nearby and let out a disappointed sigh. He asked if she had truly believed such an absurd, illogical command would work, then shook his head and called the whole thing pathetic. Then he gestured toward the portal waiting nearby and told them to leave. This place would be closing soon. The clan members did not hesitate. They rushed toward the portal in desperation, scrambling to escape before anything else could happen. The green-haired girl shouted that she was finally free. As she quickly released the others from their restraints, she ordered them to report this to the monarch immediately. One of them answered that he was already on the third floor. Nearby, Kang Han-soo stood quietly with his eyes closed, listening to everything without making a sound. Then slowly he opened them. His gaze was sharp and calculating as he leaned against the tree. He caught someone muttering that they could have wiped them out if they had not been interrupted. A firm voice answered from nearby, telling them to come to him. The girl called out again, this time with clear urgency in her voice. The monarch was in danger, and everyone had to move to the third floor at once. A faint smirk appeared on Han-soo's face. This was perfect. If he followed them, they would lead him straight to the person he needed to find. As the clan vanished through the portal, Han-soo calmly considered his next move. The third floor was enormous. It was a dungeon filled with endless branching paths, the kind of place where finding a single person would normally be almost impossible. Then an old memory rose in his mind. Keldian's warning echoed back to him. If they failed to capture the Dark Monarch inside the training area, and if he managed to reach the red zone, then everything they had worked for would become meaningless. Han-soo's eyes narrowed. There was only one way to stop that future from happening. Keldian's voice continued in his memory, telling him to block every exit and force the Dark Monarch into a single path. Han-soo straightened, his resolve hardening. It was time to put the plan into motion. Kang Han-soo and Kang Tae stood in silence as the man in front of them explained the situation with absolute certainty. The island inside the tower was the perfect battleground for their plan. Beside them, Iris nodded in agreement. Trying to make this work on the first or second floor would have been impossible, but the third floor was a different matter entirely. As Iris adjusted her hair, she explained that the third floor had hundreds of entry points scattered throughout it. Once the Dark Monarch arrived there, he would need the full support of his clan to move properly. She turned toward Han-soo and raised one finger, making sure he understood the weight of her next words. This would be his only real chance. She continued, explaining that the third floor was essentially the true passage toward the other world. It was not exactly the same as the red zone ahead, but it was close enough to resemble it. The creatures there were far stronger than anything they had faced before. Kang Tae lifted a finger and began laying out the strategy. First, they would draw the Dark Monarch out. Once he sensed danger, he would almost certainly disappear into hiding. That would be the moment to strike. The Dark Monarch was clever and always cautious, but Kang Tae was certain that he would still try to guide his true forces directly into the red zone. He admitted that the monarch's power could rival his own, but that did not mean he was impossible to defeat. Stepping closer to Han-soo, Kang Tae pointed straight at him and asked if he wanted to know how to bring the Dark Monarch down. Then Kang Tae pulled out a flawless replica of the Philosopher's Stone, the prize he had secured from a recent expedition. Han-soo recognized it at once. With that in hand, all of his preparations were finally complete. Only one task remained before he could face the Dark Monarch. Without saying another word, Han-soo burst into motion and rushed straight toward the portal. He was ready to confront the Dark Monarch head-on. Behind him, the yellow-haired girl leaned toward her clan and urged them to follow him. The third floor throbbed with raw magical energy. The very air seemed to shake as the cries of monstrous beasts echoed from every direction. Far ahead, deep within that dangerous floor, Dark Monarch commanded his followers, ordering every remaining clan member to gather on the third floor at once. Meanwhile, Han-soo and his allies faced their own trial, standing amid scorching heat and clouds of poisonous mist. In front of them loomed a colossal creature, its massive jaws splitting open into 3 grotesque sections. Around them, monsters continued spawning endlessly, flooding the battlefield from every side. The Dark Monarch watched the chaos unfold and muttered that this was nothing more than preparation for what waited beyond, the other world. His comrades kept fighting around him, clashing with the monsters without pause. Still, he noticed that the higher beings had chosen not to intervene. Perhaps they simply had no reason to. The ground shook violently as the monster brought one enormous foot crashing down. Then it lifted its head and released a thunderous roar that rolled across the floor. But the Dark Monarch did not step back. Gathering his strength through his entire body, the Dark Monarch tightened his grip and swung his weapon with terrifying force. The creature snapped its jaws shut in response, biting down hard against his blade. The impact crashed through his arms and shoved him backward, its overwhelming weight bearing down on him. Even so, he braced his feet and pushed back against the monster's crushing force. His muscles strained beneath the pressure, but he refused to give even a single step more. Then, with one final burst of power, he let out a roar and drove his weapon through the monster's neck, splitting its head cleanly in two. As he stood there catching his breath, his subordinates suddenly shouted that more monsters were closing in from every direction. Standing atop the fallen beast, The Dark Monarch roared for his warriors to hold their ground. There would be no retreat. If they wanted to survive this wave, they had to stay close to him. He raised a clenched fist high and ordered them to stand firm, declaring that they would not fall and that no matter what happened, they could not allow the monsters to push them back. One warrior echoed his cry, and that shout spread through the others, reigniting their will to fight. They had no choice but to trust their leader. The Dark Monarch straightened his posture, drawing strength from the determination burning in his clan's eyes. He could not afford to falter here. His clan was the strongest in the tower, a force built through sacrifice, calculation, and ruthless strategy. Everything he had done had brought him to this battlefield, and he would not let it end in failure. As the battle dragged on, the endless tide of monsters finally began to thin. But even as their numbers shrank, something about the battlefield felt strangely wrong. His eyes caught a faint glimmer near the ground, where a cross-shaped shard lay half-buried beneath dust and broken stone. He stepped toward it with a deepening frown, wondering if this strange object was the source of the unease surrounding him. A cold, unsettling feeling washed over him as the shard pulsed weakly, almost as if it were alive. Inside the red crystal, countless faces shimmered in the surface, trapped in silent agony and frozen as if time itself had stopped around them. His soldiers gathered behind him, murmuring among themselves in confusion. The Dark Monarch stared into the crystal and muttered under his breath, wondering if someone was actually sealed inside. A soft chuckle suddenly cut through the heavy silence. A fairy appeared beside him with a wide grin, admiring the sight as if it were something beautiful. "Beautiful, wasn't it?" the fairy said lightly, as though they were looking at a display instead of a prison. This place could have been quite the attraction, it added, but there was far more hidden here than what could be seen at first glance. The Dark Monarch turned a sharp glare toward it. The fairy only smirked wider, inviting him to look more closely. If he stared long enough, it said, he might recognize a few faces. Anyone who had passed through the training area could end up inside this crystal. A chill ran through the Dark Monarch's body. Without a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward and pressed both hands against the shard. His eyes swept across the trapped souls reflected within the red crystal. Then one face appeared, and his entire body went cold. It was a girl. Her eyes were closed, her expression peaceful, but she did not move at all. His hands began to tremble against the crystal. Sojong. Her name slipped from his lips in disbelief. His knees struck the ground as the truth crushed down on him. His daughter, his precious child, was sealed inside that crystal. A broken cry tore from his throat as regret swallowed him whole. If only he had become the monarch sooner. If only he had gained power before this happened. Memories surged through him like a storm. He remembered the monstrous creature tearing through their city, the screams filling the streets, the destruction spreading everywhere, and his partner's desperate voice begging him to run. He saw his daughter crawling toward him through the chaos. Her tiny hand stretched out as she pleaded for him to save her. He had sprinted toward her, shouting that he was coming and that he would reach her. But before his fingers could touch hers, a cold voice rang out from behind him, ordering him to abandon them and protect him instead. He had stopped, shaking with fury and disbelief, asking what would happen to his daughter. The man's answer had been sharp, cruel, and merciless. His duty was to protect him, not waste himself on worthless lives. The Dark Monarch's fists had clenched with rage back then. If he had known what waited for them in this cursed place, he would have thrown those cowards to the monsters himself. Now, back in the present, he knelt before the shard, cradling the image of his daughter through the cold crystal. His voice came out raw and broken as he begged her to wake up. Behind him, another monarch watched in silence, a cruel smirk spreading across his face as he told him to consider it an honor to die for the monarch. The man slowly let go of his daughter's image and rose to his feet, rage burning through every word he spoke. If he had known their monarch saw her as nothing more than a tool, he would never have joined his ranks. The monarch sneered and ordered him to be quiet. There was no time left. The bait had been taken, and he needed to move. He turned to flee. But before the monarch could finish speaking, the man lunged at him. With a knife clenched tightly in his hand, he spat that if someone like him could become a monarch, then he could become one too. In one swift motion, he drove the blade deep into the monarch's chest. As the monarch's body collapsed to the ground, a crimson mark appeared on the man's hand, burning into his skin as the mark of a new monarch. In that moment, his path became clear. He would destroy every parasite like the one he had just killed. Clenching his trembling fist, he whispered through his grief that his power would rise above all of them. And he would not stop. Not for a moment, until he found his son. Tears ran down his face as he reached toward the stone once more. He had never imagined he would see her face again. With his voice cracking apart, he pleaded for some way, any way, to bring her back. The fairy beside him chuckled softly and explained that what he was seeing was only a replica. This place was nothing more than a copy of where he had come from, a duplicate made from what had already happened. Every memory, every power, and every trace of that world had been recorded inside this cross. The rules, the fairy said, were simple. If he wanted to create something new from it, then a sacrifice was required. He would have to offer up a living being. His companion watched in silence as the Dark Monarch whispered in disbelief. If his son might still be trapped somewhere inside this crystal as well, then there had to be a way to bring him out. But where were they supposed to find someone to sacrifice? His eyes darkened as his gaze slowly moved across his own clan. If one life was enough to bring his son back, would it be worth paying that price? But the fairy shook its head before he could settle on the thought and told him that would not work. The Dark Monarch frowned sharply and asked what the fairy meant. Resting his chin in his hand, the fairy grinned with cruel amusement. A clan member, it said, would be far too simple. They wanted something much more entertaining than that. At this point, there was no turning back. A choice had to be made. Frustration surged through him, and he slammed his fist against the cross. After everything he had endured, after struggling all the way to this point, was there truly no other path left for him? His teeth clenched tightly. His voice broke as he muttered that he had only just seen his daughter again, burying his face in his shaking hands. But before he could finish, one of his men shouted from behind him. A group was approaching. The climbers who had fallen earlier were still alive, and now they were moving closer. The man slowly lifted his head, and a dangerous madness flickered behind his eyes. A crooked smile spread across his face as he gave the order in a low, twisted voice. Capture them alive. Kang Hansu climbed toward the third floor at a steady pace, each step quiet, controlled, and measured as he moved deeper into the tower. He dragged a hand over his face and let out a worn-out sigh, muttering that if there were ever a time he wanted a smoke, it would be right now. Then, just as Hansu turned his head, a sudden movement caught his eye. A group was closing in fast, and among them, one familiar presence made him stop for a moment. It was someone who should have died long ago beside the berserker monarch, Lee Wonkyung, the mad Dark Monarch. Lee Wonkyung's sins were too many to count, buried deep in the past but never truly erased. His failed attempt to bring back his daughter had shattered something inside him, leaving behind a man warped by grief. Now that broken obsession had shifted toward one goal: finding his son, no matter what price had to be paid. Kang Hansu watched him in silence, taking in the madness before him. Standing in front of him was a clan that had been driven to the edge by desperation and insanity. And at the center of it all was a man drowning so deeply in despair that he could barely see anything else. If this was allowed to continue, Lee Wonkyung would become something even more dangerous than the monster he already was. Hansu's grip tightened around his weapon. This had to end here. But if there was even a chance to save the man's son, then maybe, just maybe, a different outcome was still possible. At that moment, Song spotted him and shouted, recognizing him at once by the chains wrapped around him. Lee Wonkyung burst into wild laughter, his voice ringing out with twisted delight. "What incredible luck," he cried. The very person they wanted to kill had walked right to them. A perfect offering for Sojong. His grin stretched wider, twisting into something dark and sinister. At last, he said, Hansu's worthless life would finally have meaning. Hansu did not flinch at the threat. He simply stepped forward, his fists clenched and his eyes fixed straight ahead. Wonkyung snarled and charged toward him, spear gripped tightly in his hand. But before the two of them could collide, the ground beneath them shook violently. The air ripped apart with a deafening boom as an enormous beast erupted from underground. Its massive body tore through the stone floor, sending broken chunks of rock flying in every direction. Wonkyung cursed under his breath. If that thing went out of control, all of them would die. He shouted for everyone to make sure the man with the chains did not escape. Then he turned toward Sung and ordered Ian to go back. But he never managed to finish. Hansu's voice cut through the chaos with calm certainty. There was no need. In the next instant, chains burst from Hansu's arms and shot toward the monstrous creature, wrapping around its gigantic body. With one brutal pull, Hansu ripped the beast apart, tearing through it with overwhelming force as its body crashed down in a storm of dust, stone, and debris. The obstacle was gone, he said calmly, as if he had done nothing more than clear a path. He drew his blades and locked his eyes on Wonkyung. If Wonkyung refused to come to him, then Hansu would go to him instead. He launched forward, chains cracking through the air like steel whips. Wonkyung staggered back, his eyes widening for the first time. He bellowed that Hansu was a monster and ordered his men to kill him immediately. Hansu did not hesitate for even a second. He charged straight into their formation, his chains cutting across the battlefield with ruthless speed. Every strike he made was clean, controlled, and deadly. Enemies dropped before they could even understand where the attack had come from. As Wonkyung watched his men fall one after another, he growled that he had been told Hansu did not kill. Clearly, that information had been a lie. Behind him, Song scoffed and snapped that so much for his intelligence. That woman's information had been complete garbage. Then, through the haze of smoke and dust, a flash of steel sliced across the air. A chain blade shot toward them at terrifying speed. Song spun her weapon and deflected the strike with a sharp metallic clang, forcing the blade away just before it reached them. She shouted that she already knew Hansu was strong. Wiping sweat from her face, she stared at him with narrowed eyes. But if he was really this powerful, why was he not using any skills? A faint mocking smile tugged at her lips as she guessed he simply did not have any worth using. Wonkyung stood beside Song, his voice cold but steady. Fine, he said. He would trust her one more time. His eyes narrowed with dangerous intent. If Hansu lacked defensive skills, then they would crush him with sheer numbers. With a sharp roar, Wonkyung ordered his troops to unleash everything they had. Warriors surged forward from every direction at once. Their coordinated attack was meant to trap Hansu exactly where he stood, but in a blur of motion he vaulted clean over the entire assault and landed effortlessly beyond their reach. Song's hand tightened around the grip of her sword as she watched him move. Not bad, she admitted. Her eyes stayed locked on Hansu as she lunged forward without hesitation. She challenged him to see if he could dodge this, and her blade tore through the air toward him. But Hansu summoned his weapon in an instant. Dodging was not the choice here. He met her attack head-on. Steel crashed against steel with a deafening crack. Lightning flared at the point of impact, and the shock surged through Hansu's entire body. Blood sprayed as he staggered backward, pain burning through his limbs. That strike was heavy, and he knew that if he kept trading blows like this, he would not last long. Wonkyung immediately barked for them to keep up the pressure and not give Hansu even a second to breathe. 3 warriors dropped from above with their weapons raised, aiming to strike him from overhead. Hansu reacted instantly. His chains whipped upward in perfect sync, slicing through all 3 attackers before any of them could land a blow. Their bodies crashed to the ground around him, scattering glowing gray runes across the battlefield. Out of the swirling dust, a tiny snake suddenly shot forward, its body cutting low across the battlefield with frightening speed and pinpoint accuracy. It snapped its jaws shut around one of the floating runes, catching the glowing mark neatly between its sharp little fangs. Then it slithered up onto Kang Hansu's shoulder in one smooth motion and raised the rune toward him, almost like it was presenting an offering. A wave of startled gasps rippled across the battlefield. Someone shouted in disbelief that Kang Hansu had brought a monster with him, while another voice cried out that the strange creature was actually devouring the runes. Wonkyung's expression warped with sudden alarm. He barked for them to stop it at once, his voice strained and urgent as he warned them not to let that creature absorb even one more rune. If Kang Hansu was using those runes to push his power even higher, then this fight could collapse completely out of their control. But before anyone had time to fully respond, a violent surge of mana burst from somewhere nearby, shaking the air around them. One of Wonkyung's allies thrust a hand forward, and a massive explosion erupted from that gesture, ripping through the ground in a brutal wave. At the same time, bright seals flashed to life beneath Kang Hansu's feet, spreading across the earth like a trap snapping shut. Thick vines tore up from the ground and coiled around his body, wrapping around his arms and legs as they locked him in place. From above, Song came dropping down toward him, her weapon blazing as though every inch of it had been sharpened by killing intent. Kang Hansu reacted at the last possible instant. His chain whipped upward, coiled around her blade, and stopped the strike in midair, the clash exploding outward in a thunderous shockwave that rolled across the battlefield. Wonkyung's furious voice roared over the chaos, ordering his people not to stop when they had already come this far. Rage burned in his eyes as he swore that every clan that had crushed them would be erased, and that every last parasite would be killed. His followers answered with a deafening roar, shouting for their fallen and for the families they had lost. Their fury swelled until their attacks turned even more reckless and relentless, while Kang Hansu, still trapped in place, clenched his teeth and strained against the trembling chains. The mark on his hand began to blaze, pulsing with light like a living heartbeat across the field. And on the monarch's hand, that same crimson glow burned just as fiercely. Wonkyung declared that his words would shape Kang Hansu's fate, and that their vengeance would continue through him. Kang Hansu stared straight at him, and in that moment, the truth became painfully obvious. This man insisted that he did not treat his followers like disposable tools. Yet, he was pushing them forward to die for nothing but his own obsession. The contradiction stood out as clearly as the blood and dust around them. Kang Hansu kept his eyes fixed on his opponent, reading every breath and every pause. Wonkyung was holding back, waiting for a crack in his defense, waiting for fatigue to drag him down. But Kang Hansu could not let this turn into a drawn-out battle. The longer it continued, the more wounds he would accumulate. so this had to end immediately. Wang Kyung's eyes flared a deep crimson, and the next instant, he threw himself forward in a vicious lunge. Kang Han-soo twisted his body aside, slipping past the attack by the narrowest margin. In a fight this close, every movement carried weight, and a single mistake could have meant death. Then a sharp shout rang out across the battlefield. One of Wang Kyung's allies stepped forward and yelled that she would pin Kang Han-soo down herself. His reply came without hesitation, cold and cutting. That was not going to happen. Mana surged through Kang Han-soo's weapon as he kicked off the ground and leapt straight toward her. His dagger carved through the air in a clean arc, leaving a bright trail of glowing energy behind its edge. The woman staggered backward, her eyes widening in disbelief as she realized her skill had failed and was no longer responding the way it should. Kang Han-soo did not give her a second chance. He pushed forward through the enemy line without slowing, closing the distance like a blade cutting through cloth. One after another, he struck them down with precise, merciless attacks, each movement controlled and relentless. Within moments, the battlefield had been cleared, until only a single girl stood between him and Wang Kyung's clan. She smirked as if she had been waiting for this exact moment, stretching her arms while violet mana erupted around her body. Then she shouted that Kang Han-soo had walked straight into her trap. Kang Han-soo's leg suddenly jerked, as though something unseen had seized it in place. The ground beneath him lit up with glowing seals, their patterns spreading out under his feet in a sudden burst of light. He dropped into a crouch, realizing just a fraction too late that she had predicted his advance and prepared for this exact position. From behind her, Wang Kyung stepped into view, his voice cold and steady as he told Kang Han-soo it was useless. No matter how strong he was still only one man, and his breathing was already beginning to run short. With a furious roar, Wang Kyung raised his sword high and charged straight in. Dark mana crackled around Kang Han-soo as Wang Kyung brought his weapon crashing down with brutal force. The monarch's grin stretched wider, his voice breaking into a desperate cry as he declared that his daughter would live again, and that this moment would become the first step toward his goal. His laughter rang out through the battlefield, loud and unrestrained, until Kang Han-soo's calm voice cut cleanly through it. "You're finished." Kang Han-soo gripped the sword that had pressed into his shoulder, holding it in place with a chilling steadiness. Blood streamed down his arm, darkening his skin and sleeve, but he did not retreat even a single step. Instead, he lifted his gaze to meet Wang Kyung's and smiled with a razor-sharp edge. In a quiet voice, he told him that he had everything backward, because Wang Kyung was the one who had been caught. Kang Han-soo's eyes swept over the battlefield, where every last one of Wang Kyung's subordinates had already fallen. There was no one left to protect him anymore. Kang Han-soo raised his weapon with a faint smirk and wondered aloud whether Wang Kyung could escape from this distance. Wang Kyung's jaw clenched hard, and a fresh flash of fury burned through his eyes. But before he could make his move, a heavy impact slammed into Kang Han-soo's body, knocking him back and forcing him to stagger. Wang Kyung pulled a combat knife from his pocket, his voice loaded with defiance as he demanded whether Kang Han-soo truly thought he had come unprepared. He claimed he had already seen every trick Kang Han-soo had, and that none of them would work anymore. Kang Han-soo gave a quiet chuckle under his breath, completely calm despite the blood and pressure around him. "Oh, really?" he said, as if Wang Kyung had just missed the most obvious part. A second blade appeared in Kang Han-soo's hand, and he reminded Wang Kyung that he had never once said his chains were the only weapons he carried. Before Wang Kyung could even react, the dagger shot forward. His startled "what?" barely escaped his mouth before the blade buried itself deep in his stomach. Blood burst from Wang Kyung's mouth as his eyes flew wide, his entire body jolting from the force of the strike. One of his subordinates screamed for Kang Han-soo to get away from the monarch, shouting that they would never forgive him. Kang Han-soo remained perfectly composed, his expression steady, as if the shouting around him meant nothing. He rose higher until he stood over Wang Kyung, who had dropped heavily to his knees beneath him. The monarch weakly lifted his head, realizing in a whisper that Kang Han-soo had used himself as bait. Then his voice rose into a desperate shout, ordering his soldiers to kill Kang Han-soo immediately and not give him any time to recover. His soldiers rushed forward without the slightest hesitation, surging toward Kang Han-soo all at once. Kang Han-soo slowly breathed out, his voice remaining steady even as they closed in. "If you're going to take someone's life," Kang Han-soo said, his voice cold as he looked down at the monarch lying broken beneath him, "then you should be ready to lose your own in return. Tell me, do you even have that much resolve?" After that, Han-soo slowly turned his gaze across the ruined battlefield, letting the fallen monarch see the chaos spread out before him. "Then watch your people die," he said, as mercilessly as ever, "just like you've always done." A few minutes later, Song was on her knees, trembling hard, and Han-soo finally released his grip from her chest before turning fully toward Wang Kyung. "Why?" Wang Kyung muttered under his breath. the word barely escaping him at first. Then his voice exploded into a furious roar. Why are you going this far just to stop me? What did I ever do to deserve this? His face twisted as he glared at Hansu. Is it because of those damned rules you made? Hansu didn't answer. Wonkyung's teeth clenched as he spat the accusation at him. Is it that ridiculous rule about not killing travelers? The moment that question hit the air, Hansu's mind drifted back to a scream he knew far too well, one that echoed sharply through his memories. He remembered Wonkyung crying out about rules that had already been shattered. For what reason? Wonkyung pressed again, his voice shaking with rage and confusion. Why did you hunt me down? Was it just to kill me? Was this all for revenge? Hansu only looked at him in silence, his eyes carrying nothing but a cold, cutting disdain. At that moment, Kang Tae stepped forward, his sharp voice slicing across the blood-soaked field. Do you have any idea how many people you've killed? He demanded. Hundreds of them, and not just strangers, even members of your own clan? Wonkyung sucked in a shaken breath, his gaze dropping as the words struck him. Kang Tae turned toward Hansu and spoke firmly. Move aside, let me end him myself. Wonkyung let out a broken, ragged laugh, even with a spear and sword piercing through him. And what would that change? He rasped, blood in his voice. This world is already like this. Those people would have died one way or another. For a moment he went quiet, his breath scraping in his throat. Then he forced the words out again. But why? Why did Sojung and Minte have to die first? That question tore out of him as a roar. What did they do to deserve that? Kang Tae's voice hardened as he stared back at him. You claim you were trying to save people, don't you? Then what exactly did you save? You couldn't even save your own children. Wonkyung's entire body stiffened. He stared at them with bloodshot eyes, his expression raw and almost inhuman. All of this, he snarled, his voice trembling with hatred, happened because of you, because of hypocrites like you, because of the monarchs. His voice climbed even higher, burning with fury. Because of this damned world itself. His body shook violently as he forced out one last furious cry. That's why I'll destroy everything. The people, the monarchs, this whole rotten world. Wonkyung collapsed onto the ground, but even there, his rage didn't die. Why? He barked, glaring up through the pain. Why do I have to obey these laws? His eyes locked onto Hansu. And look at you. You're no different from me, a madman, a hypocrite. Your precious rules don't even apply to you, do they? Hansu stood unmoving. I'm not killing you because you broke my rule, he said quietly. Hansu closed his eyes for a brief moment, as though pushing something down, then lowered himself beside the fallen monarch. I don't have time to waste, he added in a calm, even tone. There's a limit to how much power someone can gain just by hunting others. Old memories rose inside him. Keldian's voice echoed through his mind, asking whether they were all just stepping stones on Hansu's path. Back then, Hansu had answered with complete seriousness. It had never been only about uniting people. He remembered snapping a book shut with a sharp sound. Beyond the 3 trials, we have to prepare for what comes next. He had said, no matter what method we have to use. His voice had stayed low and steady, without hesitation. If that means clearing everyone out of the training area, then so be it. Hansu's eyes shifted toward Eris. You object to that, don't you? Eris stayed silent, her expression unreadable as she refused to answer right away. Kang Tae stepped in before the silence could grow heavier, rubbing the back of his head like this. Was no big deal. Don't worry about it, he said. I'll take care of this. He flashed a shameless grin. I'll slaughter anyone in the way, grab their treasures, become a legend, and maybe even impress a few ladies while I'm at it. A fist suddenly shot forward. Ears struck him hard enough to send him stumbling back. Sacrificing the few for the many, she snapped, anger clear in her voice. I won't accept that. Her gaze stayed firm. Yes, we need to become stronger, but we don't even know what's waiting inside the hidden dungeon. There has to be another way besides killing everyone. Kang Tae rubbed his face where she had hit him and grumbled. Keldian, back me up here. Then he let out a sigh, still stubborn. There's no one better suited for this than us. A streak of magic shot past him so quickly that he flinched, his whole body jolting at the near miss. Ansu looked toward Keldian and asked, What do the calculations say? Meanwhile, Kang Tae hit the ground with a groan, still recovering from the sudden attack. Keldian's answer was grim and direct. For the better future we're aiming for, the hidden dungeon has to be cleared. Keldian gave a small nod, his expression serious. A normal hunt won't be enough to get us there. There are certain targets we'll have to deal with before the training period ends, he continued. If we're going to do it anyway, then we might as well make every kill count. Kang Tae raised one finger as if the answer were obvious. If we wipe out the bad guys and absorb their runes, then we'll become strong enough to clear the dungeon, Kang Tae said, his confidence rising. We get stronger, clear the danger, and become heroes in the process. Hansu took in the plan quietly, weighing it for a moment before giving his simple reply. If everyone agrees, then so be it. Keldian placed a steady hand on Hansu's shoulder, grounding him with a calm expression. There's no need to overthink it, he said. Anyone who stands in our way, his words trailed with a heavy meaning. That's all that matters. Hansu looked down at Wonkyung again, his face impossible to read. You tried to kill me, he said quietly. Then he planted his weapon into the ground beside him. His eyes stayed fixed on the fallen monarch. You climbed over countless people to make it this far, Hansu continued, his tone sinking lower and colder. So why are you acting like you don't deserve what's happening to you now? Maybe that's the real question you should be asking yourself. Wonkyung pressed a knife against his own throat, still managing to smirk through the pain. Trying to act like some kind of hero now? He sneered. Then tell me, who are you really? Hansu didn't answer him. He could already sense that this was ending far sooner than expected. Wonkyung met Hansu's eyes, and for the first time his voice softened. If you ever find my son, he said, each word faint but clear, watch over him. He has the same red eyes as me. Hansu let out a deep breath, his expression still firm. I don't have time for that, he replied. If this plan succeeds, then everyone will survive. Your son included. Wonkyung seemed to understand what Hansu meant. His hand tightened around the weapon, and without another moment of hesitation, he dragged the blade across his own throat. For a long while after that, Hansu remained standing there in complete silence, and his gaze slowly lifted toward the moon, its distant light spilling across the ruined battlefield and glinting off the broken remains around him. Meanwhile, elsewhere nearby, a short distance from the battlefield, the yellow-haired girl crossed her arms and let out an irritated sigh. How much longer are we supposed to keep guarding this place? She snapped. A boy from her clan gave a careless shrug and answered, Then why don't we just leave? She immediately jabbed a finger at him, her frustration sharpening. I can't. Something feels wrong, she said, narrowing her eyes. My gut keeps telling me there's more going on here. Nearby, another woman muttered under her breath. I wanted to go after her, but we ended up stuck here instead. If we have to, we can ambush them from this side. Just then, Hansu appeared behind them, this time in a female form, his presence catching them completely off guard. I left you here for a reason, he said. How well did you protect this area? The yellow-haired girl jolted in surprise, then quickly straightened her posture. We did our job, she answered, trying to recover her composure. We even caught the ones who tried to sneak in. Hansu absently scratched his arm as he looked her over. From what he could tell, the girl hadn't seen anything important enough to become a problem, so there was no reason to silence her. And even if she went there now, it wouldn't change anything anymore. With that thought settled, Hansu turned away and gave a small nod. Good work. You can go now. Girl lowered her head, unable to hide her disappointment. That's it, she murmured. We're just leaving? The boy beside her urged her in a quiet voice. Come on, let's go. We'll find another path if we need one, he added, but the girl shook her head, her eyes narrowing with stubborn determination. I'll go ahead first, she said firmly. I want to see what Hansu is really planning. The assistant fairy clapped her hands together with bright, delighted energy, her eyes practically sparkling as she looked at what had appeared before them. Amazing, she breathed, unable to hide her excitement. Her gaze stayed fixed on the glowing cross, its light shimmering in front of her like something she had been waiting to see for a very long time. A playful grin slowly spread across the assistant fairy's face. Looks like we've got another traveler, she said, her voice filled with amusement. Things are about to get interesting now. Still wearing that eager smile, the assistant fairy turned toward the blonde girl and the members of her clan, as if she were about to begin a game. Shall we begin? She asked lightly. Then she shifted her attention back toward the cross glowing before them, preparing to explain exactly what that strange, shimmering sign meant for everyone gathered there. Kang Hansu stepped forward without the slightest hesitation, moving straight toward the portal as if he had already decided where he needed to go. As the portal's light swallowed him, the appearance he had been wearing began to fade away. I don't need this anymore, Hansu muttered, letting the disguise fall from him completely. Before long, figures began stepping out of the portal one after another, each of them travelers returning from the journeys they had barely managed to survive. They gathered in the central plaza, slowly regrouping after making it through the first 3 floors and reaching the preparation zone waiting on the 4th. Kang Hansu raised his eyes toward the distance. His destination was already clear in his mind, the island sitting at the very heart of the tower. The 4th floor was not the real battlefield yet, but a staging area. It was a place where travelers had to gather what they needed, strengthen themselves, and prepare before they could step into the dangerous red zone ahead. Along the river, they would have to construct boats of their own, using those vessels to cross the water and reach the scattered islands waiting beyond. The monsters prowling nearby carried the materials needed for that construction, meaning every hunt would become a way to gather resources, build strength, and secure a path forward. The assistant fairy floated closer, her voice taking on a teasing lilt. "Sounds simple enough, doesn't it?" she said. Then she lifted one finger with a sly little smirk, making it clear that there was more to this than it seemed. But of course it isn't that easy. The flick of her hand, the assistant fairy conjured a tiny paper boat and placed a small human doll inside it. "The quality of your boat depends entirely on the materials you use," she explained. "And the larger the boat, the more people it can carry. So naturally, bigger is better." A list of materials appeared in front of the group, spreading out for everyone to see. The basic components would not be hard to gather, but the rarer materials would decide whether their boats could actually endure the path ahead. Luckily, every requirement was written clearly, leaving no room for excuses or confusion, and with that, the countdown to departure had already begun. Every eye in the plaza turned toward the thick forest beyond the wall, where the resources, monsters, and danger were all waiting together. One traveler pointed toward the distant horizon and shouted to his group, "We need a boat big enough to carry everyone. Let's move." With that, he led his clan straight into the wilderness. Another group from a different clan quickly stepped forward as well. "We'll come with you," one of them said with determination. "If we want to survive this, we have to work together." But at the rear of the crowd, away from the sudden rush of movement, Kang Han-soo remained standing still, his thoughts already somewhere else. He was not simply thinking about staying alive. He was searching for something specific, a hidden place buried somewhere inside this strange world. Then a familiar voice called out from behind him. "You're later than I thought." Han-soo turned slightly and saw Choi Sang-jin approaching. Sang-jin held out a hand as he spoke. "We arrived early and started gathering materials right away. Did you finish what you had to do?" Han-soo's eyes briefly shifted toward Lee Wonkyung before he answered. "Yeah, it's done." Then his voice grew steadier. "Do you remember what I told you?" Choi Sang-jin nodded right away. "I started preparing from the moment we stepped onto the first floor." A confused look crossed Sang-jin's face a second later. "Wait, are you planning to use that form again?" Han-soo looked away and answered calmly. "There's no need for disguises anymore." Then he changed the subject. "What about you? Aren't you joining the others? Building a large ship is going to burn through a lot of resources and we don't exactly have much time." Choi Sang-jin gave a quiet chuckle, looking far more relaxed than expected. "You, Mi-hee, and the clan can handle that part." Han-soo raised an eyebrow slightly. "Mi-hee?" Deep inside the forest, glowing arrows suddenly tore through the air, flashing between the trees before striking a massive beast directly in the neck. The creature released a deep guttural roar, then crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. From the thick brush, a lone figure stepped into view. It was Yu Mi-hee, her bow still drawn and her posture steady, as if she was already preparing for the next threat. Sang-jin's smirk widened. "I found her back on the first floor," he said. "She's different now." Yu Mi-hee scanned the forest around her, her sharp eyes tracking every movement between the trees. "I need backup," she called out, her voice ringing through the woods as dark shapes stirred nearby. Watching from the side, Lee Wonkyung spoke in a casual tone. "She'll be happy to see you again." Then Lee Wonkyung made an easy tossing motion, throwing a white snake toward Kang Han-soo before turning away as if the matter no longer concerned him. "I don't need her anymore. But she may still be useful to you," Lee Wonkyung added, his voice growing more distant as he walked. He stopped for a brief moment, as though weighing the words before saying them. "This may be the last time all of us gather in one place like this. What comes after this is the red zone," he said, glancing back for only a second. "And that place is nothing like the training floors we've been through so far." Choi Sang-jin lowered his head slightly, his usual confidence fading into something quieter. "I wouldn't have made it this far without you," he admitted in a low voice. When Sang-jin lifted his face again, a faint smile had returned to him. "We'll meet again." Kang Han-soo did not give him any answer. Instead, Han-soo only glanced to the side, his expression unreadable for a brief moment. After that silent pause, he turned away, and just before he left, the faintest trace of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Sang-jin watched him go, shaking his head lightly. He had known from the beginning that Han-soo probably would not answer him, so the silence did not surprise him at all. Elsewhere, the blonde girl stood beside her companion, frustration tightening her voice. "We're late," she muttered, clearly irritated. "We wasted too much time hanging around that cross." The man beside her frowned, glancing around before speaking. "Shouldn't we have brought Wonkyung with us?" "Quiet," she hissed sharply, cutting him off at once. "They might hear us." Choi Sang-jin, who happened to be walking nearby, caught the words and felt his eyes flicker with surprise. But before he could think too deeply about it, Yu Mi-hee's voice broke through the air. "It's time," she said, "for us and for him to move." And just then, a figure stepped out from the portal, breathing hard as he appeared before them. "I'm sorry for the delay," he said, sounding genuinely out of breath. It was Lee Wonkyung. His face carried a troubled look as he admitted. "I was worried about my daughter." The blonde girl crossed her arms, clearly unimpressed by his excuse. "My people were guarding the rear," she said in a sharp tone. "What was there to worry about?" Then her eyes narrowed. "You really don't remember anything, do you?" Wonkyung hesitated, then slowly raised his hand as if trying to explain himself. "It's true. I don't even know where I am," he said, confusion clouding his face. "One moment, I was jogging with my daughter, and then," before he could finish, a young girl emerged from the portal behind him. The blonde girl turned her face away and muttered, "I see." But inwardly her thoughts were already drifting elsewhere. She had hoped for a strong warrior who could lead her team, not someone who had lost even his own memories. Forcing down her disappointment, the blonde girl turned toward the twin siblings. "Come on," she said firmly. "I need to speak with the assistant fairy giving the orders." Without wasting another word, the group started moving. From the shadows nearby, Lee Wonkyung silently watched them go, his eyes fixed on their backs, his expression so still and unreadable that no one could tell what he was thinking. Elsewhere, Kang Hansu moved steadily through the forest, each step light but deliberate. The woods around him were quiet, far too quiet for a place that should have been crawling with danger. He noticed it immediately. Most of the monsters had already gathered deeper inside the preparation zone, leaving this part of the forest strangely empty. Inside the tower, every floor contained its own strange reality. Some floors opened beneath endless skies, while others dragged travelers down into vast underwater worlds. But this place felt different from all of them. It felt hollow, fabricated, artificial. Hansu came to a stop and placed his hand against the towering wall rising in front of him, feeling the solid surface beneath his palm. His eyes traced the wall upward, following its immense height. Everything had an end. That thought passed silently through his mind, but even so, Hansu did not pull his hand away. Instead of backing away, Kang Hansu's eyes grew sharper, as if he had finally confirmed what he had been looking for. "They want everyone to believe the tower ends on the 4th floor," he murmured under his breath. "But there's another one beyond it, a 5th floor, hidden away and sealed from sight. And somewhere beyond that sealed path, there was a dungeon waiting, one that held something valuable enough to make the impossible climb worth attempting." Hansu tightened his grip around his weapon until his hand went rigid. Under normal circumstances, reaching a place like that would be completely impossible. But Kang Hansu had never planned to move through the tower by the ordinary route. With a sharp motion, he swung his weapon through the air, putting raw force behind the strike as it cut toward the barrier in front of him. Every blow sent waves of energy rippling outward, twisting the space around him as the power of the Nurmaha ring tore into the wall with authority destruction. The ground shuddered beneath his feet, and thin cracks began crawling across the barrier like spreading veins. Again and again, Hansu struck, each impact digging deeper, as the magical energy screamed under the force. Then a deafening explosion burst through the area. The wall finally shattered, breaking apart into countless fragments, and Kang Hansu moved before the dust could even settle. Without wasting a single breath, Hansu pressed his palm against the fractured surface and forced himself through the opening, slipping past the broken barrier and emerging on the other side. His eyes immediately locked onto the path ahead, a dark, untouched route stretching forward where no ordinary traveler would ever set foot. "If I can't climb it from inside," he muttered, his voice steady and filled with resolve, "then I'll climb it from the outside." Quiet wind stirred around him, brushing past his body and lifting loose leaves into the air before letting them drift slowly back to the ground. Behind him, the damaged wall began repairing itself almost instantly, the cracks closing as if the wound had never existed. Without the power of the ring, forcing a way through that barrier again would be impossible. Hansu let out a sharp breath, then ran one hand back through his hair, steadying himself before checking what came next. He opened his status window and measured his progress with a cold look. After Lee Wonkyung's attack, the runes had only given him 40 points. It was not enough, not even remotely close to what he needed. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Hansu launched himself upward and caught a narrow ledge with both hands. His fingers dug hard into the stone, tightening so fiercely that his knuckles turned pale from the pressure. Then, with a heavy pull, he began dragging himself upward. His muscles strained under the effort, sweat running down his face as he forced his body over the edge. At last, he pulled himself onto the platform, and there it was. The entrance to the 5th-floor dungeon slowly took shape in front of him, its outline becoming clearer with each passing second. Hansu's hand tightened around his weapon again. Ralph Lauren's warning echoed in the back of his mind. reminding him that no one truly knew what waited inside this place. Then the ground around him suddenly erupted, as if the dungeon itself had come alive beneath his feet. Countless blades shot upward from the earth. They stabbed toward him like a storm of steel. Hansu darted to the side, his weapon flashing as he deflected each strike with sharp, precise movements. His jaw clenched as the danger closed around him. There was no path back now. He had come this far, and from this point on he had no choice but to win. A brilliant light suddenly burst from the forming portal ahead, flooding the chamber with such blinding radiance that it swallowed the darkness around him. Hansu lifted his head and froze for a split second. Something enormous was appearing inside that light. A monster, still incomplete, its massive form materializing piece by piece from pure radiance. The sight dragged old memories up from deep inside his mind. He had once faced a creature like this before, a monster that unleashed rivers of molten fire right in front of him. His heart hammered heavily in his chest, and a single drop of sweat slid down his cheek. Elsewhere, Keldian slammed a book shut in a burst of anger. "This still isn't enough," he shouted, his frustration breaking through his usual composure. "Humanity is only buying time." From the command post, Kang Tae's voice roared out with urgent force. "We can't hold this line any longer," he shouted. "Everyone throw the crystal ball!" Without the slightest hesitation, he handed command over to Aaron, then turned sharply toward the chaos spreading before them. "Kang Hansu!" His voice echoed through the tower, but in that memory, Hansu was sitting on the cold ground, frozen beneath the weight of what had just happened. Kiriel lay gently cradled in his arms, her body limp against him. She was battered from head to toe, bruises dark against her skin, and every breath she took sounded faint and fragile. Hansu's voice trembled as he looked down into her fading eyes. "Why would you do that?" he demanded, the words coming out strained and shaken. The image of Kiriel throwing herself in front of him still burned fresh in his mind, too vivid and painful to push away. Kiriel's hand trembled as she slowly lifted it toward him. Her fingertips reached his face and brushed softly against his cheek, barely strong enough to touch him. A faint, fragile smile appeared on her lips. "Thank God," she whispered. Her voice was barely more than a breath, but there was relief in her fading eyes. Even in that state, she was glad that Hansu was still alive. Her fingers moved gently along the wound on his face, as if she wanted to make sure he was really there. But before she could finish what she was trying to say, before she could ask him to promise whatever had been on her lips, her arm slipped down and fell limp. A heavy silence settled over them. Hansu gritted his teeth and pulled her closer, holding her tightly as if refusing to let the moment become real. The weight pressing down inside his chest felt unbearable, so heavy that even breathing seemed difficult. For a brief moment, he lowered his head, forcing air into his lungs and holding himself together through sheer will. Then, slowly, Kang Hansu lifted his gaze. His eyes burned with fierce focus as he stared straight at the beast standing in front of him. The monster released a low, thunderous growl that rolled through the space like distant thunder. Hansu's eyes narrowed at once. He recognized it instantly. The creature towering over him was the golden dragon, Bellium. In that moment, the truth struck him clearly. The hidden dungeon was recreating the strongest enemy from the challenger's own memories. Faint smirk pulled at the corner of Hansu's mouth. "So this is it," he muttered, staring up at the monster before him. "The strongest one I've ever faced, if the tower had chosen Bellium for him." Then this felt like fate, a chance to finish something he had failed to settle before. Even if this version had been weakened and scaled down to match the level of the Red Rune, Hansu still knew he would have to throw everything he had into this fight. Kang Hansu raised his hand, and in his palm rested a crimson crystal glowing with a dangerous light, the reward he had earned after slaying the Demon King. Every plan he had prepared, every item he had gathered, and every decision he had made had all been leading to this exact battle. Two powerful artifacts began to shine in his possession, their energies pulsing as if responding to one another. A notification flickered in front of his eyes, identifying the treasure before him as a worthy imitation of the Philosopher's Stone, a consumable treasure obtained through treasure hunting. Hansu remembered the exchange clearly. 32 treasures from the second floor, all traded away for this single item. It was not flawless, and it was nowhere near the real thing. But for what he needed right now, it was enough. The stone was already cracked, its power leaking and unstable, as if it could fall apart at any moment. But Hansu did not hesitate. He activated it anyway. A violent surge of energy erupted from within the stone and flooded straight into his veins. His runes spiked upward, pushing his strength into the lower red level. At the same time, a crimson aura pulsed from the Nurmaha ring, vibrating around him with raw, destructive force. Then Hansu brought out his true trump card, the Jade Demon Essence, the hard-won prize he had taken from the Demon King. That victory alone had made all the pain, risk, and suffering worth enduring. Without wasting even a second, Hansu bit down into the glowing sphere. The instant his teeth pierced it, the world around him seemed to explode. In that single moment, every one of his stats surged all the way to 99.9%. His magical power swelled violently, rising so fast it felt almost impossible to control. The air around him crackled and warped, while the ground beneath his feet began splitting apart from the pressure. The effect would last for only one day, and after that day ended, everything would crash back down, leaving him with only 0.1% of his power. But Kang Hansu did not care. One day was more than enough. A grin spread across his face as his eyes locked onto the dragon. "This is what I wanted," he whispered. "This is exactly what I've been chasing." Bellium's golden eyes burned even brighter as it sensed the enormous power building in front of it. The dragon's entire body tensed, and then it released a furious roar. The sound was overwhelmingly loud, crashing through the dungeon like a living wave. The roar shook the dungeon walls and sent broken debris flying in every direction. Hansu slid backward from the force, digging in and bracing his body against the impact. His hand shot out without delay, closing around a nearby blade as he prepared to move again. Red light began swirling around him as he channeled the first ability of the Nirmaha ring. A wave of destructive energy burst outward, wrapping the blade in a blazing crimson glow. The power of destruction red had been pushed to its absolute limit, 99%. Without a moment of hesitation, Kang Hansu launched himself forward, his body blurred with sudden speed, the crimson aura from the Nirmaha ring pulsing around him as he brought the sword down with everything he had. Every ounce of strength, every rune-enhanced strike, and every fragment of his will poured into that one blow. The impact rang out through the dungeon like thunder splitting the sky. And then his blade shattered. Shards of steel scattered through the air, flashing red as they bounced off the dragon's golden hide. Hansu's eyes widened. His strongest strike had only managed to chip a single scale, and Bellium had not even flinched. The dragon's golden eyes narrowed with terrifying calm, and its massive chest began to swell as flames gathered deep inside its throat. Hansu recognized that sound immediately, the low, rumbling growl that always came right before the storm. He drew in a sharp breath and steadied his stance. A blazing sphere of molten fire formed inside Bellium's mouth, growing hotter and brighter before suddenly erupting outward. In the next instant, it transformed into a blinding torrent of flame, rushing forward like a river of fire. And as that overwhelming inferno charged straight toward him, Kang Hansu smiled. Far away from that battle, deep within the forest, the corpse of a massive beast lay sprawled motionless across the ground. Choi Songjin landed on top of the creature's body, dropping down with steady balance. His boots sank slightly into the beast's scorched flesh, showing just how badly the monster had been burned and battered before it finally fell. Another man burst through the underbrush, panting as he reached the corpse. That was the last Kelk in this area. He reported quickly, still catching his breath. Without slowing down, he knelt beside the monster and began cutting into its body, extracting the shimmering slime sack from within. Sangjin hopped down beside a young woman and handed it over. "We've got everything we need. It's time to start building the ship." Girl's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, and her voice softened with a hint of longing. "It would have been nice if Hansu were here with us." Sangjin lowered his eyes for a moment, his voice quiet but steady when he answered. Even if he hadn't disappeared, coming with us would have been difficult for him. Mehi tilted her head slightly, confusion showing on her face. "What do you mean by that?" But before Sangjin could give her an answer, Bellium's flames tore through the dungeon air like a storm of molten light. Hansu's muscles tightened as he watched the inferno rush toward him. It was the very same attack that had once nearly ended his life. But this time, he refused to face it head-on. He kicked off the ground with explosive force. The fire missed him by mere inches as he dashed forward. Scorching heat licked at his back while he slid low beneath the blazing torrent. Then he sprinted straight toward the massive dragon, closing the distance with every step. He already knew a normal blade would never be enough. In his hands, two weapons materialized, Judgment and Justice, the legendary twin blades known as Kratos. But the blades Hansu now wielded were no ordinary pair. What he held was their evolved form, reforged and strengthened far beyond what they had once been. Radiant chains of energy began coiling around Hansu's arms as he unleashed the second ability of the Nirmaha ring, Hemorrhage. The chains shot forward in an instant, whipping through the air before wrapping around Bellium's enormous body. They dug deep into the dragon's golden scales, biting into the gaps with brutal force. Bellium roared in fury as blood burst from the fresh wounds. A spray of blood stained the air around the dragon, flashing dark against the glow of its golden body. Hansu's grip tightened sharply. The moment he pulled, the chains constricted even harder, slicing into Bellium's flesh with vicious precision. His mind raced as he judged the situation. The weapon's power was enormous, but it was not built to last. Every time he pulled, the strain pushed it closer to breaking, and against a monster like Bellium, it would not hold for long. But Hansu did not care. He clenched his teeth, his muscles trembling under the force. If the weapons broke, then they broke. As long as the dragon fell, that was enough. Bellium thrashed wildly, its wings beating against the dungeon air. Then, in one sudden motion, Bellium swung its massive tail and struck Hansu square in the chest. The impact exploded through his body, sending him flying backward. He crashed hard against the stone floor, the force shaking through his bones. One chain after another snapped apart as the dragon tore itself free. Bellium roared again, its fury shaking the dungeon walls. A massive surge of magic gathered inside the dragon's core, and then Bellium unleashed a blast of pure energy straight toward Kang Hansu's position. For an instant, the entire world was swallowed in blinding white. Through the glare, bruised, battered, and soaked in blood, Hansu forced his body back upright. Every breath scraped out of his throat in rough gasps, yet the chain in his hand stayed locked in his grip, as if letting go had never even crossed his mind. He did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. With all the strength he could drag from his ruined body, Hansu brought the chain down in a brutal, decisive swing. The chain smashed into the ground with a crack like thunder splitting the sky, sending a violent shock through the earth beneath him. It landed exactly where countless swords had been buried deep in the soil. The moment the blow struck, the ground trembled, as if something hidden below had finally been awakened. One after another, the blades trapped in the earth tore themselves free, ripping upward from the soil and launching into the air like iron comets. Hansu raised his eyes through the dust and blood. Dozens of weapons now floated above him, their points all turned toward the dragon. But Bellium was not the kind of monster that would collapse from a single desperate trick. With a roar filled with rage, Bellium unfurled its enormous wings, and the blast of wind alone flattened the grass around its body. Its tail lashed through the air like a living blade, smashing head-on into the storm of swords. Metal burst apart, sparks scattered in every direction, and the dragon's massive body forced its way through the attack as if nothing in front of it could truly stop it. Then Bellium twisted its neck with savage force, and fresh blood sprayed from the wound torn across its throat. It roared again, even louder than before, its fury shaking the air until the entire space seemed to tremble. Hansu fixed his gaze on the beast without blinking. Magic flared around his battered body, gathering hotter and heavier with every passing second. The power scorched the ground beneath Hansu's feet as he poured everything he had into his next strike. Across from him, the dragon lowered its body, spreading its jaws wide. The sound that ripped out from deep inside its throat was beyond animal, beyond human, a furious scream that rattled the whole dungeon. Hansu did not step back. Instead, he launched himself forward, the chains wrapping around his arm like coiling serpents, his body shooting straight toward the dragon's open mouth without the slightest sign of fear. Far from the clash, Sangjin stood in silence and watched everything unfold. The raw energy pouring out of Hansu was almost impossible to believe, and even now his strength continued to rise. Pulling his hood a little tighter, Sangjin turned toward the others and spoke in a calm voice. "Get ready. Once he finishes this, we move." Then his eyes shifted toward the girl standing beside him, his tone lowering slightly. "But before that, there's something we need to take care of first." The girl looked up at him with a puzzled expression, clearly unsure what he was getting at. "What do you mean?" Sangjin's gaze drifted past her and toward the distant horizon. "We'll be bringing a few people with us." One of the men nearby frowned at that. "People you know?" Sangjin only gave a loose shrug, as if the answer was not worth explaining in detail. "Something like that." His eyes moved for just a moment toward the young clan's camp in the distance. They were not exactly friends, but that did not mean they were useless. They might be helpful later. All around them, the forest had fallen into an uneasy silence, so quiet that it felt wrong, as if even the trees were holding their breath. The air felt heavy against the skin, and the ground glistened with a strange red liquid spreading outward like a dark stain. A boy came running through it, and his foot splashed down into the slick surface. The reaction was immediate. He sucked in a sharp breath as a burning pain crawled up his leg, and his heart began pounding hard in his chest. The poison had already reached this far. "This is bad," he muttered, panic breaking through his voice before he bolted forward. Ahead of him stood the half-built ship, and he lifted one arm desperately as he ran. "Wait, don't leave yet. I'm not on board." But before he could get anywhere near them, a heavy thunk cut through the air. Spears slammed into the ground right in front of his feet, blocking his path completely. His head snapped upward, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "What are you doing?" he shouted, his voice cracking with panic. Hanchol leaned lazily against the ship's railing, wearing a smug grin as if this were all some cheap game. Tick! Missed again. Didn't think a little dwarf like you could dodge that fast. The boy's fist tightened until his knuckles shook. You promised, he yelled, anger trembling beneath every word. You said if I brought the materials, you'd take me with you. Hancho waved him off like he was swatting away a bug. Changed my mind. We don't have space for strays. Clan only. Laughter broke out from the others on deck. Guess you'll have to build your own boat, one of them sneered, assuming the poison doesn't eat through your skin first. Their cruel laughter rang through the forest, echoing behind him as the boy's rage rose until it nearly choked him. He clenched his teeth so hard they seemed ready to crack. Traitors, he spat under his breath. All of you. With fury burning through his fear, he spun away from the ship and took off running once more. If only that damned creature had warned him about the time limit from the beginning, he would not have ended up cornered like this. He suddenly skidded to a stop, his eyes darting wildly over the field. I just need one kill, he muttered to himself, breathing hard. One kelk slime sack. There has to be at least one left somewhere. Then a sound reached his ears. A low, strange hum, followed by a sharp crackle. The boy froze where he stood. Slowly, he turned toward the source of the noise. Right in front of him, the ground split open, and pale light poured out from a swirling rift. A hand pushed through the glowing portal. His breath caught in his throat, and for a moment he could not even move. Then, crawling out of the light in eerie silence, Hansu dragged himself through the portal, covered in blood, barely steady on his feet, but still alive. The boy stumbled backward, his eyes stretched wide in terror as a scream ripped out of him. His voice shook so badly he could hardly form the words. What are you? He could not tear his eyes away from the blood-soaked figure that had just crawled out of nowhere. Hansu gave him no answer. Without even turning his head toward the boy, he moved forward, passed through the broken barrier, and stepped into the structure ahead. Hey, the boy shouted, still trembling from head to toe. Who the hell are you? Hansu ignored the question completely. He grabbed the cracked edge of the barrier, his muscles tightening as he hauled himself upward, climbing back toward the third floor. For a brief moment, Hansu stopped and swept his eyes across the area. The air was thick and unpleasant, but it had not turned completely deadly yet. The poison had not spread through everything. Good. There was still time. He brushed dust and debris from his arms and steadied himself against the wall. Behind him, the boy's frantic voice bounced through the passage. Wait, how did you even break through that thing? His shout was full of disbelief. I hit that barrier 100 times, and it didn't even leave a scratch. Hansu did not bother looking back. I don't have time to explain, he said flatly. I have somewhere to be. Hansu started walking again. The boy hesitated for only a second before scrambling after him, his nervous words tumbling out in a rush. Hey, Che, so you're in a hurry, huh? Hansu stopped and glanced over his shoulder. It was only a single quiet look, but it made the boy blink in confusion. Then his eyes dropped and his expression twisted awkwardly. Are you seriously walking around naked? Is that your thing or something? Without saying a word about it, Hansu ripped away what was left of his shredded shirt, letting the torn fabric flutter down to the floor. I have a ship to build, he said simply. No time to waste. Powerful gust swept through the corridor, whipping past the boy and forcing him to throw both arms up to protect his face. Wait, what do you mean, starting now? He shouted through the wind. You can't do something like that alone. But Hansu was already in motion. In the next instant, his body blurred upward, and he leapt toward the sky, vanishing into the trees above. The boy remained frozen where he stood, his mouth hanging open as he stared after him. Is he insane? Not far from there, chaos suddenly exploded through the forest. A deafening crash rang out as a man was thrown backward with terrifying force, his body slamming hard into the trunk of a tree. Comrades cried out and rushed toward him in a panic. Get it together! You can't pass out now! One of them shouted, grabbing his fallen teammate and trying to shake him awake. From the shadows ahead, a monstrous shape began to emerge, its massive outline cutting through the darkness. It was a Galapagos crocodile. Its armored hide gleamed like polished metal, and every step it took made the ground tremble beneath its weight. Fall back! We can't handle that thing! Another survivor yelled, panic rising sharply in his voice. Then something shot past them so fast their eyes could barely follow it. Hansu's voice cut through the panic, cold and steady. If you're not going to fight, I'll do it myself. Before anyone could even react, Hansu surged forward and closed the distance in seconds. The survivors stared in complete disbelief. Did he's charging that thing barehanded? The dragon scale beast lunged at him, but Hansu's fist was already moving. Hansu's fist slammed straight into the Galapagos crocodile's snout with crushing force. The impact burst outward like an explosion, scattering blood, broken scales, and fragments of armored hide through the trees. The survivors stood frozen, unable to process what they had just witnessed. What the hell? Who is this guy? One of them whispered under his breath. Just then, the boy from earlier staggered into view behind them, panting hard as he finally caught up. One survivor immediately turned toward him. "Hey, you're with that maniac, right?" The boy wiped the sweat from his forehead, still struggling to breathe. "No," he said between gasps. "I just met him." He paused for a beat, then awkwardly added, "Well, something like that." Han-Soo, meanwhile, had no interest in their conversation. He drove forward without slowing down, throwing another punch, then another, each strike landing with merciless precision. Every blow cracked deeper into the monster's armored hide, splitting the tough scales that had seemed impossible to break. The Galapagos crocodile howled in pain, thrashing wildly, but its resistance was already becoming meaningless. Han-Soo's attack continued without pause until the monster's enormous body finally lost all strength and collapsed, limp beneath him. He stood over the fallen beast, breathing evenly, as if he had only finished a simple chore. Then he crouched beside the corpse and began tearing through the remains with quick, practiced movements, pulling out only the parts he needed. It was just a coincidence, he thought. He had not even needed the Galapagos crocodile in the first place. Behind him, one of the survivors from Earth finally found the nerve to speak, his voice cutting through the stunned silence. "Hey, why don't we work together? We can combine our materials and build one larger ship." The boy who had followed Han-Soo clutched his chest, still trying to steady his breathing. "Fine," he answered quickly. "I'll put in my share too, but only if you let me on board." One survivor folded his arms and looked him over with open suspicion. "You know the Galapagos crocodile parasite can only make around 20 ships, right? There's no space left." The boy's face tightened. "I need that spot," he snapped back. "If I have to trade for it, then I will." Their arguing stopped at once when Han-Soo dropped down from the top of the dead beast. His feet touched the ground almost soundlessly, yet the moment he appeared, the air around them sharpened, without wasting a single word. Han-Soo reached into the corpse, picked something out, and with one casual flick of his wrist, threw it toward them. The parasite landed on the ground with a wet, heavy thud. "I don't need it," he said plainly. Everyone went still. Han-Soo's calm eyes shifted toward the group. Impossible to read. "I'm building a 500-seat ship. Do whatever you want with that thing." The survivors stared at one another in complete disbelief. A ship that large was almost beyond imagination. The key material for something on that scale was the heart of a rockstone lizard, and the moment a ship grew past ordinary size, gathering the required materials became more than difficult, it became nearly impossible. The boy who had been following Han-Soo tightened his jaw as the reality sank in. Was Han-Soo really planning to do that alone? Han-Soo gritted his teeth and glanced toward the horizon, where the poison spreading across the fourth floor was thickening by the minute. There was no time to hesitate. Every second mattered now. Was he truly going to hunt the monster, collect the heart, and build a 500-seat ship by himself before the poison swallowed everything? Before anyone could fully grasp it, Han-Soo pointed toward the others. "Tell everyone still alive if they bring materials as payment, I'll let them board." The man blinked, stunned by how direct the offer was. "Wait, seriously?" he asked. "You'll take us with you just for the materials we already have." Han-Soo did not bother answering. He had already turned away and started walking. Before long, the fourth-floor preparation zone was alive with frantic movement. Fighters, scavengers, and exhausted survivors crowded along the riverbank, each of them dragging or carrying whatever they had managed to gather. Bundas of materials, monster skins, bones, metal scraps, cores, and anything else that might count as payment, all stacked into growing piles for trade. The boy who had followed Han-Soo stood among them, staring down at the bundle in his hands. This was everything he had left. His last chance. He could not let himself be betrayed again, his fists clenched as he watched Han-Soo in silence. Then a thunderous crash tore through the forest. The ground shook beneath everyone's feet, and birds burst from the treetops in a frantic cloud. "What was that?" someone shouted. Another survivor turned toward the noise, eyes widening as fear spread across his face. "Over there! Look!" Above the tree line, a massive shadow rose up, swallowing the light around it. The boy's heart sank the instant he saw it. "No way, it's coming right at us." Then Han-Soo's voice sliced cleanly through the panic. "Scatter." In the next moment, the ground exploded. The enormous rockstone lizard crashed down into the center of the clearing, and the impact sent a shockwave ripping outward, knocking survivors off their feet. Screams broke out across the riverbank as people scrambled in every direction, trying desperately to get out from under the monster's shadow. And on top of the creature's crushed skull stood Han-Soo, completely calm, as if the beast beneath his feet had never been a threat at all. He looked down at the stunned crowd and gave a faint smirk. "Well, looks like everyone's here." Then he stepped off and dropped to the poisoned soil below, landing lightly despite the chaos around him. "Get ready to leave. The boy who had followed him could only stare, his mind struggling to catch up with what his eyes had seen. He killed that thing alone? Hansu dragged the massive, still-pulsing heart of the rockstone lizard across the ground. A faint glow moved across its surface as he stopped in front of the fairy guardian and dropped it at the fairy's feet. "I brought the heart," Hansu said. "Let's trade." The fairy glanced up at the timer floating in the air. "There's still some time left," the fairy murmured, then looked back down at Hansu with a knowing expression. "You do understand you'll need more than just that, don't you?" Hansu gave a single nod. Of course. His eyes moved across the piles of materials lined along the riverbank, his sharp gaze checking through the ore, bone and fabric one after another. At last, he bent down and picked up a coil of gleaming rack silk rope, letting the shining length hang from his hand. "This should be everything," Hansu said, holding it up for the fairy to see. The fairy guardian floated closer with his arms folded, wearing a smug look. "And where's the rockstone lizard's heart?" Hansu tilted his head slightly toward the huge mass behind him. "Right there. Take it." Guardian's mouth curved into an amused smile. "Well, well, you really did manage to gather every required material." He hovered in place for a moment, studying Hansu with renewed interest. "There are still a few technicalities, sure, but for someone who collected this much alone, it almost makes me want to give you a little reward." Before Hansu could say anything, a desperate voice rang out from the crowd. "The poison, it's spreading." Panic rolled through the survivors. They stumbled backward, eyes wide, as the crimson mist crawled closer across the ground. The fairy guardian, completely unfazed, spread his arms with a mocking grin. "Oh, come on now. Shouldn't you congratulate him first? Maybe give him a little applause?" "Just build the damn ship," someone roared. The guardian laughed, clearly savoring their terror. Hansu only let out a quiet breath through his nose, unimpressed. "You were all in such a hurry a moment ago," he said flatly. "I almost liked you better when you were trembling." A moment later, a deep hum began vibrating through the air. Hansu turned toward the riverbank, his eyes narrowing as light gathered over the water. "There," he said, pointing ahead. "That's the ship you'll be sailing on." The crowd turned as one and gasped. From a swirling mass of light and shadow, the vessel slowly began to take shape, growing larger and larger until its scale was almost impossible to believe. The enormous structure stretched across the river like a floating fortress. Beside Hansu, the boy stared with his jaw hanging open. "That's a 500-seat ship?" Hansu gave a single nod. "Enough room for everyone who contributed. Go on, bring them all aboard." For one brief heartbeat, the entire crowd fell silent. Then everything erupted at once. Shouts of amazement, relief, and disbelief burst across the riverbank as the survivors rushed forward, climbing the newly formed gangplanks with faces that had shifted from fear to pure excitement. "We're actually getting out of here. I can't believe this thing is real. If he's leading us, I'll follow him anywhere." Hansu watched them board without a word, his expression unreadable, before he made his way toward the helm. Once everyone had settled in, the boy who had followed him stepped forward and raised his voice. "Don't worry about steering," he called out toward Hansu. "As thanks for taking us with you, we'll handle the navigation." Hansu gave no reply. His attention was already fixed on the path ahead. The fairy guardian floated higher above the ship and addressed the gathered survivors. "Everyone, take your seats and rest," he announced. "Estimated travel time is 3 days." Then he lowered his arms and smiled with a sly, unpleasant grin. "Well, my work here is finished. I won't be interfering anymore." His voice darkened slightly as he added, "I'm glad I sent you all to the red zone. At least all my effort won't be wasted." As the ship began to rise, the portal ahead opened wide, spinning with deep red light. The fairy's voice echoed after them one last time, mocking, yet strangely sincere beneath it. "Try to survive as long as you can." The world around them shifted. The ship pushed through the barrier and emerged onto open waters, leaving the training zone behind. The air outside felt heavy, cold, and metallic against their skin. All around the vessel, the sea glowed with a sickly red sheen. One of the men on deck leaned over the railing, staring down in uneasy silence. "Is that the entrance to the red zone?" he asked quietly. His gaze moved across the horizon, where dozens of other ships could be seen in the distance, all sailing through the same crimson mist. Then he looked down at the surface below, and his expression twisted. "Wait, that's not an ocean." The realization moved through the deck like a chill. The liquid was not blue, and it was not water at all. "It's poison," another survivor whispered. Silence settled over everyone, broken only by the low hum of the ship cutting through the red tide. At last, one man slowly exhaled. "We should be grateful," he said in a low voice. "If we hadn't gotten aboard, we'd already be dead." He turned toward Hansu. "You didn't make this difficult for any of us? You really are a good person." Another survivor spoke up beside him. "Yeah, we never even asked your name." Hansu did not answer right away. He stood at the helm with his eyes fixed on the endless red horizon, the poisonous sea stretching out before him without end. And without saying a word to anyone, Hansu opened his status panel. The numbers staring back at him had fallen to a ridiculous level. Every stat, every attribute, every bit of strength he had built up had been dragged all the way down to 0.1%. Hansu let out a quiet sigh, more tired than surprised. It was a good thing he had already planned around the backlash from the demon jade essence. Below the ship, the poisonous sea hissed and bubbled, while the air around them grew thick with toxic red mist. Still, he remained standing straight at the helm, both hands steady as he guided the massive ship deeper into the unknown. His eyes drifted down to his bandaged hand, where a faint pulse of mana flickered beneath the cloth and spread through his fingers. He had not expected to gain something like this here, not in the red zone, and then the realization settled in the art of dragon energy. The name echoed through his mind, dragging old memories up from his past life. He remembered the whispers, the ridicule, the sneers from people who had dismissed the technique as outdated, weak, and not worth learning. But things were different now. In this life, Hansu could only learn 7 skills in total. 7 skills for his entire lifetime, and for one of those limited spots, this was not a bad beginning at all. Without hesitating, he raised his hand and activated the skill. Mana surged around him, twisting and circling like the body of a coiling dragon. Then, just as the power flared, a scream tore through the air. Hansu's head turned sharply. Beside him, the boy pointed toward the front of the ship, his face drained pale with terror. What the hell is that? Up ahead, the poisonous sea was littered with wreckage. Splintered hulls, broken planks, and shattered masts drifted across the crimson water, the remains of dozens of ships that had been completely destroyed. Then, from somewhere within the red waves, a weak voice cried out, "Help, please, I don't want to die here." A man was clinging desperately to a floating plank. His face twisted with panic as he fought to keep himself above the poison. When his eyes met the people on Hansu's ship, horror spread across his expression. He recognized them. They were the same people who had abandoned him earlier, the same ones who had left him behind to die. Still, he shouted frantically, telling them more survivors were trapped beneath the toxic waves and begging them to help. With trembling arms, he tried to drag himself higher onto the plank, but in the next instant, his whole body jerked violently, as if something had yanked him from below. Trident burst straight through his chest, its sharp tip glowing faintly beneath the red light. Blood spilled into the poisoned sea as the weapon lifted him completely off the water's surface. The man choked, gasping for air that would not come, his voice dissolving into a wet gurgle before his body finally went limp. Screams exploded across Hansu's ship. "Monsters! There are monsters in the water!" Panic swept across the deck in an instant. People ran back and forth, shouting over one another, until someone suddenly pointed toward the helm. Who changed the ship's course? The boy's eyes snapped toward the wheel, following the direction of the accusation. Then his gaze shifted to Hansu, and his voice dropped to a frightened whisper. "It's him." The ship creaked under them as it slowly turned, its massive frame veering away from the route it had been following. "Why are we changing direction?" Another man shouted, fear making his voice break. "Stop! Are you seeing what's out there? Look at all those wrecked ships. Those things will tear us apart. We'll die out here." Hansu gave no answer. His hand stayed firm on the helm, unmoving despite the chaos behind him. "Answer me!" the man yelled again, his panic swelling with every word. "Do you really think you can save everyone if we get attacked? That's impossible. You'll get us all killed." His voice shook, not from pure anger, but from the desperation of someone staring straight at death. "Why do you care so much about saving everyone around you?" For a brief moment, those words lingered heavily in the air. Hansu's eyes softened, just slightly. Old memories flickered through his mind, his former companions, their voices, their laughter, and the sacrifices they had made. Why did he care so much? The question echoed once, then faded into the noise of the sea. The man kept shouting, but now the anger in his voice had turned into pleading. "We need to go back. Please, just stay on course." Hansu turned his head only a little, his voice quiet, calm, and completely unwavering. "We'll make it now." The man blinked, and for a second, relief washed over his face. He let out a shaky breath. "Good, you made the right choice. You really are a good man." But almost immediately, that relief twisted into unease. Something about Hansu's tone was too cold, too detached. It did not sound like comfort. It sounded like he was simply stating a fact, and that made the man's stomach sink. Then hands suddenly clamped onto the edges of the ship's deck, one after another. They were soaked, shaking, and desperate survivors pulled themselves up over the side, coughing and gasping for air as poison water streamed from their bodies. The boy froze, his eyes widening in complete disbelief. "When did they get here?" he shouted. One of the drenched survivors staggered to his feet, fury burning across his face. He jabbed an accusing finger forward and roared. "I heard everything. You were going to abandon us, weren't you?" He stormed across the deck, his voice shaking with rage. "We swam for our lives just to reach this ship, and you—" He seized the boy's cloak and yanked him close. "I wonder how you'd feel if someone threw you overboard instead." But before anyone could move, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air. A blade slammed into the side of the ship with a heavy, violent thud, burying itself deep in the wood. The enraged man froze on the spot, the color draining from his face. What was that? What just hit me?" Hansu stepped out from the shadows of the deck, his voice calm, but carrying enough weight to stop everyone cold. "Enough. They're here." The bully spun around, confused and still furious. "Who's here?" His answer came in the form of a sudden jolt that rocked the entire vessel. The ship groaned beneath their feet, as if something huge had rammed it from below. That was when everyone understood. They had arrived from the depths of the poisonous sea. Dark silhouettes began rising upward, their twisted forms cutting through the black-red water. Glowing eyes opened beneath the surface, slicing through the darkness like cold blades. Each figure gripped a jagged trident in its hands. These were the gatekeepers of the red zone, the damned survivors waiting below. Without any warning, the creatures launched their attack. Their method was cruel and precise, striking the ship from underneath and trying to break it apart piece by piece. The hull shook violently as blow after blow slammed into it. "They're underneath us," someone screamed. "They're trying to sink the ship." Crew members rushed to the edges in a panic, throwing everything they had down into the water. "Keep them away from the hull," another person shouted. "Use long-range weapons, don't let them get close." But nothing worked. Every attack was knocked aside. Every attempt to drive them back was countered. The monsters in the water were simply too strong. Then, in the middle of all that chaos, Hansu walked to the railing. His eyes were steady, and not a trace of panic showed on his face. "If they won't come to us," he muttered, gripping the edge of the ship tightly, "then I'll go to them." Before anyone could grab him or shout a warning, Hansu jumped. Gasps burst across the deck. "He's insane!" someone screamed. Hansu dropped straight into the poisonous water below, vanishing into the Red Sea as the surface churned violently around him. From above, a trembling voice stammered in horror. "He jumped in without any gear, he's finished." But beneath the surface, Hansu remained perfectly composed. The monstrous figures noticed him immediately, and one by one, their glowing eyes all turned toward him. Toxic water? The thought barely seemed to bother him, and a faint smirk touched his lips. The art of dragon energy would take care of that. He raised his hand and drew out the ancient power surging through his veins. Energy crackled around his body, fierce and alive, refusing to be smothered by the poison. With his magic stat in the red, he thought, this much would be more than enough. Hansu clenched his fist, and the power gathered around him, coiling tighter and hotter like a living flame beneath the water. The sea beasts screeched and rushed in, tridents raised as they closed the distance at terrifying speed. Hansu met them head-on without retreating an inch. At that very moment, Hansu's body began to transform. Scales rippled across his skin, his muscles tightened with unnatural force, and an otherworldly aura poured from him into the surrounding water. This was the true essence of the art of dragon energy. It did not merely strengthen the body. It reshaped the user into something closer to a dragon than a human. Powers that crossed beyond the limits of ordinary human ability were known as zero numbering. As the overwhelming energy surged through him, Hansu could not help but smirk, so this was what it felt like. Zero numbering really did live up to its name. He flexed his clawed hand, and the poisoned water trembled around his fingers. Still, he could not release everything yet. Even while holding himself back, the attack he unleashed next was devastating. Hansu drove his fist straight forward, punching clean through the nearest sea monster before it even had time to raise its trident. The force of the blow was savage. His arm tore a hole right through the creature's chest, and in an instant, the poisoned water around them turned cloudy with spreading blood. The remaining monsters froze in place, their glowing eyes fixed on the corpse drifting in front of them, completely stunned by what they had just seen. Hansu watched the crimson cloud rise through the water and gave a small, satisfied nod. Even in this weakened state, his piercing power was more than enough. But the fight was nowhere near finished. The surviving beasts realized they could not win head-on, and one by one they began turning away, trying to escape back into the depths. Hansu's eyes narrowed the moment he saw them retreat. He knew exactly what they were planning. Fall back now, gather again, then attack later when the ship was vulnerable. He had no intention of letting them get that chance. Pulling his arm back, he gathered his energy again. There was no time to waste. In a flash, Hansu vanished from where he stood, his body blurring through the poisonous water faster than the eye could follow. The next second, streaks of light split the sea apart as he tore through the fleeing monsters, cutting them down one after another. The survivors of the pack quickly closed ranks around him, forming a tight circle, their jagged tridents all aimed directly at his chest. Hansu did not even flinch. He reached out and seized one monster by the arm, just as another beast rushed in from behind, using the opening to strike at his back. Hansu did not turn around. Instead, he caught the incoming trident in the middle of its swing, stopping the weapon cold in the water. Energy burst outward around him as he twisted the weapon's path and redirected the force, driving the trident straight through its own wielder's neck. Bubbles and blood rushed upward together as the creature's head was torn away from its body. The severed head drifted silently into the dark water, lifeless, while the body sank behind it. Hansu slowly looked around. The water that had been swarming with enemies moments ago was now filled with floating corpses. Once he confirmed the area was clear, Hansu lifted his gaze toward the surface. Something felt off. There was trouble brewing above the water. He kicked hard off the seafloor and shot upward toward the ship. The moment he broke through the waves, chaos was waiting for him. The ship had been badly damaged, shouts were flying across the deck, and poisoned seawater was pouring in through a massive tear in the hull. One of the crewmen spotted a monster near the breach and charged forward in a panic. "Everyone, over here!" he shouted, swinging his sword with every bit of strength he had. But before the blade could land, Hansu moved first. He threw himself directly against the broken section of the hull, using his own body to block the violent rush of water pouring inside. "Watch it," Hansu snapped. "You almost hit me." The man froze, his sword still raised, staring at him like he was seeing a ghost. "What? How are you even back? You should be dead." Hansu pushed his wet hair out of his face and looked at him flatly. "You really thought I couldn't handle a few sea monsters?" For a second, the entire deck fell silent, every pair of eyes locking onto him. Then someone shouted from across the ship, his voice cracking with panic. "Forget that. Look at the hull. You just made the hole even bigger." Hansu ignored the shouting around him and walked straight over to a large wooden block lying nearby. Without explaining himself, he placed his palm against the wood, testing its hardness and weight with a quick, practiced touch. The others stared at him in disbelief. "What the hell are you doing? This isn't the time to mess around." Another crewman yelled over the noise. "Forget him. There are still monsters outside. Get ready to fight." Then a different voice cut in, hesitant but sharp. "Wait, look at him." Hansu was already breaking the wood apart, splitting the rough blocks and shaping the pieces into makeshift planks. The realization spread across the crew all at once. "He's fixing the ship," someone shouted. "Do what he's doing. Bring every Arun wood plank you can find." Hansu did not even lift his head as he added, "We'll need kelk slime too. It'll seal the gaps." That was all the crew needed. They rushed into action, gathering around the breach and working side by side to patch the torn hull. Sweat ran down their faces, wood split under their hands, and the foul smell of salt, poison, and slime filled the air. Then another panicked voice rang out. "What about the toxic water already inside?" "It'll kill us." Hansu glanced over, still calm. "It'll evaporate on its own. Just don't sleep down here. The fumes are deadly. Everyone stays on deck until it clears." One after another, the exhausted sailors climbed back topside, their bodies heavy from fear and labor, but their spirits beginning to rise. For the first time in what felt like hours, the ship no longer felt like it was about to sink. Hansu leaned his shoulder against the repaired wall and let out a slow breath. His body ached from the battle beneath the sea. But despite the damage and panic, everything had moved according to his plan. His eyes shifted toward the trident resting nearby, one of the weapons taken from the sea monsters. He picked it up and turned it in his hand, feeling its weight, length, and balance. If this thing could endure the poisonous sea, then it would be useful to him. A moment later, his tone changed, and he called out to everyone on deck while staring toward the horizon. "Everyone, look ahead. You're about to see something interesting." One crewman scoffed, still worn out from everything that had just happened. "What now? Haven't we been through enough for one day?" But the words died in his throat the moment he looked forward and froze. "Wait, is that?" Gasps spread across the deck as everyone saw it at once. Land. The sight sent a wave of cheers bursting through the crew. After what felt like endless time on that deadly poisoned sea, they had finally reached the red zone, and far sooner than anyone had dared to expect. Relief and excitement swept across the ship, but that joy faded almost immediately. "Why aren't we stopping?" someone asked, staring ahead nervously. "The ship should be slowing down by itself." A strange tension settled over the deck. Then from behind them, a calm voice answered. "The voyage lasts 3 days," the figure said. "It isn't over yet." Hansu stepped forward, his expression impossible to read. "That isn't land," he said quietly. "We're standing on the root of the world tree." The crew turned in confusion and looked down. Beneath the ship stretched a massive structure, root-like ridges rising and twisting through the water, so enormous they were larger than entire islands. One sailor swallowed hard and whispered, "What kind of tree has roots this big?" The mysterious man gave a faint smirk. "So this is the tree you mentioned before?" Hansu did not answer him. His eyes stayed fixed straight ahead. "Just watch," he said. "The real show is about to begin." As if his words had called it forth, the entire root suddenly shuddered. The ship rocked hard beneath their feet, slamming against the massive structure as crewmen stumbled and grabbed for the rails to keep themselves from falling. Then a sound rose from below, deep, thunderous, and alive. The sea began to split apart. Something impossibly vast and monstrous started rising from beneath the poisoned depths. The crew could only watch, frozen in place, as a colossal creature emerged from the sea. Its scales glistened wetly under the red light, and its enormous maw opened wide enough to swallow the entire ship. Then, with a booming crash, a second explosion of water erupted nearby. Another titanic form burst out of the sea, roaring so violently that the air itself seemed to shake around them. The sound was deafening, crashing over the ship like a physical force. The shock waves slammed straight into the vessel, sending waves crashing over the deck as men were thrown to the ground. The red zone had finally revealed its guardians, and the real trial waiting for them had only just begun. As the ship slowly steadied again, a drenched man floating in the poisonous water forced himself upright, coughing violently as his trembling eyes locked onto the massive shadow ahead. "It's not after us," he shouted hoarsely. He pointed toward the half-devoured root jutting out from the waves. "It ate that whole thing." Up on the deck, Kang Han-soo moved toward the ship's wheel with steady, unhurried steps, looking almost strangely calm while panic rolled through everyone else. The man nearby could only follow him with his eyes, his voice twisting with disbelief as he muttered that the enormous thing before them was supposed to be nothing more than a root. And yet that single root stretched out like an island rising from the sea. Han-soo gave no answer. His gaze stayed locked ahead, while his thoughts quietly arranged the facts. Whenever someone left the training area, they had to pass one of the countless routes scattered across this ocean, and the route was always chosen by the ferry. This time, that chosen path had brought them directly toward it. The Calamity Fish. One of the 5 terrifying disasters that had once sucked the life from the world tree itself. Long ago, deep inside Fen's red zone, the native creatures had been pushed to the edge of extinction, and in their desperation, they tried to create their own salvation. Using both magic and genetic alchemy, they brought the world tree into existence, hoping it could breathe life back into their ruined land. But even that miracle had not been enough to stop the 5 disasters. One after another, without pause or mercy, those monsters consumed everything in their path, and Elvenheim slowly began to fall apart. They were not merely random beasts born from chaos. Each one had been made with a clear and cruel purpose, to destroy the world tree. Hansu's fingers tightened around the helm as the memory pressed against him. In his previous life, he had failed to protect it. This time, he would not let that same ending happen again. A massive splash thundered across the sea, sending waves rolling outward. The beast had already swallowed another hole in the roots. Its colossal body twisted through the water as it turned toward the next one. At Han-soo's side, the young boy rushed up with panic written all over his face. "What are you doing?" he shouted, unable to hide the tremble in his voice. "You're looking straight at that monster." His words came faster as fear and anger mixed together. "You're out of your mind. You might be strong, but that thing—" His frustration finally spilled over. "This isn't right. You should have asked whether everyone agreed first." Han-soo paused, lifting a hand to his chin, as if he were seriously weighing the complaint. "You may have a point," he replied calmly. "Maybe some of you really don't agree." The boy blinked at him, completely thrown off by the sudden response. Only now, of all times, Han-soo was pretending to consider that? But before the boy could get another word out, Han-soo continued in the same casual tone, as if the matter had already been settled. "Well, in that case, you simply can't get off the ship." The boy went stiff, staring at him as though he could not believe what he had just heard. Han-soo only lifted his arm and pointed toward the edge of the deck. "I'm following that creature," Han-soo said plainly, with no hesitation in his voice. "If anyone wants to leave, raise your hand. I'll drop you off right here, right now." A heavy silence settled over the deck. No one moved and no one dared answer. Around them, the only sound was the constant churn of the sea as the ship continued chasing the monster. After a long stretch of silence, one of the crew members finally spoke in a cautious voice. "Where exactly are we heading?" Still, nobody had an answer. Minutes dragged by, and the tension grew thinner and sharper until the ship at last began to slow, then came to a complete stop. They had arrived at the very end of the world tree's roots, the place where everything seemed to begin. One by one, the group carefully climbed down from the ship and stepped onto the massive bark-like surface beneath them. The ground under their feet gave off a faint living pulse, though it felt weak, like only a trace of life still remained inside it. Ahead of them stood an enormous tree on the brink of death. Its vast trunk was wrapped in something black and writhing, as if the earth itself had risen up to choke it. One man stared at the ground with wide eyes and whispered, "I thought this was solid land." Another answered under his breath, "No, this is where the roots are born." The entire crew fell quiet. Their necks tilted back as they looked upward, following the impossible height of the structure before them. It rose so far into the sky that its top vanished into the clouds, like an endless pillar made from both decay and divinity. And Hansu understood at once. Their true trial was only beginning. A faint smirk touched his face as he placed one hand on the boy's shoulder. "So," Hansu said, his voice carrying a teasing edge, "this is still better than swimming, isn't it?" The boy's throat tightened and no answer came out. All he could do was swallow nervously while Hansu's hand remained on his shoulder. "We have 2 weeks," Hansu said, his tone turning even again. "As long as we keep climbing, we'll be fine." The boy frowned, irritation slipping into his voice. 2 weeks? What are you talking about?" The demon said we were supposed to go to the World Tree. But before Hansu could respond, a shout rang out from farther ahead. "Hey, are you two coming or not?" Hansu turned immediately, not wasting another second. "Standing around won't help us survive," he said flatly. "Move if you want to live. I'm going ahead." The boy clenched his fists, fought down his hesitation, and quickly ran after him. "Wait, I'm coming too." Hansu let out a slow breath without even turning his head. "Then you'd better make sure you keep up." Then his voice carried through the still air, calm on the surface, but weighted with a clear purpose. "The calamity fish will reach the roots in 2 weeks," he said. His hand tightened around the trident at his side. "I have to find that person before it gets there." He stopped, then raised the weapon high above him, but first, in one swift motion, Hansu slammed the trident down. The impact cracked through the air like thunder. Water burst upward, and the ship's hull split wide open beneath them. Hansu did not even flinch as the vessel began breaking apart under their feet. Seawater surged in through the shattered opening, swallowing the damage piece by piece. Within moments, the entire ship disappeared beneath the waves, leaving nothing behind but white foam and the violent swirl of the sea. As he watched the wreck sink out of sight, Hansu finally murmured, "We've probably reached the cross by now." The boy turned toward him, unease filling his eyes. "He's not coming with us?" Hansu had always been impossible to predict, but somehow, whenever he was nearby, even terrifying danger felt like something they could endure. Without him standing beside them, the silence around the group suddenly felt far heavier. Before the boy could say anything more, a shout came from up ahead. "Look over there! What is that thing?" Everyone turned at once. In the distance, a massive iron structure rose out from the roots, shaped like a cross and towering above the sea like a monument from some forgotten age. "Is that the cross?" someone asked, staring up at it. Whispers quickly spread through the crowd. "It looks like people made it," another muttered. "We should get closer and check it out." But before anyone could rush forward, a firm voice stopped them. "Wait." The boy lifted his hand, forcing the group to hold back. "If someone built this thing, then it might be a trap," he said carefully, eyes fixed on the structure ahead. "We can't just charge in all at once." The others traded tense looks, then slowly nodded. "Fine," the boy continued. "We'll scout ahead in pairs. Stay sharp. We still don't know who or what built this place." Before anyone had a chance to move, a sharp, mocking voice drifted down from somewhere above them. Cautious types really are such a pain." The boy's head snapped upward immediately, and there, perched high on a twisted branch, a man sat watching them with a faint smirk curling at his lips. "Sure," he said lazily. "Being careful might help you stay alive, but it also makes things a whole lot more troublesome for us." The group stiffened in an instant. Weapons came out, shoulders tensed, and frightened eyes swept through the shadows. "Who's there?" someone shouted. The man sitting above them did not bother answering. He merely leaned forward a little, and the smirk on his face widened as if he were enjoying their reaction. Then, instead of explaining himself, he dropped from the branch and landed lightly in front of the crowd. His sharp eyes passed over them one by one, studying faces, measuring strength, and counting their numbers. "Huh?" he muttered with a grin. 148? Not bad at all. I didn't think this many clanless people would make it this far." He lowered into a crouch, resting his elbows loosely on his knees, while his grin grew even wider. "The name's Aaron, Valkyrie Clan, Helper Group." His voice was light, almost playful, with just enough mockery to make the crowd uneasy. "And lucky for you?" He spread both arms with a smug smile. We're your saviors." Uneasy murmurs rippled through the group as people looked at one another, unsure whether to believe him. At last, someone stepped forward enough to ask, "What do you mean, saviors?" Aaron gave an exaggerated sigh and rolled his eyes as if the question itself had exhausted him. "You people really don't know a damn thing, do you?" He scratched the back of his head, looking almost amused. "Figures. Once the training ends, those creepy-looking fairies of yours stop explaining anything, right? They just sit back and watch." The crowd shifted anxiously, their eyes flicking from one person to another. Aaron's grin returned. "Yeah, and they're watching right now, by the way, but don't expect them to lift a finger for you. That's our job." Aaron straightened up and brushed off his knees. "So here's how this works. You follow us or—" He cut himself off when a quiet laugh sounded behind him. "No one's going to follow you after a speech like that." Aaron turned around. A young woman stepped out from among the travelers with her arms crossed, her eyes cold, steady, and unimpressed. "Name's Bake," she said bluntly. Then she tilted her head toward the elderly woman standing beside her. "And this is Pan." Bake looked around at the confused travelers before continuing in a calm but sharper tone. "We're from the helper group, too, and unlike him, we were given proper orders to assist travelers leaving the training zone." Someone frowned and asked, "Orders? From who?" Pan lightly tapped her cane against the ground, the soft thunk cutting through the murmuring crowd. "From Iris," Pan said, her voice quiet but firm. "The monarch of the Valkyrie clan." The moment those words landed, the crowd broke into a wave of murmurs. Even Aaron blinked, caught off guard by the name. Beck's expression stayed completely calm, not even a flicker crossing her face. In a level voice, she explained that Iris had already gone ahead to the Orange Zone 20 years ago, and from that day on, their duty had been to guide newcomers like them through the dangers of the Red Zone and help them survive. Then another helper stepped forward, speaking with a steady, practiced tone. He told them this was only the end of the routes, and the World Tree was still far beyond their reach. If they tried to wander from here without someone leading the way, they would not last long. The travelers exchanged uneasy looks, quietly weighing the situation. None of the helpers looked openly murderous or eager to betray them, and even if everything suddenly turned ugly, they still had enough people on their side to put up a fight. Aaron rolled his shoulders, straightened his back, and stretched as if this whole tense standoff was boring him. With a crooked smirk, he told the rookies they simply had no idea how to listen, then reached one hand out toward them and said to follow, because if they did, they might actually stay alive long enough to see the tree. Beck clicked her tongue sharply, irritation flashing across her face before she folded her arms. Her stare cut straight into Aaron as she snapped back that no, he was the one who never listened. Beck reminded him that she had already said they were supposed to do things properly, by the rules. Aaron only let out a tired sigh and shrugged it off, muttering that he understood, though the smug grin on his face never disappeared for even a second. For a brief moment, everyone froze in place. The air felt heavy, thick with hesitation, because trusting strangers in a place like this could decide whether they lived or died. Even so, they had no real choice. The helpers were the only ones who understood how to survive here. At last, a voice from the back of the crowd shouted that they would follow. Beck breathed out through her nose, looking thoroughly unimpressed, and muttered that even a stray dog would have figured that out faster. Aaron rolled his eyes and shot back that if she was so capable, she should just handle everything herself. Beck stepped closer with a thin smirk, calling that bold talk for someone hiding behind a title. Aaron's grin turned sharper, and he coolly told her that for someone weaker than him, she certainly had a lot to say. The tension between them sparked like dry air before a storm, and just like that, their fragile alliance began, uneasy, unstable, and barely holding together. Before the argument could finally explode, Pam stepped right between them, cutting off the pressure before it could turn into a real fight. Her voice came out firm and clipped as she told them enough, because they had no time to waste and a job still waiting in front of them. Without waiting for either of them to argue back, Pam turned toward the others and gave the order. These people had to be moved out of here, and they had to do it now. Aaron turned to face the gathered crowd, his expression losing some of its playfulness. He warned them not to get any stupid ideas just because they had more bodies on their side. 30,000 helpers had been surviving here for years, and if the newcomers wanted to make it through this place, they had better not act like fools. His eyes shifted toward the path ahead. The newcomers might have felt brave while standing together in a crowd, but Aaron knew that confidence would not last much longer. This land was home to monsters and powerful beings so terrifying that people lowered their voices just from hearing their names. Aaron stopped before the restless mass of people and laid down the rule in a clear, commanding voice. The Red Zone had its own order, and above all else, no one was allowed to touch the newcomers. A low murmur spread through the group as nervous eyes darted around. Then someone turned sharply to the side, catching a glimpse of movement nearby, and asked what that strange noise was. Before the man could take even a step toward it, Aaron cut him off without hesitation. He told them to ignore it and keep moving. And then, with no warning at all, a thunderous boom tore through the air. A violent explosion burst in the distance, strong enough to make the ground tremble beneath their feet. In an instant, every head snapped toward the source of the blast. Not far away, a fierce battle had already broken out, the air twisting with force and impact. Aaron's gaze sharpened as he watched it unfold, and he muttered that not a single one of these newcomers was ready to face anyone from this place. Beck's eyes locked onto the battle with sudden focus. Something about the way the fighter moved felt familiar, and a puzzled thought crossed her mind as she wondered why that woman was fighting all the way over there. Another blast erupted across the ground, shaking the area again, and sending a fresh wave of force rolling outward. Kang Han-soo reacted on instinct, ducking low as a wave of scorching heat swept past him and brushed dangerously close. His hands burned from the heat, and a sharp sting spread across his face. Kang Han-soo lifted his head through the chaos, trying to understand what had just happened, and asked in a rough voice why she had attacked. A sharp, angry voice sliced straight through the noise, telling him to shut up. A girl planted herself firmly in front of him, magic crackling and snapping around her fingertips. Her eyes burned with anger as she told him he had only just finished training, knew nothing about what kind of place this truly was, and still dared to speak like that. Elsewhere, a pink-haired girl stood motionless, her body still, while her eyes remained fixed on the far horizon. Beyond her, an enormous shape began to rise, slowly revealing itself against the distance. It was the Calamity Fish, a monstrous disaster-given form, massive enough to make the world around it feel small. The pink-haired girl let out a quiet breath and whispered that he was finally here. For one brief moment, her focus settled completely on that sight. Then her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. In a faint, trembling whisper, she wondered whether she even had the right anymore to seek revenge for her parents. She slowly tilted her head back and looked up at the sky as the wind passed over her. A decision formed inside her, heavy but unshakable. She told herself she had to end this, not only for her parents, but for everyone who would eventually be dragged into this place. Then her voice softened into a whisper as she promised her master that she would follow soon. The whispers about her had never really stopped. People called her insane, a reckless fool who actually believed she could kill a calamity fish. No one wanted to throw their life away against a monster larger than a mountain, but Sophia Viraj was not built like the others. As the distant rumble of the departing train slowly faded into silence, Sophia knew deep in her bones that her real fight had only just begun. Lost in those thoughts, Sophia did not notice the figure approaching her until his voice suddenly broke through the stillness. He called out to her and asked if she was Sophia Viraj. She spun around sharply, startled by the stranger's voice. Her eyes narrowed at once as she studied him closely and demanded to know how he knew her name. Sophia's gaze moved carefully over Kang Han-soo, taking in his stance, the weapon he carried, and even the faint trace of uncertainty showing in his eyes. To her, he looked like a newcomer. He had no rare items, no overwhelming aura of power, and nothing that marked him as someone special, just another lost soul thrown into the red zone. Kang Han-soo did not waste time easing into the conversation. He went straight to the point and told Sophia that he wanted to talk about the calamity fish, making her freeze on the spot. Sophia's expression tightened as she asked what he had just said. Kang Han-soo answered without backing down, telling her firmly that he needed her help. She looked him over with suspicion sharpening in her eyes, then said she had never seen him around this place before. Kang Han-soo folded his arms while Sophia cautiously asked if he was with Quadratus. He could feel the distrust pouring off her, and as Kang Tae's words echoed in his memory, he reached a hand out slowly, trying to soften the tension between them. In a quiet voice, he told her that this could benefit her as well. Then his tone grew darker as he asked whether she intended to keep living in fear, always wondering when her own family would be dragged here too. Those words struck Sophia like a blade driven straight into an old wound. Her breath caught, and her entire body went tense. Kang Han-soo pushed forward, telling her that if they brought down the calamity fish, her family's chances of surviving would rise. Rage flared in Sophia's eyes at once. She shouted at him, demanding to know how he knew about them. But before Kang Han-soo could even begin to answer, Sophia's fist crashed into the ground with terrifying force. The earth split open beneath the impact, and a violent shockwave ripped through the air as dust and broken stone exploded outward. Kang Han-soo had already leapt back in time, landing at a distance and steadying himself while he watched her closely. Something about this was not right. Sophia clenched her teeth hard, anger tightening every line of her face. Then she launched herself forward again, coming at Kang Han-soo with even more speed and force than before. Kang Han-soo slipped out of the way by the narrowest margin, the attack missing him by a hair. He shouted for her to just listen, and the instant his feet touched the ground again, he reached out and grabbed her by the shoulder, trying to stop her movement for even a second. It was the worst move he could have made. Sophia recoiled as if his touch had burned her, then shoved him away with a fierce burst of heat. Flames flared from Sophia's palm, while magic surged and twisted around her body. Her voice snapped with fury as she demanded how he dared to interfere in her life. Her power rose higher and higher. Above Sophia, a glowing seal spread open in the air, pulsing with raw, dangerous energy. Kang Hansu's eyes widened as he recognized what he was seeing. Sophia had already mastered that spell. Kang Hansu could feel Sophia's rage pouring out of her without restraint, fierce and relentless, as if every breath she took was pushing her anger higher. Above her, 3 brilliant orbs of frost and light suddenly formed, spinning with terrifying precision like sharpened stars. The 3 jade balls of frostlight shot straight toward him, and Kang Hansu's jaw tightened. He knew his dragon energy still wasn't under perfect control. Not yet, but stepping back now was not an option. A small sphere of energy ignited in Kang Hansu's palm, glowing hot with the force of a dragon's breath. He let out a slow, controlled exhale, already knowing the price would come later, and muttered that this was going to hurt him afterward. But even then, it was worth paying. Power surged awake inside his body all at once, wild and violent as dragon energy tore through his veins like a beast breaking free of its chains. Scales began rippling across Kang Hansu's skin, and his eyes burned with a molten golden glow. The transformation had already started, and then, with a crushing boom, the battlefield erupted. A blast of raw magic exploded outward from the clash, bursting through the air like a storm released all at once. The ground shook beneath them, and waves of energy sliced through the surroundings with enough force to make the air itself tremble. Sophia's eyes sharpened as she watched her spell close in on him. The 3 jade balls of frostlight were taking shape perfectly, their cold radiance locking on to Kang Hansu. It was a technique that could freeze everything it touched, even the air surrounding its target. Once the icy cage began to form around Kang Hansu, there was nowhere left to run. Sophia released a sharp breath, her voice lowering as she murmured that she had not planned to kill him. Not yet. Not before he told her where he had learned that name. At the next instant, her heart gave a violent jolt. A sharp crack echoed through the frozen prison. A thin line split across the surface of the ice, spreading like a wound opening through glass. Another crack followed, then another, until the frozen shell burst apart in a deafening explosion. From the flying shards stepped Kang Hansu, no longer looking fully human. Heat radiated from his body, dragon scales marked his skin, and the power pulsing from him seemed to ripple through the very ground. In a steady voice, he told her that she was not the only one with tricks hidden away. Kang Hansu lifted his hand, and energy began spiraling around the ring on his finger. Nurmaha's ring, First Authority, pulsed once with a heavy thrum, and the earth itself answered. He drove his fist down into the ground and unleashed the authority of destruction. In that instant, the entire world seemed to tremble beneath the force. A roaring shockwave tore across the battlefield, smashing apart every last trace of ice. The mist vanished under the brutal pressure of his mana, and Sophia staggered backward, raising her arms to shield herself as disbelief struck her. He had broken her 3 jade balls of frostlight. Her thoughts spun wildly. That should not have been possible. No one could reach that level of power through ordinary training alone. Just how much mana was buried inside him. Sophia clenched her jaw because in a fight like this, hesitation was the same as death. Old voices echoed in her mind, words from her past cutting through the moment. If she did not keep moving forward now, she would be left behind. If she kept chasing a legend, she would die, Sophia. Sophia gritted her teeth, rejecting those voices with everything she had. Not yet. She would not stop here, not after coming this far. Impossible, she screamed, her mana flaring around her body. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, Sophia shot upward into the air, activating monumental air path as she launched herself above the battlefield. Power spiraled around her in thick, twisting currents, wrapping her body as the pressure in the air began to climb. Then Alice's book appeared before her, its pages flipping violently as if caught in a furious storm. Sophia clapped her hands together with a sharp sound and called out solidification, forcing her magic into form. High above her, a colossal magical weapon began to take shape, its massive body pulsing with destructive force as it hung over Kang Hansu like a sentence about to fall. Sophia shouted down at him that this was exactly why she had survived until now, so people like him could never stand there and look down on her. With all of that fury behind it, she hurled the enormous weapon downward, aiming it straight at Kang Hansu. Kang Hansu's eyes burned crimson as he looked up at the attack. His arms began to shift, and his fingers transformed into claws wreathed in living flame. Then, with one smooth and perfectly timed motion, Kang Hansu swung. The air split apart, and the massive weapon shattered into nothing before it could crush him. Kang Hansu dropped down onto one knee, bracing one hand against the cracked ground beneath him. Dust curled around his body, and the last echoes of their violent clash slowly faded into a heavy silence. What remained of his clothes hung from him in torn strips. His scarred and battered form showed just how much power he had forced out in that single exchange. He raised his eyes toward Sophia, his expression strangely calm despite the damage, and asked if they were really going to keep going. Sophia's fists trembled at her sides, her breathing sharp and uneven. After a long moment, she finally lowered her head and admitted there was no point. Kang Hansu tilted his head slightly, watching her reaction with quiet focus. And he asked if she was already choosing to back down after everything she had thrown at him. Sophia's gaze flicked toward him, and the fight replayed through her mind in broken fragments. She thought back over his strange technique, the unnatural force behind every movement, and the way his body had changed under that power. Energy arts were measured through three major parts: how well the runes scaled and reinforced the body, how strong the mana barrier became, and what kind of special abilities the technique produced, those rare effects that could overturn an entire battle. Kang Hansu's form was not perfect. It had flaws, but even with those flaws, it was far too powerful for someone who had only just entered the red zone. Forcing the fight any further would gain her nothing. Sophia turned her eyes away from him at last. In a quieter voice, she admitted that he was strong, but her words carried a warning. Strength by itself would not be enough. Her tone hardened again as she demanded to know exactly how he planned to kill the calamity fish. A bitter laugh slipped out of her, because people had been trying to do that for years. That creature had swallowed 1,000 lives before everyone finally gave up. Sophia asked if he truly understood what it meant to face something capable of devouring an entire ship. Her voice cracked as anger poured out of her. To her, the calamity fish was not just a monster, it was a curse, and worse than that, there were fools who actually worshipped it, believing disaster would spare them if they bowed low enough. Sophia clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She said she was done fighting alone, then shot Kang Hansu a sharp, exhausted look, and warned him that if he did not want to end up like her, he should walk away while he still could. With those words, Sophia turned away and started to leave, her voice low and cold as she muttered that this whole thing was nothing but a waste of time. Kang Hansu did not move from where he stood. In a quiet voice, he told her that if he had thought it would be easy, he would never have come looking for her in the first place. Then he straightened, his tone growing firm as he said he had a plan, and that was exactly why he needed her help. Sophia stopped in the middle of her step. A visible tension ran through Sophia's shoulders. Still facing away from him, she muttered that she was finished with this stupidity. Kang Hansu's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he told her this would be her 14th attempt to kill the calamity fish, and asked if she was truly going to stop now. Sophia spun back around, fury blazing in her eyes. She shouted that he did not understand, that he had no idea what she had. Then her voice suddenly faltered. Memories surged up inside her all at once, crashing over her before she could push them away. She heard her parents' screams again, and saw the endless nights of battle stretching behind her like wounds that had never closed. 13 attempts, 13 failures. No matter how desperately she fought, every battle had ended the same way. Her magic had shattered again and again, breaking apart in front of that overwhelming disaster before she could ever reach the end. Broken bones, torn flesh, and that suffocating taste of defeat had become memories carved deep into Sophia's body. She had collapsed so many times that even counting them felt meaningless now. Her tears had fallen into earth already soaked with blood, mixing with the dust beneath her knees. Back then, simply surviving each attempt had been the only victory she was allowed to claim. Kang Hansu took a step closer, his voice calm but carrying a weight that made Sophia listen. He told her she might not have won even once, but she had survived 13 times, and that was not weakness. His eyes held hers as he said she never would have made it this far without real strength. Then he paused, letting the words settle between them. In a quieter voice, he added that this time she would not have to fight by herself. Sophia stood completely still, as if her thoughts had gone blank for a moment. And then, like a faint whisper drifting in from another life, her parents' voices echoed through her mind. They had told her she did not have to come with them, that they would handle it, and that all she had to do was trust them. Sophia's shoulders slowly sank under the weight of that memory. It struck deeper than she expected, leaving her head lowered and her voice barely above a murmur as she finally asked why. Why was Kang Hansu so determined to go after the calamity fish? Even as the question left her lips, Kang Hansu did not turn to face her. Instead, he looked toward the far horizon, his expression steady and his tone almost unsettlingly calm. He said he was doing it to save billions of lives. Sophia's breath caught in her throat. Those words did not disappear into the air right away. They stayed between them, heavy, raw, and far too large to dismiss. Her hands trembled before she could force out a whisper, telling him that he was worse than most people she had met. Some distance away, madman, Aaron peeked out from behind a tree, watching the two of them with a deeply uneasy look on his face. The atmosphere around Kang Han-soo and Sophia made Aaron's skin crawl. Whatever was happening between those two, he wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. So he quietly turned his body, trying to slip away without drawing any attention. But before Aaron could take another step, something yanked him backward with a sharp pull. A trident had shot through his cloak and pinned it straight into the tree trunk behind him. Aaron's breath stuck in his throat. Slowly, very slowly, he turned his head, and the moment he saw who was there, he froze. Kang Han-soo stood only a few paces away, his eyes locked directly on Aaron. In a calm voice that carried far more pressure than it should have, he asked if Aaron was really leaving without even saying hello. Aaron stiffened from head to toe, forcing an awkward grin while wondering how the hell Kang Han-soo had noticed him. Before Aaron could come up with an answer, Sophia leaned out from behind Kang Han-soo, curiosity flickering across her face. She asked what Aaron was doing there, and with that, he was completely caught. Aaron let out a stiff, uncomfortable laugh and tried to play it off, saying he was just passing by. Nothing more. He scratched the back of his head as he spoke, but Kang Han-soo clearly did not buy it. Han-soo asked if Aaron had been there the entire time, and Aaron hesitated, scrambling for an excuse that would not get him stabbed. Before he could stammer anything out, Kang Han-soo cut straight through the silence. Kang Han-soo asked if Aaron could show them the way. Aaron's grin faltered, and he asked if they were sure about that, but with no real choice left, he started guiding them forward. Eventually, the three of them arrived at a camp crowded with survivors. Dozens of people filled the area, gathering around rough shelters built from whatever materials they could find. The whole camp buzzed with restless movement. People carried supplies, patched up worn gear, and kept glancing toward the horizon as if disaster might appear at any moment. A man near the entrance greeted them and explained that these were refugees from the end of the route. They moved in shifts, because if the calamity fish appeared, everyone had to run before it swallowed everything in its path. Then he gestured toward a large building in the center of camp and told them the briefings were held there, where they could also register for the upper city. When he noticed that no one replied, the man's mouth curled into a small smirk. Then he asked if they were hungry, but the group only stared back in silence. Taking their silence as a yes, he pointed them toward a nearby tent where food was being handed out to the survivors. The first time in a while, the newcomers' eyes brightened with hope. Real food was waiting for them, or at least that was what they believed. Behind the counter stood a broad woman with her sleeves rolled high and her hands planted on her hips. The moment she saw them, she grinned proudly and said she knew they would come, so she had saved the freshest batch. They stepped closer, only to freeze in place. What sat in front of them did not look like food at all. It was a pile of thick, writhing, slime-like goo that gave off a rotten stench. The woman kept smiling and cheerfully urged them to eat while it was still warm. One survivor stared at the plate in disbelief and stammered, asking what in the world this was. Another man in a tattered cloak snapped that this could not possibly be food. He slammed his palm down on the table, the sharp sound ringing through the camp, and demanded to know if they were really expected to eat such disgusting sludge. The cook did not even flinch. Instead, she smiled even wider, proud and completely unbothered, and said that yes, everyone here ate it. In an almost cheerful tone, she explained that the slime contained everything needed to stay alive: protein, minerals, mana stabilization, and more. Then she casually gestured toward a nearby group where some people clutched their stomachs, some were vomiting, and others looked barely conscious. If they wanted to try eating something else, she said with a shrug, they could ask those people. They had chosen monster meat instead. Red zone beasts tasted amazing right up until the poison started working. A heavy silence fell over the area. The survivors glanced at one another, their faces twisting with disgust, confusion, and a slow, reluctant understanding. Bit by bit, embarrassment crept over them. Because in a place like this, survival left no room for pride. Then Kang Han-soo stepped forward. Without saying a word, he picked up a plate, scooped a glob of slime onto it, and took a bite. The others froze, staring at him as if they could not believe what they were seeing. The cook crossed her arms, her grin widening with approval, and told him to finish it properly so she could give him utensils for gathering his next batch. Kang Han-soo did not answer. He simply kept eating. A short distance away, Beck waved casually at the cook as he passed by, saying he would leave the rest to her. She chuckled and told him there was no problem at all. Beck had only taken a few steps when he spotted Kang Han-soo and Sophia standing among the crowd. For a brief moment, Beck's stride faltered. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not stop where he was. Instead, Beck kept walking toward the tents at the far edge of camp. When he reached one, he pushed the flap open without warning. Inside, Aaron sat hunched over, sour-faced as he tried to stitch his torn cloak back together. Beck crossed his arms and asked when Aaron had returned, then added that he had seen the footage and knew Aaron had brought that guy with him. Beck asked what Kang Han-soo's deal was, but Aaron did not even bother looking up. He only muttered under his breath that he was busy fixing his damn clothes. Beck raised an eyebrow and asked how the cloak had ended up like that. That one question was enough to make Aaron snap. He shot up from his seat, waving the half-repaired cloak as he shouted that the lunatic had fought Sophia. Beck blinked at him, then let out a slow whistle and reminded him that this had supposedly been a simple recon mission. Aaron dropped back into his chair with a groan, telling Beck not to remind him. He rubbed at his temples, trying to settle his irritation, then asked how everyone else was holding up. Beck leaned against the table nearby, glancing through the tent opening toward the busy camp outside. He said they were fine, better than fine, actually. This group was tougher than last year's batch. The red zone was growing harsher, but the people who made it this far were becoming monsters in their own right. Then his tone darkened as he added that if it were not for that damned calamity fish, they would have even more survivors in the camp. Beck paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd outside. He said the fairies knew it too, and that was why they had been changing the difficulty, tightening the filter until only the strongest could pass through. Aaron let out a heavy breath, still wearing a deep frown. He said none of that mattered, because no one was crazier than Kang Han-soo. Slumping back with his arms crossed, Aaron pointed out that Sophia was already a powerhouse, and yet Kang Han-soo, someone who had only just finished training, had managed to stand against her directly. A bitter smirk tugged at Aaron's mouth. He said word of this would spread fast, and if that was true, then the next major challenge was already on its way. His voice trailed off as his eyes narrowed, and he muttered that it would come sooner than they thought. A single footstep echoed along the main path, slow, steady, and deliberate. From the shadows, a man stepped into view, his loose clothes fluttering faintly in the breeze. His posture looked casual, almost relaxed, but the danger radiating from him was impossible to miss. His eyes glowed a deep crimson, and a wild grin twisted across his face, the kind of smile that promised nothing but chaos. Meanwhile, Sophia walked over to Kang Han-soo with a small mechanical device clutched in her hand. In a brisk tone, she asked if he had received his slime extractor yet, warning him that he would not last long without it. Kang Han-soo glanced at her with a raised eyebrow and asked where she had disappeared to. Sophia looked away and said she had needed to handle something. Then, as if suddenly remembering, she shoved a neatly folded pair of pants into his hands and told him to change. They were not exactly impressive, but they were still better than what he had left on. Kang Han-soo looked down at the clothes, then back at Sophia with a faintly teasing look. He asked if she was worried about him now. Sophia froze for a beat, then snapped that he should not flatter himself. Crossing her arms, she insisted they were partners, and that was all. Before Kang Han-soo could tease her any further, Sophia suddenly went wide-eyed, her face flushing bright red. She stammered and asked if he was seriously planning to change right there in front of everyone. Kang Han-soo laughed softly, holding the pants up as if to show he had done nothing wrong. He told her to relax, saying he was only checking the size. Then his voice softened into a warm murmur as he thanked her. Sophia snapped her head away at once, flustered as she insisted she just did not want to see him half naked. After clearing her throat, she hurriedly changed the subject and told him that before they left, there was something they needed to take care of first. They arrived at the Newcomer Assistance Center, a tall building alive with movement and noise. Sophia stopped in front of it and told Kang Han-soo to wait there. This place was meant for adventurers who were not ready to move on yet, mostly people waiting for their families, and it was one of Valentina Iris's support centers. Without waiting for Kang Han-soo to answer, Sophia pushed the door open and walked inside first. Behind the counter sat a girl with short black hair, her attention fixed on a floating screen as her fingers moved lazily through the glowing interface. The moment the clerk noticed Sophia, her face brightened with recognition. A playful smile spread across her lips as she greeted her, saying it had been quite a while since Sophia's last visit. Sophia had no interest in wasting time on friendly chatter. She stepped up to the counter and briskly told the clerk to check the list of new arrivals for her, then added that she also needed an update on the artifact she had left there. The clerk smiled politely and began tapping through the holographic display. She answered right away, calling Sophia Miss Virage and reminding her that she was one of their VIPs after all. While her fingers moved across the screen, she explained that the help center was far more than just a gathering place for newcomers. Sponsors, missions, trade permits, whatever people needed to survive and move forward, this place handled it. After a few moments, the clerk produced a glowing list and handed it across the counter, saying it contained everyone rescued from the nearby routes. She added that if Sophia wanted them to search the deeper sectors, that would take several more days, so she would have to come back later. Sophia took the list and quickly scanned through the names, but her brow slowly tightened. The people she was looking for still had not arrived. In a low whisper, she accepted that fact. Then her eyes hardened as she decided she would focus on the calamity fish for now. Just then, the door opened behind her. Kang Han-soo stepped inside, now wearing clean clothes, his calm presence filling the room with quiet pressure. In an even voice, he said that if she was finished, they should go over the plan. The clerk flinched at his sudden appearance, startled enough to answer a little too quickly. Kang Han-soo glanced down at the timer on his wristband and quietly noted that they had 13 days and 18 hours left. They did not have much time. Sophia's eyes flicked toward him, and for a brief moment, a faint blush colored her cheeks before she forced her expression back under control. Then, in a steady voice, she asked him what the plan was. Kang Han-soo met Sophia's gaze with complete seriousness. His answer was simple. She would take him inside, and once they were there, he would strike the calamity fish's weak point using his special weapon. Sophia stared at him in silence, as if waiting for the rest of the explanation. When he simply nodded, she flatly said that was not a plan at all. It was a terrible joke. Kang Han-soo asked what was wrong with it, still sounding perfectly calm. As the conversation continued, they stepped back outside the building. Sophia drew in a slow breath, trying to keep her frustration under control. She told him he could not kill that thing from the outside, because the calamity fish was not that simple. Kang Han-soo did not so much as flinch and replied that they would use a ship. Sophia immediately asked if he already had a ship prepared. He said he did. And not just any ship either. She offered that she had a 30-seater, but Kang Han-soo dismissed it, saying it would not be enough and that they would take his instead. That made her ask how big his ship was. When Kang Han-soo answered that it was a 500-seater, Sophia's eyes widened in disbelief. She snapped at him, asking if he still had that thing. Kang Han-soo replied that he was not a newbie and that she would understand once they got there. Sophia immediately shot back that he was absolutely a newbie, no matter how calmly he said it. Kang Han-soo let the argument slide and said they could simply agree that he had superpowers. Either way, they had secured a ship. What they needed now were the proper materials. Then he suggested they split up, his voice settling into a firm and practical rhythm. Kang Han-soo told Sophia to trust him, and if she did, everything would move smoothly from here. Sophia paused for a moment, then pointed toward a direction ahead of them. She said she would collect materials over there, but told him not to refuse her help just yet. Before Kang Han-soo could respond, she tossed an axe toward him and warned that his current weapon would not last long in the red zone. He caught the axe cleanly and asked, with the faintest hint of teasing, if she was worried about him. Sophia denied it at once, insisting they were just working together and nothing more. She added that the axe was better suited for him than his trident. As Kang Han-soo held it, the weight, balance, and grip all felt strangely familiar in his hands. A memory flashed through his mind. Sophia from long ago, placing a weapon in his hands and telling him it was his first one, so he had better take care of it. Kang Han-soo strapped the axe securely to his back, then said he already knew exactly what materials they needed in order to bring down the calamity fish. Sophia said that was thanks to her ability. Kang Han-soo guessed that she meant the library, and her eyes sharpened as she asked how he knew about that. Then she caught herself staring at him with renewed suspicion, and asked if he really did have abilities after all. Kang Han-soo only grinned, so Sophia finally admitted it. Yes, she could visualize any information she needed. She did not know absolutely everything, but when it came to the red zone, no one knew more than she did. Sophia glanced at Kang Han-soo and muttered that even with all that, she still could not figure him out. He asked if she was ready to head for the outskirts, and her answer came with determination as she said they would finish this monster once and for all. Sophia launched herself into the air and flew off ahead. To kill the calamity fish, they needed a deadly poison, and creating that poison meant gathering very specific ingredients. When Sophia landed with purpose, her focus shifted immediately to the next task. In order to collect the pawn's fluid, they first had to lure the creature out of its nest. Sophia shot forward like a streak, green energy bursting behind her and carving bright trails through the air. She twisted midair in her hand, and a shimmering shield formed in front of her, catching the incoming blasts and deflecting them with effortless precision. Then a voice reached her, one so familiar and unpleasant that it instantly made her skin crawl across from her. A man stood grinning, his tone dripping with mockery. His red eyes gleamed with twisted amusement as he looked her over. He called out to Sophia, saying she was still wearing that same body, then asked if she wanted to take a little walk down memory lane. Sophia's eyes hardened at once. She snapped at him to go deaf, then raised her voice even more, saying she had no time to waste on garbage like him. Jang Gae-soo chuckled, clearly enjoying the way he got under her skin. He acted wounded, saying that was no way to greet an old friend, then leaned in slightly with a smirk and pointed out that she was standing a little too close for that kind of attitude. Sophia's jaw tightened as the air around her began to hum with restrained mana. Jang Gae-soo lifted one hand, and green magic sparked to life around his fingertips. With that same casual grin, he said he and his partner had just returned fresh from the belly of the calamity fish. Then, without the slightest warning, Jang Gae-soo fired a blast straight toward Sophia. He told her she might want to show some respect, but Sophia did not flinch. Her eyes stayed locked on him, cold, steady, and unreadable. With one sharp motion, Sophia swept her arm sideways. A massive manifestation panel appeared above her head, glowing like a miniature sun. In the next instant, countless energy projectiles rained down from above, ripping into the ground all around Jang Gae-soo. Jang Gae-soo barely managed to dodge out of the way, and for just a brief moment the smirk on his face disappeared as explosions tore through the spot where he had been standing. Sophia's voice dropped low, steady, and venomous as she said she hated people who did not know their place. But Jang Gae-soo only laughed, the sound low, unstable, and far too amused, as he muttered that it was inevitable. Above Sophia, a glowing arrow suddenly materialized, then shot toward Jang Gae-soo with terrifying speed. Jang Gae-soo reached up without a hint of hesitation, hooked his fingers under the bandage wrapped around his forehead, and tore it away in one rough motion. Beneath it, a crimson eye was revealed, shining with a sinister glow as power gathered deep inside its red pupil. Sophia's attention snapped to that eye instantly, her entire focus narrowing as if the rest of the battlefield had vanished. The glowing arrow she had fired suddenly shifted course in midair, bending sharply under her control. Sophia sent it straight toward that exposed weakness, aiming for the crimson eye without mercy. Jang Gae-soo's lips curved, impressed by how quickly she reacted. He tapped the side of his head with one finger, and the red eye pulsed brighter in response. With a smug look, he asked if she even knew what she was looking at. He did not bother waiting for Sophia's answer. He called it the Ziret beacon, his voice thick with pride, then asked if she had really thought he would come all the way here by himself. He had an entire organization backing him, and the beacon was not the only thing he carried. His grin deepened as he added that he also had something connected directly to her. Sophia froze for the smallest moment, just long enough for tension to flash across her face. Then her fists tightened as she snapped that he really loved running his mouth. Jang Gae-soo placed a hand dramatically over his chest, acting as if her irritation was something precious to him. He said there it was, that familiar anger he had almost missed. Then his tone turned mockingly soft as he told her not to take it personally. He only wanted to test her, to see whether all those defeats had dulled her edge. The red eye on his forehead flickered once before slowly dimming, and Jang Gae-soo smirked as if confirming something for himself. He said the rumors must have been wrong, because Sophia was still sharp. She muttered that she was done listening to his nonsense, turned away from him, and coldly told him to get lost. Jang Gae-soo gave a long, theatrical sigh as the third eye closed. He said fine, he would back off, but his expression darkened before he added that she had to answer one thing first. Leaning forward slightly, he asked where the newbie was, the one they called Kang Han-soo. Sophia spun around at once. Fury burned in Sophia's eyes as she glared at him and snapped that she would never tell him something like that. But before she could even finish speaking, Jang Gae-soo's hand shot forward like a striking viper. His fingers clamped around Sophia's wrist, and a cold, triumphant grin spread across his face. He murmured that he knew it, tightening his grip like iron. Every word that followed dripped with smug satisfaction as he leaned closer and told her that was why he had used his investigation skill. His breath brushed near her ear as he thanked her for cooperating. Sophia yanked her arm free, anger flashing hard in her eyes. She started to demand when he had done it, her voice sharp with disbelief. Jang Gae-soo cut her off with a low laugh. He told her she could have stopped him, but she had hesitated. His grin stretched wider, cruel and taunting, as he said she had gone soft. Sophia's eyes darkened, and her voice turned cold as steel. She told him he should have stayed inside that cursed calamity fish, because dying there would have been better for him. The air around them seemed to drop in temperature. Jang Gae-soo stumbled back a step, trembling as he hissed that she was freezing. But the chill was not coming from Sophia. It was crawling out from him. He forced out a shaky laugh and raised his hand again, the madness returning to his eyes. He snapped that Sophia should have joined Quadratus when he offered her the chance. But no, she had to be stubborn until the end. Quadratus was a cult that twisted fear into worship, turning terror itself into faith. They called themselves servants of the four disasters, kneeling before the very monsters that had crushed and devoured humanity. Sophia's patience finally shattered. She shouted that she had heard enough of his garbage and asked if he truly believed she would ever stand beside monsters like them. Her anger poured out raw and unchecked. She accused him of killing people just to glorify those disasters, then selling the relics left from their corpses as if they were souvenirs. To her, he was nothing more than a vulture. Her voice trembled, not from fear, but from pure rage. She demanded to know whether he had any idea how many travelers he had led to their deaths, promising them safety, hope, and salvation before feeding them to that thing. Gangesu only smirked back at her, his eyes shining with a disgusting kind of amusement. Then, with no shame at all, he simply asked, "So what?" He spread his arms wide as if welcoming judgment from the world itself. He said he profited from his skill, honored the rituals, and if foolish people believed his words, then that was their fault, not his. His grin twisted into something monstrous. He said those people would never have survived here anyway, and if anything, they should have been grateful to him. A dark chuckle slipped from his throat. Dying inside the belly of the calamity fish, he claimed, was a far more glorious ending than starving in the dirt. Sophia trembled where she stood, disgust running through every part of her body. Gangesu stepped closer, lowering his voice into a poisonous whisper. He told Sophia she should understand better than anyone, since she had already survived more than one close call with that divine beast. Maybe she simply needed a few more encounters before she could truly appreciate its beauty. His smirk widened as he said she would understand eventually, and that they would meet again. With those words, Gangesu vanished from sight. Sophia remained frozen in place, her fists clenched so hard that her knuckles had turned white. Bitterly, she muttered that he had always been good at running away. For one brief moment, Sophia let her guard slip. Memories rose up inside her, showing the man Gangesu had once been before the madness, before the cult, and before the red zone twisted him into something almost unrecognizable. There had been a time when Sophia had trusted him and maybe, deep down, even pitied him. But that man no longer existed. Whoever stood in his place now was nothing like the person from her memories. A cold realization crawled up Sophia's spine. If she chased after him now, she would be doing exactly what he wanted. She stopped herself before taking that step. Kang Hansu's words echoed in her mind, telling her to forget him and focus on gathering the materials. Sophia exhaled slowly, forcing her emotions back under control. In a quiet whisper, she admitted that he was right, and her anger hardened into grim resolve. Sophia tightened her grip, steadied her breathing, and murmured that she would leave this part to Kang Hansu. Kang Hansu did not waste even a single second. He shot forward with fluid, precise movements, every step carrying a clear sense of purpose. There was no hesitation in him, no trace of fear, only absolute focus. The key to killing the calamity fish was the sclerosing solution. Kang Hansu's mind ran through the plan with the cold efficiency of a battle algorithm. The sclerosing solution was an alchemical weapon born from forbidden magical research. It was the only known toxin capable of hardening the calamity fish's inner tissue. But to create it, Kang Hansu needed one ingredient above all others, the heart of the kukulza. A short while later, he stopped before a pool of shimmering poison. Steam curled up from its surface, carrying the foul stench of decay mixed with magic. Kang Hansu stood tall at the edge of the toxic water, his voice low and firm as he said he needed the heart of the kukulza. The kukulza built their nests deep within the middle and outer roots, far away from the calamity fish's usual hunting grounds. If Kang Hansu was right, this hidden, silent valley was where they bred. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the ground, and then he saw it, deep gouges and claw marks leading toward a dark burrow. He had found it. Without pausing, Kang Hansu stepped into the poisonous water. The surface hissed against his boots, but he kept moving forward. Once he had the heart, everything else would begin falling into place. He could feel it beneath his feet now, a faint tremor pulsing through the ground. The air grew heavier around him, and he knew he was close. Kang Hansu drew both axes, their weight settling into his hands with a steady, familiar balance. He took one slow breath, then he unleashed the dragon arts. Power surged through his body, rippling beneath his skin as both weapons began glowing with molten light. The air vibrated under the force of his mana as magic enhancement activated. The world around him shifted. The poisonous water began to boil, and something deep inside the nest stirred awake. Then, with a violent boom, the surface erupted. Dozens of kukulza burst up from below, their venom-slick carapaces gleaming as they swarmed out of the toxic pool. Kang Hansu moved before any of them could fully close the distance, striking first with the calm precision of someone who had already chosen the outcome. His axe slammed down with brutal force, carving straight through the first creature and splitting its body apart in one clean, merciless blow. Before the pieces could even fall, another monster sprang at him from behind, its jaws stretched wide as it snapped toward his back. Kang Hansu twisted his body at the last instant, kicking himself out of range as the creature's bite crashed into the spot where he had just been, breaking the ground apart. There was no pause, no panic, and not a single wasted movement. His blades flashed through the swampy air, cutting through hard shell and thick flesh alike. Every swing landed exactly where it needed to, each strike sharp, controlled, and deadly enough to end the creature before it could recover. Hansu touched down lightly on the ground, his eyes immediately dropping to the weapon in his hand as he checked its condition. Thin cracks shimmered across the metal, spreading like tiny veins over the blade. Hansu's brow tightened. If he kept forcing it this hard, the weapon would not hold out much longer. Shifting his weight, he adjusted his stance and lowered the flow of energy through his body, turning his movements slower, cleaner, and far more deliberate. That was when he sensed it, a huge shadow swelling behind him, heavy enough to make the air feel colder. Hansu's eyes flicked sharply to the side, and every instinct in his body screamed that something massive was already upon him. He spun while still in the air, his muscles tightening like springs. Then came a heavy thunk. The axe shot forward and buried itself deep into the forehead of the enormous Kukulza leader. The monster reeled backward from the impact, then crashed into the poisonous pool with a thunderous splash. But Hansu had no chance to properly regain his footing after that strike. Another Kukulza burst in from the side, moving fast enough to kill. At the same time, the axe lodged in the first monster's skull suddenly blazed with light, shining through the haze like a signal. Hansu clenched his hand without a word. In the next instant, the weapon ripped itself free, spun violently through the air, and drove deep into the back of the new attacker. Hansu stretched out his hand and caught the returning axe in the middle of its spin. Venom and blood dripped from the blade, glimmering under the swamp's toxic glow. He let out one slow breath, steadying himself with cold calm. The search for the Kukulza's heart had only just begun. Standing shin-deep in the poisonous swamp, Kang Hansu realized the creatures had already closed in around him. Dozens of Kukulza slid through the murky water, their slick bodies cutting the surface as they crept closer from every direction. Then everything erupted at once. One of them lunged forward, its tail whipping across the water and throwing a wave of venomous mist into the air. 3 more shot upward, circling above Hansu like dark shadows waiting for the right moment to drop. He did not hesitate. His gaze snapped up, and he moved. Hansu launched himself into the air, meeting one of the beasts head-on in midair. The impact rang out through the swamp as his axe fell again and again, each blow relentless, exact, and impossible for the monster to shake off. Then the blade flashed in a clean slash, tearing through the creature's flesh and cleaving the monster completely in half. Hansu hit the surface running, sprinting across the poisonous water as chunks of the dead Kukulza splashed down all around him. After climbing onto higher ground, Hansu looked over the bloodied swamp below. His eyes narrowed as the realization settled in. These ones were only juveniles. The real danger was still somewhere deeper in the swamp, which meant this hunt was far from finished. He crouched down and brushed his hand over something half buried in the mud, a red rune glowing faintly beneath the filth. Hansu exhaled, exhausted but still focused. At this rate, his stamina and mana were being drained far too quickly. Even so, stopping was not an option. He had to keep gathering what he needed, so he raised his hand again. 3 runes of different colors rose at his call, their faint lights pulsing through the poisonous haze. But before Hansu could take another step, crack! The trees around him suddenly exploded apart, splintering into countless sharp fragments as his instincts took over. Hansu crossed his axes in front of his body at the very last second. The crossed blades became his shield, catching the storm of flying debris before it could tear into him. Then he felt a crushing presence rushing straight at him, heavy and violent. The force slammed into his guard so hard that his arms trembled. The steel of his axe groaned under the pressure, and a deep crack crawled across the blade. Hansu grimaced inwardly. He had been too reckless. He had pushed it too far. Through the wreckage and drifting haze, slow footsteps echoed. Jang Gaesu walked into view, his eyes shining with clear amusement. "You actually blocked that?" he asked, his voice low, curious, and almost entertained. Then Jang Gaesu smirked and casually stretched out one hand. "You're better than I expected. That wasn't even meant to kill you. I was only testing you." Hansu's fingers tightened around his weapon, his expression staying cold as he held his ground. Jang Gaesu stepped a little closer, lowering his voice as if he were sharing a private secret. "Relax. I came with an offer for you." His fingers twitched in a lazy gesture, as if the whole situation amused him. "Join our clan. Someone important has their eye on you." He lifted one finger, and his grin stretched wider. "It's a good deal. You'd be smart to accept it while you still can." Jang Gaesu waited with his eyes fixed on Hansu, watching closely for even the smallest reaction. Hansu gave him one immediately. With a sharp snap of his arm, Hansu hurled his axe straight at Jang Gaesu's face. "What?" Jang Gaesu's voice broke with disbelief. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Hansu answered only with a cold, unwavering stare. That silence was enough to make Jang Gaesu's calm expression crack. Jang Gaesu lunged forward and seized Hansu by the neck. You're insane, he roared, squeezing as his voice twisted into a sneer. How does a rookie like you? A cruel grin spread across his face. Dare to strike me while I'm talking? He shoved Hansu back and laughed at him with open contempt. You think a handful of training sessions made you untouchable? You think you can just act however you want without fearing death? Jang Gaesu shook his head and let out a short, mocking laugh. Maybe that girl had some strange reason for liking you, but me? I refuse. He folded his arms and stood firm, clearly expecting Hansu to back down. Hansu cut him off in a flat, unmoved voice. I refuse your offer. Jang Gaesu's attention snapped back to him as Hansu continued. A group that worships disasters. Quadratus. Hansu spoke the name plainly, his tone steady and without fear. He knew exactly what they were. Even worse, he knew what they sold. Spectacle. They did not merely feed the calamity fish. They turned the slaughter into entertainment. Ever since Quadratus appeared, red zone tourism had collapsed. People no longer came just to survive or explore. They paid to watch the fish tear victims apart, and the bloodier the show became, the more money it made. It was an entire business built on suffering, blood, and fear. Kang Hansu's fists tightened at his sides, and his gaze turned colder. An organization like that had no reason to keep existing. He would make absolutely sure it ended. As Jang Gaesu stepped toward him, Hansu's decision was already firm in his mind. He would tear Quadratus down himself, one enemy at a time. One piece at a time. He would erase them. Hansu let out a slow breath and briefly turned his eyes away, as if settling the thought deep inside himself. Then he looked back at Jang Gaesu and gave a faint scoff. Why would I waste my time listening to someone weaker than me? That finally struck a nerve. Jang Gaesu pressed one hand against his forehead, his voice dropping into a low, dangerous growl. You're really starting to piss me off. If I don't bring you back, they'll be furious, but nobody said I had to bring you back in one piece. He unclasped a gold chain and let it dangle from his hand, the metal swaying like a silent threat. They won't complain if you're missing a few limbs. Hansu stepped forward without the slightest fear in his eyes. That works both ways. I need information from you, and I'm sure you'll still be able to talk even after losing a few limbs. Jang Gaesu's expression hardened in an instant. A weapon formed in his hand as his glare sharpened. I'd love to see you try, he snarled. Magic flared around him, and he unleashed a fierce attack without warning. Hansu slipped away from it with smooth, effortless movement, dodging as if he had already seen through everything. Idiot. The insult left Jang Gaesu's mouth like a spit of venom, sharp and full of contempt. Then in the next instant, a sharp pain pierced through Hansu's shoulder. Blood sprayed into the air in a bright arc against the swamp's poisonous haze. Hansu lowered his gaze to the weapon buried in his shoulder and gripped the wound, his head dipping slightly. Across the damp, toxic air, Jang Gaesu's voice cut in coldly. So, do you feel like talking now? With a quick flick, Jang Gaesu retrieved his weapon and narrowed his eyes. He had aimed for Hansu's arm, but the strike had only barely grazed him. For a brief moment he wondered if he had held back too much. After a pause, he pushed that thought aside. Breaking Hansu completely would only make things harder. Jang Gaesu drove his weapon into the water, sending ripples spreading across the surface. No need to be afraid, he said in a measured tone. This will be over soon. Hansu slowly raised his head, his gaze still sharp despite the blood running from his shoulder. You're getting ahead of yourself, he muttered, wiping the blood away. Then, after a short pause, Hansu added in the same calm voice, Besides, we didn't even fight last time. Jang Gaesu's grip tightened around his weapon. What did you just say? He snapped. Did I hit your head too hard? This is nothing to me. With a furious roar, Jang Gaesu swung his weapon with everything he had. Just shut up and stand still. But before the attack could connect, Hansu had already vanished from where he stood. In the very next heartbeat, Hansu was right in front of him. His movement blurred through the air, and then his fist drove deep into Jang Gaesu's stomach. The force blasted Jang Gaesu backward, sending his body crashing into a massive tree root. The heavy impact echoed through the swamp. A strangled cry ripped from Jang Gaesu's throat as he gasped for breath, his body folding from the blow. When he forced his head up, he saw Hansu's axe snapping back into his hand with terrifying ease, as if the weapon had always belonged there. You really need to catch up, Hansu said, his voice calm enough to make the words sting even more. He raised the weapon toward Jang Gaesu and continued evenly. So why don't you cooperate? Jang Gaesu clenched his jaw as anger and confusion tangled across his face. How had Hansu moved that fast? He had not even seen the attack coming. Then another possibility struck him, and the thought chilled him in place. Did this bastard have colorless stat runes? Angesu forced himself back up, his eyes burning with stubborn defiance. Don't get cocky, he spat. I only let you hit me. Hansu simply lifted one hand, unmoved by the excuse. I'm just getting started. At once, glowing runes shimmered into existence around him, their light rippling through the poison-stained air. Jangesu's lips twisted into a furious snarl. You really think a small boost in stats is going to change anything? He barked. Hansu met his glare without the slightest reaction. Stats aren't everything in a fight. His wrist flicked sharply. The axe shot forward, slicing through the air in a clean, deadly line. Jangesu barely managed to duck in time before the axe buried itself into a nearby tree, the impact booming through the swamp like thunder. He stumbled and hit the ground hard from above him. Hansu's voice came down cool and mocking. What's wrong? Scared? Jangesu's body trembled, but it was his pride that had been cut deepest by the fall and those calm, insulting words. This can't be, he muttered, before his fear erupted into rage. I'm not scared. Energy burst from his body as his weapon blazed with power. The blade of the Forgotten awakened in his hands, its power surging as the air around it seemed to twist. Jangesu gripped the sword with both hands, baring his teeth like a cornered beast. I'll show you. Then he lunged forward, activating side cut as the blade tore toward Hansu. Hansu did not move to dodge. Instead, his fingers brushed lightly against the ring on his hand. Jangesu's thoughts raced in disbelief. He was not even defending? Was he insane? Side cut sliced through everything caught within its range. If the attack reached him, it would cut Hansu's hands clean off. The sword closed in until it was only inches from Hansu's neck. Then, suddenly, it stopped. The rings of Nurmaha flared to life, glowing with a strange, otherworldly light. Jangesu's eyes widened, and he shouted with a voice shaking in triumph. I've won. But Hansu did not even blink. He activated destruction, reached out with his bare hand, caught the blade directly and crushed it in his grip. The sword shattered like fragile glass, scattering broken fragments across the surface of the poisonous water. Hansu swung his arm and hurled Jangesu backward again. Jang hit the ground hard, his breath catching as his eyes darted toward the remains of his shattered weapon. Impossible, he whispered. His hand trembled around the broken hilt. Even top-tier dispersion experts could not destroy a high-level mana technique that easily. Before Jangesu could even understand what had just happened, Hansu was already standing right in front of him. There was only a blur of movement, then Hansu's hand seized a fistful of Jangesu's shirt. He yanked him up and slammed him straight into the ground, driving a crushing blow into his stomach. Jangesu's eyes rolled back as the air was violently knocked out of his lungs, leaving him frozen beneath the weight of the impact. Jangesu's mouth fell open in a silent gasp, but no words came out. Instead, blood suddenly burst from between his lips, splattering into the poisoned air. Kang Hansu stood above him with a calm, unmoved expression, looking down as if the blow had been nothing. Stop pretending you're dead. I held back. He grabbed Jangesu by the collar and shook him roughly, forcing his limp body to jolt. Did you already pass out? Jangesu answered with a low groan. His trembling hand reached up and clamped weakly around Hansu's wrist, trying to resist even in that battered state. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Hansu's mouth. Not bad, Hansu said, watching him closely. You actually managed to react in time. Jangesu's thoughts churned with bitter frustration. The bronze jade had absorbed the worst of the impact, but Hansu was holding him down far too tightly. This was exactly why he had not wanted to use it. His fingers slowly curled into fists, his pride scraping against the fear in his chest. There was no choice left now. Hansu tilted his head just a little, staring down at him with cold indifference. Is that all you've got? Then, bam. A vicious punch slammed squarely into Jangesu's face, snapping his head back as broken teeth scattered across the dirt. His head whipped to the side from the force. But before he could even steady himself, another strike came crashing down. In his panic, one thought screamed through his mind. How was Hansu tearing through his skills, too? Hansu did not slow down. Punch after punch rained onto him, each blow heavier and more merciless than the one before it. Jangesu screamed and threw his arms up in desperate surrender. Wait. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Hansu's fist stopped in the air, hovering just above him. His voice stayed cold. Go on. Jangesu coughed violently, blood dripping from his chin as he struggled to speak. I had no choice. There's no money left in tourism anymore. People like me just follow orders. The words spilled out of him in a rush, frantic and breathless. Let me go and I'll give you the runes. I'll even tell you who sent me to capture you. Hansu's eyes turned even colder as he listened. There was too much useless chatter mixed into every word. Before Jang Gesu had even realized what that silence meant, another crushing punch smashed directly into his face. His body jerked from the impact, his vision spinning as blood and dirt smeared beneath him. "You told me to talk, damn it," he spat, his voice cracking between ragged breaths. Hansu simply stared down at him, unmoved by the complaint and completely untouched by his desperation. Through the pain, Jang Gesu's anger cracked open again, sharp and helpless. "What the hell are you waiting for?" he shouted, his voice shaking. "I already told you everything I know." Hansu gave him no answer. That quiet, unreadable stare alone was enough to make Jang Gesu's rage crumble into raw frustration. "You already beat me like a dog," Jang Gesu growled, his body trembling beneath him. "What else do you want?" For a long moment neither of them spoke, and only Jang Gesu's ragged breathing filled the swamp. At last his voice sank into something hollow and defeated. "That's all I know." He slumped forward onto his knees, head hanging low. Quadratus worships disasters. They run tours all across this region, and they hire different clans to handle the dirty work for them. This time, the job was to find you, the one who had just finished training. Hansu's expression did not change. Jang Gesu swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he continued. "The order came from Karls Morin, a member of Beacon. Beacon." The name struck through Hansu's mind like a roll of thunder. Beacon was the coalition of 6 clans ruling the highest roots of the world tree, a force that stood at the very peak of power. Hansu rubbed his chin as his thoughts began moving quickly. If he remembered correctly, Beacon operated under Miyamoto's command, which meant this might involve more than just a single clan. His gaze snapped back to Jang Gesu. "Right now, those people are preparing for another tour. The one who gave you this information, was he an assistant?" Jang Gesu nodded weakly. "Yeah, some of the assistants were involved, but this time I got the order directly from Karls Morin." Hansu folded his arms, his tone final. "I've heard enough." Panic flashed through Jang Gesu's eyes as he felt the end closing in. Desperation pushed him to speak even faster. "Wait, there's more. I can still tell you more." Suddenly his expression twisted into a frantic grin. He jabbed a finger at the symbol on his forehead and let out a strained laugh. "You idiot. You had no idea, did you? Do you even know what this mark is?" Hansu did not flinch. The thousand-li eye. The moment Hansu said it, shock slammed across Jang Gesu's face. How did he know that? After a short pause, Jang Gesu forced himself to stand a little straighter. "Yeah, that's right. This lets me share what I see with other intelligent beings," which means he let the threat hang in the air. "They already know where you are." Hansu turned away with a dry, almost bored voice. "Oh no, I'm terrified. I guess I should run for my life." Jang Gesu pushed on desperately. "You don't understand. Karls Morin commands Beacon's stormtroopers. Do you really think you can escape from him?" Inside his head, Jang Gesu was already calculating. He had used the ability recently, so he needed more time before activating it again. If he could just create an opening, he could reconnect the link. He opened his mouth to keep talking. Bam! Hansu's fist drove straight into Jang Gesu's stomach with devastating force. The world blurred around him. The last thing Jang Gesu saw was Hansu's silhouette looming above him before everything sank into darkness. His body collapsed into the poisoned water, completely unconscious. Hansu stood over him and exhaled. "Playing around with you was more of a hassle than I expected." He crouched down and began searching through Jang Gesu's belongings. "Your weapon's ruined, so I guess I'll have to find a new one." Soon he uncovered a rare find, the relic of the forgotten, and a single-use artifact called Mirror Clone. Not bad at all. High above the swamp, a pure white bird swept across the sky in a clean arc. Hansu followed it with his eyes and understood immediately. He had been found. He gave a small scoff. Figures, he could not even remember who they had sent, so they probably did not consider him that important. Still, having to deal with constant distractions was annoying as hell. Far beyond him, something else began to stir. Deep, guttural roars rolled through the air again and again, growing louder as they echoed through the world tree's poisoned terrain. Hansu's smirk widened. "A pack of Gertis, huh? That actually works in my favor." He cracked his knuckles. "Might as well keep myself busy until reinforcements show up." Above the swamp, the danger was already gathering. A horde of monstrous shapes crowded onto the thick bark of the world tree. Huge reptilian bodies reared up one after another, their roars shaking through the poisoned canopy. They were Gertis, ruthless pack hunters that crushed their prey through overwhelming numbers and relentless pursuit. And right now, those monsters were chasing 3 cloaked figures across the dense, root-covered terrain. Branches snapped under their feet as the trio sprinted through the jungle-like expanse. One of the cloaked figures shouted over the chaos, "All forces activate concealment." In the next instant, their bodies shimmered as if the air itself bent around them, and then they vanished from sight. Now invisible, they vaulted up into the trees, slipping away from the Gertis prowling and snarling below. The forest slowly fell quiet again, leaving only the faint sound of strained, exhausted breathing among the branches. Among the three was Cheng, one of Quadratus's operatives. He peered through the leaves, watching the monsters below snarl, scatter, and prowl through the roots. "Damn it," he muttered, irritation thick in his voice. "I really thought we were finished back there. This is exactly why I hate being used as bait." One of his comrades let out a quiet chuckle from beside him. "How many more do we need?" Cheng ran a hand back through his hair and sighed heavily. "Plenty. The tour still isn't complete." Then his expression tightened. "But concealment only works while we're holding our breath. We can't keep hiding like this forever." Still, we managed to lure them into the valley. That should give us a little time to catch our breath. Cheng leaned back against a thick tree trunk, his eyes closing for just a moment. "And speaking of delays, what's taking that idiot so long?" The other operative glanced toward him. "You mean Jang Gesu? He was sent after that rookie, wasn't he?" Cheng nodded and looked up through the canopy above them. "Yeah, he's probably slacking off again." But before he could say another word, a sudden flash split the air as a streak of blue light cut cleanly through the forest. A glowing carrier pigeon, shaped entirely from condensed magic, descended from above and landed neatly on Cheng's finger. He frowned as he studied its form, realizing at once that only someone with real skill could create a construct this refined. A second later, his expression changed completely. His eyes widened as he read the message hidden inside the magical bird. His body went tense. "Change of plans." Cheng ordered sharply, straightening at once. "We're moving." His companions exchanged confused looks. What happened? But Cheng's voice left no room for questions. "New orders. Lake Kukulza. Move now." Elsewhere, Jang Gesu's consciousness slowly dragged itself back from the darkness. His eyelids fluttered open, and his blurred vision began to return. Pain throbbed through every part of his body, each breath scraping through his chest like a blade. Little by little, he realized 3 figures were standing over him. Cheng's voice reached him first, low and edged with annoyance. "So, did you fail?" Jang Gesu turned his eyes away. "I blacked out before the poison could take effect." He tried moving his legs and winced hard. "They're barely working." Cheng folded his arms, clearly unimpressed. "By the time we got here, Hansu was already gone. He knocked you out cold and disappeared." His tone sharpened. "Tell me something. How does someone who survived inside the Calamity Fish lose to a rookie? Now we're the ones stuck cleaning up your mess." Jang Gesu's fists clenched as humiliation burned beneath his anger. His mind flashed back to the fight, the shattered weapon in his hand, the searing pain tearing through his leg, and Hansu's cold voice telling him to sleep. Then something else surfaced in his memory. The gift Hansu had left behind in exchange for that weapon. Before Jang Gesu could put the pieces together, Cheng's voice snapped him back to the present. "Get up! We're moving!" Jang Gesu clenched his teeth and forced himself upright, but the faint burning in his leg continued to spread. Something was wrong. Deep down, he knew Hansu had left him with more than just a bruise. Jang Gesu groaned and clutched his head. "I know that guy said something to me." Cheng frowned and turned toward one of his men. "What's wrong with him? Did he breathe in poison?" "Doesn't matter," the man replied flatly. "We need to get him back to the ship before it spreads." Cheng nodded, then quickly raised his hand and summoned a carrier pigeon made of condensed mana. The small construct flared to life above his palm. It was a message spell, rough, simple, and not especially elegant, but fast enough for the situation. He released it, and the glowing construct shot up into the air. "This is enough, they'll understand." But before it could get far, crack. A hand shot out from nowhere, seized the pigeon mid-flight, and crushed it in a single instant. The blue light fizzled away like smoke. A man stood before them, his presence so heavy it seemed to choke the air. "Cheng," he said darkly, his voice rough as gravel. "Follow me." Without wasting another word, the man leapt down from the ship's deck. Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. That was fast. "We barely even sent the—" He never got the chance to finish. The man shoved past him, every movement radiating barely restrained fury. And in that moment, Cheng realized exactly who had arrived. It was Carls Morin, the stormtrooper commander of Beacon. Jang Gesu looked up weakly and froze on the spot. Before he could even react, Carls Morin's fist drove deep into his stomach. The impact exploded through him, folding Jang Gesu around the blow as air and blood rushed from his lungs and his body slammed into the ground. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Carls Morin hissed, his voice sharp as steel. "Calling me by my first name?" He grabbed Jang Gesu by the collar and smashed him down again, hard enough to crack the soil beneath them. This group has gotten pathetic. His glare shifted toward Cheng and the others. "Tell me, how exactly do you plan to fix this disaster?" Cheng lowered his head immediately. We'll take responsibility, but before he could finish, trouble came running in. One of the crew members sprinted toward them, panic breaking through his voice. The Goethas, they escaped. The entire pack is heading straight for us. A deafening roar rolled across the valley, deep enough to shake the air itself. The ground trembled. Then came the thunder of hundreds of pounding feet. A wall of monstrous bodies burst through the tree line, eyes glowing like burning embers and venom dripping from their jaws. A tide of Goethas was charging directly toward the ship, and Cheng's blood ran cold. No, once Goethas start running, they don't stop. Cheng's thoughts raced in terror. They had trapped the pack inside the valley, so why were they leaving it? Then the realization struck like ice. Unless someone had driven them out. Carl's Morin stiffened. He caught something faint drifting through the air. A scent, metallic, thick, and impossible to mistake. His eyes narrowed as he turned toward Jiang Gesu. The smell was coming from his leg. Idiot, Carl's Morin growled, his voice dropping into a frigid threat. Before Jiang Gesu could move, Morin's blade flashed. Steel tore clean through flesh. Jiang Gesu screamed and collapsed, clutching his wounded leg as it hissed and smoked. Red liquid splattered across the ground around him. Carl's Morin twisted the blade once before pulling it free. The edge gleamed dark red. The blood of the Goethas. His voice had gone calm now, almost amused. No wonder they're after us. He raised the sword and examined it closely. A faint shimmer wrapped around the blood, layered with potent magic. It's been enhanced. Artificially, Carl's Morin continued, his eyes narrowing. Whoever did this made sure the scent would spread. He exhaled slowly as the truth settled in. If I hadn't used Aranin's tracking, we never would have noticed until it was too late. Then the meaning of it struck him. His grip tightened around the sword, fury flashing across his face. A rookie, he said quietly. Someone who just stepped into the red zone is already using the instincts of the Goethas to hunt us. Then Carl's Morin burst into laughter, loud, unrestrained, and edged with madness. It rang through the chaos of the valley as he spread his arms wide, almost as if welcoming the destruction around him. When the laughter finally faded, his expression hardened. The manic grin vanished, replaced by cold, razor-sharp fury. He turned toward Cheng, his voice steady, every word carrying the weight of an order. Bring me Hansu? The terrifying calm in his tone made it even worse. I want to see that bastard's face myself. Cheng's eyes darted toward the shoreline. The Goethas were closing in quickly, hundreds of them surging forward as blurs of muscle claws and teeth. The ship's hull groaned under the pressure of the approaching swarm. There's no way we can hold out for long, Cheng muttered, panic flickering across his face. Carl's Morin's jaw tightened, a muscle twitching with frustration. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. His hand ignited, bright flames crawling up his arm as he advanced on the trembling servant nearby. His voice cut through the air like a blade. I don't like repeating myself. He grabbed the boy by the chest, lifting him close as fire crept from his fingertips. The heat distorted the air around them in rippling waves. Cheng took a step back, sweat prickling across his skin as the temperature around Carl's Morin surged higher. Carl's Morin's eyes burned with violent resolve. Bring him to me, or I'll feed every last one of you to the Goethas. A cruel smile curved across his lips. I'll settle things here, Cheng. Make your choice quickly. Then, with a sharp flick of his wrist, he released the boy and sent him sprawling across the ship's deck. The entire ship trembled as Carl's Morin's aura flared. Shadows and flames swirled around him, twisting together like a living storm. If Hansu thinks this is enough to stop me, he growled, his voice low and dangerous, then he's made a fatal mistake. Dark fire surged from Carl's Morin's palms, gathering into a spinning orb of corrupted mana that pulsed with violent pressure. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent. I'll make him regret crossing me. The instant he released it, the dark orb burst forward and detonated. The explosion roared across the battlefield like rolling thunder, sending black flames tearing outward in a raging storm. Dozens of Goethas were blasted aside, shrieking as the shockwave carved a deep crater through the ground beneath them. Deep inside the forest, Hansu's head snapped up at the distant rumble. A faint smirk crossed his lips as the echo rolled through the trees. Looks like my trap worked. For just a brief moment, satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Then it disappeared as quickly as it came. Still, he murmured, already turning his attention elsewhere. I need to move. He crouched beside a massive root and pulled out a sap extraction device. After making a few quick adjustments, he checked the liquid he had managed to collect. His expression darkened almost immediately. Useless, he muttered. There's no nutrition in it at all. His stomach twisted painfully. After 2 full days without food, his body was already running on scraps of energy. The roots of the world tree had once been filled with pure vitality, carrying water, nutrients, and energy through every living part of the forest. But after the tree's death, that life had vanished almost completely. Only a few surviving roots still held any real power, and those were rare, hidden deep, where they were difficult to reach. If Hansu failed to find one soon, even his strength would eventually run dry. With a resigned sigh, he reached into his pack and pulled out a small stash of supplies, spoils taken from a greedy noble who would not be missing them anytime soon. "At least I still have the basics," he said quietly. His gaze shifted toward the water ahead, thick, dark, and rippling with unseen movement. "The deep lake," he whispered. "That's next." He knew exactly what waited there, the territory of the adult Kukulza. And if the juveniles were any indication, this one would be on a completely different level. Hansu stepped closer to the edge, narrowing his eyes as he stared into the black depths below. "Deeper than this place?" he murmured. "Let's see what's waiting down there." But if he wanted to survive the crossing, he needed to create a path first. He reached behind him and pulled out a handful of kweki seeds, special seeds that absorbed poison and grew into enormous lotus flowers. With a smooth motion, Hansu scattered the seeds into the dark water. The moment they touched the surface, the seeds reacted. Thick stems shot upward from beneath the water with sudden force. Then broad lotus pads burst open one after another, blooming across the poison lake as Hansu landed on the flowers and used them as footholds. He tightened his grip around Jangesu's broken weapon, tested its weight, and muttered that aiming upward would have been easier. But if that was not an option, he would handle it himself. Before he could advance any farther, huge shapes tore through the water and rose over the new lotus platform. Hansu strengthened his grip. Time to hunt. Back on the shore, Karls Morin stood in the middle of a field littered with slain monsters, his arms folded as if the carnage around him meant nothing. He turned his head toward the girl behind him and asked, "Has the carrier pigeon arrived?" Miller kept both hands behind her back and answered calmly, "Not yet. It's still on its way." Karls Morin walked past the bound Jangesu and looked down at him with open contempt. "A top-tier reconnaissance skill completely wasted. All because of you." He grabbed Jangesu by the collar and pulled him close. "If you weren't our guide, I would have left you to rot in the poisonous sea. You and Quadratus both." Karls Morin shoved Jangesu away and turned toward Miller. "Take us to the last known location." Miller hesitated slightly. "You're really going there yourself?" Karls Morin's answer came without the slightest hesitation. "Of course. Nothing compares to hunting with my own hands." Back among the floating lotus pads, the final monster finally collapsed into the poisoned water. Hansu, visibly drained, wiped the blade clean. "I can barely swing this thing anymore," he muttered under his breath. He reminded himself that this was the final Kukulza heart he needed, and that thought was the only reason he kept pushing forward. Hansu lowered himself onto one of the flowers and caught his breath for a moment. Then danger locked onto him. A silent arrow, sharpened for one specific target, sliced through the air straight toward him. Hansu moved at the very last instant. The arrow missed his body, buried itself into the lotus beneath him, and shredded the flower to pieces. From a distance, Cheng, the archer, frowned sharply. He had missed. Hansu pulled the arrow free and examined it with narrowed eyes. "A precision skill," he said. "Dodging these won't be easy." More arrows came flying after him in quick succession, and Hansu quickly realized that staying in one place would only get him killed. He raised his sword and blocked as many as he could, forcing his exhausted body to keep moving. Then a sharp burst of pain exploded through his hand. Blood sprayed from the wound and dripped from his fingers into the poisoned water below. The instant the first drop touched the surface, the monsters beneath the lake reacted. The scent of fresh blood drove them into a frenzy, stirring the dark water with violent hunger. Hansu broke into a run across the lotus pads. Damn it. The blood is riling them up. From a ridge above, Cheng knocked another arrow and pulled his bowstring tight. "These Kukulza are making this a nightmare," he cursed. "We were only supposed to provide backup. Go down there and grab him." Miller stood beside Cheng with one hand on her hip, lazily brushing her hair away from her face with the other. She raised a delicate finger to her lips and sighed. "You want me to jump into that mess? Do you have any idea what this water will do to my hair?" Cheng threw his arms up in pure exasperation. "Are you serious right now? The monsters only attack when they smell blood. You'll be fine, so move already." Miller covered her ears like a bored child. "Stop yelling," she said flatly. "You'll give me wrinkles." Ignoring her complaints, Cheng formed a glowing dove of magic between his palms. "I'm sending this out now," he snapped. "We can't let him escape. Move. We need him alive." Miller let out a long, dramatic sigh. Yeah, I get it," she said, finally stepping forward. With a graceful leap, she sprang from the ridge. Miller landed lightly on top of one of the floating lotus flowers. Drawing a sleek blade from her back, she flashed a confident smirk. "Guess he'll have to keep me entertained until we're both worn out." Behind her, Cheng and his squad extended their hands and poured mana toward her. A surge of power swept forward, wrapping around Miller like a shimmering veil. A delighted shiver ran through her body, as if the danger itself had sent a thrill up her spine. Her lips curled with satisfaction, and she murmured under her breath that it had been far too long since she had been given a scene this entertaining. The very next instant, her figure blurred out of sight completely. Before Hansu could even settle his stance, she appeared again right in front of him, closing the distance as if space itself had folded for her. Their blades crashed together with a brutal, ear-splitting clang. Every time steel met steel, sparks burst between them like fireflies in the mist, and the harsh rhythm of their clash rang out across the poisoned lake. Neither of them stepped back, not even by a finger's width. Then the battle shifted without warning. From Hansu's side, a massive kukulza burst into motion, its huge body lunging at him through the haze. Its claws were already raised to tear him apart, but Hansu reacted instantly. He twisted his body, pivoted on one foot, and forced his sword to bend with the motion, the blade warping in his grip. The edge curved into a savage arc, and with one clean, decisive slash, it tore through the beast. The kukulza's momentum died at once, and its heavy body collapsed into the water without another movement. He had no time to even draw a proper breath. Miller was already behind him, her presence pressing against his back like a shadow. "Where are you looking?" she whispered, her voice close enough to brush his ear. Her sword cut through the air with a sharp whistle, the blade dropping toward his head with murderous precision. Hansu ducked at the last possible moment, feeling the strike slice through the space just above him, and he spun hard on his heel to face her. His counterattack came without hesitation. He drove a heavy kick straight into her ribs, putting his full weight behind the impact. The blow launched her backward, sending her boots skidding across the slippery surface of the lotus pad. Miller caught herself just before she lost balance completely, her body dipping low as she fought to steady her footing. One knee sank into the lotus surface, but she rose again almost immediately, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. "Not bad," she said, her tone still carrying that amused edge, especially for someone who was just falling. She lowered her gaze to the blood staining her fingertips, her eyes narrowing lazily as if the wound only entertained her. "But if you really want to leave a mark on me," she said, slowly dragging her tongue over the crimson smear, "you'll have to do a lot better than that." Then her smirk thinned into something colder and far more dangerous. "Not that it matters, even if you surrender. I won't spare you." Hansu's eyes tightened the moment those words left her mouth. Every instinct in his body warned him that Miller was shifting into another state, her movements sharpening and her energy swelling far beyond what it had been a moment ago. All around them, the atmosphere itself seemed to grow heavier, trembling faintly under the pressure building in the air. Magic shimmered through the mist as the blood-drawn dolls she had created began crawling closer, closing the ring around him little by little. If Hansu hesitated, even for a second now, the fight would be finished. His fingers tightened around his sword and his mind settled on one thought. He had to overturn the situation, and he had to do it fast. Mana burst from the ring on his finger and flowed down into his blade like a current. A faint glow gathered along the edge, weak at first, then steady enough to cut through the gloom. Miller noticed the change right away. Her grin returned bright and vicious as she raised her sword again. "Oh, so you're finally taking this seriously?" Hansu gave her no answer. He simply moved. This time, his strike came with a speed and smoothness that surpassed his earlier attacks, precise in its angle, and far heavier than Miller had expected. Miller brought up her blade to block, but the force slammed through her guard and pushed her back several steps, her boots scraping against the slick lotus surface. She steadied herself, tilted her head slightly, and let out a low chuckle. "Huh? That's it?" she said, her eyes narrowing with disappointment. "I thought you were hiding some brilliant trick." She spun her sword once in her hand, the motion casual and mocking. "But this is honestly kind of underwhelming." Then her gaze flicked to the weapon in Hansu's hand. "Wait a second. Isn't that Jang's blade?" A sly grin tugged at her mouth. "Tisk, tisk. So now you're stealing toys too?" She rushed in to strike again, but her body froze halfway through the motion. Something was off. Miller looked down at her arm and saw a thin red line drawn across her skin. At first it seemed like nothing more than a shallow cut. Then her breathing hitched. The wound was not closing. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Why isn't it healing? A single bead of blood slipped from the cut and dropped into the water beneath them. The moment it touched the surface, a ripple spread outward in a perfect circle. Then the lake exploded. Water shot upward in a violent burst as a monstrous shape surged from below, its enormous body rising high enough to blot out the light around her. Miller barely had time to gasp before the creature hurled itself straight at her. Chang's voice tore through the chaos from the side. "Miller, get a hold of yourself! It's only a scratch!" But his words never reached her. Panic had already seized her completely. She staggered back, swinging her sword in wild, frantic arcs. "They can smell my blood!" she screamed. At the same time, Hansu activated the ring on his hand, the Ring of Nirmaha. Second authority, hemorrhage. This was not ordinary bleeding anymore. It was a curse that gnawed through strength, muddied the mind, and devoured mana like flames swallowing the air around them. Clinging to the monster beneath him, Hansu felt the burden of that power crawling through his own body as well. His breathing grew heavier and slower. He had not wanted to use it, but if these creatures were going to be drawn to blood, then now the battlefield was finally balanced. Miller slashed again and again at the creatures swarming around her, desperately trying to keep their snapping jaws and thrashing bodies away. Chang seized that opening and shouted over the roar of the lake, "Don't just stand there! Catch him!" With trembling hands, Chang raised his bow and pulled the string back, forcing himself to aim through the confusion. Arrow after arrow flew from his bow, cutting through the chaos and clearing a narrow path among the monsters. "I'll hold him off," he barked. "The rest of you go after Hansu." Miller and the others immediately pushed forward, charging through the violent spray and surging monsters toward Hansu. Hansu remained calm in the middle of it all. Without rushing, he reached into his pouch, as though he had already prepared for this exact moment. Miller saw the movement and did not give him even a heartbeat to act. Her blade flashed through the air, slicing whatever he had pulled out cleanly in two before it could even hit the ground. "You're not getting away." The next moment, the entire situation twisted again. A thick, dark torrent of blood burst across Miller and splattered over her armor, dyeing her red from the front. She blinked in confusion, then looked down. The body at her feet was not human at all. It was Agartus. Hansu's smile turned cold as he watched her realize it. "The blood of Agartus," he said softly, "is perfect for driving Kukulzas mad." Miller's eyes darted toward the monsters gathering around her, their bodies twitching with frenzy and their roars shaking the mist-filled air. Hansu tilted his head, his grin widening by a fraction. "And now that you're soaked in it," he let out a quiet, chilling laugh. "I wonder what they'll do to you." The water detonated around them once more, and a swarm of monstrous creatures erupted from the depths, thrashing toward the scent of blood in a frenzy. Miller stood there with her face streaked in the dark blood of the Gardas, and a shaky laugh slipped from her lips. "Hansu, you're completely insane," she whispered, caught somewhere between awe and disbelief. Hansu had already moved to the ledge. He glanced back only once, and a faint, cold smirk crossed his face. "Enjoy the show." With those words hanging behind him, Hansu disappeared from the battlefield. Outside, he stopped against a thick tree trunk, leaning into it while his breathing came hard. He pressed one hand against the bark. It was dry, cracked, and utterly lifeless beneath his palm. "This one too," he muttered. He moved quickly to check another root, then another after that, but each one gave him the same answer. Every root had been drained of life. His expression darkened as he understood the pattern. Wherever those bastards passed through, the roots withered and died, and the decay was spreading far too quickly. He needed to get higher, somewhere that would give him a wider view of the damage. Hansu closed his eyes for a brief moment and steadied his breathing. At the very least, the red zone was not far from here. He pushed himself away from the tree and continued forward, his grip tightening around his blade. "When I find Karl's Morin," he muttered, his voice low and ice-cold, "I'll kill him myself." Far ahead of him, another scene was already unfolding. A group of survivors had gathered around a massive root, crowding close as they siphoned the last scraps of nutrients they could draw from its trunk. Then another group arrived, the survivors who had come from Kang Hansu's ship. One man from the first group folded his arms and looked them over with a mocking smirk. "If you're looking for work, try the lower roots," he said lazily. Beside him, his companion gave a quiet laugh. "This area belongs to us." A cloaked figure stepped out from among Kang Hansu's group, his voice steady but filled with desperation. They had nothing left. No food, no supplies, not even the nutrient liquid they had once depended on. Lowering his pride, he pleaded quietly for mercy, asking only for enough to keep them alive. But the boy standing across from him only sneered, unmoved by their desperation. "Maybe you should have planned better," he said coldly. "This root belongs to our clan." The quick flick of his wrist, the boy drew a knife, letting the blade catch the light as his grin turned cruel. "You really think a pack of rookies like you can take this place from us?" he sneered, looking them over like they were nothing. "A little hunger is normal when you're new here." The survivors' eyes burned with anger, but rage alone could not fill their stomachs or even the odds. Starving, exhausted, and badly outnumbered, they had no choice but to swallow their frustration and slowly turn away. The cloaked man clenched both fists until his knuckles tightened beneath the fabric, helpless frustration twisting deep in his chest. After everything they had survived just to reach this point, the thought hit him like a weight. Were they really going to die here, right beside food they could not even touch. The world tree was withering little by little. Its lower roots were already crumbling apart, while the upper roots still held richer nutrients but were crawling with monsters, and every path leading higher was blocked by powerful, greedy clans who guarded the remaining resources like treasure. Despair settled over the survivors like a cold fog. Then, a scream suddenly ripped through the air. One of the bullies staggered back and shouted, his voice cracking with fury and alarm. "Who the hell are you?" The starving survivors spun around at once, their hearts pounding as a spark of hope flashed across their faces. The boy from the clan snarled toward the newcomer. "Get lost." But before he could even finish his threat, a heavy strike slammed into him with brutal force, sending him crashing backward and skidding hard across the dirt. The cloaked man went completely still, staring at the figure now standing between them and the clan members. He knew that presence the moment he felt it. Hansu had come back. The bullies broke almost instantly, their confidence vanishing as they turned and bolted. We need to run," one of the clan members stammered, stumbling over his own feet, and the others scattered with him. The survivors did not waste the chance Hansu had created. They rushed onto the route, hurriedly set up their extractors, and began drawing out the precious nutrient liquid before anyone else could stop them. One of the survivors turned toward the newcomer, still stunned by how quickly everything had changed. "You solved all our problems with one move," he said, half in disbelief. Sometime later, the cloaked man spotted Hansu farther along the route and quickly called out to him. Hansu dropped down beside him with a light landing, and the man studied the boy's face carefully. "Do I know you?" he asked, trying to place where he had seen him before. Hansu's reply came without much emotion. "You don't remember? We were on the same ship." The man gave no immediate response, his attention still pulled toward gathering every bit of food and water he could secure. "I'm Johan," the man finally said, reaching out a hand toward him. "But honestly, that doesn't matter right now. I'm just glad I ran into you again. If you hadn't shown up back there, we would have starved." Hansu chewed on the food he had gathered as if the gratitude had nothing to do with him. "I was hungry too," he said simply, then gestured toward the supplies. "Eat if you want." Johan drew in a slow breath, clearly working up the nerve to speak. "Hey, can I ask you something?" Hansu did not look surprised at all. It was the kind of question he had already expected. Johan's voice grew more serious as he finally said what had been weighing on him. "We need the ship we sailed in on." He quickly raised both hands, trying to make it clear that he was not picking a fight. "Every path upward is blocked. The only way forward is to use that ship." Hansu turned away without even pausing to consider it. "No." Johan's voice rose, desperation leaking through every word. "I'm not asking for it for free. The nutrient liquid in these roots won't last forever, and the calamity fish is tearing apart the outer roots. If we don't do something now, we'll be trapped here. Wouldn't it be better to take the ship and climb up together?" Hansu crouched near the root and used his knife to cut away a small flower growing there. His voice stayed calm, almost too calm for the situation. "That won't be a problem. Everything will be fine soon." He held the plant stem between his fingers, speaking as if the answer was obvious. "We're safe here. There's no reason to go up." Johan stared at him, unable to hide his confusion. "What are you talking about?" Johan shouted the question in frustration, but Hansu simply turned to face him. "I'm going to kill them." At those words, Johan stopped cold. "The ship isn't for escaping," Hansu continued, his tone steady and absolute. "I'm going to use it to destroy the disasters threatening the world tree. I'll kill the calamity fish with my own hands, so there's no need for you to be afraid of dying here." Johan stood there, speechless, still trying to process what he had just heard, while Hansu had already started walking away. "What do you mean?" Johan called after him. "Can't you at least explain it properly?" Hansu only rolled his eyes and kept moving. In his mind, the plan was simple enough. Remove the disaster, reopen the red zone, and people would no longer be forced to live trapped on the roots. To him, there was no doubt that this was the right path. Johan pressed a hand against his forehead, struggling to make sense of Hansu's words. "I don't really get it," he admitted, shaking his head slowly. "But someone like you, someone who's done the impossible more times than I can even count. Maybe you really are right." Hansu continued forward, but Johan's voice caught him one more time. "Just one last thing," he called out. "Why? Why are you willing to go this far for everyone else?" Hansu stopped mid-step. For a moment, the air between them went quiet and heavy. Then, in a low and even voice, he answered, "I have to save as many people as I can." His gaze lowered slightly. "That's why I came back." His eyes dropped to his own hand, and for one brief second, something uncertain flickered across his face. A quiet question passed through his mind. Was this truly what he wanted? Johan noticed the shift right away and softened his tone. "What's wrong?" he asked carefully. But instead of answering him directly, Hansu tossed a small stone through the air. Johann caught it on instinct, blinking down at the object in his palm. It's an imitation stone. Hansu said those words as he turned away again, leaving no room for argument. You'll need it. Johann remained where he was, silently watching Hansu's back as the distance between them slowly grew. Then he lowered his gaze to the stone resting in his palm, and his fingers closed around it with a firm grip. He remembered the day Hansu had gathered them all on the ship, dragging a giant lizard behind him while claiming it was part of some plan. Back then, everyone had thought he was completely insane. And yet somehow, Hansu always found a way to turn madness into reality. Maybe this time too, Johann whispered, his voice quiet and soft with something close to faith. He lifted his eyes toward the enormous sky glittering with stars, and a small but genuine smile appeared on his face. Hansu really did give him hope. Meanwhile, Hansu was already running again. His thoughts moved through the night as sharply as his footsteps against the ground. Acting for the survival of humanity was only natural. He sprinted across the terrain, covering distance at a fierce pace, but a strange uneasiness still lingered in his chest. Then why did he feel this way? He shook the thought away and forced himself to focus. At last, the landscape ahead began to open up. Someone was already waiting there for him. Sophia turned the moment she sensed his arrival. Hansu slowed to a stop and gave her a slight nod. You're early, he said, before his gaze moved to the supplies she had brought. Did you get everything? Sophia answered without wasting time. Almost. I'm still missing 2 items, but I came to check in first. Hansu stepped closer and quickly scanned over the equipment she had gathered. Not bad, he muttered, giving a brief sign of approval. Sophia, however, was studying his face instead, and her brows drew together. You look tense. What happened? For a moment, Hansu hesitated. His gaze slipped away before he answered in a quieter voice. Nothing serious. Just some people tracking us. Sophia's expression hardened at once. Quadratus, she said, her voice dropping low. They've been after you, haven't they? She pressed one hand against her chest as the pieces clicked into place. That's why they came after me too. Hansu turned his eyes back to her and spoke quietly. I ran into them. Karls Morin is leading the hunt. Sophia's eyes widened in shock. Karls Morin? The commander of the Beacon stormtroopers? Her voice sharpened with disbelief. Why would someone like him be chasing you? Hansu glanced over his shoulder, scanning the dark horizon as if expecting pursuit at any moment. I held him off, but he's skilled. Too skilled. He'll find us again soon. Sophia stepped closer, her tone turning urgent. Hansu, you can't fight him alone. Even you can't take on someone like that by yourself. A faint smirk touched Hansu's lips. Then we won't fight alone. He pointed toward Sophia, his voice calm and firm as he began laying out the next move. One of us collects the remaining materials. The other one keeps Karls Morin's eyes on them, Hansu continued, making the dangerous part of the plan sound almost casual. Sophia's eyes widened at once, disbelief spreading across her face as she stared at him. Do you even hear what you're saying right now? Beacon isn't some minor clan you can push around, Sophia said, her voice tightening. They practically rule the red zone, and they've survived in this place longer than most people could even imagine. Every single one of them is a veteran, she pressed on. Strong enough that they could leave this place entirely if they wanted to. She stepped closer, unable to keep the urgency out of her voice. And the stormtrooper squad? They're the most dangerous ones among them. They're ruthless. They don't hesitate, and they're led by Karls Morin. Her words settled heavily between them, thick with warning. Hansu did not flinch in the slightest. His gaze only sharpened, calm, but filled with quiet resolve. I know, he said simply. That's exactly why we have to make the first move. Sophia stepped in again, her tone firm but clearly desperate to stop him from rushing into death. We should handle them together, she said, glancing around the clearing. If they haven't found us yet, then we need to leave, right now. A faint grin tugged at Hansu's lips. Too late, he said quietly. I left an artifact behind, but judging from how things feel right now, his eyes hardened. They've already caught someone. Somewhere else, Johann was choking for air, his fingers scraping desperately against the hand crushing his throat. Karls Morin stood over him as if holding down a helpless insect, his expression calm and his grip completely unshaken. I'll give you one chance, Morin said, his voice low enough to send a chill through the air. Fire flickered to life in Morin's free hand, the glow dancing across his cold eyes. Do you want to burn alive? He asked, letting the flames swell violently. Or do you want to die quickly after telling me where your friend is? Johann's thoughts spun in panic. He had not even seen Morin coming. Then something slipped from Johann's pocket and dropped to the ground. It was a mirror-cloned stone. Morin's gaze snapped toward it immediately, and his face darkened. How had Hansu gathered this many people so quickly? Johann gritted his teeth and used the last bit of strength in his body to grab Morin's wrist. "You're asking the wrong people," he choked out through the pressure on his throat. Morin's eyes burned brighter, glowing like embers ready to flare into a blaze. Then, in the next breath, Morin suddenly released Johann, only to crouch down beside him with an unnervingly calm expression. "Your name is Johann, right?" he asked. Before Johann could even force out an answer, Morin's hand shot forward and slammed the back of Johann's head into the ground. The sharp crack of impact rang through the air. "You really are a fool. Even for a clueless newcomer," Morin muttered, grabbing a fistful of Johann's hair without the slightest hint of mercy. He yanked Johann upward until their faces were only inches apart. "What nerve?" Morin sneered, almost sounding amused. "Do you even understand what you smell like when you lie?" Morin leaned closer, lowering his voice into a chilling whisper. "I know Hansu is here. Tracking someone like him is my specialty, and I can feel Hansu's energy all over you." His fingers tightened even more, the grip digging cruelly into Johann's hair. "You covered your tracks well," Morin said, "but not well enough." Morin reached into his pocket and drew out a small device. It was a trap, humming faintly with stored energy. He tossed it onto the ground with a cruel smirk. "That was your mistake. Now let's keep this simple." Then he rose to his full height, towering over Johann like a shadow. "Where is Hansu?" Morin demanded. Johann's answer came out barely louder than a breath. "I don't know." Morin clicked his tongue, his irritation finally slicing through that calm mask. Still lying, his expression twisted darker, his eyes burning with open rage. "Then you die." Flames burst across his hand in a violent flare. Without even a moment of hesitation, Morin swung the flaming hand down. But just before it struck, he stopped, and a slow grin spread across his face. Turned his head slightly, narrowing his eyes toward the darkness beyond the light. There, just past the edge of the glow, a familiar figure stood in silence. A low chuckle slipped from the newcomer's throat, calm and mocking. "Well, well," the figure said, his voice dripping with amusement. "Looking for me?" Meanwhile, Johann lay bloodied on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Each breath came shallow and uneven, yet he still forced his body to move, dragging himself forward inch by inch through the dirt. His face was so battered it was almost unrecognizable, but even then he managed to whisper one name. Kang Hanzu, far away at Spawning Lake. It was a place carved out from the dying root of the world tree. The great crater had filled with powerful nutrient solution, turning it into a man-made breeding ground for kukulzas. Once those waters had been thick with deadly toxins, but most of that poison had now faded away, leaving behind something strange, clear, and almost pure. And here, the next stage of the hunt was about to begin. Hansu sat at the edge of the water with a calm look in his eyes. He flexed his hand slowly, watching as his wounds closed faster than before. The nutrient solution was working. "The illusion is gone," he murmured, his gaze steady on the water. "So he's already here?" A voice sliced through the silence like a blade. "So you finally stopped running?" Hansu lifted his eyes from the shadows. Carl's Morin stepped into view, faint flames flickering across his palm and a sharp, mocking smirk on his face. "A rat can hide its body," Morin said, "but its tail always gives it away." Hansu let out a short laugh, completely unfazed. "Think whatever you want. If you were really that good at tracking, you would have found me sooner." Morin's grin twitched for a moment, then stretched into something wild and delighted. He threw his head back and laughed, the sound rolling across the surface of the lake. "This is perfect," Morin roared, his excitement echoing through the area. "I've heard all about you, Hansu. Now let's see if those stories are actually true." Dark energy surged around Morin's hands, twisting the air around him as the pressure of his power began to rise. "But if you turn out to be just another disappointment," his eyes narrowed, and his voice dropped into a dangerous hiss. "You won't last long." Hansu reached into the bag slung across his back, a faint smirk appearing on his face. "Sounds tempting." Then Hansu suddenly pivoted on his heel, turning away from the fight without the slightest hesitation. "Not today," he called over his shoulder, already breaking into a sprint. "We'll finish this next time." Carl's Morin's laughter cut off in an instant. The amusement vanished from his face, replaced by raw fury. "You dare run from me?" Flames burst from Morin's hand as he lunged after him, heat roaring through the air. "You're not getting away that easily." He thrust his palm forward, and a blazing jasper flame ripped through the distance, streaking straight toward Hansu's exposed back. But Hansu was already moving. He twisted his body and leapt aside with smooth, precise timing, letting the explosion scorch the empty space behind him. Clutched tightly in his hand were the seeds of Kei-che. Without slowing down, Hansu hurled the seeds into the lake below. The instant they touched the surface, the quiet water burst apart and giant blossoms surged up from beneath it, blooming all at once. The flowers spread rapidly across the lake like a living bridge, their petals opening just long enough for Hansu to land lightly on one of them. The poison levels had dropped, but that also meant these blooms would not last for long. Hansu dashed forward across the fragile flowers, each step making the petals tremble and wilt beneath his feet. But they did not need to hold forever. They only had to carry him far enough. Behind him, Karl's Moren's voice thundered across the lake. "You really think you can escape through the water?" He raised his hand again, flames roaring to life in a furious blaze. "Stop running and fight me." Hansu never even glanced back. He kept running with light, exact steps, crossing deeper over the blooming surface of the lake. Every movement carried him closer to the position he wanted. Perfect. In one smooth motion, Janggesu's sword appeared in Hansu's grasp, its sharp edge catching the dim light. He smeared the blade with Goethe's blood, a foul, heavy stench strong enough to lure predators from miles away. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Hansu sliced open his own palm, letting fresh blood drip down and mix with the reeking smear on the blade. One drop fell into the lake. Spawning season had begun. The reaction came immediately. The calm surface beneath him began to tremble, then churn with violent force as a deep rumble echoed up from the darkness below. Then the lake erupted. Huge shapes burst from the depths, twisting and writhing as kukulzas surged upward in a frenzy of teeth, scales, and raw hunger. At the very last second, Hansu kicked off the collapsing blossom beneath him, launching himself into the mist while the monsters tore upward from below. He landed lightly on another flower, turned back toward Moren, and let a smirk cross his face. "Looks like we've got some company." Moren's eyes darkened. Energy flared around his body as glowing orbs ignited in both hands. "You're using kukulzas?" he said, staring at Hansu. Then he almost laughed as if the whole thing were an insult. "Do you actually think I'd be afraid of these pests?" The creatures lunged from every direction, jaws snapping as waves crashed around him, but Moren did not move an inch. With one sharp gesture, he unleashed his jade flame. Searing light tore across the horde in a violent barrage, and the explosion shook the lake as the monsters were ripped apart in midair. Severed limbs and shattered scales rained down around him. The pieces splashed back into the dark water, vanishing beneath the surface. Moren casually brushed off his hands. "Pathetic," he said with a smirk. "Now, where were we?" Hansu's expression barely shifted, but his eyes carried something unmistakable, amusement. Moren pointed straight at him, his voice cracking with anger. "You're next. Go ahead. Hide underwater if you want. It won't save you." Hansu gave a quiet chuckle, completely unfazed. Of course not. That simple answer made Moren pause. For the briefest moment, his grin faltered. "What's so funny?" Hansu's gaze shifted to the amulet hanging from Moren's neck, the breath of a hall. Hansu recognized it at once. It was the perfect artifact for underwater combat, and with something like that around his neck, Moren would chase him into the lake without a second thought. Hansu met Moren's glare and smiled. "Take good care of that for me, will you?" Moren's eyes narrowed. "What?" But before he could finish, Hansu dove straight into the lake. His body cut through the surface, sending ripples racing outward, while Moren stared at the disturbed water for a single heartbeat. Then a cruel grin spread across Moren's face. "Idiot!" He flexed his fingers, and sparks of fire crackled to life around his hand again. "You really think I won't follow?" Moren spread his hand over the churning lake, the flames reflecting across the restless water. "You'll run out of air soon enough, and when you do, I'll be waiting." His smirk deepened. "Though honestly, I prefer hunting to fishing." With a sharp flick of his wrist, he hurled fire into the lake. The flames hissed, twisted, and stabbed down through the surface in violent bursts of red and orange. "Let's see how long you last down there." Deep beneath the surface, Hansu swam calmly through the darkness. His movements were controlled and fluid, and a trail of bubbles slipped from his lips as he cut through the murky water. Then light flashed ahead of him. Dozens of flaming projectiles tore through the water, slicing past in blinding streaks. Hansu glanced upward, his eyes narrowing as the dark water above him erupted with burning light. The real fight had finally started. Moren would keep firing until Hansu was forced back to the surface. And the moment he broke through, Moren would be waiting there to burn him alive. Hansu needed time. His thoughts snapped back to the bud he had taken from the root. The demon dragon's enhancement was still out of reach. His mana reserves had fallen too low to rely on it. But he had another option, something smaller and more practical. His fingers brushed against the pouch at his side. Aylin's pocket inside was a rare flower bud, a bloom that could continuously produce fresh air. Right now, that was exactly what he needed. Bud unfurled in his hand, glowing faintly as tiny bubbles drifted upward from its petals. Hansu inhaled deeply, feeling oxygen rush into his lungs. That should buy him a few minutes. But before he could relax, the water around him began to shift. From the darkness below, enormous shapes started to move. First came faint glimmers of eyes, then the shine of countless jagged teeth. The kukulzas surged upward with a thunderous roar, their pressure alone shaking the depths around him. Hansu twisted his body and narrowly avoided the first attack. The water churned violently as another creature shot past him, followed by more snapping jaws from every direction. He reached into his bag again, thinking quickly. The calamity fish was not the only thing these beasts feared. His hand closed around a foul, pulsing organ. Arwen's gallbladder. The stench inside it was so revolting that it could drive away even the most savage predator. Hansu squeezed it once, and the water around him was immediately flooded with a sickening, putrid odor that spread outward like poison through the depths. Instantly, the kukulzas froze in place, then scattered in every direction. Their shrieks echoed through the dark water as they thrashed wildly, desperate to escape the stench. Hansu watched them disappear and allowed himself the briefest smirk. That problem was handled. Then he refocused, scanning the black abyss below. Before breeding, kukulzas always mixed toxic water with nutrient-rich streams, creating ideal spawning grounds. And those nests were all connected directly to the poison sea. That was where Hansu needed to go. He propelled himself downward, cutting through the freezing darkness like a blade. Above him, Karl's Morin was already closing in. With one sweeping motion, Morin unleashed a massive blast of fire into the lake. The water hissed and boiled as the flames surged downward. Hansu spotted the attack easily through the water. Predictable. Underwater, fire magic was far easier to read. Hansu shifted to dodge the attack, but a sudden burst of pain ripped across his arm before he could fully slip away. A thin stream of blood floated upward, curling through the water in a crimson trail. He had been clipped. It was only a small wound, but to Hansu, even that could become a weapon. His grip tightened around his blade as the sword shimmered, then warped and stretched, its shape distorting as power rippled through it. Hansu thrust forward, and the twisted blade shot through the water, like something alive cutting a direct path toward Karl's Morin. Morin's eyes widened the moment he recognized it. Jang Gesu's artifact? He twisted his body backward just in time. The blade flashed past him, grazing by with a streak of light. Tick! Morin spat, glaring down through the water. That fool should never have been trusted with something this powerful. Then Morin suddenly went still. A heavy pressure crushed against his chest, and his lungs locked up. He tried to breathe in, but no air came. What? Why can't I? His gaze dropped, and his expression changed instantly. The breath of a hole, the amulet that had been hanging from his neck, was gone, and just beneath him, Hansu hovered in the dim underwater light, the stolen amulet dangling casually from his hand. A smug grin touched his lips, and Morin's fury exploded. You? How dare you steal my artifact? Hansu ignored the outrage completely and fastened the amulet around his own neck with calm, practiced precision. I'm just taking back what's mine. The instant the amulet touched his skin, a faint shimmer spread around him. An invisible sphere expanded outward, wrapping his body in a steady pocket of breathable air. The situation had flipped completely. Morin's breathing turned rough and uneven, his chest heaving as every desperate gasp grew weaker than the last. He was running out of oxygen fast. Hansu steadied his hold on the sword. The time for playing around was over. Power pulsed from the ring of Nurmaha, surging through his veins like liquid fire, and the water around him trembled beneath the pressure. He raised his weapon and aimed the point straight at Morin. Here, Hansu said, his voice calm beneath the chaos. Let me give you something in return. At that moment, the second authority of the Ring of Nurmaha activated. A glowing band of energy shot through the water. It coiled tightly around Morin's wrist, squeezing down before biting deep into his flesh. Blood spilled out and drifted upward in twisting red ribbons. Morin clenched his jaw, his eyes blazing with fury. You think this pathetic trick will stop me? He snarled. But before he could strike back, something enormous shifted behind him. A shadow rose from the abyss, and a beast lunged out with its jaws opening wide enough to swallow him whole. Morin twisted sharply. He raised his hand just in time to block the attack, flames bursting around him as he countered. The impact sent heavy shockwaves rolling through the surrounding water. Then Morin looked up and froze. All around him, more shapes began to move. The depths shimmered with motion as kukulzas emerged one after another. Drawn in by the intoxicating scent of blood, their eyes locked onto him, and Morin's expression shifted from anger to cold realization. This was no longer worth it. He snapped his fingers, and magic flared around him in a bright circle. The spell activated instantly, leaving no room for another word. Morin turned and disappeared into the darkness, retreating in a swirl of bubbles and light. Hansu watched the chaos fade as the dark water slowly settled around him, and a small smile tugged at his lips. The victory had come quickly, cleanly, and exactly when he needed it. Fragments of stone drifted weightlessly beside him as Hansu turned his body toward his next destination. Above the surface, countless bubbles rose from the depths as the lake slowly calmed again. On a high cliff overlooking the water, a girl stood in silence, her eyes fixed on the rippling surface below. The wind tugged gently at her hair, but her gaze did not waver. Her thoughts drifted back to the first time she had met a certain man in this very place. She adjusted her monocle, a flicker of tension crossing her face. "When will he come?" she murmured, her sharp eyes scanning the horizon. But something felt wrong. The ship that should have been waiting there was nowhere to be seen. Then, without warning, more bubbles broke through the lake. The water stirred again, moving in a way that felt far too unnatural. A massive wave suddenly rose up and crashed behind her, shattering her focus in an instant. She spun around on instinct and froze where she stood. A ship had appeared on the lake, floating silently across the surface, its wet hull gleaming as if it had just risen from beneath the water. She reacted immediately. Her shield flared to life, and she raised one cautious hand, ready to defend herself at a moment's notice. "Where did that ship come from?" she whispered, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. On the deck stood a drenched man, soaked from head to toe, yet perfectly composed as he scanned the surroundings with calm precision. "Right on time," Hansu muttered. Then he looked up at her and motioned for her to board. Waves slapped against the hull, but the vessel itself remained strangely steady. The girl narrowed her eyes. She watched every small movement Hansu made, carefully measuring him through the lens of her monocle. Hansu gave a faint smirk. "A friend helped me," he said simply. But when she pressed him with questions, his brow tightened slightly. "How did you figure that out?" Her gaze sharpened behind the monocle. "Seeds like those aren't easy to obtain," she said quietly. "You've only just entered the red zone, haven't you? So how do you already know so much?" A powerful aura radiated from the boy, heavy enough that it could not be ignored. His stats were impossibly high for someone who had only just arrived here. As Hansu crouched there in thought, the girl's suspicion only deepened. It was almost as if he already knew everything. Hansu picked up a small item and turned it slowly between his fingers, watching it glimmer faintly in the light. With the right combination, he said thoughtfully, their power can be amplified. A vessel formed in his hand, filled with a strange liquid that swirled as though it had a life of its own. "This," Hansu explained in a calm but certain voice, "is the result of years of alchemist's work created for one purpose." He lifted his gaze, his eyes steady and unwavering. "The survival of humanity." His sharp stare locked onto the girl as she spoke. His expression remained impossible to read. Then her question came, direct and probing. "Where are you hiding?" Hansu turned away, his voice remaining calm and even. "Everyone has secrets." The moment the next name surfaced, the Seven Phantoms, the girl's eyes opened a little wider, surprise flashing across her face. But the boy beside her didn't linger on that reaction for even a second. Instead, he pushed himself up from where he was standing, slowly rising to his feet as if the decision had already been made. His gaze drifted out toward the far edge of the horizon, and the air around him seemed to change with his tone. "That doesn't matter now," he said in a low, steady voice. "It's time to meet her face to face." Across the lake, the water suddenly settled into an unnatural calm. The silence stretched out over the surface, thick and suffocating. It was far too quiet then. All at once, a single ripple broke the stillness, and something enormous shifted deep beneath the dark water. From the depths below, a colossal shadow slowly rose into view, its massive form swallowing the darkness around it. Then its monstrous eyes opened, gleaming coldly beneath the surface. The calamity fish had finally awakened. For a moment, it remained hidden just under the waterline, its huge body hovering below like a silent threat. It watched without moving as the ship continued drifting closer, waiting with a terrifying patience that made the entire lake feel alive. Up on the deck, the crew stared down at the massive presence below, trying to judge the situation before them. Then one of the men broke the tense silence and said they would enter through the gills. Kang Hansu turned his eyes toward the blonde woman standing beside him, his expression hardening as his voice became firm and decisive. "From this point on," Hansu told her, leaving no room for argument, "you follow my lead." She didn't hesitate for even a breath. Stepping forward with steady resolve, she met his words head-on and said, "I won't be a burden." Then her eyes lifted to meet his directly, and her voice softened, though the determination behind it didn't fade. "And whatever secrets you're carrying, they don't concern me." Hansu opened his mouth as if to answer her. But before he could speak, she cut him off, her face sharpening with fierce purpose. She made her own goal clear, reminding him that there was something she had to accomplish no matter what. Hansu folded his arms across his chest and looked back at her without wavering, his calm eyes carrying a quiet confidence. "Don't worry," he said, his voice even and unshaken. "When I give someone my word, I make sure I keep it." The ship continued pushing through the dark water, the weight of silence pressing down on everyone aboard. By now, there was no path left for retreat. There would be no second chance, either. Tiny droplets clung to the railing and glittered faintly in the dim glow of the setting sun. Then, without warning, everything erupted into chaos. Arrows tore through the air, their sharp whistles slicing apart the silence. They crashed into the water all around the ship, exploding on impact and throwing up violent waves that slammed against the hull. The entire vessel lurched hard beneath their feet. The blonde woman lost her balance for a moment, stumbling sideways before grabbing the railing tightly to keep herself from falling. Below deck, the wooden frame groaned under the strain, creaking like it was about to split apart. Water began leaking in through the cracks, and if they failed to move quickly, the whole ship would go under. Hansu stepped forward through the shaking deck, moving without the slightest sign of panic. His eyes snapped toward the direction the attack had come from. Beneath the dark surface, the faint outline of another vessel slid through the shadows. As another arrow came flying in, Hansu caught it cleanly in midair, his hand closing around it with effortless precision. A faint smirk pulled at the corner of his mouth. "Miller," he muttered under his breath. Right after that, a spear came hurtling toward him. It smashed into the deck beside him, burying itself in the wood as its sharp tip vibrated and hummed with a strange condensed power. Without wasting a moment, Hansu reached down and grabbed the spear, feeling its weight and balance in his hand. But before he could put it to use, another storm of arrows came pouring down from above, filling the air around the ship. This time, the arrows missed their mark and plunged straight into the sea. But even without a direct hit, the force of the impacts shook the ship again, making the crew brace themselves just to stay upright. The girl reached toward Hansu in alarm and shouted over the noise. "We have to strike back now." Hansu caught her hand before she could rush forward, stopping her in place. "Not yet," he said firmly. Another volley slammed into the water, and the explosion sent towering sheets of spray into the air like warnings crashing around them. The hull couldn't withstand much more punishment. As the tension tightened over the deck, Hansu finally spoke in a grave voice. "The calamity fish reacts to mana." The girl froze where she stood. With that single sentence, the entire situation shifted. Ordinary attacks, magic, or anything infused with power wouldn't distract it, wouldn't lure it away, and definitely wouldn't stop it. Beneath the ship, the water began to churn violently again as a gigantic shadow shifted in the depths, and the sheer pressure rolling up from below made the very air seem to tremble. Hansu's words landed heavily, like thunder rolling across the lake. Even the world tree itself is filled with mana. The girl tightened her fists, swallowing down the fear rising inside her. She refused to just stand there and watch everything collapse, not this time. Hansu narrowed his eyes as he stared into the dark water beneath them, calmly calculating, patiently waiting. The real fight was about to start, and he already understood what it would cost. Then Hansu moved. Without taking his eyes off the danger ahead, he reached one hand behind him. A glowing stone formed in his grip, shining with a strange force before fusing directly onto his hand like a living weapon. It was the power of a monster, and now it had become his newest advantage. The girl's eyes widened again. It was another fusion item, another hidden move she hadn't expected from him. And in that instant, the shape of his next move began to reveal itself. Around them, the sea roared louder, violent waves crashing again and again against the wounded ship. All they needed to do now was hold the enemy back long enough. Hansu said it with a calm smile, almost as if he were teasing the danger itself. "So then, how about we do a little fishing?" The blonde woman stared at him, caught between disbelief and a fragile spark of hope. It was a feeling she hadn't allowed herself to believe in for a long time. Maybe just this once, she could trust someone again. Hansu's move had already begun, but the ship was barely holding together, groaning under the storm and the constant impacts. Its sails had been torn to shreds, and the wind kept hammering against what little remained. From a distance, a man watched the chaos in silence, his eyes fixed on the struggling vessel. It was only a matter of time before it sank completely. "Bring the remaining harpoons," he ordered. A wave of unease spread through the crew around him. One of them glanced toward the battered ship and whispered, "What's going on over there?" Then something moved. Crates tumbled over the side of the ship and dropped into the churning water, drifting away across the violent waves. "Wait, is that some kind of trap?" The enemy hesitated for a moment, suspicion tightening the air. Then their decision hardened. Destroy them all. The man's command cut sharply through the storm as he ordered his forces to strike without holding anything back. The water exploded with splashes and shockwaves, one impact after another tearing across the surface as the battle ignited all over again. Kang Hansu crouched down beside the girl, lowering his body close as the storm roared around them. His voice came out sharp and urgent. "Hold on tight." A sudden twang snapped through the air. One arrow shot forward like a streak of death, slicing across the water before piercing straight into one of the drifting crates. A heavy crack rang out right after. The wooden crate burst apart in midair, scattering glowing fragments upward like shattered stars. The trap had finally been set off. Brilliant particles whirled into the sky, flashing so brightly that the enemies were blinded for a brief instant, and that tiny opening was enough for panic to begin spreading through their ranks. The man's eyes widened as he stared past the broken crate. Something was moving beneath the waves, something far larger than he expected. His men stiffened in place, frozen by the sudden change. Beneath them, the ocean itself seemed to swell upward, as if the entire sea had come alive. Then, from the dark depths below, a monstrous kraken erupted upward, its enormous tentacles whipping out and wrapping around the ship with bone-crushing strength. The man quickly steadied his stance against the violent shake. His eyes narrowed as he watched the creature rise. A monster like that would never come to the surface without a reason. Now they were completely surrounded, trapped between the chaos above and the horror waiting beneath the sea. The girl stepped forward, her blade catching the faint light as it gleamed in her hand. With one smooth, practiced motion, she swung her weapon through the air and sliced cleanly through the tentacles coiling around them. The kraken let out a piercing shriek, its massive body thrashing wildly as severed limbs writhed across the deck and water. Watching from above, the man followed every one of her movements, and his expression slowly hardened. Miller was moving too slowly. He seized his subordinate by the head, holding him in place as his voice stayed frighteningly calm and cold. "Keep leading them." Even while giving the order, he understood one thing clearly. The kraken had not appeared here by chance, and this was no simple accident. Then the sea darkened once more, and from the shadowed horizon, the gigantic form of the calamity fish began to rise. The ship pushed forward in defiance, cutting through the chaos as if daring the waves to stop it. Over the roar, someone shouted a warning. "Keep the poison water away from the gills." Sweat rolled down the boy's face as he stared ahead. The calamity fish was soaked with something unnatural, something that made its presence feel even more dangerous. Up ahead, the passage inside the beast's body began to tighten, closing in like a living gate made of flesh and bone. The long-haired man turned his head toward the masked figure standing beside him. "Are we even going the right way?" he asked, but no answer came back. Only the suffocating tension pressed in around them. Then the girl snapped at Moren, her eyes sharp with urgency. "We've got bigger problems." Around them, the young fighters braced themselves and scanned every shadow for the next threat. A low, chilling voice echoed through the space around them. "Valuable travelers should become one with Quadratus." The man gripped the railing so hard his knuckles turned white. His thoughts sank into suspicion. After surviving so much, he knew better than to call this luck. Deep inside the creature's gut, the truth finally revealed itself. Thousands of wrecked ships stretched out in every direction, their broken frames tangled together with the remains of sailors who had been swallowed whole and forgotten. It was a drifting graveyard sealed in endless silence. On the broken deck of one sunken vessel, a crowd began gathering together. "This place," someone murmured, voice low with unease. "It feels like a dungeon." The air grew heavier around them as mana twisted unnaturally, flickering through the gloom in jagged, distorted patterns. The red-eyed man studied the warped flow around them, his voice dropping into a quiet warning. "I don't like this place." The stench of rot clung to every breath. Half-digested corpses and half-dissolved remains floated between the ruined ships, drifting silently through the darkness. Then laughter rang out. The long-haired man stepped forward with his arms spread wide, a wild grin stretching across his face. "Magnificent," he breathed, staring at the wreckage with shining eyes. The entire Elvenheim army had been buried here, trapped in the belly of a beast. His boot came down on a shattered skull, crushing it into the wreckage beneath him. Treasure Island. The young man rolled the pendant between his fingers, his eyes glinting with temptation. "Artifacts," he said softly, savoring the word before raising his voice. "Tell me, do you crave power?" Silence answered him at first. Then, one by one, heads began to nod. Their expressions hardened, and hunger for strength burned clearly in every stare. The redstone pendant pulsed in his hand, releasing a deep crimson glow that seemed to throb like a living heart. Then the young man declared that they should thank the calamity fish for this gift. From behind, Kang Hansu watched in silence as the boy stepped forward. He looked ready to speak, while the long-haired man slowly closed his eyes, as if already enjoying what was about to happen. The boy smiled, and in the next instant, everything fell into chaos. A blaring alarm tore through the ship, sharp and urgent enough to make everyone tense at once. The floor split apart with a violent crack, and jagged crystals burst upward through the deck, ripping through the wood like spikes from below. Kang Hansu grabbed his belt and muttered, "Is that enough?" But by the time the words left his mouth, it was already too late. The entire ship shook violently, throwing the crew off balance and forcing them to struggle just to stay on their feet. The boy didn't flinch at all. He kept smiling as he praised Sophia, calm amid the disaster, just as Morin shoved the long-haired man aside. Clenching his fist, Morin thrust his hand toward Kang Hansu, his voice cutting out sharp and mocking through the chaos. Long-haired man spread his arms wide again, leaning fully into his provocation. "Did you come all this way just to die here?" He taunted, his words hanging coldly in the tense air. Then with a sudden shove, he pushed his comrade backward and barked, "Go, now." A blade dragged across the ground with a harsh scrape, and for one breath, the air around them went completely still. A moment later, something pale caught the faint light in the darkness, and a skull slowly gleamed from among the ruined wreckage. Then another skull appeared, and then another. One by one, an army of skeletons dragged themselves up from the broken ships, their bones rattling as they raised rusted weapons. A wave of whispers passed through the group. They had come back. Chill ran straight down the long-haired man's spine as he stared at them. He knew exactly what he was looking at the instant they appeared. They were Elvenheim's fallen warriors, the cursed army that once belonged to Galadriel. One skeletal soldier suddenly lunged forward, its blade cutting through the dim air. Steel slammed against steel with a harsh, ringing crash. Bright sparks burst outward, scattering through the darkness like tiny flashes of lightning. Then an explosion ripped through the battlefield, blasting apart bones and fire in the same violent burst. In the middle of the chaos, someone shouted over the noise, "If we want to live, we move now." The assault team reacted at once, leaping into position and forming up amid the wreckage. "Wipe them out," came the order. A man lifted his hand high, preparing to release his power. Mana spiraled into his palm, gathering tighter and hotter by the second. His grin sharpened just as crimson flames burst to life. Fire surged outward, swallowing the battlefield in a roaring wave of red heat. A skull crashed down onto the floor, shattered by the blast's force. Around him, the team broke into cheers, praising their leader's overwhelming power. But the long-haired man didn't celebrate with them. His jaw clenched instead because deep down he knew this fight was far from finished. A broken skeleton twitched against the floor, its shattered limbs scraping together before it slowly began to rise again. The boy's smile vanished, and horror flashed through his eyes as the truth sank in. "These aren't ordinary undead," he whispered. "They're the guardians of the calamity fish." A hand reached down and gripped a cracked skull, holding it in the stillness. For a brief moment, even the darkness seemed to pause. The curse was real. He placed the skull back down, his voice turning grim. The dead would not rest, not as long as the calamity fish continued to breathe. A heavy silence settled over them. Then blue fire suddenly burst from a corpse's mouth, twisting violently as it painted the ruins in an eerie, ghostly glow. For a single heartbeat, everything held still, as if the entire graveyard had drawn in one final breath. Then the battle exploded again. Screams filled the air, and even as the undead burned, they kept moving forward. "Hold your ground," Morin roared. "No one retreats." Long-haired man clenched both fists until his knuckles tightened, fury and confusion twisting together inside him. He needed to move, he had to find Kang Hansu, and he had to find Sophia. What had happened to her mission? Before he could settle the thought, the ground shook beneath him, and stakes of bone and coral stabbed upward from below, exactly as Seelin had foretold. Realization struck him hard. Everything was unfolding exactly according to the plan. Without warning, the young man broke into a sprint. He knew the truth now. The ghostly knights were tied to the calamity fish's inner core, and if that core was destroyed, the curse would finally break. Hansu narrowed his eyes as he watched the situation shift. He already understood what Sophia's orders had to be. Deep inside the beast, rotting ships drifted through the glowing bile, their broken hulls floating like corpses in a living tomb. The young man didn't hesitate for even a second. He plunged deeper into the beast's interior, where a golden heart pulsed in the darkness like a massive living beacon. There it was, the enormous core throbbing with life. That was the target. That was the weakness. Destroy it, and the calamity fish would die with it. A sword flashed in his hand, catching the golden light as he prepared to strike. Hansu moved in the next instant, closing the distance without hesitation. The long-haired man spotted him immediately and shouted, "Wait!" But by then, it was already too late. Hansu's strike sliced through the air, fast, clean, and aimed with terrifying precision. Steel met steel as the young man pivoted sharply into place. He blocked the blow with almost effortless control, sending sparks scattering between them. Then he twisted his body, stepped in closer, and answered with a smooth counterattack. Their swords collided again, and the impact rang through the hollow chamber like thunder trapped inside the beast. The dark-haired man gritted his teeth and shoved back with force. Didn't learn your lesson last time? Before he could launch another strike, the long-haired man reached out and grabbed his blade with his bare hand. Hansu's eyes widened across from him. The boy's grin stretched wider, and his eyes began glowing with an unnatural light. How dare you challenge the core of the calamity fish? Then something monstrous appeared. A third eye split open on his forehead, burning with a deep crimson glow. His voice thundered through the chamber. Those who defy the calamity fish will die. Before Hansu could react, there was a sudden flash, and an arrow had already been drawn. The archer smirked from his position, confidence written all over his face. Let's see you dodge this! The bowstring snapped, and the arrow screamed through the air, tearing straight toward its target. It was a flawless shot, cutting through the chaos with perfect aim. Then came the impact. The archer's grin widened in satisfaction. Bullseye. But his confidence died almost immediately. Kang Hansu still stood there completely unharmed. A ripple of light shimmered across Hansu's body, spreading over him like a protective wave. Under the dim glow, metallic scales shimmered across Kang Hansu's body, catching the light like armor forged from a monster's hide. Electricity crackled sharply through the air around him. The power of demonic dragon enhancement spread over his frame, and for a brief moment, even the battlefield seemed to fall silent. Shock rolled through the enemy ranks as they stared at him in disbelief. That arrow could pierce Kukulza himself, the archer muttered, his eyes widening. But Hansu only tilted his head slightly, his voice calm. Strange, that attack felt weaker than before. The archer's face twisted with rage as he drew his bow again. Then I'll just keep shooting until you finally drop. Hansu let out a slow breath, his eyes half-lidded as if the threat barely reached him. You should have stayed out of my way. His arm began to shift. Flesh hardened, scales spread, and his hand twisted into the shape of a dragon's claw. The air trembled around that transformed limb, warning everyone that the next strike would be different. His cold gaze swept through the noise of battle, cutting across every enemy in front of him. None of you are leaving this place alive. Deeper inside the cave-like belly of the calamity fish, the battle raged on without the slightest trace of mercy. One warrior slammed his foot down, crushing a skull beneath his heel, then spun around and barked orders to the others. Keep attacking, don't give them time to regenerate. But no matter how fiercely they struck, the undead seemed to mend themselves faster with every blow. A monstrous skeleton suddenly lunged from the shadows, driving its bone spear straight through a traveler's chest. It opened its jaw wide and hissed without a voice, its empty mouth gaping with a hunger that felt almost alive. One of the bandits ground his teeth as exhaustion crept into his limbs, his stamina fading, and his mana draining away. If this went on much longer, they would collapse right there and rise again as part of the undead army. Then the truth struck them like a blow. This entire place was a trap. Hands tightened around weapons as someone shouted the only choice left to them. Use the feather now. If we don't, we'll die here and become just like them. Single world tree feather, their last hope of escape, was brought out. In the man's palm, a tiny tree began to sprout, glowing faintly against the darkness. A message flashed before them, explaining the artifact's power. It could instantly teleport the user and everyone nearby to a different location. The boy's voice trembled as he stared at it. We already tried that. It didn't work. On the platform, Sophia shook her head as if the answer had been obvious from the start. Of course it didn't. You can't simply escape from inside the stomach of the calamity fish. Her voice remained flat and cold. Even the ghostly knights of Elvenheim were trapped here, immortal only within this cursed place. Morin clenched his fists, anger sharpening his expression. You think we're just going to let you walk away after interfering with us? He snapped. Sophia answered without backing down, her words cutting cleanly through the argument. After all this time, you still expect help from the people who stood by and did nothing? The bandit spread his arms, and around him his comrades raised their weapons in agreement. Sophia's voice stayed firm. Stop talking and start thinking about how to get out of here. Clan communication doesn't work inside this stomach. No one outside will know whether we live or die. A flicker of irritation crossed the man's face, tightening his features for just a moment. But Sophia had already started moving. A magic circle formed in her hand, and a sweep of light spread across the chamber, scanning the walls and currents around them. I have what I needed, she said, her voice steady as her eyes locked onto the answer she had been searching for. The Beacon Assault Team captain straightened, his patience finally gone. You've lost your mind, Morin said coldly. I'm in charge of the red zone. That means I'm the one who deals with you. Dark energy pulsed around Morin's hand, swelling and twisting as it gathered into a dangerous mass. He lunged forward with killing intent, shouting, I'll wipe out the weakest of the 7 phantoms myself. Sophia flicked her fingers with calm precision, and ice arrows shot forward, streaking through the air toward him. Morin stepped aside without slowing down, dodging the attack in one smooth motion. He laughed with contempt in his voice. You can't even hit me. What a disgrace to the name of the 7 phantoms. The orb of dark energy crashed toward Sophia, swallowing the space between them with terrifying force. A thunderous explosion shook the cavern as Morin landed lightly back on his feet. But Sophia's voice cut through the smoke. I wasn't aiming at you. Her words came out flat and controlled, and almost immediately, a deep rumble rolled through the chamber around them. The walls shuddered hard, and confused voices began rising from every direction as the ground trembled beneath their feet. Then someone shouted in alarm, their voice echoing through the chaos. Waters flooding in. Inside the massive body of the calamity fish, one of its passages began to seal itself shut, closing like a wound tightening from within. Sophia glanced toward the swirling currents with calm satisfaction. All this time, I searched for a way to seal the gills, and now I've done it, she said. I finally found the solution. Morin moved at once, trying to stop her before she could slip away. But Sophia was already retreating beyond his reach. Let's hope we never meet again, she called over her shoulder, and then her figure vanished from sight. The bandit leader immediately barked orders at his crew. Get the ship ready! Miller answered that everything was set. But then he froze, his eyes sweeping the horizon. Where's our ally? He muttered, tension creeping into his voice. He should be guiding us by now. Her gaze shifted as a new threat closed in. The Ghost Knights are back, someone warned. This time, there was no simple escape waiting for them. The assault team captain warned them that by the time the ship crossed the distance, the gills would open again. Until then, their duty was to keep the knights away from the civilians. He swore through clenched teeth that the enemy would pay dearly for daring to cross him. Morin gathered dark energy into his hand and unleashed a wave of jade flame, tearing straight through the ranks of the risen dead. The bandit leader signaled sharply for his men to charge forward, but before they could surge ahead, a figure stepped directly into his path. Kang Hansu grabbed Jiang Gesu by the collar and hurled him aside like dead weight. Hansu said bluntly that the captain would not have listened to him anyway. The captain sneered in response, admitting that he had once considered recruiting the young man, but now that idea was completely gone. Whatever interest he once had in Hansu had vanished the moment they became enemies. Kang Hansu stepped forward without hesitation, closing the distance as his patience ran out. There was no need for any more words. Enough talk. Morin raised his sword and caught the strike head-on. The moment their weapons collided, the force blasted through the ground beneath their feet, cracking it open from the impact. From a distance, Miller watched the clash unfold, his face tightening with alarm as he realized the captain was being pushed into a real fight. The bandit, still shaken after seeing how easily Hansu had thrown Jiang Gesu aside, finally understood that the boy in front of them was no longer the same. Hansu had absorbed the runes of Quadratus. Clutching a broken stone fragment in his hand, the bandit forced himself to regain his nerve, tightening his grip as if that shard could steady his fear. You really think you can beat me? He snarled, his voice rough with anger. I'll kill you here and take back everything you stole. Beside him, a girl turned toward Ahol and offered to help, but the captain only scoffed at the idea. You think I need your help? His sword flashed in the dim light. Then he kicked off the ground and sprinted forward, throwing his order behind him. Go handle the Ghost Knights. Hansu didn't so much as flinch. He stood firm with his sword raised, his posture steady and calm. Doesn't matter, he said flatly. I was planning to take them all down anyway. Morin's grin stretched wider. You? Morin mocked, looking at him like he was nothing more than an overconfident beginner. You're just a rookie. Their blades crashed together with a deafening clang, and sparks burst between them as steel bit hard against steel. The force of the exchange shook the ground beneath them. Morin leaned in harder, pressing against Hansu's blade as if measuring exactly how much strength he had. Is that it? That's all you've got? Hansu's arm trembled slightly under the pressure, and Morin's smirk deepened the moment he noticed it. He was struggling. Morin could feel it through the locked blades in his mind. That meant Hansu had no way to match him. A newcomer like him could never defeat someone standing above him in raw power and experience. For a split second, their swords stayed locked together, both fighters pushing against the other. Then Morin shifted his wrist and slid his sword down along Hansu's blade, creating the smallest opening. In the next instant, the captain launched himself into the air, his blade raised high and aimed for a killing blow. This is the end, he shouted as he brought his sword down with all his strength. The strike landed perfectly, cutting straight through its target. The blade drove deep through Kang Hansu's chest, piercing him cleanly. But Hansu didn't collapse. He didn't even cry out. He simply remained standing where he was. The bandit captain let out a long breath and shook his head. almost as if he found the ending disappointing. This could have gone differently. You should have accepted my offer, Morin continued, staring down at him with smug satisfaction. You could have served under me instead of dying like this. Blood spread down Hansu's torso, darkening his clothes, yet he stayed upright with his eyes hidden beneath his hair. Morin leaned closer, his voice dripping with triumph. You lost because you were weaker than me. A faint smile curled at Hansu's lips. Is that so? And before Morin could understand what was happening, Hansu's hand shot up and clamped around the sword still lodged inside his chest. His eyes lifted, cold and sharp beneath the shadow of his hair. Funny, he said quietly. I was about to say the same thing. Blood dripped from the corner of Hansu's mouth, but his grip on the blade only tightened. Morin's face twisted with rage. Insolent brat. Morin roared and tried to wrench the weapon free, pulling with all his strength. This is your punishment for defying me. Hansu's voice stayed calm, almost bored despite the sword buried through him. You said that already. For the first time, Morin's confidence began to crack. The man before him was impaled, bleeding, and should have been dying, yet he was holding the sword in place, refusing to fall no matter what. Hansu lowered his gaze to the blade and murmured, Night artifacts, impressive. Sharp enough to pierce dragon scales. A burst of energy flashed around him. Metallic armor rippled across his skin, gleaming like molten gold. Thanks for delivering it to me. Morin's eyes widened in horror. No, I hit your heart. You should be dead. Then Morin saw it clearly. Hansu's clawed hand was still moving. Scales spread across his transformed limb, and energy crackled around it. His body itself had been altered. Hansu raised that clawed hand, his expression unchanged. Doesn't matter anymore. With one savage slash, his claws tore through Morin's body, ripping across him with brutal force. Blood sprayed through the air as the captain staggered backward, gasping and struggling to understand what had just happened. You're still wounded. Morin wheezed, his voice breaking as his strength left him. That skill, it's broken. His words faded into silence. Then his body gave out and fell, leaving the chamber suddenly quiet. Hansu exhaled slowly, then wrapped his hand around the blade still buried in his chest and pulled it free in one swift motion, without giving it another glance. He tossed the weapon aside and opened his hand. A faint white rune shimmered above his palm, glowing softly for a brief moment. Then the rune dissolved into nothing. Hansu drew a steady breath and muttered that it had worked, but only because he had spent the time to forge 3 dragon hearts. Above him, the massive beast rumbled with a deep, guttural growl. Demonic dragon enhancement, his strongest skill, let him reproduce the organs of a dragon inside his own body. That power poured the dragon's strength and resilience through him. Hansu rolled his shoulders and flexed his fingers as the force surged inside him. But the strain was merciless. Compared to a true dragon, a human body was only a fragile shell, and the transformation burned through him like fire under the skin. His gaze dropped to the glowing runes carved along his arm. 35% capacity. Still not enough. He sheathed his blade and closed his eyes for a brief moment, controlling his breathing and forcing his body to stabilize. He couldn't keep this form active for long, but right now, that didn't matter. Hansu clenched his fist, gathering what strength he still had as the next battle loomed ahead. A fierce heat shimmered outward from Kang Hansu's palm, rolling through the air like an invisible wave. As long as his body could still move and he could still swing a weapon, that was enough for Kang Hansu. His thoughts sharpened in an instant. Did he still have time? Every heartbeat mattered now, and if he paused for even a moment, the narrow opening in front of him would disappear. Behind him, Jang Gesu remained collapsed on the ground, his body lying there without the slightest sign of movement. His limbs stayed completely still. Yet the third eye embedded in his forehead gave a faint twitch. Beneath that closed lid, the pupil shifted restlessly, darting back and forth as if something inside it had awakened. Then, from somewhere beyond the darkness, a deep pressure began to settle over the air. A heavy, rumbling presence spread through the space, making the shadows feel thicker. Above them, a gigantic red eye slowly emerged, glowing with an ominous light as it fixed itself on Kang Hansu with disturbing precision. Then a voice slipped through the air, cold, ancient, and soaked in malice. I will remember you. A moment later, the red eye faded from sight, and the silence it left behind felt even heavier than before. Kang Hansu turned away without wasting another breath and pushed forward. He broke into a sprint, charging deeper into the inner body of the Calamity Fish. The passage ahead twisted and throbbed like the inside of a living labyrinth, but for the moment, the way was open. That meant he still had a chance. Sophia had told him that the core was buried far inside, hidden beneath layer after layer of reinforced flesh, just above the creature's midline. If Kang Hansu wanted to reach it, He would have to move at the exact moment the platform revealed itself. Ahead of him, a faint light began seeping through the darkness. A massive sphere pulsed there, beating like a living heart. The creature's core, Kang Hansu's body, tightened. The calamity fish might not wear armor on the outside, but from within, it was a fortress made of muscle, flesh, and relentless regeneration. Without warning, several tentacles lashed toward him at once. Kang Hansu slipped between them, each one slicing past so closely that the air seemed to hum beside his skin. Ordinary attacks would never be enough against something like this. He could cut those tentacles apart as many times as he wanted. Before he could even take another step forward, the torn flesh would simply knit itself back together. Another attack came down. A huge shadow spread over him, swallowing the path ahead. Kang Hansu's hand slipped into his pocket without hesitation. His fingers closed around a small vial, and he pulled it free. This should be enough. With a sharp motion, he tossed the vial high into the air. The bottle burst apart in midair, scattering a thick silver liquid that sprayed outward in shining drops. The moment the next tentacle rushed in, Kang Hansu's blade flashed through it. This time, the severed flesh did not regenerate. It froze solid on the spot, hardening like stone before it had any chance to heal. The enormous limb slammed heavily onto the ground and stayed there, completely lifeless. Kang Hansu straightened his posture, his gaze turning even sharper. It was exactly the result he had expected from an alchemist's brew. Another vial slipped down near his feet and cracked open against the ground. The same dense substance spread over his blade, coating the edge in a gleaming layer. Kang Hansu lowered his stance, every muscle in his body coiling for the next burst of movement. Time to thin the herd. Then he vanished into motion. His blade carved through the air again and again, cutting down one tentacle after another before they could surround him. The calamity fish let out a scream that tore through the cavern around him. That deafening roar shook the surrounding water so violently it felt like the entire world was trembling. Far outside, along the distant shore, several people stood watching the chaos unfold. One man narrowed his eyes against the glare and asked what Ferris had reported. Aaron frowned, keeping his attention on the battlefield. The assistant should have been waiting near the outer perimeter. Bake kept his eyes fixed on the ocean. Out there, the monstrous body of the calamity fish writhed with terrifying force, its huge form twisting through waves of flame and darkness. He muttered that he had never seen a calamity fish behave like this before. The beast thrashed again, its scales glowing red-hot as it drank in the surrounding flames, while its agony rolled across the sea. Sophia threw herself forward just in time, narrowly avoiding a massive wave that smashed into the rocks behind her and exploded into spray. A boy lifted one hand over his eyes and stared toward the horizon. He said something was coming, but the man beside him sharply shook his head and snapped him back to the present. They had to secure the area first. Then, all at once, he froze. Sophia was dropping from above. Aaron lay sprawled across the ground, blood slowly running from a cut on his forehead. Sophia pushed herself upright, still dazed from the impact. If she had been even 1 second slower, that fall would have killed her. Bake rushed toward her, his face tight with worry as he asked what had happened. Sophia's voice shook for the first breath, but she forced it steady. There was no time to explain. They had to leave immediately. They scrambled back onto their feet, but something far out at sea seized Sophia's attention. The calamity fish was convulsing, its enormous body twisting and buckling as violent waves surged outward in every direction. Sophia's eyes widened as she stared at it. The creature was hurting. No one around her moved or answered. They only looked at her in stunned silence. It was in pain. She said it again, louder this time, but the disbelief written across their faces struck her harder than any wound. To them, the idea was impossible. A monster like that was not supposed to feel pain at all. Sophia's hands slowly clenched into fists at her sides. She had wanted to be the one who finished it herself. She had wanted to erase the guilt weighing on her chest and bring an end to what she had started. But as tears began to blur her sight, the truth finally settled over her. Kang Hansu had done it. He had kept the promise he made. A thunderous roar ripped through the air, so loud it seemed to split the sky apart. The monster crashed into the sea, and waves surged upward with such force that they rose high enough to cover the sky. Sophia didn't hesitate for even a second. She grabbed Aaron by the collar and hauled him up onto his feet. Then she pulled Bake along with her and shouted for them to move. At that moment, the ground beneath them began to shake violently as the calamity fish convulsed again, its massive body thrashing with terrifying force. The calamity fish's enormous body suddenly bowed into a violent arch, as if something deep inside it had finally snapped. Then, from its gaping maw, it began to force out everything it had swallowed, spewing the contents back out in a horrifying rush. Bake whipped his head around, his eyes stretching wide in disbelief, as the scene behind them changed all at once. "What's happening?" he blurted, unable to hide the shock in his voice. Sophia's lips quivered as she stared at the impossible sight, fear and hope clashing across her face. Then, little by little, a fragile smile broke through, and in a trembling whisper, she breathed, "We did it." A moment later, her voice rose above the chaos, stronger and clearer than before. Hansu did it. They didn't waste another second. Everyone broke into a desperate run, feet pounding forward while not a single person dared to turn back. "Get as far away as possible," Sophia shouted, her voice cutting through the storm and echoing across the ruined shoreline. Not far from that chaos, another man slowly lifted his head. Something had reached him just now, a faint trace of power, the lingering feel of a skill he knew far too well. His eyes sharpened at once, narrowing with cold recognition as the uneasy feeling settled over him. From behind him, a girl's urgent voice rang out through the wind. "If the calamity fish doesn't stabilize soon, this entire area could collapse." She brought her fingers to her lips and whistled sharply, sending a bird bursting into the sky with a coded message tied to it. "We'll keep watching its condition," she said quickly, her tone tense but focused. Michael stood at her side, his expression hard and his voice clipped with impatience. "Send another one." All around them, waves slammed violently against the broken shoreline, battering the wreckage again and again as the sea churned like it was coming apart. Then, for one final time, the calamity fish's glowing eyes snapped open, blazing through the chaos like dying stars. With a roar powerful enough to split the sea itself, the beast reared back. Its colossal body began collapsing inward, and thick golden fluid poured from the shattered core buried inside it. And right before that caving, blazing heart, stood the Reincarnator, Kang Han-Su. He leaned heavily against his sword, shoulders rising and falling with ragged breaths, while his gaze lifted toward the pulsing light above him, and his thoughts raced through every remaining step. So far, everything had moved exactly according to his plan. But as Han-Su stared at the overwhelming scale of the thing before him, one truth sank into him with brutal weight. This power, this monster, was something no ordinary human could ever hope to challenge alone. The pressure crushing down on Hansu's body was almost unbearable. Every small movement sent pain burning through him, and every breath felt like he had to drag it out by force. His dragon transformation was driving his body past its limit, pushing him harder than even he could safely endure. And with every passing second, that strain only grew heavier, digging deeper into his bones and muscles. Around him, the calamity fish's tentacles began turning a deep, poisonous purple. Cursed energy pulsed through each limb, eating away at Hansu's regeneration and steadily draining the strength he still had left. Hansu tightened his grip around his sword until his fingers nearly locked in place. At this point, there was only one path left to take, a direct strike straight into the core. No hesitation, no turning back. No room left for retreat. The tentacles shot toward him all at once. Hansu moved like a flash of lightning through the water, his blade carving through one limb after another as sparks burst and scattered around him. Every slash ripped through the darkness surrounding him, and each heavy impact broke the silence of the deep like thunder beneath the sea. He was almost there now, just ahead of him, beneath layers of twisting flesh, the core shimmered with a brilliant golden glow. This was the moment Hansu swung with everything he had, and his blade pierced straight into the sphere, sinking deep into that blazing light. For one suspended heartbeat, the entire world seemed to stop. Then the truth struck him. The monster still wasn't dead. It was still alive, still conscious, still able to feel pain. Standing atop the burning core, Hansu watched cracks spread beneath his feet, glowing fissures racing across the golden surface. Around him, the subspace inside the beast's stomach began to shake and fold inward, as if reality itself were collapsing. A crimson aura suddenly flared along the length of his sword, wrapping the blade in a fierce, blood-red glow. With one last decisive slash, Hansu split the core apart. A violent explosion of energy tore through the chamber like a raging storm, and at last, the first step was complete. Hansu shot forward through the cascading light, his battered body glowing in the flood of energy around him. The stomach was already collapsing behind him, but his work wasn't finished yet. 2 more stages still remained. The second step was to reach the artery and sever the link connected to the creature's heart. And after that came the third step. He had to unleash the dragon's power from within and burn away the poison eating through the monster. Every movement he made was controlled, deliberate, and aimed toward that goal. His breathing slowly steadied as he pressed onward. Against his chest, the breath of a hob pendant pulsed with a soft, life-saving rhythm, the only thing keeping him alive in these impossible depths. For now, everything was still following the plan. Then the tentacles returned. They surged up from the abyss beneath him, dozens at a time, thrashing wildly and snapping toward him like living blades hungry for his body. Hansu twisted to the side at the last possible instant, narrowly slipping past the first strike as it tore through the water beside him. His body sliced forward with impossible precision, moving through the current as his sword flashed again and again in golden arcs. In a blur of motion, he cut down 2 limbs, then 3, then 4, each severed piece spinning away into the dark water. Then a brutal impact landed. One massive tentacle smashed squarely across his back, driving the force straight through his body. Pain erupted through him like fire. His vision flickered for a moment, and his mouth opened in a silent gasp as the shock nearly stole his breath. Inside him, 3 hearts were still beating, but 2 of them were already growing unstable, faltering under the strain. Hansu staggered from the blow, then forced his arm backward and drove his sword in reverse, cutting the tentacle clean off. Blood and raw energy spiraled together through the water around him. His breathing turned fast and uneven, each inhale rougher than the last. But there was no time to stop, no time to recover, and no chance to rest. Then he lifted his gaze and froze for a brief instant. Ahead of him, a wall of tentacles writhed together in a grotesque, living mass, completely sealing off the path forward. Hansu's hand tightened around his weapon, and his eyes went cold with resolve. If he stopped here, everything he had done would become meaningless. Lightning exploded from his body, golden and untamed, spreading through the water like a living storm. Hansu roared and charged straight ahead, his swords turning into streaks of light as he plunged directly into the writhing wall before him. Every swing tore through the path ahead, his blades carving apart both the calamity fish's flesh and the suffocating darkness surrounding him. Severed tentacles drifted down around Hansu like torn ribbons in the water. The entire current churned with frantic motion, blood spreading in dark clouds as Hansu kept forcing his way forward. His movements grew faster, sharper, and more relentless, as if nothing left inside that monster could stop him now. Then, through the crushing depths above him, light finally appeared. A radiant glow pierced the darkness, shining down like a signal from the heart of the beast. From that glow stretched an enormous web of luminous veins, all branching outward from a massive shard buried deep within the creature. It was a fragment of the divine stone, an ancient source of power that had once been rooted in the world tree itself. And now that sacred fragment pulsed from the center of this twisted abomination, acting as the corrupted heart that kept the calamity fish alive. Hansu understood immediately that this was where everything would be decided. His eyes narrowed, because even after all that damage, the enemy still wasn't finished. Not yet. Without giving himself even a second to hesitate, Hansu drove his body straight down toward the creature's heart. The fleshy walls around him began pulsing violently, the veins tightening and contracting as the calamity fish sensed him closing in. And then it happened. With a wet, sickening rip, a huge tentacle tore through the inner wall, its fanged mouth snapping open like a serpent lunging for prey. But it wasn't the only one. Dozens more burst out from every side, coiling, twisting, and striking together with wild, vicious movements. Hansu clenched his sword even tighter. This fight wasn't over, and it wouldn't be over until he ended it himself. He pulled in one deep, steady breath. Golden light began to crackle around him, sparks flickering across his body beneath the water. Then Hansu lunged forward, his blades flashing through the crimson haze like streaks of lightning. Steel crashed into flesh. One precise cut landed cleanly, and before the first wound could even spread, another strike followed. A tentacle split apart under the force of his blade. The severed pieces dissolved into the thick, translucent fluid around him as Hansu pushed onward like a storm trapped inside the beast. Any limb that dared to block his path was cut down. Each swing grew faster, heavier, and sharper until the artery around him fell into a brief, eerie silence. Then a sudden pressure seized him, something cold, slick, and powerful, wrapped tightly around his leg. Hansu looked down sharply, genuine surprise flashing across his face for the first time. When did that get there? Before he had the chance to fully react. A swarm of tentacles exploded from the side wall and came hammering straight toward him. Hansu barely twisted out of the way as the impact smashed into the place where he had just been, shattering the wall and sending tremors through the entire passage. Then, all at once, everything stopped. The tentacles froze in mid-attack, twitching violently as if some unseen force had grabbed hold of them. Hansu didn't let that opening slip by. With one sharp motion, he tore himself free and shot forward through the passage. But he didn't let his guard down, not even for a breath, because he knew this monster still had more left. His gaze locked onto the massive heart pulsing ahead of him, the source feeding everything inside the calamity fish. "Let's see how strong you are without power," he muttered. Hansu raised his sword high above him and drove it down with crushing force. The blade landed exactly where he aimed, but it barely scratched the surface. Hansu's brow tightened. That heart was harder than steel, far beyond anything ordinary flesh should have been. If he couldn't destroy it directly, then he would have to cut off the lifeline feeding it. His eyes shifted toward the glowing veins wrapped around the core, thick arteries pulsing as they carried energy from the divine stone fragment into the monster's body. That was the real key. With a clean, precise slash, Hansu cut deep into one artery, and blood mixed with light burst out, staining the surrounding water crimson. He swung again without pause, and the second artery was sliced open. Then came the third. The moment it was severed, the pressure inside the chamber changed completely, and the calamity fish's body began convulsing as power drained from its heart. Hansu's muscles tightened from head to toe as he lifted his sword for one final blow. He struck with every bit of strength he had left, and the artery tore wide open, completely cut apart. Right in front of him, the divine stone fragment finally broke free, drifting in the water while its light flickered weakly like a dying star. Hansu reached out with a trembling hand and caught it. The fragment pulsed against his palm, warm and faint, as if it still carried the last breath of that ancient power. It was so small, almost unbelievable to look at, and yet that tiny shard had held enough power to sustain a monster that defied even gods. For the first time, a weary smile touched Hansu's lips. "It's over," he whispered. But that victory lasted only a few seconds. The walls around him groaned like they were being ripped apart from the inside. The arteries shuddered violently. Chunks of flesh tore loose, and the entire inner structure began collapsing. The calamity fish was dying, and as it died, it tried to drag everything down with it. Hansu spun toward the exit at once. He kicked off the collapsing wall to launch himself away, but from within the chaos, a massive tentacle whipped out and slammed into his back. The impact crushed the air from his lungs in an instant. Pain burst through his chest as the divine stone fragment slipped from his grasp and tumbled away through the swirling debris. Hansu reached out for it. His fingers stretched desperately, but his vision began to blur. The world darkened around the edges, and his body suddenly felt impossibly heavy. The current seized him and dragged him downward into the deepening darkness. His last thought before everything went black was simple and desperate. Not yet. I can't stop yet. The rupture widened, swallowing everything into itself. Blood, light, stone, and finally, Hansu. Then silence settled over the depths once more. Far away from that silent abyss, beneath the faint glow of a distant horizon, a raven perched calmly on an outstretched hand. Its red eyes gleamed as if it had been watching the whole time, waiting for the next command. Then an unseen voice broke the stillness. "Find the one who killed the calamity fish." The order carried no emotion, only a cold, unwavering purpose. Down on the shore, the calamity fish's colossal corpse lay sprawled across the sand like a ruined continent washed in from the sea. The air was thick with the stench of salt, brine, and burnt flesh, while crowds had already begun gathering, their whispers spreading through the beach like wildfire. Among the gathered people, a young man lifted his hand and called out, "Deputy Commander." Lu Hong stood apart from the rest. His hands were clasped neatly behind his back, and his gaze remained fixed on the massive wound carved into the monster's chest. The sea breeze tugged at his coat as he quietly studied the destruction before him, his expression impossible to read. Resting in his palm was a broken mask, the mask of Carls Morin, the fallen captain of the assault group. The sight only deepened the crease between Lu Hong's brows. Something about all of this didn't fit. He had been given strict orders to eliminate Quadratus, not to stand here and witness its complete destruction. So how had the operation twisted into something this far beyond the original plan? A soldier approached him from behind and spoke in a low, careful voice. "Sir, we've located the bodies of the remaining team. They've all been identified as members of Carls Morin's squad." Lu Hong closed his eyes for a brief moment, as if forcing himself to swallow the weight of the report, then slowly exhaled. The young subordinate hesitated behind him before continuing in a careful voice, judging from the marks left behind and the remaining traces of mana. "All of this was done by one man." Lu Hong ripped the mask away and crushed it inside his fist, the broken fragments grinding together under his grip. "Then we no longer have a captain." His voice turned cold and decisive. "Effective immediately. We're restructuring." The subordinate paused for a second, then lowered his head without argument. "Understood, Commander." That new title lingered heavily between them. Lu Hong gave a faint smirk, silently tasting the sound of it. "Commander, Carls Morin had gained his position through time, timing, and convenience. Lu Hong, on the other hand, had claimed his through blood and the collapse of everything around him." His expression sharpened. "Any survivors?" The soldier pointed toward the wreckage floating offshore, where a ship drifted in pieces, its sails shredded and its half-sunken hull groaning against the waves. "Search teams are still going through the area, sir," he said, then hesitated. "But the chances of survival are low." Lu Hong crouched down and picked up a broken blade from the sand, turning it over as he inspected the jagged, fractured edge. Something about this scene didn't sit right. A creature of this scale should have left behind thousands of runes, maybe more, and yet there was nothing here, no trace of power, no lingering resonance, no sign of the reward such a monster should have produced. Toss the ruined blade aside, letting it land in the sand with a dull clatter. Then what about him? Lu Hong asked quietly. Is the enemy dead? The men around him exchanged uneasy looks, none of them confident enough to answer. Keep searching, Lu Hong ordered. I want confirmation. Check the thousandly stone embedded in Quadratus. If it's still active, then we'll be able to find him. He stepped closer to the calamity fish's corpse, and the ground beneath him seemed to tremble under the sheer weight of the fallen monster. Its tentacles still twitched faintly, weak spasms running through them, as if the beast refused to accept its own death. The hollow cavity where its heart had been torn out yawned wide open, steam still rising from deep within. Lu Hong stared into that ruined opening in silence. What the hell happened here? He muttered under his breath. The destruction was too massive, too unnatural. No ordinary force could have caused this kind of damage. Could a single person truly have done all of this? Before he could sink any deeper into that thought, hurried footsteps rushed up behind him. Lu Hong turned his head. Report! The scout was nearly out of breath as he stopped. Commander, a large group of travelers is approaching. They're armed and they don't look friendly. Lu Hong's eyes narrowed at once. Then why haven't they been held back? The scout swallowed hard. There are too many of them, sir. We can't stop them all. High above the shore on the cliffs overlooking the battlefield, hundreds of dark silhouettes had already gathered. Travelers, mercenaries, and soldiers alike had been drawn there by the sight of the fallen Titan. The air buzzed with murmurs, disbelief, and awe as everyone stared down at the monstrous corpse below. And among that crowd, one figure stood motionless, his hood pulled low over his face while a slow, knowing smirk curled at his lips. It was Choi Sangjin. He had come personally to see what remained after the calamity fish fell, and from the sharp glint in his eyes, one thing was obvious. The true hunt had only just begun. Inside that monster is an unimaginable fortune in artifacts, Sangjin mused, his voice carrying smoothly over the restless murmurs of the crowd. Then, with a dramatic sweep of his arm, he shouted, "And you really think they're going to keep all that treasure for themselves?" The reaction was immediate. The travelers went still, glancing at one another as the meaning sank in. Artifacts, runes, priceless rewards they had only dreamed of touching were now supposedly right in front of them. Tension thickened in the air, and whispers spread through the crowd like sparks racing across dry grass. Sangjin's voice turned harder, slicing cleanly through the noise. "Why are you just standing there? Are you really going to let them take everything?" That one spark was enough to ignite the whole crowd. The travelers erupted into shouting, surging forward as greed and anger pushed them toward the corpse. Their sheer numbers transformed the beach into a storm of raised voices, rushing bodies and flashing steel. Lu Hong's expression darkened. At first he had tolerated their presence out of respect for the fallen and the chaos of the moment. But now, in his eyes, they were nothing more than scavengers circling a carcass. His voice thundered over the rising uproar. "This territory belongs to Beacon. If they won't leave willingly, drive them out." His troops moved at once. Swords slid from their sheaths, spells flared to life in the air, and the quiet morning ground was dragged back into battle. Above them, the golden sphere floating in the sky mirrored the chaos spreading across the shore below. The observer drifted silently away from the growing conflict, its polished surface gleaming as captured images rippled across it. A winged eye-like shape descended from the air, then settled gently into an outstretched hand as if returning to its master. Sophia's lips curved into a satisfied smirk. Her plan had worked. She had deliberately drawn the travelers toward the fallen calamity fish, knowing full well their presence would pull Beacon's attention away from her. Still, even Sophia hadn't expected the situation to spiral into open anarchy this quickly. Resting her chin against her hand, she thought back to the companions she had sent out. "I only told them to spread a few rumors," she mused. "Looks like they overdid it." Her gaze shifted back down toward the shoreline, where madness was spreading faster by the second. "What exactly did they say to cause all this?" she murmured. Then, in the middle of the crowd, she spotted him, Choi Sangjin, standing right at the center of the commotion with his cloak wrapped around him and his hood pulled low, his voice whipping the mob into a frenzy. Around him, several robed figures moved in perfect rhythm, their bodies hidden beneath shadowed cloth as they blended into the chaos. Sophia's smirk grew even deeper. "Even better," she whispered. The longer this chaos continued, the longer Beacon's attention would stay locked on the shore instead of on her. She gathered a glowing sphere of energy in her palm, its surface pulsing faintly with light. But she knew she didn't have much time left. High above her, the sky shimmered. God's eyes began appearing one after another, enormous glowing irises spreading across the heavens as they scanned every stretch of land and sea. Controlling so many at once was difficult, even for Sophia, but stopping now wasn't an option. 3 days, she muttered under her breath. It's already been 3 days. Her expression hardened, and doubt tried to creep in, only for her to crush it immediately. No, I refuse to believe he's dead. The observers scattered across the sky, streaking away in different directions like golden comets sent to search the world. Far below, near the edge of the ocean, a body lay motionless among the broken wreckage. Waves rolled over him again and again. The tide dragged splintered wood, twisted metal, and debris across the shore around him. Cuts and bruises covered his skin, and his clothes had been torn into ragged strips. A small fairy hovered just above him, her wings fluttering with clear impatience. At last, she huffed and folded her arms, narrowing her eyes with exaggerated annoyance before leaning closer. A mischievous grin slowly spread across her face. But when he still didn't move, she let out a dramatic sigh and tapped her chin as if considering something troublesome. "Well," she said in a teasing voice, "if you don't wake up, I'm going to kiss you." The boy shot upright, like he had been struck by lightning, eyes flying open as his arms flailed in panic. The assistant fairy burst into laughter in midair, spinning around with delight. "Knew that would work," she said with a smug little grin. "Welcome back, sleepyhead." And for the first time since the fall of the calamity fish, Hansu was awake. The fairy drifted back with a giggle, her wings fluttering lazily. I was almost hoping you'd stay down a little longer." Hansu flexed his fingers slowly, feeling the ache buried in his bones begin to fade bit by bit. His strength was returning, not all at once, but steadily. He had managed to recover just before the final traces of dragonification burned away. Then something half buried in the sand caught his eye, a faint glimmer beneath the grains. Hansu reached down and brushed the sand aside, revealing a fragment of the divine stone. A small smirk tugged at his lips. "Got everything I needed, then." "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Hansu froze that voice. He looked up sharply, and there the assistant fairy hovered in front of him, smiling as if she had been watching him the entire time. Hansu's brow furrowed the moment he recognized her, his eyes sharpening with suspicion. "What the hell are you doing here in the red zone?" The assistant fairy only tilted her head, her eyes glittering with that familiar, playful mischief. "You already know we don't come down to the ground unless something big happens." Before Hansu could question her further, she suddenly darted toward him and wrapped her small arms around him. "And I had to see this one with my own eyes," she said, laughing brightly. Then she pulled back just enough to lift one hand and point toward the distant shore. There, the calamity fish lay completely still, its enormous body stretched across the coastline like a dead mountain washed up by the sea. The shine had vanished from its scales, and its once glowing eyes were now dull, empty, and hollow. "Tell me," the assistant fairy said, her voice dropping slightly as her eyes shone with excitement, "have you ever seen anything this breathtaking?" Hansu glanced toward the corpse in silence, taking in the impossible sight before him. The impossible had actually been done. The assistant fairy let out a dramatic sigh, as if she truly found it unfortunate. "Too bad, though. We have rules, you know. A great deed should come with a great reward." She paused, and her grin grew sharper. But this beast wasn't supposed to be hunted. He gave an exaggerated shrug, acting like it couldn't be helped at all. "So, no reward," Hansu's eyes narrowed at once. No reward? He didn't believe that, not even for a second. He had just killed one of the greatest calamities in existence. And if there was one thing Hansu understood about higher beings, it was that they hated anything that disturbed balance. If he grew too powerful too quickly, they would always find a way to step in. And sure enough, he felt it. A presence watching him from close by. Then a voice purred from behind him, dripping with amusement. "You're as sharp as ever." Hansu turned, and another figure hovered nearby, wings curling around it like blades made of smoke. A devil, the kind of being that thrived on pain and misery, slipping into places where the gods refused to dirty their hands. The creature grinned wide, flashing its fangs. "Those sadists upstairs don't like people like you. Too much initiative." The assistant fairy folded her arms with a smug smile. "We put a lot of thought into this, you know." The devil floated a little closer, his voice taking on a curious, almost teasing edge. "Tell me, Hansu." He leaned in, eyes gleaming with wicked humor. "What would it take to make you walk into hell by your own choice?" The assistant fairy snickered as she twirled lazily in the air. "You'll like this one. Trust me, we really thought it through." The devil spread his arms wide, and a pulse of dark light rolled through the air before gathering into a swirling sphere in his palm. "So, let's make a deal." A moment later, energy condensed between them, pure and radiant, yet dangerous enough to make the air feel sharp. "Since you brought down the calamity fish," the devil said with mocking politeness, You get to choose your reward. A shimmering shard appeared in front of Hansu, hovering just above his reach. It gave off a cold, sinister glow, and his eyes immediately moved to the markings carved across its surface, a skull wrapped in flame. Recognition hit him instantly. Lord of the Dead. A legendary high-tier 8th skill, a power that allowed its user to command the souls of the fallen and summon phantoms at will. With that skill, an entire battlefield could become a graveyard under the user's control. But it wasn't only necromancy. It also strengthened magical chi, enhancing every arcane art it touched. Hansu stared at the shard without saying a word. For someone limited to 7 active skills, this kind of offer was absurdly tempting. Maybe far too tempting. The devil's grin stretched wider. So what do you say, hero? The assistant fairy crossed her legs in midair, her eyes bright with amusement. A deal's a deal, but remember, once you take it, there's no going back. Hansu's fingers hovered just beneath the shard, and the faint hum of power seemed to whisper against his skin, a power born from death itself, offered to the man who had just slain a godlike monster. And somewhere deep inside, Hansu already understood. A gift like this would never come without a curse. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the devil's laughter rippled through the air. Don't get too excited just yet. The glow surrounding them shifted, and several new runes appeared in the air, forming a loose circle around them. Each symbol radiated an eerie, ancient energy. There's a condition, the assistant fairy said smoothly, her voice still laced with mischief. It's connected to the remaining disasters. Hansu's eyes narrowed as the symbols pulsed faintly, each one carrying the same cursed resonance that had once poured from the calamity fish. The air around him grew heavier, pressing down with an ominous weight. Even so, Hansu smiled. This is more than enough, he muttered. The assistant fairy blinked in surprise, her playful expression cracking for a second. Wait, what? You haven't even heard the full. But Hansu had already reached his decision. His face hardened with unshakable resolve. I don't need to. The devil hovered above the waterline, his smoky wings curling lazily behind him as he let out a low whistle. Oh, I like that confidence. He gestured toward the floating runes, his grin growing wider. Unlike the first offer, this one has a catch. You'll have to eliminate every remaining disaster in the red zone. Only after that, he said, pausing as the corners of his mouth curled upward. Will you receive your reward? The assistant fairy tilted her head and studied Hansu's face carefully. You're really choosing this path? Hansu straightened, his silhouette outlined by the rising sun behind him. Yeah, he answered simply. I'm sure. For a brief moment, silence settled over the shore. Then the devil chuckled. Well then. His wings spread wide, scattering shadows across the surface of the sea. Let's see how long you can last. With a slow beat of his wings, he drifted backward and faded into the mist. We'll meet again, hero! The assistant fairy pressed both hands to her cheeks as laughter spilled from her lips. He didn't even wait for the full explanation, she said, sounding half amused and half exasperated. What a reckless fool! Yet her grin never disappeared. Hansu said nothing. He walked to the edge of the shore, staring out over the endless ocean where the horizon shimmered with both light and danger. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he dove in. From somewhere far away, the devil's voice echoed faintly on the wind. If he'd chosen the easy path, what a disappointment that would have been. Beneath the waves, Hansu moved with clear purpose. The water pressed in around him like a living weight, and the crushing pressure of the deep threatened to drag him down. Finding every disaster in the red zone was a mission no sane person would accept. But for Hansu, this was now his path, his trial, and his promise. Deep underground, far from the surface, the earth began to tremble. In the darkness, a massive tree loomed over the cavern, twisting like a monstrous creature as its roots spread wildly in every direction. This was the disgorging root calamity. The creature began to stir, its consciousness flickering awake from the depths. But something immediately felt wrong. Could no longer sense the voice of the calamity fish. A low sound rumbled from within it, deep and guttural at first, before swelling into a roar that echoed through the land, a furious cry of frustration over the companion it had lost. Meanwhile, up on the surface, the ocean began to ripple. Hansu rose from the sea, water streaming from his body as he scratched his head, lost in thought. Things were clearly not as simple as he had hoped. Yes, he had accepted the assistant fairy's deal without much hesitation. But now that he was moving forward, he could already tell the situation was far more tangled than it first looked. Just by being here, Hansu's presence was accelerating the collapse of the abyss. Let out a quiet sigh as the realization settled in. This time he would have to finish everything much faster. His mind drifted back to a conversation with one of his old comrades, and to a warning he hadn't forgotten. Without using Urkiniel's time-space crystal to travel, Every piece of future knowledge they depended on would only make the abyss decay even faster. His friend had laughed back then, half joking as he told Hansu to run while he still could, calling the whole problem nothing but an annoying headache. Hansu had snapped back that his friend could go to the past himself if he wanted. Hansu had no desire to carry that kind of burden. But now that very burden had landed squarely on Hansu's shoulders. As his thoughts continued to drift, Iris appeared in his mind. In that hazy vision, she stepped toward him and reached out her hand, as if trying to guide him forward. But the moment she moved closer, her figure began to fade into the air, dissolving like mist beneath the morning sun. Hansu let out a long, heavy breath, then kept walking forward without looking back. The emptiness left by her absence pressed down on him, heavy in his chest, yet painfully familiar after everything he had already lost. All around him, abandoned weapons lay scattered across the ground, catching faint glints of light, swords half buried in dirt, cracked shields, and the broken remains of a brutal battle. Hansu looked over the wreckage and murmured that, no matter what happened from here, both were still valuable tools. He had never expected some grand reward for killing the calamity fish in the first place. Maintaining balance in the red zone and preparing for the next disaster had always been his real duty. From among the remains, Hansu picked out a small fragment of the calamity fish and tucked it carefully into his pouch. With just that single piece, he would be able to draw out the next threat when the time came. Thought to himself that, even before bringing the creature down, he had already obtained what he needed and repaid the debt he owed to Sophia. He intended to meet her soon. But before that, there was one more place he needed to visit, and while Hansu was sorting through his next move, a rowdy group of travelers appeared nearby, their loud voices echoing across the open ground. One of them shouted, "Hey, looks like there's still some small fry crawling around. What are you doing just standing there?" In only a few moments, Hansu found himself surrounded on all sides. The travelers smirked at him with easy confidence, clearly believing he was nothing worth fearing, but Hansu's own grin slowly spread. The timing couldn't have been better. There was something he had been meaning to test. He stretched his arms, loosening his body, then suddenly shot straight toward the loudmouth who had called him out. "Good," Hansu said with a faint smirk. "There are plenty of people here I can ask." The man's confidence shattered instantly, panic flashing across his face the moment Hansu charged in. But Hansu only continued in an almost casual tone. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you can at least still talk." Hansu finished the sentence as he braced himself and drove his fist forward. A short while later, silence settled over the area. The once cocky travelers were now scattered across the ground, groaning in defeat. Hansu dusted off his hands and glanced around, only then realizing that 3 entire days had already slipped away. As he took in the ruined landscape around him, his expression tightened. The calamities had probably already started moving. The calamity fish's life was fading fast, and that meant trouble. The longer Hansu had been delayed, the faster everything around him would begin falling apart. He clenched his jaw, annoyed that he had been unconscious for that long. Without wasting another second, Hansu pushed forward, his body blurring into motion as he prepared to leave. But before he could get very far, a sudden shimmer of light flared directly in front of him. A sheet of magic unfurled in midair, spreading wide and blocking his path like a glowing barrier. Hansu narrowed his eyes and lifted his gaze. Standing before him was Levanon Mikhail, an affiliate helper of the Valkyrie clan, smiling as though he had been waiting there all day. Hansu stopped in place, his voice firm and impatient. "Make it quick. I don't have time for games." Mikhail's grin widened as several figures appeared behind him, his subordinates gathering at his back. One of them stepped forward and mentioned that Sophia had been searching for Hansu, wondering aloud whether she still hadn't managed to find him. Mikhail turned his head slightly and muttered that those who had been helping the 7 Phantoms would have to answer for it, even though he carried the title of a Valkyrie affiliate. There was a quiet warning beneath his voice. In a place like this, no one was supposed to cross the line. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Mikhail leapt down from the nearby cliff and landed effortlessly in front of Hansu. But first, he declared, "I'll deal with you." A flash of light burst from his hand, and a sword formed out of thin air, shaped entirely from pure magic. Just as the tension reached its peak and both sides prepared to clash, a storm of fluttering pages suddenly filled the air. From inside that swirling curtain, Sophia stepped forward with a commanding presence. "Found you at last," she said, her eyes settling on Hansu. "You really do have a talent for getting tangled up with the wrong people. But I'm glad you're still in one piece." Mikhail glanced toward her, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Sophia?" He looked at her more carefully and asked, "Why are you searching for someone when you should be guarding your seat as one of the 7 Phantoms? Are you sure you understand what you're doing? We already know which side you've chosen." Sophia's gaze hardened at once. "I've already made my decision," he replied. "And what about you, Mikhail? Are you planning to stand in Hansu's way too?" Then she turned toward Hansu. I'll buy you time, she said simply, while energy began swirling around her body as she prepared to fight. Mikhail raised both hands slightly, as if trying to calm the situation before it exploded. Wait, there's no need for this, he said smoothly. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I only want to confirm one thing, whether Hansu here was truly the one who took down that monster, the Calamity Fish. Hansu's stare turned cold and unreadable. And what if I was? Mikhail's grin returned, sharp and knowing. Then I was right. He lowered his weapon, and, to everyone's surprise, extended his hand toward Hansu. Both Hansu and Sophia paused, caught off guard by the gesture. Even Mikhail's own men exchanged confused looks behind him. Come on, Mikhail said lightly. There's no need to be so tense. Take my hand. Sophia narrowed her eyes, suspicion clear in her face. What are you plotting, Mikhail? Why would someone like you suddenly want to cooperate with us? Hansu added in a flat voice. What do you get out of this? You don't seem like the kind of person who gives something away without taking something back. Mikhail chuckled as if the answer were obvious. Simple. Unlike Sophia, who is, let's say, a little compromised, I can offer you something much more direct. Real support. Resources, information, leverage. Call it a fair exchange. He looked between the two of them and smiled. Think about it, Hansu. For you, this isn't such a bad deal, is it? Mikhail lowered his hand slightly, and his expression softened. You know, he said, this place has been stagnant ever since I arrived. Nothing ever changes here. The same power, the same rules, repeating over and over, but then you appeared, and everything started shifting. A faint smile touched his face. I want that change to keep moving. I need someone who can stir these still waters, someone capable of creating a storm strong enough to shake the tides. Sophia crossed her arms, still clearly unconvinced. And you really think Hansu will agree to that? Hansu doesn't give Michael an answer immediately. Instead, he stays silent for a moment, his sharp eyes fixed on Michael's face as if weighing every word he just heard. Then his gaze drifts away, sweeping across the quiet, motionless world around them. The stillness feels almost unnatural, but somewhere in that silence, Hansu seems to sense it. Maybe there really are people left here who still want this place to change. At last, he lets out a low breath and mutters, All right, fine. The moment Michael hears it, his eyes brighten with open delight. Excellent, you won't regret. But before Michael can even finish his sentence, the ground beneath their feet suddenly lurches. A violent tremor rips through the area, and with a thunderous roar, the earth cracks wide open. Hansu's instincts flare in an instant. His expression hardens, and he shouts without hesitation. Move! Right then, the land erupts beneath them. Chunks of dirt and jagged stone blast upward, scattering through the air as the terrain splits apart. And from deep below the broken ground, a grotesque monster bursts upward. Its massive body covered in thick black thorns, its skin pulsing like boiling tar. At first glance, it resembles an enormous caterpillar, but at the center of its body, a huge circular mouth twists open hungrily, turning like a living pit. The stamp of the disgorging root has finally appeared. Michael goes completely still, his eyes stretching wide with horror. What in the world, where did that thing come from? The creature's mouth stretches even wider, and a pitch-black vortex begins to churn inside it. Michael's pupils shrink as the realization slams into him. A demon's mouth. Wait, don't tell me that's the stamp of the disgorging root. He knows the legends all too well. These monsters devour everything around them. Their hides can't be pierced by ordinary weapons. Magic can't properly restrain them. And worst of all, creatures like this are never supposed to appear alone. Terror spreads through Michael's men in an instant. Their formation collapses, and the soldiers scatter, sprinting in every direction just to survive. But one after another, the slower, unluckier ones are dragged straight off their feet and swallowed into that spinning, ravenous mouth. A sharp scream tears through the air as one soldier's arm suddenly withers before everyone's eyes, turning thin and hollow as if the flesh inside has been sucked dry and eaten from within. Michael grits his teeth so hard his jaw tightens, his mind racing in panic. This doesn't make any sense. A monster of this level should never have been able to crawl all the way up to the surface. But in the middle of all that chaos, Hansu simply steps forward, his face calm, his posture steady, completely untouched by fear. With one clean, explosive movement, he swings his weapon. The blade flashes through the air and cuts straight through the nearest demon, splitting it apart as easily as if its body were nothing but thin paper. Michael stares at him, stunned beyond words. He just sliced through it like it was nothing. Hansu turns his head slightly, his voice calm but firm. We're going inside. Michael blinks, trying to process what he just heard. Inside? What are you? Wait, what? Before Michael can finish protesting, Hansu grabs him by the collar and launches himself straight toward the creature's gaping mouth. Michael screams as both of them plunge into the swallowing darkness, only to crash down inside a slick, pulsing tunnel. Hansu lands lightly and perfectly on his feet, as if jumping into a monster's body is nothing unusual. Michael, on the other hand, slams onto the ground with a heavy thud. You could have warned me, he yells, glaring up from the floor. Hansu smirks faintly. You're terrible at landing. Michael scrambles back up, furious. And whose fault is that? Who in their right mind drags someone into a demon's mouth? Hansu calmly looks around, not bothered at all by the thick liquid gathering beneath their feet. Didn't you say you were going to help me? Then help. Michael lowers his gaze and notices the ground beneath them, glistening with a strange, translucent fluid. It doesn't look like blood. It's something different entirely. This looks like nutrient fluid, he mutters, his voice tense as unease creeps into his expression. Hansu's tone turns strangely curious. Tell me, Michael, do you know what all calamities have in common? Michael frowns, thrown off by the sudden question. What kind of thing is that to ask right now? But before Hansu can answer, the walls around them begin to shake. The entire inside of the creature starts to writhe and shudder, alive and moving around them. Michael stiffens as fear rises in his chest. Hansu's hand tightens around his weapon. His eyes narrow toward the darkness ahead. Get ready! Something's coming! And then they see it, shapes crawling out of the black tunnel in front of them. A swarm of monsters pours forward, climbing over one another in a writhing mass, charging at them with razor-sharp limbs, snapping jaws and gnashing teeth. Michael's eyes go wide as the horde rushes closer. There's no way those are red zone beasts. He squeezes his eyes shut for a split second, bracing himself for the impact. Hansu, however, only lifts his weapon with absolute calm. Perfect timing, he murmurs. Panic flashes across Michael's face as he sees the endless tide of monsters flooding toward them. Then instinct takes over, and he turns to run. His heart pounds wildly in his chest. This is insane. We can't take all of them on, he shouts, his voice bouncing through the cavern-like tunnel. But Hansu doesn't retreat, and he doesn't even flinch. His grip closes tighter around his sword as he speaks in a steady voice. All calamities share one thing in common. Their power is fueled by dragon arts. That's what keeps them alive. The blade begins to hum softly in his hand, sending a low vibration through the heavy air. And that's exactly why I can cut them down. Hansu steps forward, unwavering. Michael, stop looking back. There's no retreat in here. The only path left is forward. So keep fighting. With one sweeping motion, Hansu swings his sword and releases a massive arc of energy. The wave surges through the tunnel like a storm, tearing straight into the horde and swallowing the monsters whole. The blast of force roars through the demon's body, shaking the walls around them. In only a few seconds, the entire front line of beasts is ripped apart and wiped out. Michael stands rooted in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is he even doing that? His mind can't keep up with what he's seeing. Hansu is pushing through that chaos alone, cutting a path through the monsters as if the danger barely exists. He really is that strong, then. Just as that thought hits Michael, a sharp voice cuts through the noise. You don't get it, Sophia says. She steps forward through the darkness, magical power already gathering around her body. You've only just met Hansu. Her aura bursts outward as her spellbooks snap open in midair around her. With one swift gesture, Sophia summons a rushing torrent of magic that slams into the remaining monsters, ripping them apart and devouring them almost instantly. Then she turns toward Hansu with a faint, knowing smirk. You really thought I'd let you disappear without saying anything? She asks. Did you assume I'd just trail behind you silently? Hansu glances at her, his voice cold but steady. I know your personality. Sophia's eyes narrow at once. You haven't known me long enough to say that. Michael looks back and forth between them, completely baffled. Why are you two talking so casually right now? We should be running. Sophia doesn't even bother answering him. Her gaze stays firm and her voice doesn't waver. I came here to fight beside Hansu, she says. If you're scared, Michael, then run. No one is stopping you. Michael raises a hand and wipes the cold sweat from his brow. His breathing still uneven as the nightmare around them continues to close in. Frustration tightening every line of his face as he tries to steady his breathing. The ground shakes again beneath their feet, and from the darkness, another wave of monsters begins crawling into view. Michael's face turns grim as he stares at the endless shadows. This place, it just keeps going, he mutters. They're still coming. There's no way only two people can deal with all of this. Sophia raises her voice over the deafening noise. Hansu, they're coming this way. But before she can fully respond, a sharp blast of freezing wind rushes past her shoulder and cuts straight into the horde. The monsters collapse almost instantly, their bodies shredded apart as if invisible blades had sliced through them from every direction. Sophia turns back in surprise. Behind her, Michael stands with a glowing relic clenched tightly in his hand. Don't misunderstand, he says, his voice steadier now than before. I said I'd help Hansu, and I'm not the type to break my word. The wind coils harder around him as his gaze sharpens. Besides, I want to witness it myself. The power of the Seven Phantoms is meant to amplify real strength. If you truly have the ability to change the red zone, then I want to see exactly how far you can push forward. Sophia looks at him for a moment, hearing the sincerity behind his words. Then her expression firms. Then stand with us, she says. You'll get your answer soon enough. The three of them begin moving together like a single force. Hansu takes the front, cutting open the path ahead, while Sophia forms spells behind him, and Michael releases blade-like waves of wind across the battlefield. One monster after another crashes down before them, their furious roars dying out one by one, until only echoes remain in the pulsing darkness. After a battle that feels like it has dragged on forever, the final beast in front of them finally collapses to the ground. Michael breathes hard, wiping a streak of blood from his cheek as he looks around. We're still alive, but barely. They're forcing us back. How long are we supposed to keep this up? Hansu quietly scans the area, his eyes narrowing as he senses the change around them. The air feels lighter, he says. No, their numbers are dropping. The first wave is almost over. He turns his head toward Sophia. You can see it too, right? Sophia gives a small nod, her eyes glowing faintly while countless pages whirl around her. I've been tracking their movements since the moment you arrived, she says. I already know where the next target is hiding. I just need a little more time to pinpoint the exact location. Hansu nods once and tightens his grip around his sword again. Then we move as soon as you're ready. Sophia lifts her staff and divine light shines through her eyes. Activate God Skara. In an instant, countless luminous eyes bloom around her like ghostly stars, scattering through the dark, cavernous space. Each glowing eye darts forward, searching through the twisting tunnels, exposing hidden passages and tracing every monster lurking in their path. As those visions begin pouring into Sophia's mind, true image of the disgorging root slowly becomes clearer. This calamity is far more complicated than it first seemed, and its internal structure resembles the calamity fish in a chilling way. On the outside, it is wrapped in a shell that rejects damage, a body that cannot be properly harmed from beyond its surface. The demon's mouth they entered is only one part of it, nothing more than an organ connected to its feeding system. The real body, the true heart of the disgorging root, is buried far below, hidden deep beneath the world tree itself. It is concealed, protected, and almost impossible to touch. Sophia narrows her eyes as she studies the pulsing walls around them. If there's a path leading to it, she murmurs, then it has to be through the same opening those monsters are using. She slowly guides her staff through the air, following the flow of energy running through the creature's body. Her God Skara orbs shoot deeper into the tunnels, searching further and further until suddenly a flash appears. A huge, frantic shadow fills her vision for a split second, but before she can focus on it clearly, the orb is crushed. The connection snaps away in an instant. I found it, Sophia says, tightening both hands around her staff. But that area is crawling with monsters. They keep severing my connection before I can get close. Approaching it directly will be almost impossible. Hansu steps forward without the slightest hesitation. That's not a problem. He closes his fist, and a storm of energy begins gathering around his body, swelling as if it is about to burst. It'll only take a moment. A deep rumble spreads through the air as Hansu's power surges higher. His arms start to shine, and scale-like patterns form across his skin, spreading all the way down to his hands. In only seconds, his flesh changes completely, becoming dense, radiant, and charged with living power. Sophia and Michael both step back on instinct, their eyes widening at the sight. "What is that?" Michael whispers. Hansu raises his transformed arm, veins pulsing with dragon energy arts, he says calmly. This won't take long. The air around him bends under the heavy pressure rolling off his body. Sophia watches him closely, realizing just how much stronger Hansu has become since the last time she saw him fight. Even the energy radiating from him feels like a weapon ready to strike. Michael's voice sinks into a stunned murmur. He's changing his own body, that's an energy art technique. But I've never seen anything like this before. He turns towards Sophia, still staring wide-eyed. Is that really Kang Hansu? Sophia's fingers tighten around her spellbook. That form won't last forever. She warns him sharply. We only get one chance to finish this before the transformation fades. And she steps beside Hansu, her calm voice edged with determination. No matter how strong you are, you can't cut through all of them by yourself. I'll open the path. You focus only on striking the core. Her book shines as she activates a support spell. Clan information awakens, releasing countless streams of light and data. The battlefield around them begins to shift, and new routes tear open as her magic distorts the space ahead. Hansu gives one firm nod. Good. Then his gaze shifts toward Michael. And you? Michael exhales sharply, keeping his grip on the relic. I already contacted the Surface Clan. I don't know exactly when they'll arrive. But they will come. He raises the relic once more as violent wind coils around him. Still, I'm not just going to stand aside while you two fight. Whether help makes it in time or not, I'll hold the line. Hansu's mouth curves into a faint smirk. Then let's move. The air suddenly fills with the shrieking cries of monsters. 3 massive beasts come charging through the tunnel, each one relentless, each one rushing straight toward the trio. The ground trembles under their weight, and the roar of battle swells once again. Hansu steps forward, his dragon arms glowing even brighter than before. Let's end this, he says. For a brief moment, Hansu stands in silence, watching the monsters close the distance. Something in the air feels strangely familiar. The pulsing energy, the crushing tension, the sensation of standing before a decisive clash. It all pulls him back to a moment from his past. Memory he can't simply push away rises inside him. Hansu exhales slowly, his gaze sharpening. Now's the time. He reaches into his pouch and pulls out the divine stone fragment. A faint glow beats from it like a living heart. Without a shred of hesitation, Hansu tightens his fingers around it. Sophia notices the movement immediately and frowns. Hansu, what are you doing? What do you think you're going to gain by crushing that? Hansu glances at her only briefly, his expression calm, steady, and completely resolved. I'm not breaking it, he says. I'm unlocking it. With those words, he pours his mana straight into the fragment. The divine stone responds instantly. Light bursts outward as Hansu lifts his sword high, and the fragment dissolves into the blade as if being absorbed by it. Then, in the next breath, a blinding wave of energy erupts, and an explosive storm of mana tears across the battlefield. With one wide, decisive swing, Hansu brings his sword down and releases a crushing slash that rips across the battlefield, tearing open the ground and erasing the charging monsters in a single flash. The impact rolls through the area like thunder, shaking everything around them. Hansu steadies his stance and looks down at the glowing weapon in his hands, feeling the power still surging through it. So Jangesu really understood what he had. He mutters. The energy inside the blade doesn't feel like ordinary mana at all. It feels alive, almost breathing in his grip. And for the first time since this fight began, Hansu can feel it clearly. This battle is winnable. A faint, ghostly screen flickers into existence before his eyes, its glowing words hovering over the battlefield. Forgotten Blade, Galadriel's relic. Hansu's gaze sharpens as he reads it. So this is Galadriel's relic. One swing alone can release this much power. He quickly looks toward Sophia and Michael. Get ready, he says, his voice sharp and urgent. Raise your weapons. We're finishing this now. Sophia lifts her staff at once, but the sudden flood of mana crashes into her like a wave, making her arms shake as she struggles to hold it steady. Before Sophia can lose control, Hansu reaches out and sends his mana flowing into both her and Michael. The air around Sophia ripples, and the fragments attached to her spellbook begin glowing in response. The resonance grows stronger, threads of energy twisting together until a new power awakens. Artifact skill, Inhaler. A stream of light pours from Sophia's hands into Hansu's weapon, driving his strength even higher. The transfer is perfectly smooth, her magic feeding directly into his blade. Hansu understands the relic's purpose in an instant. Galadriel's relic isn't simply a tool for raw power. Its true value is connection, a forgotten artifact that only awakens through a divine stone fragment. It is a weapon that turns unity itself into strength. Green mana coils up Hansu's arm and wraps tightly around the blade. This relic is useless unless it's awakened, he murmurs. But now it's alive. For a brief moment, his thoughts shift to Sophia, and his resolve hardens. He won't let her die here. With fresh power surging through her, Sophia cuts through the approaching monsters, her magic bursting outward like countless flashing blades. Michael joins her at once, sending sharp currents of wind across the field, while Hansu's strikes burn through everything that dares to block their path. Then another voice tears through the chaos from behind the front line. Don't let them push you back, Eren shouts. He is breathing hard, swinging his weapon wildly as beasts swarm around him from every side. There are even more of them coming. I've never seen this many gather at once. Eren blocks another attack with a strained grunt, sweat running down his face. Where are the reinforcements? Has anyone called for help yet? At that exact moment, a pigeon streaks through the smoky sky, its wings faintly catching the light as it cuts across the battlefield. Eren spots it and yells, "That's Michael's carrier bird. He must have sent a request for backup." But before the bird can reach the horizon, a black projectile slices through the air with a sharp flick. The pigeon jerks violently in mid-flight, then drops lifelessly toward the ground. A figure steps out from the shadows and catches the falling bird with effortless precision. Lu Hong. Eren growls, his eyes burning with rage. What the hell are you doing here? Lu Hong looks down at the crushed bird in his hand and lets out a cold smirk. So you were the one sneaking around my territory? His fingers tighten, crunch. The pigeon's remains crumble into dust in his palm. I was wondering who dared cross the line, Lu Hong says coolly. Now I know. The air grows tense and heavy as Lu Hong, the representative of Beacon, steps forward and makes his presence known across the battlefield. His voice cuts through the chaos like a command. Beacon has already made its position clear, he says. We are searching for Kang Hansu. Anything connected to the calamities falls under Beacon's jurisdiction. With a curt gesture, he points toward the helpers. Step back now. Aaron clenches his weapon, anger boiling through his voice. You want us to retreat with this many monsters charging at us? Lu Hong's lips curve into a cold, dismissive smile. You misunderstand me. I didn't come here to play the hero. You handle the small nuisances on the surface, he says, pausing as his gaze lowers, while Beacon deals with matters that actually matter. Behind him, more figures begin stepping out one after another, Lu Hong's men. They wear Beacon's dark insignia and stand ready for battle. Then Lu Hong slams his fist into the ground, his calm mask cracking for a brief instant as he growls. Michael, a first helper, huh? His shout echoes against the cavern walls. Michael stiffens and turns sharply toward him. Lu Hong, what are you doing here? Lu Hong's eyes narrow, his voice turning icy. You move freely inside my territory, and you think you won't have to answer for it? This is Beacon's domain. Don't test our patience. He steps closer, glaring with a look as sharp as a drawn blade. You first helpers should know your place. Keep interfering, and even fools like you will learn what consequences feel like. But before anyone can respond, the entire cavern suddenly shakes with a deep, violent rumble. Everyone looks back at once. The entrance they came through is gone. The living walls shift and curl inward, sealing them inside piece by piece. What the? Lu Hong shouts, slamming his palm against the stone-like wall. Why is it closing? The demon's mouth, it's changing shape. That should be impossible. Michael manages a faint smirk despite the danger surrounding them. Well, this is going to be a problem, he says lightly. Using skills down here is harder than it is outside. Looks like we're all trapped together now. Lu Hong glares at him, but then his expression shifts as he notices something strange. The pigeon Michael sent for help somehow pulled a powerful presence toward this place. That bird must have been meant to summon someone important. Lu Hong clenches his jaw as the situation sinks in. Fine. If we want to survive, we fight together for now. Michael gives a reluctant nod. Agreed. But before he can say anything else, a thunderous crash interrupts them. On top of a massive monster's head, a lone figure appears, standing tall with his sword drawn and his aura blazing around him. His voice slices through the chaos. Enough talking, move if you want to live. For a single heartbeat, the battlefield falls silent. Lu Hong stares up at him, stunned by the overwhelming power radiating from his body. Oh, is that? He mutters under his breath. Then recognition begins to hit him. Could it be the man who defeated the Calamity Fish? His face hardens as the name forms in his mind. Kang Hansu. With the exit sealed behind them, Lu Hong knows there is no point wasting strength on arguments that will get them all killed. He grits his teeth and gives the order. Advance. Beacon soldiers surge forward, their weapons flashing in the dim light. Chains whip through the air, swords are drawn tight, and the ground continues to tremble beneath their feet. Lu Hong pulls out a small feather glowing with emerald light, the feather of the World Tree. With this, he thinks he can force an emergency extraction if the situation turns bad. I have to report this to him. Lu Hong glances toward Hansu, determination flickering through his eyes. I'll deal with you later, Kang Hansu. You may be growing fast, but that power of yours must be coming from that phantom, Sophia. Then Hansu turns and his gaze meets Lu Hong's. Your strength won't be enough, he says quietly. Lu Hong's hand freezes on his weapon. What? For a brief moment, a tempting thought crosses his mind, the recognition, the authority, the title. If he defeats Hansu here, he could be appointed Assault Commander. His eyes narrow. Tell me something, Kang Hansu. Hansu steps forward, his voice calm yet cutting. You won't last long in your current state. You've grown weaker. Lu Hong's brow furrows. What did you? Hansu lowers his hood, and the dim light falls across his face. Lu Hong's breath catches, his eyes widening in disbelief. You? The realization strikes Lu Hong like a physical blow. It's him. At the same time, a sudden pulse ripples across the battlefield. Hansu blinks in surprise as mana floods through his body, surging much faster than he intended. The energy spreads outward like lightning, and before Hansu can fully contain it, it rushes through everyone nearby, his allies, and even Lu Hong's men. A stunned silence follows as both sides freeze in place. Everyone stands wide-eyed while the shared power courses through their limbs, amplifying their strength all at once. Hansu releases a slow breath. This wasn't supposed to happen, he mutters under his breath. Even for him, sharing magic with this many people at once is too much to handle easily. The mana weighs heavily inside him, dragging at his core as the flow spreads wider. Stay sharp, he calls out, his voice cutting firmly through the chaos. Control your flow, don't lose focus. The soldiers tighten their hands around their weapons, the glow of magic now pulsing through each of their bodies. The air trembles with raw energy. Then the ground beneath them begins to quake, and from the center of the battlefield, something enormous starts to rise. Its shape is a grotesque fusion of twisted roots and exposed bone, and its entire body gives off a divine yet corrupted light. Its skin ripples like burning bark twisting under flame. And from deep within that monstrous body, a voice echoes outward. "You dare intrude upon my roots?" The creature's eyes snap open, blazing green with fury. "I am not ready to fall. You will be unmade, intruder." Hansu tightens his stance, his sword humming with energy. "Then stop talking," he mutters, "and try." The battle explodes once again as a swarm of monsters bursts from the dungeon tunnels, screeching wildly as they spill across the field. Ground fractures beneath the monsters' charge, cracks racing outward with every violent step. Lu Hong moves forward through the shaking battlefield, both hands tightening around his weapon. He can feel it clearly now, Kang Hansu's overwhelming presence, spreading across the entire battlefield like a crushing wave. The air around Hansu burns with the force of Dragon Claw, his transformed energy ripping through the horde like a raging storm. Lu Hong's lips curl into a faint smirk. "So this is what it feels like," he whispers to himself. Incredible. But the longer Lu Hong watches Hansu fight, the more that small grin fades from his face. The gap between them is too obvious to deny. For the first time in his life, Lu Hong feels true powerlessness, the weight of Hansu's strength, pressing down on him like gravity itself. His fists clench until his knuckles tighten, and his own energy bursts outward in defiance. "No," he growls, his aura flaring violently around him. "I refuse to be overshadowed." The sudden surge shocks even the soldiers under his command. But deep inside, Lu Hong knows the truth. This still isn't anywhere near enough. Hansu's power remains on a completely different level. He doesn't even realize how strong he's become. Lu Hong thinks bitterly. Even this cursed place, the demon's mouth itself, can't truly restrain him. The dungeon walls shimmer with layered magic, ancient and far stronger than anything around them. Yet Lu Hong can see it plainly. If Hansu wanted to, he could tear straight through it. If I can keep pace with him, Lu Hong thinks, if I survive this, the higher ranks will have no choice but to notice me. I'll rise above the rest. I won't end up like Karl's Morin, dying a meaningless death. A monstrous claw crashes down beside him, shaking the ground. Lu Hong reacts instantly and slashes upward, but before he can recover, the creature's second limb lashes out from another angle, coiling around his torso and locking him in a crushing grip. Lu Hong grits his teeth, pain flashing across his face. "Tick! Let go!" The pressure tightens around him, his breath catches in his throat, and then his mana flow suddenly cuts off. The energy sustaining his body vanishes as if something has drained it dry. What's happening? Why can't I feel my power? He struggles violently, his eyes darting around in search of the cause. Then a blast of white light slams into the monster and forces it to release him. Sophia stands nearby, her spellbook glowing faintly in her trembling hands. "That's all I can do," she says evenly. "You'll have to handle the rest yourself." Lu Hong catches himself and pants hard, forcing his body steady. When his eyes meet Sophia's, he understands it immediately. Without her magic backing him up, he wouldn't survive even a minute in this place. She really is the most heretical of the phantoms, he thinks bitterly. And yet, right now, he needs her. Lu Hong looks away and snaps his order with a sharp voice. "Assault team, hold your ground, don't let even one monster through." His soldiers roar back in response and quickly reform their battle line. Sophia lowers one hand to her chest, letting out a quiet, strained sigh. She can feel her mana wavering badly, her magic flickering out of rhythm and growing unstable. Her eyes drift toward Hansu in the distance, where his energy burns hotter, wilder, and more dangerous with every passing moment. So it's true, she thinks. His power is starting to lose control. If this keeps going, the battlefield trembles again as the fight drags forward. Hansu's blade glowing brighter with each swing, while the divine energy inside him strains against its limits. And above them, buried deep within the walls of the demon's mouth, something ancient begins to stir. Sophia looks toward the dark passage leading deeper into the dungeon. Faint tremors echo from within, and for the first time, uncertainty flickers across her face. What's happening in there? Her thoughts are cut off by Hansu's voice. His tone is calm, firm, and already decided. I'm going in. Sophia's head snaps toward him. What? That's too dangerous, she warns, her expression tightening. We haven't even cleared the monsters from the last corridor yet. Hansu shakes his head, completely composed. If we stay here, we'll only burn ourselves out. We can't keep fighting like this forever. The only way forward is through. He glances down at his bag, unstraps it, and hands it to her. I can't leave anything behind. I'll go first. Follow when you can? Sophia hesitates for a moment, then gives a reluctant nod. All right, but don't you dare die before I get there. Hansu answers with a small nod, then steps into the dungeon's darkness, his figure disappearing as the sounds of battle fade behind him. Moments later, far beneath the earth, light begins to flicker in the heart of the root chamber. From a massive, pulsating plant, golden mana spreads through the cavern veins like flowing blood. In the center of that glow stands an army, the Elvenheim Guard, waiting in complete silence. At their head stands Fabian, their commander, towering over the chamber with his body wrapped in sacred energy. The last of Elvenheim remains here. Hansu's footsteps echo as he descends into the luminous chamber. His sword hums in his hand, wrapped in emerald mana. He stops right at the edge of the threshold, his eyes narrowing as he studies the space ahead. The moment I cross this line, he thinks, they'll come after me. Then he feels the air shift. Hansu launches forward, his blade raised high as he strikes in a blur of speed and force. The figure answers with terrifying speed, spinning around and smashing its arm into the stone with enough force to send fragments flying like deadly shrapnel. Hansu ducks beneath the scattering debris, and his sword collides with the creature's massive hand. The impact sends shockwaves rolling through the ground, making it clear just how monstrous Fabian's strength truly is. Fabian strikes downward again, trying to crush Hansu completely beneath the blow. Hansu plants his feet into the stone, his muscles tightening as he refuses to give ground. From the ring on his hand, Nirmaha's ring, a burst of red mana explodes outward, crimson energy dancing across his blade like living fire. Hansu catches the briefest hesitation in Fabian's movement. So you're still alive beneath all that, he mutters. Then I know exactly what I have to do. He grips his sword even tighter and channels everything into it. The awakening of the relic, the power of the divine stone fragment, and the authority sealed within Nirmaha's ring. The authority of destruction. The red mana flares wildly, and the very air seems to scream as that power ignites. Hansu swings his sword, sending the force crashing into the Guardian with unstoppable momentum. The strike lands. A guttural sound tears from Fabian as he reels backward, crimson light burning deep into his body. The shockwave rips through the chamber and shatters the outer layer of protective magic. Hansu lowers his sword slightly, watching Fabian with careful eyes. That should have broken your defense, he says under his breath. Fabian staggers, the wound more severe than even Hansu expected. But as he falls back, his body immediately begins regenerating, mana pulsing through the damaged flesh. Hansu exhales and steadies his grip. No choice, he mutters. I'll just have to hit harder. Their clash ignites again, sword against fist, red mana crashing against divine light. The ground splits open beneath their feet from the force of their exchange. Fabian gathers his power and smashes the floor, launching jagged shards of stone toward Hansu like a storm of blades. Hansu knocks the fragments aside, but then he catches a flicker of movement. From the shadows, more figures emerge. 5 silhouettes step into view, armored and glowing with faint ghostly green light. Hansu freezes for half a second. Echidran, he mutters, recognizing them at once. The 5 generals of Elvenheim. Their presence fills the chamber with an ancient, crushing power, the dead warriors of an age long forgotten. So that's how it is, Hansu says quietly. Exactly what I'd expect from the fallen generals of Elvenheim. Ancient mechanisms still function with a precision that has survived the flow of time. The glowing relics pulse in rhythm with the chamber's heartbeat, guarding the ruins just as fiercely as they must have done countless ages ago. Hansu wipes blood from his lips and exhales sharply. So that's it, he mutters. Even after all this time, they're still protecting the roots. Pain shoots through his arm, and Hansu glances down. His right arm is shattered, the bones splintered from his last exchange with Fabian. Even then, a faint smirk appears on his face. Not bad. I've grown faster than I thought. A flicker of light dances in front of his eyes, and a message appears. Skill utilization, 73% efficiency. Hansu grits his teeth. Even with his rapid growth and the reinforcement from the Red Room gear, the result confirms what he already knows. The damage from those relics can't be fully negated. Hansu steadies his breathing and pulls his thoughts back to the plan. He had already divided his power, leaving the assault above to his allies while he pushed alone toward the core. Everything had unfolded as expected, except for one thing. The generals of Elvenheim had entered the battle, and each of them carried relics with terrifying power, wielding them with the flawless precision of warriors from a forgotten age. Hansu had managed to awaken his own relic through the divine stone fragment. But drawing out its full potential was a completely different challenge. His real target was never the generals themselves. What he needed to destroy was the force behind them, the ancient energy source keeping their endless defense alive. Then a heavy tremor rolls through the chamber. The floor cracks apart. The walls throb like living flesh, and another flood of light surges across the room. Hansu's eyes widen as he understands it. The next layer of the defense system has activated. Monsters begin dragging themselves out from the fractures in the ground, hundreds of them crawling into the chamber. But these are not ordinary beasts born from chaos. Their movements are too precise, too organized, almost mechanical, as if every step is being guided by the same invisible command. The Galadrian army has awakened. Their armor shines like flowing silver, and their eyes glow with a faint blue light touched by divine magic. They march forward as one, blades drawn, their unity so perfect it feels overwhelming. Hansu's jaw tightens. So now it's a numbers game. He raises his sword, its edge burning with both red and green mana. Fine, he mutters. I have something for that too. Just as the front line starts closing in, flashes of light suddenly burst from behind him. His allies have arrived at last. Sophia, Lu Hong, and the remaining assault team rush into the chamber with their weapons drawn, stepping straight into the heart of the battle. Sophia's eyes widen the moment she sees what is waiting inside. This can't be, she whispers, her voice barely steady. The Galadrian army, they were created to protect this place, not tear it apart. Her voice trembles as the truth sinks in. They're being controlled by the disgorging root. Beside her, Lu Hong steps forward, wind magic coating the edge of his blade. So this is the disturbance I felt earlier, he mutters grimly. I never imagined it would be something like this. His gaze shifts toward Hansu, who stands in the middle of the chaos, surrounded by the living, the dead, and the ancient guardians in between. How far does he plan to take this? Lu Hong wonders, and how long can he keep fighting in that state? The army surges forward again. Hansu swings his sword and cleaves through two massive soldiers at once, but their wounds begin knitting themselves shut almost immediately. His expression tightens with frustration. Regeneration. He pivots without slowing down and cuts through another enemy. But the result is the same again. The torn flesh closes before the strike can truly finish them. Then a faint whisper of air reaches him a second too late. Hansu twists his body and narrowly avoids an attack from behind, but the blade still grazes his shoulder, tearing through his armor and drawing blood. He stumbles a half step, breathing hard. Damn it, fighting two at once like this. Both enemies advance again, their weapons raised. Hansu's vision starts to blur from blood loss, but he forces his body to keep moving. His dragon energy arms flicker weakly, the power that once burned like a raging flame now sputtering under the strain. He steadies the sword with his left hand. If I keep forcing dragon energy like this, he thinks, my body is going to break down first. Even so, his eyes harden. Retreat is not an option. Hansu's breathing turns rough, each inhale sharp and painful, like broken glass in his lungs. He pushes draconic energy through his body to mend shattered bones and seal torn flesh, while at the same time pouring mana into his weapon. That double flow drives him to the edge. His blood vessels strain under the pressure, ready to burst at any moment. But his mind stays cold and focused. Ignore the pain, he tells himself. There is only one target now. Everything else fades away. Only the central heart of the roots matters. Deep within the structure once called Elvenheim, a vast circular chamber rests at the core, surrounded by colossal stone hands frozen in solemn gestures. Each hand stands for one of the ancient rulers who once governed the Red Zone. Long ago, those rulers created both a magical and biological ecosystem. The World Tree was a living system designed to maintain balance across the Red Zone. Beneath it, at the very foundation, they buried a single sacred plant, the source of all life in the region. It was hidden and protected, meant to serve as the heart of stability itself. But over the centuries, that sacred plant began to slip out of control from the very energies meant to sustain it. Another existence was born, a twisted offshoot known as the disgorging root. It had originally been made to nourish the plant, but it mutated into a calamity of its own. It lost the authority to heal or destroy, leaving it with only one purpose, delaying the inevitable collapse. Now Hansu understands why the ancient security systems have awakened. Their true role is not simply to defend this place. They are buying time before everything fails completely. Piece by piece, Hansu puts the rest together. The army of Elvenheim is still here. Its warriors were preserved through forbidden magic, commanded by the 5 generals of Elvenheim and bound by oaths from an ancient era. Their immortal bodies still hold the strength they possessed in their prime. They cannot truly die. Every time they are destroyed, the sacred plant's energy brings them back again, granting them regeneration without limit. An army that refuses to fall. Hansu's expression hardens as he reaches the answer. So it isn't the soldiers I need to destroy, it's the heart that keeps sustaining them. He weighs the only path left to him, dragonification through the dragon energy arts. It can give him the overwhelming force he needs, but the cost to his body will be brutal. Even so, victory will remain impossible unless he cuts down the root itself. His gaze drops to Nurmaha's ring, pulsing with crimson light around his finger. Red energy flares outward and wraps around him like a burning veil. The 5 gems don't matter anymore, he murmurs. Only destruction does. The authority of destruction begins resonating with the green energy flowing through his sword. The relic, the divine stone fragment, and the power of dragonification start to merge together, 3 overwhelming forces aligning into a single current. Mana roars around Hansu like a storm as he grips his sword with both hands. Let's end this. Hansu charges. His speed is blinding, his body flickering once before vanishing into pure motion. Fabian, the last guardian of Elvenheim, barely raises his weapon before the first strike crashes down. The clash rings out like thunder, and every blow that follows is heavier than the last. Hansu's blade tears through the air, its red-green arc carving across Fabian's armor. Sparks and fragments explode outward as Fabian staggers, his shield of Galadrian relic steel beginning to fracture under the pressure. Hansu doesn't stop. He drives forward relentlessly, every swing carrying the combined force of the awakened relic and the divine stone fragment. The authority of destruction spreads through the chamber, burning through ancient enchantments. Come on, Hansu roars, his eyes blazing. Regenerate if you can. His next strike lands squarely across Fabian's chest, and the ancient warrior reels backward as light bleeds from the wound. Hansu stands over him, his sword trembling with crimson fury. Let's see if even relics can survive this. He pours every remaining drop of power into the blade. And for a moment, the world itself seems to split. Fabian is forced backward, unable to raise even a proper defense. Hansu's relentless assault gives him no room to breathe and no time to counter. Each blow lands with even greater force than the one before it, shaking the ancient chamber again and again. But then something changes. Fresh surge of power erupts from the far end of the room. The air ripples and grows heavy, thick with killing intent. From the shadows steps Ikidran, one of the 5 generals of Elvenheim. His expression reveals nothing, but his presence alone presses down on the chamber like a crushing weight. Without saying a word, Ikidran raises his hand. From his palm, a string of living beads emerges, spinning in the air before launching toward Hansu like a storm of spears. Hansu reacts instantly, twisting away as the first bead slices past him. Each one tears through stone as easily as paper. Even while dodging, Hansu studies their movement closely. So that's it, he realizes mid-motion. Each bead has the same density as Fabian's armor. A sharp grin pulls at his lips, which means they can be broken. He still hasn't pushed himself to the absolute limit. Hansu pivots and swings, his sword flashing as it cuts through one of the beads with explosive precision. The metallic sphere splits cleanly in half. But Hansu freezes for a split second. Wait, did it divide on its own? Realization flickers through his mind, that cunning bastard. He released the magic chi from his own relic to lure me in. Hansu's eyes narrow as long as the main body remains intact. Even if the relic's outer shell is damaged, it will simply restore itself again. Ikidran keeps pressing the attack, his hands moving faster as bead after bead tears through the air with frightening speed. Kang Hansu moves through the storm without hesitation, slipping between the flying beads and knocking aside the ones he cannot fully avoid. But in that relentless barrage, one bead finally breaks past his guard. It crashes hard into his back. The blow ripples through his entire body, shaking him from his spine outward and forcing the breath out of his lungs in a single painful burst. A burning pain races up his spine, sharp enough to make his vision blur. But Hansu refuses to fall. He clenches his jaw, forces himself to stay upright, and breathes out through the pain. It hurts, he mutters under his breath, but it still is not enough. Sweat mixes with blood as it drips from his chin, and he steadies his sword again, knowing that even if the relic's shape is damaged, its true power will not simply disappear. Ikidran rises higher into the air, with the beads circling around him like a deadly constellation waiting to fall. The pressure inside the chamber becomes heavier, almost suffocating, but Hansu only lifts his gaze with a cold, unshaken expression. Come on then, he murmurs. Let's see just how much magic that thing of yours can really endure. Far above, the surface battlefield is still drowning in chaos. Hansu's allies remain locked in a brutal struggle against Galadrian's forces, while an endless tide of undead warriors keeps pushing forward without pause. The ground shakes beneath everyone's feet. One exhausted soldier nearly collapses where he stands, clutching at his chest as he struggles to breathe. "How many times are we supposed to keep doing this?" he gasps. The magic in this place is completely unstable. He forces out, his legs trembling beneath him. "It is so heavy and twisted that I can barely move my own body. If we had not received that last buff," he mutters, still panting for air, "I would already be lying dead on the ground by now." Before he can even steady himself or take another proper breath, a grotesque shadow begins rising behind him, its twisted shape looming over his back. "Watch out." Michael moves before the creature can strike, his blade flashing in a clean arc as it cuts straight through the monster's body. The soldier whirls around in panic, breathing hard as he stares at the monster's remains. How much longer are we supposed to keep holding out like this? We cut them down, and they just crawl right back up again. Michael wipes the filth from his blade and steps forward, his voice sharp. "Stay focused. These things will revive, so be ready the moment they move." The soldier glares back at him, exhaustion twisting into anger. "This is all because of your group." Before Michael can answer, a burst of brilliant light slams into the monsters ahead. Sophia's magic tears through the horde in one sweeping blast, scattering the creatures like dust in the wind. She turns her head toward the soldier, her eyes calm but firm. "Complaining will not change anything," she says coldly. The soldier freezes, his eyes widening as he looks at her in disbelief. His voice shakes as he blurts out, Where is Sophia?" Sophia steps closer and gently places a hand on his shoulder, grounding him before his panic can spread. "I'm right here," she says quietly. "Forget everything else for now and focus on fighting. If you lose yourself here, none of us are getting out of this place alive." The soldier swallows hard and gives a weak nod. Her calm conviction leaves him shaken, but it also pulls him back to himself. Meanwhile, Leo continues fighting two monsters from a distance, his glowing arrows cutting through the air and punching cleanly through their rotting armor. As he fires, Leo glances toward Sophia, and his expression softens for a moment. He realizes he had been wrong about her. Sophia Virage is not merely someone with a sharp instinct for sensing danger. She understands the danger in front of her, accepts it, and moves before it can swallow her whole. The battlefield remains a storm of noise, blood, and broken steel. On one side, Fabian lies in ruins, his once brilliant armor cracked open and smoking. His body gives faint, uneven twitches, proof that he is still alive, though only barely. Across the chamber, Hansu continues facing Ekidren head-on. The space between them is filled with shattered stone, burning mana, and beads flying with lethal force. Every time Hansu knocks one attack aside, two more come rushing in to replace it. The living beads keep hammering through the air like thunderbolts. Hansu ducks low, shifts to the side, twists his body, and slips past them one after another. But even with all his skill, his body is clearly being pushed toward its limit. Blood runs from the corner of his mouth and drips from his lips. Each breath grows heavier than the last, as if the air itself is pressing down on his chest. "I cannot keep dodging forever," he thinks grimly, his eyes fixed on the attacks still raining toward him. His sword arm starts to tremble from the strain, just as another bead clips past him and scrapes across his leg. A sharp, tearing pain shoots up through his muscles, biting deep enough to make his stance falter for a split second. For an instant, it feels as though something inside his leg is being ripped apart piece by piece, but Hansu does not waste that pain. He grabs hold of it, turns it into force, and uses it to push himself forward instead of back. "Fine," he mutters beneath his breath. "Then I will end this on my terms." He launches himself forward, driving off the injured leg despite the searing pain burning through it. Beads streak past his body, scraping against his armor and slicing across his shoulder. Hansu does not slow down, does not flinch, and does not even glance away. He swings his sword in a wide, forceful arc, catching one of the beads in midair and knocking it away before it can strike him cleanly. Then he surges forward with every last bit of strength he has left. "Even if I take a hit here," he thinks, forcing his body to move, "one clean strike will make all of this worth it." In front of him, Ekidren pulls his mana together, compressing it into one enormous bead before launching it straight at Hansu. Hansu's eyes sharpen the moment he sees it coming. Too late, he thinks, his grip tightening around his sword. His blade cuts through the massive bead in a single slash. The glowing sphere splits apart, and its light bursts outward like shards of shattered glass. In that same breath, Hansu closes the remaining distance and drives his sword straight toward the true center of the battlefield. The ground shudders violently as his blade pierces deep into the central mass of the gigantic plant. Something begins to glow from within the writhing roots. It is a heart, pulsing steadily with golden mana. Hansu's voice remains calm and unshaken as he speaks. "You were never my real target." He says it directly to Ekidren, then grips his sword harder and rips it free. Along with the blade, he tears the throbbing heart out from the plant's core, and the entire chamber erupts in light as the massive structure begins to collapse around them. Hansu turns back toward Ikadran and the Galadrian army, holding the glowing heart high for all of them to see. "It is over," he declares. "I have wasted enough time in this place." Then his sword comes down. The strike lands with final devastating force. A violent wave of energy bursts through the chamber, spreading outward from the shattered heart. The undead army is swallowed by a blinding red light, their forms vanishing inside the blast. After that, silence falls. One by one, the echoes fade away. Sophia stands amid the aftermath, her body covered in dust, blood, and the marks of battle. She raises an arm to shield her eyes as the overwhelming light slowly fades. When she finally dares to look again, the entire army has gone still. The knights remain frozen in place, and their endless regeneration has stopped completely. Her eyes widen as the truth settles in. "Hansu," she asks, "is it finally over?" Hansu wipes the blood from his chin and gives a small nod. Their source is gone. The core has been destroyed. But his expression hardens almost immediately. "This is not the end," he says. "This was only the first step. We need to move to the next site." Around him, the others barely react. They are too exhausted to even speak. Then Liu Hong steps forward, his face cold and guarded. "If you are planning to go deeper," he says flatly, "Beacon is pulling out." Hansu looks up at him but says nothing. Liu Hong continues, "We are not fools. We followed you because this was an emergency. But this," he gestures toward the ruined chamber around them, his voice sharpening. "This is suicide. We do not take orders from you, and we are not bound to follow you any farther than this. You agree, do you not?" Hansu exhales slowly and swings his sword once, flicking the blood from the blade. "I do," he answers evenly. Liu Hong gives a single nod. "Then it is settled. We go our separate ways." Liu Hong closes his eyes for a brief moment, as though forcing himself to regain his composure. When his eyes open again, his gaze locks onto Hansu's weapons. "I cannot believe it," he whispers. "I did not recognize that swing before then." Anger flares in his voice. "You! How dare you try to attack me?" Hansu answers without raising his voice. "You misunderstand. I am not attacking you." He lifts his sword slightly, pointing beyond Liu Hong instead. "I am clearing the path I intend to walk." Then, in a low and steady voice, Hansu asks the others, "Is everyone ready to hold their breath?" A strange pulse rolls through the air, unfamiliar and sharp, making the skin of everyone nearby prickle, as if the atmosphere itself has suddenly changed. Behind them, a faint glow begins to bloom. At first, it is soft and almost harmless looking, but within seconds it swells brighter and brighter. Pink mana pours into the passage, twisting and swirling like liquid light, and Leo's group stiffens in pure horror. Wait, what is that? Before anyone can understand it, the wave rushes forward like a tidal flood. Leo whips around, his eyes stretched wide as panic cuts through his voice. "Stop! Whoever is doing that, stop right now!" he shouts into the roaring corridor. "Are you insane?" The pink mana keeps surging forward, swallowing the passage with unstoppable force. Leo's furious voice echoes through the storm as he yells, "You mad man!" The pink mana crashes through the air in one massive wave, spreading outward with terrifying speed. It floods over everyone like a violent storm. Liu Hong wipes the glowing residue from his face and stares ahead in disbelief. Under his breath, he mutters that the boss must have completely lost his mind, trying to drown every single person here in this chaos. He can hardly believe the situation has reached this point. They had already been preparing to retreat, and now this madness blocks even that. Liu Hong lets out a frustrated breath, admitting to himself that he never wanted to use his final option here. But if there is no other escape route, he may have no choice. He activates the World Tree Feather skill. But the moment he tries, a system message flashes in front of him. Skill cannot be used. The warning explains that although the artifact can carry its user anywhere within the red zone, it cannot function inside the Calamity Fish or within the World Tree itself, because this place is not being treated as a dungeon. The activation fails completely. On top of that, the Divine Stone fragment interferes with the artifact's power, locking down its movement and cutting off Liu Hong's escape. At the same time, deeper inside the chaos, Kang Hansu begins fitting every piece of the situation together. This must be the exact place where the Gorshin root has dug into the World Tree, far beneath the surface and deep in the center of the red zone. They are already close to the core, right near the room where the parasitic plant itself is anchored. With the relic of the 5 generals in his possession, Hansu says this is precisely why he brought it here. Now, using the Divine Stone fragment, he intends to awaken the relic. He understands that the more relics he has under his control, the easier it becomes to guide the unstable mana spilling out from the fragment. Even drawing on a small portion of that power is dangerous, and only relic users or true candidates have bodies capable of enduring it. Hansu channels the energy of the divine stone straight into the relic, forcing the unstable power to answer him. In response, beads of glowing light begin circling around his body, forming a controlled orbit around him. Hansu exhales quietly, feeling the flow begin to settle. From here on, things should become a little easier. But Lu Hong, still burning with rage, cannot keep silent any longer. He shouts that Hansu has crossed the line, acting as if nothing has happened after dragging them this far. Once they get out, he declares, he will take command of Beacon's first unit himself, and he will not let this humiliation pass. Hansu's voice turns cold, each word cutting through Lu Hong's anger. He reminds him that he already gave the warning. If they want to survive this, they have to strike the main body directly. There is no other path left. Everyone here is strong enough to endure the poison. Their bodies can handle it. So it is far better for them to fight than stand around as dead weight waiting to be crushed. Lu Hong is still fuming, his face tight with barely restrained fury. He points straight at Hansu and snaps that no one has the right to command him. Hansu simply turns away, refusing to waste more time on the argument. "Do whatever you want," he says calmly. "It will not change anything. The danger has already dropped a little. Follow me or stay behind. That choice is yours. But the ones who follow will make it out alive." Then he adds that the red zone is about to change in a way no one has ever seen before, and anyone who misses this chance may never get another. Michael's eyes widen, determination slowly rising in them, as he repeats those words under his breath. The red zone will change. For so long, nothing in this cursed place has ever truly shifted. But now, because of Hansu, that impossible change might finally begin. Hansu says they will need a dolly to move the spare tires, and someone like Michael will be required to handle that part properly. Michael lets out a small, tired smile, as if he understands exactly what Hansu is asking of him. "Guess this is why people say you should be careful what you wish for," Michael says, his voice carrying a faint mix of irony and resolve. Before anyone has a chance to answer him, Lu Hong suddenly steps forward from Beacon's side. His expression grows darker as he declares that his unit will move independently from this point on. "It is too late for you to ask for our help, Hansu," he warns. "You will pay for looking down on us." A cold, sinister smile pulls at his lips. But Hansu does not so much as flinch. "Are you really sure about that?" he asks quietly. Already on edge, Lu Hong snaps back at him immediately. "What is that supposed to mean, Hansu?" Hansu's gaze looks heavy, almost distant, as if he is carrying a decision he would rather not make. "Even I cannot keep carrying everyone," he says. Inwardly, he thinks that he tried to live up to Iraz's expectations. But there are times when exceptions simply cannot be avoided. Leo steps forward, anger sharpening his voice. "There it is again. You always look down on Beacon." The tension begins to rise between them, but before it can explode any further, Sophia suddenly cuts in. "Wait," she says, her voice tense and uneasy. Something is wrong. Her eyes narrow as she activates her obsession skill. Kang Hansu might actually be mistaken this time. I can sense movement nearby. She scans the area carefully, following the strange sensation through the surrounding space. A group is coming. Her warning is proven right almost immediately as strange trunks burst open around them. From those split trunks, a swarm of unknown creatures spills out all at once. Someone shouts that something is pouring out, while another voice cries out in panic, asking what those things even are. The monsters charge straight toward the group, their bodies moving in erratic, unnatural jerks that make them look even more disturbing. Hansu watches the chaos spread in front of him, and in an instant he understands exactly what he is looking at. These are not ordinary creatures. They are malformed abominations, twisted remnants created by the unstable plant itself. The world tree's root must be losing control. Hansu studies their movements and quickly realizes they will not survive for long, because their life force is already unstable. But before they burn themselves out, they will tear apart everything in their path. He clenches his fist as the answer becomes clear. So the disgorging roots lost control, he mutters. "If someone thought this would be enough to stop me, then they were dead wrong." Outside the jungle, countless monsters are already rampaging through the forest, ripping their way through everything in sight. At a battered survivor camp, people hurry to regroup amid the chaos. One of them shouts that the main team has finished organizing and orders the advanced units to fall back. Support members start moving at once, calling over one another as they rush into position. "Report your sectors," someone calls out over the noise. "Johan, we need more supplies." Another voice quickly adds for him to bring over the nutrition float. "On it," Johan answers without delay, already moving toward the container. He drags the container over with effort, takes a quick sip from the float, and then breathes out deeply once the task is finished. Done. As Johann looks out over the battlefield, his thoughts begin to drift despite the danger all around him. The world has become far too chaotic, and too many things have changed too quickly. What once sounded like an absurd legend, something too ridiculous to take seriously, now feels terrifyingly real before his eyes. He remembers the first time he encountered the calamity fish, and the memory alone makes his hands tremble. He cannot stop himself from wondering when Kang Hansu first began planning to destroy that monster. A shadow then approaches from nearby. "Did you just say you have met Kang Hansu before?" the stranger asks, their voice cutting into Johann's thoughts. Johann studies the figure carefully, his eyes narrowing as he senses the power behind their presence. Strong, steady. Maybe this is another traveler who entered the red zone long before him. His chest tightens at the possibility. If that is true, then someone else might be hunting Hansu just like before. He curses quietly under his breath. The worst part is that he does not even know where Hansu is anymore, and that realization settles heavily over him. Johann narrows his eyes at the stranger, refusing to let his guard down for even a moment. "I have got nothing to say to someone I do not know." Johann warns him in a low voice, making it clear that with helpers nearby, trying to solve this by force would be a terrible mistake. The man immediately lifts both hands, showing he has no intention of fighting. "Wait," he says quickly. "There has been a misunderstanding." He reaches up and lowers his hood, letting his face come into view. "My name is Choi Sangjin," he says, keeping his voice calm. "I only asked because I am a friend of Hansu's." Johann studies him in silence, his eyes moving over Sangjin's face with careful suspicion. For someone like Sangjin to have reached this place, it must have taken a long and brutal journey. More than likely, Hansu had helped him along the way, just like what happened back on the boat. And Johann had always carried questions about that man. From the very moment Hansu brought that boat into the picture, something about him had felt different. Johann could not shake that feeling, and now he decides to dig a little deeper. So Johann finally asks the question he has been holding in all this time. Sangjin lets out a long, quiet sigh before answering. "If you're asking me what Hansu is truly trying to accomplish," Sangjin says, "I do not have that answer." Johann frowns at once. "Did you not just say you were his friend?" Sangjin looks away, his expression tightening with uncertainty. Hansu never tells people everything, not even those who stand close to him. He always keeps part of his plan hidden. It is like there is a path only he can see. Sangjin pauses for a moment, then adds in a quieter voice that even now, he is still trying to understand it himself. Johann cannot make sense of that answer, so he keeps watching Sangjin's face. He tries to read what lies behind those words, searching for hesitation, loyalty, or maybe even fear. But then Sangjin's expression hardens. "Does not matter anymore," Sangjin mutters under his breath. "Whatever comes next, I have already made my choice." Deep inside, his thoughts turn toward Hansu as if speaking directly to him. "Use me. If that is what it takes to keep moving forward, then I will follow the road you are walking, no matter where it leads." He remembers the moment Hansu saved his life with painful clarity. Ever since then, Sangjin had sworn to walk that same road, even if it became rougher and more dangerous than anything he could imagine. And if Hansu has not reached out to him here in the red zone, then to Sangjin, it can only mean one thing. He is still lagging too far behind Hansu's pace. A voice calls out from nearby. "Sangjin, we have to move." Sangjin gives a short nod, then turns back to Johann. "I need to go," he says. "Thanks for talking with me." Johann remains where he is, watching Sangjin leave while his thoughts continue to churn. Just before Sangjin vanishes into the moving crowd, he stops and looks back one last time. If you meet Hansu again, he cuts himself off midway, then shakes his head and pulls his hood back up, a faint smile touching his lips. "Never mind," Sangjin says. "I will tell him myself. That is what Hansu would do." In his heart, Sangjin accepts the truth clearly. He is still chasing after Hansu's shadow, and if he wants to catch up, he will have to push himself even harder. Even at this very moment, while Sangjin stands here thinking about him, Hansu is probably already standing in the middle of another brutal battle. Deep inside the red zone, Hansu is tearing through the malformed monsters with terrifying, overwhelming force. His mana roars around him, flowing through the divine stone fragment as the surrounding air trembles from the pressure of that power. He pours all of his focus and will into pure offense, throwing aside defense and forcing his body right up against its limit. Every swing he makes is clean, merciless, and brutally precise. Lu Hong watches from a distance, unable to find the words. He has always known that Hansu was strong, but what he is seeing now is on an entirely different level. Could Karlsmoren be connected to this sudden surge of power? The thought alone sends a chill through Lu Hong. Hansu glances in his direction without slowing down. The path behind us only leads to a poison waterfall, he says flatly. So if you're planning to survive, good luck. He does not wait for Lu Hong to answer. Hanzu simply turns and keeps moving forward deeper into the storm. Together, Hanzu, Sophia, and Michael push farther into the red zone, where the air hums with power and every step sinks into mana-filled roots. Hanzu turns his head toward Michael. I will move ahead, he says. You and the others can follow if you choose. Michael nods, already prepared to move behind them. Lu Hong's team hesitates in tense silence. One of Lu Hong's men quickly urges him. Commander, we should follow him. Hansu is the only one here who knows the way out. Lu Hong clenches his jaw, but after a moment he nods. You are right. We have no choice. Another soldier wavers. Are you sure, sir? If we want to escape? Lu Hong snaps. Then we move now. Without another word, the entire team breaks into motion, rushing after Hansu into the glowing forest. Elsewhere, the plant monster begins to stir within the maze of living roots. Its voice echoes through the mass like a triumphant declaration. My creation is nearly complete. A being forged through the perfect implantation of the plant's power. The final result of all my work, Alpha. Its excitement grows thicker as it gives the command it has been waiting for. Rise, Alpha. The one who has sustained the red zone until now, then, without any warning, Alpha moves. A blinding surge of energy explodes outward as it launches its first strike. That opening attack slices through the air with terrifying force. The plant monster watches with a twisted, sinister grin, clearly delighted by what it sees. Excellent, it hisses, just like before. Now, eliminate the intruders. But in the next moment, something shifts. Alpha does not move to obey. Instead, it speaks in a calm and steady voice. Something feels wrong. Tell me, why would a being of my level obey a creature like you? The plant monster freezes, stunned by the response. Then fury floods through it. What? I am your creator, your master. You are nothing more than a replica made from my design. Alpha tilts its head slightly, completely unmoved by the outburst. My creator, it repeats, as if tasting the words with contempt. You dare call yourself that? Then Alpha turns away from the plant monster, and its gaze settles on the massive, twisted trunks surrounding the chamber. The key to the armory, Alpha says with clear purpose. It should be there. Plant monster wavers, its confidence cracking as uncertainty creeps into its movements. Alpha's voice grows harder. Hand it over, it demands. That key is what I seek. Then Alpha steps closer to the core, reaching forward as it murmurs that this key must evolve. The world tree itself begins to tremble. Its deep, booming voice fills the cavern from every direction. Do you truly intend to attack me, Alpha? Alpha's eyes flare with sharp anger. Attack you? You dare accuse me of that? It snaps back. Look at yourself, Alpha says coldly. Mindless. You're spawning monsters only to protect yourself while your own body continues to wither away. Fool, at this rate, you are not restoring the plant at all. You're letting it fall apart. Alpha points toward the mass of churning roots, its gaze fixed and unshaken. Give me the key, it says, leaving no room for argument. If this keeps going, everything will collapse. I will redirect this battle myself before it is too late. The plant monster watches in silence, its confidence wavering. Alpha's earlier defiance had startled it, but now it begins to sense something familiar beneath that rebellion. Its creation is still moving according to the purpose buried inside its original design. After a long, tense pause, the plant monster finally gives a reluctant nod. Take it says bitterly. Take the key. Alpha steps forward without hesitation and presses its hand deep into the heart of the world tree, where the power is gathered most densely. This is it, Alpha whispers, almost to itself. This is the right place. A faint hum begins to rise through the chamber as Alpha pushes the fragment stone into the tree, and the surrounding roots start to vibrate in response. A brilliant glow suddenly erupts from the point of contact, spilling across the chamber and washing over everything in blinding light. Alpha's expression shifts into one of quiet satisfaction, as if everything is unfolding exactly as it intended. The plant monster's voice explodes with fury. What are you doing? It roars. That is the divine stone. Stop this at once. But Alpha does not even turn its head, refusing to give the plant monster a single answer. The light grows even stronger, swallowing the darkness and pushing the shadows back from every corner of the chamber. Alpha keeps that bright, almost triumphant smile as the radiance of the divine stone reflects across its face. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Alpha reaches forward and takes it for itself. The plant monster can only watch, completely powerless to stop Alpha from taking control right in front of it. Now standing tall without a trace of fear, Alpha speaks quietly to itself. It will keep its promise. It will bring this conflict to an end. The glowing fragment rests firmly in Alpha's grasp, pulsing with deep divine power, as if it has finally found a new master. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the red zone, Hansu's group continues fighting without rest. The monsters keep pouring in from every direction, one wave after another, each new group more grotesque and distorted than the last. Sophia unleashes her power across the battlefield, sending force surging through the chaos around them. At the same time, Michael's blade flashes through the swarm, cutting down every creature that gets too close. "Hold on a little longer!" Michael shouts over the noise. "We are almost through them!" Then, completely out of nowhere, a small roach scurries into view. The group stops for a brief moment, thrown off by the strange sight. "What is that thing doing here?" Someone mutters in confusion, but before anyone can figure out what it means, the roots surrounding them suddenly surge forward, lashing out with violent force. "Stay alert," someone yells, their voice cutting through the panic as the roots close in. Hansu moves instantly, his body becoming a blur as he charges through the sudden attack. He weaves between the striking roots with sharp, surgical precision, never wasting even the smallest movement. His sword slices cleanly through them again and again, each cut smooth and decisive, never pausing for even a heartbeat. Every motion he makes is deliberate, efficient, and stripped of anything unnecessary. Even while fighting, Hansu's mind continues breaking down every detail around him. The defenses inside this place are not nearly as powerful as the ones inside the Calamity Fish. And the monsters themselves are weaker too, lacking the same overwhelming pressure he had faced before. But then Hansu notices something even stranger happening right in front of him. Their strength is fading little by little, as if the power supporting them is slowly being drained away. They are getting weaker, he realizes, watching their movements lose force. Is it because the core is missing? The thought flashes through his mind as his eyes narrow. Nearby, Lu Hong channels his red mana and throws himself into the battle, carving through enemies with raw, brute force. Still, part of him wonders whether he should abandon this fight entirely and head straight for his own objective. The others begin to notice the change as well. The smaller roots, which had been moving so violently moments ago, have now gone completely still. That sudden stillness feels deeply unsettling. Hansu's eyes narrow as he mutters, "That is no coincidence." Without wasting even a second, Hansu charges straight into the densest mass of roots, diving directly into the monster's body and pushing deeper and deeper toward its core. "Hansu," Sophia shouts after him, but by then he has already vanished, swallowed by the writhing mass before anyone can stop him. Inside the monster's body, Hansu finally slows his steps. The air around him feels heavy and alive, thick with a strange energy that crawls over his skin. Something here is different. Then the world tree appears before him, but instead of standing freely, it is sealed away. Layers of hardened growth wrap around it like a prison. Hansu stares at the sealed tree and whispers, "What is this? Why is it sealed?" That moment, an unfamiliar voice calls down from above. "Come here." Hansu snaps his gaze upward at once. Who is there? A figure stands on the upper roots, slowly descending into view. Hansu's expression hardens as he feels the aura surrounding it. That presence is impossible to mistake. This must be the one who took the divine stone fragment. But how? No one else should have been able to reach this place. Unless that person was connected to Hansu's own team, reaching this place should have been impossible. And just as that thought tightens in his mind, another presence quietly emerges behind him. "You're different," a calm voice says from behind. "Smooth and controlled. Smarter than the others. More aware of what is happening around you." Hansu turns at once, his eyes narrowing as he meets Alpha's cold, unreadable gaze. Alpha studies him in silence for a moment, almost as if inspecting something rare. "You handle the key well," it says, "especially for someone who is not one of us. Perhaps it is time we had a proper conversation about the key you are carrying." Hansu does not answer immediately. He only listens, his posture still and guarded. But beneath that calm exterior, his thoughts are moving quickly as Alpha continues speaking. "The 5 relics," Alpha says slowly, letting each word sink into the air, "are not merely old artifacts left behind by the past. They are keys. And once those keys are brought together, they grant complete authority over the world tree itself." Hansu's eyes sharpen. The way Alpha says that word, keys, stays with him. Almost no one refers to the relics that way. Only a select few from Elvenheim ever used that term, the same kind of beings Hansu had once encountered deep within the abyss. A flicker of realization passes through his mind, and with it, suspicion begins to coil tighter. His fingers close more firmly around the hilt of his sword. That presence, that tone, that knowledge, could Alpha really be the one he is thinking of? No, that should be impossible. And yet the doubt refuses to disappear, sharpening all of Hansu's senses until every sound around him feels painfully clear. Hansu fixes his gaze on Alpha and asks in a flat voice, "Are you a replica?" Alpha meets his stare without the slightest ripple of emotion. "No," it answers calmly. Then Alpha's tone changes, becoming steadier and more deliberate. "You are not simply using a key. You understand its original form. You have seen it before. The words land heavily, carrying something deeper than a simple observation, something Hansu cannot ignore. You keep speaking in riddles. Hansu snaps, his patience thinning. What are you trying to say? Alpha's expression hardens at once. It raises one hand and points directly at Hansu. The key in your possession belongs to me. Hand it over, then leave this place while I'm still allowing you to? A cold flash of defiance cuts through Hansu's eyes. A creature like you has no right to hold it, he says. His voice drops lower, settling into a deadly calm. If that is the offer you are giving me, then listen to mine. He lifts the divine stone fragment, its light flickering sharply in his palm, while his other hand tightens around the grip of his sword. Then, without a trace of hesitation, Hansu throws the fragment straight toward Alpha. You are a fake, he mutters coldly. You do not deserve this. Alpha catches the fragment with effortless ease. For the briefest instant, surprise flashes across its face. But that expression disappears almost immediately, replaced by a sharp, unnatural grin spreading across its features. Alpha raises the stone high in one hand, letting its light spill across the chamber. Then it presses its other hand against its head, and a strange, echoing laugh bursts from its throat. When that distorted laughter finally dies away, Alpha's eyes lock directly onto Hansu. You do not even understand your place, it says, its voice thick with contempt. You truly believe you can kill me? To me, you are nothing more than a bug crawling at my feet. The air around them begins to tremble. Shards of magical energy rise from every direction, pulled upward, as if caught in an invisible current. I suppose I have no choice but to fight, Alpha declares, the spiraling power gathering tighter around it. The fragments begin to converge, compressing together until their shapes fuse into a single blade. An extraordinary sword takes form, pulsing with swirling magic. Its edge glows with an eerie, otherworldly force that makes the surrounding space shudder. Hansu steadies his breathing and watches the weapon finish forming, never taking his eyes off Alpha for even a second. Then the sky above them seems to split apart. A black rift tears open through the air, widening into a massive void. At the tip of Alpha's sword, a dark and ancient gateway begins to take shape. Hansu's eyes widen slightly. The armory, a legendary space said to contain enough weapons to arm hundreds of thousands of warriors. Alpha's laughter rings out again, louder and more manic than before, rolling through the chamber like thunder. I will show you exactly where you belong, it growls, its grin stretching wider. From inside the dark void, glowing green orbs begin pouring out one after another, each sphere pulsing with unstable and violent energy. Strange bubbles follow behind them, crackling under the weight of compressed magical pressure. Struggle as much as you want, Alpha taunts. It will change nothing. You're only a lone fool standing before me. Hansu's eyes remain fixed on the orbs, his sword humming in his hands as blue mana gathers around him and swirls through the air. The green spheres suddenly shoot forward, and Hansu steps into their path without backing away. He releases a roaring burst of power, meeting the incoming assault head-on. A glowing blue sphere crashes into Alpha's attack, and the impact shakes the entire battlefield to its core. Alpha stares for a moment, stunned by the sheer force behind it. Even with the 7 sacred odds on my side, it mutters. That is power worthy of a general. Alpha's eyes narrow again, the surprise fading into curiosity and hunger. Then what happens? It whispers. If I unleash even more, the green orbs blaze brighter in response. They spin into a deadly formation, surrounding Hansu from every direction like a tightening net of light. The orbs close in fast. But Hansu's focus sharpens until everything around him seems to slow. He follows every movement, every flicker, every shimmer of light. And the instant the first orb lunges toward him, Hansu moves. His sword flashes in clean, controlled arcs, cutting through the assault one strike at a time. The air crackles with raw power, and the battle between man and creation has only just begun. Hansu quickly realizes that each orb is far tougher than its glowing surface suggests. Its outer layer carries the same stubborn resilience as worn-out soldier armor, dense, battered, and unyielding beneath every strike. There are far too many to even begin counting. The air around Kang Hansu turns thick and suffocating, packed with surging magic, as countless glowing spheres come screaming toward him from every possible direction. Kang Hansu launches himself upward in a sharp burst of motion, clearing a gigantic tree root beneath him as his body sails over the twisted wood. From that higher angle, the sheer size of the swarm finally comes into view. If the armory was powerful enough to equip an entire army, then this endless storm of magical orbs chasing him down made perfect sense. They pour down in layer after layer, like a furious emerald rain, each green streak slicing through the air with deadly speed. Kang Hansu tries to climb even higher, pushing himself up through the rushing wind, but the orbs refuse to fall behind. They bend their paths instantly, locking onto him like guided arrows that will not lose their target. With no space left to keep running, Kang Han-soo is forced to twist back and meet them head-on. He turns midair in his grip and swings his blade in a clean, decisive arc, striking one of the green orbs just as it comes flying straight for him. The moment his weapon connects, something clicks inside his mind with sudden clarity. He recognizes these weapons. These are the armory's sacred orbs, the very tools hidden inside its overwhelming power. And a single idea cuts through the chaos. He can use the same method against them. Kang Han-soo drops back down, landing with his sword held in one hand and one captured orb gripped in the other. Then, without the slightest twitch, he goes completely still. The orbs seem to sense the change immediately. Their wild, violent movements begin to slow, and their chaotic flight settles as they drift toward him. One after another, they circle around Kang Han-soo, forming a glowing green wall of suspended light. Within that eerie ring, only two figures remain facing each other in silence, Kang Han-soo and Alpha, surrounded by the low, vibrating hum of magic. Alpha's brow tightens as his expression shifts. Something is clearly not going the way it should. Confusion curls across his face, twisting his mouth into a sharp frown. "Why aren't they attacking?" he mutters, his eyes flicking from orb to orb. He stares at the sacred orbs in disbelief, his voice growing tense. "Impossible. I can't lose control over the sacred orbs." Flash of panic cuts through Alpha's eyes as he bares his teeth and snarls. "The armory should be obeying me. Its energy is scattering by itself. There's no way you're the one controlling them." But then his words begin to falter. His gaze sharpens and locks onto Kang Han-soo. "Wait, how do you know the magic code of the 7 sacred orbs?" Kang Han-soo only lifts one of the glowing spheres in his hand, calm and perfectly composed. He takes a measured step forward, the green light spilling across his face as his eyes remain cold. "I warned you," he says in a low voice. In one smooth motion, Kang Han-soo brings his blade down, carving a cross-shaped strike through the orbs hovering before him. The moment the slash lands, a blinding burst of light erupts outward. For a split second, an old memory flickers through his mind, carried by a voice from far away. It is faint, but unmistakably familiar, a voice that once taught him exactly how to handle the sacred orbs and break apart their control. That knowledge steadies him completely. Even if Alpha is a clone with the ability to call forth the armory itself, Kang Han-soo still has the skill, experience, and precision needed to stand against it. He swings again, cutting through another orb as it bursts apart in a violent ripple of green fire. Alpha's eyes spread wide, and for the first time, genuine shock cracks through his carefully controlled expression. "The worth of a weapon," Kang Han-soo says, his voice steady and heavy, "depends on the one who wields it." Then he drives his foot hard into the ground, releasing a burst of force that fractures the soil beneath him. He does not pause for even a heartbeat. Kang Han-soo charges forward in a single explosive breath, shouting, "Is that all you've got?" Alpha remains where he stands, calm and unmoving, his posture firm and his cold confidence still wrapped around him like armor. The space between them trembles with pressure like steel pulled tight before it snaps. Kang Han-soo's glare grows sharper, his anger controlled but burning, while Alpha answers with a faint, fearless smirk, as if inviting the attack. Then Kang Han-soo lunges, his green blade flares brightly to life, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. Alpha's eyes narrow as his own rage ignites in response. At the same time, Kang Han-soo's resolve hardens into one clear thought. This ends here. Kang Han-soo's blade comes slicing down through the air, fast enough to end everything in one strike, but at the last instant, Alpha snaps his body to the side and barely slips past the fatal blow. His eyes remain sharp and fearless as he grinds out through clenched teeth. "Damn you." Kang Han-soo does not slow down. His aura erupts around him, blazing like wildfire, and dense waves of power pour from his body, heavy enough to make the entire battlefield feel oppressive. Then, with a roar fierce enough to shake the air itself, Kang Han-soo bellows, "Go to hell." He steps in with pure determination, driving every movement, and throws himself into a relentless assault, his body becoming a blur of violent motion. He twists sharply, strikes without hesitation, and drives his elbow straight into Alpha's face with brutal, pinpoint force. Alpha is knocked backward, the blow rattling through his skull while his arm trembles from the shock of the impact. Kang Han-soo gives him no chance to recover before Alpha can even steady his stance. Han-soo is already rushing in again. His green sword blazes with mana as it sweeps forward, carving a vicious arc across Alpha's neck. Alpha reels from the strike, staggered and unsteady, and for a brief moment, weakness flickers across his face. His movements slow, and the energy around him begins to drain away. Kang Han-soo fixes him with a cold, piercing stare and says flatly, "Too shallow." The two warriors square off once more, facing each other through the charged silence as a thin, dangerous tension hums between them. Then light begins to spark around Kang Han-soo's hand, and divine power surges fiercely through his veins. "I won't let you go," he roars. He fires a barrage of divine stones, sending the glowing projectiles spiraling outward in a storm of raw, radiant energy. Blasts rip across the battlefield, one after another, forcing Alpha to retreat in a desperate scramble. One of the stones scrapes across Alpha's foot in the middle of his sprint, and the impact jolts through his entire body. At that instant, the divine stone fragment slips loose from his grasp. Damn it. Alpha curses, stumbling as he reaches out in a frantic attempt to grab it back. His thoughts race wildly. Kang Han-soo is far too skilled. How can he manipulate magic with such impossible precision? Even with nothing more than a fragment, Kang Han-soo's control remains flawless. Smooth, balanced, and terrifyingly stable. Alpha clenches his jaw until his teeth grind, his eyes tightening with frustration. No, this is not just ordinary skill. If the battle comes down to pure magic control, then Kang Han-soo is already standing on a level beyond his own. Kang Han-soo gives him no room to think. His attacks continue crashing down one after another, each swing heavier, faster, and sharper than the one before it. Alpha can barely match the pace. Every time their powers collide, a violent shockwave tears through the air around them. Awe and fear begin to seep into his thoughts. Despite himself at this rate, this man might truly kill him. Alpha forces himself to steady his stance, his chest rising and falling with harsh breaths. In the crimson reflection of Alpha's eye, Kang Han-soo appears like a solitary shadow advancing with terrifying purpose, moving closer and closer like death given human form. Inside Alpha, rage and despair churn together into a storm. He has fought too hard and come too far to collapse here. Losing is not acceptable. Giving up is not even an option. For him, survival has become something he must seize no matter the cost. Then Kang Han-soo rushes in again, breaking the brief stillness like thunder splitting open the sky. Alpha tightens his grip and braces his body, refusing to back down. But the moment Kang Han-soo's strike lands, something feels completely wrong. There is no pain, no wound opening, and not even the normal resistance of flesh or armor. The blow simply comes to a halt. Kang Han-soo pulls back slightly, his eyes narrowing as he senses it too. Alpha's body has changed into something unnatural. Alpha straightens, and a low mechanical hum begins to roll out from the armor now shining across his body. Kang Han-soo's gaze turns cold and sharp. So this is what Alpha had been keeping hidden. The truth settles in heavily. This is not simply another technique being used in the middle of battle. It is a full transformation, solo numbering 6, the Heavenly Soldier armor. An absurd defensive relic built to devour weapons themselves. Every armament it consumes becomes fuel for its body, making it grow stronger and evolve further, until ordinary weapons can no longer pierce its shell. Alpha lifts his head, and the faintest smirk pulls at the corner of his mouth. Kang Han-soo lets out a slow breath, his sword catching the dim light as he raises it again. His voice stays calm, but there is a hard edge beneath it. This just got more troublesome. His fingers tighten around the hilt as his stare grows even colder. Which means I have even more reason to take you down. With fresh force driving through his body and his focus locked in place, Kang Han-soo surges forward once more. His eyes never leave Alpha, sharp and unwavering like polished steel. The Heavenly Soldier armor gleams beneath the broken light, its surface looking almost impossible to destroy. Kang Han-soo's blade slams into it again and again with tremendous force, but the armor refuses to crack. It stands firm beneath every blow, unbroken and unmoved, while Alpha plants his feet and absorbs the crushing pressure. The armor cannot erase every bit of damage, but it blocks enough to keep Alpha alive. Slowly, the flow of the battle begins to tilt in a different direction. And for Alpha, that realization tastes bitter. Without full access to the armory, he is still being pushed back. If only he could combine the armory's power with this armor, he thinks the entire situation could be overturned. But the armory remains sealed away. Its functions are locked behind the magic power code, leaving its true strength out of reach. Even so, a thin spark of hope remains. The weapons are still inside it, untouched and waiting. All Alpha needs is a way to reach them. Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo keeps pressing forward, his magic flaring brighter with every step, as waves of energy ripple through each movement. Alpha's thoughts begin racing. If he can channel every weapon into the Heavenly Soldier armor, then maybe Kang Han-soo's eyes narrow as he catches the faint shift in Alpha's movements and senses the intention hidden behind them. Something feels off. "What are you planning?" Kang Han-soo mutters under his breath. "You shouldn't even be able to use armament production. But right then, the change begins. Weapons start taking shape inside the armor itself, their forms shimmering like pale ghosts before sinking into Alpha's body. Kang Han-Su's expression hardens the instant he understands what is happening. Alpha is activating Weapon Eater. The weapons dissolve and flow into the armor, layer after layer, until the entire shell begins radiating a dense, violent pressure. Alpha's mouth curls into a dark grin. "Even if you've figured it out," he says, his voice heavy with menace, "you're already too late. Let me show you the real power of armament production." His eyes burn with a frenzied light as the armor pulses wildly around him. But the power he is pulling in is too massive, even for Alpha. The glow starts to warp and twist, and thin cracks of red energy crawl across the armor's surface like living veins. A grim truth finally hits him. It is consuming him. The heavenly soldier armor, hungry beyond control, has started to devour the very wielder wearing it. The more weapons the armor swallows, the more unstable it becomes. Alpha's breathing turns rough and uneven, even with all this strength. He mutters, "I can't hold out much longer." Then he raises his head, eyes blazing with stubborn defiance. "And you, there's no way you can endure it either." The time for hesitation has completely vanished. With everything around them threatening to collapse, Alpha makes his decision and gathers the last of his remaining strength. He channels his energy directly forward, facing the enormous hand of force unleashed by Kang Han-Su's power. "This is what you wanted," Alpha says, his voice low, steady, and filled with resolve. Kang Han-Su takes a step forward, and for the briefest moment, concern flashes across his face. Alpha notices it at once and gives a faint, bitter smirk. "Don't pity me," he says. "Take it then." While bracing his body against the violent surge of energy, Alpha transfers the authority of the heavenly soldier armor to Kang Han-Su. His body shakes violently beneath the weight of the release. As the overwhelming force threatens to crush him completely at the same time, disbelief sparks through Kang Han-Su's eyes as the transfer slams into him. Power floods through Kang Han-Su's body in a brutal, uncontrollable surge, with lightning-like energy crackling and crawling across his armor. The sheer intensity of it is so violent that it feels ready to rip him apart from the inside out. Alpha watches from a short distance with cold eyes, his face empty but his voice sharp. "It's useless," he mutters. "The odds of surviving a transfer of authority are 9 to 1. His gaze grows darker as he looks on, and that is only under normal conditions. After feeding every weapon from the armory into the armor, the succession trial has become far more savage. "You won't last long." Behind those words, Alpha's thoughts twist with cold calculation. He had expected Kang Han-Su to be swallowed immediately, erased under the heavenly soldier armor's endless hunger. But Kang Han-Su is still standing there, muscles straining as he holds back the chaos clawing through his body. Even so, Alpha understands one thing clearly. He will not be able to use the heavenly soldier armor right after Kang Han-Su dies anyway. Not immediately. Alpha straightens, a shadow passing over his expression. "I'll leave you to your end," he says quietly. "I'll deal with the world tree first." He turns away, then casts one last cold glance over his shoulder. "Once you're gone, I'll come back and collect what belongs to me." Kang Han-Su's breathing grows heavier, sweat sliding down the side of his face. The air around him crackles wildly, and his hands tremble, not from fear, but from the unimaginable power tearing through his veins. His narrowed eyes shine with fierce determination. This is not over. Not yet. An immense, crushing pressure spreads across the battlefield, pressing down on everything nearby. Kang Han-Su's breath catches, and his pulse begins to race. Did the transfer of authority trigger this? The weight around him is suffocating, and every instinct in his body warns him that a single wrong move could kill him. For an instant, the thought of using his dragon energy arts flickers through his mind, but if he does that now, it could drain away his life force completely. Even so, hesitation is not something Kang Han-Su can afford. The world around him shudders under the pressure, and the mana filling the air feels almost alive, restless, violent, and ready to devour everything in its reach. Then Kang Han-Su's power finally erupts, blasting outward from his body in a blazing surge of force. The scorching heat swallows the air around him, flashing so brightly that the battlefield seems to disappear inside the glare. The energy pouring off Kang Han-Su's body is no longer calm or contained. It thrashes wildly, violent, and alive, as if his fury itself has taken shape and wrapped the battlefield in flame. Kang Han-Su's eyes shine with a cold, razor-sharp light. "Well," he says in a flat, controlled voice, every word carrying quiet weight. "That's that." His gaze sweeps across the battlefield, and his expression grows harder. Looks like he ran away, after all. He must have used teleportation, Kang Han-Su thinks, his eyes narrowing. Otherwise, there's no way he would have left this behind. His attention drops to the object resting in his hand. The heavenly soldier armor. Kang Han-Su mutters quietly, studying it with a sharp, assessing stare. The instant his fingers close around the divine fragment stone, a massive wave of power crashes through his body. It surges through his veins like a roaring tide, filling him with a raw, overwhelming strength that feels almost impossible to stop. He can feel that enormous potential settling inside him, bending and responding to his will. A faint smirk touches Kang Hansu's lips as he grips the fragment a little tighter. He likes this. The response is clean, immediate, and almost perfect. With careful, deliberate movements, he places the divine fragment securely into his bag. The armor still hums with leftover energy, and beyond its terrifying power to consume weapons, it holds another frightening advantage. Its defense is so complete that even the very weapons it has already devoured can no longer harm it. Kang Hansu connects the pieces at once. So it has already completed its red evaluation. Alpha must have fed it every weapon inside the armory. That realization settles Kang Hansu's mind. Now with that monstrous power equipped, he feels focused, steady, and almost untouchable. At the very least, the armor should not need to be fed anything else for a while. Thinks it over while clenching his fist. The ring on his finger gives off a faint gleam, and his mouth curves into a confident smirk. Then Kang Hansu looks toward the distance and murmurs to himself, "I wonder if those parasitic locusts have finally stopped coming." Not far from there, Michael turns toward Sophia, worry tightening his voice. "Where's Kang Hansu?" Sophia frowns, uneasiness showing in her face. "I saw him rush off earlier," she mutters, but her voice trails away before she can finish. Michael's expression darkens. "Did he abandon us?" he asks, suspicion creeping into his tone. But before Sophia can respond, Lu Hong lets out a short, bitter laugh. "So much for leadership," he scoffs. "He told us to follow him, then ran off and left us behind. Pretty irresponsible, isn't it?" Michael shakes his head slightly. "Even so, Beacon has been keeping up pretty well." Liu Hong smirks and folds his arms. "We had no choice. If Kang Hansu hadn't submerged us in persona water, we would have left already. Beacon never intended to stay here in the first place." He turns his sharp gaze toward the group, his voice cutting through the heavy silence. "Does anyone have a problem with that?" His eyes gleam with arrogant challenge, daring anyone there to speak up, but before anyone can even move, a quiet presence settles right behind him. Liu Hong freezes on the spot, and the confidence drains from his face. Slowly, he turns around with widened eyes. "When did you get back?" Kang Hansu is standing there, calm and completely unshaken. His expression does not change at all. "I want to take down the main body," he says simply. Michael steps forward in disbelief, anxiety mixing with sudden hope. "You did it. You actually defeated it." Kang Hansu's gaze flickers for just a moment. His posture stiffens slightly, while Liu Hong's expression turns hard and resolute. The arrogance from a moment ago disappears, replaced by cold, unwavering determination. Beside him, Michael's eyes narrow, sharp with suspicion and heavy with unease. Panic begins to ripple through Michael's mind, his thoughts spinning out of control. Why didn't he get back? Frustration coils tightly in his chest, making it harder and harder to think clearly. Liu Hong's jaw tightens as his anger simmers dangerously close to the surface. His clenched teeth grind together, and fury spreads through him like a fire about to break loose. Kang Hansu, meanwhile, remains completely still, his face unreadable even as his thoughts race. The main body is down, and the fragment of the divine stone has been secured. And yet, something still feels wrong. He can sense it deep in his bones. The pieces refuse to fit together cleanly. Something else is moving behind the scenes. Then the silence snaps as Liu Hong's voice cuts through the air, sharp, commanding, and filled with restrained rage. Kang Hansu does not flinch. He barely even turns his eyes toward him. Instead, he continues sorting through the situation with cold precision. The clone had not merely copied power. It had carried the true authority of the king. Kang Hansu's eyes darken as anger flickers beneath the surface. If that is true, then this is only the beginning. A chill runs through him as another realization rises in his mind. That thing is heading for the flower. Elsewhere, deep inside the forest of enormous trees, Alpha stands before the dormant main body. Shadows cling around him, but his stance remains firm, proud, and defiant. He feels no regret over losing the heavenly soldier armor. To Alpha, that loss was only a necessary sacrifice. In his mind, every bit of it had been worth the price. Now, he thinks he will claim the king's full authority. But even as he waits, unease begins gnawing at him. His fists clench, and frustration bubbles beneath his calm expression. Why, he wonders bitterly. Why will it not awaken? He has already given everything. Power, life, loyalty. He has offered it all, and still the main body continues to sleep. His anger deepens as his thoughts turn toward the ruined world beyond them. The world tree is withering, dying, and Elvenheim lost everything long ago. Then the main body stirs faintly, its voice calm but distant. Yes, it says. Elvenheim has fallen, but look below. The humans are thriving. They rise in the place where we fell. They will inherit what we could not protect. Those words only pour more fuel onto Alpha's rage. The thought of humanity replacing his kind is unbearable. The main body's voice shifts, carrying a heavy, resolute weight. I will correct the mistakes of the past. Alpha's eyes blaze with fury. And I will revive my kin, he growls. Every step I've taken, every life I've spent, all of it has been for that. His face hardens with absolute conviction, and his voice trembles with fierce passion. I will claim all of Acheron. There, Alpha's voice rings out with venom and conviction. You failed, he says coldly. You couldn't save your kin. You couldn't save Elvenheim. In the end, you lost yourself and became nothing more than a cowardly king. Alpha lifted his head, his expression steady and unshaken. Watch from where you stand, he said coldly. I'll finish what you could not. In Alpha's mind, the key to victory rested with the man known as First. To carry out his goal, he would have to retrieve Galadriel's sword, Ichadrin's beads, and Fabian's bracelet. He reasoned it through carefully. Since Ichadran and Fabian were two beings, and yet one existence, then the bracelet had to already be in the same person's possession. Once Alpha reclaimed the administrator's authority, he would enter the flower. But even while laying out the path in his mind, he understood that none of this would be simple. This task, he murmured, his voice low in the heavy air, will need real power, not cheap tricks. His eyes turned hard, and his voice sharpened with lethal intent. If I have to, I'll invoke Ouroboros. With that decision made, Alpha seized the rope in front of him and dropped downward in one smooth motion, descending fast with complete confidence and not a trace of hesitation. Every moment of that fall carried a quiet, oppressive dominance, his aura drawn tight around him like a coiled blade, ready to strike the instant he landed. He touched down lightly, then straightened before the flower, a massive radiant structure pulsing before him like a living heart. One hand settled near his lower back as he looked over the scene, his eyes glinting with command. When Alpha finally spoke, his voice remained calm, but there was no mercy in it. Move, he ordered the presence before him. How dare you bare your fangs at your creator? The forest seemed to tremble beneath the weight of his words, and for a moment even the world around him felt as if it had stopped breathing. Then a piercing buzz ripped through the air as a swarm of vicious insects burst out around him. Alpha did not flinch. Instead, he thrust one arm upward, energy crackling around his hand like a storm on the verge of exploding. His thoughts drifted back to the failure of the so-called original, a king stripped of his people and stripped of his throne. Now, with a cold laugh, Alpha declared that the true original was standing right here before them. From this moment forward, he would be known as Techiron. And then, without warning, two figures stepped out from the shadows. Kang Hansu and Alpha. Kang Hansu stayed motionless, his back turned and his silence as heavy as ever. Alpha smirked at him. I thought you were dead, he said. You didn't even fight back, did you? Guess you actually managed to crawl out alive. Off to the side, Sophia stood quietly, caught deep in her own thoughts. Michael glanced toward her and asked, What are you thinking about? Then he shook his head before she could answer. Never mind, he said with a faint, knowing look. I'm willing to bet we're thinking the exact same thing. He remembered that man clearly, the one who had killed both the calamity fish and the disgorging root. Ever since that man appeared, everything in the red zone had begun to change. Michael quietly admitted to himself that there had been a time when he had nearly given up. Even that man had once said it was impossible. Killing even one calamity was something Michael could barely imagine, but that man had actually done it, and he had done it alone. A small, fragile spark of hope began to shine in Michael's eyes. He believed the newcomer might win that man's favor, enough to pass safely into the orange zone. If that happened, the red zone might finally become stable. More people would survive the tutorial and make it out alive. Maybe even Michael's own sibling could be among them. For the first time in what felt like ages, Michael allowed himself to dream of saving 1 billion lives. Sophia let out a quiet chuckle under her breath. Michael blinked and looked at her. What's so funny? Sophia smiled faintly, almost in disbelief. Just the fact that something this ridiculous might actually happen. Michael nodded, a small grin forming on his face. Yeah, he said softly. I understand that. Suddenly, a streak of blue light flashed across the sky. It was an eagle. A girl pointed upward in alarm. What is that? The man beside her trembled as he stared. Sea carrier pigeons. They looked like carrier pigeons. But then more appeared. Dozens became hundreds, and soon the air was filled with blue eagles diving straight toward them. Why are there so many? The man shouted, his voice cracking with fear. Panic exploded through the crowd. People started running in every direction, tripping over rocks and loose dirt as terror drained the color from their faces. One man lost his footing and crashed hard onto the ground. The others kept running without stopping. He stretched out a trembling hand after them, his voice breaking. Wait, help me. A few people glanced back, torn between fear and guilt, sweat sliding down their temples as the buzzing above them grew louder and closer. The fallen man screamed again, louder and more desperate this time. "Don't leave me." Blood suddenly burst from his lips, and then the swarm descended. The parasitic locusts covered him in an instant, ripping through flesh and bone so quickly that his body was torn apart within seconds. After that, a dead silence fell. Everyone froze where they stood, staring at the horrifying sight in front of them. Only Kang Hansu remained unmoved. Sophia met his gaze across the chaos and gave him a fearless smile. Above them, the leader of the locusts hovered in the air, its voice cold and cutting. "Stop the humans," it commanded. "Until Ouroboros is completely under our control, not a single one of them is allowed to escape." Its mouth stretched into a cruel, razor-edged grin as the swarm gathered behind it, their wings vibrating together with a sharp metallic hum. In a single dark mass, they sealed off the path leading toward the orange zone. The humans found themselves surrounded on every side, with thousands upon thousands of parasitic locusts closing in like a living wall. They hovered there hungrily, waiting for the order to strike, while a vicious light gleamed inside their leader's eyes. Reflected in those eyes were Kang Hansu and Sophia, standing firm beneath the swarm's shadow. The hunt had truly begun. Then, without the slightest warning, they appeared all at once. A black cloud of parasitic locusts surged forward, cutting through the air like a living storm of wings, claws, and hunger. The ground seemed to tremble beneath the force of their wings, and panic spread through the crowd in an instant. Faces turned pale, hands began to shake, and hearts hammered wildly as cold sweat rolled down the backs of their necks. Someone screamed and pointed toward the distant horizon. "They're coming!" Then a command rang out over the chaos. "Hold your positions. We cannot let them break through." The meaning behind that order was painfully clear. If their defensive line collapsed here, then the red zone itself would be lost. Fear crawled across every face in the crowd. Their eyes darted from side to side, desperately searching for even a trace of hope. But everyone understood exactly what was at stake. Until the other clans arrived, they had no choice but to hold their ground, no matter how impossible it looked. The air around them thickened with dread. A trembling voice broke through the noise, filled with disbelief. "We're supposed to stop that by ourselves?" The swarm advanced, swallowing the light as millions of locusts crashed toward them like a massive red and black tidal wave. The sky shook under their numbers, the earth groaned beneath the pressure, and the calamity finally arrived. Then a blur of motion flashed overhead. A blue eagle swept down from the sky, landing cleanly on Michael's outstretched arm. He stared at it closely, suspicion and unease sharpening his gaze. The message it carried was short, but horrifying. Every single parasitic locust inside Ouroboros had awakened, more than 100 million of them. Even if every clan joined forces, it still would not be enough. This was not just a battle anymore, it was a death sentence. Michael clenched his jaw, and the sheer absurdity of it almost made him laugh. A faint ripple of tension passed across Kang Hansu's face. Michael's mind spun through every possible explanation. Why were the locusts moving now? They were supposed to be the guardians of Ouroboros. Creatures made to protect its inner body, not abandon their posts without a reason. Ouroboros itself was still occupied, endlessly consuming the poison water. For 500 years, it had never once called the locusts out like this. So why was it happening now? Only one answer made sense: Alpha. Ruthless, unpredictable, and far more dangerous than expected. Michael had always known Alpha would become a serious problem, but this situation, this was far beyond anything he had imagined. Then a shout tore through his thoughts. "Kang Hansu!" It was Lu Hong, storming toward him with rage written all over his face. "This is your fault," he roared. "The locusts are going berserk because of you." Kang Hansu turned toward him, confusion flashing briefly in his eyes. "What are you talking about?" Lu Hong jabbed an accusing finger straight at him. "Don't pretend you don't know. If you hadn't started killing the calamities, none of this would have happened. So tell me, how are you planning to take responsibility for this disaster?" Before Kang Hansu could answer, Michael stepped in sharply. "Enough. Don't throw accusations around without proof. There is no confirmed connection between Kang Hansu and this outbreak." Then he turned toward Sophia, his tone becoming colder and more urgent. "Sophia, use your librarian skill. I need a calculation. How long until all of them descend?" Sophia looked at him steadily. "You mean all of them, not just part of the swarm?" Michael nodded with a grim expression. "Every last one." Kang Hansu suddenly raised his hand and pointed toward the sky. "Ouroboros," he called out sharply. "How long will it take to descend?" Sophia froze where she stood, her eyes widening as her entire body tensed, as if the name itself carried a crushing weight. The young man nearby spoke quickly, his voice tight with urgency. Stopping the locusts alone will not be enough. If he truly is a clone of the king, then he must possess part of the king's authority. That means he can command the locusts. And eventually his voice tightened. He will come for Ouroboros itself. Those words struck like thunder. Ouroboros, one of the 4 great calamities, was not something that could be controlled easily. Even with the king's blood, seizing command of it would take time. But once that control was complete, the monster would descend onto the surface, and the devastation would be beyond imagination. Kang Hansu turned to Sophia, his voice sharp and calculated. Then calculate it. The longer it takes for Ouroboros to descend, the more time we have to prepare. Hurry. Light and data flickered in Sophia's eyes as she activated her skill. A few moments later, her voice cut through the silence. 2 weeks. Numbers seemed to hang heavily in the air. Liu Hong's expression hardened, and his fists clenched tight. 2 weeks. That was all they had left. He gritted his teeth as the full realization hit him. Everything was collapsing. The order to capture Kang Hansu no longer mattered. None of it mattered now. The entire red zone stood on the edge of annihilation. First and second squads. Liu Hong barked, his voice cutting through the panic. Report this to Sir Miyamoto. Everyone else, you're coming with me. Sophia stepped forward at once. Where are you going? We need to stop this together. Liu Hong turned back to her with a mocking grin. Stop it? Why waste our strength? The mirror is about to open. All we need to do is leave this place. Sophia's eyes widened again. The mirror. Could that time really have arrived already? The mirror was no ordinary passage. It was a vast, silent lake surrounded by 6 towering pillars, standing in solemn stillness like a gateway waiting to open. It was the hidden passage leading onward to the next region. A route that revealed itself only once in an entire month. Only when the water settled into perfect silence, becoming so clear and motionless that it looked like polished glass, were the qualified allowed to cross. Anyone judged unworthy simply stepped in and never came back. Sophia's fingers shook just enough to betray her nerves. Every clan had been waiting for this exact opening, and she knew that most of them were already prepared to rush through it. But even with that knowledge, a heavy unease kept tightening in her chest. Lu swept his gaze across the people around them, then asked in a cold voice, "So once it opens, all of you are planning to run, aren't you?" Sophia said nothing, but her silence answered more clearly than words ever could. Lu's mouth curled into a smug grin, as if he had just confirmed what he already knew. Bingo. We don't have any reason to throw our lives away here for nothing, do we? Sophia's face hardened, her expression sinking into anger. Then what about Sir Iris's orders? What about Sir Miyamoto's orders? And what about everyone else who will arrive here after us? Lu let out a low chuckle, his eyes flashing with a cold, mocking light. You already know exactly what's going to happen to them. They'll either be torn apart by the parasitic locusts or crushed beneath Ouroboros. Take whichever ending sounds better to you. His laughter rang out through the tense air, sharp, ugly, and merciless. Why should I still care about some order handed down 20 years ago? Sophia's jaw clenched so tightly that her teeth nearly ground together, anger burning across her face. Lu noticed the glare immediately and cut in. Don't look at me like that. Lu's voice lowered into a warning. You think I'm the only one who feels this way? Everyone here is thinking the same thing. If the situation were still under control, if those old commands still had any weight, then maybe things would be different. But look around you. We're standing in hell now, he sneered, his words turning cruel. And once you're in hell, justice doesn't mean a damn thing. Sophia's eyes flared with fury, and the next instant she charged straight toward him. Her anger pushed her forward before anyone could stop her, while Kang Hansu and Michael remained nearby, motionless, their eyes fixed on the confrontation as the tension sharpened. Lu's expression stayed calm, but his thoughts turned darker by the second. At this pace, everyone left behind in the red zone would be butchered. And even worse than that, if things kept spiraling out of control, there was a chance that even a seal could be broken. Then Hansu's voice sliced through the suffocating atmosphere like a clean blade. Don't worry, he said, his tone steady and almost unnervingly calm. 2 weeks is more than enough. There was not even the faintest trace of doubt in his confidence. With his gaze steady and his focus sharp, Hansu continued, if we satisfy a few necessary conditions, bringing down Ouroboros won't be some impossible dream anymore. Sophia stared at him, blinking in disbelief. You mean like what happened with the calamity fish and the disgorging route? Before Hansu could answer, Michael stepped in, frustration already tightening his voice. That's impossible. The parasitic locusts guarding Alpha's inner body have already started descending. The gatekeepers have abandoned their positions, and Alpha has completely sealed itself away from any outside threat. We can't repeat the same method we used before. Hansu calmly raised 2 fingers in front of them. That's exactly why I said there are conditions. The others fell quiet at once. They waited for him to continue. First, Hansu said, we need to bring every clan together and make them stand against the descending parasitic locusts. He paused for a breath, then added, second, we need to bring in the 7 phantoms, the strongest warriors in the red zone. Sophia's eyes widened as disbelief flashed across her face. The 7 phantoms? That's... Hansu gave a faint smirk. He finished the thought before she could force the words out. You're wondering why I'm going that far, aren't you? A heavy roar rolled through the air as power began to crackle around him, thick and violent enough to make the space itself feel charged. Behind Hansu, the image of a massive demonic Ouroboros shimmered into existence. It coiled around the colossal tree like a nightmare given flesh, its enormous body twisting through the air as if it could crush the world just by tightening its grip. Hansu looked up at it, his voice unwavering. This is how we'll take down Ouroboros. Hansu stood his ground without the slightest tremor, even as the storm around him seemed to grow heavier. Sophia and Michael faced him in silence, both of them caught somewhere between awe, fear, and doubt. Michael's voice shook as he finally spoke. You're seriously saying you're going to unite every clan? Even now, when Ouroboros is about to descend and wipe everything out. You still think they'll actually listen to you? Sophia was tense as well, but she slowly shook her head. I've followed Hansu through one impossible plan after another, she said in a quiet voice. And somehow every time I've watched him turn the impossible into reality. Her voice softened, but the worry in her eyes only grew heavier. But you know the reason the phantoms can't leave their posts. Even if they want to help us, they're still bound there. Hansu met her gaze directly, without even a flicker of hesitation. I know, he answered firmly. That's why I'm going to remove the very reason they're bound in the first place. The certainty in his words sent a cold ripple through the air. Sophia reached toward him, her voice trembling despite herself. What? What are you really? Hansu didn't flinch or look away. You'll understand soon enough, he said. But before that, we unite the clans and stop the parasitic locusts. We don't have time to stand here hesitating. Above them, the ground rumbled as Ouroboros stirred somewhere in the distance, its gigantic presence hanging over the world like a storm cloud ready to collapse. Its enormous emerald eyes shone through the chaos, filled with an eerie intelligence and a terrifying, overwhelming power. Meanwhile, far from that battlefield, Alpha sat surrounded by countless holographic screens, each one displaying Hansu, Sophia, Michael, and the spreading chaos across the red zone. Pale streams of data flowed endlessly around him, bathing the space in a cold glow. Outside, screams and battle cries rose together as the parasitic locusts poured across the land in endless waves. Alpha watched everything in silence, calmly processing the situation. They were holding out longer than expected, he thought. But that changed nothing. The advantage in numbers was still his, and suppressing them was only a matter of time. Even so, his calculations remained cold and precise. He could not allow too many humans to die. Every single human was a valuable resource, and the population had to be preserved. Then he paused, scanning through one cluster of holograms after another. His eyes narrowed slightly. Some of them were trying to escape. A large group had broken away, heading straight for the next zone. Alpha leaned back just a little, his mind already turning through the possibilities. A faint curve appeared at the edge of his lips. Let's see how far they managed to get. Every word that left Alpha's mouth carried a poisonous cruelty, twisted and revolting enough to make his intentions clear. He stretched his grin wide, his teeth flashing like sharpened blades, and declared that the weak were nothing more than insects suffering divine punishment for being worthless. Lu stood without speaking for a moment, sinking into his own thoughts. His gaze moved across the crowd gathered before him. Members of the Celestial Association were there, along with 6 unaffiliated clans, and even the Chimera monarch himself. Everyone had gathered in one place, except for the Valkyrie clan, which was still holding back the parasitic locusts. If even the strongest among them had come here to flee, Lu thought grimly, then his judgment had been right from the very beginning. Secure a spot as close as possible. Liu Hong ordered, his eyes fixed on the place where the mirror would appear. The instant it opens, we move. Yes, sir. One of his men answered at once, straightening as if he had been waiting for that command. A little farther away, someone was watching him closely. Jiang Gesu studied Liu Hong from a distance, and a flicker of recognition crossed his eyes. So that's Liu Hong, he said, his voice slicing into the already strained atmosphere, the man who took Carl's Morin's place. The new head of the Hecarim clan. Jiang Gesu tilted his head slightly, staring at him with a sharp, testing gaze. Tell me, Liu Hong, did you get permission from that person before deciding to run? Liu Hong's answer came back cold, hard, and immediate. I don't owe you an explanation. Jiang Gesu only smiled wider. What a shame, Jiang Gesu said, his tone light but needling. I was hoping I'd finally get to see them for myself. You've all been so busy hiding behind that name, I can barely even remember what their face looks like. The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Hong's temper snapped. Watch your mouth, Lu Hong growled, his expression tightening with anger. Unlike you, that person carries a burden far heavier than any clan leader could ever understand. They're doing the very thing none of you were capable of doing. But before Jiang Gais could throw back another remark, Lu Hong suddenly froze. His eyes widened, his body stiffened, and every muscle in him went tense. Jiang Gaisu followed his gaze a beat later, and both men found themselves staring upward, alarm spreading across their faces. Kang Hansu was approaching, just his presence alone pressed down on the air, while power stirred around him like invisible sparks. So, he said calmly, the 6 great clans arrived faster than I expected. Lu Hong's jaw clenched, and beads of sweat gathered along his forehead. Hansu, what the hell are you doing here? Kang Hansu walked forward without the slightest fear, his steps steady, while the companions behind him moved with the same clear purpose. Lu Hong bared his teeth in frustration. You insane bastard! You came all the way here just to ruin everything again? Hansu shook his head calmly. I'm not here to fight. I came to share a plan. His voice stayed even, almost too composed for the chaos around them. The 6 great clans will hold back the parasitic locusts, while I bring down Ouroboros. The moment those words landed, a wave of shocked murmurs rolled through the crowd. Jiang Gaisu's eyes narrowed as the meaning behind Hansu's words finally sank in. The others began whispering among themselves in disbelief. Is he serious? One person muttered. He wants us to fight the locusts while he goes after Ouroboros? Another voice scoffed from the crowd. He's completely lost his mind. Michael stepped up beside Hansu and placed a hand on his shoulder, lowering his voice. You do know nobody here is going to follow a plan like that, right? Sophia immediately cut in, her voice sharp enough to silence the nearby whispers. And why wouldn't they? Have all of you forgotten what your duties are? The Root and the 7 Phantoms exist for one reason, to protect the Red Zone. They exist to uphold the will of Lord Ayres and Lord Miyamoto. A heavy silence dropped over the crowd, and the name Miyamoto hung in the air like a long, dark shadow. Even though he had died long ago in the abyss, Miyamoto had fought for them until his very last breath. Whether that loyalty had come from duty, conviction, or something else entirely, no one there could truly say. Lu Hong's patience shattered all over again, and his glare sharpened until it looked like it could cut straight through steel. Don't you dare cross that line, he warned. Even if you're one of the 7 Phantoms, you don't have the right to throw that person's name around so carelessly. Hansu fired back without a moment of hesitation, reminding Lu Hong that he was the one who had abandoned Miyamoto's words and tried to run the instant the situation turned dangerous. Michael muttered something under his breath, so quietly that most of the crowd couldn't catch it. But Hansu heard it. He turned toward Michael, eyes burning, and suddenly raised his voice. His shout split the tense silence like a blade. Jiang Gaisu couldn't hold back a laugh. You're even crazier than I thought. He shook his head, still smiling as he looked Hansu up and down. You really are Kang Hansu, aren't you? Fine. Then let me give you a little advice. Jiang Gaisu's smirk deepened, and he spoke loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. I'll admit it, you've killed your share of calamities. But this situation isn't just about fighting anymore. A clan's first duty is to protect itself. If we can survive just 2 more days, we'll reach the Orange Zone. Throwing ourselves into battle now would be meaningless. Everyone should look after their own people and stop getting in each other's way. Hansu's eyes moved slowly across the gathered clans, his gaze cold, sharp, and completely unyielding. 2 days, huh? He said, his voice dropping into an icy calm. Then I suppose you're about to find out exactly how much those 2 days are worth. They're coming. His stare hardened even further, and now everyone here is going to learn just how cruel this world really is. Then, as if answering his warning, the ground suddenly began to roar beneath their feet. A deep, violent quake tore through the area, powerful enough to send people stumbling and knock panic into the crowd all at once. Jiang Gaisu raised his voice, trying to keep the frightened crowd from losing control. Don't panic. It's only tremors. We just need 2 days. That's all. We can hold off the locusts until then. Hansu growled, his voice fierce as his fist tightened at his side. No, this isn't the locusts. There's only one thing capable of shaking the entire red zone like this. The air seemed to grow heavier around them, and every pair of eyes slowly turned upward. And then they saw it, a colossal dragon, its scales gleaming through the crimson haze, its enormous body stretching so far that the end could barely be seen. It moved slowly through the blood-red sky, vast and overwhelming, as Ouroboros finally made its presence known. Just the sight of that dragon advancing was enough to crush the courage out of anyone watching. Its presence swallowed the battlefield in pure dread. Lu Hong's voice broke through the chaos, filled with disbelief and fear. Why now? Ouroboros wasn't supposed to appear for another 2 weeks. What is going on? Sophia looked up into the sky, narrowing her eyes against the storm of dust and energy. Wait, she murmured. That isn't its full descent. It's only moving its tail. But even that single movement was enough to make the ground shake, like the world itself was beginning to split apart. Panic spread through the crowd like fire through dry grass. People trembled, sweat running down their faces as their voices shook. How can the earth shake this much from just its tail? Is it coming down here? Hansu's voice cut cleanly through the rising chaos. I knew it, he said, his eyes fixed on the massive shape above. It's trying to block the mirror. The moment Hansu's words sank in, realization spread through the crowd like a cold wave, and terrified screams erupted right after. Then the dragon surged forward, and the fragile order holding everyone together shattered into complete pandemonium. People scattered in every direction, tripping over one another as they desperately searched for somewhere, anywhere to escape. The monster's enormous shadow swallowed the battlefield whole, pressing down on everyone like the sky itself had collapsed. Sophia quickly raised both hands, chanting as fast as she could, and a radiant barrier flared to life around her and Hansu's group, spreading into a shimmering dome of light. Hansu turned his head toward her. Sophia, I need one more favor. She nodded without wasting a second. Got it. At her answer, the barrier blazed even brighter. The glowing shield held firm as the dragon's attacks crashed against it with a deafening impact. Beyond that thin wall of light, the world had become pure chaos. People were being crushed, the land was being ripped apart, and the dragon's massive body blotted out the sky above them. From a distance, someone stared at the devastation in stunned silence. Lu Hong watched with wide eyes, unable to fully process the destruction unfolding before him. It was beyond anything he had imagined, and one thing became painfully clear: there was no way to reach the orange zone anymore. Then one of his men screamed, his voice shaking with fear. Lord Lu Hong, look above us! Lu Hong snapped his gaze upward and horror spread across his face. A black cloud was falling from the sky. But it wasn't mist, smoke, or ordinary darkness. It was a swarm. Countless parasitic locusts filled the heavens, thick enough to smother even the faint scraps of light still left in the red zone. Lu Hong's men began trembling uncontrollably, their bodies locking up as fear took hold. Their faces turned pale, sweat pouring down their skin as broken voices spilled out of them. There are too many. How can there be this many? The swarm kept closing in. Ouroboros roared overhead, and despair swallowed the entire battlefield. Lu Hong's voice ripped through the chaos. Everyone retreat! Run! Get as far away from here as you can. One of his bald subordinates gritted his teeth and started barking at the others. Move it! Don't just stand there staring! Go! Now! The men scrambled forward in panic, shoving their way through the crowd as fear drove them faster than any order could. Across the battlefield, one of Jiang Geisu's soldiers shouted for instructions. But Jiang Geisu didn't answer. His eyes stayed fixed on the sky, locked onto the enormous tail of Ouroboros as it stretched over the mirror and sealed the escape route above the lake. At the same time, the endless swarm of parasitic locusts came pouring down like a living storm, devouring everything in its path. To reach the next zone, they would have to move as one, but Jiang Geisu already knew that was impossible. The locusts were far too numerous, and each one was far too massive. A strained laugh slipped out of him, thin and bitter beneath the roaring sky. Sweat ran down Jiang Geisu's face as the truth settled in. There really was nothing they could do like this. Then Lu Hong's furious voice cut through the thunder of battle. Jiang Geisu, what the hell are you doing? If you just stand there, you're gonna get all of us killed. He whipped around toward Sophia next. Sophia? Do something. Sophia's voice trembled, but the truth in it did not. Lu Hong, you know it as well as I do. Running won't save us. Whether it happens right now or 2 weeks from now, once Ouroboros fully descends, we're dead either way. Lu Hong clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles stood out. His jaw tightened with frustration, but before he could answer, one of his men screamed from behind him. They're here! The locusts are right behind us! The swarm surged forward like a tidal wave of claws and wings, and screams burst across the battlefield. Lu Hong's men stumbled over one another in their panic, losing their footing as they tried to pull away. They shouted over each other, desperate and terrified, until suddenly, a blur cut through the chaos. Hansu leapt in from behind the parasitic locust swarm, his blade flashing through the air. In a single breath, he carved straight through the parasite and split it apart mid-air. Blood sprayed down like rain as the monster's severed body crashed to the ground in pieces. The soldiers froze where they stood, stunned speechless as they watched Hansu stand calmly in the middle of the carnage. Hansu wiped the blood from his face and spoke in a voice clear enough to cut through the panic. If we follow this plan, every one of us gets out alive. Lu Hong stared at him in disbelief, his eyes wide and furious. You're insane, Hansu. You're still spouting that nonsense even now? His voice rose, shaking with a mixture of anger and fear. Do you think you're some kind of hero? Ouroboros isn't like the other calamities. That thing is on a completely different level. Hansu met Lu Hong's glare without flinching. Then what's your plan? Run with your tail between your legs. If you choose that, you'll throw away the only real chance we have to survive. Behind him, the air trembled again as another wave of locusts rose from the dust. Hansu turned slightly, his gaze stretching toward the distance. The mirror opens in 2 days, he said evenly. But as long as Ouroboros keeps its tail over that lake, you'll be trapped here waiting another 2 weeks, Lu Hong. Zhang Gesu listened without saying a word, his expression unreadable as the battlefield roared around him. Lu Hong ground his teeth together, fury boiling beneath the fear he could no longer hide. Hansu stepped forward, and his voice rang out across the battlefield. So choose. Are you going to stand your ground and fight? Will you unite against the calamity and live? Or will you cling to your own selfish fear and let yourselves be buried here in the red zone? Behind him, the swarm stirred again, and the sky grew darker as more parasitic locusts poured in from every direction. Everyone froze in place, hearts pounding against their ribs. The air was thick with dread, and the choice before them felt heavier than the battlefield itself. Even while the battlefield spiraled deeper into chaos, Zhang Gesu stayed exactly where he was. He stood calm and steady, almost amused by the madness around him. His subordinates, however, were nowhere near as composed. "Lord Zhang Gesu, we have to retreat," one of them cried, his voice breaking under the pressure. But before Zhang Gesu could give any answer, a massive parasitic locust lunged from behind him, its claws raised high to tear him apart. His subordinate screamed in terror. "Behind you!" Zhang Gesu only grinned, as if the danger behind him barely mattered. "I've taken quite a liking to you, Kang Hansu," he said, his tone light, almost playful. In that exact instant, a giant hammer materialized in Zhang Gesu's hands, gleaming with raw power. He wrapped his fingers tightly around the handle and brought it down in one enormous swing. The hammer struck with a thunderous impact, and the ground beneath him shook violently as the blow connected. The blow smashed the parasitic locust head-on, crushing its body and sending the mangled creature flying through the air like broken debris. Zhang Gesu straightened his back, lifted his gaze, and looked out across the battlefield spreading before him. "Listen up!" he shouted, his voice booming loud enough to rise over the screams and explosions around them. "From this moment on, we hold the line. Not one locust gets across this lake." A fierce smirk spread across his face as he raised his voice again. "Lift your weapons. If we're going to fight, then we'll take every reward that comes with surviving it." One of his subordinates hesitated, gripping his weapon nervously. "Lord Zhang Gesu, are we supposed to keep fighting until Ouroboros is defeated?" Zhang Gesu tilted his head as if the question amused him. "Do I look like I'd go that far?" he said, almost teasing. "We fight, yes, but when it's time to pull back, we'll be ready." Then he planted his hammer into the ground with a heavy, ringing thud. "This is better for us anyway. The 6 great clans are all gathered in one place, which makes this the perfect moment to fight together. If we can't stop Ouroboros, then not a single one of us is reaching the orange zone. I'm sure even they can understand something that simple." Then his grin widened, taking on a wild, almost manic edge. "And if everything goes wrong, we'll just blame Hansu." Zhang Gesu laughed, his shoulders shaking slightly. "Let's see if he can really kill Ouroboros with the 7 phantoms, no matter how this plays out. We don't have anything to lose." From farther away, another pair of eyes watched the change on the battlefield. Hansu stood in silence, his expression impossible to read, calm and cold even as the world around him unraveled. The battlefield had fallen into utter bedlam, with Ouroboros and the swarm of parasitic locusts tearing through the land. Everything around them was being ripped apart, yet even in front of that living nightmare, Zhang Gesu's men roared with renewed fighting spirit. They charged straight into the swarm, weapons flashing as they cut down one locust after another. The red zone turned into a storm of steel, blood, and screams, while the air shook under the clash of monsters and humans. Among the fighters, the members of Lu Hong's clan stood frozen where they were, their bodies locked by fear. They stared in disbelief as the other clans threw themselves into battle, sweat sliding down their pale faces while their hands trembled around their weapons. One of Zhang Gesu's men shouted toward them through the chaos. "What about you? Are you really just going to stand there?" But no answer came, because Lu Hong was already gone. Far from the center of the chaos, Lu Hong was running for his life. Every pounding step carried regret and disbelief. "If I'd known it would turn out like this," he muttered under his breath, "I would have prepared differently." He glanced back at the distant flashes of battle and sneered through his fear. Idiots, every last one of them. They were fighting like madmen against an army that looked impossible to stop. To Liu Hong, the idea of holding out until Ouroboros was defeated was so absurd it almost felt laughable. They've all lost their minds. He spat, his voice rough with panic. That plan is going to get every one of them killed. As he kept running, something in the chaos suddenly caught his eye. There was Hansu standing right in the heart of the battlefield. He was cutting through the parasitic locusts, as if they were nothing more than drifting air, each movement smooth and overwhelming. Every swing of his blade was clean, efficient, and merciless. For a brief moment, Liu Hong's steps slowed. His breathing turned heavy as he stared. "Impossible," he whispered. But even then he refused to accept what he was seeing. No, it can't be. This plan was doomed from the start. Liu Hong turned away and made up his mind. "I'll go back," he thought. "I'll warn him. I'll just say it took time to find out more about Kang Hansu." And with that excuse ready in his head, Liu Hong disappeared into the smoke and dust, fleeing the battlefield without realizing that the true storm had only just begun elsewhere. Michael stood completely motionless. His gaze was fixed on something far in the distance, and his face looked strangely blank, almost stunned. Sophia noticed his expression right away. "Michael, what is it? Do you see something?" He slowly shook his head. "No, nothing." Just then, Hansu approached them, and his presence alone seemed to cut through the noise and tension hanging in the air. Michael straightened immediately and gave his report. The other clans followed the Hecarim clan's lead. "They're holding the line now. For the moment, we've managed to delay the Locust's descent." Hansu gave a single nod. "Good. Then I'll leave the rear to you." Michael blinked, caught off guard. "Wait, what?" Hansu's voice remained calm, but there was no room for argument in it. "I've done what I came here to do. Now it's time for me to meet the 7 phantoms." Both Sophia and Michael stared at him in shock, unable to answer right away. Michael frowned, his confusion turning sharper. "You're telling me to stay behind?" Hansu gave him a faint smirk. "Bingo." Then his eyes shifted toward Michael. "Remember what you promised me? You said the helpers would support me? This is the moment to prove it." Michael let out a sigh and scratched the back of his head, half grinning despite the danger around them. "Fine, fine. You go do your thing, Hansu." And with that settled, Hansu turned away, his figure gradually disappearing into the smoke-filled horizon. Meanwhile, at Beacon headquarters, urgent reports came flooding in one after another. "The mirror has been occupied," one soldier shouted. "The parasitic locusts have breached the perimeter." Commanders exchanged tense, anxious looks as the situation worsened by the second. The 6 great clans, now moving under Zhang Jesu's lead, were doing everything they could to hold the line. After the Valkyrie clan wiped out the first wave of locusts, they began advancing toward the mirror, but the danger was not fading. If anything, it was growing worse, and the pressure inside headquarters thickened with every new report. One question weighed on everyone there. Should they hide within the seal and wait for the chaos to pass? Or should they keep fighting to defend it? Inside the conference chamber, the Phantom representatives were already locked in heated debate. Mariant Arc of the 4th Phantom was the first to speak. "We should remain near the seal and wait until the situation stabilizes," Mariant Arc said firmly. "This isn't as hopeless as it looks." Bake Johnsang of the 3rd Phantom slammed his hand against the table, the impact cutting through the room. "You're wrong. We can't just sit here and do nothing. We should join the battle. Neither the Locusts nor Ouroboros can break through the seal anyway, and if Ouroboros fully descends in 2 weeks, we'll be trapped no matter what." Charlize of the 6th Phantom tried to bring up the travelers, but her voice was quickly drowned out as Caghorn of the 2nd Phantom cut in. "Hiding behind the beacon shield isn't an option. We exist to protect the seal." And to save lives in an instant, the room exploded into chaos. Voices rose, accusations flew across the table, and the representatives split into bitter arguments. Some insisted that survival was all that mattered, while others condemned the very idea of retreat. Then one calm voice cut straight through the storm. "Enough." The word landed heavily, and everyone in the chamber fell silent. At the head of the table, Miyamoto, leader of the 1st Phantom and master of the Beacon clan, slowly lifted his gaze. He exhaled deeply before speaking. "We must not turn on each other." The tension in the room broke at once. Every representative lowered their head, guilt pressing down on them as Miyamoto continued in a steady, resolute voice. "We will discuss this properly. There is no room for division among us right now." No one dared to say another word. At last, Miyamoto's expression softened slightly. "I understand your fear," he said, his tone quieter, but still firm. "All of us feel it. But we are phantoms, and phantoms do not falter. Our duty is to uncover the source of what is happening in the red zone and deal with it in whatever way is necessary." Before anyone in the chamber could answer Miyamoto, the doors suddenly burst open, and Liu Hong stumbled inside. He was drenched in sweat, gasping hard as if he had run the entire way without stopping. "Lord Miyamoto," he shouted, barely catching his breath. "I have an urgent report." One of the representatives immediately snapped at him. "We are in the middle of a meeting," the representative barked, irritation flashing across his face. But Miyamoto calmly lifted one hand. That single gesture was enough to stop him. "It's fine," Miyamoto said evenly. "Let him speak." Lu Hong forced himself to steady his breathing, still panting from panic and exhaustion. Whatever news he had brought into that room, everyone could feel that it was going to change the direction of the meeting. Miyamoto rose from his seat. His posture remained calm, but there was a quiet authority in every movement. His gaze softened just slightly as he looked at the man standing before him. "Lu Hong," he said, "you've done well filling the seat Carl's Morin left behind as assault commander." Lu Hong bowed deeply, lowering his head with clear relief in his voice. "Thank you, sir." Miyamoto stepped closer and placed a steady hand on Lu Hong's shoulder. "Now, tell me what you came here to say." Lu Hong straightened, his expression tightening again. "Sir, the 6 great clans gathered near the mirror are in crisis. It's all because of Kang Hansu's reckless actions. He has proposed something unthinkable. He wants to subjugate Ouroboros itself. I came here to report everything directly to you." Miyamoto slowly nodded. "Ah, I see." For a brief moment, relief washed over Lu Hong's face. At least Miyamoto seemed to understand the danger. But then Miyamoto's voice changed. His tone became quiet, yet sharp enough to make the whole room tense. "Tell me, Lu Hong, why did you go to the mirror in the first place?" Lu Hong blinked, suddenly caught off guard. "Well, you see, before he could finish, Miyamoto raised his hand and cut him off. "There is no need to explain. The fact that you went there means you intended to escape to the orange zone, didn't it?" The entire chamber fell silent. The other phantoms exchanged uneasy glances as Miyamoto continued. "For us phantoms, our duty is to guide the future of the red zone. Your actions showed that you disregarded that responsibility." Panic flickered through Lu Hong's eyes. I was only following your orders, sir." In that instant, Miyamoto's calm demeanor disappeared. His eyes hardened like steel. "My orders?" Lu Hong froze where he stood. Sweat rolled down his face as he quickly bowed even deeper. "Forgive me, Lord Miyamoto. I spoke out of turn." For a moment, the tension in the room became almost suffocating. Then Miyamoto finally let out a quiet sigh and waved his hand. "That's enough. Wait outside. We will discuss this later." Grateful that the matter had ended there for now, Lu Hong bowed again and hurried out of the chamber. Charlize watched him leave, then clicked her tongue in disgust. What a disappointment. He ran away while everyone else was still fighting. Miyamoto turned toward her, his voice still even. Perhaps. But considering the sheer size of the descending Ouroboros, even his fear is understandable. Mariant Ark frowned and scratched her head, looking more curious than angry. "Still, this Kang Hansu must be causing quite a commotion out there. I'd like to meet him at least once." Miyamoto gave a faint smile. "You never know. He may be a reasonable man. He might even become someone useful to the red zone right at that moment." A soldier rushed in and whispered something urgently into the ear of one of the phantom aides. The aide's eyes widened at once, and he immediately called out, "Lord Miyamoto!" Miyamoto turned his head, his brows lifting slightly. "What is it?" The aide swallowed hard before speaking. "Hansu Kang Hansu is here." A stir ran through the room. A moment later, the doors opened, and Kang Hansu walked in with Sophia close behind him. Miyamoto straightened in his seat. His voice remained calm, but there was firmness beneath it. "Kang Hansu, you say?" Miyamoto faced him directly. "You may not know me, though I assume Sophia has told you at least something. Regardless, proper introductions are necessary. I am Miyamoto Junichi, one of the 7 phantoms who protect this red zone, and the current leader of the Beacon clan." Hansu gave a respectful nod. "It is an honor to meet you." But the courtesy in his voice faded quickly, replaced by a sharper seriousness. "However, we don't have time for pleasantries. I came here for one reason, to take down Ouroboros, and for that, I need your help." The room went completely still. Every representative froze in place. They stared at Hansu in disbelief, as if they had just heard something absurd. Caghorn of the Second Phantom scoffed under his breath. "Audacious fool, he doesn't even deserve to stand in this room." But Miyamoto said nothing for a long moment. Then, with a faint smirk, he finally spoke. "You are an honest man, Kang Hansu." Hansu's eyes narrowed slightly as he waited for the answer. Miyamoto's expression hardened, but honesty alone is not enough. Even if your claim is true, even if you truly believe you can defeat Ouroboros, we cannot help you. Hansu stared at him in silence. "There is a reason," Miyamoto continued, his voice carrying a deeper weight. "Why we cannot leave this place, no matter what happens outside." Meaning behind those words settled heavily over the room, and everyone there felt it. Beneath Miyamoto's calm expression, something deeper and far more dangerous seemed to be hiding. Hansu's grin slowly widened. So that's how it is. Then let's talk about Akuma. The instant that name left his mouth, the chamber erupted. The phantoms froze, eyes widening as their breaths caught in disbelief. Sophia felt cold sweat trickle down the back of her neck. How does he know about that? Hansu's voice stayed calm, but the resolve in it did not waver. As I've always done, I'll take your place, Miyamoto. I'll strike down Akuma myself. So release the seal. He took one step forward, but before he could move even an inch farther, blades flashed from every direction. Dozens of swords pressed against his throat at once. The phantom's subordinates moving in perfect sync. Miyamoto raised an eyebrow, resting one hand against his chin. Akuma, you say? He studied Hansu carefully. How could you possibly know about that? Then he stepped closer, his tone turning cold and deliberate. There are 4 calamities known to the travelers in the red zone: the disgorging root, Ouroboros, the king bee, and the calamity fish. Miyamoto paused, his eyes narrowing. But there is one more buried deep inside the trunk of the world tree, one that must never be spoken of. The room fell into utter silence. Akuma, Miyamoto continued. The 5th calamity. From the very first moment he was found, everyone understood the danger immediately. Something like him could not be left free, so they had no choice but to lock him away. The strength inside him was far beyond anything any of them had ever witnessed before, a kind of power that made even experienced warriors feel small. If that monster were ever released without control, he would not simply cause destruction. He had enough power to tear apart the red zone itself. Miyamoto's eyes grew sharper, his stare turning cold. That knowledge was never meant to be spoken of openly. Only the 7 phantoms, the ones who swore their lives to protect that seal, were supposed to know the truth behind it. So answer me, Kang Hansu. Even after knowing exactly what Akuma truly is, you still expect me to release him? Hansu held Miyamoto's gaze without even blinking. Yes, he answered plainly. Because Akuma has 2 relics I need: the chains of Ekam and the Caghorn spear. Without those, subjugating Ouroboros is impossible. Around him, the phantoms exchanged tense, uneasy looks. Miyamoto slowly turned his attention toward Sophia, his expression tightening as his gaze landed on her. Sophia, did you tell him all of this? She hurriedly shook her head, her voice trembling as she answered, No, Lord Miyamoto, I never said a word. Hansu already knew it on his own. Miyamoto's frown deepened. Impossible. You have barely spent any time in the red zone, yet somehow you understand secrets that even most phantoms have never been allowed to touch. But before he could question Hansu any further, several representatives shot up from their seats, their angry voices slicing through the pressure in the room. It doesn't matter how he learned it. One of them snapped with open hostility. He needs to be killed before he drags all of us into even worse trouble. Another shouted over the rising noise. He isn't really trying to stop Ouroboros. He wants those relics for himself. That has been his true aim from the beginning. Greed has twisted him, a third voice added bitterly. He is the kind of man who would defy impossible odds just to seize more power, and that is exactly why he went after the other 4 calamities. In an instant, the chamber fell back into chaos. Sophia's hands clenched so tightly, her knuckles nearly turned white, and at last, she could not hold herself back anymore. Enough, she shouted. All of you calm down. The sudden force in her voice made the others freeze. She drew in an unsteady breath, then said firmly, Hansu is not that kind of person. Charlize turned her narrowed eyes toward Sophia, studying her face closely. Then, tell us, Sophia, do you truly believe in him? Sophia hesitated for only a moment before giving a firm nod. I did not believe him at first, she admitted. When he claimed he would kill the calamity fish, I honestly thought he had lost his mind, but then he actually did it, and on the disgorging route he brought that down too, alone. Her voice grew stronger with every word, filled with conviction. Anyone who has witnessed what he can do knows it is true. He makes the impossible happen because he is Kang Hansu. Once again, silence settled over the room. A slight curve appeared on Miyamoto's lips. Miracles? Is that what you call them? He lifted one hand and gave the order. Lower your blades. For a brief moment, the phantom subordinates hesitated. Then they obeyed, stepping back as the cold edges of their weapons finally pulled away from Hansu's throat. Miyamoto watched Hansu with a quieter, more thoughtful gaze. I understand your determination, he said, but I have also heard the voices of the dead, the ones who once stood before Akuma. Their spirits still remember how hopeless that battle was, and how completely overwhelming his power felt. His voice lowered, heavy with warning. Even if you call this a miracle, Kang Hansu, there are miracles that demand a price too terrible to accept. Miyamoto's stare hardened as he looked straight at Hansu. Tell me, he said slowly, what exactly do you have that we do not? Hansu tilted his head a little, and the faintest trace of a grin tugged at the edge of his mouth. What is it that you want to find out? Without another word, his aura burst outward. Raw power flooded the chamber like a violent shockwave, shaking the floor beneath everyone's feet. The phantoms instinctively stepped back, their eyes widening as the air turned heavy enough to crush the lungs. Even Miyamoto's expression shifted for a brief instant, his calm composure shaken. Hansu raised his sword and settled into stance. If you doubt me, he said calmly, then I will prove it right here. I will show you that I have the strength to bring Akuma down. Come at me, all of you. His challenge lingered in the chamber like thunder rolling in just before a storm. Baek Jonsang's eyes narrowed sharply, and his voice came out cold, edged with arrogance and pride. Is that so? Fine. Then I will personally test whether your words have any weight. Miyamoto opened his mouth, clearly about to stop him, but the moment to intervene had already passed. Baek Jonsang's blade was out, and 3 phantom warriors charged forward at the same time. Their bodies moved with terrifying speed, their weapons flashing as they closed the distance around Hansu. Steel crashed against steel, sparks burst through the air. Baek Jonsang struck with precise practiced movements, but Hansu answered the attack almost casually, turning the blow aside with a simple flick of his wrist. The force of the collision trembled through the floor. Nearby, Charlize and Cooper exchanged a silent glance before preparing their own abilities. Power flared around them, casting an eerie glow across the chamber. Baek Jonsang glared at Hansu from directly in front of him. We are the Phantoms, the guardians of the Red Zone. Believing you can stand against all of us at once is not bravery. It is nothing but arrogance. Hansu met that glare without backing down. Arrogance? He said evenly. No. This is confidence. Golden light erupted around him as his guardian armor activated, wrapping his body in a brilliant shell of energy. I am not just some ordinary traveler, he declared. I have earned the right to stand on the same level as the Phantoms. Baek Jonsang's eyes flickered with surprise, his grip tightening around his weapon. What are you trying to say? Hansu gave no verbal answer. Instead, his energy surged even higher, flowing through his armor until the glowing frame began to hum with a deep, divine resonance. And in that exact moment, Charlize and Cooper attacked from opposite sides. Their speed so great their movements nearly vanished from sight. Hansu's heavenly soldier armor responded instantly, blocking their attacks as they arrived, but the two still slipped along its glowing surface, scraping past as if testing just how much it could endure. Hansu gave a faint grin. Perfect, he murmured. Now this is a real test. The world seemed to blur and time slipped backward into the past. Hansu stood before Eris, calm but clearly curious. Tell me about Miyamoto, he said. Eris raised an eyebrow at him. Why are you suddenly asking about him? I heard he was the one who managed the Red Zone, Hansu replied, but I also heard he died not long after the Abyss opened. If that is true, then I need to understand what kind of man he was, because there is a good chance I will meet him someday. Iris leaned back slightly, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. Miyamoto was different, she said at last. He was not like the other clan leaders. Her voice softened a little. While the rest of them chased power, rewards, or the chance to advance into the Orange Zone, Miyamoto chose to stay behind. His abilities were not built for personal glory, but for defense, for protection, and for strengthening others through buffs. Support skills, weakening techniques, little things meant to help others from the shadows. None of it looked flashy or overwhelming at first glance, but the important part was how he used them. He never saved those abilities for himself. He poured them into the people around him. Kang Hansu listened without saying a word, his expression unreadable, while Iris quietly continued. When everyone else walked away for their own selfish reasons, Miyamoto chose to remain behind and protect the Red Zone, guarding Akuma's seal until the very end. For the sake of that single duty, Miyamoto had thrown away everything else, giving up comfort, freedom, and even the life he could have chosen for himself. Then Iris gave a small, almost fragile smile, as if she still respected that choice even now. If you ever meet him, she said, then you can place your trust in him. Miyamoto is a man who believes in justice. He was the kind of person who would plant his feet and refuse to move, no matter what price he had to pay. And just like that, the memory dissolved. Back in the present, the chamber shook with renewed chaos as the violent clash between Kang Hansu and the Phantoms grew even more intense. Right before anyone could take another step or swing another weapon, Miyamoto's voice crashed through the hall. Enough. The single word hit like thunder. Everyone froze where they stood. Miyamoto strode forward, his eyes burning with anger as he demanded whether they had even realized what they were doing. Even if every person there gathered every bit of strength they had and threw it together, it still wouldn't be enough to face the disaster that was about to come. The silence after his words felt almost suffocating. Miyamoto continued, his voice heavy and sharp. Ouroboros would descend in just 2 weeks, and that was where all of their attention should have been, not on a meaningless fight among themselves. Cooper slowly lowered his weapon, the tension in his arms easing as he bowed his head in shame. "My apologies, Lord Miyamoto." Miyamoto let out a long, controlled breath, as if forcing the rage inside him back down before it could spill any further. The fury in Miyamoto's eyes gradually dimmed. Good. He then walked toward Kang Han-soo, who still stood ready, his weapon eater held at the proper angle and giving off a faint gleam in the low light. Miyamoto studied him for a moment before speaking. Han-soo was strong, stronger than almost anyone Miyamoto had ever seen, but then he reached one hand toward him and said that raw strength alone would never be enough to save the world. He told Kang Han-soo to put his weapon away and calm himself. Kang Han-soo did not move right away. For a brief moment, he simply held Miyamoto's gaze. Then Miyamoto's voice lowered, losing some of its edge. They needed to talk, not tear each other apart. They would make a decision together because far too many lives were hanging in the balance for pride, anger, or rivalry to decide anything. Slowly, the pressure in the air began to loosen. But beneath that surface calm, everyone there could still feel it. A far greater storm was approaching, and when it arrived, it would test every single one of them. Soon after, the meeting shifted into a large tent, where weak lantern light flickered across the cloth walls. Outside the tent, the distant roar of battle still rolled through the air, muffled but impossible to ignore, like a grim reminder that the chaos had never truly stopped. Inside, Miyamoto sat across from Kang Han-soo. His voice was calm now, but every word carried weight. He began by acknowledging Han-soo's strength. No one there doubted how powerful Kang Han-soo was. But Miyamoto made it clear that strength by itself was not enough to break open something that had been sealed for a reason. He folded his hands over the table and spoke with a grave expression. No one could predict what might happen once those seals were broken. Akuma's seal was not merely a wall keeping something inside. It was a warning left behind for anyone foolish enough to disturb it. Even getting close to the seal was enough to feel Akuma's presence pushing against the mind, heavy and oppressive. That was not a force that should be awakened lightly, and it was certainly not something anyone should disturb without absolute certainty. Miyamoto leaned forward just a little, his gaze fixed firmly on the man across from him. Then he asked the question that mattered most. "Kang Han-soo, do you truly have a plan to face him?" Kang Han-soo met Miyamoto's stare without the slightest hesitation. He answered that he did, then straightened his posture, his voice steady, clear, and completely unshaken. He spoke of the 5 relics of Elvenheim. 2 of them were currently being used to hold Akuma's seal in place, while the remaining 3 were already in Kang Han-soo's possession. Miyamoto's face darkened as Han-soo continued. If 2 relics were enough to restrain Akuma's power, then with all 5 gathered together, it should be possible to fully subjugate him. That was Kang Han-soo's strategy. After laying it out, he paused for a breath, then calmly asked Miyamoto what he thought. The entire tent fell into silence. Miyamoto leaned back slightly, his eyes growing heavy as he sank into thought. He considered Kang Han-soo's resolve, the absolute confidence in his posture, and the way he seemed prepared to gamble everything without showing even a trace of fear. For one quiet moment, that unwavering determination made Miyamoto think of someone else. Iris, then a voice from nearby, gently pulled him back. "Lord Miyamoto," one of the phantoms called out softly. Miyamoto blinked, as if waking from a memory he had slipped into without realizing it. Only then did he notice that his gaze had fallen into his drink, staring at the surface as though the past had been reflected there. "Ah, forgive me," Miyamoto said with a faint, distant smile. He had only been remembering old times. After a quiet sigh, he looked back at Kang Han-soo and admitted that Han-soo was different from him. Han-soo acted without hesitation. Miyamoto, on the other hand, let the thought trail off for a moment before smiling faintly again. He preferred to think carefully before taking the leap, so before giving any answer, he needed time to weigh everything properly. Kang Han-soo accepted that with a simple nod. That was fair. Miyamoto lowered his eyes for a brief moment, then lifted them again with a more serious look. He asked them to consider one thing first. If they truly released Akuma's seal and confronted him directly, what would happen if their plan failed? That question settled over the tent like a heavy weight. Miyamoto rubbed his chin slowly, thinking through the consequences out loud. He told them to imagine a full-scale war against the calamities. The number of lives lost would be beyond measure, and now, with Ouroboros already beginning to move if Akuma were added into the chaos as well, the entire red zone could collapse under the pressure. Miyamoto released another slow breath. He was not saying this because he doubted Kang Han-soo. Han-soo had already accomplished what no other traveler had managed to do, subjugating 2 calamities by himself, But even the strongest plan could still be thrown off by variables, and the cleaner a plan looked on the surface, the more dangerous and unpredictable its hidden pieces often became. Miyamoto's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had just realized something behind Kang Han-soo's reasoning. Was that why Han-soo had proposed this path? Was this plan meant to deal with those unpredictable variables before they could spiral out of control? Kang Han-soo did not answer. His silence, however, said more than enough. Miyamoto watched him for a moment, then continued, his tone beginning to shift in another direction. There was another possible route. What if they used the relics Kang Han-soo already held not to break the seal, but to strengthen it temporarily instead? If they did that, the phantoms would no longer need to remain tied down as guards. Their forces could then be redirected toward the parasitic locusts gathered near the mirror. Miyamoto leaned forward as he explained further. If they managed to hold the locusts back, they could open a path out. Every traveler still trapped in the red zone could escape before Ouroboros descended. It could guide everyone into the orange zone safely, avoiding the worst of the disaster before it arrived. Miyamoto's subordinates quickly nodded, their faces lighting up with approval. One of them praised him at once, saying it was exactly what they expected from Lord Miyamoto. Another immediately joined in, calling the idea brilliant. They said no one else could have thought of such a plan. Miyamoto paid no attention to their flattery and kept his focus on Kang Han-soo. Then, in a calm voice, he asked for Han-soo's answer. Wasn't this plan far more rational? Kang Han-soo stayed quiet for a moment, carefully choosing his response. At last, he gave a small nod. Miyamoto was right. From a purely logical standpoint, the plan made sense. Miyamoto's lips curved faintly, and he seemed ready to continue, but Kang Han-soo's next words made the entire tent go cold. Even so, Han-soo said firmly, he refused. The air froze. The silence that followed felt sharper than any blade in the room. Miyamoto's expression hardened as he slowly placed his cup down. Around them, the phantoms narrowed their eyes, and the tension thickened like fog pressing in from every side. Kang Han-soo rose to his feet, his gaze never wavering. If they ran away from this now, the red zone would never find peace. Kang Han-soo had not come there to delay the inevitable or push the danger onto someone else. Standing before Miyamoto, surrounded by the strength of the phantoms, he made his position unmistakably clear. He was not searching for safety. He was declaring war. The murmurs around him faded one by one as Kang Han-soo stood firm. The relics of Elvenheim, he said in a steady voice, were never meant to be used that way. Once again, the tent sank into silence. Miyamoto's eyes sharpened, his stare cutting directly into Kang Han-soo. Then he asked whether this was really about Han-soo himself, whether some personal desire was driving him. Kang Han-soo met that piercing look without hesitation. No, the relics had to be used somewhere else, in the place they were truly meant to be used. Miyamoto raised an eyebrow and asked where that place was. Han-soo only gave a faint smirk. Did that really matter? As long as he brought Akuma down, wasn't that enough? His voice remained calm, confident, and unwavering. Miyamoto could rest easy. Han-soo would finish it quickly. The two men stared each other down, their gazes locked in the heavy silence between them. Neither of them flinched, and neither showed any sign of backing away. Then, slowly, Miyamoto rose from his seat. Very well, he said at last. If that was the path Kang Han-soo had chosen, then Miyamoto would leave the decision in his hands. Sophia's eyes widened at once, her face tightening with surprise as she stared at Miyamoto. Wait, what exactly do you mean by that, Lord Miyamoto? She asked, unable to hide the confusion in her voice. Miyamoto turned toward her and answered calmly. With the situation already pushed this far, they had no choice left but to believe in Kang Han-soo. His voice softened just a little as he said it. And if he was going to trust Kang Han-soo, then that meant he had to place his trust in Sophia as well. Miyamoto turned back toward Kang Han-soo, his expression steady. He would put his faith in him, in Mr. Kang Han-soo. Then he told him to follow, because he would personally lead them to the place where Akuma was sealed. They were just about to leave when Miyamoto suddenly stopped in place, as if remembering something important. Ah, one more thing. He looked Kang Han-soo up and down, a faint smile forming on his face. He told Kang Han-soo to change his clothes. Han-soo fought through speed, accuracy, and sharp movements, but the gear he was wearing now was dragging him down more than it helped. Miyamoto had something that would fit his fighting style far better. Not long after that, Kang Han-soo stepped out of the tent wearing a completely different outfit. A dark, streamlined set of armor wrapped around his body, fitting him as if it had been made for him alone. He moved his arms slightly, testing the weight and flexibility, and immediately felt the difference. So this was Goethe's leather. It was light, with barely any resistance when he moved, making it almost perfect for the way he fought. Sophia walked beside him as they moved forward, and the relief on her face was clear. Seeing Miyamoto finally choose to trust him had taken some of the pressure from her shoulders. She spoke softly, saying it was good to see Miyamoto placing his faith in Kang Han-soo. Now all that remained was to subjugate Akuma, just as the plan required. Kang Han-soo nodded, but his expression stayed thoughtful. Miyamoto's earlier words lingered in his mind, especially the part about hesitating between cold logic and instinct. To Kang Han-soo, that hesitation was not exactly a flaw, but it still left a quiet discomfort in his chest. As they kept walking down the path toward the seal, Kang Han-soo finally broke the silence. "Sophia?" He asked if he could ask her something. She turned her head toward him, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she asked what it was. But Han-soo did not answer immediately, because at that very moment they arrived. Before them was the place where Akuma slept, and the sight waiting there swallowed every other thought. An enormous shell stood before them, huge and unnatural, pulsing with a dim crimson glow like a living heart trapped in darkness. Thick, heavy chains wrapped around it from every direction, and a spear had been driven deep into its surface, pinning the seal in place. Inside the faintly translucent shell, something shifted. A dark, monstrous shape stirred within, distorted and terrifying even while bound. Even sealed away, the pressure rolling from it was suffocating, raw, and violent. This was Akuma, a creature so vile it felt as if it had crawled up from the deepest pit of hell itself. Then the past opened up, reaching 20 years back. A younger Miyamoto stood there with Iris and his comrades, far inside a cavern wrapped in an eerie, breathless stillness. What they discovered in that place struck every one of them silent. There were dozens of them at first glance. No, when their eyes adjusted, there were hundreds of stone figures filling the chamber. Every single one had the shape of a human being, their faces locked in twisted terror, as if their final screams had been frozen forever. One of the men whispered in shock, asking what had happened there. Iris stepped forward, her face darkening as she looked at the rows of petrified people. These were not statues, she said quietly. They had once been alive. Miyamoto clenched his jaw, staring at them as he asked what kind of power could turn humans into stone like this. No one had an answer. The only thing they could feel was the dense leftover energy hanging in the air, clinging to the cavern like a poisonous fog. It was ancient, chaotic, and filled with a deep malice that made their instincts scream. Following that lingering power, the group moved deeper toward the center of the chamber until they finally saw it, the source of everything. A monstrous figure lay sealed beneath layers of chains and carved runes, its body warped into an unnatural form, its eyes giving off a faint glow even in sleep. Just standing near it made the air feel colder. Miyamoto felt his heartbeat pound harder as realization struck him. This thing had done all of it. Iris nodded, confirming the terrible truth. One being, one calamity. Silence dropped over the group as they understood what they had found. This was something that should never have existed, something far beyond any calamity they had faced before. One of the explorers quickly said it had to remain sealed. As long as it stayed bound, they would be safe. But then another voice trembled as it pointed out the problem. The seal was weakening. Everyone looked at the restraints, and although the glow was still there, it flickered faintly like a dying flame. Miyamoto stared at it, his thoughts racing. It was only a matter of time before the seal broke. That was when the vow began, and with it came the decision to remain in the red zone forever, guarding the seal no matter how many years passed. Even then, they understood the truth clearly. If Akuma ever awakened, the red zone would vanish as if it had never existed. Iris compared the whole situation to a ticking time bomb, and no other image could have captured the danger more perfectly. As Miyamoto moved closer to the seal, he realized this was not a problem they could solve with panic or reckless courage. They needed a real plan, something solid enough to hold back the disaster. For a moment, the idea of retreating and regrouping crossed his mind. But right as he was about to speak, a sudden idea flashed through him. It came so sharply and unexpectedly that even his subordinates turned toward him in surprise. Miyamoto's mind drifted toward the terrifying risk that lay ahead of him. Would he have to put his own life on the line once again? Just for humanity to move even one step higher? As that thought settled inside him, the aura surrounding his ring began to pulse with greater intensity. In the next instant, a massive spirit appeared from thin air and surged forward, rushing straight toward the seal to reinforce it. Miyamoto believed his weapon eater was the strongest weapon they still had left. But if they moved on to the next zone, he would have to rebuild its power from nothing. Even knowing that, he poured the weapon eater's energy directly into the seal. One of his companions stared at him in disbelief. "Wait! Are you seriously trying to pin the seal down with a weapon eater?" The words burst out in shock. But Miyamoto did not answer right away. Instead, he silently wondered how long he would have to keep doing this. and whether there would ever be an end to it. Still, he was convinced that his weapon eater could strengthen the seal enough to keep the being trapped inside from breaking free. Iris reminded him that remaining in the red zone was the only way he could continue maintaining control over the weapon eater. Miyamoto nodded without wavering. If enduring all of this was necessary for humanity's sake, then he would endure it. He told them calmly not to worry about him. He would stay there and hold the line himself. Now in the present, Miyamoto stood once again before the seal, surrounded by countless human statues frozen in time. Cooper noticed the faraway look in his eyes and called out to him. He asked if Miyamoto was all right, saying he looked as though his mind had wandered somewhere far away. Miyamoto answered quietly that he had only remembered something from a very long time ago. Kang Hansu, already impatient, cut straight in and said they should begin. They were running out of time. Sophia immediately shot him a sharp glare for speaking so bluntly to Miyamoto, but Hansu paid no attention to it. Miyamoto turned toward Kang Hansu and gave a firm nod. Hansu was right, it was time to begin. Miyamoto raised one hand toward the seal, and the ring on his finger lit up with a vivid green glow as he poured every ounce of his power into keeping the seal stable. Kang Hansu watched the process carefully, taking in the force radiating from Miyamoto's weapon eater. The power was enormous. It was obvious that countless weapons had been fed into it over the years. It might not be on the level of the heavenly soldier armor, but its raw strength could not be denied. Only then did Kang Hansu understand. The role of the Phantoms must have been to gather weapons for Miyamoto. Because keeping the weapon eater maintained restricted what Miyamoto could personally do, the Phantoms had taken on that burden in his place. And yet, even after seeing the logic behind it, something still felt wrong. Kang Hansu could not shake the quiet unease pressing at the back of his mind. Something about the entire situation felt wrong to Kang Hansu, like one missing piece was sitting just out of reach, refusing to fit into place. But before he could follow that unease to its answer, Miyamoto stepped back from the seal. That one small movement rippled through the chamber like a disaster being set loose. The chains wrapped around Akuma began to rattle violently, then collapsed one after another. The massive spear that had been pinning the seal in place came loose and crashed to the ground with a heavy metallic clang, while the earth beneath them shook as if the cavern itself was screaming. Thin cracks raced across the shell that had imprisoned Akuma, spreading over its surface like shattered glass. The cracks widened with every passing second, until finally, with a deafening roar, the entire shell burst apart. Akuma was free, and the moment his power was unleashed, it tore through the air like a violent storm. The instant Akuma broke out of his prison, Kang Hansu stood directly before him, his eyes cold, steady, and completely unshaken. Sophia froze where she stood, the color draining from her face as shock seized her body. In front of them towered Akuma, his long tongue flicking out from his twisted mouth, his warped, monstrous body radiating a presence so vile it felt as if hell itself had taken physical form. Charlize's body locked up, refusing to obey her. She realized with a chill that this was only his killing intent, and yet that pressure alone already felt powerful enough to kill. In that moment there was no doubt left in her mind. Akuma was not merely dangerous. He was an absolute monster beyond anything she had imagined. Then, in a blur too fast for the eye to follow, Akuma vanished and appeared right in front of her. Charlize couldn't move, trapped in place as death rushed straight toward her. But just as Akuma's strike came crashing down, Kang Hansu's sword flashed through the air. He caught the attack head-on, stopping it with a thunderous impact that shook the space around them. The force exploded outward like a shockwave, whipping through the chamber. And as the distorted air finally began to settle, Kang Hansu remained standing firm, holding Akuma back without yielding even a step. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he struck back, his blade carved deep into Akuma's hands, while not even a single scratch landed on Hansu himself. In the next instant, he moved again, spinning with sharp, brutal precision before driving a crushing kick straight into Akuma's face. The blow launched Akuma backward through the air, sending him crashing far into the distance. Kang Hansu turned toward the others, his voice cutting through the chaos as he told them to listen carefully. Akuma slowly pushed himself back up, clutching his head as his fury burned hotter with each breath. Hansu's voice rang out again, calm but commanding. They needed to protect themselves. He would handle Akuma. This was his side of the deal. With those words, Kang Hansu launched himself forward, charging straight toward Akuma without looking back. The monster answered with a growl that shook the ground, then shaped a blade from his bare hand as if his body itself had become a weapon. And in the very next instant, both of them rushed at each other with full force, closing the distance like two storms about to collide. There was no hesitation between them, no restraint, and no sign that either side planned to hold anything back. Far away in the orange zone, The ground suddenly rumbled violently beneath Giacomo and his group, sending tremors rolling through the area. One of his subordinates glanced around nervously, her eyes darting across the shaking ground as she asked if the parasitic locusts were moving again. Giacomo shook his head, his expression tightening as he focused on the vibration beneath them. No, this was different. The tremor was coming from far below. Kang Hansu and Akuma had begun fighting, deep underground. The two figures collided in a battle powerful enough to shake the world above them. Akuma threw a devastating punch, but Kang Hansu slipped past it with almost effortless precision. The phantoms watching from a distance could barely believe the sight in front of them. This no longer looked like a fight between ordinary men. It was a battle between monsters. Akuma continued attacking, his strikes coming fast, sharp, and relentless. Yet Kang Hansu avoided every single blow as if he could read them before they even arrived. Then, in response, Kang Hansu summoned a glowing orb of energy into his hand and hurled it directly into Akuma's face. The blast landed cleanly, forcing Akuma to stagger backward as rage twisted across his monstrous features. Realizing that he was being pushed back, Akuma's fury erupted even more violently. He lunged forward again, swinging his fists with enough brutal force to crush anything in his path. Kang Hansu pulled back just in time, but Akuma chased him instantly, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Hansu was already prepared. His armor flared with light as he called upon the spirit within it, readying a fierce counterstrike of his own. But Akuma reacted just as quickly, dodging away with terrifying speed. Before Kang Hansu could fully track his movement, Akuma appeared behind him, and his punch landed with a thunderous crack. But Akuma's moment of triumph lasted only an instant. Kang Hansu twisted in midair, narrowly slipping past even that crushing blow. Then he retaliated at once, swinging his blade in a sharp slash aimed directly at Akuma's face. The phantom stared in stunned silence, and even Akuma's own expression reflected the same shock. Kang Hansu had not merely survived the monster's assault, he was meeting Akuma, blow for blow. Cooper's expression turned grim as he watched the exchange unfold. He could feel it deep in his gut. This was not a battle they could interfere with. The speed, force, and pressure pouring from both fighters made one thing painfully clear. They were completely out of their league. Cooper let out a slow breath and muttered under his voice that it was exactly as Kang Hansu had said. All they could do now was place their trust in him. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu kept his eyes fixed on Akuma, measuring every movement with cold focus. The monster was faster than he had expected, far faster. Even with part of the Heavenly Soldier armor summoned around him, Hansu could only barely keep pace. Attacking carelessly would only waste his strength, so Hansu chose not to unleash the armor's full power just yet. He would hold it back, preserving that burst of force for the exact moment when he knew a decisive strike would land. Instead, his thoughts shifted toward the other weapons he still had available, the chain of Ekam and Caghorn's spear. But before Kang Hansu could make his next move, Akuma let out a low, broken growl, something twisted and impossible to understand. Then, suddenly, words came from his mouth. His voice shook with a strange, desperate plea. "Kill me, please." Kang Hansu looked straight into Akuma's eyes, his gaze remaining cold, calm, and unwavering. "All right," he answered simply. That was the very reason he had come here. Akuma lunged at him in a frenzy, swinging forward with monstrous strength packed into every motion. But his attack struck only empty air, and in the very next instant, Kang Hansu struck back with movements that were sharp, exact, and utterly merciless. The force of the impact blasted through the ground beneath them, sending a shockwave tearing outward. He did not give Akuma even a breath to recover. Glowing spheres of energy formed around Hansu and shot forward one after another, slamming into Akuma with perfect aim. Each orb exploded the moment it made contact. Akuma tried to answer with another attack, but by then, Kang Hansu already had both the chains and the spear in his grasp. The chains tightened around his hand, their power pulsing through his grip in steady waves. A faint sense of relief passed through him. They were responding. They were working. Then, in a blur, Kang Hansu charged forward and activated the chains mid-stride. They came alive instantly, snapping through the air like living serpents before wrapping around Akuma's body. Akuma roared as the chains coiled around him from every direction, locking his massive frame in place. But Hansu knew this restraint would not hold for long. The moment Akuma tore free, the battle could spiral beyond control. He had to finish it right here. Kang Hansu raised Caghorn's spear, preparing to drive in the final blow. But just then, something strange happened. His arms would not move. For one sharp instant, confusion cut through his mind. He could feel a heavy pressure bearing down on him, pinning him in place as though invisible hands had locked around his entire body. Was this one of Akuma's skills? A thought flashed through him, but he rejected it almost immediately. Akuma had no ability like this. A flicker of alarm stirred in Hansu's chest. If it was not Akuma, then who was interfering? He shifted his gaze slightly, sweeping over the battlefield, and then he saw him. Behind the group of phantoms stood Miyamoto. His eyes were cold, filled with a sharp, burning intensity, and they were locked directly onto Kang Hansu. For a moment, Hansu's breath caught. Miyamoto? This was no trick of the eye. It really was him, and that realization stabbed into Hansu like a blade before he could fully process the shock. Akuma, still wrapped in chains, suddenly surged forward with terrifying strength. His muscles swelled as he forced his body onward, charging straight at Kang Hansu. This time, Akuma was ready to strike. After failing again and again, Akuma finally landed a clean blow. The impact rang out like thunder, and the chains wrapped around him shattered instantly under his overwhelming power. When the dust and fragments cleared, Kang Hansu was still standing, completely unharmed. But his thoughts were moving faster than ever now. Piece by piece, everything began falling into place. The uneasy feeling he had sensed around Miyamoto, the strange interference in the middle of the battle, and the suppression field surrounding Akuma. Hansu remembered Miyamoto's obsession with maintaining Akuma's skill field. He remembered the weapon eater that had swallowed countless weapons, and the hidden weakening skill that had been aimed at him from the shadows. In that instant, the whole truth clicked together. Miyamoto was not trying to stop Akuma, he was protecting him. Kang Hansu's mind flashed back to what Iris had once told him. She had called Miyamoto a righteous man, someone who would choose what was right no matter the cost. But now, as Hansu looked at him standing there, he could not help but question those words. Righteous or not, Miyamoto did not look like someone who would be useful to him in this fight. Before Hansu could think any deeper, Akuma rushed forward once again. His strike landed cleanly, driving Kang Hansu backward as the force rattled through his entire body. Hansu steadied himself, but something felt wrong. Akuma's movements seemed sharper than before, faster and more difficult to follow. Then Akuma charged again, and Hansu barely slipped away from the attack in time. That was when the truth hit him. Akuma was not getting faster. Kang Hansu was the one being slowed down. The realization settled over him like a crushing weight. What followed was a brutal exchange, an all-out duel where both warriors poured everything into each strike. Steel slammed against raw power, and every collision sent shockwaves ripping through the ground around them. Every swing, every footstep, every breath carried the risk of death. But no matter how fiercely they clashed, neither side could land the decisive blow that would end it. From a distance, Miyamoto watched the battle with a faint grin slowly curling at the edge of his lips. He was not merely watching the chaos unfold, he was enjoying it. Then, with one subtle motion, he activated his weakening skill again. Kang Hansu felt the effect instantly, the crushing heaviness settling into his body, drag in his limbs, the dulling of his reactions. Frustration flared in his chest. He could not afford to waste strength fighting two enemies at the same time. But with Miyamoto interfering from the shadows, he no longer had a choice. And as Kang Hansu tried to pull himself back into rhythm, Akuma let out a savage roar and smashed straight into Kang Hansu, the sheer force launching him backward like a broken doll. His body slammed into the ground with a heavy crash, and the earth beneath him split apart from the impact. Hansu clenched his jaw until his teeth nearly ground together, because he could feel it with every passing second. The longer this battle continued, the heavier Miyamoto's debuff pressed down on him. For one brief instant, Sophia flashed through his mind, and he could only hope she would notice the danger before the timing slipped away completely. At the same time, away from the center of that brutal clash, Sophia stood watching the fight with her heart hammering against her ribs. Hansu was clearly being driven into a corner. Only moments earlier, he had been the one forcing Akuma back, controlling the pace of the battle. But now, he was barely managing to stay on his feet. Something had changed, something terribly wrong that made the air itself feel heavier. Then, all at once, she remembered Hansu's warning from before. If he failed to land even one clean hit and started getting pushed back, she was supposed to draw Akuma's attention, even if it lasted only a single moment. Sophia's eyes widened as the meaning sank in, and without hesitating, she turned toward Miyamoto and shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos with urgency and desperation. Miyamoto, Hansu needs help right now. Miyamoto slowly looked back at her, his face calm, almost disturbingly unmoved. Are you saying we should step in and help him? He asked in an even voice. You understand this as well as I do, Miyamoto continued. None of us here can truly fight Akuma head-on. If we rush in without thinking, we won't be allies. We'll just become useless distractions, getting in his path and making things worse. He folded his arms, his tone firm and unshaken. Hansu told us to leave this to him, so that is exactly what we will do. Sophia's hands curled into tight fists, her frustration rising until it almost spilled out of her chest. If we just stand here doing nothing, he's going to die. And if Hansu falls, then every single one of us falls with him. Every traveler in the red zone will be finished. Her voice rang through the chamber as she glared straight at Miyamoto. Are you really planning to watch him die? But before she could say more, Mariant Arc stepped between them and placed a firm hand on her shoulder. Sophia, that's enough, he warned in a low voice. You've gone too far. But Sophia refused to lower her eyes or swallow her anger. Miyamoto's expression tightened, the softness vanishing from his face. I believe in Hansu, he said coldly. He told me himself that he could handle Akuma alone. Sophia's voice shook, not from fear, but from barely contained rage. Believe in him? This isn't belief. This is neglect. Miyamoto shifted his gaze back toward the battlefield, watching the violent exchange from a distance. Think whatever you want, he said, his voice growing colder. But open your eyes and look. The situation is already turning against him. Right now, the best thing we can do is avoid interfering and keep from making the situation collapse even faster. He let the words hang in the air for a moment, then added in a quieter, darker tone, If Hansu falls, then we seal Akuma again. That is the only path left to us. Miyamoto turned his head back towards Sophia, his eyes calm on the surface, yet sharp enough to cut. So tell me, he said, holding her gaze without blinking. Do you have a better plan? Sophia went still, the words dying in her throat before she could force them out. For a moment she had no answer. Then Hansu's earlier warning came back to her. He had told her to be careful of Miyamoto. If anything felt strange during the fight, Miyamoto would likely be the cause. Back then, Sophia had not wanted to believe it. Miyamoto had always looked composed, logical, even honorable in his own way. But now, as she watched Hansu being forced back again and again, his body dragged down by some invisible weight, the scattered pieces finally locked together. Miyamoto was interfering. Hansu had already suspected this possibility from the beginning. He had not been completely certain. He had warned her clearly, if anyone betrayed them, it would be Miyamoto. Hansu had said Miyamoto was far too obsessed with keeping the seal intact, too attached to the control it gave him. And now Sophia was seeing that truth with her own eyes. The realization struck her like a blade through the chest. Miyamoto did not want Akuma destroyed at all. What he truly wanted was for Hansu to die. Standing off to the side, Miyamoto watched the battle with a faint air of amusement, casually scratching his chin, as if the matter barely concerned him. To him, Akuma was a living disaster, a calamity that should be locked away and controlled, not erased from existence. In Miyamoto's mind, Hansu was the one making the mistake. Hansu saw Akuma only as an enemy that needed to be killed. Miyamoto saw something entirely different. He saw possibility. If the seal could be maintained, then Akuma would become nothing more than a monster trapped inside a cage, a beast that could one day be turned into a weapon. In his mind, he could already imagine the power he might command. With Akuma under his control, ruling the red zone would become laughably easy. A thin smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. In Miyamoto's eyes, Hansu was simply another arrogant fool drunk on heroic ideals, and because of that arrogance, Miyamoto decided Hansu deserved to sink into despair as his eyes returned to the battlefield. Hansu's blade suddenly flashed through the air, finally slipping through Akuma's guard and finding a narrow opening. But just before the strike could connect, Miyamoto's eyes narrowed with cold intent. Not yet. He triggered the debuff once more. Hansu's body locked up in midair, his limbs turning heavy as if time itself had thickened around him. He clenched his teeth hard, understanding a heartbeat too late what was happening. Akuma did not miss the chance. With horrifying speed, his fist drove straight into Hansu's stomach. The blow slammed him downward with enough force to fracture the ground beneath him, sending Hansu crashing into the earth as blood burst from his mouth. It was a savage impact, the kind that would have crushed an ordinary man on the spot. Miyamoto watched with confidence, certain that his debuff had finally done its job. There's no way he can recover from that, he thought to himself. But then, to his disbelief, Hansu moved, bruised from head to toe. Bleeding and struggling for breath, he still forced himself upright. Miyamoto's smug expression cracked, replaced by a tight, uneasy disbelief. Impossible, he muttered under his breath, his jaw tightening. Hansu steadied his battered body and dragged in one deep, painful breath after another. Every inhale felt heavier than the one before it, but even with his body screaming in pain, he refused to collapse. Akuma snarled again and charged forward, his monstrous body blurring as he closed the distance. Just as his fist was about to crash into Hansu, a cold shimmer suddenly flashed between them. A towering wall of frost erupted from the ground, forcing Akuma to stop dead in his tracks. For a moment, Akuma hesitated, confused by the sudden barrier, his strike caught in midair as the freezing mist spread around him. Hansu lifted his gaze toward the icy wall. It was Sophia. She stood just behind the frozen barrier, her feet planted firmly against the trembling ground. With the glow of her spell still burning around both hands, Miyamoto's voice exploded with fury the moment he realized what she had done. "Sophia, what do you think you're doing?" he roared. "Didn't I already tell you? If anyone interferes now, it will only make everything worse." Hansu has to face Akuma by himself. His angry shout rolled across the battlefield like thunder. "Why won't you listen to me?" Sophia's face hardened, her eyes turning cold as she answered with open contempt. "I'm disappointed in you, Miyamoto," she said sharply, each word landing with force. "You keep talking about danger while hiding behind the people who are risking their lives in front of you." Her voice cut through the chaos like a drawn blade. "The man fighting out there, Hansu, is putting his life on the line to protect everyone in the red zone, and that includes you. But what are you doing? Nothing. You would rather stand there and watch him die than move even one step forward." Miyamoto's eyes narrowed, but Sophia did not let him interrupt. Frosty mana surged around her again, spreading beneath her feet in a widening sheet of ice. "For someone who calls himself righteous," she said in a low, steady voice, "you might be the biggest coward here." Then her voice rose above the battlefield, sharp and unwavering. "Don't you feel any shame, Miyamoto?" Those words pierced deeper than any attack. Miyamoto's jaw clenched, and the calm mask he had been wearing finally cracked. For the first time, her accusation seemed to shake him. But before anyone else could step in or say another word, Akuma unleashed a furious roar. His rage snapped toward the phantoms, drawn directly to the source of the interference. In an instant, his massive body blurred forward, charging at them with enough force to make the ground quake beneath their feet. One of the witches saw that monstrous figure bearing down on them and lost her nerve. "He's coming this way," she screamed, her voice breaking as Akuma closed the distance. "He's coming straight for us." Sophia did not retreat. She raised her staff and planted herself in front of the others. "Everyone, get ready." Nearby, Miyamoto's face twisted with anger. He snapped his gaze toward Sophia and shouted, "You've doomed us all." But before Akuma could reach them, Hansu's voice thundered across the battlefield. "Don't you dare turn your back on me." The air erupted with raw energy as Hansu suddenly appeared behind Akuma, his weapon already gripped in his hand. "I'm your opponent." With that fierce declaration, Hansu swung with all his strength. The strike connected cleanly, sending a violent shockwave rippling through the air around them. Akuma howled from the pain, his huge body lurching forward under the force of the blow. Sophia's breath caught in her throat. She was just about to call Hansu's name when Akuma abruptly twisted his body around, his claws snapping toward Hansu with terrifying speed. In one brutal motion, Akuma grabbed Hansu by the head and hurled him across the chamber like a discarded weapon. Hansu slammed into the wall with a bone-rattling crash. For a moment, dust and broken stone filled the air, but by the time it began to settle, Hansu was already back on his feet, as if the impact had barely slowed him down. Across the battlefield, Sophia began to chant. Magic gathered around her hands in a bright, pulsing glow. Path of the Descent. A radiant circle opened beneath Hansu's feet, spreading light across the cracked ground. He felt the spell surge up through his body, sharp, focused, and empowering. A grin pulled at Hansu's lips. "Nice one," he muttered, feeling strength return to his limbs. "I'll take it from here." Then, in a flash, he launched himself forward again, weapon in hand, rushing straight back into the fight. But as he closed the distance, something strange caught his eye. Akuma's body was beginning to transform. All across that monstrous frame, dozens of sharp black horns began pushing out from his flesh, twisting and stretching like living weapons. In only a few seconds, they shot outward by the hundreds, tearing through the air toward Hansu like a storm of dark missiles. The phantom stared in stunned disbelief. "What is that? He can do something like that?" Hansu did not fall back even a single step. His hands moved with calm precision, creating glowing spheres of light that detonated in midair and knocked every incoming horn off course. The battlefield burst into a violent storm of smoke, sparks, and colliding energy. But Hansu kept driving forward through the chaos without slowing down as he charged in. He thrust one arm behind him. Mana surged at his back as the chains of Ekim awakened once again, reforming piece by piece as though they had been reborn. The chains whipped out like living serpents, coiling tightly around Akuma's massive body and pinning him in place. Hansu called out, his voice steady, cold, and completely focused. "Just stay still for a moment." He tightened his grip around the spear, its power humming through his hands. I'll end this now. Then he threw it with every bit of strength he could pour into the attack. The spear tore through the air like a bolt of lightning and drove straight into Akuma's stomach, burying itself deep inside his body. Akuma screamed, the roar echoing throughout the chamber. The phantoms could only stare in awe. He actually did it, one of them whispered. Hansu took him down. Not everyone watching felt that same stunned admiration. Miyamoto's fists tightened at his sides. Rage burned hot in his chest. If Hansu killed Akuma here, then everything Miyamoto had built, his plan, his control, his future would collapse in an instant. No, he thought, panic and fury twisting together inside him. He could not allow that to happen. Without hesitation, he unleashed his entire arsenal of debuff skills and aimed every last one directly at Hansu. The air grew heavy, pulsing with suffocating, oppressive power. But Hansu did not even flinch. With a single sweep of his arm, he tore through every effect before it could take hold. The magic scattered and vanished before reaching him. Miyamoto's eyes widened in shock. Impossible, he whispered. Hansu turned his cold gaze toward him, his voice calm but edged with ice. Enough of your games, Miyamoto. I'll deal with you later. He lowered his weapon slightly, but his attention remained fixed on Akuma. For now I finish this. Miyamoto ground his teeth, fury boiling just beneath his expression. Yet beneath that anger, something else stirred, something buried much deeper. As he stared at Hansu, standing tall in the middle of the chaos, a memory flickered through Miyamoto's mind. He remembered Iris. Iris had once stood proudly on top of a mountain of fallen monsters, shining so brightly that she looked almost untouchable. Miyamoto and his men had only been able to stare up at her in silent awe. Back then, what filled his chest had been admiration and respect. But now, as he watched Hansu radiate that same overwhelming presence, the feeling twisting inside him was no longer awe. It was something much uglier, something darker and harder to admit. It was envy. Miyamoto sucked in a ragged breath, his body trembling as exhaustion pressed down on him from every direction. Each breath dragged heavily through his lungs. In front of him stood a monstrous beast, its sheer presence bearing down on him like a massive mountain he could never hope to push aside. Far above the battlefield, eagles circled in the sky, their sharp cries cutting through the tense silence. Then the creature lunged, claws tearing through the air with clear killing intent. Miyamoto's limbs refused to answer him. He was too drained to dodge, too worn down to even raise a proper defense. All he could do was grit his teeth and brace for the impact. And then, light burst before him. Glowing circles spun into existence around his body, weaving together into a brilliant barrier just as the monster's attack crashed down. The impact slammed against the shield with terrifying force, but the light held firm and refused to break. From within that radiance, Iris stepped forward. In one smooth, graceful motion, she deflected the monster's next strike, her movements so sharp and effortless that the attack seemed powerless before her. Then she raised one hand and another barrier blossomed in the air, pinning the creature in place before it could advance. Her calm voice carried through the chaos with absolute steadiness. "You're safe now, Miyamoto. I'll handle this." That voice pulled him backward through time. Memories flashed through his mind like lightning. Of course, Eris, the sovereign of another realm. The figure everyone in the red zone looked up to. A woman revered almost as if she were a living god. Miyamoto remembered everything, the admiration, the respect, and the bitterness that had followed. There had been a time when he cursed her name and blamed her for every disaster that swallowed them. But seeing her again like this, unshaken, powerful, and serene, regret clawed at the inside of his chest. What he should have felt back then was gratitude. With shaky hands, Miyamoto forced himself to move, gathering the last of his strength as he packed his gear, but his thoughts were already spiraling toward the secret he had carried alone for so long, the hidden disaster known as Akuma. He remembered the seal, and every single time he had fed pieces of his own power into it just to keep it stable, all while deceiving everyone else in the red zone. It had been pride, fear, and self-preservation dressed up as control, but now all of it felt empty. And then one name rose in his mind, Hansu. Miyamoto's jaw tightened as heat flared inside his chest. How could Hansu, that very same Hansu, have defeated him so easily? The memory struck him like a punch to the gut. Miyamoto had attacked first, full of confidence and reckless certainty, launching a burst of blue energy straight at Hansu's back. But Hansu had not even flinched. He had simply shifted one step to the side, with perfect timing, as if he had seen the attack coming from miles away. Beneath his feet, circles of light flickered into view. Runes, seals, or whatever that strange power was. Miyamoto could only think that it was unfair. Now he found himself staring down at his own hand, burned, trembling, and blackened from the backlash of his own magic. Smoke still curled from the wound and the pain bit deep into his flesh. Around him, the onlookers remained silent, but their stares hurt worse than the burn itself. Pity. He wanted none of it. In his mind, he replayed the moment again and again, Hansu's composure, his precision, his overwhelming strength. Had Hansu always been this powerful? Or had he simply been holding back the entire time? Then, through the drifting haze of smoke, Hansu appeared once more. Calm and composed, with his sword resting over his shoulder, like the fight had been nothing more than a warm-up. Every nerve in Miyamoto's body screamed at once. His instincts shouted danger. He was already wounded, and Hansu was not the kind of man who missed twice. As that sword began to rise again, Miyamoto understood that this might truly be the end. But then something shifted. A strange clarity cut through the fog in his head, sudden and sharp. Thoughts he had never summoned began pouring in, loud, tangled, and impossible to ignore. And inside that storm, he heard it, the voice of the blond man, the one who always spoke about seeing the larger picture. Finish it. The words sliced through Miyamoto's mind, cold, steady, and merciless. Anyone who threatened the plan did not deserve a second chance. No mercy. It was harsh. It was brutal. But in that moment, it made sense. Then another voice followed, rough, worn, and unmistakable. The blinded man carried the same conviction and delivered the same message. Mercy only gave weakness room to grow. Weakness led everything to ruin. Miyamoto tightened his grip around his sword, feeling the weight of those words sink deep into him. Maybe they were right. Maybe all those ideals about compassion and restraint were nothing but a beautiful illusion. Maybe Hansu was not the villain standing before him. Or maybe he was. But only because neither of them truly understood just how much was at stake. Hansu stood across from him, calm yet clearly conflicted, with a faint blue light flickering in his eyes. For one brief heartbeat, he almost looked lost, as if the same question was tearing through his mind. Should he end this here? Should he end Miyamoto, remove the risk, and cut away the uncertainty for good? Or was there still something left in him worth sparing? The battlefield seemed to hold its breath. Neither man moved, not yet. Because in that moment this was no longer only about strength, it was about the choice that came after power. Then, slowly, Hansu's eyes sharpened. The hesitation faded, and that calm, focused light returned. Ira's voice broke through the silence, gentle but firm. And so she said softly, "The future depends on you. Hope depends on you. Even those swallowed by darkness can still be saved. But this choice is yours." Her words lingered in the air like a thin, fragile thread of faith. But before that hope could settle, the blond man cut in, his voice as sharp as a blade. "You're wrong," he snapped. "Evil has to be erased, not pitied. Mercy only gives it time to strike again. You don't save a viper, you crush it." Iris faced his words without the slightest flinch. And what if that viper could change? What if destruction is not the only answer? Their opposing beliefs clashed in the air, fierce and ringing, like steel striking against steel. One side demanded ruthless justice, cold and absolute. The other still fought for redemption, even in the face of darkness. Hansu stood caught between them, his jaw tight and his brow furrowed. He listened without saying a word. He was torn between everything he had witnessed and the last pieces of what he still wanted to believe. Then at last he moved. His body blurred forward, too fast for the eye to follow. A blade hissed sharply through the air. A scream ripped out. Miyamoto stumbled backward, his eyes stretched wide in disbelief. His severed arm struck the ground before the rest of him could fall, and blood spilled rapidly across the dust in a vivid red stream. His scream tore through the silence, raw and guttural behind Hansu. His squad stood battered and battle-worn, their armor smeared with dirt and blood. Not one of them spoke. Hansu stepped forward, his sword still humming with power. His voice remained steady, but there was a heavy weight behind every word. "This is your last chance, Miyamoto. Stop this now, or keep walking the same path that has already destroyed you." It was a warning, a final mercy wrapped in the noise and bloodshed of war. But Miyamoto could not hear the mercy in it. All he heard was insult. His face twisted with fury, and his eyes burned through the pain. "You think you're some kind of savior?" he spat. "You're just another monster." Blood poured from Miyamoto's shoulder and dripped down his side, but he still forced his voice across the battlefield, calling to the comrades he had left. "Stand with me. Protect me. We'll finish him together." For a moment, none of them moved. The air turned heavy around them, and Hansu remained silent, his steady gaze never leaving Miyamoto. Then a voice sliced through the tension, cold, sharp, and unmistakable. It was Sophia. She stepped forward with an unreadable expression, her eyes fixed directly on Miyamoto. A faint, bitter smirk touched her lips. "Shut up, Miyamoto," she said flatly, her voice carrying no hesitation at all. "We are not your shields. Everything happening here is something you brought on yourself." Miyamoto's eyes widened with fury as he glared at her. You dare, but Sophia did not so much as blink. She faced his anger head-on, standing firm and completely unshaken. In that silent standoff, something on the battlefield changed. The rage and noise from moments ago seemed to sink into a silence heavier than stone. Sophia's gaze sharpened as she looked at him with open disgust. Enough of your delusions, she said coldly. We fought for the red zone, not for you. You betrayed every one of us, Miyamoto. You lost the right to lead us a long time ago. Her words struck him harder than any blade could have. One after another, the squad began stepping away from Miyamoto. Their weapons lowered, and their faces hardened with quiet resolve. No one needed to shout anymore. That silence said everything. They had made their choice, and now they stood beside Sophia. At last, one of them spoke, their voice steady and clear. We are the Phantoms. Our duty is to protect the red zone. What you've done goes against everything we were supposed to stand for. We can't follow you any longer. The weight of those words settled over the battlefield like a final judgment. Miyamoto staggered in place, clutching his wounded shoulder while blood seeped between his fingers. His breathing came out rough and uneven, until it twisted into laughter. At first, it was quiet, low, and broken, barely more than a breath. But then it grew louder, rising through the ruined field until it became wild and unhinged. Protect the red zone? He scoffed, his voice warped by bitterness. Go ahead then. Try it, but you'll fail. Every last one of you will fail. His laughter echoed across the shattered battlefield, sharp and haunting, before fading into a silence that felt even colder. Hansu raised one hand, his expression hard but controlled. I already told you, Miyamoto, there's no point in dragging this out. But then something felt wrong. The air shifted around them, and Hansu sensed it immediately. Faint but unmistakable pulse of energy radiating from Miyamoto's body. Hansu's hand stopped in midair. That was not an attack. It was something entirely different. Hansu's eyes narrowed as he caught the faint glow gathering in Miyamoto's remaining hand. Strange, unstable, and dangerous. Then the realization struck him. No, he murmured under his breath. Miyamoto was not trying to attack him. He was feeding something. Before anyone could respond, the ground began to quake. The air grew thick, vibrating with raw, suffocating power. Then the earth split apart, and Akuma rose from below like a nightmare given form. Its body was enormous, its fury suffocating, and its presence alone made the world around it tremble. Dust and darkness spiraled like a storm as its roar tore through the battlefield. Miyamoto's energy spiraled completely out of control, pouring into Akuma like fuel being thrown into a raging fire. Akuma's body swelled as its muscles convulsed beneath dark, shifting skin, and every pulse of stolen energy made it feel stronger, heavier, and more alive with an ancient, terrifying rage. Akuma towered above the Phantom team, its massive size making everything around it look small and fragile. Then, without warning, it swung its arm, a weapon-like limb, huge, jagged, and monstrous, ripped through the air before crashing into the ground with a deafening boom. The earth split open from the impact, sending dirt and broken stone exploding outward. The Phantoms barely managed to leap aside in time. Dust swallowed their vision, and with every passing second, the air pressed down heavier. As if even breathing had become a struggle, Akuma's red eyes glowed with pure malice as it lowered one grotesque, clawed hand toward the dirt. Then a sound came that made everyone flinch, a wet, slithering hiss that crawled across the battlefield. From its gaping jaws, a thick, slimy tongue as wide as a tree trunk slid out, dragging across the ground with a nauseating sound of flesh against earth. Several members of the team recoiled instinctively, lifting their hands toward their faces. Then Akuma's tongue snapped forward. Moving like a blur, it smashed into the ground with terrifying force, blasting stone and soil in every direction. The impact sent ripples through the battlefield like a chain of small earthquakes. Then it struck again, even faster. Akuma lunged forward, carving deep gouges into the earth as the explosion of force hurled chunks of rock through the air. One of the girls threw up her arms just in time, shielding her face as the shockwave scattered dust and debris all around her. The squad struggled to stay on their feet. Fear clawed at the edges of their resolve, but their training took over almost instantly. They regrouped through the dust, shouting over the thunder of destruction. Watch the tongue. Keep your distance. Don't let it corner us. Their voices cut through the chaos, sharp, urgent, and desperate. Now they understood. That monstrous tongue was not just another weapon. It was death itself. Each strike split the ground wider and shook the land like a living nightmare. Cracks opened beneath their feet, and the world seemed to break apart around them. As Akuma towered over them, roaring like something unstoppable, the Phantoms finally realized the truth. This was not simply a monster. It was a force of nature, born from Miyamoto's madness. In the middle of that chaos, Sophia's focus sharpened like a blade. From the corner of her eye, she spotted Miyamoto, his body flickering beneath a faint shimmer of mana. He was preparing to vanish. "Miyamoto is trying to escape," Sophia shouted, her voice cutting through the roar of battle. The team reacted at once, their attention splitting between the raging monster and the traitor who still refused to face his end. "We have to stop him before he disappears," one of them shouted, sprinting toward the faint glow where Miyamoto's body was beginning to blur. Nearby, a black-haired girl hesitated, her eyes darting from Akuma's monstrous frame to Miyamoto's fading outline. The choice tore at her for a split second: chase the traitor or stay and hold the line against the beast. One wrong move could bring everything crashing down. Before that hesitation could spread, Hansu's voice cut cleanly through the noise, firm, steady, and impossible to ignore. "Stay calm. I'll handle Akuma. The rest of you stop Miyamoto." The authority in his voice wiped away their doubt. "Except for one startled protest, you're really going to take that thing on alone," one teammate called out, disbelief weighing down every word. Hansu did not even blink. His answer came quietly, but with absolute certainty. "I'm prepared for this." At Hansu's command, the team split apart. Half rushed toward Miyamoto, while the others formed up behind Hansu. Sophia stayed at his side without moving. "You should regroup with the others," Hansu told her, but Sophia shook her head. "No, I'm staying. I want to see this through. If things get worse, I'll contact the team myself." Her voice was calm, but the air around her hummed with tension. Her eyes stayed locked on Akuma, whose presence alone felt suffocating. The killing intent pouring from the creature had become colder, sharper, and far heavier than before. Whatever Miyamoto had done, it had amplified Akuma's strength beyond anything they had faced until now. For one brief moment, doubt flickered inside Sophia's chest. Could Hansu truly bring down something like this? But before that fear could take root, Hansu raised his hand. The sword lying beside him began to tremble, then slowly lifted into the air, floating as if guided by an invisible force. The motion was silent, deliberate, and almost otherworldly. "What are you doing?" Sophia asked, her voice tight with concern. Hansu gave her a small, reassuring smile. "Don't worry," he said quietly. Then he lowered the sword with care, letting it come to rest at his feet. "I don't need it anymore." Sophia blinked, startled by what she had just heard. No weapon against that monster, but before she could ask him anything else, the ground beneath them suddenly began to tremble. Akuma released a deep, guttural roar, then charged forward with the force of a collapsing mountain. He was faster than before, heavier than before, and far more savage. Hansu planted his feet and steadied himself, watching as Akuma's entire body became wrapped in a sickening red glow. With one sharp glance, Hansu understood what had changed. It was regeneration magic. Miyamoto's buff had not simply increased Akuma's strength, it had turned him into something close to immortal. Every wound began sealing the moment it appeared. Every attack was being fueled by the creature's own decaying life force. Then the next impact came down like thunder. Akuma's blow struck with brutal force and sent Hansu flying through the air. But Hansu twisted his body in mid-flight, hit the ground hard, and rolled back onto his feet in one smooth, practiced motion. Sophia stared in disbelief as he rushed back in without hesitation. Unarmed, fearless, and completely calm, he stepped right up to the towering beast, lifted one hand and gently placed it against Akuma's massive head. "Akuma," Hansu called softly. The air rippled between them. A crimson field burst outward, pulsing with strange energy. For a brief moment, no one could tell whether it was an attack or something else entirely. Then the atmosphere shifted. Akuma froze. The monstrous light burning in his eyes flickered once, then began to fade. Slowly, those wild, inhuman pupils rolled back, then reshaped into human eyes filled with confusion and fear. Gasps spread through the group as Akuma's enormous body began to shrink, the darkness peeling away from him like smoke in the wind. His muscles drew back, the scales faded, the claws dissolved, and at last the monster standing before them was gone. In its place stood a boy, a young boy, barely more than a child. He lifted his trembling face toward Hansu, confusion written all over him. When he spoke, his voice was small and fragile. "Are you really Hansu?" In that instant, Hansu understood the truth. Akuma was not simply a mindless beast made from rage and destruction. Somewhere beneath all that corruption, a human soul was still alive. A lonely boy had been trapped inside that storm all along. Keeping his hand steady on the child's head, Hansu softened his voice. "Do you remember your father?" The boy blinked, as if the word itself had struck something buried deep inside him. "Father?" His voice shook. Faint flashes of memory began flickering behind his eyes, breaking through the fog piece by piece. Soldiers. Battlefields. A man with tired eyes and a heavy hand. a father who had loved him. Even though that love had been twisted under the weight of duty and war, then pain rushed in all at once. The boy's face contorted as he grabbed his head and screamed. "Why did you punish me? What did I do wrong? Why did everything have to hurt so much?" His cries tore through the battlefield, raw, wounded, and aching like pain that had never been allowed to heal. "Please, make it stop. Don't leave me alone again." Hansu closed his eyes for a moment. The agony in the boy's voice cut deeper than any blade ever could. But before he could answer, the boy's terror erupted out of control. "Don't come near me. Leave me alone." A violent burst of force exploded from the child's body, throwing Hansu backward. He crashed hard into the ground, sending dirt scattering around him while the boy's screams echoed through the air. Lonely, desperate, and broken, as Hansu forced himself to rise again, a memory stirred in his mind, carrying a voice from long ago. Tekiran, the boy's father, had once said, "I killed my son while chasing ideals I believed were righteous, and I have regretted it every day since." The weight of those words settled heavily in Hansu's chest. Before Akuma could lash out again, Sophia rushed forward and slammed her palms together. A shimmering barrier burst into place, shielding both of them. "Hansu, watch out!" she shouted, urgency sharpening her voice. The air hummed as Akuma unleashed another wave of energy, long thread-like tendrils whipping through the air like blades. "He's attacking from range now," Sophia called out, reinforcing the barrier as sparks danced violently across its surface. Hansu pushed himself back up, steadying his breathing as he gave her a quick, silent nod. "I'm fine," he said, his eyes never leaving the trembling boy. Ignoring his own pain, Hansu stepped forward again. The red glow returned to his hand as he placed it once more on the boy's head. "Listen to me," he said quietly, his voice unwavering. "Neither Akuma nor your father, Tekiran, is at fault." The air rippled again as the red aura wrapped around them both. Slowly, the raging, monstrous energy began to fade. The boy's breathing calmed, and the distortion twisting his body started to loosen, allowing his human features to flicker back through the chaos. Sophia lowered her guard slightly, watching in stunned silence as Hansu knelt beside the child and softened his voice. "You've suffered enough," Hansu whispered. "You don't have to carry this pain any longer." The light around them grew brighter, warm and gentle, almost peaceful. "Rest now," he said, closing his eyes. "It's over." And for the first time, the battlefield fell into silence. Hansu knelt beside the small boy, the fragile human soul who had once carried the curse of Akuma. His voice stayed calm and steady, filled with a compassion that seemed to quiet even the air itself. "Neither you nor your father are to blame," he said gently, resting his hand on the boy's trembling shoulder. The child's eyes, wide and uncertain, searched Hansu's face as if looking for understanding, forgiveness, or maybe both. Hansu continued, his voice low but firm. "You've carried this burden by yourself for far too long. It's time to let it go and finally rest." For one brief moment, peace seemed close enough to touch. The boy exhaled, his shoulders easing as the tension drained from him, but then his body began trembling violently. The red glow surrounding him flickered, darkened and twisted. His skin rippled unnaturally. His breathing sped up, and fear flashed across his face as his form started warping all over again. "No," he whispered. The monstrous features forced their way back, his skin stretching and his bones cracking as the curse surged up again. Within seconds, the frail boy vanished, replaced once more by the nightmare called Akuma. The transformation ended with a low, guttural roar. Akuma's massive hands clawed at the ground, as if he were trying to tear himself free from his own body. Yet inside that monstrous face, his human eyes were still visible, wide with terror. He saw what he had become, and the sight broke him. "What am I?" he choked out, his trembling voice forcing its way through the beast's throat. He stared down at his reflection in a pool of dark water, looking at the twisted, hulking body of a creature that had once been human. His entire body shook violently as his mind spiraled deeper into chaos. The boy trapped inside Akuma's body screamed, not from rage but from despair. And as Hansu stood before him, he understood that this battle was no longer about who had more power. It was about saving whatever remained of a wounded soul. The boy trembled, his breathing uneven, but Hansu's calm presence held him in place like an anchor. His voice stayed low and steady, a quiet warmth in the middle of the chaos. "It's all right," Hansu said softly. "The rage inside you is quiet now. It isn't gone, only asleep." Little by little, the child's shaking began to ease. The monstrous energy around him faded into a faint hum, like a beast breathing somewhere deep within his soul. A few steps away, Sophia watched with wide eyes. What she was seeing was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. This was not domination. This was not raw strength. It was empathy. She could feel a fragile but profound connection forming between Hansu and the boy. Hansu met the child's gaze again. "You should be able to move freely now," he murmured. The boy slowly lifted his head, his eyes glistening with tears. For the first time, a small flicker of hope appeared in them. "Am I cured?" he asked, barely louder than a whisper. Hansu shook his head, his expression gentle but honest. "No, this isn't a cure. The rage will come back, because it is still part of you. What I gave you is only a short moment of peace." The boy's lips trembled. Tears slipped down his cheeks as he clutched tightly at his chest. "I don't want to become a monster again." He broke down crying. "I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want people to hate me anymore." Hansu stays quiet for a moment, taking in the boy's words without interrupting, his face still and unreadable, as if none of the turmoil around them can reach him. Then, without any grand gesture, Hansu slowly reaches one hand forward. His voice comes out calm but firm. "Then help me." "My plans have already shifted," Hansu continues, his eyes fixed on the boy. "I need your strength now, and you need someone who can help you keep control. When that rage inside you wakes up again, I'll be there to steer it before it swallows you whole. But for that to work, you have to trust me and move when I tell you to move." The boy doesn't answer right away. He just stares at Hansu's outstretched hand, his small body frozen in place. Doubt and hope twist across his face at the same time, as if he wants to believe those words but is terrified of being betrayed again. Only after a long, heavy pause does he finally move. His trembling fingers reach out and close around Hansu's hand. The grip is faint, almost fragile, yet it does not pull away. "All right," he says softly. "I'll trust you." Their hands tighten together, forming a quiet agreement built from desperation, faith, and the last bit of hope the boy has left. For the first time in what feels like an eternity, the boy's eyes no longer look completely consumed by pain. A faint sense of purpose flickers there instead, but before that fragile moment can fully settle, the air around them suddenly shivers, and a tiny figure bursts into sight. Small wings beat rapidly in the air, carrying a bright little creature whose voice cuts sharply through the tension. "This arrangement won't do," it says in a cheerful tone. The words sound almost playful, as if the creature is making fun of the heavy silence between them. Hansu and the boy both turn in surprise as the glowing figure hovers between them, its light flickering with a mischievous glint. "My heart races every time I see you, Hansu," it declares brightly. "I've been waiting for this meeting." Sophia's eyes widen the instant she sees it, recognition flashing across her face. "That's the assistant fairy," she whispers under her breath. "My assistant?" Sophia murmurs, still staring. The fairy's expression softens into something strangely sentimental as its gaze slides back to Hansu. "Aren't you happy to see me again?" "Hansu?" the fairy adds with a sweet, expectant tilt of its head. Hansu answers without the slightest hesitation, his voice cold and sharp. "Drop the act." His eyes narrow as he faces the tiny creature directly. "What do you want?" The fairy's smile stretches wider, playful on the surface, but edged like a blade. Still as emotionless as ever. "How dull," it teases lightly. Then it gives a piercing whistle, and the air around them changes at once. A wave of magic bursts outward from the fairy, rolling across the field with a sharp, crackling force. Surge races through the space between them, bright and violent, snapping through the air before anyone can react. In the next instant, Akuma's body gives out. The boy collapses to the ground as the light within him flickers once, fades, and disappears completely, leaving him lying motionless in the dirt. His power has been stripped away. Hansu goes still, and for one brief second, shock breaks through his expression. "What did you do?" The fairy folds its tiny arms, its cheerful mask cooling into something detached. "I made things simpler," it says. "Kill him now." The order drops between them with frightening ease. The command hangs in the air, spoken so casually that its cruelty feels even heavier. The fairy drifts around Hansu in a lazy circle, as if it has all the time in the world, and this battlefield is nothing more than its private amusement. "You fought well, Hansu," it says, watching him closely. "All that desperation, all that violence," the fairy continues, its voice brightening with disturbing delight. "It was exhilarating to watch, its eyes gleam as though it is savoring the memory. But this ending?" The fairy gives a disappointed sigh and shakes its head. "It's so boring. Why end it like this?" Hansu's stare hardens immediately. "Why did you interfere?" he demands, his voice low, controlled, and edged with anger. The fairy pauses in midair and meets his glare directly. For a single heartbeat, the whole battlefield feels like it has gone tense again, waiting for whatever comes next. Then the fairy's smirk deepens, its wings flashing with a wicked little shimmer. "Bingo," it says smoothly. "Every moment you've lived through, every battle, every wound, every bit of suffering, it was all arranged for my entertainment." The fairy tilts its head toward the fallen boy. And now I've made the choice easy for you. Akuma can't resist anymore, one strike, and it's finished. Its cheerful tone darkened, the playful brightness slips away, replaced by something colder and far sharper. So what will you do? If you refuse, everything goes back. The curse, the monster, the chaos, all of it. You remember the reward I promised you, don't you? The fairy's eyes narrow. Since you failed to destroy the disgorging root, your eligibility is gone. To make its power unmistakable, the fairy lifts one tiny hand. Crystal-like lights bloom in the air and begin circling them, glittering like delicate stars suspended just out of reach. Then, as abruptly as they appeared, the fragments vanish. See? The fairy says softly. Ephemeral, just like promises. The small wave of its hand, the fairy gathers its magic again. A single shimmering sigil appears between them, pulsing faintly with a cold glow. Kill Akuma now, the fairy commands. Do that. And the reward tied to the root's destruction will be yours. The world seems to fall silent around those words. Hansu gives no answer. His fist slowly clenches at his side, knuckles tightening as his eyes shift toward the broken figure lying helplessly before him. Akuma lies there beneath Hansu's gaze, no longer a terrifying force, but only a frightened boy left with nothing. The boy stirs weakly, his eyes shining with fear and heartbreak. Is it really that simple for you? He asks in a shaking voice, dragging himself forward through blood and tears. He reaches out and clutches the hem of Hansu's coat. I understand what you have to do. His voice drops into a broken whisper. I'm used to it. Being abandoned. Being unwanted, he adds, the words slipping out like something he has carried for far too long. Maybe no one ever cared whether I lived or died. The confession lingers between them, raw, quiet, and painfully honest. Behind them, Sophia can only watch, her expression darkening with sorrow. Her lips part slightly as if she wants to say something, but no sound comes out. The silence stretches between all of them, thin and brittle, like glass about to crack. Then Hansu moves. He steps closer with slow, deliberate calm, lowers himself beside the boy and leans down near his ear. A voice barely above a whisper. Hansu says a single word, Shane. The name settles into the air like something pulled from a life the boy thought no one else could know. The boy freezes completely, his eyes going wide with shock. How do you know that? He stammers, staring up at Hansu in disbelief. Hansu lowers his voice even more. Whatever Hansu says next is too quiet for the others to catch, but the weight of it makes the boy's trembling eyes fill with stunned understanding. The last of his resistance falls apart. Then, in one swift and decisive motion, Hansu ends it. The sound is soft, almost merciful. The boy lets out one final breath, his eyelids fluttering closed as the last trace of life leaves his body, and he goes still. Sophia's heart sinks as she watches it happen. Her hands curl into tight fists at her sides, while the fairy bursts into delighted applause, spinning through the air with gleeful excitement. Wonderful. The fairy cheers, its voice ringing brightly over the quiet field. Absolutely perfect. The despair, the hesitation, all of it. What a performance, it says, savoring every word as though it has just witnessed a masterpiece. Truly a fitting end, the fairy declares, its smile full of cruel satisfaction. But Hansu does not move like someone who has won. There is no triumph in his eyes, no relief on his face. Instead, he kneels beside the boy's body and carefully lifts him into his arms. Holding the lifeless body gently against his chest, Hansu lowered his voice until it was almost swallowed by the quiet around him. I'll wait, he murmured, as if the promise was meant only for the boy in his arms. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait until the very end. Just then, the air began to shimmer. From the ground all around them, radiant red crystals slowly pushed upward, glowing with a deep, impossible beauty. Their crimson light spread across the battlefield and reflected in Hansu's eyes as more and more of them rose, turning the ruined ground into a breathtaking sea of red brilliance. Even the assistant fairy fell silent for a moment, stunned by the sight. A quiet gasp slipped from it as it hovered among the glittering light. How magnificent, it breathed, its eyes shining with delight. Now this is a reward, this is the perfect climax. But Hansu paid no attention to its smug excitement. Instead, his gaze moved carefully across the crystals, sharp and focused, searching through the dazzling red glow with the precision of someone who already knew there was something hidden inside it. Then, among that endless field of crimson light, something small and dark caught his eye. At the very center of the radiance, a faint black flicker pulsed quietly. It was a stone, small enough to overlook, plain enough to seem worthless at first glance. And yet, compared to all the dazzling crystals surrounding it, that little black stone carried a weight that felt far more important. The assistant fairy tilted its head, curiosity flashing across its face. That's it? That's what you were looking for? Without a second of hesitation, Hansu stepped into the glow, reached past the crimson light, and wrapped his fingers around the black stone. The instant it touched his palm, a faint chime rang through the air and the cold response of the system followed. Item acquired. Fragment of memories. The words settled over him as Han-Su stared down at the object resting in his hand. His expression did not change, but his grip on the stone became firm. "This is all I need," he said quietly. The assistant fairy blinked, watching him more closely now, and for the first time its usual smirk began to fade. There, beneath the dying glow of the battlefield, the true depth of Han-Su's resolve began to show, something far beyond what the fairy could understand. The silence that followed pressed heavily over the field, but Han-Su's calm never broke. Even with the weight of what he had done still hanging over him, his face remained steady and unreadable. Behind him, Sophia stood without speaking, her worried gaze fixed on his back. Above them, the assistant fairy drifted lazily between the floating red crystals, their glow flickering across its mischievous eyes. "Everything all right down there?" The fairy called out, its light voice slicing through the still air with a teasing edge. Han-Su turned just slightly toward it. His answer came evenly, without a trace of hesitation. "It is," he replied. "Everything moved according to plan, even if some of the details weren't exactly what I expected." Han-Su walked forward, eyes scanning the crimson-lit ground ahead. The goal was close now, and every step he took was calm, steady, and precise, like he already knew the path waiting before them. Then, with a small motion of his hand, he signaled for the others to follow. "We'll move soon," he said, his tone controlled. "But not yet. There's still something we have to wait for." The assistant fairy tilted its head. For a moment, it said nothing at all. It simply watched Han-Su with curious amusement, its gaze lingering on him far too long. Sophia noticed it too, the way the fairy seemed to study him, as if trying to dig beneath that calm expression and expose what he was really thinking. Her unease deepened, but she held her tongue, at last. The fairy smiled slyly, showing a flash of tiny teeth. "Still hiding things, are you?" it said playfully. Han-Su gave no reply. His eyes remained forward, but his mind had already drifted far from the fairy's taunts. His thoughts moved through the echoes of everything he had chosen, every life he had changed, and every memory that still clung to him no matter how much time passed. There was no path back anymore, only the road ahead. "You're not even a little worried about what comes next?" the assistant fairy asked, its voice now carrying a mocking curiosity. Han-Su did not raise his head. "There's no need to worry," he answered flatly. The fairy floated closer, narrowing its eyes with a sharper interest. "Really? Even after everything you've seen?" That was the moment Han-Su finally stopped walking. Slowly, he turned his head toward the little creature, and the air around him seemed to harden with his expression. "I'll show you something interesting soon," he said in a cold, quiet voice. "Until then, keep that curiosity of yours under control." The assistant fairy only chuckled, folding its tiny arms as if it found the warning entertaining. "I'll be waiting," it replied, its grin stretching wider. "Just try not to disappoint me." Han-Su ignored the provocation and continued toward the relic site ahead. The air grew heavy with mana, and the ground around him was scattered with the remnants of battles long past. Broken weapons, cracked armor, and rusted chains that still gave off faint pulses of lingering power. This was the place. The final piece was here. As Han-Su entered the clearing, the red crystals surrounding him began to shimmer in response, their light trembling as if they recognized his presence. A soft hum spread through the clearing. Han-Su raised his hand and focused his energy. The relics stirred, then began to lift from the ground, slowly and gracefully, one after another, drawn toward him by the force of his will. And then, on the back of his hand, something started to shine. A sharp, intricate symbol emerged across his skin, pulsing with an authority that felt ancient and absolute. Sophia's breath caught in her throat. "That mark," she whispered, staring at it in shock. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, commanding, overwhelming, and unmistakably tied to the power of an administrator. The moment the mark awakened, memories surged through Han-Su's mind like lightning. Fragments of command, control, and authority from another time flashed before him, along with the privileges he had once possessed. It was the access he had lost. But as the light pulsed again, a voice rang inside his head, cold, distant, and mechanical. "Temporary administrator rights granted. Full access restricted to native citizens of Alphanium." Han-Su released a slow breath. A faint, knowing smile touched the corner of his lips. "So it's only a taste of what I had before," he murmured. "Fair enough. Temporary or not. This authority was enough. It gave him the power he needed to move one step farther, and that was enough to face what waited beyond this place." Han-Su drew the relics closer, their glow washing over his face and sharpening the shadows around his eyes. But his mind was already racing ahead. His thoughts stretched across distant continents and blood-soaked battlefields, picturing the enemies hidden in the dark, waiting for their moment to strike. They were dangerous. They were ruthless. But Hansu was no less relentless. Then a sudden, sharp buzz cut through the heavy air. Sophia's communicator flashed with an incoming message. She looked down quickly, reading the words as they appeared, and her eyes widened. "Hansu," she said urgently, her voice tightening. "The Phantoms just sent word. They found him." Hansu turned his gaze toward her. "Miyamoto." Sophia nodded at once. "They caught up to him. He's still alive. The team is holding their position right now, waiting for your orders." Crimson crystal light moved across Hansu's face as his expression hardened. "Then we move," he said quietly. Around him the air began to hum again, not from the relics this time, but from something deeper inside him. Focus, determination, resolve. As he stepped forward, the red crystals flared even brighter, almost as if they were answering him. The hunt was already beginning again. But Hansu did not rush ahead immediately. He lifted a finger to his chin, narrowing his eyes in thought, and when he finally spoke, his voice came out low, deliberate, and filled with purpose. "There's something we need to handle first," he said, "before we join the others." Sophia frowned, unable to hide her confusion. What could possibly be more urgent than this? Hansu leaned closer and whispered his plan into her ear. At first, Sophia's face tightened with disbelief. As she listened, her confusion slowly gave way to understanding. The pieces began to connect one by one, and what had sounded reckless at first revealed itself as a strategy. Sharp, precise, and dangerously brilliant. Her hesitation faded, replaced by firm resolve. "All right," Sophia said, steadying her voice. "Let's do it." Elsewhere, deep within a dense forest, the air sat still beneath the shadows of the trees, heavy with tension and the feeling that one wrong move could shatter everything. There, on his knees in the middle of the clearing, Miyamoto faced a ring of phantom operatives. His clothes were ripped and dirtied, and his voice shook as he fought to control his breathing. "I wasn't myself," he pleaded, forcing the words out through fear and exhaustion. "I made mistakes. Terrible mistakes. I'm not asking you to forgive me. I just want one chance to make things right." His plea lingered in the quiet forest, and the cracked sincerity in his voice began to push through the hostility surrounding him. One of the phantoms, a black-haired girl, faltered. Her fingers loosened slightly around her weapon, and a trace of sympathy softened the hard look in her eyes. But before she could say anything, another phantom stepped forward, his gaze sharp and suspicious. "Don't fall for it," he warned. "He's lied before he knows exactly how to manipulate us." The girl looked from Miyamoto to the others, doubt clouding her face. At last, she let out a slow breath. "Maybe we should let Hansu decide," she said quietly. But the sentence never had the chance to fully leave her mouth. Her body suddenly jerked with violent force, as if something unseen had struck her from within. A wet, choking cough tore from her throat, and dark blood splashed across the forest floor in front of her. "What the?" Panic broke out instantly. "She's been hit," someone shouted, their voice cracking through the clearing. But by the time anyone realized what had happened, it was already too late. A violent surge of dark purple light erupted from Miyamoto's body. The twisted energy warped the very air around him, bending the space like heat rising from a flame. The ground split open beneath his knees, and a roaring shockwave blasted outward, hurling the phantoms back before locking their bodies in place. "Something's wrong," one of them cried, struggling desperately, but their limbs refused to move all around them. The trees shook violently, and the forest itself seemed to groan under the pressure of the power tearing through it. Then, from the middle of that chaos, Miyamoto's voice rang out, ragged, desperate, and full of defiance. "If I have to survive alone, then so be it," he screamed, his face twisted with desperation. "Even if I lose everything, I will not die!" The blast swallowed the clearing whole, sending red crystal shards scattering through the air like burning embers torn from a fire. And then in the next instant, Miyamoto vanished, disappearing into the thick cloud of smoke and dust. Far away, across the red zone, another battle was already unfolding. The phantoms were being pushed back, trapped in a desperate fight against an endless tide of monstrous creatures. The battlefield blazed with fire and clashing steel, every strike shaking the ground beneath their feet. Flames crawled across the ruined land, staining the sky in waves of red and black smoke. Behind a crumbling wall, one phantom crouched low, his armor cracked and his voice already hoarse from shouting commands. "Where's Hansu?" he yelled over the thunder of battle. "What in the world is he doing right now?" No answer came at first. Then slowly the sky above them began to change. A blue glow flickered between the clouds, dim at first, then brighter and brighter like morning light breaking through a storm. From high above, hundreds of glowing birds descended through the smoke, each one wrapped in a soft, otherworldly radiance. Their blue feathers shimmered as they glided down toward the battlefield. The weary soldiers lifted their heads in stunned silence. "What is that?" someone whispered. The birds landed gently beside the exhausted fighters, and as their wings spread open, scrolls tied with golden seals slipped free. One by one, the phantoms reached for them with trembling hands and pounding hearts. Each message was short. The handwriting was precise and unmistakable. "Stay together. You are stronger than you think. This battle is not the end." Those few words moved through the ranks like a fresh wind cutting through fire. Heads rose. Battered warriors planted their feet again. Weapons lifted back into the air. A small spark, quiet but impossible to put out, began to burn across the battlefield. They were not finished yet. Then, at the edge of their vision, a faint shimmer appeared in the air. The system's cold voice sliced cleanly through the roar of war. "Golden Pigeon. Deployment complete. Priority message delivered." The words vanished a moment later, but the courage they had awakened did not fade. It burned on brighter than the flames consuming the battlefield. Somewhere beyond the front lines, Hansu's plan had already begun to spread its roots, and this was only the first move. Among the phantoms, the black-haired girl from before held her golden scroll close to her chest. She broke the seal carefully and unfolded the delicate paper, her eyes moving over each word. A faint smile touched her lips, not out of happiness, but out of understanding, and maybe acceptance. Her fingers tightened around her weapon. Elsewhere, beneath the glow of the burning sky, a young phantom boy read the same message in silence. Firelight flickered in his eyes as he whispered to himself, "So that's the plan." He folded the scroll gently, let out a quiet breath, and lifted his gaze toward the horizon, where the battlefield stretched endlessly beneath coils of red smoke. "All right then," he murmured. "For now I'll stay quiet." And with that, he stepped back into the shadows, vanishing while the world around him continued to burn. The forest had gone still. No wind moved through the branches, no voices called out anymore, and the silence felt heavy with death. Sophia stood frozen beneath the thick canopy, her breath shallow and uneven, her hands trembling at her sides. The weight of loss pressed against her chest until it felt hard to breathe. All around her, the bodies of her fallen comrades lay scattered across the clearing, the phantoms who had fought beside her through every storm, now silent and cold on the forest floor. Each familiar face carved another wound into her heart. The sharp scent of blood hung in the air. Then Sophia's voice broke through the silence, brittle and shattered. How could everyone be dead? Her words trembled. Grief cracked through every syllable as her eyes darted across the ruined clearing. "Miyamoto!" she cried out, her desperation tearing raw through her throat. "Where are you?" Her voice echoed between the trees, but nothing answered her. Behind her, Hansu stood motionless, his expression giving away nothing. His eyes moved over the bodies and the destruction with a quiet, distant sorrow. When he finally spoke, his voice remained calm and measured. "We should give up on Miyamoto." Sophia whipped around, disbelief flashing across her tear-streaked face. "Give up," she repeated, her voice shaking as anger and grief collided inside her. "What do you mean, give up?" She wanted to reject his words immediately, to shout that they could not simply leave things like this. But the devastation surrounding her stole the strength from her voice, and the silence between them grew thick with pain. Neither of them needed to explain. When Hansu spoke again, his voice carried no cruelty and no empty comfort. Only steady resolve remained in his tone. "Don't lose sight of the mission. We've walked through darker paths than this," he said quietly. "This isn't the end." Sophia's breath caught in her throat. For a long moment, she could not answer. At last, her expression softened. The ache inside her did not disappear, but she forced it down and steadied herself. "What's the next step?" she asked, her voice quieter now. Hansu answered without even pausing. "We return to the central point. The reinforcements are already waiting there. The phantoms have completed their task." Sophia gave a weak nod and wiped the tears from her face. The heaviness in her heart remained, but purpose began to fill the cracks left behind by grief. Farther along the edge of the forest, chaos raged on. Another squad was fighting desperately against a writhing swarm of parasitic locusts. Their wings filled the air with a deafening buzz, thick enough to blot out the light overhead. The team struggled to hold formation, blades flashing again and again through the storm of wings, claws, and gnashing teeth. A blonde girl shouted over the chaos, fear tightening every word. "We can't stay here any longer." Beside her, a black-haired boy refused to retreat. Even with madness surrounding them on every side, his expression remained calm and firm. "We don't have a choice," he said, standing his ground. "I promised Hansu we'd meet him here." His eyes hardened as he raised his weapon again. "And I keep my promises." Frustration flared in the blonde girl's eyes, and she threw her hands up as her patience finally snapped. "I'm starting to get fed up with Hansu and all of this madness." She snapped, her voice rough with exhaustion and resentment. The tension inside the group thickened in an instant. Every breath felt heavier, every step more uncertain, as fear pressed down on nerves that were already close to breaking. A few paces away, Onche caught the low whispers of her teammates. Those soft, poisonous murmurs carried her name, and her jaw tightened. "Stop wasting time with rumors," she barked, her voice cutting sharply through the muttering. "Focus on finding your partners." The group fell silent at once, startled by the sudden force in her anger. But Onche was not finished. Her fury shifted, locking onto one person with frightening focus. "This chaos is your fault. Sangjin," she hissed. Sangjin blinked in surprise, caught off guard by the accusation. "My fault?" he asked quietly, confusion crossing his face. "What are you talking about?" But Onche did not answer him. She was too consumed by anger, too caught in the storm building inside her chest. And before the argument could spiral any further, a small, trembling voice cut through the tension. A young girl stepped forward from the rear of the group, her face pale with fear. "The locusts," she whispered. "They've surrounded us." Those words froze everyone in place, and in the very next second, the forest exploded into motion. A deafening hum crashed down from above as the swarm descended, countless parasitic locusts blotting out the remaining light, closing around the team like a living wall made of wings and hunger. Weapons snapped up all at once, breathing quickened. Panic thickened the air until it felt almost solid. Then Sangjin's instincts took over. He tightened both hands around his weapon, sliding one foot back as his stance lowered. Every muscle in his body drew taut, ready to spring the moment the swarm rushed in. But before the first strike could fall, a voice came from the darkness ahead. It was calm, steady, and carried an authority that cut straight through the panic. "Stand down." The parasitic locusts split apart almost instantly, their living wall opening as a figure stepped through the gap. Hansu emerged from the shadowed swarm, his presence slicing through the chaos like a drawn blade. His sword caught the broken sunlight filtering through the canopy, flashing cold and sharp with every step. A dark mark burned across the back of his hand, its intricate pattern pulsing faintly with a strange commanding power. Hansu did not pause or waste a single motion. With one clean, fluid swing, everything seemed to freeze for a heartbeat. His blade swept outward, and the swarm was torn open in a single strike, the buzzing mass shredded into sudden silence. The phantoms could only stare, stunned by how effortlessly he had cut through the threat. Hansu lowered his sword, then he turned slightly toward Songjin, and a faint smile touched his lips. "How have you been?" Songjin froze where he stood. For a moment, he simply stared, as if he needed time to believe what he was seeing. Then recognition lit up his face, and a bright spark of relief broke through the tension. "I'm doing completely fine," he said with a smile that carried more warmth than his words. His voice held the familiar ease of comrades who had endured far too much together and still somehow managed to meet again alive. Then, as his gaze shifted past Hansu and landed on Sophia standing quietly behind him, Sangjin's voice softened into something almost joyful. "Sophia," her expression eased in return, a small flicker of relief passing across her face, despite the sorrow still clinging to her. For the briefest moment, the noise of the battlefield seemed to fall away around them. Sangjin stepped forward and placed one hand over his chest, his posture sincere and unwavering. "I'm ready to help," he said. "Use me however you need." Hansu glanced at him from the side, the corner of his mouth lifting in a faint smirk. "That's the right mindset," he replied. "Hold on to it. You're going to need it." Their brief reunion was cut short by another presence nearby, one strong enough to pull every gaze without a word. Lee Wonkyung stood a short distance away. His red eyes glowed faintly under the shifting forest light, watching everything with a quiet intensity. The air around him felt heavier than it should have, charged with a silent menace that pressed against the skin. Even Hansu felt a faint unease stir inside him, something he had not felt in years. The memory of Wonkyung ran deep, and the thought of his return carried the faint shape of a confrontation that might one day be impossible to avoid. But before that thought could settle, a small cry pierced the air. A young girl had fallen to the ground nearby, her body shaking as she struggled to hold herself up. Lee Wonkyung was beside her in an instant, his voice surprisingly gentle, lowered as he asked, "Are you hurt?" The girl gave him a faint smile and shook her head. "I'm fine, Dad." Her voice was weak, but there was still steadiness in it. Hansu watched the two of them in silence, his eyes narrowing slightly, though he chose not to say anything. This was not the time to step between them. Lee Wonkyung rose again, his expression returning to its usual composure. A faint smirk pulled at his lips as he walked toward Hansu. "So," he said lightly, "you're the one Hansu keeps talking about." Hansu met his eyes without flinching. His face remained unreadable, but a memory flickered behind his gaze. A past conversation, a mention of a sister, something left unsaid. He did not respond to the teasing. Instead, he only tilted his head slightly and answered in cool English. No. That single word hung between them, sharp enough to feel like a blade. It was an answer, a rejection, and a warning all at once. The forest fell quiet again. The last remnants of the locust swarm scattered into the wind, leaving only the tense stillness behind. Whatever was coming next, this silence was only the calm before the storm. Hansu's eyes swept over the group, taking in faces he knew and faces that still felt distant, all of them alive, shaken, and filled with questions. Every one of them carried the same look, exhaustion wrapped tightly around fear and uncertainty. Hansu turned toward Lee Wonkyung and met his gaze directly. "What exactly do you want from me?" Lee Wonkyung did not answer right away. He simply stood there in silence. His eyes glinted faintly, and a small smirk curved at the edges of his mouth. The pause stretched on, heavy and deliberate. When no answer came, Hansu moved the moment forward himself. Behind them, a massive mountain loomed in the distance, its slopes crawling with serpentine forms. Countless bodies coiled and twisted over one another in endless motion, their scales shimmering dimly beneath the low light. "We're going after Ouroboros," Hansu said simply. The words struck the group like thunder. For a second, no one moved. Shock, confusion, and disbelief spread through them all at once, rippling through the crowd like a physical blow. Then someone finally snapped. "Are you serious?" The furious shout ripped through the tense silence. A female team member stormed forward, anger blazing in her eyes. Without holding back, she raised her middle finger straight at Hansu. "You're a bastard, Hansu," she spat. "Always hiding things, always acting like you're the only one who gets to decide. You really think you can keep your plans to yourself while the rest of us are losing our minds?" Her outburst shattered what little composure the group had left. Another teammate quickly stepped in. His voice stayed calm and measured, clearly trying to keep the situation from exploding further. "The plan sounds perfect," he said carefully. "We'll do everything we can to meet Hansu's expectations." But the woman refused to accept that. She slammed her fist into the ground, sending dirt scattering around her hand. "Perfect? You've got to be kidding me. You're all acting like fools," she muttered bitterly. "Someone here is completely useless, and everyone knows it." Murmurs broke out at once. Voices rose from every direction. Arguments sparked like dry leaves catching fire. "You're out of your mind. This isn't what we agreed to. Do you really think he cares what happens to us?" The chaos spread fast, each word sharper than the last. Tempers boiled over, but Sophia remained at the edge of the storm, standing quietly as the group began to fracture. Her face stayed controlled, yet the worry in her eyes was impossible to hide. She could feel unity slipping away, cracking under fear, grief, and exhaustion. Nearby, a bitter whisper reached her ears. "They make decisions like they own everyone, without caring how anyone else feels." That was the moment Sophia stepped forward. "Hansu," she said, her voice calm but edged with concern. "Do you really believe everything will be all right with a team like this?" Hansu let his gaze drift slowly across the crowd. He took in the shouting, the distrust, and the exhaustion weighing on every face. But underneath all that noise, he saw something else. For a moment, the old phantoms seemed to overlap with the people standing before him. The same tempers, the same doubts, the same stubborn will to fight. No matter how many cracks appeared, that will had not disappeared. Hansu's expression softened just a little. "Don't worry," he said quietly. "Everything will be fine." His calm voice moved through the chaos like a ripple across still water. The group hesitated, some of them glancing toward him with uncertainty still written across their faces. Then, from the crowd, someone stepped forward. A young woman emerged with sharp, steady eyes that cut through the tension like glass. For just a moment, Hansu's breath caught. Recognition flickered in his gaze. She calmly brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, composed and deliberate, before speaking in a voice that sounded warm and challenging all at once. "Hansu." The sound of his name from her lips seemed to linger longer than it should have. Overhead, sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, scattering patterns of gold and shadow across the forest floor. The air around them was damp. The scent of moss, soil, and living greenery hung heavily between the trees. The young woman moved through the undergrowth with effortless grace, her steps light and unhurried. Her expression was unreadable, calm, confident, and far too relaxed for a place still soaked in danger. Ahead, Sangjin's group stood waiting. The faint crunch of leaves beneath her feet caught Sangjin's attention. He turned. The moment his eyes met hers, an awkward laugh slipped out before he could stop it. His smile looked nervous, but there was something genuine in it too. She was striking, and it showed in the way his gaze lingered on her a little too long. A quiet tension settled in the space between them. It felt like recognition or something close to it, though neither of them said it aloud. Not far away, Hansu stood beside Sophia and watched in silence. His eyes moved from the woman to the forest beyond her, calculating and unreadable. Sophia also said nothing. Her expression remained neutral, but quiet curiosity showed in her eyes as she studied the newcomer, her graceful movements, her steady posture, and the calm confidence that seemed to pull everyone's attention without effort. No one gave voice to it, but the air between them had already shifted. Something had changed. Hansu finally stepped back, moving beneath the shade of a nearby tree. When his back met the rough bark, a long, weary breath escaped him. His thoughts drifted back to the mission waiting ahead. The trailer had to be found. Without it, Ouroboros would never be complete. That pressure settled heavily over him. For the first time in a while, doubt crept into the edges of his mind. Could he really pull this off? Could he truly lead all of them through what was coming? Far from the quiet forest, hidden deep inside a sealed chamber, a man stood before a glowing orb. Swirling light rolled across the walls and washed over his face, revealing the shock carved into his features. His breath grew uneven as he stared into the vision, disbelief tightening his throat. Administrator privileges? For Hansu, that outsider isn't even from Elvenheim. His voice trembled, not from fear, but from anger barely held in place. His fingers curled slowly into a fist, the knuckles tightening as his hand began to shake. Hansu should never have survived the succession of the Heavenly Soldier armor. No one ever has. The words came out low and bitter, and yet not only did he survive, he gathered 5 members. That single fact was enough to make him an administrator, a title the man clearly refused to acknowledge, much less share. His jaw clenched hard. The orb flared even brighter as his gaze fixed on Hansu's region. "He's nothing like me," he snarled. "He's just an insect." A low, bitter laugh slipped from his mouth, only to twist into silence a moment later. His hand rose to cover his lips, muffling the sound before it could become something closer to a scream. Only one eye remained visible. That eye was cold, unblinking, and burning with rage sharp enough to cut across the distance between them. Meanwhile, in a far-off village, panic spread through the streets like wildfire. Dark clouds of parasitic locusts poured down from the sky, devouring everything in their path. Screams bounced between the narrow streets as villagers scattered in every direction, desperate to escape with their lives. In the middle of that chaos, one man raised his spear high above his head and shouted, "Hold the line. If we fall here, it's over." Behind a broken wall nearby, a black-haired man crouched low, his breathing ragged and sweat sliding down his temple. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to run. This was Commander Lu Hong, and he had absolutely no intention of dying here today. The clan headquarters was practically empty now. Staying behind and fighting would be nothing but suicide. As Lu Hong slipped into the shadows, trying to disappear before anyone noticed, a voice suddenly cut through the noise. "Commander Lu." He froze instantly, every muscle in his body locking tight, slowly. He turned around and found himself staring into the eyes of a man who looked as if he had seen straight through him from the start. Lu Hong stammered, "I was just going to the bathroom." The man's expression did not change at all. "No time. We've got a crisis. Move inside a nearby building." The air sat thick with tension. Miyamoto lay stretched out on a cot, bruised, bloodied, and barely clinging to consciousness while medics hurried around him, doing everything they could to keep him alive. The moment Lu Hong stepped inside, he straightened his back and gave a stiff nod. "Sir?" Miyamoto's head tilted slightly. His eyes shifted toward Lu Hong. That gaze was cold, deliberate, and sharp enough to send a chill down Lu Hong's spine. The entire room seemed to grow heavier and colder under it. Then Miyamoto spoke, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "Who did this to me?" Lu Hong took one slow step back, forcing air into his lungs. But before he could answer, Miyamoto's voice thundered across the room. "Everyone out." The medics froze in hesitation. One of them tried to protest, but Miyamoto's glare snapped toward him. "I said out," he roared. Silence dropped over the room at once. Within seconds, the medics fled, and the door slammed shut behind them, leaving only Miyamoto and Lu Hong inside. The silence that followed hummed with pressure like the air before a storm breaks. Then, without warning, Miyamoto lunged forward and clamped onto Lu Hong's hand with a crushing grip. The force sent a painful jolt up Lu Hong's arm. "Look at me, Lu Hong." Their eyes locked and a cold shiver ran down Lu Hong's back. Miyamoto's voice dropped low, but every word dripped with venom. "This is all Hansu's doing, that bastard. I'll never forgive him." Lu Hong stood frozen. The words caught somewhere in his throat. When he finally managed to speak, his voice was quiet, but steady. "If you still have enough strength left to hate him, then I already know I've lost. You've surpassed me." For a moment, Miyamoto's expression eased. He released Lu Hong's hand and placed his palm gently on his shoulder instead. "It's fine," he said. "Tell you where the secret armory is." Liu Hong gave a small nod. His jaw tightened as something cold settled deep inside his chest. "It hardened there like ice. I'll take Hansu down," he said. "But once this is over, I'm coming for you." Back in the forest, Hansu moved between the trees like a blur, his sword slicing through wave after wave of parasitic locusts. Every strike landed cleanly, with no wasted movement, each slash deliberate and precise. His arms ached from the endless battle, and the hilt of his sword had grown slick with blood. But Hansu never slowed down. "Just a little farther," he muttered under his breath. Behind a nearby tree trunk, Yunke crouched low, her breathing quick and shallow as she tried to steady herself. "Anche," Hansu called out without looking back. "We move. Miyamoto won't wait." She was already on her feet before he even finished speaking, giving him a sharp nod as she prepared to follow. Not far away, a young girl fired arrow after arrow in a relentless rhythm, each shot cutting through the swarm and finding its mark. Sophia stood beside Li Wangqing and his daughter, summoning a radiant barrier that flared brightly against the creatures above. The glowing shield hummed with power, holding back the swarm just enough to keep them alive. Sangjin, half hidden behind the twisted trunk of an old tree, swung his blade wildly at the diving locusts. "I'm at my limit," he gasped, nearly losing his grip as another creature plunged toward him. Beside him, the archer let out a shaky breath. "Same. I can't keep this up." Anche stepped out from cover, her eyes darting toward Hansu. "We can't hold this much longer." Kang Hansu swept his eyes across the battlefield, taking in the ugly truth in a single glance. His people were worn down, breathing hard, and badly outnumbered. The choice came to him without hesitation. "We're pulling out." Oinke's voice broke as she forced the words out, frustration tightening every syllable. "We may be strong," she said, staring at the danger around them. "But this is still the red zone. If we stay here any longer, we're dead." Her words cut straight into him, sharp enough to sting. His fist slowly clenched at his side, and his jaw hardened as he held himself back. Anche lowered her eyes, and this time her voice shook. "I'm not like you, Hansu. I don't care about honor or glory. I don't want a war. I just want to make it out alive." Moisture gathered in her eyes, catching the dim light as she struggled to keep herself steady. "Every single day. Think about what it really takes just to survive in this place. But if nothing changes, I already know exactly how this ends." Sangjin suddenly lost his patience and snapped back. "Then just follow Hansu. He's offering you a way out." Anche spun around before anyone could react and drove her fist clean across Sangjin's face. The crack of the hit rang through the trees as Sangjin staggered backward, eyes wide in shock. "Shut up, Sangjin. You really never know when to stop running your mouth." Their voices rose through the forest, rough, angry, and impossible to ignore. Sophia stood off to the side, watching the whole mess unfold with a tired shake of her head. Another sigh slipped out of her as she muttered, "Sangjin really doesn't learn unless someone beats the lesson into him." At last, the shouting began to fade. An uncomfortable silence settled over the group. They stood spread out between the trees while the distant sound of parasitic locusts faded into the background. Sophia's attention shifted toward the young archer, and she noticed something different about her. Her stance was steady, her focus sharp, and there was a quiet survival instinct in the way she held herself. The girl stepped forward, locking her eyes on Kang Hansu. "We move." Her voice was firm now, no longer trembling. "Anyone who wants to come with us." Then, but before she could finish, Hansu shook his head and stepped into view, his gaze moving across every face in the group.
"No."
His answer came out calm and even. "We go together, I trust all of you. So right now, I need you to trust me too." For a long moment, nobody moved. Even the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, little by little, they began to nod and gather behind him. Dust stirred faintly around their boots as the group formed a loose semicircle. Kang Hansu stood in front of them, calm but unshaken. His posture looked relaxed, yet there was a heavy, silent pressure in the way he carried himself. "You all have plenty of reasons to doubt me," he began. His voice wasn't loud, but every word reached them clearly. "But if you want to survive, if you want anyone else to survive too, then I'm asking you to follow me." Oinke folded her arms across her chest, her eyes narrowing as frustration burned beneath her controlled expression. "Why should we follow someone like you?" She challenged him without looking away. "You're strong enough to live on your own, so why would you drag weaker people along and slow yourself down?" Kang Hansu met her glare head-on, without a flicker of hesitation. The silence stretched thin between them before he finally answered in a low, deliberate voice, "Because saving lives matters more than simply surviving alone." Those words settled over everyone like a weight. Even the wind seemed to pause around them. Hansu continued, his voice steady as the memories behind his eyes deepened. The battles he had endured, the losses that had carved into him, and the pain that had nearly swallowed him whole. But through all of it he had survived. And now he refused to keep walking that road by himself. "I've seen enough death," Kang Hansu said. "If I have the strength to save even one person from that fate, why wouldn't I use it?" Unche scoffed and folded her arms even tighter. "So what? Are we lifeguards now?" Hansu looked across the group, his expression calm and his tone unwavering. "Yes," he said simply, "that's exactly what we are. If we move together, we can save dozens. Maybe we can even save ourselves." The honesty in his voice caught her off guard. For one brief second, her anger faltered. The fire in Oinke's eyes flickered, giving way to a small trace of uncertainty. Kang Hansu turned away, his back straight as he started forward. "Nothing comes without a price," he said, over his shoulder. "But I'll make you stronger. Still, if you want to leave, Oinke, I won't force you to stay. I'll respect whatever choice you make. But remember this. You walk this road with me until the very end, you won't regret it." With that, he moved ahead, and the forest seemed to open around him. The others watched him go without a word. Sophia and the young archer exchanged a quiet glance, both following his retreating figure with a look that was hard to hide. Yunke stayed behind for a moment, fists clenched, her thoughts churning. Slowly, almost against her will, the corner of her mouth lifted into a faint smile. We'll see about that," she murmured, watching his back. "That guy has to be insane," Unche muttered under her breath, completely out of his mind, but somehow that makes him a little admirable. Sophia's gaze stayed on Kang Hansu as he continued moving ahead. Her brows drew together, thoughts turning slowly behind her eyes. "He's different," she murmured. "The Hansu I knew before wouldn't have said something like that." Voice cut in from the side, sharp with suspicion. "Or maybe he isn't the same Hansu at all." Sophia turned toward the speaker at once, looking thoroughly unimpressed. "Relax, strange man," she snapped, her tone dry and mocking. The comment pulled a short laugh from Maihi, who was standing beside Sangjin. Sophia shifted her attention toward her, curiosity flickering across her face. "Were you one of Hansu's comrades back in the tutorial?" Mihi paused for a moment, thinking over the question before she answered. "Not exactly comrades," she said. "More like classmates. We crossed paths during the tutorial, but after that we each went our own way." Sophia tilted her head slightly, studying her reaction. "And now, after everything you've gone through together here in the red zone, would you call yourself his comrade?" Mihi's eyes drifted toward Kang Hansu's back as he led the group forward. Her expression softened, but her answer remained careful. "It's closer to a working relationship," she said quietly. "Hansu is the kind of person who stands apart from everyone else. He's reliable, yes, but he keeps a distance." For a brief moment, the air between them grew still. The two women shared a silent understanding. Both of them knew what it felt like to walk beside a man like Kang Hansu, a man who seemed determined to carry every burden on his own shoulders. Maihi let out a soft breath. "Miss Sophia," she began, her voice gentler than before. "Can I tell you something about Hansu's past?" Sophia didn't interrupt her. Maihi's tone changed as she continued. It was partly memory, and partly a quiet confession. "Hansu is the type who keeps charging forward, no matter what's waiting for him. I don't think it's simple bravery. It feels like something else, determination. He faces things most of us would instinctively run from." Her voice grew softer as she spoke. "He sees something the rest of us can't. Some kind of vision that keeps pushing him forward. That's why he's so hard to understand. He invites people to follow him, but he never really lets anyone get too close." A heavy, thoughtful silence followed her words. Maihi lowered her eyes. "I can't follow him completely. Not when his strength is so far beyond mine." Sophia didn't answer right away. She only looked ahead in silence, watching Kang Hansu's back as Mihi's words settled between them. For a while, Mihi's words simply stayed there between them, lingering in the air with a weight neither woman could easily brush aside. At that moment, both of them understood it more clearly. Kang Hansu's strength was not only about overwhelming power or skill, it was the loneliness that came with carrying too much alone. Mihi looked toward him again, and her expression softened even more as a small, faint smile touched her lips. "Maybe," she said in a quiet voice. "I'm finally starting to understand him just a little." Right then, Kang Hansu suddenly stopped walking and lifted one hand into the air. The simple gesture was enough to silence everyone. The group gathered closer as Hansu knelt down and pressed his ring against the ground. Nurmaha's ring met the earth, and a low, heavy hum spread beneath their feet, vibrating through the soil like something ancient had just awakened. Then the ground began to shake. Huge crimson monoliths erupted upward, one after another, ripping through dirt and stone as the trembling deepened through the forest like a massive beating heart. A cold, metallic voice rang through the air. Authority destruction initiated. The next instant, a deafening roar split the earth open, carving a huge black void into the ground as the air rushed wildly around them. The violent gusts grabbed at their clothes and hair, forcing everyone to shield their faces from the swirling storm of dust. Sophia narrowed her eyes through the haze, shocked by what she was seeing. What did he just do? The wind screamed over the edge of the crater, carrying up a deep, endless sound from the darkness below. Sophia's eyes sharpened as her hair whipped across her face. She could feel it now. There was something much bigger here that Hansu had not told them. "What is this really about?" she asked quietly. Kang Hansu stepped toward the edge of the enormous pit. His eyes remained fixed on the shadows far beneath them. "Do you understand now?" he asked, his voice steady. Then he turned back toward the group. "Why they call me the artifact holder?" A memory flashed through his mind. Kang Tae, the red-haired man who had once stood in front of him with eyes full of secrets, speaking of a treasure hidden somewhere no ordinary person could reach. It was a forgotten skill, buried away and lost to time. Something even Miyamoto had never managed to uncover, not in the lower zones and not even among the highest tiers. And now, standing in this exact place, Kang Hansu knew the moment Kang Tae had spoken of had finally arrived. Around him, faint whispers began to ripple through the group. "Artifact holder?" someone murmured, and disbelief quickly spread from face to face. Sophia and Sangjin exchanged a stunned glance. Then, with a single pulse of light, the air in front of them shimmered, revealing hundreds of drones and relics. The sight stole the breath from everyone there. Rows upon rows of artifacts stretched before them, each one glowing softly with old, mysterious power. Sophia stepped forward, barely able to speak. "This is insane. There's enough here to arm an entire army." The twin brothers immediately burst into laughter and rushed forward, eager to claim their share. A pair of gauntlets began to hum as they slid over their arms, energy crackling around them in bright arcs. A glowing message appeared before them. They had acquired the gauntlets of the Titan, and their strength had increased in an instant. Anche stared down at her own weapon, the glow reflecting across her widened eyes. "My stats? They're in the triple digits?" she muttered, caught somewhere between awe and disbelief. Question after question raced through her mind. How had he even found a place like this? And more than that, who was Kang Hansu really? Sangjin suddenly looked around, his expression tightening as unease crept into his voice. "Wait," he said, scanning the area with growing tension. "Where's Hansu for a moment?" Nobody answered. Then a familiar voice came from behind them. "Looking for this?" Everyone turned at once. Kang Hansu was standing behind the group, as if he had been there the entire time. A faint smile rested on his lips, and in his palm, a small stone glinted with a strange, powerful light. Relief washed over Sangjin so hard that his shoulders almost dropped. "You scared the hell out of me." Kang Hansu walked forward and lifted the stone higher so everyone could see it clearly. "This," he said, "is the Lord of the Dead. It's a skill stone, one of the rarest things in existence." His gaze remained calm as he continued. "But it isn't meant for me." He held the stone out towards Sangjin. "Take it. Don't just keep it hidden away somewhere. Use it." Sangjin froze for a second, unable to move. He stared at the stone like it might disappear if he blinked. But Kang Hansu gave him a quiet nod, and that was enough to push him forward. Sangjin reached out and accepted it. All around them, the rest of the group returned to gathering the artifacts. Laughter, surprise, and wonder mixed together in the air. For the first time in what felt like ages, hope seemed to rise among them, but that fragile feeling did not last. Sophia's expression suddenly sharpened. She sensed it before anyone else, a ripple cutting through the air. Her instincts took over immediately, and she lunged forward. Her shield snapped up just in time. A blinding blast slammed into it, exploding outward in fire and shockwaves. The impact drove Sophia backward, her boots scraping harshly against the stone beneath her. As the smoke began to part, Lu Hong stepped out from the haze. His eyes were cold, and his voice burned with barely contained rage. "Traitors," he spat. "All of you will fall before Kang Hansu gets back." Anche stiffened as fear flashed through her eyes. Even so, she forced herself to raise her hand, trembling but refusing to back down. The air thickened, dust spiraled around them, and energy began to crackle. The storm had arrived. Kang Hansu's team quickly fell into formation, every member bracing themselves for the battle against Lu Hong and his squad. Sophia and Mihi took aim from their positions, their gazes locked forward with sharp, unwavering focus. The air turned heavy like a silent storm waiting to break. Then both sides charged, and the battlefield erupted into chaos. Bodies moved in a blur, steel crashed against steel, and every strike rang out across the field. Wounds appeared quickly on both teams, but no one backed down. Members of Lu Hong's group began exchanging uneasy looks. They muttered among themselves that Kang Hansu's team was far stronger than they had expected. Lu Hong's expression twisted, and he snarled at his own men, calling them fools for letting doubt take root. "Attack the rear," he roared over the noise of battle. "That's where they're weakest." Sophia and Mihi were already locked in fierce combat. Their enemies moved with frightening speed, leaping through the air and striking with deadly precision. Every movement was sharp, and every counter came at the perfect moment. Lu Hong's voice sliced through the battlefield again, ordering his fighters to pick off the weaker members first. "Break them down, piece by piece," he commanded. Onche stood near the edge of the fight. She trembled there, hands raised near her face, fear freezing her in place. Suddenly, Mihi spun around and shouted, "Everyone be careful." Her warning cut cleanly through the chaos. Her eyes snapped toward an enemy rushing in fast. A sword was raised high, aimed straight for Onche. "Onche!" Mihi cried, but Onche could not move. She stood frozen, eyes wide, as the attacker closed the distance. "Don't just stand there, dodge," someone yelled from nearby. An archer frowned sharply, tightening his grip around his bow. Sweat ran down Onche's cheek as she squeezed her eyes shut, her entire body shaking. The attacker's voice dropped low and cruel. "Watch closely," he sneered. "This is how you die." In that single instant, the world seemed to slow around her. Memories from the past surged through Onche's mind in broken flashes. Battlefields, blood, and the fear she thought she had buried. And with those flashes came the weight of loss, pressing down on Onche's chest like it had never truly left her. She remembered herself on her knees before a man with a sword, his grin twisted into something merciless and cruel. That memory cut deep because for so long she had believed surviving back then was nothing but blind luck. Slowly, her eyes opened halfway. The blade in front of her gleamed only inches away, close enough to steal her breath. Maybe, she thought in that frozen moment, maybe death had always been waiting for the right moment to catch up to her. But then, Kang Hansu's voice echoed in her mind, calm, steady, and impossible to ignore. "Believe in me, follow my lead." A hand gripped her shoulder, firm and real, grounding her in the present. And deep inside her, something finally shifted. The fear that had locked her body in place began to burn away. Not this time. Onche clenched her fist as determination flared inside her like a spark catching fire. And then that fire became real. Flames burst to life around her hand, curling around her knuckles in waves of heat and light. Glow reflected in her shocked eyes as she realized it herself. She had changed, she could feel it in her body. With one sharp breath, Onche launched forward and drove her flaming fist straight into her attacker. For an instant, it felt as though the entire world cracked around them. The impact thundered across the battlefield. The enemy's body was blasted backward with brutal force. He slammed into the ground with a pained cry, skidding across the dirt as stunned gasps spread through everyone nearby. Sophia and Mihi both froze in the middle of their own fights. Their eyes widened as they stared at Onche, unable to hide their disbelief. Onche stood in place with flames flickering at her side, and she no longer looked like the frightened girl from moments before. The silence snapped apart under a furious shout as one of the surviving enemies cursed and rushed at her from behind. His sword flashed through the air, but the moment it struck her armor, the blade shattered instantly into glittering fragments. Onche turned with a smooth pivot. She slipped past his failed strike as if it had never been a threat at all. Her movements were clean, confident, and almost unstoppable. Before he could even process what happened, she was already right in front of him. Her fist smashed into his chest with crushing force, and the ground beneath them split from the blow. Blood burst from his mouth as he screamed, the shockwave rippling outward and shaking the battlefield around them. The rest of Lu Hong's team went completely still, their faces drained of color as they stared at their fallen comrade, twitching helplessly on the ground. Onche remained standing tall in the middle of it all. Her breathing was heavy, but it had steadied. She looked down at the faint glow lingering across her armor, then lifted her gaze toward her own team. Her voice rang out across the battlefield. "Don't doubt yourselves. We're stronger than we think. No, we're seriously strong." Her declaration cut through the tension like a flame through dry air. That one shout lit a new fire in the entire team. Kang Hansu covered his mouth, genuinely stunned by what he had just witnessed. "I didn't see that coming," he muttered, his eyes still wide with disbelief. Sangjin stayed quiet, watching Onche carefully. Mihi let out a breathy half-laugh. "Even Sophia and I couldn't have pulled that off," Mihi admitted, admiration slipping into her voice. "She handled all of that completely on her own." For a moment, the weight of their respect hung in the air, but Onche's expression tightened just a little. Their words scratched at something inside her, and their sudden reliance pressed down like an unwanted burden. She did not want to become the only person everyone expected to fight. Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo studied the battlefield with narrowed eyes. With the enemy's numbers, his side should have been crushed by now, yet that had not happened. Something did not add up. His gaze swept across their movements and equipment. Runes? Artifacts? That had to be it. Their enemies were not strong by natural ability alone. They were being boosted by hidden support, strengthened by some outside power. Oinke shyly glanced toward Han-soo. For a brief second, their eyes met across the battlefield. Han-soo answered with a quick sideways glance. It was half acknowledgement and half curiosity. Then Kang Han-soo straightened and stepped forward. "It's our turn," he said calmly. "Let's finish this." From his side, he drew a slender rod humming with blue mana, lightning crawling and snapping along its surface. Lu Hong's eyes widened in panic. "No, no, stay away!" Lu Hong screamed as he stumbled backward. But Kang Han-soo's voice cut through his fear, cold and commanding. "You're not going anywhere, Lu Hong. First, you're going to answer me." Han-soo closed the distance, his shadow falling over the trembling man. "Did Miyamoto tell you where the treasury is?" Lu Hong shook his head wildly, panic overtaking every trace of confidence. "Don't come near me." But Kang Han-soo did not slow down. In one swift, brutal motion, he planted his foot hard on Lu Hong's chest and pinned him to the ground. "I won't ask again," Han-soo growled as mana flared around him, and the pressure grew heavier. "Where is Miyamoto hiding?" Something in Kang Han-soo's tone finally broke through Lu Hong's defiance. Terror flooded his face. I'll tell you everything." He blurted it out in a rush. "Miyamoto is at the Beacon Clan headquarters." Han-soo leaned closer, his voice low and sharp. "So he's still there? Injured, I assume?" Lu Hong nodded quickly. "Yes, he hasn't moved since then." The moment those words left his mouth, every head turned. Sophia's jaw clenched hard. "Miyamoto, the leader of the Beacon Clan?" Frustration flashed across her face. She dragged a hand through her hair before smacking her palm against her forehead. "I should have known. While we were searching everywhere else, he was already making his way back there." Kang Han-soo's expression darkened as the pieces began locking together in his mind. His thoughts moved quickly. Miyamoto's wounds, his current location, the reason he had stayed hidden, and whatever plan he was still holding on to. Slowly, a new idea began to take shape. The battlefield slipped into silence again, the tension growing thick enough to feel. The tide had clearly turned, but the look in Kang Han-soo's eyes made one thing obvious. This fight was nowhere near finished. His hand tightened around Lu Hong's throat, his expression unreadable. "You're after the treasury's artifacts," Han-soo said flatly. "You want their power for yourself." Lu Hong struggled and gasped as Han-soo lifted him off the ground, his feet dangling helplessly. The pressure around his neck grew tighter and his face began to pale. "We have everything we need to stop you right here." Kang Han-soo's voice stayed cold and steady as he continued. Lu Hong thrashed desperately in his grip. "What wait?" he choked out. "You've got it all wrong. You don't understand. I'm not your enemy. Miyamoto is my enemy too." Those words actually caught Kang Han-soo off guard. His grip loosened just slightly as a flash of surprise crossed his face. From behind him, Sophia's voice sliced through the air, sharp and full of disbelief. "You seriously expect us to believe that garbage?" Lu Hong gulped down a desperate breath, his voice turning frantic as he hurried to explain. "It's true. I fought him myself, and I won. I don't follow his orders anymore. I don't trust him." Lu Hong panted, his eyes flicking nervously from one face to another. Strength alone doesn't decide who controls this world. He forced himself to sound steady, desperate to make the offer seem useful. "Give me the artifacts and the runes. I'll deal with Miyamoto for you. I'll kill him myself at the headquarters." Eunchae lowered her voice, barely moving her lips as she whispered. "He's just trying to escape. The second he gets a chance, he'll betray us." Sungjin gave a small, grim nod. "Exactly," Sungjin muttered. "He only wants an opening to run." Sophia folded her arms and looked down at Lu Hong with open contempt. "Say whatever you want, liar. It won't change anything. You'll still die along with those excuses." But Lu Hong kept pushing, his voice cracking under the pressure. "I'm finished with Miyamoto. You have to believe me." Kang Han-soo fell silent, his narrowed eyes fixed on Lu Hong as he weighed every word. The entire team watched him tensely, waiting for his judgment. At last, Han-soo closed his eyes and murmured, "What he's saying might actually be true." The reaction came instantly. Sophia's head snapped toward him, disbelief written all over her face. "You can't be serious. You actually believe this guy?" Kang Han-soo's voice stayed calm, almost distant, as if he were looking at the situation from far above the battlefield. "If he really kills Miyamoto, then one more obstacle disappears for us," Han-soo said evenly. "From a strategic point of view, it isn't a bad move. A relieved smile slowly curled across Lu Hong's lips. Exactly, Lu Hong said quickly, latching onto that hope. Let me go and I'll do it. I'll end him myself. In his mind, he could already see it, walking away from this battlefield alive, slipping free, rebuilding his position, and planning his next move. For one brief second, everything seemed like it might actually work out for him. And Kang Hansu's hand tightened again without warning. Lu Hong's smile vanished at once, twisting into a strangled cry as pain shot through his body. Why? Why are you doing this? Lu Hong gasped, barely able to breathe. Kang Hansu's eyes turned cold. Because you're going back to the headquarters, he said. You'll tell Miyamoto that his next opponent is me. With those words, Kang Hansu released his grip. Lu Hong crashed hard to the ground, sucking in air as the strength drained from his limbs. Hansu looked down at him, his voice steady, low, and final. I don't trust traitors. Silence swept over the battlefield again, so sharp that even the wind seemed to hold back. Elsewhere, the battlefield had already become pure chaos. Michael swung his blade through a swarm of insect-like monsters, but every motion grew heavier and slower than the last. Sweat ran into his eyes and burned. His arms felt like they had turned to lead, but he still refused to stop swinging. Damn it, Hansu, where are you? He shouted, cutting through yet another wave. The creatures kept rushing in, endless, vicious, and relentless. Every time Michael cut one down, 3 more crawled out from the dust to replace it. His breathing turned ragged. Can't even get 1 second to breathe, he growled. He raised his weapon again, bracing for the next rush. Then the air itself seemed to split apart as a thunderous boom shook the ground. Someone shot into the sky like a missile and crashed straight into the swarm with explosive force. The impact wiped out dozens of monsters in a single instant. A massive shockwave tore through the battlefield, throwing dust and shattered bodies into the air. And when the haze finally began to clear, Michael's eyes went wide. Standing in the middle of the destruction was Kang Hansu, calm and completely unshaken. Just his arrival made the whole battlefield feel like it had shifted. Hansu looked over the field and gave a small nod. You did well holding them off. Michael wiped grime and sweat from his face, letting out a shaky laugh through his exhaustion. You sure took your time. I thought I was going to die waiting for you. A faint smirk touched Kang Hansu's face. You almost did? How many did you take down? Michael exhaled and gave a tired shrug. I stopped counting after the first 100. Just holding them back was hard enough. Even now, the swarm continued raging around them. The monsters were still packed thick across the field, their numbers pressing in from every side like a living wall. And now parasitic locusts were breaking through the weaker points in the defense. But for the first time, Michael felt a small flicker of relief. Hansu was here. That meant help had finally arrived. So, Michael said, hope slowly creeping back into his voice. What about the Phantom and Miyamoto, the top dogs from the red zone? They're with you too, right? Kang Hansu shook his head without hesitation. They're not coming. Michael froze on the spot. What? His voice cracked, unable to hide the disbelief rushing through him. Then how the hell are we supposed to win this? Kang Hansu folded his arms, his eyes steady despite the chaos around them. I brought reinforcements, tens of thousands of them. Before Michael could even ask what he meant by that, the ground trembled again. A colossal blade dropped from above and carved through a massive insect, splitting it clean in half. Another fighter landed beside the fallen monster a heartbeat later. They fired a volley of arrows with deadly accuracy, each shot finding its mark. Then even more figures appeared. Warriors emerged one after another, pouring onto the battlefield and filling it with a sudden surge of power. High above them, Unche hovered in midair, her hands glowing as a blazing formation spread open beneath her like a burning seal. The sky erupted with light, and dozens of monsters disappeared inside the explosion. Michael could only stare, completely stunned. Who are these people? Before anyone could answer him, a cold blade pressed against the side of his neck. Watch your mouth, Sangjin snapped from behind. Don't question Hansu. The tension spiked instantly until Kang Hansu glanced back. Enough! Sangjin. The moment Hansu spoke, Sangjin withdrew the blade and stepped back without another word. Kang Hansu approached Michael. He gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, grounding him after the chaos. You did your part. Leave the rest to us. As Kang Hansu turned and walked away, Sangjin shot Michael one last glare and pointed 2 fingers toward his own eyes, giving him a silent warning to behave. Unche, still floating nearby, smacked the back of Sangjin's head. Stop being dramatic, she said flatly. Then she shoved him forward from the side. One of the twins muttered, Why is Onke only like that with Sangjin? Is he special or something? Onke whipped around at once. Shut it. The twins went silent immediately. Michael let out an awkward little laugh, still trying to process the people around Kang Hansu. These guys really are something else, he muttered. Even so, if Hansu trusted them, then that was all the proof he needed. He tightened his grip around his weapon and looked toward Hansu's back as the battle continued to rage. "Good luck out there, Hansu," he whispered the words under his breath. Almost immediately, the ground began to tremble again as the swarms surged back toward them. This time, the monsters came faster, stronger, and far more vicious than before. Kang Hansu's group moved quickly into position, weapons raised and eyes fixed ahead. "Move out!" Kang Hansu's command cut cleanly through the noise of the battlefield. He rushed forward first, his sword flashing through the air in a bright silver arc. Several insect beasts were sliced apart before they could even react. Then he drove his blade into the ground and looked up toward the sky, where the light was already beginning to fade. "The sun is going down. We stick to the plan and kill as many parasitic locusts as we can before nightfall." Yu-Mi stepped up beside him without hesitation. In one smooth motion, she drew her bowstring back. 3 arrows shot forward at once. Each arrow struck perfectly, and bursts of green ichor sprayed through the air as the insects collapsed lifelessly into the dirt. But before Mai-He could loose another shot, a massive creature burst out from behind her. "Behind you!" someone shouted from the left. Mai-He spun around at once, but the battlefield was already drowning in chaos. On the right side, the twins were barely managing to hold their ground, their shields locked together against a non-stop rush of monsters. "These things just won't stop coming," one of them shouted through clenched teeth. Unkei snapped back immediately, her voice sharp as a blade. "Then stop whining and kill more of them." Kang Hansu didn't flinch, even with the swarm pressing in from every side. "Just hold on," he called out. "We only need to endure until nightfall." But the swarm showed no sign of slowing down. They crawled over their own fallen and surged forward like an endless tide. Sophia's voice rose above the noise, edged with alarm. "Hansu, they're closing in! We're being surrounded!" Kang Hansu's eyes narrowed as he watched the monsters pour in. There was no panic in his face. He was thinking, measuring every movement, calculating the exact moment to act. Then, for one heartbeat, the noise around him seemed to fade. The entire battlefield felt strangely still. "Sangjin?" Hansu said quietly. Sangjin looked up at him. He looked confused, but he was already alert. "Yeah?" Kang Hansu glanced toward the setting sun, then back to him. "You know what time it is?" A grin slowly spread across Sangjin's face. "So it's finally my turn?" Kang Hansu gave him a single nod. "I'm counting on you." Sangjin didn't waste even a second after hearing that. He dropped to one knee, pressing one hand against the earth while gripping his weapon tightly with the other. Beneath his palm, the ground began to glow. Light pulsed outward in blinding waves, spreading from him across the battlefield. A surge of radiant energy flooded through the forest like a storm, sweeping over the insects in its path. Every monster touched by that light disintegrated on the spot, crumbling down into ash. For a brief moment, it almost looked like victory. Then a piercing shriek tore through the silence. One of the fallen creatures twitched, its eyes burning with unnatural light, and the swarm began moving again, louder, faster, and angrier than before. Hansu's group tightened their formation. This was not over. Sangjin's grin widened, his whole body trembling with adrenaline. "I've been waiting to hear those words from you." "Hansu," he said, his voice shaking with excitement. "Leave it to me." Energy hummed all around him as he rose to his feet, ready to unleash everything he had. The real battle was only just beginning. The ground shook violently as the colossal tail of Ouroboros slammed down with terrifying force. Debris scattered in every direction while swarms of locusts clashed violently beneath its enormous shadow. The battlefield exploded into chaos all over again, and at the center of it, Sangjin raised his hand. His voice rang out through the roar of battle. "Charge." In an instant, the parasitic swarm under his command surged forward. They moved like a living tide, crashing straight into the enemy line and tearing through it with brutal efficiency. The momentum shifted at once. Sangjin's side began to overwhelm the horde before their enemies could recover. Sangjin strode straight into the fray and summoned his weapon. A massive gauntlet materialized over his arm. It was dark, metallic, and shaped like the hardened shell of a locust, humming with ominous power. Sangjin roared, "Master the dead!" The air rippled around him, and the fallen began to rise again. Twisted echoes of life now bound completely to his will. The undead swarm burst into motion, ripping through their enemies with terrifying precision. One after another, the enemy locusts were brought down, their shrieks echoing across the field as the tide turned against them. The survivors hesitated, trembling as fear spread through their ranks. Then a piercing screech split the air, the sound of dominance itself. Sangjin's undead army stood victorious. Beneath Ouroboros' massive tail, the ground began to bleed, dark ichor seeping into the soil. Hansu! Sangjin shouted over the battlefield. It's working! Kang Hansu glanced back and gave him a single nod, a rare smile crossing his face. Good job. With that confirmation, Kang Hansu dashed forward, and the rest of the team followed close behind him. Ahead of them, the enormous tail loomed like a fortress made of scale and flesh. This is our turning point. Hansu called out, his voice steady but urgent. We take down as many parasitic locusts as possible before nightfall. Then Sangjin resurrects them and turns their own numbers against them. And with their numbers, they would carve open a path straight toward the lake. Sophia fell into step beside him, keeping close, and Kang Hansu turned his gaze to her. Guide us to the place where the magical energy gathers the strongest. That will be where Alpha appears. Sophia hesitated for a moment, her eyes lifting toward the impossible height in front of them. But how are we supposed to climb something like this? Kang Hansu did not slow down, not even for a second. We follow the path it used when it descended, he said, his voice steady as his eyes traced the monster's body. The dragon's outer shell is built in layers. Those scales are not just armor, Kang Hansu continued. Use them like footholds and keep your weight balanced. Move at his command. The entire team looked up at the monstrous creature rising above them, its body stretching so high that the top nearly vanished from sight. Holy hell! A brown-haired fighter muttered under his breath, his face going pale as he craned his neck upward. That thing just keeps going. Another man swallowed hard, staring at the jagged climb ahead. One wrong step, and we are finished. Someone clicked their tongue and snapped back. Less talking, more climbing. Another brushed dust from the edge of a broken scale and tested it with his hand. At least it is not as slick as it looks. This surface is rough enough to grip. Kang Hansu's voice cut through the nervous chatter like a blade. Eyes forward. From this point on, I take the lead. The rest of you stay behind me and follow my path. Not a single person dared to argue with him. Sophia gave the first nod, her expression firm despite the danger. Then, one after another, the others followed her lead and fell into formation behind Kang Hansu. Together, they moved. They began climbing the creature's enormous body, crossing from one thick, jagged scale to the next, as if ascending a mountain made of living armor. Halfway up, the pink-haired girl suddenly stopped. Her ears twitched sharply, and her voice dropped low. Something is coming. A heartbeat later, the warning proved true. A shriek so loud it seemed to split the air apart crashed down from above. Then a massive swarm plunged toward them, a black storm of beating wings, hooked claws, and snapping bodies. Anche did not wait for Kang Hansu's order. She tightened her grip on her weapon and rushed forward. I will take the front. Wonkyung moved beside her without hesitation, his voice hard and steady. We will hold them back. Clear the route upward and keep moving. The pink-haired girl glanced over her shoulder, calm even with the swarm bearing down on them. Leave the rear to us. Nothing will slip through. Kang Hansu swept his gaze across the battlefield, taking in every scale, every shadow, and every flicker of movement around them. His eyes sharpened, unblinking. Then he caught it, a second swarm, hiding beyond the creature's massive scales, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Behind us, Kang Hansu warned. Oinke turned at once, but the moment she saw what was crawling out from the shadows, her whole body froze. The swarm behind them was enormous, far larger than anyone had expected, pouring out like a living wave. Kang Hansu stepped forward instead of retreating, and a fierce light began to burn in his eyes. Power surged around his body in a violent rush as he drove his weapon straight into the advancing parasitic locusts. The impact detonated through the horde, tearing into their bodies with a burst of raw energy. Shattered corpses flew in every direction, scattering across the scales like broken debris. Even Unke could only stare at the sight, momentarily struck speechless. Kang Hansu glanced back at his stunned allies, his expression already telling them there was no time to stand around. Move, Sophia, and the pink-haired girl immediately raced after him, forcing their legs to keep up. But when they finally reached the ridge ahead, both of them stopped dead in their tracks. Below them opened a vast, bottomless abyss, so dark it seemed to swallow not only light, but sound itself. The team gathered at the edge of the huge chasm carved beneath the dragon's scales. Sophia leaned forward carefully and peered into the depths, her voice barely more than a whisper. What is this place? Kang Hansu stepped up beside her, narrowing his eyes as he studied the darkness below. The neural passage, he answered calmly. It leads directly to Ouroboros' core. The center of its nervous system, he pointed down into the black depths. This beast has 3 ganglia, clusters of nerve cells outside the main brain. Destroy all 3 and Ouroboros dies. Kang Hansu did not waste even a breath after explaining it. He pulled out a pouch packed with glowing green vials, each one flickering with strange light, as though lightning had been trapped inside the glass. Mihi's eyes widened when she saw them. So, this is what you have been making? Kang Hansu nodded. A neurocorrosive compound. Once it is injected into the core, it will eat through everything. He immediately began dividing the group, his voice sharp, controlled, and completely certain. 3 ganglia, 3 teams. His gaze moved from one person to the next. Onche, you lead the first team. You Mihi will take the second. I will handle the third. Onche blinked, caught off guard by the assignment. Wait, why am I going first? She asked, her brows pulling together. Kang Hansu met her complaint with a flat, unmoved stare. Because your entrance is the closest, and someone has to open the path. Unche let out a frustrated groan, but even as she complained, she adjusted her grip on her weapon. Fine, but if I die first, I'm haunting you. For the briefest moment, Kang Hansu almost looked like he might smile. You will not. Then he gestured toward the edge. Each entrance is spaced around the pit. Go. We have no time to waste. Unke drew in a deep breath, steadied herself, and nodded. Then she leapt into the abyss, with her team following close behind, until their silhouettes were swallowed by the darkness. Kang Hansu turned to Sophia. Seal it. Without a second of hesitation, Sophia lifted her staff and whispered a quick incantation. A blinding sphere of light burst from her hands. The entrance sealed in a flash, stone hardening almost instantly and cutting off the swarm that had been chasing them from behind. Oinchi released a breath of relief. First step is done. Not yet, Kang Hansu replied, already shifting his gaze upward. We still have to reach the upper entrance. All around them, the piercing cries of the parasitic locusts echoed through the cavern. Their wings beat against the air like rolling thunder. The swarm crawled over the walls and scales, clawing desperately for a way through. Team 2 tightened its formation, but unease still rippled through their ranks. How are there so many of them? Someone muttered, voice trembling. They just keep multiplying. Kang Hansu drew his blade, and the steel gave off a faint glow beneath the dim cavern light. He stepped forward with the same calm, unshakable presence as always. Then we cut them all down, no matter how many there are. The swarm screamed as if answering his challenge and surged straight toward him. Kang Hansu moved first, his blade flashing through the darkness. That single strike was a silent declaration that fear had no place here. Meanwhile, far below, Unke's team pushed deeper through the suffocating dark until something ahead forced all of them to stop. Unche froze mid-step, her eyes widening. The others stopped beside her, unable to speak or move. In front of them stood a colossal stone figure, a silent guardian carved straight from the rock itself. It towered over them, ancient and unmoving, yet carrying the strange pressure of something alive. Its gaze locked onto the group, and the air around them grew heavy, almost electric. No one said a word. No one dared to. The stone sentinel waited. Then the silence inside the neural passage was shattered by a thunderous impact. A monstrous figure looms in front of them, its huge body blocking the path like a living wall of armor. The beetle-like creature lets out a piercing screech as its hardened carapace is sliced apart, splitting cleanly down the middle. Hansu stands above the collapsing corpse, his blade lowered at his side, dark fluid sliding slowly from the edge. His breathing remains calm and controlled, without the slightest sign of panic. With eyes as sharp and cold as glass, Hansu sweeps his gaze across the surroundings, measuring every shadow and every possible threat. This is the second entrance, he says in a low voice, confirming the location without taking his eyes off the dark passage ahead. Behind him, 3 figures step out from the darkness one after another. Hansu lifts a hand and signals them forward, his tone firm and direct. Team 2, it's your turn. Team 1 has already been inside for 5 minutes. Follow the plan exactly. Once the interval passes, deliver the weapon straight to the core. Choi Sang-jin answers with a short, decisive nod, showing he understands the weight of the order. His voice comes out steady and grounded. Understood. Then he looks toward the others beside him, ready to move without wasting another second. Choi Sang-jin and the blindfolded woman advance together, their outlines slowly swallowed by the dim light spilling from below. Hansu and Sophia remain at the entrance, standing guard while the others descend into the darkness. Just as Yu Mihi reaches the very edge of the abyss, her steps suddenly stop. Her eyes drift back toward Hansu for the briefest moment, and he notices it immediately, his brow lifting slightly. Something wrong? He asks. Yu Mihi freezes for a second, clearly flustered. No, she says quickly, then gives a small, awkward laugh. I just forgot what I was about to say. The laugh is gentle, but there is a fragile tremble hidden underneath it. That faint sound disappears into the heavy air between them. For a heartbeat, everything seems to slow, as if the whole world is holding its breath around the two of them. The silence stretches out, filled with thoughts neither of them can quite turn into words. Yu Mihi tilts her head and forces a faint smile, trying to brush aside her own hesitation, as if it was nothing. Never mind. Let's finish this first. Hansu's eyes narrow just a little, because he can see the uneasiness still hiding behind that smile. Mai turns away from him, deliberately making her voice sound lighter than before. We'll talk later, I promise. With those words, she leaps down into the darkness, her bow catching the weak light for an instant before her figure vanishes below. Hansu remains still for a moment, as if her final words have pinned him in place. They echo quietly in his mind until he exhales and forces himself back to the mission. Activate the device in 30 minutes, no matter what. Beside him, Sophia's spellbook gives off a soft hum, and faint runes pulse across its pages like quiet breaths of magic. Got it, she answers. Her reply sounds casual on the surface, almost relaxed, but her eyes stay lowered. There is a quiet sadness in her voice that she cannot completely hide. Far below, Yu Mihi presses one hand against her chest, feeling her heart pound hard beneath her palm while unspoken thoughts darken her expression. Even from above, Sophia seems to sense that pain, and for one brief moment she understands. Above them, the night continues to spread across the sky. Thousands of stars shimmer over the battlefield, glittering coldly above a world already torn apart by war. The beauty of it feels almost cruel. Hansu and Sophia break into a sprint, rushing toward the final objective as the air around them grows heavier with every step. The deeper they go, the more that suffocating pressure crawls beneath their skin. Hansu slows first, his eyes sharpening. It's close. Sophia feels it as well, that overwhelming pulse of power waiting ahead of them. Alpha level, she whispers, her voice tightening. And then the shape comes into view, a massive insect-like monster standing directly in their path. Its entire body is wrapped in jagged black armor, and every movement is disturbingly controlled, almost too precise to belong to a beast. Iron plates scrape and grind against each other as it turns, revealing a single red eye glaring from its head. A thin beam of light flickers outward. The beam sweeps over the battlefield in a sharp line. Sophia jerks back, realizing the danger a moment too late. A trap. Hansu's eyes widen as the beams spread and connect, forming a deadly lattice around them. His jaw tightens as he understands exactly what is happening. Temporary administrator privileges he had relied on, the very authority he had used to guide this world, had been nothing more than bait from the beginning. A slow, mocking laugh drifts out from the shadows. Hansu's head snaps upward, his gaze locking onto the space behind the armored beast. From behind the monster, a tall and elegant figure steps forward, long white hair glowing faintly in the dim light. A crooked smile curls across his face. Been a while, Hansu. I didn't expect to find you still running around in circles. Hansu's expression turns cold. Teen spreads his arms as if greeting an old acquaintance, but every word that leaves his mouth is soaked in mockery. Sending your weaker allies ahead again, are you? You really haven't changed. The tension in the air sharpens instantly, as if two opposing forces are pressing toward the same point. Hansu lowers his sword slightly, and a faint glow flares along the blade's edge. You picked the wrong time to show up. Teen's grin only widens as he steps down from the monster's back. Oh, I'd say the timing is perfect. Teen's smirk grows deeper, his voice thick with contempt. Destroying the cores? That's your grand plan? How shallow. I expected more from you, Hansu. Hansu's fingers tighten around the hilt of his sword, his narrowed eyes turning colder. Finished talking? Teen crosses his arms, that smug confidence never faltering for even a second. You always charge ahead blindly. That pride of yours is going to be your end. Before Hansu can answer, steel flashes through the air. He lunges forward without hesitation, his blade cutting straight through the iron-shelled monster that had been blocking their path. The beast is split cleanly in two. The ruined creature crashes to the ground with a harsh metallic shriek. Sophia glances at the corpse, her brows drawing together as she scans the battlefield. That wasn't the Alpha, she mutters. It's moved, probably, toward another team. Hansu exhales sharply. Then we finish this fast. He steps past the shattered carcass and points toward the open cavity ahead, where an exposed neural core pulses with an eerie light. Move, he orders. Sophia gives one firm nod, determination hardening across her face as they stride into the chamber. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, the first team has already reached their target. At the first entrance, Oinke and her team stand before the first neural core. The chamber surrounding them throbs like the inside of some enormous living creature, with massive tendrils crawling across the walls. Those thick tendrils all converge toward a central crystal glowing faintly in the darkness. Oinke stares at it, unable to completely hide her shock. This thing is enormous. Beside her, the brown-haired archer points toward the light buried deep within it. Look, the archer says, eyes fixed on the core. It's pulsing like a heartbeat. The twin brothers tilt their heads back, their faces caught somewhere between awe and unease. Guess it makes sense, one of them mutters. A monster that huge would need a heart this size. Eunchae steps forward, holding the vial Hansu entrusted to her. The green liquid inside swirls slowly, giving off a faint glow that washes over their faces. "This is it," she says, keeping her voice steady. "We trigger it exactly 30 minutes from now." She turns slightly and motions to the rest of the group. "Check your gear. Once it goes off, we run." But before anyone can move, a faint sound ripples through the chamber. At first it is distant and muffled, then it grows sharper. Eunchae goes still. "Did you hear that?" The others exchange confused glances. Then the ground suddenly lurches beneath their feet. A thunderous roar tears through the silence, and the entire chamber begins to shake. Cracks race across the cavern walls as dust and fragments of stone rain down from above. Eunchae braces herself, lowering her stance. "Get ready." High above them, movement stirs inside the dark holes scattered across the ceiling. A moment later, grotesque creatures burst out in waves, spilling into the chamber and crawling across the walls and ceiling. Dozens turn into hundreds within seconds, their shrill screeches merging into one enormous roar. Their metallic bodies glisten in the dim light, and their red eyes burn like embers in the darkness. Behind them, heavier footsteps begin pounding against the stone. The air itself seems to shudder as something much larger moves in. Massive beetles with metal-like legs descend into the chamber, each one easily twice the size of the people below. Eunchae's expression hardens as she realizes the truth. They've been waiting for us. Beetles gather together, locking their armored bodies into a living barricade. Their legs click in a steady rhythm, creating a wall of grinding metal, red eyes, and barely contained rage. "Shields up!" Eunchae shouts. The twin brothers react instantly, stepping into position as the swarm closes in. They raise their shields at once, closing off both flanks before the monsters can slip around them. Eunchae pulls everyone in tight, arranging the formation into a compact half-circle with the archer protected at the center. "Don't hold back." Her order cuts through the shaking chamber. The archer draws his bow without hesitation, his hands fast and certain even as the ground trembles beneath his feet. The swarm presses closer, hundreds of red eyes glowing from the dark as they circle like starving wolves. Eunchae glances across her team, taking in their grim faces and steady weapons. 30 minutes, she says, her voice low, fierce, and unshaken. "That's all we have to survive." Then the first beetle springs forward, its armored body launching out of the swarm like a spear. One of its bladed legs slices down toward Eunchae, cutting through the air with a vicious whistle. She drops low in an instant, and the edge misses her by only a few inches. Sparks burst as the blade scrapes hard across her shield. Eunchae twists with the force of it and shouts, "Counter, now." She ducks beneath the next strike, channels power into her palm, and light bursts around her arm. With one explosive leap, she drives her hand straight into the creature's skull. The impact rings through the chamber like thunder. Bone cracks open, ichor sprays outward, and the monster collapses on the spot. 28 minutes left. Beside her, one of the twins meets a charging beetle head-on, slamming into it with raw strength and forcing it down to the ground. Metal plates screech against his armor as he pins the creature beneath him and drives his blade deep into its chest. The other twin rushes in immediately, shield lifted high, deflecting another brutal strike before bringing his weapon crashing down. The seconds continue to drain away. 20 minutes, Eunchae calls out, her voice slicing above the endless roar. The archer never stops moving, arrows whipping through the air one after another, every shot finding a mark. Each arrow drops another insect, yet the swarm refuses to thin. It only grows denser, spreading like a living tide until the darkness itself seems packed with bodies. Sweat runs down their faces. Their breathing turns rough and heavy, and every muscle burns from the non-stop assault. Eunchae swings her weapon in a wide arc, cutting 3 more beetles apart before they can reach the line. "Keep pushing. Don't let them break through," she shouts even as the walls of enemies press closer. Their wings beat like rolling thunder, and their numbers feel endless. Hundreds swelling into thousands until the chamber seems to shrink around the 4 fighters with every passing heartbeat. Still, not one of them retreats. Eunchae plants her foot so hard the ground cracks beneath her heel, and her voice tears through the chaos, fierce and unwavering. 15 minutes, that's all we need." Her eyes blaze as she raises her blade, the green glow of the vial flickering behind her in the shadows. "Hold the line!" And from that moment on, the fight becomes even more desperate. From deeper inside Ouroboros, a new wave of horrors crawls into the light. Parasitic locusts emerge one after another, their black fluid slick bodies spreading across the battlefield like a plague given shape. Sophia draws in a slow breath, then exhales carefully, closing her eyes as she gathers her focus. When her eyes open again, a cold blue glow shimmers within them. She lifts a small orb in her hand. the tri-jade frostlight gleaming with restrained power. The quiet spell on her lips. Sophia releases it. In the next instant, ice erupts from the ground, spiraling upward as jagged spears of frost. The freezing wave tears through the swarm and skewers the charging locusts midair. Their shrieks echo through the cavern for a brief moment before the cold swallows them completely. Kang Han-soo watches the frozen swarm and lets a faint smirk tug at his mouth. Sitting ducks, he mutters. Then he launches forward, his body moving in one smooth, controlled burst. His blade flashes once, then twice, and 3 heads tumble to the ground before the bodies even seem to realize they have been cut apart. Han-soo does not pause. He slides past the next creature in a blur, cleaving it cleanly in half as he cuts through the swarm's path. His movements sharpen into a zigzagging streak across the battlefield. One after another, the monsters fall beneath his blade. Every strike lands cleanly. Every movement is decisive, and even the creatures already collapsing are given no chance to twitch back to life. When the final locust still moves, Han-soo ends it with a single precise swing. The battlefield sinks into silence again, broken only by Sophia behind him, still struggling to catch her breath. Han-soo is already ahead of her, far beyond the spot where the last body fell. He lifts his gaze toward the tunnels above. Inside those dark passages, dozens of locusts cling to the walls, their bodies half hidden in shadow. They watch him without advancing, and that unnatural stillness unsettles him more than another attack would have. So they're just waiting. He murmurs the words under his breath, then narrows his eyes. Fine, let them watch. Han-soo checks the timer on his interface. 33 minutes remain. 33 minutes won't be a problem, he says, almost to himself. But a moment later, his expression hardens. No, something about this is wrong. The hologram, Alpha, the first core, every piece snaps into place in his mind at once. Alpha had not abandoned the core. He had never intended to. The image they saw had been bait, nothing more than a distraction. Han-soo exhales sharply as his thoughts race. Alpha would not run from him. Not unless there was something else worth protecting. His gaze lifts again, resolve cutting through the doubt. So, that's it, he mutters. You're guarding another core. Fine, Han-soo says coldly. But you'll regret leaving this one to me. Sophia finally reaches him, her face tight with concern as she looks around at the watching locusts. Han-soo, doesn't this seem strange to you? They're not attacking. They're just watching us. Han-soo gives a small nod. Exactly. That's why waiting 30 minutes would be a mistake. We destroy this core now, then move straight to the next one. Sophia frowns, unease deepening in her eyes. Is it really that serious? If we destroy one too early, it could throw the others off. The plan can change, Han-soo cuts in. If this were only about the locusts, I wouldn't care. But Alpha is inside Ouroboros, and if he's here, then I need to face him. Sophia bites her lip, and the worry on her face becomes impossible to hide. If we destroy the cores too early, won't Ouroboros wake up? Won't it start moving again? Are you sure Alpha is the bigger threat? Han-soo gives a faint smile, but his eyes stay fixed on the glowing veins pulsing through the creature around them. Alpha is dangerous, he admits. Then his gaze shifts forward, his voice calm, yet carrying something heavier underneath. But Ouroboros is on an entirely different level. Sophia shakes her head, unable to accept the answer. That doesn't make sense. If that's true, then why not trust the others to finish their part? It isn't about trust, Han-soo says quietly. It's about the plan, and right now. You just have to follow me. Sophia clenches her fists, frustration tightening through her body. Even now, he still will not tell her everything. She had thought that after everything they had gone through, he would finally trust her with the truth. But before she can push him any further, a sharp chime slices through the silence. A glowing notification appears in midair before them. System notice. Skill activated. 7-piece soul fragment. The words flash across the interface with a cold, absolute weight. It is a skill that splits the user's soul, allowing the fragments to speak, influence, manipulate, and even seize control of another mind once the soul has been planted inside. And now, that dreadful ability has already begun. A chilling voice cuts through the air, dark amusement woven into every word. Miyamoto's voice spills out with pure malice. So this is how it ends? I'll be taking that body now? Sophia's entire body stiffens, her eyes widen in shock. Then, all at once, they soften into something far too calm, far too still. Han-soo freezes. Miyamoto's laughter echoes around them like shattered glass. Did you really think I would die that easily? You've always been reckless, Han-soo. Turning your back like that. Even a sliver of trust in this world will become your downfall, and now you'll pay for what you did to me. Han-soo's thoughts race in an instant, so that was it. Miyamoto had been waiting for this exact moment all along. and Hansu does not hesitate. He crushes the glass flask in his hand, shattering it in his grip as fragments scatter through the air. At the same time, he lunges forward. His movement is driven by instinct, anger, and razor-sharp urgency. In a blur, Hansu reaches Sophia and grabs her. He pulls her close, and the destructive authority of Nirmaha's ring ignites around them. Dark red energy surges outward, twisting through the air like wildfire. The ground trembles beneath the sheer force of it. "Get out of her," Hansu growls. Crimson light engulfs Sophia's body, burning through the invasive soul fragments trying to take root inside her. For one blinding instant, Sophia's body glows and Miyamoto's grasp shatters apart. Her soul is freed. Hansu exhales once, but the hardness in his eyes does not fade. In that heartbeat, memories surge through him. Betrayals, regression, and all the times allies had become enemies while enemies had turned into allies. Miyamoto cannot be allowed to live. Hansu's gaze sharpens. "Found you." With a swift command, he reaches through the system's link toward the king bee nest, the hive where the most ravenous monsters are waiting. A notification flashes across his vision. World Tree Authority, temporary administrator granted, objective, secure target Miyamoto, transfer destination, king bee nest. A cold smirk crosses Hansu's face. Enjoy your new home in the next instant, space bends around Miyamoto. Miyamoto crashes into a massive glowing pit, right in the heart of the king bee nest. His arms are bound by the same magic rings he had once mocked, and panic finally tears through his voice. What is this? The air hums above him as the celestial portal begins to close. The light narrows, seals shut, and leaves Miyamoto trapped beneath it, his fate locked inside the hive. Then Miyamoto finally sees what is waiting below him. A swarm of locusts crawls through the glowing pit, their jaws chittering with hunger and their red eyes burning as they turn toward their new prey. And among that writhing mass, one presence rises above the rest. It feels less like an insect and more like a true predator, the most dangerous creature in the entire nest locking onto him. Miyamoto staggers backward, his feet slipping beneath him as panic overtakes every bit of arrogance on his face. "No, I am the ruler of the red zone. I can't." His voice cracks before he can finish the sentence, because the swarm is already descending on him. His screams rip through the nest, sharp and desperate, swallowed by the endless chittering around him. Those screams rise for a moment, then fade down into the abyss. Back on the battlefield, Hansu holds Sophia carefully in his arms. The seven-piece soul fragment has already dissolved, erased the instant Miyamoto's essence was devoured. Hansu looks down at Sophia's peaceful face and murmurs, "It's over." The locusts got what they wanted. The king bees did too, but that small breath of relief does not last. From somewhere far away, a low hum begins to ripple through the air. At first, it is barely audible, but then it swells louder and heavier, like the beginning of a storm. Sparks flicker across the distant horizon. Hansu lifts his head, eyes narrowing as he takes in the change around them. Not much time left. He glances down at Sophia, still unconscious in his arms. "It'd be nice if you woke up now," he mutters. "Running while carrying you won't exactly be easy." Then he checks his interface, where red numbers flash across his vision. Magic power capacity, 47% remaining. Use world tree energy, Y or N. Hansu exhales through his nose, then lets a faint, helpless smile cross his face. "Sorry, World Tree, I'm going to have to borrow a little more." He places his hand against the glowing roots embedded in his armor, connecting directly with the World Tree's core circuit. Authorization is granted, and a blinding surge of light rushes through his veins. The earth trembles as ancient magic answers his call, filling the air with energy so pure and dense that the space around them begins to bend. Sophia's hair lifts gently from the force, her unconscious body glowing faintly while resting in his arms. Hansu tightens his hold on her and looks ahead. Let's end this before everything burns. The magic racing through him feels like fire and lightning tangled together, violent and overwhelming. For a brief instant, the pressure nearly steals the breath from his lungs. But with this much power flowing through him, Hansu can finally control it freely. He pulls Sophia closer, steadies his breathing, and lets the glow around his body intensify. Dragon energy arts, dragonification, heavenly soldier armor. The activation confirms at once, and the armor responds instantly as scales of shimmering energy ripple across his skin, while enormous wings of light unfold behind him. Then, with one explosive burst of movement, Hansu kicks off the ground. He shoots into the sky with Sophia held securely in his arms, and the ground beneath him shatters from the force of his leap. Far below them, the frozen surface begins to break apart. Thin cracks spread in every direction like spiderwebs across the ice. Those cracks glow with the reflection of some ancient force awakening underneath. Then a deep rumble rolls through the world, shaking everything from the ground to the sky. Beneath the frozen surface, something impossibly massive begins to move. The ice erupts in a violent explosion, shards flying upward as a colossal shadow stirs beneath the world tree. An endless serpentine body coils into view, huge enough to feel like a moving mountain. Slowly, that gigantic form rises and wraps itself around the trunk of the world tree. Ouroboros has awakened. Its enormous body pulses with dim golden veins, each faint glow running beneath its scales like sleeping fire. As it climbs higher, its scales shine softly against the darkened sky, and it coils tighter around the floating world tree. Even the sound of its breathing is enough to split the clouds overhead. Hansu hovers in midair, his eyes narrowed as he watches the titan move. So it's awake, he mutters, but the tree isn't moving. He looks down at the ancient roots and branches suspended in the sky. The world tree is alive, yet completely still, giving off no clear will, no reaction, and no sign of resistance. If it truly had a will of its own, Hansu thinks grimly, it would have attacked him first. That leaves only one answer. This fight is not really between him and the world tree. It is between him and Alpha. A system notification flashes before him. Voltri Temporary Administrator command confirmed. The air crackles as another divine system begins to stir. From the depths of the sky, a vast branch of the Voltri tree tears through the clouds, descending like a spear made of pure light. It twists violently in midair, then plunges downward and strikes Ouroboros from behind. The impact booms across the battlefield like thunder. Ouroboros howls in rage, its titanic body writhing as the branch coils around it and forces its massive jaws open. The entire world trembles beneath its weight as the Voltri roots tighten around the beast, binding it hard against the trunk of the world tree. Its roar shakes the heavens themselves. Above it all, Hansu remains suspended in the air. With his wings spread wide, he watches the creature struggle beneath those divine bindings. "It's almost time," he murmurs, and for a moment his eyes soften. "Old friend?" The wind lashes around him as he looks toward the horizon, speaking to someone only he can hear. "Tekaron eras and Chaldeans will guide me down this path. Wait for me at the king's path." A faint smile touches his face, and his words drift out across the storm. "Soon, we'll meet again." Below, the ground tears open with a deafening roar as the colossal serpent bursts through the surface. Its scales flashing like molten metal before its massive body vanishes back into the earth. Across the battlefield, everything has fallen into chaos. Swarms of parasitic locusts collide violently against one another, red clashing against purple in a brutal frenzy. Their shrieks rip across the ruined plains. Hansu takes a step forward, and at that very same moment, another presence appears beside him. Choi Sangjin, the Lord of the Dead, emerges from the haze with cold resolve glowing in his eyes. Without saying anything more than necessary, he lifts one hand, loosens the control over his undead army, and gives a single command. "Go." The swarm responds instantly. His undead locusts dive straight into the battlefield, plunging into the middle of the chaos. They join the slaughter as the two monstrous factions tear into each other, and the tide of battle begins to shift. Watching that change unfold, Sangjin clenches his jaw. This might really be it. They might actually be able to win. If they can just hold out until dawn, victory is no longer impossible. But before he can take even one more step, the massive serpent erupts again, its enormous body cutting across the field like a living storm. The red locusts scream in panic. They scatter wildly as the serpent's body tears through their ranks, crushing and sweeping them aside. But instead of retreating completely, something strange happens. The crimson light in their eyes flickers once, then burns even brighter than before. An unnatural surge of power rushes through them, furious and maddening, and as if driven into a frenzy, they turn on the purple swarm with renewed rage. Sangjin freezes, his eyes snapping toward the sky. What the hell? Explosions rumble somewhere above him, and waves of magic ripple through the air. He cannot see exactly what is happening up there. He can feel it. Hansu is up there, and if that serpent is involved, then the burden pressing down on him must be unbearable. Sangjin grits his teeth. He slams his foot into the ground and hardens his resolve. I can't let that thing reach him. Drawing his dagger, he summons his authority as shadows coil around his arm. "Kill them all," he roars. "Push forward, don't let a single one through." His undead surge ahead again, clawing, biting, and ripping their way into the advancing swarm. Sangjin follows them in, his movements sharp, brutal, and filled with urgency. As he carves through the horde, he mutters under his breath, "Sorry, Hansu, I should have wiped these things out earlier," yet even while he fights, a bitter doubt gnaws at the back of his mind. Can he really stop this entire tide alone? Far above the battlefield, Hansu stands before the bound body of Ouroboros, watching its titanic form strain against the luminous roots of the magic tree. He turns toward Sophia. Her breathing is shallow, her complexion pale, and the after-effects of Miyamoto's soul attack are clearly worse than he expected. Hansu reaches out to steady her. "You were supposed to wake up by now," he murmurs. But before he can decide what to do next, Sophia's body begins to glow faintly. The light grows stronger, wrapping around her as her form starts to fade piece by piece. A soft chime rings through the air. System notice, temporary administrator, authority activated, target, Sophia, transferred to Michael. Hansu blinked, caught off guard for the first time in a while, as Sophia's body vanished completely from his arms. He let out a quiet sigh and lowered his head for a moment. "So you made it? Guess I'll leave you with him then?" But he had no time to dwell on it. A familiar, furious voice tore across the battlefield. "Damn bugs, come at me?" Hansu turned toward the sound, his eyes shifting through the dust and chaos. A grin slowly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Charging across the field with his dagger blazing was Choi Sangjin, tearing through the locusts like a storm given human form. Sangjin shouted at the swarm to fight him instead, drawing their attention with reckless force. "Perfect timing," Hansu muttered, and the next instant he dashed forward. His wings flared wide behind him as he gathered mana into his palm. Crimson spheres of light formed one after another, then shot through the air and exploded among the swarm. Dozens of locusts were blown apart before Hansu landed directly in front of Sangjin, his sword gleaming through the drifting smoke. Sangjin froze for a split second, eyes widening at the sight before him. Hansu looked different now, with wings spread behind his back and faint horns glinting beneath the stormlight. "Hansu, what happened to you?" Sangjin asked, still staring. Hansu brushed the question aside without slowing down. "I'll explain later." He pointed toward the raging battle ahead. "Right now, there's something I need you to do," Hansu said, his voice turning serious. Sangjin exhaled, relief briefly softening his face, now that he could see Hansu was still alive. "Just say it," Sangjin answered, tightening his grip on his weapon. "What do you need?" Hansu's gaze sharpened. "Einche's group?" Hansu's expression grew heavier as he spoke. "Team 1 is in danger. The core has to be destroyed, even if they have to go with it." Sangjin blinked, stunned by the weight of those words. "That doesn't sound like you," he said quietly. "You're asking me instead of ordering me." A faint smirk crossed Hansu's face, but Sangjin straightened his back, his tone becoming firm. "Use me however you want. Hansu, you don't need to ask." Hansu gave one short nod, then turned away as his wings spread behind him. "Then I'm sending you directly to Team 1's location. From this point on, they're yours." He paused and glanced back over his shoulder. "And Sangjin, don't die. That's an order." The Lord of the Dead gave a dry grin, as if the warning itself was almost insulting. "Please. The dead don't die twice." Beneath his feet, magic circles flared to life. Violet light swirled around Sangjin as the transfer spell opened beneath him. "Go," Hansu commanded. Sangjin gave a short nod before vanishing into the surge of light, leaving only the fading glow of the sigil behind. Hansu watched the air ripple shut and exhaled. "Yeah," he muttered. "You're the right one for this." His fingers tightened around his sword, and his wings flexed at his back. "And next time, you're coming with me to the next zone." With that, Hansu launched himself upward, cutting through the dust-filled air. After seeing Sangjin's resolve, there was no way he could simply stand back and watch. He would fight beside them until the very end. Elsewhere, chaos swallowed the battlefield as one member of Team 2 stood alone before Alpha. Behind him, the rest of his team was already down. Two wounded comrades lay unconscious on the ground behind him, barely protected from the chaos around them. Alpha tilted his head with amused curiosity. "Still standing? Tell me, why not give up?" His voice dripped with arrogance. "You're surrounded by corpses. What can one human possibly do?" The blonde fighter clenched his jaw, forcing his breath to stay steady even as his body screamed from exhaustion. "You think I'd die that easily?" Alpha's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. "Your loyalty is strange. Do you truly believe that cold-blooded man you serve would ever come back to save you?" He lazily gestured at the bodies scattered around them. "He has abandoned all of you? So why not serve me instead? Become my soldier." In response, the blonde fighter raised his sword. "You talk too much," he said flatly, his eyes refusing to waver. "What's wrong, Alpha? Scared of Kang Hansu?" Alpha's grin vanished in an instant. His eyes flared with a sharp, dangerous light. "You dare?" The air exploded around him as hundreds of energy spheres formed overhead. Alongside them, hovering swords appeared one after another, each blade humming with a cold and murderous intent. Alpha's voice dropped into a growl, all traces of amusement gone. "If you're that eager to die, then allow me to grant your wish." The weapons rained down all at once. The blonde fighter gritted his teeth and charged straight into the storm of attacks instead of backing away. His sword moved like lightning, striking and deflecting each incoming blow one after another. Sparks burst across the battlefield as he twisted through the barrage. Every movement was aimed at redirecting the attacks away from the wounded comrades behind him. Alpha paused for a moment, watching him continue to defy death through sheer stubborn resolve. Protecting others even when you're on the verge of death. How admirable, Alpha said coldly, but I have no time for sentiment. He raised one hand, and power spiraled around him, compressing into a single concentrated point. I'll end this myself. The blonde fighter barely had enough time to react. Blades of energy converged from every direction, piercing through armor and flesh alike. The impacts rang out sharp and final, and blood splattered across the broken ground as the blonde fighter dropped to one knee. His sword carved a thin line through the dirt before slipping from his weakening grasp. Alpha stared down at him and spoke softly. You were strong. I'll give you that much. Then he stepped forward and lifted his blade. So I'll be the one to end it. But before Alpha's finishing strike could fall, a violent gust of wind split the air apart. In the next instant, Hansu appeared between them. His hand shot forward, reaching straight for Alpha's face. Alpha reacted just in time. He darted backward, barely slipping out of Hansu's grasp. The two of them locked eyes, and the tension between them turned thick as steel. Hansu's voice came out low and controlled, but fury burned beneath every word. Too late, he muttered. Then he turned toward the fallen blonde fighter. You've done enough. Rest now. When his gaze returned to Alpha, his aura flared violently, and his eyes glowed red beneath the stormy sky. I'll take care of everything from here. Hansu stood a short distance from his enemy, while the ground trembled beneath his feet. From the dark horizon ahead, a massive swarm of locusts erupted, shrieking as they rushed forward like a tidal wave of wings, claws, and steel. He did not move until the first one reached him. Then his blade flashed. In a blur, he cut straight through the swarm, arcs of light slicing across the air. The entire front line of monsters collapsed instantly. They were shredded before they could even understand what had happened. Hansu's gaze sharpened as he opened his palm, and light began gathering inside it, dense and golden. That living glow twisted and reshaped itself, stretching into the form of a massive weapon, a radiant yellow axe pulsing with raw power. Hansu gripped the axe tightly and slid 1 foot forward. His next swing ripped across the battlefield like thunder, severing several locust heads in a single brutal motion. Another strike followed, faster, sharper, and completely merciless. Within seconds, the entire swarm had been wiped out. The silence that came after felt almost deafening as Hansu lowered the weapon and watched it dissolve back into light. Hansu turned his attention toward the wounded soldier nearby, the one still kneeling on the broken ground with his body shaking. But the tremble running through him was not from fear, it was awe. He stared at Hansu as if he had just witnessed something impossible, his voice shaking as he whispered, "Master such power." Hansu crouched down beside him without making a fuss, and gathered mana into the center of his palm. The light in his hand shifted, condensing into a smooth, glowing sphere. It took the form of a potion made entirely from compressed sword energy, shining with a strange and steady brilliance. "You're in rough shape," Hansu said calmly. "Drink it." The soldier lowered his head, shame tightening his expression. "Forgive me for showing weakness. I'll repay you for this rune." He wrapped both hands around the energy sphere, gripping it as carefully as if it might vanish. The moment it melted into his body, the light spread through him in warm waves, sealing torn flesh and closing his wounds almost instantly. Hansu watched the recovery take hold, then gave one satisfied nod. After that, his gaze moved to the blonde girl lying a short distance away. Her body stirred faintly. She blinked as consciousness slowly returned, only to find Hansu standing over her. Her eyes widened in shock and embarrassment. I passed out," she whispered, mortified, even after being trusted with the weapons. Her hands clenched into fists as frustration poured into her voice. "In the end, I only slowed you down," Hansu answered in a calm, steady voice. "Don't say that. None of this is your fault." He looked toward the sky, where faint tremors of power were still echoing above them. "It's mine. I didn't predict that Alpha would be here. Inside Ouroboros, the World Trees Authority doesn't function the same way." As he spoke, Hansu reached into his cloak and pulled out a small feather glowing with a faint silver light. "Take this," he said, holding it out. "It'll get you out of here. Use it for transport." The wounded soldier accepted the feather with both hands, careful not to damage it. The blonde girl hesitated for a moment, biting her lip before she finally spoke. "Then I'll return it to you myself." Hansu gave a small nod. Then he glanced down at the glowing potion still resting in his hand. "You've already done more than enough. Your mission was to protect the seal from breaking, and you completed it. Her expression softened. Then we'll meet again after the core is destroyed. Hansu answered simply, count on it. From a distance, Alpha watched the exchange in complete silence. His face revealed nothing, but his thoughts were twisting violently beneath the surface. Hansu, how are you even here? That transformation? The power pulsing through Hansu was not natural. Worse than that, Alpha could feel the sheer weight of Hansu's existence pressing against the world itself, warping the flow of energy around them. Your presence is crushing them, Alpha thought bitterly. You always drag others down. Alpha extended one hand. Red energy began gathering around his fingers, twisting into thin, thread-like tendrils that pulsed with murderous intent. Then, I'll make sure you have no one left to protect. With a sharp flick of his wrist, the scarlet strings shot forward like slicing blades, tearing through the air straight toward Hansu's team. Hansu's head snapped up, and his eyes flared. The green ring on his finger began to shine. Its glow turned bright, wild and alive. Hansu raised his hand, and in front of him, an enormous emerald hand manifested from the light. Colossal hand surged forward and caught the red strings in midair, crushing their path aside before slamming the attack into the ground with explosive force. The earth shook violently as dust, fire, and shattered stone burst outward. The blonde soldier stared in stunned silence, then shouted with everything she had, "Go, retreat! We'll only hold you back if we stay here!" Hansu did not even turn to look at her. His voice rang calmly through the smoke. Running now would make surviving this far meaningless. He turned slightly, his gaze hard and unwavering. "You made it all the way here? You're still alive. Don't throw that away." Then he looked back at Alpha, his eyes burning with quiet fury. "You still have things left to do in this world, and I won't let him take that from you." The air trembled with the fading echoes of battle. Hansu's team stood before him, bruised, shaken, and barely holding together, but alive. He met their eyes one by one, his tone low yet resolute. "You've made it this far. Don't throw that away. No matter what happens next, you live." They nodded firmly, gratitude and determination shining through their exhaustion. "Thank you, sir," the blonde soldier said. "We'll meet you outside." Hansu gave a brief nod. "Go." At his command, they turned and sprinted toward the exit. Their figures disappeared into the haze of mana and shattered light. Now only two remained on that ruined battlefield, Hansu and Alpha. The Acheron warrior stood completely still for a long moment, silent fury burning beneath his expression. His thoughts churned in disbelief. That last strike had been his strongest technique, yet it had done nothing. Hansu had not even bothered to move. Alpha's jaw clenched as rage flooded through him. "You dare mock me?" he roared. "You think I'm some joke? I am a warrior of Acheron, the last hope of my people." Hansu tilted his head slightly, his expression impossible to read. "A warrior?" he said flatly. "You're nothing but a cheap imitation." Those words struck Alpha harder than any blade could have. His composure shattered completely, and his scream tore across the sky as he lunged forward. Power convulsed through Alpha's body as his form surged out of control. Hansu's eyes narrowed. He's gone berserk. Even under ordinary conditions, fighting a transformed Acheron was dangerous. Their raw strength could rival monsters. But this time, Hansu did not feel even a trace of fear. Alpha's fist came crashing down like a meteor, carrying enough force to shake the ground beneath them. Even so, Hansu did not sway. The massive locust arm fused with his body moved almost lazily, deflecting the blow aside with effortless precision. Alpha froze in place. That attack had contained everything he had left, and yet it had failed to leave even a mark. "This can't be," he whispered. Then he charged again, moving faster than before, harder, more desperate. Each strike blurred into the next, turning into a frenzy of uncontrolled power. But Hansu only watched him closely. He read every motion as if the battle had already slowed down in front of him. That's the flaw, he thought. When you transform, your power multiplies, but your control disappears. Ending this now would be easy. One clean strike could kill Alpha on the spot, but Hansu could not afford to do that. If Alpha died here, the vessel would be destroyed, and everything Shane had prepared would be ruined. Worse still, Hansu was not certain what would happen if he unleashed his own dragon energy arts in this unstable state. He had never pushed this transformation so far before. The backlash could cripple him. Or it could lead to something even worse. Hansu clenched his fist. Not yet. A quiet frustration burned inside his chest. The heavenly soldier armor alone was not enough. Even his dragon energy felt like it was barely being held together. But right now, this was all he had, and it would be enough. Alpha staggered back, chest heaving, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then Hansu's locust fist began to glow. "Your turn is over." Hansu's voice was cold as he stepped forward and drove a sharp jab straight into Alpha's stomach. The impact cracked through the air like a breaking wall. Alpha's body shot backward, slamming into the ground with enough force to carve out a crater beneath him. Hansu followed instantly, his wings flaring as he descended from above. His next punch dropped like a hammer. The blow sent Alpha crashing toward the neural core, blood scattering through the air in dark arcs. When the dust finally began to clear, Alpha lay motionless on the ground, trembling faintly as ragged breaths escaped him. Hansu stood over him and slowly lowered his arm. "That's enough," he said softly. "A replica is still just a replica." His gaze remained fixed on the writhing figure, even weakened. "You're still nowhere near Akuma," with a quiet sigh. Hansu added, "But you'll do fine as Shane's vessel." Then he began moving forward, closing the distance one step at a time. He came to a halt as a low roll of thunder echoed from somewhere far across the battlefield. His head snapped toward the sound, and for the first time in that tense moment, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "Sangjin, looks like you actually pulled it off." Alpha lay shattered against the ground, his body ruined as he stared up into the restless, shifting light above him. He could not feel his arms or legs anymore, and the strength he had clung to was draining away with terrifying speed. "So even the race-seeker technique wasn't enough after all," he whispered, his voice shaking with disbelief. His eyes slowly wandered upward, following the broken fragments of sky spreading overhead. All he had ever wanted was to restore them, to bring his race back from extinction. But as his words scattered into the wind, even that conviction began to crumble. Now, he could no longer tell whether the path he had chosen had ever been right. His hand fell weakly, and the light in his eyes started to fade into something cold and hollow. A mistake. That single thought burned through him. His dream had collapsed because of a mere inferior being. Dragging his broken body across the ground, he forced himself toward the mana core. Every small movement was driven by nothing but rage, bitterness, and despair. Inside his fading mind, one thought repeated over and over like a curse. Take everything from Kang Hansu, rip away everything he has. Then, with his body trembling so hard it looked ready to fall apart, Alpha's hand finally clamped around the core. At that exact moment, Kang Hansu's eyes caught the movement. For a brief instant, it felt as if time itself had frozen. Kang Hansu's voice tore through the air. His shout rang across the battlefield, ordering Alpha to stop and demanding whether he was truly willing to throw away every last bit of hope just for this. But Alpha's eyes had already gone empty. The glow of the core reflected across his ruined face as he connected himself to it, and all he could think was how laughable everything had become. None of it mattered anymore. A crooked, broken grin spread across Alpha's lips. If the core was going to be destroyed, then he would simply become its replacement. His voice shook with madness as he snarled through his pain, telling Kang Hansu to taste the same medicine he had forced onto others. Kang Hansu. The core throbbed once, then swallowed Alpha completely. A blinding burst of light exploded outward, the air vibrating so fiercely it seemed to shake inside the bones, while the ground beneath them hummed like something enormous had awakened. The piercing radiance flooded the darkness until the world around them nearly vanished from sight. Kang Hansu's face hardened as he glared toward Tekiron. He remembered Tekiron saying he had been hot-tempered in his younger days, and now he could see that it had not been an exaggeration. He could hardly believe Tekiron would rather win against him than think about the future of his own people. Then everything shifted. Without the slightest warning, the orb began to tremble, its surface flashing violently with unstable light, and from somewhere above, something thick started to fall. A heavy, slimy green liquid dripped down and splattered across the earth, spilling over the parasitic locusts beneath him. Kang Hansu clicked his tongue under his breath. The roots should have created the clone properly, not produced some unstable childlike failure. To him, this was no longer just a mistake. It had become nothing but a massive problem waiting to explode. He did not hesitate. Kang Hansu lifted his hand, and blue energy burst from his palm, shooting toward the orb with enough force to shatter it. The attack hissed sharply through the air as it cut forward. The blue light distorted the space around it, and the sharp metallic scent of ozone spread through the battlefield. Meanwhile, outside and deep within the burrows, another wave of chaos was beginning to stir. Unche sucked in a startled breath, panic breaking through her voice as the ground and everything around them began to move. Why was this thing suddenly acting up now? Sangjin frowned, but instead of panicking, he tried to steady her with a calm voice. He told her to relax, saying she was far too old to be throwing a tantrum. Unche immediately shot him a fierce glare. How could he possibly stay so calm when one wrong move could send them falling? If they dropped from this height, they would die on the spot. But Sangjin only let out a faint, almost confident smile. He could stay calm because there was something he believed in. Then he lifted his chin, silently directing her gaze upward. Look, Oinchi hesitated for a moment, still tense from fear. Then she followed his gaze, looked up, and her eyes widened in complete shock. High above them, Kang Hansu was floating in the air, his body suspended in a brilliant glow. The atmosphere pulsed around him, and energy thrummed through the open space like a living current. Invisible streams of wind spiraled upward around him, while a faint shimmer of light gathered near his body, as though being pulled toward him. Then, without warning, a system message flashed before their eyes. They were being transferred to Mikhail. Glowing magic circles bloomed beneath Onkei and Sangjin's feet, spreading out in bright rings. Light expanded like ripples across the surface of water. From above, Kang Hansu watched in silence as their bodies dissolved into particles of radiance and disappeared from the battlefield. A soft magical hum lingered in the air after they vanished, the brightness sharp enough to sting the eyes, while the last faint echo of wind curled through the empty space they had left behind. Outside, a large crowd of players had already gathered. Mikhail stood among them, unmoving and deep in thought. His eyes drifted upward as questions kept circling in his mind. What exactly was Kang Hansu planning? What did he expect from him? Sending Miss Sophia was one thing, but now others were being sent as well. If Kang Hansu wanted him to do something, why not simply say it outright? Before Mikhail could sink any deeper into those thoughts, a familiar voice called out to him. He turned at once and saw Sophia finally awake. Still looking unsteady, she asked how long she had been unconscious. Not long, Mikhail answered, though his expression remained tense. Then he immediately asked what had happened up there. Sophia shook her head, frustration flickering across her face. She could not remember clearly. She had blacked out partway through, and everything after that was still blurred and broken in her mind. Mikhail's frown deepened. That was bad. If Sophia had no memory of what had happened, then she also had no idea just how dangerous the situation had become. Since Ouroboros was already moving, Mikhail said they could not afford to remain here any longer. It was too dangerous, so they had to retreat immediately. Sophia nodded and said she would contact the Beacon clan. Then Mikhail added that he would take care of Jatun himself. He was already preparing his communicator as faint static from the communication magic began to buzz in the air, making the tension around them feel as heavy as gathering storm clouds. But before either of them could move, the ground behind them suddenly lit up. A blue magic circle burst open, and Mikhail spun around in surprise as new figures began materializing right before his eyes. More players had just been transferred in. Mikhail let out a tired sigh and muttered that he really was turning into a babysitter now. Even so, he quickly steadied himself. If Kang Hansu had sent them here, then there had to be a reason. Whatever that reason was, Mikhail chose to trust him. But deep down, one thought pressed heavily against his chest. Don't try to carry everything alone. Don't die and leave the rest of us behind. His mission, his life, and everything that came next now depended on Kang Hansu's victory. Until that moment came, Mikhail knew there was nothing he could do but hold back his complaints. The faint hum of magic gradually faded from the air. In its place came the low rumble of the earth and the distant roar of something impossibly massive drawing closer. Elsewhere, Kang Hansu now stood directly before Ouroboros. The colossal dragon towered over him, its eyes blazing with uncontrollable fury. Then, with a guttural roar that shook the battlefield, Ouroboros unleashed a torrent of fire. It was not just flame, but pure destructive energy, spreading wide enough to swallow the horizon. Even Kang Hansu could not dodge something of that scale. The air twisted from the heat, the ground trembled beneath the pressure, and everything in the path of that burning wave distorted as though the world itself was melting. The roar hammered against the ears, the heat scorched the atmosphere, and the light was almost blinding. Kang Hansu knew that if he took the attack head-on, even he would not come out untouched. But if he avoided it, the destruction behind him would be unimaginable, and too many lives would be lost. There was no time left to hesitate. His system interface flashed open before him, presenting two options: Summit's Grand Orb and Heavenly Soldier Armor Protection Area. Kang Hansu activated both at once. In the next instant, power surged outward. A vast field of radiant energy unfolded around Kang Hansu, expanding like a shield and stopping the fire dead in its path. The two powers slammed into each other, twisting together in a violent storm of light and flame. But Ouroboros had already expected this. Hidden deep within that attack was another layer of power. The air gave off a strange, layered hum as unseen energy continued building beneath the surface. It felt as if the entire world was holding its breath. The energy had not faded away at all. It had changed form. Instead of dispersing, it compressed inward, becoming something far more unstable and dangerous as the flames began to twist. The flames kept folding inward, squeezing themselves into a dense core of destructive power. and Kang Han-soo recognized the threat in an instant. This was no ordinary fire attack. It was a bomb in the shape of flame, moments away from tearing everything apart. The air around him grew heavy and suffocating, vibrating as if the battlefield itself had turned alive and was shuddering in fear. Heat warped the world in front of his eyes, bending the scenery into a wavering haze. Every breath scraped through his throat like smoke. Then, in the very next instant, the compressed power burst open, and a violent detonation ripped straight through the air. The blast slammed into Kang Han-soo with brutal force, throwing his body backward as fiery fragments scattered across the battlefield like burning shards of glass. The blazing pieces came down without mercy, sharp and relentless, forcing him to spread his wings and shield himself from the storm. His feet struck the ground hard, but even after being hurled back, he somehow managed to land standing. Blood ran from the corner of Kang Han-soo's mouth as the flames continued to swell outward around him. Everything the fire touched was swallowed in an instant. Kang Han-soo swept his gaze across the battlefield and saw that the entire world had turned into a burning furnace. Screams cut through the chaos, while human silhouettes flickered and vanished inside the rolling waves of fire. Pressing one hand against his chest, Kang Han-soo clenched his teeth through the pain. If he fought Ouroboros head-on in a direct clash, the damage would spread far beyond him, and the battlefield would become a graveyard. That left him with only one path. He would have to rely completely on magic, even if it meant burning through every last drop of power remaining inside him. He had no choice. Then the system's voice echoed through his mind. The authority of the Valkyrie administrator had been invoked, and countless names began racing before his eyes. Hundreds, then thousands of targets scrolled across the screen, but a warning appeared almost immediately. If the severely wounded were included, the mana cost would rise tremendously. Proceed. Kang Han-soo did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. All of them, he ordered. Not one person was to be left behind. The low hum of system magic spread through the burning air, steady and rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat echoing right before a storm broke loose. The system accepted his command. Authority recognized. All designated targets would be transferred to the cross area. Behind Kang Han-soo, an enormous magic circle flared to life, its light spreading wide enough to swallow the surrounding darkness. Across the battlefield, notifications began appearing one after another. Every unit in range would now be transported to the red zone cross area, and the warning followed. Approaching Ouroboros meant instant death. One after another, players disappeared into the radiance. The magic spread all the way to the port residential area, sweeping through streets, homes, and ruined structures as it carried hundreds of thousands away in the blink of an eye. But saving that many people came with a savage price. The burden crashed down on Kang Han-soo like a hammer, and his mana drained so quickly that even his hardened body struggled to endure it. His limbs began to shake, his vision flickered at the edges, and his knees nearly buckled under him. His pulse thundered in his ears, blood left a sharp metallic taste on his tongue, and the ground continued trembling beneath his boots. Seeing that moment of weakness, Ouroboros moved. Ouroboros lunged forward, a cruel smile spreading across its monstrous face. It snarled at him for wasting power on insects, then mocked him for still daring to stand in its way. Kang Han-soo forced air into his lungs and straightened his back. Blood stained his lips, but his eyes did not waver. "We'll see," he muttered. "Let's find out who's still standing at the end." Kang Han-soo knew he could no longer afford to hold anything back. To bring down a monster like this, he needed one decisive strike. Lightning Splitter, the weapon carrying the king's authority, was the key to making that strike possible. But before he could claim it, Kang Han-soo would have to meet Tekuron on the king's path. Until then, turning away was not an option. If he retreated now without finishing this fight, humanity itself would be finished. Kang Han-soo released a slow breath, his decision already made. Then he would gamble everything here. At that moment, the system flashed before him again. Maximum proficiency had been achieved. A skill upgrade was now available. A faint smile touched Kang Han-soo's blood-stained lips. The timing could not have been more perfect. Without delay, he selected Confirm. The dragon energy arts fused with his heavenly soldier armor, and in a single instant divine power surged through his entire body. His armor shifted and reshaped around him, the glow deepening as it formed something unlike anything he had wielded before. The vessel of the dragon god awakened, and in Kang Han-soo's grasp, a weapon took shape. Heaven's spear. The sky trembled above him, wind roared outward in a violent burst, and every ember drifting through the air bent toward the blinding light of the weapon. Then, just as that power settled into his hand, something else began to awaken. The rings on Kang Han-soo's fingers started to shine. Light surged across his body like living lightning, wrapping him in a fierce torrent of golden energy as the air around him crackled with heat. Every spark of power pulsed in rhythm with Kang Han-soo's heartbeat, and a system notification flashed across his vision. Activation of scale had been confirmed. His entire body began radiating divine power, bright enough to make the flames around him look dim. God mode engaged. Windows poured into his sight one after another. They listed skills, armor protocols, and newly awakened magical abilities at dizzying speed. Ouroboros, the enormous serpent, let out a furious hiss, cursing as it realized Kang Han-soo still had hidden powers left. But even that realization only lasted a moment. With a sneer, Ouroboros brushed the thought aside. Whatever tricks this human had been hiding, none of them would matter once he was crushed. The serpent lunged forward, its massive body tearing through the air with terrifying speed. Kang Han-soo did not step aside. He did not dodge. Instead, he raised a single arm and blocked the attack directly. The impact boomed across the battlefield like thunder, and the serpent froze in place. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Even Shane, watching from within the beast's body, could not understand what had just happened. How could Kang Han-soo stop that kind of overwhelming force with one bare-handed block? Then Kang Han-soo spoke, his voice calm and cold. Only 2 words left his mouth: collapse, burn. For half a heartbeat, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Then the ground beneath them erupted. A fiery shockwave exploded outward, swallowing the serpent in a massive burst of blazing light. The sound alone shook the air, sending dust, rubble, and shattered debris flying high into the sky. The players nearby instinctively raised their arms and shielded their faces from the scorching wind rushing over them. Farther away from the center of the blast, someone watched the scene unfold in stunned silence. Mikhail stared at the battlefield with awe written across his face. He had always known Kang Han-soo was strong, but what he was seeing now went far beyond anything that could still be called human. Beside him, the yellow-haired girl narrowed her eyes, her voice uncertain as confusion crept in. If Kang Han-soo had been capable of fighting like this from the beginning, then why had he brought them all here? What had been the point of involving them at all? The blonde girl answered quietly, her gaze fixed on the battlefield without blinking. Kang Han-soo had not brought them there to fight beside him. He had brought them away so they would not be caught in the destruction. And now Ouroboros was down. That last strike had knocked him completely unconscious. Just as those words left her mouth, the ground beneath them rumbled violently. The tremor rolled through the air, and the yellow-haired girl quickly braced herself to keep her balance. If that was true, she asked, then shouldn't Kang Han-soo be able to finish it now? If he kept attacking with that kind of power, couldn't he end the fight right here? Sophia immediately shook her head. No, she said firmly. That was impossible. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, gathering her thoughts before explaining. That last attack had not been something ordinary. The dragon energy arts, no, more accurately, the vessel of the dragon god, gave Kang Han-soo the power of transformation, but the price was enormous mana consumption, and he had already burned through almost everything he had left. And on top of all that, Kang Han-soo had not taken a single proper break on the way here, not even long enough to stop and drink water. Sophia let out a quiet breath, her expression tightening. At this point, the fact that he was still standing at all was already a miracle. The yellow-haired girl bit down on her lip, anxiety showing in her eyes. Then what were they supposed to do now? If Kang Han-soo truly could have fought alone, why had he gone so far just to move everyone away? Sophia closed the book in her hands, her voice calm but heavy, because from the very beginning, he had not been fighting only to win. He had been fighting to save every single one of them. A heavy silence settled over the group, until Choi Sang-jin finally stepped forward. His voice cut through the tension, sharp and unwavering. Enough, everyone turned toward him as he spoke firmly, telling them they were thinking too much. They needed to remember exactly who they were talking about. His eyes shifted toward the glowing battlefield, where Kang Han-soo still stood among the wreckage. Kang Han-soo had never failed before. Not once, and he was not going to start now. As the dust slowly began to settle, Kang Han-soo's silhouette emerged through the haze, faint and flickering beneath a veil of golden light. He was still there, still standing, still unbroken. Back on the battlefield, he faced the serpent again, while Ouroboros's massive body coiled and writhed, its movements growing more violent with every passing second. Each time the creature struck, the ground shook beneath the force, as though the entire battlefield was being hammered from below. Steel and scales clashed together with a deafening roar, the impact rolling outward like thunder across the burning air. Heat and smoke pressed down from every side, denting the air itself, while the heavy smell of scorched earth rode the wind. A warning suddenly flashed before Kang Han-soo's eyes. Excessive magic power consumption had been detected, and the Valkyrie's magic reserves had dropped to 17%. Kang Han-soo clenched his teeth, forcing one eye to stay open while the other was half blinded by blood, glare, and flickering light. He had bought himself a little time, but there was no space left for even the smallest mistake. Another notification appeared. Magic reserves had fallen to 5%. That was the limit. The next strike had to finish everything, and all he could do was trust that the world tree would endure long enough for him to end it. Drawing up the last strength he had left, Kang Hansu pushed his battered body into motion. He shot upward, his wings slicing through the smoke-filled air as the world blurred beneath him. He accelerated higher and higher toward the sky, until shapes began shifting ahead of him. A swarm appeared, countless king bees hovering in organized formation across his path. Their heavy presence confirmed what Kang Hansu had already suspected. The king's path had to be nearby. This deep inside the world tree, only decrepit worker bees should have remained. He remembered Kang Tae's words, there should have been at least 10 billion of them, but the withering world tree had taken far too much from them, and their numbers had clearly thinned. Then, without warning, something moved. A sudden impact slammed into Kang Hansu's back, forcing his body to twist through the air. He spun mid-air, his wings flaring wide as he narrowly slipped away from the next blow. Behind him hovered a single bee, old and scarred from countless battles. Even with its aged body, it radiated a fierce and stubborn energy. Kang Hansu's mouth curved into a faint smirk. Did it not enjoy the meal he had served last time? The bee's voice rumbled out rough and deep, like stones grinding together. Human, it had devoured countless lives before, but that last feast had overflowed with mana. It was the finest taste it had ever experienced, and that power had restored strength to its old body, enough strength to fly once again. The bee paused for a moment, and when it spoke again, its tone grew heavier. Even so, the world tree's magic was almost exhausted. Once that magic disappeared completely, the red zone would fall into ruin. So it asked Kang Hansu directly, did he intend to destroy it? Kang Hansu's answer came without hesitation. No, he intended to save it. His gaze lifted toward the shining path above, and he said he needed to reach the king's path. If a fight was the only way forward, then there was no reason to waste time. The bee let out a quiet chuckle. It called him bold for an administrator, especially in the state he was in. But then its voice shifted, as if testing him. Did a dying soldier like itself truly deserve to stand as Kang Hansu's opponent? Kang Hansu gave a slight nod. The bee still had power. The strike from earlier had already proved that much. The old bee lowered its head. It apologized, admitting it had been carried away. But before it faded from existence, it wanted to witness the strength of the one who dared stand against its ancient foe. And the bee turned away, its voice dropping low. They had spoken long enough, and its remaining time was nearly gone. Instead of fighting, it would guide Kang Hansu to the king of Elvenheim, Tekiron. The sound of wings filled the air around them, thousands of faint vibrations blending together into one echoing hum as the swarm gathered behind them. Together they rose through the hollow heart of the world tree. Massive roots twisted around them like living veins, each one glowing faintly with dying light. At last they arrived before a vast chamber, its walls pulsing with the final remnants of mana. The old bee stopped in front of a towering entrance woven from wood and light. In a solemn voice it said this was the king's abode. Tekiron had not revealed himself for 500 years, and whether he would answer now was something even the bee could not know. Kang Hansu stepped forward without a trace of hesitation. His expression sharpened and his resolve did not waver. There was no need to worry, he said. He had a plan. He took one final step toward the door, the fading glow of the world tree reflecting in his eyes. Kang Hansu had come this far to fulfill his purpose. The air around him grew thick with anticipation, and the faint heartbeat of the tree slowed as if the world itself was waiting. His voice cut through that fading hum as he whispered his promise to Tekiron. Then he urged the bee beside him to use Mind's Eye, and to do it quickly. The bee hesitated. Mind's Eye was a skill that belonged only to the king, an ability that could look into another being's inner world, but only if permission was granted. It stared at the human standing before it, unsure what to make of him. Who exactly was this man? His presence felt unlike any ordinary mortal, but trust was not something the old bee could give so easily. Kang Hansu glanced at his system, weighing the few options still left to him. It could not be helped, he thought. Then he would give Tekiron a small hint. Kang Hansu stepped forward and struck the great flower standing at the center of the chamber. His voice rang out through the space. Tekiron, your son Shane is waiting for you. If you want to bring him back, then answer me now. The air stirred at once. The petals of the colossal flower trembled, and light began seeping through the veins of its leaves like liquid sky. Suddenly, every bloom surrounding them lit up in a deep blue glow. A message flashed before Kang Hansu's eyes. The entity Tekaron had activated the skill. Mind's eye, a rush of energy flooded the chamber, and Tekaron's memories surged upward like a rising tide. Waves of light spilled into every corner of the chamber. The old bee faltered, its body trembling as the force pulled it downward. It dropped toward Choi Songjin below, while in front of Kang Han-soo, the gathering light began shaping itself into a figure. Tekaron appeared, suspended in midair. His ancient form rose silently before the intruder. Kang Han-soo was the first to speak, his voice steady and deliberate. Even a fairy could not enter another person's inner world, so he would be direct. Then he looked Tekaron straight in the eye. A variable had appeared in the red zone. In 15 years, the abyss would open. To face what was coming, an army would have to rise, an alliance formed from every race. Humans would be part of it. So would fairies and others far beyond them. For that future, Kang Han-soo needed Tekaron's strength. The chamber seemed to hold its breath around them. The blue glow softened into a slow pulse, beating once, then twice, like the heart of the world tree itself. Tekaron listened in silence, his expression impossible to read. After a long pause, he finally nodded. He understood. Kang Han-soo's words carried no deceit. Tekaron folded his arms. If Ouroboros was to be destroyed, then Kang Han-soo would need a weapon worthy of carrying that burden. Not just any weapon, but one capable of evolving alongside him. Even through the higher zones, it would have to keep growing. Kang Han-soo's eyes narrowed. Then Tekaron understood exactly why he had come. He needed the lightning splitter, and he told Tekaron to hand it over. But Tekaron's gaze darkened. The blue light around them bent and twisted, as if the chamber itself had been pulled out of shape. In the next instant, the entire world turned white, swallowing everything in a blank void. Tekaron's voice echoed through the emptiness. Tekaron's voice carried through the white emptiness, calm but immovable. He could not hand over the legacy of his people so easily, not to someone he still did not fully understand. Then Tekaron questioned him directly. Was Kang Han-soo truly acting by his own will, or was he still tied to someone else's command? Kang Han-soo's body stiffened, irritation flashing sharply in his eyes. What exactly was Tekaron trying to imply? Tekaron did not flinch from that glare. His tone stayed steady, almost painfully composed, as he said that, from what he had seen inside Kang Han-soo's memories, this human had once stood as the vanguard of the Valkyries. He had also been one of the heroes who fought against the abyss. If the future of all living beings was going to be entrusted to someone, then it had to be placed in the hands of a true hero, not a puppet moved by another person's will. The white void rippled around them like a reflection disturbed by a stone, and the pressure in the air tightened around Kang Han-soo until it felt suffocating. Every sound faded away except the echo of Tekaron's judgment. Kang Han-soo's fists clenched at his sides. That accusation cut deeper than any blade. Slowly, he raised his head, his eyes burning with anger. Whatever Tekaron was planning to say next, Kang Han-soo would prove one thing beyond any doubt: his will belonged to him. He finally asked what Tekaron meant by calling him a puppet. Tekaron did not back down. Kang Han-soo's voice hardened as he said his comrades had sent him here with the hopes of 6 billion humans resting on his shoulders. Did Tekaron truly think he would lean on something as cheap as a curse? He demanded that Tekaron take those words back, and not belittle the people who had believed in him. Tekaron raised both hands slightly, showing he had not meant it as an insult. He was simply curious. His eyes studied Kang Han-soo with that sharp, probing gaze as he pointed out that Keldian was supposed to be the great sage. A man like that would never use a curse so crude that even Tekaron could notice it. Did that not feel strange? Kang Han-soo paused, the meaning settling in. So if Tekaron was right, Keldian had wanted him to notice it. The old man nodded at once. Exactly, then he asked Kang Han-soo to think carefully. Had he rested even once since arriving in this world? Tekaron's voice softened, but the words cut even deeper. To him, Kang Han-soo looked like a wild beast that only knew how to charge forward. No pause, no breath, no end in sight. If he kept running like that, he would collapse long before the moment of destiny ever arrived. How could Tekaron entrust the lightning splitter to someone who was sprinting straight toward his own ruin? Those words struck Kang Han-soo harder than he expected. Was that really how he appeared to the people around him? A man racing toward death without ever looking at himself? He had never noticed it. Not even once. Tekaron let out a quiet sigh. He told Kang Han-soo to take it as advice from an old man who had lived long enough to see exactly how people broke. Then Tekaron's gaze shifted to the faint glow surrounding Kang Han-soo's body. It seemed Kang Han-soo wanted him to dismantle the curse anyway. Fine. Then they would begin. Tekaron brought his hands together. A strange, sacred energy rose from his body, leaking from the crown of his head like mist. It swirled around him as he whispered an ancient name, one long forgotten by the world, yet still trembling with undeniable authority. Let the sleeping majesty breathe. The breathing of manifestation awakened. Light burst from Tekeron's joined hands, and the world around them warped, folding inward until the space itself became a sealed subrealm. Kang Hansu stood silently within that glow, while a thick red aura flickered around him like strips of burning cloth. Then a blue time loop circle slowly unfurled above Tekeron's head. The old man narrowed his eyes as realization struck him. So that was what Keldian had done. He had combined the Acheron ritual with Elvenheim's rites. Only someone like Tekeron could have seen through it. A faint shadow of regret crossed Tekeron's face. He had hoped to meet Keldian someday, even if only once. But Kang Hansu pulled him back to the urgency of the moment. Tekeron needed to hurry. There was no time left. He had to break it. The old man lightly scolded him, telling him not to be so impatient. If Keldian had truly wanted this curse destroyed, then it had been built so that it could be undone. And that was something Tekeron could do. He inhaled deeply, then spoke with authority. The breath shatters all binds. The looping circle above him began vibrating violently, shaking the entire subspace as Tekeron drove his command straight into the core of the ritual. Sever these shackles. Release. The instant that final word left Tekeron's mouth, everything snapped. The circle erupted, raw force spiraling outward in a violent explosion. Kang Hansu staggered beneath the impact, teeth clenched tight as his eyes sharpened, and he braced himself against the torrent of energy tearing through him. The curse was breaking, and even the world around him seemed to feel it. A shout slammed into him like a slap across the face. Get up! This was not the time to fall apart. Was he really going to throw away the sacrifice of 6 billion people? Kang Hansu stirred faintly, his eyes only half open, but no words came from him. The red-haired companion watched him with a sinking feeling in her chest. This was not working. The light in his eyes had already disappeared. The purple-haired man snapped, his anger finally boiling over. Did Kang Hansu think he was the only one who had lost someone precious? If not, then why was he just standing there like that? Then everything changed. A blond man stepped forward, the red ring on his hand glowing faintly. Keldian looked at Kang Hansu with remorse in his eyes and asked for forgiveness. But what they needed right now was not a broken man. They needed a warrior. The moment Keldian spoke, power began to move. Sound and energy rippled outward, flowing directly into Kang Hansu. He blinked in confusion, unable to fully understand what was happening around him. But deep inside his mind, another voice rose. Keldian was right. If Kang Hansu were truly himself, he would not have stopped fighting. And inevitably, one name surfaced in his heart. Kiriel, her sacrifice. The one pain he had never allowed himself to face. Keldian's voice echoed gently through Kang Hansu's thoughts. If his will could reach Kang Hansu now, then it meant Kang Hansu had been walking toward the goal all along. Keldian rose into the air, yellow energy swirling around him in bright, steady waves. Kang Hansu pushed himself up as well, calling out Keldian's name. Tekeron's eyes widened as the truth finally became clear to him. The blond man before him really was the great sage. Tekeron had never imagined their reunion would happen this soon, or in a place like this. Keldian spoke with an almost casual authority. Since he had once ruled both Elvenheim and Acheron, it made sense that Tekeron had been able to undo the curse. After all, Tekeron was a true Grand Magnus. Tekeron cut him off with a sharp scoff. Enough with the useless praise. Keldian was the one who had cast the curse using their arts, so he should not pretend to be innocent now. Keldian bowed his head slightly, accepting the accusation without making excuses. Tekeron was right. He had designed the curse, so only Tekeron could unravel it. And now that Tekeron had broken it, Keldian could finally deliver the message he had been holding all this time. Thank you. Tekeron nodded in return and accepted it gladly. To him, it had been an honor to engrave such a beautiful spell into his memories. Kang Hansu stepped forward, one eyebrow lifting in disbelief. Since when had Keldian become the type to praise people? Did dying and turning into a thought form really change his personality that much? Keldian smiled at the remark. Not at all, he was simply grateful. Kang Hansu had followed his plan without even knowing the full story. Then Keldian looked at him with eyes that were soft, yet completely unwavering. Kang Hansu must have realized it by now. There had been no way to send him into the past unless Keldian had bound him first. Kang Hansu released a low breath. Even so, the condition Keldian had placed on him had always been contradictory. Save everyone, but kill anyone who stood in the way. To Kang Hansu, it had always felt like a paradox. Keldian did not flinch. If he had pushed Kang Hansu too far in one direction, everything would have collapsed. And if he had told him to save too many people, the plan would have failed just as surely. It had all been part of the operation, and he asked Kang Han-soo to understand. Kang Han-soo clicked his tongue, saying Keldian really did treat people too carelessly. Then he looked up at him. Fine. Since Keldian was here now, did that mean Kang Han-soo could move by his own will? Keldian nodded without hesitation. The plan had reached a stage where he could trust Kang Han-soo's judgment. But Kang Han-soo still had to prepare himself. What came next would not forgive hesitation, and he must never forget that uniting the hearts of all humanity was still absolutely essential. Kang Han-soo's lips curved into a faint smirk. There was no need to worry. From this point on, he would move forward in his own way. Then the world surrounding them began to bend and distort. The sealed subspace cracked apart, its edges breaking down piece by piece. Everything melted into an endless, shimmering ocean of light. Tekiron felt it immediately. Their time was up. They could not sit there reminiscing any longer. If anything still needed to be said, it had to be said now. Kang Han-soo did not hesitate for even a second. Then wait for me, he said, his voice carrying the same stubborn certainty as always. I'll rise again soon, and when I do, I'll overturn everything just like before. Keldian smiled at those words, the expression soft and almost nostalgic, as if he were looking at a memory from long ago. Yes, he answered quietly, just like before. And with that final exchange hanging in the air, Keldian's form faded away completely. Tekiron returned to the great flower, his presence settling back into it as though he had never left. Blue mana flowed from Tekiron's palms in smooth streams as he began shaping his magic with careful, deliberate movements. The surrounding air started to tremble, light bent and twisted around his hands, gathering into a solid shape. Then, from that shining distortion, a weapon finally emerged. It was the lightning splitter. Tekiron poured his remaining life, will and duty into the weapon before extending it toward Kang Han-soo. Kang Han-soo accepted it without wavering, and a clear notification chimed in front of him. The transfer had been confirmed. Tekiron's voice dropped into a grave warning. The lightning splitter's charge depended entirely on the one who wielded it, and if Kang Han-soo tried to charge it here and now, the world tree would die. So Tekiron asked him plainly, how did he intend to solve that? Kang Han-soo summoned the scales and answered without hesitation. He would use the world tree's mana to maintain the body of the dragon god. As for the charge itself, he would use his own life force together with the energy from the divine stone fragment. But before Kang Han-soo could continue, a sharp voice cut across the chamber. His life force must not be used. Kang Han-soo turned in surprise. Kalpa was there, standing with several others, though Kang Han-soo had no idea when or how they had arrived. Kalpa stepped forward and said that if they could gather enough mana, then at last they would be able to kill that vile Ouroboros. Kalpa said he would share the divine stone fragment with Kang Han-soo, and if even that was still not enough, he lifted his chin with unwavering resolve. The remaining 600,000 of his kin would gladly offer up their lives. Kang Han-soo blinked, genuinely stunned by the offer. Why would they go that far? Were they truly planning to sacrifice their entire race just to bring down Ouroboros? Kalpa shook his head slowly. No, it was the opposite. Kang Han-soo frowned, unable to understand what Kalpa meant. One of Kalpa's guards stepped forward, his voice calm but heavy. What Kalpa meant was hope, because inside that darkness, they had finally seen a path forward. The guard explained everything with painful composure. The world tree was dying, and its sap had nearly disappeared. Without that sap, there would be no nourishment and no future for their race. Their queen could no longer lay eggs, and their attacks on humanity had never come from hatred. They had been desperate attempts to gather enough mana to survive. But in the middle of that desperate struggle, the guard continued. They discovered the truth. The one draining the sap, the one stealing the life of the world tree, was Ouroboros. They had launched a massive war against the beast to protect the sap. Their queen had stood at the very front of that battle, sacrificing everything so her people could live on. But in the end, all they managed to do was force the creature into slumber. Kang Han-soo stood frozen in place as the full weight of that truth settled over him. The warrior lowered his head. Before their queen fell, she left behind one final hope. She entrusted Kalpa with the divine stone fragment, the symbol of calamity. But now that the world tree was fading, its sap could no longer support rebirth. A new queen could not be born. Kang Han-soo exhaled slowly as realization finally clicked into place. So if they killed Ouroboros and restored the world tree, then a new queen could be born. The moment Kang Han-soo said it, Kalpa dropped to his knees and bowed so deeply that his forehead touched the ground. 500 years ago, he said, his voice trembling, they had failed. They could not protect their queen, and she had died because of them. Now he begged Kang Han-soo to allow them redemption. Use them. Use their entire race as the foundation for the birth of a new queen. Kalpa pleaded for Kang Han-soo to help them complete the mission they had abandoned in shame. His words lingered in the air, raw, desperate, and filled with centuries of regret. For a moment, Kang Hansu could only stand there in silence, unable to answer. Kalpa kept his forehead pressed to the ground, his voice breaking as he said they had failed the one duty their race had been born to fulfill, to give their lives for their queen. "Please use us," he begged. "Let us finally complete what we could not." Kang Hansu lowered his head, letting the weight of those words sink deep into him. "I understand," he said quietly. "I'll make sure a new queen is born. That is my promise." His grip tightened around the lightning splitter. In the next instant, a burst of blinding light exploded from his hand. A notification appeared before him. The King Bee Commander, Kalpa, bearer of the Divine Stone Fragment, would now be converted into energy for the lightning splitter. Kalpa's body began glowing with golden radiance, and from within that light, the spirit of the King Bee Queen appeared. She looked at Kalpa with a calm, ancient gaze and murmured his name. "Kalpa," she said softly, "you were always just a warrior, but you were far more meticulous than most." Kalpa bowed his head deeply before her. "My queen." Tekaran stepped forward, a warm smile spreading across his face at the sight of her. It had been far too long, and he was pleased to see her again. Then he turned toward Kang Hansu and said that they would entrust their queen and the future of their race to this young human warrior. Kang Hansu met Tekiran's gaze without the slightest doubt in his eyes. They could relax. He kept every promise he made. The old man chuckled and told Kalpa to rest easy. This human was stubborn to the bone, and if he said he would do something, then he would do it. Kalpa nodded, his heart already settled. He knew that, which was why he had no doubts left, and with those final words, his body dissolved into pure energy. Golden light rushed into the lightning splitter, filling it until the weapon shone like a miniature sun in Kang Hansu's hand. Kang Hansu closed his eyes for a brief moment. "Thank you, Kalpa. You saved me a great deal of time." Another notification appeared. All king bees had been subjugated. The king bee commander who carried the divine stone fragment had perished, and the remaining king bees were now subdued. The lightning splitter's charge had reached 98%. A new skill had been unlocked, Thunderstorm. Kang Hansu did not hesitate. "Old man," he said, "leave the queen's eggs with me for a while." Tekiran nodded and told him to do as he wished. Kang Hansu spun the lightning splitter once, and the air cracked around the weapon, as if the sky itself had split. A new alert flashed before him. Objective, slay Ouroboros. Mana from the king bees surged through Kang Hansu's armor, sharpening every sense in his body. He planted his feet and steadied himself as the weapon roared with overwhelming power. Then he felt it, Kalpa's hatred. A raw, burning grudge so intense that it nearly stole the breath from his lungs. For a brief moment, Kang Hansu could only stand there, stunned by the crushing weight of that fury. And yet, he understood that pain far too well. To lose something irreplaceable, to watch an entire future slip through your fingers. Kang Hansu lowered his head for a heartbeat, then raised it again with a resolve that felt carved into his very bones. "Future Queen, watch closely. This strike carries the strength, the will, and the final wish of every one of your fallen kin." With that vow burning in his chest, Kang Hansu swung the lightning splitter. The weapon roared, unleashing a blinding arc of yellow light that tore through the air before crashing into the ground. The earth did not simply crack beneath the impact. It ruptured violently, splitting open as though the world itself had flinched. A massive pillar of light shot downward, plunging through the battlefield and slamming directly into Ouroboros. The monster's scream ripped through the valley, so loud and violent that the cliffs themselves seemed to shudder under the sound. Its enormous head came crashing down into the broken landscape, smashing hard against the already ruined ground. The force of that single impact rolled through the world like an earthquake. In just one devastating blow, the beast was driven into the earth, and even its soul was torn apart beneath the strike. From the remains of its mangled face, something began to emerge. A blue core, glowing with a cold and eerie light, pulsed as it broke free, then dropped away into the darkness below. And inside that core, something was still twisting faintly. A notification flashed before Kang Hansu's eyes. Ouroboros had been subjugated. Every calamity within the red zone had finally been brought down. Kang Hansu floated above the field of shattered stone, breathing hard, sweat sliding from his face and dripping off his chin, while the last sparks of mana crawled over his battered armor. Tekaran drifted up beside him and let out a heavy sigh. He muttered that Hansu had been in quite a rush, enough to even destroy the king's residence along with the enemy. Hansu only wiped the sweat from his brow and answered that he had to finish everything as quickly as possible. That was one thing he could never allow himself to forget. Tekeron gave a slow nod, understanding the weight behind those words. Still, the creature was dead now, and he urged Hansu to at least rest for a moment. Then his voice turned more serious, warning him that Thunderstorm could only be used by someone who was not under physical reinforcement. If it was unleashed in the wrong condition, it would destroy the user faster than it destroyed the enemy. Hansu's eyes sharpened, his gaze still fixed ahead. There was more work waiting for him, and the lake still had not opened. So until the path became available, he would allow himself to rest, but only for that short window of time. Then, without wasting another breath, Hansu threw himself downward, diving straight into the enormous pit where the core had fallen. Tekeron watched him disappear into the darkness, his expression tightening with unease. No matter how many powers the boy possessed, a body pushed that far had to be screaming from the inside. And that only made Tekeron wonder even more. If the seal had already been released, then why was Hansu still heading toward what should have been nothing more than a corpse? Unable to ignore the question, Tekeron followed him down. Far beneath the ruined battlefield, he found Hansu suspended in the air above the fallen core. Hansu reached out and placed one hand firmly against the surface of the core. A cold notice rang out before him. No life could be detected within it. Hansu clenched his jaw. If he poured in a potion carelessly, the corpse would explode apart, and Alpha's body could be blasted away with it. He could not afford that. What he needed now was control, precision, and patience. Then Hansu called upon the vessel of the dragon god and released Blazing Nova. A burst of yellow, crackling power erupted from his palm, biting into the core and splitting it open from the inside. A rough, jagged opening burned through the glowing shell, widening enough for Hansu to see inside. There, curled up within the broken core, was Alpha's body. Hansu narrowed his eyes and murmured that this much was enough. He reached one arm through the torn opening without hesitation. Grabbing Alpha by the shoulder, Hansu pulled with force. The core cracked apart around them, scattering into fragments as Alpha's body finally burst free from the prison that had held it. But before that body could drop into the abyss, Hansu caught it tightly in both arms. A faint sense of relief crossed him as he thought that now, at last, he could keep his promise. He placed his hand against the glowing fragment lodged in Alpha's chest, pressing his palm over it with careful focus. The shard pulsed once, then again, each beat growing brighter until it finally lit up completely. Another message appeared before him. The fragment of memory was reacting to Alpha's body. Hansu let out a quiet breath of relief. Shane's soul had settled safely inside. Now, the only promise left was the one he had made to the King Bee. Slowly, Alpha's eyes opened. The gaze that looked up at Hansu was unfocused and dazed, and after a moment a faint whisper slipped out. Monster. He whispered that Hansu had truly kept his word. Hansu managed a small, tired smile and told him that he was still confused, but his soul was safe. He would take him back to his father, and then he would finally be able to rest. But before Hansu could say anything more, his heart suddenly slammed against his ribs with terrifying force. A sharp, metallic taste flooded his mouth, and blood spilled from between his lips before he could hold it back. Alpha's eyes went wide in panic as he stared at him. His voice shook as he called out that his master was bleeding. At that exact moment, an alert cut through the air. Vultry magic power recovery had been initiated. The magic link with the entity had been forcibly severed, and the remaining duration of the link had been reset to 24 hours. The scales covering Hansu's body began to dissolve, fading away like thin smoke. Then the pain hit him all at once, raw, crushing, and merciless. Another notice followed immediately. His magic power was insufficient, and the vessel of the dragon god would now be lifted. Hansu gasped, blood dripping from his chin in dark drops. The backlash tearing through him was vicious. It was far worse than anything he had prepared himself for. With the links severed so abruptly, his body was beginning to collapse from the inside. Hansu cursed under his breath. At this rate, he would not even be able to keep the promise he had made to the King Bee. His vision started to blur, the world in front of him smearing at the edges. Even so, Hansu forced himself upright, holding on to consciousness through sheer will alone. Alpha dragged himself toward him in desperation, asking what was happening and begging him to hold on, reminding him that they had promised to move forward together. Alpha pleaded for Hansu not to leave him behind, but Hansu could not even answer. Every breath pushed more blood from his mouth. Then a burst of blazing mana tore through the darkness. Tekeron descended in a storm of fire, Agni's sting swirling around him as a blazing magic circle flared open above his head. Flaming arrows poured down from the circle, forcing Alpha to flinch and recoil before he could get any closer. One arrow slammed into the ground behind Alpha, while 3 more struck the space between him and Hansu like divine warning shots burning into the earth. Tekeron roared for the filthy beast to stay back, declaring that the man Alpha was trying to approach was the savior of this world. Alpha froze in place, staring at him in complete disbelief as he stammered, unable to understand what he had just heard. But Tekeron's anger only burned hotter. He warned Alpha that if he intended to take revenge, or even allowed the thought of harming Hansu to cross his mind, then Tekeron would kill him right where he stood. Alpha trembled under the force of those words, overwhelmed, frightened, and utterly confused. But Tekeron's rage had not burned itself out yet. His voice dropped into something colder and sharper as he demanded to know what Alpha had done with the authority he had been given. He spat that Alpha had used that power to bring ruin to the Red Zone, calling him a filthy bastard with every ounce of fury in his chest. Each word struck Alpha like a physical blow, and the chamber trembled, not from flames or magic, but from the wrath of a father standing guard over the fallen Kang Hansu behind him. Alpha could only sink there on his knees, frozen in place beneath that furious gaze. He sat stunned, trapped between crushing guilt, raw fear, and the horrible sight of the one person who had saved him now writhing in pain. Tekeron did not stop. His voice thundered through the hollow space as he hurled curses at him, calling him disgusting and filthy. He condemned him as something beyond forgiveness. Above Tekeron, flames spun around the blazing magic circle, wrapping him in light as he looked down like a judge ready to deliver the final punishment. Yet Alpha gave no answer. He did not try to defend himself, did not shout back, and did not deny a single word. Instead, something inside him finally snapped, and his shoulders began to tremble. His lips shook, his breath caught in his throat, and then the words spilled out of him in a weak, broken voice soaked with despair. He said he had waited there for so long, trapped in the darkness completely alone, while tears streamed down his face. All that time he had kept believing that one day his father would come for him. He had clung to the hope that his father would save him, but his voice cracked as he said that now. That very same father was killing him again. The father who had given him hope was trying to take his life once more. Alpha sobbed harder, clutching Hansu's limp body as if it were the only thing keeping him from falling apart. He said that if his father ever saw him, he thought he would call him Shane and hold him warmly, but he had been wrong. So painfully wrong. The name Shane struck Tekeron harder than any spell ever could. Tekeron's entire body went still, as if his heart had dropped straight into the abyss. In a trembling whisper, he asked if Alpha had just called himself Shane. His voice shook with disbelief and terror as he breathed out the name of his son. Alpha only clung tighter to Hansu and said he no longer cared what happened to him. He just begged Tekeron to save Hansu. He begged again and again for Hansu to be saved. Tekeron's face twisted with unbearable pain, and he collapsed to his knees inside the glowing circle. His voice came out broken as he apologized, saying he was so sorry. He had failed to recognize his own son, and he had failed him as a father. Golden light began pouring from the magic circle, spreading through the air as delicate patterns formed around them. Ancient, elegant runes wove together like a protective embrace, and the Elysian circle of life activated. Alpha flinched in terror, staring up at him with wide, shaking eyes as he stammered and asked what his father was doing. Tekeron slowly descended toward him, tears now falling freely down his face. His voice softened as he said that no parent would ever truly call their own child disgusting. With trembling fingers, Tekeron reached out and wiped the tears from the boy's cheeks. Over and over, he apologized to Shane, his voice cracking under the weight of grief, love, and regret. Then he pulled his son tightly into his arms, holding him with all the years of sorrow he had never been able to give. He told Shane that he and his mother had loved him deeply, more than words could ever carry, and that he had missed his beloved son for so long. That was all it took for Alpha to finally collapse into him, sobbing like a lost child as he buried his face against the warmth he had yearned for in the darkness. Tekeron held him close, gripping him as if he were afraid Shane might vanish again. No. By noon, the air had grown quiet inside a small tent where Hansu lay resting. Kang Hansu was stretched out on a simple cot, his breathing calm and steady after the agony that had nearly torn him apart. When his eyes finally opened, the exhaustion had not fully left him. It still lingered through his limbs like a dull, heavy ache. He slowly pushed himself upright and clenched his fist, testing the strength returning to his body. A pulse of power answered from within him. His magic link had been restored. Hansu let out a quiet breath, relieved that he could now move without any real issue. He lowered his feet from the cot and slipped his shoes on with steady, practiced movements. Then he glanced around the quiet tent, his eyes calmly sweeping over the empty-looking space before speaking into the still air. He said he already knew someone was there and told the fairy to come out. From the shadows, a presence slowly unfolded, smooth and silent, carrying a poisonous pressure that filled the tent. A large horned fairy stepped forward, her silhouette bending in an unnatural way as a snake-like aura crawled across the tent walls. Her smile was sharp and wicked as she purred that she had been worried, saying Hansu had been bedridden for quite some time. Still, she noted that he seemed to have recovered far better than expected. Hansu narrowed his eyes and told her not to pretend she cared. Her lord only wanted to watch him suffer. Then he stepped closer, his voice firm, and said he had subdued every calamity. Now it was time for her to hand over what he had been promised, the skill, Dive Zero. The fairy's smirk curled even wider, clearly entertained by how directly he spoke. She called him bold, amused that he already knew exactly what he wanted. Reaching into the folds of her robe, she brought out a strange crystal that glowed faintly, like a pearl wrapped in shifting darkness. In a sweet, mocking voice, she said that since he had worked so hard for their entertainment, they would give him this little treat. The pearl could unleash unattributed damage across a wide area, and anything caught in its range would have its magic resistance severely weakened. Her grin turned feral as she asked Hansu whether choosing a skill that had once destroyed the world meant he was planning to entertain them with even more chaos, perhaps beginning in the Orange Zone. Hansu did not flinch. He told her that how he used the skill was none of her concern. It belonged to him now, and she had no right to interfere. The fairy taunted him, asking if his next move would be mass genocide, but Hansu only stared back without the slightest amusement. She let out an exaggerated sigh and called him far too kind, Mr. Hansu. According to her, some of the higher-ups were already complaining, and if he behaved a little more explosively, she could push him forward much faster. Hansu closed the distance with a single step, his presence pressing down on her. He said he had no intention of committing mass genocide and reminded her that demanding something from a traveler should be against their own rulebook. For the first time, the fairy's playful smile twitched ever so slightly. She quickly claimed she had only said it because she wanted to help him. Then she puffed up in irritation, acting as though his suspicion had deeply offended her. She complained that she had even gone out of her way to give him a reward, but if that was how he wanted to be, then he could do as he pleased. A moment later, her figure vanished from the tent. She slipped back into the shadows as quietly as a serpent retreating into its den, leaving only the faint trace of her presence behind. Hansu released a slow breath and looked down at the Dive Zero pearl in his hand. It was perfect for mass genocide, but if used with precision, it became something very different, a clean, efficient, devastating weapon made purely for killing enemies. In the Orange Zone, he would not be able to rely on tree magic power, and using the vessel of the dragon god carelessly would leave him unconscious. But Dive Zero changed the situation completely. Hansu tightened his fingers around the pearl. A high-efficiency finisher was exactly what he needed. From the Orange Zone onward, he would have to move fast and tear through everything without delay. A gentle chime echoed through the air, followed by a new message. A communication request had arrived from Tekiron, who wished to speak with him. The topic was his race. Hansu exhaled and rubbed the back of his neck. Of course, Tekiron would want answers about his race after everything that had happened. After a brief pause, Hansu sent back his reply. He would come. Not long after, Kang Hansu stood before Tekiron once more. This time, the air between them had settled. There were no raging flames, no furious shouts, and no desperate trembling, only the heavy silence of truths that could no longer be avoided. Tekiron released a tired breath, his face worn from everything that had happened. He admitted that earlier, emotions had been far too intense for any proper conversation. In the memories he had seen Acheron, and now he needed to know whether his kin still survived somewhere in the Orange Zone. Hansu gave a slow nod. Acheron had survived, but after a brief pause, his voice softened as he added that the original tribe, Nagar, had not been able to adapt to the desert. In the end, they had perished. Tekiron closed his eyes, and his shoulders seemed to sink beneath the weight of that answer. A long, heavy breath slipped from him, filled with sorrow but also acceptance. So Acheron still lived on, even if Nagar could not. Hansu watched him in silence for a moment before asking why Tekiron had never told him the truth before. What exactly had happened, and how had someone from Acheron ended up inside Elvenheim? Tekiron's gaze drifted into the distance, as if he were looking far beyond the tent, far beyond the present itself. Quietly, he said, he had never been given the chance to explain it before, but now he would tell Hansu everything. It had all begun on the day Lazar, the Golden Lion, their god and guardian, fell. Tekiron spoke of sacred lands that had slowly rotted away once the divine grace within the lion's blood began to fade. The earth split open, the rivers ran dry, and life withered across the land. One after another, the great tribes of Acheron began to die. Driven into desperation, Tekiron had searched for even the smallest spark of hope for his people. His throat tightened as he confessed that he activated a forbidden device known as a soul transmitter. That device reached across worlds, pulling the souls of Acheron toward another realm. Tekiron's fist tightened as he remembered the price of that choice, and by fate's cruel sense of humor, He was reborn in that other world as the Prince of Elvenheim. His body belonged to an elf, but his mind remained that of Acheron. More than anything, he wished to awaken Acheron inside Elvenheim, to revive their spirit within new bodies. A bitter smile twisted across Techiron's mouth. That desire, warped by desperation, eventually gave birth to Alpha, a distorted result of an equally distorted wish. He paused, forcing himself to continue, and then said he later learned that Acheron had gone extinct, that his people had vanished. His head lowered, and his shoulders trembled beneath the burden of those memories. With nothing left to hold on to, he had lived as an elf, blending into their world as one of them. But calamities came for that world as well, and Elvenheim also collapsed into ruin. Techiron had lost his son twice, failed his people twice, and to him his entire life had become nothing but a chain of failures. Then his voice cracked, stripped of all pride and armor. He looked at Hansu with eyes filled with both pain and gratitude, saying that Hansu had come into a life that had lost all hope and given it meaning again. He had saved Techiron's son, and now Hansu had told him that Acheron still survived. Techiron bowed his head deeply, saying that no matter how many lives he lived, he would never be able to express his gratitude, not through words, not through actions, not through anything he possessed. For the first time, the ancient prince, the failed guardian, and the grieving father all bowed before the young warrior who had changed his fate. Hansu did not waver under Techiron's gratitude. He simply folded his arms, calm as ever, and told him that thanks could wait until after he saved all of Acheron. Techiron's eyes widened at once. His voice shook as he asked what Hansu meant by saving all of Acheron. Hansu looked him straight in the eye and said there was still a way to save them. But to make it happen, he needed Techiron's knowledge. He needed to know where the ancient ruins were and where the soul transmitter had been kept. Techiron stiffened. He admitted that he did know where the transmitter was, but Lazar, their golden lion, had already fallen to sickness. As he said it, his voice trembled with dread. He asked if Hansu was truly planning to heal Lazar. Hansu gave a single firm nod. He said he would cure him. Techiron stared at him in stunned silence, as if he had just heard someone speak an impossible prophecy out loud. Hansu continued without hesitation. Time was already running short. In 2 years, the rope of Karasher would rise, and that calamity would wipe out the entire Orange Zone, including Techiron's surviving tribesmen. Techiron's face turned pale. He immediately asked about the Pope, whose role was supposed to be protecting the Orange Zone. Why would someone in that position summon the calamity himself? Hansu's answer came cold and practical. The people responsible were already dead, and their motives had died with them. What mattered now was not why it happened, but stopping what was coming. A moment later, they teleported into the nest. Amber light glowed softly between honeycombed walls, filling the space with a warm golden haze. Shane stood there, still unsteady. He looked back and forth between his father and Hansu, his voice trembling as he asked whether everything was really going to be all right. Hansu placed a steady hand on his shoulder and told him he was fine. Then Hansu added that Shane had already done the hardest part by infusing magic into her. Thanks to that, the process was moving smoothly. His gaze sharpened and he activated the buff, sending a wave of power rippling through the nest. A message appeared. The World Tree Administrator had imbued World Tree magic into the King Bee Queen, and the very air around them began to vibrate. Mana spun into spirals, gathering around the giant egg at the center of the nest as cracks spread across its glowing shell. The egg split wider, then burst open completely. Golden energy flooded the chamber, and from within the broken shell, a breathtaking woman stepped into view. She was radiant, elegant, and almost divine, her eyes shining with the color of honey and gold. With a graceful bow, she thanked the administrator in a soft voice that echoed through the nest like a hymn, grateful for the chance to return to life. She placed one hand over her heart, and her regal presence filled the entire chamber. In the name of Kalpa, she vowed that Hansu's enemies would become their enemies. From that moment on, the king bees would follow his will and wipe out every foe that stood against him. Hansu answered calmly that if they truly shared the same goal, then everything ahead would move much more smoothly. Still, his eyes lingered on the queen bee's new form. She looked far too human, almost unsettlingly so. Then realization struck him. Some of his magic must have mixed into her during the revival. Hansu turned toward Shane and said there was something he wanted to entrust to him. Shane blinked, confused, and asked what he meant by entrust. Hansu lifted his hand, and a system window bloomed open in front of them. He was handing Shane administrative privileges, and that was only the beginning. Notifications began streaming past one after another, each one carrying the weight of enormous authority. Great power was transferred to Shane, the Sword of Galadriel, the Ring of Fabian, and several other artifacts followed in sequence. Then the final message landed with the force of a drumbeat. All 5 Red Zone artifacts had been acquired, and the True World Tree Administrator Authority had been unlocked. Hansu allowed himself a faint smile and congratulated Shane. From that moment on, he was the full administrator. Hansu told him to work alongside the Queen Bee and strengthen humanity. Shane exhaled, overwhelmed by what had just been placed in his hands, but hesitation still crossed his face. He asked if Hansu was leaving already, even though Alpha's influence still remained inside him. He worried that he might end up treating humans harshly. Hansu only gave a light shrug and said that was better. What he wanted were warriors, strong ones, because the next zone would not forgive weakness. Shane slowly nodded, gathering himself beneath the weight of his new duty. Then he said he would do his best. Before the moment could fully settle, the Queen Bee stepped forward and said that the child had something for Hansu. A tiny bee fluttered over through the golden air and dropped a glowing crystal directly onto Hansu's head. The system identified it at once. It was one of 7 soul fragments, a piece embedded into another soul that could bridge thoughts, memories, and skills through a direct connection. Hansu recognized the ability immediately. It was Miyamoto's mark, something left behind after death. He had already intended to gather all 7 before leaving, so having one delivered now was perfect timing. If he planted it inside Shane, the 2 of them could stay connected even after Hansu entered the orange zone. That single link would make everything far easier to manage. But then guilt quietly crept in. If Hansu brought Tekiron with him, he would be tearing apart a reunion that had taken 500 years to happen. Tekiron deserved this moment with his son, and yet leaving Shane behind without saying anything did not sit right either. With the lake opening soon, time was running out. If there was ever a moment to tell the truth, it had to be now. Hansu turned, about to speak, but Shane noticed the change in his expression first. Shane asked what was wrong. Hansu drew in a quiet breath, then told him there was something he needed to say, something beyond the administrator rights. Shane's brows drew together, confusion spreading across his face. Even after every calamity in the red zone had been dealt with, he could tell from Hansu's tone that something heavy still remained. Hansu gave a firm nod and told him that he was right. To end the calamity waiting in the orange zone, he would need Tekiron's help, so he asked Shane directly whether he could take his father with him. For a single heartbeat, Shane went completely still. Then his eyes lowered, and he quietly understood that his father would be going to the orange zone. He said nothing more, but the sadness pressing down inside his voice was impossible to miss. Before that sorrow could sink too deeply into him, Hansu spoke gently. This would not be a permanent farewell. If Shane accepted the fragment, they could speak even from different zones, and Hansu promised he would keep him informed about his father. Then he asked if Shane was willing to accept that trial. Shane let out a long, controlled breath and forced a small smile onto his face. Saying goodbye so soon was painful, but if it meant he could still hear news about his father, then of course he would accept it. Hansu thanked him softly, understanding exactly how much Tekiron meant to him. He said he would take Tekiron along, but it would not be long before Shane could see his father again. Hansu released his energy, and the soul fragment began to glow. It sank into Shane's chest, pulsing with a quiet light. Shane's voice remained soft but steady as he said it was fine after all. He had already waited 500 years. Hansu nodded, deciding that everything was now prepared. He told Shane to send him to the lake, and reassured him that he would not come between him and his father. Tekiron stepped forward with a grateful expression, and thanked Hansu for being considerate. He said he would send Hansu to where the humans were, since that would be the best place for him as well. Hansu's body began to fade from the spot, and he accepted the arrangement without resistance. In the span of a blink, the surroundings shifted around him. Hansu found himself back inside his tent. Without wasting time, he summoned a carrier pigeon. He tied a message carefully to its leg and sent it flying into the sky. Everyone, his companions, and the nearby players was to gather in front of the camp by 6. There was something important he needed to tell them. Not long after, the message had done its work. Knights, travelers, and the allies closest to Hansu gathered outside the tent. Hansu stepped forward in front of them and sincerely thanked them for everything they had done. Then his gaze turned to Michael. Hansu told him that no one had mediated between him and the clans better than Michael had. Without his efforts, far more travelers would have died in the red zone. He told Michael to keep supporting humanity and the red zone, because his role was still needed. Michael lowered his head in a deep, humbled bow. Hansu's eyes then shifted to Mai-He. He told her that he had known her since the tutorial and that her growth rate was twice that of any other traveler there. After letting that sink in, he said that if she kept moving forward like this, she would become strong enough to never lose anyone again. His voice softened as he added that it was only his personal hope, but someday he wanted to see her become a monarch among monarchs. Then he turned toward Yonche. Hansu told Yonche that without her clan, he would never have been able to destroy those cores. Her people had played a vital role in bringing down Ouroboros. Onche blinked in surprise, stunned by the weight behind his words. Hansu had never spoken to her this openly before, not with such clear trust and recognition, but he was not finished. He quietly reminded her that he was already a monarch, and told her to lead her clan toward prosperity while also helping Mihi continue moving forward. That was the small wish he left with her. Before Anke could even find the words to answer, Hansu's gaze moved on to Sophia, Sangjin, and Wonkyung. All three straightened at once. Hansu said he already knew they planned to follow him, but warned them that the Orange Zone was no playground. It was a place where death could come at any moment. If they followed him, they had to obey without resistance. No hesitation, no questioning. Then he asked if they were still willing to come. Sangjin answered without even blinking. If it was Hansu's command, he would obey. Always. Sophia crossed her arms with a faint smile, saying she had basically been doing that already. And now that the calamities were gone, she wanted to help clear the road so her little sister would not have to struggle as much later. Wonkyung bowed his head and said he felt the same. He wanted to prepare the path so his daughter could pass through safely, and he still needed to search for his lost son. If Hansu counted him among his forces, then he would gladly follow. Hansu accepted their resolve with a firm nod. Then it was settled. They would leave for the Orange Zone tomorrow, so he told everyone to rest while they still could. The reactions around him were mixed. Relief, dread, and determination all passed through the crowd. Some sighed under the pressure of their new responsibilities, others accepted the decision because refusing Hansu was never truly an option, and a few simply feared what tomorrow would bring. When morning arrived, the entire group gathered at the edge of the lake. Fighters, companions, and everyone who had chosen to walk this dangerous path stood together before the waiting portal. Tekeron was already there, wearing a warm smile as he greeted Hansu's companions, and said he would be counting on all of them. Wonkyung stiffened the moment Tekeron's name echoed through his mind. His gaze narrowed as he studied the old man carefully, unable to fully hide his unease. He asked who Tekeron was. Hansu answered that he was their guide to the Orange Zone and would be traveling with them, so there was no need to worry. Wonkyung nodded slowly, though the tension had not fully left him. Tekeron sensed the hostility hanging in the air and gave a small apologetic bow. He said he could feel their resentment toward his clone and apologized, even though he did not know exactly what had happened before. A ripple suddenly cut across the air, and an energy circle formed directly in front of them. Hansu did not flinch. He calmly ordered them to leave the dog behind, then told everyone else to get ready. The gate was opening. The lake trembled as the portal above it began to hum, thick, dark energy swirling like a storm waiting to swallow them whole. Hansu looked ahead and said it was time. They were entering the Orange Zone. He stepped into the lake and followed the dark path stretching out before him, moving forward one step at a time. Then the light around him warped. On the other side, a wasteland opened before them. Smoke drifted across the horizon, jagged, sun-scorched mountains rose in the distance, and monsters roamed the terrain like kings with no challengers. Hansu emerged from the yellow portal and set foot in the Orange Zone. Sophia jumped out right behind him. At that same instant, a shadow shifted nearby. A massive serpent lunged straight for Hansu's throat. He immediately shouted for Sophia to cover them. He ordered her to use Path of Descent right away, saying they were not going to make their grand entrance as some monster's meal. Sophia reacted without hesitation. Her spellbook snapped open in her hands, and the pages blurred as power surged through them. A swirl of energy shot outward, lifting everyone into the air as a glowing path carved itself across the sky. Hansu sprinted across it instantly, his boots barely touching the shining surface beneath him. Then he brought his weapon around in one clean motion. The swing came down violently, and a streak of yellow light tore through the air. The serpent's mouth split apart in an instant. Its scream burst out wet and distorted. The roar turned garbled as its tongue was shredded apart and slapped against Hansu's hands. Blood and torn muscle splattered across the bone-white ground while the creature thrashed in agony. The entire area shook beneath the serpent's spasms, and its severed tongue dropped heavily onto the skull-like terrain below. Hansu exhaled quietly through his nose. This was just as he had expected. He had only just arrived, with no solid footing and no time to adjust, so dealing a truly serious blow was unrealistic. But for a first test, this result was more than enough. As Hansu watched the serpent writhe, he measured the result calmly. If he could slice off a monster's tongue like this, then among the travelers of the Orange Zone, his current strength was probably around the middle tier. Good. That gave him a clean baseline to start from. The monster, with its tongue torn to shreds, threw its head back and roared, the sound crashing through the wasteland so violently that even the bones beneath the earth seemed to rattle. And that furious cry did not fade harmlessly into the air. It became a call, drawing shadows out from the distant haze. First one shape appeared, then another, and soon 4 more monsters came stomping into view, answering the pain of their wounded kin. Flames began to gather deep inside the injured beast's throat. Fire spilled from its ruined mouth as it shrieked again, turning the air hot and unstable. Sophia's voice cracked as she shouted for Hansu to get out of there, warning that he could not handle that many enemies in his current state. Behind her, Kiriel nodded sharply, saying Sophia was right. Her librarian skill was far too accurate for this to be mere coincidence. Hansu clicked his tongue, already reaching the same conclusion. 1 monster was manageable, but 5 at once was a different story, especially while his strengthening technique was running on borrowed time. With a calmness that almost sounded like he was scolding a badly behaved pet, Hansu muttered that the muggo could live for now. He stood directly in front of the creature, facing the heat pouring from its blazing mouth. The beast's mangled jaw hung open before him, yet Hansu did not so much as flinch when its enormous claw came slicing down toward his body. The instant that brutal strike slammed into the ground, Hansu had already vanished from the spot, springing upward with smooth, effortless speed. He called out to Sophia and ordered her to shift the path of descent 1 kilometer upward. They were going airborne and scouting the area from above. Sophia's spellbook fluttered open at once, its pages flashing as she answered that she understood. The glowing path twisted beneath them and rose higher into the sky, shining like a staircase carved out of sunlight. Just like that, without any grand speech or dramatic ceremony, they took their first true steps into the orange zone. As they climbed higher and higher, the monster below roared helplessly, glaring up with pure hatred, while blood and fire dripped from its torn mouth as they disappeared into the rising air. High above the orange zone, 2 hidden watchers followed Hansu's group through battered binoculars, tracking every movement with suspicion. One of them muttered, wondering if their phantoms had really slipped into this place, while the other slowly lowered his binoculars. He recognized Sophia right away, but the rest of the group were unfamiliar faces. People he had never seen anywhere in the red zone. That might explain why the ramblers had kept disappearing. Once he confirmed Sophia's presence, the man let out a relieved breath. In his mind, this could still pass as a reconnaissance mission. His name was Shimura Ken, the team leader of the Lerol clan. Ken watched Hansu stride across Sophia's skypath, moving above the world and avoiding demons as if walking through mid-air was completely ordinary. He muttered under his breath, wondering what was wrong with that man. Even rookies should not have been able to read the muggo's patterns or move through the triangle zone with that kind of unnatural precision. It should not have been possible, but Ken shoved that thought aside. None of it mattered. All he had to do was wipe out the men and take Sophia. Simple. He ordered his subordinate to hand over the magic gun. The subordinate passed it over, but his eyes narrowed with doubt. He asked if this was not supposed to be reconnaissance only, and then wondered aloud if they were suddenly hunting because Sophia had rejected Ken after his confession. The punishment came instantly. Ken slammed his weapon into the man's head with enough force to make bone rattle. He warned him that if he said one more word, he would not live long enough to regret it. The subordinate clutched his aching head and grumbled under his breath, but still whispered his thanks, claiming he would follow Ken for the rest of his life. Ken ignored the ridiculous remark and locked his attention back onto Hansu's group. In a cold voice, he ordered the men killed, and Sophia captured, calling it a game. The magic gun in his hands released a strange pulse, humming with deadly energy. He muttered that 1 month in this place was equal to a year in the red zone. He had survived an entire year here alone, so a red zone traveler would not last even a second against a weapon capable of killing a muggo. Ken tightened his finger around the trigger, ready to fire, but then his whole body froze. Kang Hansu was staring straight at him. From 700 meters away, it was not a passing glance or a lucky look. Hansu had already locked onto him, watching him directly. Ken's breath caught in his throat. Even if that man had somehow noticed them, he should not have had the range to strike back. Then Hansu raised his fist, and a pattern began to glow across it. Ken blinked in confusion, unable to understand what Hansu was doing. Then, Dive 0 activated. Hansu's fist clenched tight. A violent surge of energy ripped outward, and the glowing pattern shot toward Ken like a collapsing dimension rushing through space. For one horrifying instant, Ken felt that same pattern ignite inside his own body. His assistant screamed out in panic, calling to him as he saw what was happening to his body. Ken's voice broke into something raw and desperate as he begged for help. But it was already too late. His skin began corroding within seconds. His flesh rusted away, peeling apart as his bones dissolved into dust, until everything that had once been Shimura Ken crumbled completely. All that remained were 3 magic stones, rolling quietly across the ground where he had stood. Hansu watched the ashes scatter into the wind, his lips curling with visible annoyance. He muttered that they had pointed a muggo hunting weapon at a person and dared to call that a plan. Pathetic. Sophia caught the sharp edge in his voice and asked what was wrong. Hansu shook it off and told her it was nothing. They simply needed to keep moving. The group continued along the sky path Sophia had carved earlier, pressing onward above the dangerous terrain. Below them, the orange zone stretched endlessly in every direction, harsh, sun-scorched, and almost mocking their arrival. Hansu said the muggos should have lost his trail by now. Then he glanced toward Tekeron and told him that from this point on, he should use flow strings to make traveling easier. Tekeron nodded calmly and said he understood. Thin blue strings unfurled from his hands, spreading through the air and weaving themselves into a smooth glide path in midair. Sophia huffed, saying it would have been nice if Tekeron had brought out that skill earlier. Tekeron shot her a sharp glare and snapped that it was not something he could use whenever he pleased. He reminded her that she was a librarian, so she should already know enough not to complain, before Sophia could fire anything back. Tekeron shifted the subject, his voice turning quieter, as he said that his homeland had once been a lush forest. Now that same homeland had been reduced to this barren wasteland. Sophia blinked at him, caught off guard. She asked if he meant the orange zone was his homeland. Tekeron answered that it was. Then he pointed toward the endless stretch of sand and asked them what they saw before them. Everyone gave the same answer. All they could see was a desert. Tekeron shook his head slowly. Outsiders only ever saw what lay on the surface, but beneath this wasteland, there was far more than they understood. Then the old man turned his gaze toward Kang Hansu, his voice growing steadier now that the familiar air of this land surrounded him. We're almost there. Since we've finally reached my homeland, I'll show you Lazar properly. Shall I lift us another 10 kilometers higher? Kang Hansu answered without hesitation, his eyes already fixed on the vast land ahead. That should make it easier to understand exactly where we are. At those words, the magic circle beneath them began to expand, its glowing lines swelling outward as mana gathered in thick, pulsing waves. The force of the spell carried everyone farther into the sky, raising them higher and higher above the desert. A freezing barrier snapped into place around them, holding their bodies steady so no one would lose balance or slip from the sudden climb. And then, the hidden truth of the land finally came into view. The old man looked down in silence for a moment before speaking softly. This is my homeland. The land of Lazar stretched beneath them. From that impossible height, the desert no longer looked like a simple wasteland. The ridges became outlines, the dunes took the shape of scales, and the distant horizon itself seemed to curve like part of a living body. Sophia's eyes widened, and for a second, even her breathing caught in her throat. This entire place, it's alive. The realization struck the group all at once. What they had mistaken for the horizon earlier had only been Lazar's tail. Sangjin staggered back in disbelief, staring downward. We're 10 kilometers in the air, and we can still only see the lower half? Just how enormous is this thing? Wang Kyung swallowed hard, his expression tightening as he looked over the endless body below. I've seen monstrous serpents before, but none of them were anything like this. Tekeron let out a tired sigh, as if even the comparison exhausted him. Putting Lazar beside Ouroboros would be an insult. He slowly lifted one hand and motioned toward the enormous landscape beneath their feet. Far below, the desert gave off a faint glow, with bright mana flickering across its surface like scattered starlight. Lazar, the golden lion, the holy beast that once ruled this entire island, it drank from the molten sea of Herring's sun and shaped its own body from that power. The blue sparks you're seeing down there are Lazar's power at work. It's converting the molten water into life energy, even now. That life energy became a blessing for countless living beings, including my people, the Acheron. Tekeron's voice grew heavier as he continued. But the sea has dried up. The land itself is weakening. If nothing changes, the blessing that sustained everything here won't remain for much longer. Kang Hansu kept his gaze locked on the colossal creature beneath them. That's exactly why I brought everyone here, he said calmly. We're going to restore it. I already know what has to be done. You only need to guide us. Tekeron released a long breath, and the faint tremble in his voice finally began to settle. I don't doubt you anymore. I was simply mourning what became of my homeland. He pointed toward a wavering shape in the distance, where a settlement shimmered through the heat. That architecture wasn't built by the Acheron. Humans must be living there. That's right, Kang Hansu replied, already turning his attention toward the distant city. And that's our destination, Tekeron. Bring us down. We'll gather runes while moving. Tekeron gave a firm nod and began weaving flow strings through the air, guiding everyone downward as they sank through layers of swirling dust and desert heat. The moment their boots touched solid ground again, Kang Hansu turned to the group and gave his next order. For the next 6 hours, we're farming runes. I'll choose the targets, so stay sharp and follow my lead. He didn't waste a single second after that. A spear tore through the air with a sharp whistle and pierced a monster clean through before it could react. We start with scorpions, he said. Then Kang Hansu shot forward in a blur, his weapon flashing again and again as he cut down several beasts in quick succession, each strike clean, precise, and almost effortless. Only a heartbeat later, he changed the target without slowing down. Switching targets, hunt the basilisks. The battlefield erupted around them. Steel clashed, shields crashed into charging bodies, spells burst against armored hides, and summoned creatures slammed into monsters as dust and blood filled the desert air. One basilisk suddenly lunged straight for Sungjin, its jaws opening wide as it rushed in from the side. But before it could reach him, Wangkyung came down with a vicious overhead strike, smashing the basilisk's head apart in one brutal blow. Kang Hansu glanced toward him and gave a short nod of approval. Good work. And by the time the full 6 hours finally passed, every one of them was covered in sweat dust and the glittering remnants of rune fragments, their bodies worn down from non-stop battle. That's enough, Kang Hansu announced, bringing the hunt to an end. We've collected plenty. Once we reach the city, we'll be able to buy full equipment. We rest for today and move out tomorrow. Team dropped almost immediately. Some collapsed face first into the dirt, while others sprawled out like corpses after a battlefield massacre. When Kang Hansu noticed all of them staring at him, he frowned. Why are you looking at me like that? If you have something to say, then say it. Tekaran raised one trembling hand from where he sat, still catching his breath. It's just when you said we were resting, I honestly expected you to keep driving us forward until every last one of us fell over dead. Kang Hansu shrugged like the answer was obvious. You fight better when you eat and sleep properly. I'm not foolish enough to push the group past its limit for no reason, unless something unexpected happens. The old man suddenly burst into laughter. Exactly. Slow and steady wins. Besides, Tekaran added, his mood lightening, basilisk meat has a flavor of its own. My people have passed down a special recipe for it. If no one objects, I'll take care of dinner. Perfect, Kang Hansu replied without missing a beat. I can always count on you. Meanwhile, the rest of the team remained scattered across the ground, limp and exhausted, looking less like warriors and more like factory workers who had just survived a 12-hour shift. Far away from that desert campsite stood the base of Envy Aren's Cross Clan, fortress-like stronghold sealed behind towering walls, with tension seeming to seep from every stone. This was Tarna's. Kang Hansu and Sophia stopped before the entrance, looking up at the massive gate that blocked their path. Without wasting even a breath, Sophia stepped forward and raised her voice. Her tone cut through the tense air like a sharpened blade. You should already know who I am. The Phantom of the Red Zone, Sophia, has arrived. Open the gate. Up on the wall, the guards exchanged uncertain looks. One of them whispered, wondering if she truly was that Sophia, while another scoffed under his breath, questioning why a phantom from the red zone would come all the way here in the first place. After a moment, one guard leaned over the railing and called down awkwardly. Wait there for now. We can't open the gate at the moment. We'll report this to the clan leader and tell you his decision, so just stay where you are. Sophia froze in place, completely speechless at being treated as though she were some random traveler begging for entry. Kang Hansu's eyes narrowed. Something about this situation was clearly wrong. The people who were supposed to support travelers were acting like guards protecting their own territory. Normally, helpers would rush out to stop magos from hunting travelers. Yet the ones welcoming them here were clan members who had enjoyed hunting travelers themselves. And in Kang Hansu's past life, this clan should not have existed at this point at all. Yet here it stood, already formed, already moving, and already rotten. His return had clearly pushed the timeline ahead faster than expected. He had expected corruption, but before making his next move, he needed to confirm just how deep the rot had spread. Without warning, Kang Hansu kicked off the ground and launched himself up the wall, climbing the stone face in only a few seconds. But before he could reach the top, a heavy thud shook the wall above him. Someone else had landed there first. A girl with bright pink hair stood on the wall, a light smirk tugging at her lips. Well, look who it is. Isn't that Sophia? It was Envy Aren. Sophia's breath caught the instant she recognized that face. She remembered Envy Aren clearly, one of the punishers of Eris, a warrior who had once fought beside her for 50 long years. But now Envy Aren stood here as the leader of the Cross Clan of Arrangers and the ruler of the Helper City, Tarnus. Envy Aren's expression softened, almost as if old memories had risen to the surface. She let out a small laugh and said it had been ages. Then she leaned in slightly and asked about Sophia's younger brother. Had Sophia met him yet? Sophia's face flushed red, and she gripped one hand tightly with the other. Not yet. I cleared the red zone calamities first, so it would be easier for him once he came up here. Envy Aaron's jaw nearly dropped on the spot. She stared at Sophia in disbelief, as if she had just heard something impossible. You did what? You actually killed the calamities? Is that even something people can do? Sophia let out a tired sigh, knowing there was no simple way to explain everything that had happened in the red zone. It's a long story, and this really isn't the right moment for it. Then her expression shifted as she studied Envy Aaron's tense face. More importantly, why do you look so worn down? Did something happen here? Envy Aaron exhaled sharply, her shoulders tightening as if the weight of the whole city had settled on her. Sophia, you really have no idea what's been going on. She forced herself to explain it as plainly as she could. There's a man people call the Coffin Emperor. He's the one standing behind the Lero plan. And the real problem is this. He's been dragging in the worst filth he can find from every corner of this place. Rapists, murderers, criminals who shattered the city's laws, every kind of violent scum imaginable, and he keeps throwing them at Tarnus again and again, like endless waves crashing against the walls. In just 1 year, their numbers swelled so badly that even with all my forces, all we can do now is hold the line and defend. Envy Aaron lowered her head a little, guilt pressing into her voice. We should have protected the rules Iris left behind. Sophia, you came all the way here from the red zone, and yet we, the helpers, couldn't even welcome you with the support you deserved. Kang Han-soo wasn't shocked at all. If anything, her words finally made the situation make sense. This explained why they had been attacked on the road and why the outskirts of Tarnus felt so tense and hollow. With security this unstable, bringing everyone here in one large group would have been far too risky. By then, Kang Han-soo was already arranging the next step in his head. His group would remain in Tarnus, sharpen their skills, and build themselves up, while he and old Tekiron went straight toward the temple. Even with the grim situation hanging over them, Envy Aaron still managed to show a faint, relieved smile. Honestly, if an entire group of Red Zone travelers had arrived all at once right now, it could have turned into a complete disaster. Sophia immediately pointed toward Kang Han-soo without the slightest hesitation. That was because of Kang Han-soo. He dealt with every calamity himself and cleared the way for everyone else. In an instant, every gaze snapped toward him, and the area fell into a stunned silence. Envy Aaron looked at Kang Han-soo again, this time with far more attention than before. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she studied him from head to toe. I sensed something unusual from you earlier, but this is far beyond what I expected. Then she tilted her head with a faint spark of interest in her eyes. How about a little spar, then? Kang Han-soo dismissed the idea immediately with a small wave of his hand. I only came up from the red zone yesterday. I wouldn't make much of an opponent right now. Envy Aaron blinked, clearly thrown off by how casually he refused. Really? I assumed you'd be the kind of person who lives for battle. You cleared every calamity after all. Kang Han-soo gave a simple shrug. I'm not someone who fights because I enjoy it, and I'd lose anyway. Then, as if he had deliberately shifted the conversation away from himself, he asked, the dungeon inside the town. How active is it? Envy Aaron raised an eyebrow, surprised that he even knew about it. You know about that too? It barely gets used anymore. Only a few parasitic locusts crawl out from time to time. She folded her arms and continued more casually. This is the Orange Zone. It's safe enough to farm here however you want, so use the dungeon as you please. Kang Han-soo gave a short nod. Thanks for granting access so quickly. Envy Aaron waved away his gratitude like it was nothing. If you're with Sophia, then you're one of us. If you need anything else, just say so. Kang Han-soo answered evenly. I will. Before Envy Aaron could continue, a sudden shadow swept across the wall overhead. A bird came diving down from the sky, looking fairly large while it was still in the distance, but appearing tiny once it landed neatly on Envy Aaron's finger. She paused, her eyes losing focus for a moment. A message had arrived. The bird unfolded a small note, carrying a clan leader's report. Kyle Dawson had been found, and the exact coordinates were written inside. The moment Envy Aaron read it, her expression turned dark. Anger flashed in her eyes, sharp and immediate. She tucked the message away and prepared to leave at once. I'm sorry, something urgent just came up. We'll talk properly next time. Sophia gave a calm nod, understanding the situation. Go, we understand. With one powerful kick, Envy Aaron launched herself into the distance like an arrow. As she vanished, her voice rang back toward the guards on the wall. Open the gates for them. Lead them to their quarters. They're my guests, so treat them with respect. The guards immediately straightened, their earlier hesitation disappearing in an instant. Welcome to Tarnus, Lady Sophia and companions. It is an honor to receive you. We hope to maintain good relations. The heavy iron gates began to rise, groaning loudly as the massive structure lifted from the ground. Sunlight poured through the widening opening, and Kang Han-soo stepped into the city's commercial district, finally entering Tarnus. The moment they came inside, a local instructor spotted Sophia, and her eyes lit up with excitement. "A phantom all the way up here?" the instructor breathed, barely able to hide her awe. "Incredible. We never had the chance to speak properly in the red zone. It's such an honor to finally meet you." Sophia didn't slow her steps for even a moment. She simply passed by without saying a word, leaving the instructor frozen in surprise. Kang Han-soo smoothly stepped in to keep things moving. "Is our lodging near the central temple?" The girl blinked, quickly recovering herself. "Yes, actually, it's right beside it. I'm surprised you already knew that." "Good," Kang Han-soo said, glancing toward the busy marketplace around them. "Since we're already in the shopping district, I want to buy some equipment. Can you guide us around, or at least give us a map?" The instructor hurriedly reached into her pocket, fumbling for a moment before pulling out something far more refined than anyone in the group had expected. It was a high-grade city map, detailed enough to show the streets, districts, and important facilities of Tarnus at a glance. She placed it carefully into Kang Han-soo's hand with a bright, eager smile. "Here you go. I hope you enjoy your shopping trip, and maybe we'll have the chance to meet again." Kang Han-soo nodded once. "If fate allows it, we will." Then he turned toward his team and gave his instructions. "For now, get yourselves properly equipped. Meet at the abandoned dungeon around 5. The moment he finished speaking, everyone split off in different directions, disappearing into the crowded, lively streets of Tarnus. Sophia and the instructor naturally ended up heading off together, moving through the shops, as if that had been decided without a word. Sangjin went straight toward the weapon shops, clearly focused on finding new swords, and probably already imagining himself swinging 2 dangerous blades at once. Wonkyung wandered the opposite way, his attention pulled toward items with stronger mana output. It was exactly the kind of choice anyone who knew him would expect. As for Kang Han-soo, he walked into an artifact shop without the slightest hesitation. Inside, rows of shells shimmered with runes, each one giving off flickering traces of mana. He looked through them calmly before picking up a brooch that allowed flywalking, an artifact that channeled mana into the soul and made temporary flight possible for its user. Next, he tested the weight of a storm lace, a light cloak made to cut through sandstorms and hostile winds. But that alone still wasn't enough for what he needed, so he took his shield as well. After that, Kang Han-soo picked up a pair of rune gloves, their surface covered in fine, delicate patterns carved into the material. They were exactly the kind of item suited for controlling the flow of mana with greater precision. When Kang Han-soo finally stepped back and looked over everything he had gathered, a faint smile touched his face. Clean, good enough. By the time he walked out of the shop, he was fully equipped, giving off the unmistakable presence of someone prepared to farm everything that moved. Old Techeron stared at him in disbelief, his eyes lingering on the artifacts one by one. "I've never seen anything like this in the red zone. Humans actually buy and sell artifacts so casually." "Of course," Kang Han-soo replied, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. "Before humans came to the other world, this kind of trade was normal for them. You probably never saw any of it because Miyamoto kept you buried down there." Techeron scratched the side of his head, still looking unsettled. "It still feels strange. One of the 12 temples has become a human city." Kang Han-soo looked at him flatly. "Don't be surprised so easily. If you lose your composure over every little thing, all the effort I spent turning you into a functional human will go to waste." Techeron groaned under his breath, looking thoroughly defeated. Fine. I'll be careful, but seriously, why are you always nagging me?" Kang Han-soo only smirked at Techeron's complaint and kept moving as if he had heard nothing worth answering. Then he turned his attention back toward the shop owner at the counter. "So, how much for everything?" The man behind the counter slowly lifted his head, revealing the goofiest expression Kang Han-soo had seen since reaching the upper zones, a face so out of place that it almost clashed with the expensive artifacts displayed around him. "Well," the shopkeeper said, narrowing his eyes as he looked Kang Han-soo over from head to toe. "Judging from that gear of yours, you haven't been out of the red zone for very long, have you?" He leaned forward slightly, his doubt written all over his face. "Did you actually gather enough runes to pay for all this?" Kang Han-soo didn't argue, explain, or even change his expression. He simply reached into his cloak and pulled out a small pouch. Then he turned the pouch over above the counter. In the next instant, a stream of orange zone runes poured out in a bright cascade. The runes glittered as they spilled across the surface, clinking loudly and rolling in every direction. The goofy-looking shopkeeper froze halfway through a blink, his mouth slowly falling open as the pile kept growing in front of him. Kang Han-soo looked at the stunned man and smiled calmly. "This should be enough to cover it. The shopkeeper didn't even try to count them. He immediately nodded over and over, both hands trembling as he forced out a polite response. Yes, absolutely. More than enough. Thank you very much for your business. Later, the group's path led them into the training dungeon. Kang, Hansu, and Tekeron were already waiting near the dungeon entrance when the others arrived. The air inside was cool and still, carrying the faint vibration of mana veins flowing beneath the stone floor. After a short while, the rest of the team finally appeared. Hansu clicked his tongue the moment he saw them. Took you slugs long enough. Sangjin stretched his arms and rolled his shoulders, looking more curious than nervous. So this is dungeon raiding, huh? Is this place easy to clear, or are we about to suffer? Kang Hansu shot him a flat look. Don't get too comfortable. You'll find out exactly how easy it is once you step inside. That one sentence tightened the atmosphere around them. The dungeon gate loomed in front of the group, dark and silent, as if it had been waiting for them all along. Their real training was about to begin. They advanced toward the entrance, and the dim blue light leaking from the stone gate flickered across their faces with every step. Kang Hansu glanced toward Tekeron as they approached. I'll explain how the item has to be prepared. Tekeron gave him a focused nod. Go on. Kang Hansu raised a single finger. The moment he did, a deep whirring sound rang out, and a burst of blue energy erupted from his body. The air around them rippled as mana vibrated through the corridor. A translucent box formed in front of them, rising from the magic circle beneath their feet, along with floating symbols and shifting shapes. The team stared at the display, drawn in by the strange light. Kang Hansu pointed toward the image. Once you enter, the first monsters you'll run into are Baladi, wasp-type creatures, and they'll be in a berserk state. Compared to the parasitic locusts that nearly killed you back in the red zone, these things are worse. The group swallowed hard at that warning, but Kang Hansu continued before fear could settle too deeply. Don't panic, their numbers won't be overwhelming. If you stay focused, you can handle them. The image above the magic circle shifted, turning into a rough map of the dungeon. After you clear the first wave of Baladi, move 500 meters forward. You'll reach a large chamber. From the center of that chamber, start counting the bricks. On the 21st brick, you'll find a hidden entrance. That passage leads to the real dungeon. The shapes rearranged once more, and another swarm of monsters formed across the floating display. Inside that hidden area, more Baladi will come at you. Sangjin! Sangjin immediately straightened at the sound of his name. Kang Hansu continued, this part is yours. With Lord of the Dead, you can control the Baladi you've already killed. If you use that properly, we can secure around 30% of the runes we need within 3 days. Sangjin smirked, confidence returning to his face. 30%, huh? Easy. Once you reach that 30% Kang, Hansu went on, you'll push deeper. There's a core room farther inside, and waiting in that room is the Baladi King. The air around the group grew heavier. After you kill the king, you'll gain ownership of the dungeon itself. Once that happens, you'll be able to control the Baladi population. In other words, rune farming becomes much easier. Kang Hansu paused for a beat. Then his voice sharpened. But do not touch the king before that. Without an insect slayer skill, he's practically unkillable. Reach 30% first, and only then go after him. Everyone nodded, carefully taking in each part of the plan. When the timing is right, I'll send the next phase through a carrier pigeon. Until then, focus only on farming runes. Mai-he looked at him with a small frown. Wait. You're not coming in with us? Sangjin answered before Kang Hansu could even speak. It's Hansu. Of course, something urgent came up. Kang Hansu gave a small shrug, not denying it at all. He's right. There's something I need to handle. You guys go in first. He reached into his cloak, pulled out a heavy bag, and tossed it toward Sangjin. If you take the strong rations with you, the work will be easier, and this bag should cover what I'm asking you to do. Sangjin opened the bag and peeked inside, his eyes moving over the contents. Huh. That's a pretty clean deal. Obviously, Kang Hansu replied. I'm not going to make you work for free. You farm the runes I need, and I'll keep supplying you with information along with a food bag for your trouble. With their gear in hand, the team began to disperse, preparing to dive into the dungeon. Kang Hansu watched them go, his attention already turning toward the next matter waiting for him. Wang Yang scratched the back of his head, then finally spoke up. Don't you think you're following the rules a little too strictly? After everything you did in the red zone, would it really matter if we didn't get anything in return? Kang Hansu looked at him as though the answer should have been obvious. Rules exist so we don't fall apart later. The more we grow, the more important structure becomes. Without it, communication breaks down. Then he added, completely straight-faced, and your rune count is basically 0. You need to farm before we leave. Wang Yang froze in place, clearly offended, but unable to come up with a proper argument. Kang Hansu tossed the bag toward Sangjin. You saw the guards' guns, didn't you? As long as magic guns exist, half-hearted farming is useless. I'll earn my runes in battle, so I won't need many for the moment. Sangjin caught the bag in one hand, and a grin spread across his face. Fine, I'll gather so many runes that you'll fall out of the sky from shock. Keep your expectations high. I will, Kang Hansu replied. I'll be waiting. Then he gave them one final wave. See you later. Good luck. After that, he stepped onto Tekiron's magic circle. The runes beneath them began to glow. The two of them slowly lifted into the air. As they rose higher, Tekiron turned his gaze toward the east. The nearest bone temple is in that direction. Should we head there first? Kang Hansu answered without hesitation. It doesn't matter. Tekiron frowned, clearly troubled by the answer. But to obtain the physical reinforcement technique, we need 2 popes, and with a sanctuary that small, there might not even be a pope there. If that happens, this whole detour could become pointless. I already know that, Kang Hansu replied calmly. And we don't need 2. You were a pope yourself. As long as we find 1 more, that's enough. Tekiron blinked, and for some reason Kang Hansu's certainty struck him harder than expected. I appreciate you saying that, but 500 years have passed. I don't know whether my own kin would still accept me as a pope. Don't think too deeply about it, Kang Hansu said. Even in the abyss, your tribesmen still remembered you. They kept their faith alive all that time. Those words settled deep inside Tekiron, reaching the worries he had buried so deeply that he had almost forgotten they were there. His expression slowly softened. Kang Hansu continued in the same calm voice. I understand how it feels. I spent 60 years in another world. If you let yourself overthink everything, it turns into poison. Keep your eyes on the goal right in front of you. Tekiron lowered his gaze, the wind tugging at his robes as he quietly accepted Kang Hansu's words. That is harder than I thought it would be. But you're right. Sitting here and brooding over it won't change anything. I'll help in whatever way I can. I'll be counting on you, Kang Hansu replied. The wind thundered past them as they glided across the open sky, and his mind began turning over the next destination. The closest sanctuary connected to the Cross clan of Arrangers should have been near the Leril clan's base. The leader there had climbed through the ranks at a terrifying speed, all because of the physical reinforcement technique. But one thing had always bothered Kang Hansu, something that never quite made sense. Why had an Acheron Pope approached that man in the first place? No one had ever learned the reason behind it. Even the smallest clue would be enough to point him in the right direction. Just then, Kang Hansu glanced down from the sky and suddenly stopped. Below them, a young girl was sprinting through the wilderness as if death itself were reaching for her back. Behind her came a man, or rather, something far worse than a man, charging after her with terrifying speed. The girl clutched a necklace tightly against her chest, running with the kind of desperate, broken breathing that only comes when someone knows their life is about to slip away. Then her foot struck a rock in her path. She lost her balance and crashed hard into the dirt, her small body hitting the ground with a painful thud. Pendant gripped in her hand gave off a faint green pulse, glowing weakly between her trembling fingers. "Mom, Dad!" she cried out, her voice cracking as terror and grief tore through her all at once. In that moment, the truth of what had happened became clear. Her parents had been ambushed right in front of her. Her father had been cut down in an instant, and her mother had shoved the glowing jewel into her hands, whispering for her to run. And now, the girl lay curled on the ground, sobbing as she clung to the pendant with both hands, not even realizing that both of her parents were already lying dead behind her. The killer finally reached her. His face barely looked human anymore, more like a beast wearing a man's skin, twisted into something savage and wrong. In a low growl, he taunted her, asking if she wanted to see her parents again. Her entire body trembled. But the instant his voice reached her ears, something inside her seemed to snap. She whipped her head around and her gaze landed on what he was holding. One of her family's severed heads dangled from his hand like a trophy. This wolf-like assassin was the monster who had slaughtered them. Then, with a sickening laugh, he threw both heads down at her feet, as if they were nothing more than discarded objects. The girl stared at them without moving, frozen so completely that even her tears seemed to stop for a breath. Then her mind broke. She crawled forward through the dirt, sobbing, shaking, her whole world collapsing in front of her eyes. Why? Why did this happen? What did we ever do? The monster only laughed louder, savoring her pain. He said nobles always tasted the best when they were drowning in despair. Look on her face pleased him. He admired it openly, wondering aloud just how much deeper he could drag her into misery. That was the moment she finally broke completely. She threw her head back toward the sky and screamed out a prayer. Tekiron Kalu, protector of our bloodline, please, please protect your descendant. She prayed again, and again, and again, each cry tearing out of her throat with raw desperation. Then the heavens above them split open. A blinding yellow light flashed across the clouds, and a celestial sword appeared high above, descending like a bolt of divine lightning. It stopped only inches above the assassin's skull, then dropped straight through him with brutal, absolute finality. The wolf creature gagged, coughing blood as his eyes rolled upward in disbelief. A divine weapon. A real celestial blade had come down from the sky. Before he could even understand what had happened, another magic circle bloomed overhead, massive and radiant blue, inside it. Dozens of celestial spears formed at once, then they rained down without the slightest mercy. The monster was torn apart from every direction, his body shredded under the storm of spears, until not a single inch of him remained untouched by the divine assault. Silence fell over the wilderness. Slowly, the girl raised her head, her eyes wide and wet, tears trembling on her lashes. High above her, seated calmly on a glowing magic circle, were two figures. Her prayer had truly been answered, and the ones who had answered it were looking straight at her. Kang, Hansu, and old Tekeron descended slowly, the light beneath them fading as their feet touched the ground. The girl could only stare at them, wide-eyed and shaking, unable to believe that someone had really come in response to her desperate cry. Behind her, the wolf monster's ruined corpse lay shredded across the ground, still steaming from the impact of the celestial attack. Kang Hansu glanced at it, only once before shifting his attention back to the small, trembling child in front of them. Tekeron lowered himself slightly, studying the girl with a sorrowful look in his eyes. She was gripping the green pendant so tightly that her knuckles had turned white, and the jewel continued to pulse faintly, almost like it carried a frightened heartbeat of its own. Tekeron moved toward her parents' severed heads, and the light in his eyes dimmed with grief at the sight before him. Then he turned back to the child, noticed the bruises covering her tiny hands, and gently placed a spell over her. A soft blue glow washed across her body, calming her shaking limbs and easing the panic that had locked her in place. "I'm sorry," Tekeron whispered, his voice trembling with guilt. A child of the Acheron should never have been left alone like this for so long. The girl kept crying, her shoulders folding under the weight of everything she had lost. But then, through her sobs, she forced out broken words. If you really came because of my prayer, then I have a request. It's connected to my parents' duty, and now it's mine." Tekeron placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, trying to steady her. "What duty, child? Rest first. I'll listen to everything once your heart has calmed." "I can't rest," she screamed, her voice raw and shaking. "My parents failed their mission because of me." Tekeron froze. That kind of pain was something he understood far too well. The girl reached out with trembling fingers and grabbed onto his robe. Please listen to me," she begged. "Take me to Creole Gorge." Tekeron's breath caught in his throat. Creole Gorge was a destination entrusted only to popes. This child, this tiny descendant of the Acheron, had been carrying the duty of a pope on her small shoulders. Before her panic could spiral any further, Tekeron lifted his hand. A soft blue circle appeared around her. Moon Cradle. The spell took hold almost immediately, gently pulling her into sleep. Her body went limp as the strength left her, but even after she fell unconscious, tears continued to roll down her cheeks. "Rest peacefully," Tekeron whispered, catching the girl carefully in his arms before she could fall. His voice trembled as he looked down at her tear-stained face. "Your wish, no. The prayer of the Acheron crossed 500 years and reached me." Kang Hansu watched the scene in silence, but his mind was already moving quickly. Creole Gorge, the duty of a pope, and a child being hunted because she carried that duty, all of it revealed just how twisted the temple's current situation had become. At this point, helping her was no longer something they could avoid. But before anything else, there was one problem they had to deal with first: the pursuers. Kang Hansu sensed them closing in, 6 presences moving toward them through the wilderness. The number was just right, almost perfectly suited for testing the vessel of the dragon god in close combat. "We've got company," Kang Hansu said calmly. Tekeron gently laid the sleeping girl down on a soft patch of grass, then rose beside him with his gaze fixed on the approaching enemies. "I see them too." His voice dropped lower, heavy with anger that he could barely contain. "These Grashi tribesmen, they've crossed a line no follower of the Acheron should ever cross." Mana erupted from Tekeron in a violent surge. Their depravity is beyond words. Several Agni's blades formed behind him, hovering in the air like burning wings made of sharpened steel. Kang Hansu counted the figures moving through the trees. 3 Acheron, 3 humans. He gave the order without hesitation. "You take the 2 in front. I'll handle the ones in the back." Tekeron didn't question him for even a second. He was furious enough to accept the split without any argument. Kang Hansu activated the vessel of the dragon god, and mana roared through his body like a beast waking inside his veins. He summoned Heaven's spear and burst forward, defensive blades sweeping around him as he charged straight into the enemy formation. The enemies stiffened in panic the moment he closed the distance so suddenly. The wolf-type beast at the front snarled, but nervousness leaked through its voice. That power from earlier, it looked like Agni's "Don't tell me a pope" is actually here? The monster immediately shook its head as if rejecting the thought by force. No, impossible. A pope would never leave the sanctuary. If that many popes had fallen, then Creole Gorge would have collapsed completely by now. Even while he argued with himself, doubt spread across his face. He wanted to believe they were still safe, but fear was already eating through that confidence. He was about to learn just how wrong that hope really was. Before the wolf monster could even finish his next thought, a flash of blinding light burst across the field. Everyone flinched at once, squinting helplessly as the glare swallowed their sight. Then, with a tearing crash, Kang Han-Su shot out from the light like a divine cannonball. In one perfectly clean pass, he sliced straight through the wolf monster and the man behind him. Blood sprayed in a thin arc as he kicked off the ground, twisted through the air, and appeared behind the last man in the rear. Whack! His blade touched the man's neck. Slice. The head was almost severed in a single motion. At that exact same moment, Tekaron's summoned spears rained down from above, driving through the remaining wolf creature and the Grashi tribesmen standing behind it. The battlefield filled with metallic shrieks and the heavy sounds of bodies collapsing into the dirt. Kang Han-Su still didn't stop. His momentum carried him forward, and he cut through the next man as easily as slicing through paper. The final survivor barely managed to cross his blades in time, blocking the strike as he skidded backward through the dirt. Cold sweat poured down his face, dripping from his chin, as his hands shook around his weapons. The attack had been so overwhelming that he could almost feel the phantom pain of his head flying from his shoulders, even though his neck was still intact. This opponent was definitely mid-rank. He trembled violently, desperately trying to gather what little courage he had left. But that fragile will shattered the moment Kang Han-Su brought his weapon crashing downward. The shock wave nearly split the ground open beneath them. The man dropped to his knees, his voice shaking as terror crushed him. What kind of monster is this human? Kang Han-Su stood there overflowing with power, not even breathing hard. He looked completely untouched. "Leave," he said casually. "Go handle whatever you need to handle." The white-haired man stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand what he had just heard. "You're sparing me? Don't make me repeat myself." Man shot into the air immediately, moving like his life depended on every heartbeat. Within moments, he vanished into the horizon like a terrified comet fleeing the battlefield. Kang Han-Su slowly exhaled as the area fell quiet again. Enemies from his past life were turning into allies, and old allies were appearing as enemies. This timeline had shifted in ways even he couldn't ignore. Far away, the white-haired survivor thought of Terrace, hoping the spy planted by Envy Arin would stay loyal to his assigned role. If not, death would be coming for him next. Elsewhere, a colossal monster towered over the battlefield, its massive body covered from head to toe in shimmering black scales. Magos, the king of the Orange Zone. Slaying it meant earning the Magos rank, a status far beyond what ordinary travelers could even dream of. But compared to that overwhelming creature, the lone warrior standing before it looked small enough to be swallowed whole in a single bite. He tightened his grip around his sword and shield, planting his feet firmly against the ground. Then Magos lunged. Boom! Its paw came crashing down like a falling meteor. The warrior barely managed to activate Iron Wall in time, and the impact sent a violent shock rippling across the land as dust exploded outward. Then two glowing serpent-like eyes appeared in front of him. "Basilisk eyes!" His shout shook the air, and Magos flinched, its enormous body trembling under the force of the skill. In that brief opening, the warrior dashed forward, slipping past the creature's claws. He vaulted upward, cutting through the air in a sharp arc before landing on top of its skull. "Blood venom," he muttered as his blade plunged deep. A torrent of toxic energy surged through the weapon and poured directly into Magos' soul. The creature convulsed violently, releasing a guttural death roar that shook the surrounding trees. Then its gigantic body collapsed with a thunderous crash, leaving the battlefield silent. The king of the Orange Zone was dead. The warrior exhaled slowly and pulled his blade free from the corpse. Exactly what I expected from Ganbu. He reached down and picked up his glasses from the ground, brushing the dust from the lenses just as another figure began walking toward him through the settling smoke. The smoke slowly split apart, and from within that choking haze, another figure stepped forward. It was a man whose presence alone seemed heavy enough to press the air flat around him, a suffocating pressure that made the battlefield feel smaller the moment he arrived. This was the Coffin Emperor, the terrifying leader of the Lero clan. At almost the exact same moment, something else began to move inside the darkness. From the shadows behind the smoke, another creature dragged itself into view. It was a massive beast, tall enough to loom over everything nearby. letting out a roar so violent it sounded like it owned the entire orange zone. The ground shook under that thunderous cry, but the Coffin Emperor showed no reaction at all. He did not flinch, did not tense, did not even blink. He merely looked at the monster as if it were some annoying insect buzzing too loudly in his ear. In a calm, almost bored voice, he told it not to get back up again, because it was starting to irritate him. There was no dramatic sword strike. No spell circle appeared. He did not even bother chanting a single word. Instead, a razor-thin flash of pure destructive force shot out from his hand, slicing forward like a blade made from condensed light. In the next instant, that beam punched clean through the beast's skull, boring a hollow path straight through its head. For one brief heartbeat, the creature remained standing in place, frozen as if its body had not yet understood that it was already dead. Then the enormous monster crashed down lifelessly, and the Coffin Emperor did not even spare the corpse a second glance. Behind him, someone descended quietly. The fighter from before landed with a light step, lowered his posture, and bowed respectfully toward him. Calling him clan leader, the man said he had something to report. The Coffin Emperor did not turn around. He simply stood there in silence and listened as the report was delivered. By the time the man finished speaking, a slow and unsettling smile crept across the Coffin Emperor's face. So that was what had happened. A quiet chuckle slipped from him as he mused that this hunt might become far more entertaining than expected. And looking at the battlefield around him, it was easy to understand why he could say that so casually. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Monsters had been torn apart, the earth was crushed and broken, and whole stretches of forest had been erased as if they had never existed. Every mark left on that land pointed to the Coffin Emperor's absurd strength. He had nearly wiped the entire area clean by himself, and for someone like him, even this much destruction was little more than a warm-up. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu stepped into a land divided by a silent river, a lonely place where everything seemed fractured and cut off from the world. It was a place that felt stranded, worn down and abandoned by time itself, as if no one had been able to truly save it for countless years. Without hesitating for even a moment, Hansu took out 3 crystals and threw them into the dark water before him. As soon as the crystals sank below the surface, strange lights began blooming from the depths. Those lights spread through the water, turning the entire flow of the lake into a glowing green ribbon. The fox girl stared at it in awe, her eyes shining with emotion as she whispered her heartfelt gratitude. With this, she believed her mother and father could finally smile peacefully at last. But before she could finish pouring out everything in her heart, a firm hand gently settled on top of her head. A calm voice interrupted her grief, telling her that their duty was now complete, and because of that, they could finally rest. It was Tekirana Kalu. Standing there with quiet dignity, he declared that the sacrifice her parents had made to protect the land of Lezar would never be forgotten. Kang Hansu turned his gaze toward him and pointed out that her parents must have carried that burden over and over again, even though it had only been intended as a temporary solution in the first place. Their determination was what had kept everything from collapsing. Because of their resolve, Lazar had endured all the way up to this very moment. After saying that, Hansu shifted the topic and asked about the Grashi people. They were supposed to be enemies of Tekirana Kalu, but the old man answered with a heavy calmness, saying they had never been true enemies. They were merely another group of ordinary people, surviving alongside them while maintaining a fragile balance. But after witnessing them try to kill a child, that view could no longer remain the same. Tekiron's expression darkened as he said he could not call such people kin anymore. If they had been committing acts like this from the beginning, then in his eyes there was no longer any reason to spare them. As those words left Tekiron's mouth, the weight behind them was unmistakable. The deliverer stared at the old man and the loyal dog by his side, her thoughts spinning as she tried to understand who he really was. Then, as if something finally clicked inside her, she suddenly grabbed onto his robe. Her voice trembled as she asked if he was truly Sir Tekiron, the legendary hero who had once traveled to another world to save Acheron. The old man went still for a moment, then quietly admitted that he had not even properly introduced himself. His true name was Tekirana Kalu, and judging from her reaction, it seemed that even after all these years, his name had not been forgotten. The girl's ears twitched as that truth sank in, and old memories, old stories, and the voice of her mother seemed to rush back to her all at once. Her mother had once told her stories about the spirit of their great forefather, a guardian who continued watching over their people even after so much time had passed. She had been told that one day, this ancient father would appear before them and bring salvation to their suffering land, and now that very person was standing right in front of her. Tears spilled down her cheeks before she could hold them back, and through her shaking voice she thanked him again and again for finally coming to them. Tekiron gently told her to calm herself, his voice softer than before, assuring her that things would be all right from here on. Then with a polite and careful tone, Tekiron asked the girl to tell him who she was. She bowed respectfully and introduced herself as Aelin, a Kalu, a descendant of Sir Malin. The instant Tekiron heard that name, everything about his expression changed. Shock hardened his face, and beneath it, a deep fury began to rise as he asked if she truly meant Malan, a Kalu. His body trembled as the truth struck him all at once. He told her that he had always suspected his clan might have survived somehow, and that the children resting in those graves must have been his own descendants. Then, with a gentle smile that shook at the edges, he thanked the little girl for growing up so strong and healthy despite everything she had endured. He promised her that he had returned to restore the land of Lazar to the way it had once been, so she would no longer have to keep living in fear. She thanked him with such pure sincerity that it almost hurt to watch. After that, the old man softly asked her to keep his identity as Tekiron a secret from the rest of the village. Without the slightest hesitation, Aelin nodded and swore that she would say nothing. Nearby, Kang Han-su quietly watched the old man, a faint amusement in his eyes as he noticed how much more alive Tekiron seemed after meeting his own descendant. Still, no matter how meaningful that reunion was, the mission had to come first. Now that the girl had been saved, the situation had already shifted in their favor. The Nagar tribe would almost certainly welcome them now, even if things had already drifted away from Hansu's original plan more than expected. For the Orange Zone, though, this was not a bad beginning at all. From there, the focus shifted to the clan house of the Cross Clan of Arrangers. Inside, 3 figures sat, surrounded by piles of documents, clearly frustrated as they wondered why so few people had bothered to show up for the meeting. One of them grumbled that almost everyone had been sent out on reconnaissance because the Lerol clan had been stirring up trouble again. A brown-haired girl snapped at the boy, pointing out that because of that clan's actions, they no longer had enough people available to scout the area properly. And now monsters were being lured toward their ramparts, disturbing the villages and throwing public order into complete chaos. Another girl, Envy Arin, brushed it off with a shrug, saying that if the problem was only monsters, they could just shoot them down from the walls with magic guns. So why was everyone acting like it was the end of the world? The boy shot back that their bullet supply was already running dangerously low. On top of that, trying to pick off monsters one at a time with magic guns would place even more strain on their magical suppression systems. The brown-haired girl added that the monsters were not even the real issue. The true danger came from travelers committing crimes across one village after another, then disappearing into entire clans afterward, slowly twisting the balance of power in the region. Envy cut her off with an irritated groan, clearly already tired of hearing the complicated explanation. She said all of this was just giving her a headache and that they should simply charge in and blow the criminals away since they were guilty anyway. The boy coldly reminded her that this exact way of thinking was why she could never become clan leader. This was not just about strength, it was about control. If they rushed in carelessly and lost, that failure would truly mean the end of their clan. Envy scoffed at him and confidently said that if she ever fought those people head-on, she would crush them without question. The brown-haired girl immediately shut that idea down. She said they had no way of knowing that for sure, and criminals would never be kind enough to follow something as fair and clean as a one-on-one duel. The brown-haired boy added that he was only trying to be cautious, but Envy absolutely could not rush in alone. A real battle was often decided long before any swords ever clashed, and without proper information, charging forward would be no different from walking blind into a trap. Envy Arin clicked her tongue in annoyance, folding her arms as if the word itself tasted bitter. Fine then, information. In the end, every single problem always circled back to information. With enough of it, even the messiest situation could be solved. If Sophia were here with those librarian-like skills of hers, they would probably already have every answer they needed. Envy Arin glanced around the room, her brows pulling together as she suddenly asked where Sophia had even disappeared to. After all, Sophia was not at the lodgings. The brown-haired girl answered that the last report placed her inside an abandoned dungeon. Envy Arin raised one eyebrow at that, clearly unconvinced, and asked if they had seriously sent 5 people into a place like that. To her, the dungeon sounded far too small to need that many people. Then, just like that, she decided she would go meet Sophia herself and told the others to keep things under control while she was gone. The brown-haired boy immediately groaned, realizing she was throwing all the paperwork and planning back onto them while running off on her own again. Envy Arin only shrugged, looking completely unapologetic. She said using her brain felt worse than swallowing rat poison, and since the two of them were better suited for thinking anyway, she would gladly leave that miserable job in their hands. The boy waved a thick stack of documents after her and complained that they were terrible at this kind of work too. But Envy Arin was already walking away, paying his complaint no mind at all. Far from that crowded meeting room, deep inside the silent halls of the hidden dungeon, danger was already closing in. Wasp monsters flooded the passage in swarms, filling the air with a furious buzzing as Kang Hansu's group fought desperately against them. Sophia kept firing spell after spell toward the glowing crystal. Each blast erased the wasps where they hovered, burning them out of existence one after another. But no matter how many she destroyed, even more kept pouring in, and the frustration on her face only grew sharper. Kang Hansu, meanwhile, was locked in close combat with one of the creatures right in front of him. He snapped at Sophia that if she had enough time to complain, then she had enough time to cast more magic. At the same time, he kicked off from the wasp's body and forced a bit of distance between them. Then Hansu lunged right back in, his movement sharp and ruthless as he cut the crafty beast down with a single brutal strike. Nearby, Lee Wonkyung continued carving through the buzzing horde and asked Hansu if he could finally use his skill yet. Hansu answered without taking his eyes off the enemy, saying it still was not ready. They would need at least one more hour before they could rely on it. Wonkyung, already breathing hard from the non-stop battle, muttered that surviving another hour in this place might be a lot more realistic if they stepped outside for a while. Sophia immediately agreed with him. She said they should pull back for now, regroup outside, and only return once that hour had passed. But the moment she reached that decision, the dungeon moved against them. Even more wasp monsters came pouring down from above, rushing in from every direction until the group was completely boxed in with no clean path left to escape. Before any of them could properly react, the floor beneath their feet suddenly collapsed. The entire squad dropped straight down into a hidden trap, and Sophia realized at once that the insects had triggered some kind of mechanism. A message appeared, confirming her fear. It was a shortcut trap, the kind that did not merely drop its victims deeper underground, but threw them directly into the boss room. A cold chill ran through Sophia as she understood how terrible the timing was. Being forced into the boss chamber in their current condition was not just dangerous. It was the worst possible situation they could have fallen into. She activated Path of Descent immediately, forming a falling route beneath them in a desperate attempt to escape the trap before it could fully drag them in. But instead of escaping cleanly, they slammed hard onto solid ground below. Sophia lifted her head and saw the swarm above them, all those hungry, unblinking eyes staring down from the darkness. Then the trap overhead snapped shut, sealing the way out, and the full weight of where they had landed crashed down on her. She shouted for everyone to stay alert, warning them that this was the boss chamber and that none of them knew where Weijun might strike from. But before Sophia could even finish her warning, something stole the words from her throat. Her breath caught. Her eyes widened, and cold sweat slid down her face as a monstrous bee rose before them. Its body was twisted into a nightmare, an enormous grotesque shape covered in countless staring eyes that made it feel less like an insect and more like a living curse. A notification flashed in front of them. The creature was identified as King Baladi. The message explained that this horrifying ruler had been born through the cannibalism of the Baladi. It also warned that King Baladi had no magic resistance, but the neurotoxin produced by its appendix was lethal enough to deal fatal damage. Hansu's group hung in the air above the horrific boss, trapped right over the center of danger. But King Baladi showed no hesitation at all. Multiple face-like extensions shot toward Kang Hansu, stretching out like serpents with gaping mouths. Sophia threw up a spell to block the first wave, while Hansu twisted his body aside with razor-sharp movements, slipping past the attack by a hair. Wonkyung, already worn down from the battle, still rushed forward and raised his sword, trying to take the blow head-on. The impact was far too brutal. The instant his blade met the attack, it shattered apart in his hands, and Wonkyung's eyes went wide as he watched his weapon explode into fragments. King Baladi immediately snapped toward him, and in that split second, Wonkyung was certain he was finished. Hansu and Sophia both turned in shock as the monster's huge body crashed into him. The force smashed Wonkyung down into the ground, shaking the chamber with the impact. Somehow, he managed to grab onto the creature's mouth at the last possible moment. That desperate grip barely kept him from being impaled, but his arms trembled violently as he hung there, struggling to hold the monster back. His teeth clenched so hard they nearly ground together, and his entire body shook under the pressure. Only then did he fully understand why Kang Hansu had warned him never to face this thing before reaching 30%. At the same time, Hansu had no room to help him. One of King Baladi's relentless extensions was hunting Hansu down, chasing him like a predator that had already locked onto its prey. Hansu gritted his teeth as he moved. He realized that simply running would not change anything. Their only real chance was to destroy the main body, but that core remained disturbingly still. It sat at the center of the chamber without moving, almost as if it did not care what they tried to do. In a flash, Hansu drew his daggers and unleashed a sharp shadow strike, slicing cleanly through the necks of the writhing extensions, closing in on him. Without letting his momentum fade, he dove straight toward King Baladi's main body and began stabbing it again and again. But that choice became a fatal miscalculation almost immediately. The bee's scales were far tougher than Han-Su had expected, resisting his strikes with an almost unnatural hardness. His daggers cracked against the surface, then shattered under the impact before they could pierce through. In the very next instant, a strange tentacle stabbed through Han-Su's body, sending searing pain ripping through him as the monster struck again. Even as he wondered if that had been meant as a killing blow, King Baladi itself barely reacted, as if Han-Su's attack had been nothing at all. Sophia cried out in panic, warning him that they could not win against an enemy with such an overwhelming difference in stats. She shouted that their priority had to be escaping. But before any of them could make a move, the beast opened its many mouths. From those mouths came another wave of tentacle-like tongues, writhing and snapping as they surged outward. One after another, every grotesque face released the same lethal attack, sending a storm of sharp tendrils racing toward the rest of the squad. Wonkyung kept straining against the monster's gaping mouth, barely holding on. His thoughts spiraled in disbelief as he wondered how he had become this helpless after swearing that he would carve open a path for someone's daughter. Even with his body shaking and his strength fading, he forced himself to move. He forced his battered body forward for one reason alone, to prove that he was not just dead weight in this fight. And in that desperate instant, something strange began forming above Wonkyung's head. A message appeared before him declaring that his innate trait was finally being revealed through Monarch Awakening. Before he could even process it, another notice followed right after. It explained that his emotional overflow stats would rise according to the intensity of his feelings. And right now, with his frustration and resolve burning out of control, his power was surging upward by 25%. A violent burst of strength exploded through Wonkyung's body, and red energy began crackling around him like sparks from a raging flame. He threw his head back and let out a savage roar, losing himself in that sudden berserk rush of power. With nothing but raw force, Wonkyung smashed one of King Baladi's grotesque faces apart, crushing it in a single furious blow. Then he hurled himself straight at the main body. Again and again he slammed into the monster, hammering it like a living punching bag while shouting that he would hold it back no matter what happened. Through gritted teeth, he yelled for Sophia to use her librarian abilities and find them a way out before the monster could finish them all. Sophia reacted instantly, flipping through spell after spell at frantic speed, her eyes scanning every possibility as fast as she could. She searched desperately for anything that might save them, while Kang Han-Su remained impaled and suspended in pain, and Wonkyung continued throwing himself against the boss with everything he had left. The two of them were barely holding the monster back, their bodies pushed to the limit as Sophia raced against time to find the one answer that could keep them alive. Then, just when the faintest sliver of hope seemed to appear before her eyes, King Baladi suddenly erupted into a violent frenzy as if it had grown tired of letting them struggle. Its tendrils stabbed Kang Han-Su again and again with merciless precision, driving through him without pause. Wonkyung was also pierced by the writhing tentacles, and both men were flung away like broken dolls tossed across the chamber. The boss rose over Kang Han-Su's fallen body, its monstrous form casting a heavy shadow across him. It loomed there as if victory was already certain, preparing to finish him off for good. Sophia froze in pure horror and then screamed that she could not allow everything to end like this. Her spellbook suddenly filled an entire page with countless spells, one after another, while she begged for anything at all that could change their fate. And at that exact moment, something smashed through the sealed gate with overwhelming force. NVRN burst into the chamber, shattering the barrier like it was nothing more than thin glass. She announced that she had finally found them, wearing a grin as if she had simply arrived late to a gathering instead of crashing into a death trap. Sophia stared at her in disbelief. NVRN looked almost delighted, as if finding Sophia after wondering where she had gone was the most entertaining part of the day. Sophia tried to ask how she had even managed to get there, but there was no time for questions. As NVRN dropped into the boss chamber, King Baladi fired a tentacle straight toward her. In the blink of an eye, every writhing limb twisted in her direction, all of them aiming to kill her before she could even land. NVRN stayed calm, reaching for her weapon as a powerful aura began surging around her. A confident smirk curved across her face. Then she activated Death March Dance and flowed straight into the first movement of Shadow Waltz, her body moving with effortless precision. In a blur, NVRN cut again and again, slicing through the monster's many heads as if they were nothing but soft flesh, never once breaking her rhythm. Then she shifted smoothly into the second movement. Bloody Serband, her glowing blades carved through King Baladi with ruthless, almost playful precision, and NVRN immediately flowed into the third movement. Finale Carnage, for one brief heartbeat. The boss still seemed to be standing as she landed beside it, her posture relaxed and untouched. Then every invisible cut she had left behind erupted all at once. King Baladi was torn into countless fragments, scattering behind her in a grisly burst. Envy Aaron clicked her tongue with mild annoyance as a message announced that King Baladi had been slain and that ownership of the Baladi now belonged to her. Another notice followed immediately, granting her full dungeon master authority and complete control over the remaining Baladi. Sophia rushed toward the others while everyone still stared in disbelief. Wonkyung muttered that Kang Hansu had been right about Envy Aaron being able to win, and Hansu himself admitted that she really had crushed the boss with absurd ease. Strange yellow structures now glowed across the floor, covering the chamber in eerie light as Envy Aaron casually strolled over them. She asked how they had even managed to find a place like this, sounding more curious than concerned. Sophia spread her arms wide and thanked her from the bottom of her heart. She said they had survived only because Envy Aaron had arrived when she did. Envy Aaron waved off the gratitude like it was nothing special. Then she struck a confident pose and turned the moment into a request, telling Sophia that she needed a favor. When Sophia asked what kind of favor she meant, Envy Aaron explained that her clan was currently short on scouts. With Sophia's librarian abilities, gathering information would be almost effortless, so Envy Aaron wanted her help with reconnaissance. After taking a moment to think, Sophia said that should not be a problem. Nearby, Kang Hansu and Wonkyung, both badly injured, moved toward the rewards. Hansu remarked that if they had tried fighting alongside Envy Aaron, there was no telling how badly things might have gone. Wonkyung added that the boss she had wiped out so casually had nearly killed them. Envy Aaron scowled, but she admitted that they had a point. Then she offered a solution. Since they were the ones who discovered the dungeon, she would use her authority as clan leader to let them monopolize it for a full week and grow stronger. She was certain they had not entered this place without some kind of plan. Sophia said that having the dungeon to themselves would let them farm it efficiently, but then asked if Envy Aaron could also hand over the dungeon master rights for that same week. Envy Aaron agreed without any hesitation, saying that if they were going to make a proper deal, they might as well do it properly. She promised to leave the raccoon behind once their farming was finished, and Sophia smiled brightly as she accepted right away. The next day, they emerged from the dungeon and stepped out into a barren, silent land. As they hovered above the summoning circle, the emptiness stretched out beneath them. Kang Hansu looked down at the deserted scenery in confusion for a moment, then realization settled in. This place could only be Aylin, a Kalu's village. An unnatural silence hung over the settlement, with no livestock in sight and almost no signs of life anywhere. The number of people still remaining looked disturbingly small. The few villagers who were left were hurriedly packing their belongings onto animals, clearly preparing to flee. The people of Acheron were known for their deep attachment to their homeland. Yet the situation had become so desperate that even they were now ready to abandon the homes they had clung to for so long. From high above, the sight made the silence feel even heavier. Aylin, a Kalu, pointed down from above and said that this was her village, then gestured toward a small, humble house that blended in with all the others, plain and modest enough that no one would have noticed it at first glance. Inside that house, a woman was speaking urgently to an old man. Her voice was tight with fear as she told him they had to leave too. Every warrior in the village had already fallen, and if they kept stubbornly staying behind, more tragedy would only follow. The old man answered with a bitter, hollow laugh. He asked where he was supposed to go after sending his own children and grandchildren to their deaths. His voice carried the weight of someone who had lost too much, and he said he could never bring himself to abandon this place. But just then, the door burst open, and Aylin rushed inside with a bright smile, throwing herself straight into her grandfather's arms. The old man froze in shock for a moment, unable to believe what he was seeing, before tears finally broke loose. Relief overwhelmed him after waiting so long without any word, especially when he had already prepared himself to believe he had lost her, too. Aylin excitedly pointed toward Kang Hansu and Tekeron Akalu, telling her grandfather that they were the ones who had saved her. The old man stared at the two humans in disbelief, struggling to understand how people like them could possibly have rescued his granddaughter. Aylin quickly tried to calm him down. She insisted there was no need to worry, because they were good people. Though the old man clearly still found it hard to accept so easily, even so his gratitude won out. He bowed his head deeply for saving his granddaughter and offered to prepare a feast for them. He admitted with embarrassment that their circumstances made even that difficult, but Kang Hansu calmly said he had not come here for food. He already understood what was happening in the village, but he had his own business to handle, so he went straight to the point, saying he wanted to discuss the physical strengthening technique and asking for a moment of the old man's time. The old man was visibly taken aback, wondering how a human could possibly know about their secret art. After a moment, he explained that anything related to that technique had to be discussed with an elder. Kang Hansu nodded without hesitation, and asked to be taken to that elder immediately, saying an evaluation would be necessary. The old man began to sweat, glancing uneasily toward Aelin as he said he first needed to send her away with the other refugees. He asked them to wait until he returned, but Tekiron stepped forward and told him that if he was worried about leaving his granddaughter behind, then he would remain with her. He reminded the old man that they were the ones who had brought Aelin back alive, and promised that she would be protected. Aelin quickly looked up at her grandfather and told him not to worry. She urged him to go, saying she believed in his strength, then added that Tekiron was incredibly strong as well. That was not something she had merely heard from someone else. She had seen it with her own eyes, and that quiet confidence left the old man momentarily speechless. Even so, he could not help thinking that no matter how powerful Tekiron might be, there was no way he could match Gardet Baron, the third seed of the Great Sanctuary Guard. But when he looked at Aelin again, he realized she really had grown up. Her brave words were not childish confidence. They were her way of easing his heart. He gently patted her head, telling her that he understood and that he would come back soon. All he asked was that she wait for him. Aelin nodded quietly and called him Grandpa in a soft voice. Then the old man turned back toward Kang Hansu and the others, telling them to follow him. Hansu quietly trailed behind as they made their way toward a remote corner of the village. There, the streets were completely empty, without a single person in sight. The old man led them into a small house tucked away from the rest. Inside, Kang Hansu found himself seated across from an elderly woman whose sharp gaze seemed to weigh every breath he took. The elder looked him over and said that even if he claimed to be seeking their physical strengthening technique, humans had been kidnapping and attacking their people, so there could be no trust between them. Kang Hansu answered calmly, explaining that those abductions were being carried out by a human faction under the Coffin Emperor, and that he intended to bring that tyrant down. Once the Coffin Emperor fell, he said, the attacks on their tribe would end as well. The elder considered his words carefully, then concluded that if he truly meant to defeat the Coffin Emperor, he would indeed need the physical strengthening technique. With her recommendation, she said entering the Great Sanctuary would not be difficult. Then her eyes narrowed, and she fixed Kang Hansu with a piercing stare, asking why he was so desperate to obtain that technique. Kang Hansu answered that the Coffin Emperor had already obtained it from the Grashi tribe, and if he was going to face someone who wielded that power, then he needed the same strength himself. In exchange for receiving that power, the Coffin Emperor had formed an alliance with the Grashi tribe. Whatever reasons humans had for fighting each other, the old elder said, that was ultimately a human matter. Still, helping him would also benefit her own people. She studied Kang Hansu's eyes for a long moment, searching for any trace of deception, then gave a slow nod. She said she saw no lies in his gaze and agreed to arrange an audience. Just then, a thunderous sound ripped through the air, so sudden and familiar that everyone inside flinched at once. The old grandfather stiffened and asked what that noise could possibly be. The elder admitted she did not know either, then urged them to get outside immediately. When they stepped out into the open, spear-like shapes were already floating high above the village. The old woman stared up at them and muttered that they looked like Pope agnostics. Her voice tightened as she wondered who could possibly be controlling so many of them at once. And a moment later, those weapons came raining down. They sliced through people, tore across the ground, and set trees ablaze as chaos erupted throughout Aelin's village. Kang Hansu immediately dashed toward the destruction, leaving the elders behind. Everything was moving much faster than he had expected. He had always known his reincarnation would change the future, but at this speed, even his own plans would need to shift. Since arriving here, the average rune acquisition rate had already climbed to 20%. A window flashed his stats in front of him. Seeing it, Kang Hansu realized that his physical and material resistance were still dangerously low. If he wanted to take down all of them, he would have to push his body far beyond its current limits. 30 minutes earlier, the old granny had been walking ahead with Aelin and Tekiron, guiding them toward the holy tree, Ragnus. Aelin asked if her grandfather had really wanted to see it that badly, and Tekiron answered in a quiet voice that Ragnus had lived for 3,000 years, so of course he had. They finally stopped beneath a massive trunk, its ancient body rising above them like a pillar that had watched over the village for generations. Tekiron's eyes grew moist as he looked up at it, admitting that he had thought everything from his time had changed beyond recognition. And yet Ragnus still stood there, just as it always had. Aelin looked between him and the tree with quiet curiosity, wondering if Ragnus had already been there when her grandfather was young. After all, the tree had existed long before she was even born. Tekiron smiled gently and said it had been there back then too, remembering how he used to play around it and how it once bore sweet blue fruit. He softly patted Aelin's head as she stared up at the towering Ragnus in wonder. Then Aelin, her voice quiet but steady, said she wanted to use it as her blueprint. One day, she even wanted to taste the fruit it would bear. She turned toward the old man and asked if, once Lazar was cured, she would finally be able to see those fruits with her own eyes. Tekiron answered in a low, gentle voice that she would be able to see them as much as she wanted, and added that he hoped that day would come soon. Aelin nodded calmly, saying she hoped so too. For a brief moment, the air around them felt fragile and peaceful, almost sacred. But then Ragnas suddenly shuddered. Fire arrows came crashing down from above, slamming into the ancient tree in a violent storm. Tekiron shouted for Aelin to get down and immediately threw out a magic circle. A barrier flared into place as flames and arrows smashed against it, each impact shaking the air around them. But more and more arrows continued to rain down. No matter how desperately Tekiron forced out his power, he could not protect the tree completely. Before his eyes, Ragnas was swallowed by fire. For a moment, he could only stare at the burning branches in disbelief. Then that shock hardened, twisting into raw fury. Begrashi and the humans had come. The attackers finally stepped into view. Among them stood one man in particular. Cruel blades were embedded into his own hands, and he burst into manic laughter, as if the burning village delighted him. He ordered his men to seize anyone they saw, kill anyone who resisted, and focus on the refugees first. His name was Wei Jun. Around him, the others cheered and bragged about their Muggo's rank, egging him on to slaughter everyone without the slightest mercy. The village fell into a hellish nightmare. Most of the residents had already fled, but those who remained behind were beaten down, hunted, and butchered one after another. Some villagers were dragged away screaming, their voices tearing through the smoke, while others were cut down exactly where they stood, without even being given the chance to run. By the time the first wave of chaos finally began to settle, only Tekirana Kalu, the old granny, and Aelina Kalu remained, trapped in the middle of those monsters. One attacker stepped forward with a dagger flashing in his hand and pointed it straight at Tekiron, ordering him to hand over the two civilians behind him. If the old man did not want to get hurt, he warned, then he had better not try anything clever. Shimmering shields surrounded them, but even through that thin barrier, Tekiron's rage burned like fire. He cursed the attackers under his breath, demanding how they could dare behave this way, and whether they were so blind that they did not even understand the land they were standing on. Then he raised his staff, and Agni's sting burst into existence. The blazing strike shot through the air like divine punishment, piercing straight through the attackers' bodies as if their flesh were no sturdier than paper. The men staggered backward in horror. They stared down at the holes torn through them, shouting in disbelief and fear, unable to understand what kind of power had just hit them. One of them muttered that it looked like a Pope-level skill. He wondered how some random old man, someone who was not even from Acheron, could possibly wield a technique like that. But Tekiron had already thrown away restraint. His voice trembled with fury as he declared that none of them would leave this place alive. Every last one of them would pay for what they had done to the village. But before his anger could fully erupt, something dropped down in front of him from above. A figure landed with crushing force, shaking the ground beneath his feet. It was Wei Jun. He looked down at the old man with a sneer and told him to shut his mouth, coldly declaring that he would kill him right there. The moment Tekiron looked at him, he knew Wei Jun was not some ordinary thug relying on numbers. This was a true Muggo's ranked threat, and Tekiron reacted without the slightest hesitation. His staff snapped forward, and he released every last Agni sting he could summon in one desperate barrage. Wei Jun answered by calmly pulling off his shirt, lowering himself into a fighter's stance, and then disappearing in a blur. He slipped through the storm of attacks, as if the streaks of power were moving too slowly to matter. He passed between every strike, closing the distance in the next heartbeat, and suddenly he was right in front of Tekiron, driving a crushing punch straight into the old man's stomach with terrifying force. The blow struck while Tekiron was already being forced backward, and the sheer impact sent him flying through the air. His body crashed violently against the ground. A raw cry tore from Tekiron's throat as he clutched his side, the bones there shattered from that single brutal hit. Wei Jun looked down at him with mild surprise, as if the old man's survival was the only interesting thing about him. He commented that Tekiron had actually lived through it, calling him pretty tough for an old geezer. Then Wei Jun turned his head toward his men and ordered them to grab the two behind the old man and prepare to leave. One of the soldiers answered at once, and the attackers began closing in around the old granny and Aelin, their eyes filthy with greed as they stared them down. Wei Jun clicked his tongue, saying he had already figured out how the old geezer was able to use Agni's sting. Tekiron roared at them not to lay a hand on the two of them. In that instant, a yellow aura exploded outward from his body. Agni's sting began forming in the air, multiplying into lightning-like spears before twisting and stretching into sword-shaped blades. He aimed them at the enemies and declared that every traveler he had ever known carried righteousness somewhere in their hearts. But the people standing before him were different. They were nothing but filth. All he could see in them was greed, malice, and rot. Wei Jun laughed out loud at the idea of righteous travelers. He mocked Taekiron for being senile, saying anyone like that would have died a long time ago. Then he pointed out that Taekiron obviously wanted to keep the hostages alive, warning that if the old man attacked again, the two behind him would be killed instantly. Taekiron answered in a voice that had gone calm and cold, saying he only needed to control his aim so they would not be struck. Did Wei Jun truly think he was so clumsy that he could not manage even that? And with those words, Taekiron unleashed the storm. Spears and sword-shaped weapons ripped through the air at once. Just as they were about to land, Wei Jun stepped forward and received the attack head-on. He shifted into a stance that wrapped his body in power, hardening his skin like iron as both his physical and magical defenses surged. The weapons tore past him and slammed into his subordinates instead, brutally impaling them while slipping around Aelin and the old granny without leaving even a scratch on them. Another goon was skewered over and over, his body jerked around by the repeated strikes. But Wei Jun himself remained untouched, every blow bouncing off his stone-hard flesh. He frowned slightly, judging the attack as flashy, but not nearly powerful enough to impress him. Then his blood surged violently as he activated Ancient Blood, blasting away the remaining weapons around him before raising his sword for the next attack. Even Wei Jun seemed genuinely caught off guard, recognizing that Ancient Blood, a Muggos-level skill, was being used here. It could not be sustained for very long, but while it lasted, it raised both defense and attack to a terrifying degree. Wrapped in a crackling aura, Wei Jun strode toward Taekiron and declared that his attacks were now meaningless. Taekiron kept his composure, admitting that he could no longer break through directly. But he calmly pointed out that once Wei Jun's magic resistance was lowered enough, that would eventually change. Another wave of Agni's sting weapons erupted from Taekiron and slammed into Wei Jun, only to bounce away once again. Even so, Taekiron did not waver. His expression stayed firm, his staff still raised. He knew his own magic would run dry eventually, but he could already feel Wei Jun's resistance being carved down little by little with every repeated strike. Wei Jun clicked his tongue in irritation, snapping that for an old man. Taekiron had a ridiculous amount of mana, and calling the whole thing annoying. He lunged forward just as Taekiron prepared another barrage. Once again, the weapons were deflected. But this time, Wei Jun broke straight through the attack and drove a savage punch into Taekiron's body. Then he seized the old man by the neck, sneering as he demanded to know how a mere traveler could use Agni's sting. He promised to keep Taekiron alive just long enough to rip the truth out of him. Taekiron only smirked, not even flinching as he coldly told Wei Jun that a dead man was asking far too many questions, and that he would never waste answers on filth like him. Wei Jun's fury exploded. He raised his other arm and a sharp weapon slid into place with a deadly gleam. He mocked Taekiron for being so senile that he still could not understand his own situation. But then the sky above them began to glow. Taekiron laughed in surprise, instantly recognizing the presence that had arrived. In the very next heartbeat, an overwhelming force twisted Wei Jun's body and slammed him straight down in front of the old man. The impact was so violent it felt almost impossible, and Wei Jun screamed as his body was crushed into the ground. He clutched his arm in pain while Kang Hansu floated above him, looking down from the air. Then Hansu dropped like a falling star. His legs smashed into Wei Jun's chest, driving him across the ground in one devastating kick that ripped open the earth itself. For the first time, panic crept into Wei Jun's eyes. He saw the dragon scales covering the boy and understood that this was no ordinary opponent. Kang Hansu briefly turned his head toward Aelin and the old granny. After confirming they were safe, Taekiron remarked that even with Wei Jun's magic resistance reduced, he was still god-ranked and would not fall from that attack alone. Kang Hansu answered calmly that he would handle the rest. Wei Jun slowly raises his arm, the movement tense and deliberate, as if he is preparing to unleash everything he has left. His fingers begin to warp, hardening into jagged scales as Dive Zero activates, wrapping his entire body in a dangerous, scale-covered aura. But before Wei Jun can even take a single step forward, Kang Hansu moves first. In one blinding flash, a crushing wave of power tears across the battlefield, cutting through the air with terrifying force. Wei Jun's arm is severed cleanly, and another agonized scream bursts from his throat as blood and shock overtake him. And before that pain can even settle, the next instant arrives like a death sentence. Wei Jun's entire body is nearly erased on the spot, as Kang Hansu triggers another skill. Kang Hansu glances across the ruins and remains left behind by Wei Jun, his eyes cold as he notices something disturbing. For someone who called himself a traveler, Wei Jun had dropped far too much, which meant he must have butchered an obscene number of people. Above them, the remaining enemies still hover in the sky, watching from a distance. They decide to let the first wave take what they can first, then begin drifting closer, ready to claim their own share. At the same time, Aelin Akalu rushes straight to Tekiron's side. She quickly asks if he is all right, worry clear in her voice, but Tekiron reassures her calmly. He tells her he has been weaving healing magic this entire time, and although he looks battered, he will recover. Kang Hansu then lifts his eyes toward the figures hanging in the air, estimating that the second group has around 20 people. Their senses should already be sharper by now, especially after that violent surge of chaotic energy came rushing toward this place. That only makes it even more ridiculous that any of them would still dare come closer. Then, without warning, the sky itself seems to split apart. A dragon bursts out from nowhere, its enormous body carving through the clouds as a rider stands tall and proud on its back. The man's frame alone gives off a brutal, overwhelming pressure. One of the wolf folk instantly turns pale, recognizing him as a Gardet Baron, and spins around at full speed while shouting that this fight is absolutely not worth dying for. Another enemy shouts back in confusion, demanding to know what is going on and whether they are seriously running away already. But before anyone can properly answer, a furious catfolk leader, carrying a presence similar to Tekiron's, yet far more overwhelming and oppressive, lets out a roar that shakes across the sky. He demands to know how any of them could stand before a true warrior and still turn their backs to flee. He declares that he will never forgive traitors who have no honor, no faith, and no pride, and then reveals he already knows the truth, that they had been kidnapping his tribesmen to harvest the essence of Lazar. His hand tightens around his weapon, killing intent pouring from him as he snarls that filth willing to hurt others. Even helpless children just to tear out essence deserve no mercy at all. In his eyes, creatures like them are not even worthy of leaving behind a name. Then he unleashes his sword art, White Tiger, Tiger's Rampage. A colossal tiger-shaped blast of blue and red energy erupts from his blade and tears across the sky. The attack rips straight through the enemy formation, splitting bodies apart and sending them crashing down one after another as their ranks fall into complete chaos. From the ground, Kang Hansu watches with a rare look of awe, immediately understanding that the newcomer's energy is on a completely different level. There is no mistaking it. That man is a true Gardet Baron. A moment later, the rider simply leaps down from his dragon, throwing himself from a ridiculous height without even bothering to slow his fall. When his feet hit the ground, the impact nearly shakes the entire area beneath them. Aelin Akalu gasps in shock. Then her expression changes, her eyes brightening the instant she recognizes him. She calls out to her brother and hurriedly tries to explain that Kang Hansu is a human standing on their side. But the moment she finishes, he cuts her off, relief flashing across his face once he confirms she is unharmed. With a gentler motion than his terrifying presence suggests, he places a hand on her head and tells her to wait, saying there is something he must confirm first. Only then does his gaze shift. It becomes sharp, cold, and unforgiving as it locks onto the horned human before him. In a low, commanding voice, he asks why someone born as a human would dare stand on their side. Kang Hansu does not hesitate for even a breath. He states his purpose plainly. He needs the physical strengthening technique. He needs to save Lazar. And to accomplish that, he needs the cooperation of their tribe. There is no pleading in his voice, no attempt to flatter or beg, only firm certainty. The Gardet Baron studies him in silence, weighing every word and watching every detail, until he finally decides this human does not appear to carry hostile intent. Even so, his stance does not soften completely. He says he acknowledges the Pope's decision, but that does not mean he will blindly trust someone who simply claims he has come to save them. In this place, words carry no weight by themselves. Proof is what matters. If this human truly calls himself a hero, then he must prove it with his own body. The Gardet Baron raises his weapon, and the air around them tightens under the pressure of his presence. He orders Kang Hansu to throw away his sword. If his resolve is truly real, then he must stand before him unarmed and face whatever comes next. Kang Hansu grips his own weapon as well, fully aware that facing a monster like this with even the slightest hesitation could mean instant death. There is no clean escape and no clever shortcut here. If he wants to be acknowledged, he has to commit everything. Scales ripple across his body as his power surges upward. He drives his foot hard into the ground, cracking and shattering the earth beneath him, then launches himself forward like a storm breaking loose, aura and raw energy spilling from him as he throws the first strike. The Gardet Baron narrows his eyes as an old prophecy flashes through his mind, a horned man who would bring salvation. Could it truly be this human standing before him? In the end, he decides the answer does not matter yet. Fine, he thinks. Then show me what you've got. Kang Hansu moves with terrifying speed, his blade slicing in so close that it nearly opens the Gardet Baron's neck. But at the very last instant, the Baron deflects it with a flawless counter. In that brief exchange, he immediately notices something important. The attack came from the opposite side of where the human had been holding his weapon. So this human understands the fundamentals. But even with that understanding, the Baron knows it will not be enough by itself. Steel crashes against steel again and again, each impact ringing out as the fight turns into a blur of attacks, counters, footwork, and defense. Then one heavy strike from the Gardet Baron lands with enough force to send Kang Hansu flying backward across the ground. Only after that does the Gardet Baron finally speak. He asks for the human's name. Kang Hansu answers without losing his composure. Kang Hansu. The Baron gives a small nod and offers his own name in return, Tarhol Tan Akaham. His tone shifts slightly as he admits that he originally planned to hold back and end this quickly. But now he wants to see just how far this human can truly go before either of them can step back into the fight. The old granny suddenly shouts for them to stop. The entire battlefield seems to freeze for a moment. She calls out to the Baron, insisting that Kang Hansu has already proven himself more than enough. The Baron replies that whether he personally believes in the human or not is beside the point. The prophecy said a horned man would become their savior, and from the very beginning, he was only testing him. He never intended to kill him. The word savior echoes inside Kang Hansu's mind. In his past life, the world had been filled with disasters one after another. But there had never been anything as convenient as a savior. For a moment, he wonders whether someone is guiding his path now. His thoughts drift toward Keldian and the prophecy book. Did Keldian already know that events would unfold this way? The question rises in his mind, but Kang Hansu quickly pushes it aside. Whatever the real answer may be, this situation is only working in his favor. The old granny speaks up again, saying that this must mean the Baron intends to take the human back with him. The Baron confirms it without hesitation, then turns his attention toward Tekiron as well. Since this human used Agni's sting, he says he will be taking both Kang Hansu and Tekiron with him. Alan Akalu tilts her head, curiosity showing through her confusion, and wonders how someone who is not from Acheron could possibly use Agni's sting. Tekiron only gives a helpless shrug and says that even if he told them the truth, no one would believe him anyway. Aelin Akalu reminds him that his treatment has not been finished yet, but Tekiron calmly brushes the concern aside. He says all the answers will be given once they reach the Great Sanctuary. Until then, everyone should keep their questions to themselves. Aelin Akalu nods in understanding, admitting that her curiosity was only old memories rising back up, and agrees to let the matter rest for now. Baron stepped in before anyone could waste another moment, his voice sharp with urgency. No one could predict when the next strike would come crashing down, so hesitation was dangerous. Since their route would take them along the holy path, he offered to lead them himself and keep them under his personal escort. The old man accepted the offer at once, trusting Baron enough to place the entire matter in his hands. Baron then turned his gaze toward Kang Hansu, making it clear that since Hansu intended to receive the physical strengthening technique, he would be coming along as well. Hansu gave a calm nod and agreed without complaint. With that decided, there was no reason left to linger. The group quickly set themselves in motion, falling into formation as they started down the path together. While they continued forward, a strange blue bird came fluttering down through the air and gently landed on Kang Hansu's open palm. Hansu lowered his eyes to it and quietly asked for the usual report, as if this tiny messenger had been expected all along. The gathered information immediately poured into him. Li Wonkyung had awakened as a monarch. Sophia was supporting Raekwon. Choi Sengjin was still focused on farming, and most importantly, the group's average rune efficiency had already climbed past 50%. That result was far beyond what anyone would normally expect. Tekiron clicked his tongue softly, but there was clear approval in the sound. Of course, Kang Hansu's companions would produce something this absurd. In his eyes, that much almost felt natural. Sometime later, Tekiron drew Kang Hansu aside, away from the rest of the moving group. His expression grew heavier as he admitted that while everyone else was advancing smoothly, he had become little more than a burden in his current condition. Right now, even while sitting inside a magic circle, Tekiron could barely draw out a tenth of the power he once commanded. If he wanted to return to his former state, they would have to recover the artifacts he had left behind in the Great Sanctuary. Kang Hansu told him not to worry. While Hansu was receiving the technique, they would have more than enough time to handle that and restore Tekiron properly. Tekiron accepted that answer, though he added one more important detail. His most precious possession, his cane, was hidden deep within the main forest. But with so many magos crawling through that area, there was no way he could retrieve it with the strength he had now. Kang Han-soo answered in his usual steady tone, telling him there was no need to be anxious. He had already called Choi Sang-jin to the Great Sanctuary. As long as Taekiron stayed with him, things would fall into place one way or another. Taekiron accepted that, reasoning that since they were moving together with the refugees, time was on their side. Then he carefully asked whether he could speak with Shane and explain everything that had happened until now. Kang Han-soo answered that Shane already understood the situation and that he would try to connect with him. Their journey continued on while elsewhere at the crossroads near the Providence clan house, the atmosphere in the yard where Han-soo's companions had gathered was completely different. Envy Arin stared at the results in front of her, her eyes widening as if she could barely believe the numbers. She muttered that reaching this kind of level in only 1 week was absolutely insane. Under normal circumstances, even reaching 30% would take at least a full year of grinding. Sophia only gave a faint smile and explained that after she crossed 50%, her wounds finally stopped worsening, which meant she could manage the dungeon properly again without constantly fighting against her own injuries. Envy Arin let out a low whistle, clearly impressed, and pointed out that growth became brutally slow after the 50% mark. Even she had needed an absurd amount of time just to claw her way up to 95. She added that anyone who broke past 50% already had enough strength to take on Magos. Then, almost too casually, she tossed out the idea that they might as well start hunting them. Choi Sang-jin shut that suggestion down immediately, saying he already had plans with Kang Han-soo. Lee Wonkyung also shook his head, refusing to get pulled into anything else. He said he owed Kang Han-soo far too much already, and for now he wanted to stay focused on farming runes instead of chasing after a new fight. Sophia then reminded Envy Arin that she had mentioned something important she needed to discuss, before they worried about Magos or anything else. Sophia wanted to settle that matter first. Envy Arin agreed, deciding that only Sophia and the intelligence team would accompany her for that task. There was no need to drag the entire group into it. Sophia responded calmly, promising that she would take care of the assignment she had been given. But just as the conversation seemed to settle, several blue message birds glided down from above and landed in front of their respective owners. The moment Lee Wonkyung read the message meant for him, the blood seemed to drain from his face. Envy Arin noticed the change immediately and narrowed her eyes. This was the first time she had ever seen Wonkyung look so shaken by a simple message. When she asked what had happened, beads of sweat began forming across Wonkyung's face. He told everyone to listen closely. Kang Han-soo had given him an order. He was supposed to infiltrate the Lero clan and steal their people. For a moment, the entire yard went dead silent. Then Envy Arin suddenly burst into laughter, unable to hold it back. She said that ordering someone else to poach members, instead of doing it directly, was basically a declaration of war between monarchs. The whole thing sounded so outrageous that she could hardly believe it was real. Wonkyung snapped back that this was not something to laugh about. The order specifically requested Envy Arin's help as well, which meant she had been dragged into the mess whether she liked it or not. Envy Arin's laughter stopped at once. Her expression stiffened, and she quickly apologized before asking what exactly she was supposed to do. Wonkyung admitted that he did not fully understand the command himself. All he had been told was to become some kind of criminal and naturally work his way into the Lero clan. He wondered out loud if simply putting up wanted posters would be enough, though he immediately doubted anyone would fall for something that obvious. With a bitter look, he added that their city was already crawling with Lero spies. Then Wonkyung lowered his voice and told Envy Arin the real problem. This was not just about pretending to be a criminal. He had been ordered to commit a real crime. More specifically, he was supposed to destroy part of the ramparts. Envy Arin's eyes widened as she asked whether that would turn him into an actual wanted criminal and whether something that reckless was even allowed. Wonkyung's irritation finally boiled over. He said he did not care about the reasoning anymore. He had already agreed to follow Kang Han-soo's order, so now he had no choice but to carry it out. He snapped in frustration, wondering why he always ended up being the one forced into these ridiculous roles. The more he thought about it, the more fed up he became. Sang-jin casually remarked that it was probably because Wonkyung looked the most evil out of everyone there, which only made Wonkyung grind his teeth even harder. Envy Arin cut back in and said that regardless of how absurd the plan sounded, she would help. Once Wonkyung reached the Lero clan, he had to find Taras. Taras was their planted spy inside the clan, and he would support him from within. Envy Arin admitted she had no idea whether this reckless plan would really work, but she was choosing to trust Wonkyung. At night, Wonkyung stood high on top of the towering wall, another man positioned beside him in the cold darkness. Cold sweat slid down Wonkyung's face as doubt pressed in on him. He could not stop asking himself whether this was truly the right path to take. But by then, turning back was no longer an option. He had already crossed the line, and now the only thing left for him to do was act from a nearby tower. Envy Arin suddenly shouted the alarm, her voice carrying through the night as she declared that a thief had broken into the clan's rune storage. The moment Wonkyung heard it, he knew the operation had begun. He looked down at the structure beneath him and felt that its durability was already stretched to the limit. In his hand, he tightly clutched one of the warped rune cores he had stolen. The unstable power pulsed there, and Wonkyung realized that the next attack would probably be the final blow. He activated Triple Strike and drove his sword straight into the wall with everything he had. A violent explosion erupted from the impact, tearing through the fortress in a roaring blast. The massive structure split apart under the force, and the wall shattered as if it had been carved out of nothing but brittle stone. A frantic cry rang out, announcing that the southern wall had been breached. Orders exploded through the air almost instantly, with soldiers shouting to seize the intruder and make absolutely sure he did not escape. Fingers snapped forward, pointing straight at Lee Wonkyung the instant he burst through the broken stone. The pursuers moved with chilling precision, closing in as if they had trained for this exact moment again and again. Wonkyung clicked his tongue and shot a sharp glance over his shoulder. These people were far too disciplined. He had not expected them to react this quickly, or tighten the net around him so fast. He kicked off the crumbling remains of the wall and broke into a sprint, forcing his body to move at its absolute limit as the haze of solitude spread around him like a thin, swallowing mist, erasing his presence from the eyes around him. In that instant, his mind flashed back to Envy Arin calmly handing him the ring. She had told him it could hide the wearer from sight and make them invisible for exactly 1 hour. But it could only be used once, and after that, a full day had to pass before it could be activated again. The timing, she had warned him, had to be chosen with extreme care, or suffer the consequences and die with regret. Now, standing in the middle of that desperate chase, Lee Wonkyung finally made his choice. The instant he poured mana into the ring and activated it, his entire body seemed to dissolve into pure mana, blurring and fading until he disappeared from reality itself. The soldier who had been chasing him slammed his feet against the ground and skidded to a sudden stop, his eyes whipping from side to side as he tried to understand how someone could vanish in the middle of a full sprint. But even though no one could see him anymore, Lee Wonkyung kept running without slowing down. His jaw clenched tight as he counted every precious second before the effect wore off. Far away, the report soon reached Tekirana-Kalu. Lee Wonkyung had successfully entered the target area. Choi Sangjin released a quiet breath and muttered that if this had been the command of an ordinary monarch, some people would have hesitated, and others would have flat-out refused. But Lee Wonkyung was not ordinary. His authority was absolute, so overwhelming that even an order that sounded suicidal would still be carried out without question. Tekirana-Kalu understood that trait better than anyone. In his previous life, that very power had torn countless clans apart from within, and now that Lee Wonkyung stood on their side, that same merciless obedience could become a terrifying weapon. If they used it properly, the Lerol clan would not be crushed by an attack from the outside. It would be devoured from within, piece by piece. At that moment, Baron hurried over with urgent news. Permission to enter the great sanctuary had already been granted. Tekirana-Kalu raised one brow, noting that the approval had come much faster than he expected. Baron explained that since Tekirana-Kalu was a guest connected to the Pope's prophecy, the request had been pushed through with unusual speed. He also added that Aelin and the Elder had told him everything, how Tekiran had saved his sister not only once, but twice. Baron straightened his posture, his voice becoming firm and solemn. Protecting the weak, he said, was the duty of a true warrior. In the name and honor of Gardap Baron, he swore that he would repay that debt. Tekirana-Kalu accepted those words without pretending to be modest, acknowledging the respect being offered to him. Baron answered with a faint smile, because even from their brief clash, he had already gained a deep admiration for the kind of man Tekirana-Kalu truly was. Then Baron added one final thought, saying that once Kang Hansu received the physical strengthening technique, he would be able to stand among warriors like them. With sincere respect, Baron wished fortune upon him. Ahead of them, the path opened toward a breathtaking palace that rose with quiet, overwhelming authority. Baron spoke again, this time with a trace of tension in his voice. He admitted that the warning might not be necessary, but he could not remain silent. One of the seeds of the 13 lived within those walls. They had ruled for 500 years, and because of that, he urged Kang Hansu to watch his conduct carefully. Baron did not want to see his sister, the very savior they had been waiting for, meet a tragic end because of one careless mistake. Kang Hansu accepted the warning and promised that he would restrain himself. But the moment the seeds of the 13 were mentioned, the old Tekiran stirred within him, and a flicker of surprise passed through his thoughts. Tarhol Tan Akam reached the massive doors first, then turned back toward Kang Han-soo, telling him to do his best, because this was where his duty ended. Then the enormous doors slowly began to part, and blinding light spilled through the widening gap like a flood. As the intense glow gradually faded, the figure of a man seated upon a grand throne came into view. Around him, heavy guards lined the chamber in perfect silence, standing like statues carved for war. This was the one who had summoned Kang Han-soo, the supreme authority of this place. He formally welcomed the human before him and thanked him for answering the call. His name was Odion, the head priest of the great sanctuary of the Main. Kang Han-soo quietly studied him from where he stood. Odion looked exactly the same as he had in Han-soo's past life. Back then, two of them had once stood as equals in the abyss. That was no longer the case. Now, even so, Kang Han-soo knew that a difference in status did not automatically mean his request would be rejected. As Han-soo stepped forward, one of the attendants erupted in anger, accusing him of disrespect and demanding that he kneel before the head priest. Odion raised one hand and silenced the man at once, calmly stating that they had no intention of forcing their customs onto a human guest. The attendant still tried to protest, but Odion cut him off, bringing up the prophecy. A horned human, he said, was destined to save the world. Still, something about the situation felt contradictory, because Tarhol Tan Akam would never misinterpret a revelation of that importance. Kang Han-soo answered without a hint of hesitation. His body began to change, and horns emerged from him as he asked if this was what Odion had meant. The sight sent a wave of shock through the guards. Odion's lips curved into a satisfied smile. He said he liked that kind of spirit. But he also made it clear that if Kang Han-soo truly was the chosen one, then receiving the physical strengthening technique would only be the beginning. With his gaze fixed steadily on Han-soo, Odion asked what he intended to do once that power was finally in his hands. Kang Han-soo answered plainly. He would use the technique to heal Lazar. Those words spread through the chamber like a shockwave, stirring restless murmurs from every side. The gathered figures whispered about the diseased land, questioning how a mere human could possibly restore something they themselves had struggled against. Then one irritated voice cut sharply through the noise, accusing Kang Han-soo of mocking them and demanding to know who he thought he was, daring to ridicule them inside their own sanctuary. Before the anger could spread any further, the old Tekiron stepped forward. His voice remained calm, but there was absolute certainty in it as he declared that every word Kang Han-soo had spoken was true. The enraged man snapped. He drew his sword and aimed it straight at them, invoking the authority of the Inquisition. He shouted that anyone who dared to lie inside the great sanctuary would be executed on the spot. Whether they were human or not, Tekiron let out a faint, amused smirk. If that was the case, he said, then it seemed they still believed he was merely human. The man shouted back, demanding what else he could possibly be. Tekiron answered without wasting another word. Tekiron activated Ignis's sword. In the very next instant, the air around them twisted violently, and countless blazing blades filled the space in every direction, hanging overhead as if they could rain down at any moment. Sweat broke across the man's face, his eyes widening in pure terror. Even Odion stiffened, as an overwhelming magical wavelength flooded the entire chamber, far beyond anything that should have existed in that place. This could not be real. Tekiron turned his gaze toward Odion and quietly asked if he finally understood who was standing before him. Odion immediately dropped into a deep bow, his voice trembling as he begged forgiveness for the disrespect. A hero from the past had truly returned, and the prophecy had been correct in every detail. Raising his voice so the entire hall could hear him, Odion ordered everyone to listen. He declared that this man was Tekiron A. Kalu, one of the seeds of the 13 scattered across the world 500 years ago. Tekiron had returned to the great sanctuary, bringing with him the savior who would secure their future, and Odion commanded everyone present to kneel. The entire chamber moved at once, with every figure dropping to their knees, every figure except the same arrogant youth, who remained frozen in disbelief. Tekiron pointed toward Kang Han-soo and told them to show him complete respect, to fear nothing, and to follow him. Then Tekiron turned back to Odion and calmly asked whether the lock on the procedure chamber had changed. Odion answered with deep reverence, saying that even after all the heroes, Tekiron included, disappeared from the world, the traditions of the Acheron had never been broken. Everything remained exactly as it had been the last time he stood there, and Odion addressed him respectfully as Sir Tekiron. Tekiron gave a slow nod. That was enough, he said. Then he raised his voice and called upon the temple doors of the Golden Deer, invoking the ancient oath of those who had once granted them light. A sacred current gathered above his head as he prayed to the forefathers, asking them to reveal the path waiting ahead. At his command, the massive doors responded, Slowly, heavily, they began to open. Blinding radiance poured into the chamber as the entire sanctuary trembled. Deep within the walls, metal and stone groaned together, ancient mechanisms awakening after remaining still for far too long. Tekaran turned his gaze back toward Odeon and asked whether the technique could be performed immediately. Odeon answered that it could be done, but because they lacked holy water, the full process would take close to 3 months to complete. Tekaran clicked his tongue, remarking that 3 months was a long wait, though there was no avoiding it under the circumstances. Since both of them were present, there would be no difficulty invoking the ritual itself, so he ordered the preparations to begin at once. Then Kang Hansu spoke. Kang Hansu said that if the process would truly take 3 months, then he would first contact his comrades and make certain every necessary preparation was completed before that time passed. Tekuran accepted the decision, telling him that once everything was ready, he would summon him again. Odeon lowered his head respectfully, expressing his gratitude and saying that he would place his trust in Kang Hansu. Elsewhere, the view shifted to a strange chamber bathed in purple light, where a massive spherical orb floated silently in the air like an ominous moon. Several imposing figures stood gathered around the orb, their silhouettes heavy with pressure. Among them was Yatun, the Pope of the Grashi tribe, who announced that their side had finished preparing, and then asked how the situation stood with the humans. One of the men answered that the humans were still gathering supplies and reorganizing their forces, so their side would need a little more time before everything was ready. Yatun's expression darkened at once. He urged them to move faster, warning that every moment they wasted pushed that man's wife closer and closer to someone else. If he truly intended to save her, then he already understood exactly what had to be done. The man's face hardened, his features turning stiff and cold. After a brief silence, he asked when the invasion would begin, adding that he was ready to depart at any moment. Yatun suddenly burst into wild laughter, clearly pleased by that answer. He praised the man's resolve, then explained that it would take roughly half a month to reach the temple from their current position. Because of that, all preparations had to be completed within 3 days. The man accepted the order without the slightest hesitation, declaring that he would be ready when the time came. The future ahead was still wrapped in uncertainty, but one thing had already been decided beyond question. War had begun. And in that final image, an army of vicious hounds advanced forward, their eyes burning with malice as they marched toward destruction. Later, beyond the castle chamber, a furious man stormed through the corridors with a single purpose blazing in his eyes. His jaw was clenched so tightly it looked painful, and as he moved, he spat curses toward Tekuran while still trembling from the presence Kang Hansu had left behind. Without slowing down, he rushed off to report everything to Miyamoto Junichi. He slipped behind a pillar and bent forward, fighting to steady his breathing while keeping himself hidden from anyone who might pass by and see what he was about to do. Once his pounding heartbeat finally calmed, he activated several prompts and began forming his message. He reported to Sir Jatun that something impossible had just happened. Tekuran had returned, and the prophesied human was standing right beside him. He urged that assassins be sent immediately to eliminate both Odeon and the chosen human before the situation grew any worse. Once the message was sealed, the summoned messenger birds shot into the air and vanished into the distance. Then a voice suddenly cut through the silence behind him. Odeon had already identified the loudest protester as the traitor. The man spun around in shock, his eyes widening in terror. But before he could force out even a single word, a spear ripped through the air and slammed into him, driving him backward against the wall. He managed to block part of the attack with his energy, but the force still tore through him, crushing the air from his lungs and dragging a scream from his throat. Kang Hansu stepped into view. He did not pause for even an instant. The spear drove straight toward the man's head, smashing him down onto the floor and leaving him crippled, broken, and barely able to move. The traitor shrieked in disbelief, sneering that someone like Kang Hansu would never escape the consequences of this attack. Kang Hansu answered him with his fist instead. A savage punch crashed straight into the man's face. Blood sprayed out as the man cried in pain, his voice echoing through the corridor. Even then, the Inquisitor desperately tried to cling to the authority of his position. Through broken breaths, he gasped that he held a sacred office and that there would be consequences for this. Kang Hansu struck him again, even harder than before. The threat died in the man's mouth, leaving him shattered, shaking, and unable to keep up his arrogance any longer. At last, the man completely broke. He begged for mercy, promising that he would confess everything if Kang Hansu would just stop beating him. Kang Hansu paused at last, his voice cold and perfectly steady as he asked when the invasion would begin. The Inquisitor, barely conscious and barely able to speak, whispered that the enemy would move in at least 2 days. Kang Hansu quietly accepted the answer. On the floor, the broken man clung to one final thread of hope, desperately asking whether he would be spared now. Kang Han-soo answered in a flat, merciless tone that an invader no longer had any right to keep breathing. The man exploded into furious rage, screaming that Kang Han-soo had only been toying with him. But he never managed to finish those words. A brutal, almost inhuman punch smashed into his stomach, and in that same instant, the skill dive 0 activated. A cold notification flickered into existence, confirming fatal contact and announcing that dive 0 would now be applied directly, dragging the target into a void of absolute nothingness. The traitor's body convulsed violently as unbearable agony surged through every part of him. His limbs began to twist unnaturally, his flesh splitting and fracturing before his entire body started crumbling apart piece by piece until nothing of him remained. In the empty space where he had been, several glittering jewels dropped to the ground. Kang Han-soo looked down at them with a distant, bitter clarity in his eyes. In his previous life, if Clementine had not betrayed humanity, the world would never have been driven into ruin. Once again, it proved the same cruel truth. Traitors were always the ones who destroyed everything from the inside. Kang Han-soo bent down and collected the jewels, thinking that even after death, that worthless man could still contribute a few ruin points to the world. Even so, Kang Han-soo did not believe a single word the traitor had said. 3 months would be required to receive the technique. During those 3 months, an invasion was almost certain to happen. Allowing an enemy force to move beyond his control was unacceptable, which was why Kang Han-soo had already started pulling all of his allies closer. He quickly prepared a message for Choi Sang-jin, sending him the coordinates of the Great Sanctuary and ordering him to depart immediately, since the distance he had to cross was enormous. He told Sang-jin to train and grow stronger together with Taekiron, explaining that for the next 3 months, he would be tied down handling other critical matters. A second message went to Lee Wonkyung. Kang Han-soo told him that he would be inside the technique chamber for 3 months, and that the enemy's war preparations were already complete. He asked Wonkyung to hold the line and buy as much time as possible. The third message was sent to Sophia. Kang Han-soo explained that reinforcements would be summoned from the Red Zone, but that it would take about 2 weeks to complete the preparations. Once they arrived, NVRN would train them, and Choi Sang-jin would pass along any further updates. With every message written and sent, the blue messenger birds shot into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Choi Sang-jin understood the meaning behind the message the moment he read it. Lee Wonkyung, on the other hand, felt the heavy weight of responsibility settle firmly onto his shoulders. Sophia remained calm as always, quietly accepting what had to be done. Not long after that, another message arrived from Taekiron, confirming that Kang Han-soo had been relieved with the preparations in place. And the chamber finally ready, Kang Han-soo realized there was still one more person he needed to contact. Shane had to know that his reinforcements would consist of 100 king bees, and that if they were left with Taekiron and Choi Sang-jin, they should prove more than useful. Then Odeon stepped forward, his expression serious and his voice heavy. He said that although he believed Kang Han-soo was the prophesied human, the pain would be extreme without holy water to ease the process. He asked whether Kang Han-soo was truly willing to accept that. Kang Han-soo calmly began removing his clothes, his expression completely unshaken. To him, it made no difference at all. Kang Han-soo answered without the slightest hesitation and told them to begin immediately. Odeon calmly informed Taekiron that everything was clear, and Taekiron moved at once, as if he had been waiting for that exact signal. Taekiron declared that the ritual would now begin. His voice sank into an ancient chant, and the moment the incantation flowed from his mouth, the air inside the chamber began to twist as violent winds surged to life around them. Thick smoke rolled outward as the magic activated, filling the space with a heavy, sacred pressure that made the chamber feel almost alive. Then, with one sharp command, Taekiron called for the restraints. They snapped into place at once, locking Kang Han-soo's body in position as he was lowered into a capsule filled with seething, boiling liquid. A blinding flash burst through the chamber as the injected vessels detached and reconnected to his arms and legs, forcing some unknown substance directly into his veins. And in that very instant, Kang Han-soo understood the real nature of the physical strengthening technique. His blood was being replaced by the holy water of Lazar itself. He had believed he already understood what true pain felt like, but this was something far beyond that. The agony tore through his body like fire and lightning striking at the same time, and the light grew so blinding that everyone nearby had to turn their faces away and shield their eyes. Sometime after the ritual began, Odeon spoke to Taekiron with a heavy heart, apologizing because it would have been best for Taekiron to undergo the same process as well, but the crown of thorns had been stolen. Taekiron answered calmly, saying he never believed that happened because of simple carelessness. With the priests already so few in number, this outcome had been unavoidable, he said. They would go to the treasure chamber instead, because preparations for the chaos ahead could not be delayed any longer. Odeon bowed his head and accepted the decision without argument. The two of them moved into the treasure chamber, where a single relic rested in solemn silence. It was the Sunhide Totem, a wand of life that carried the power of the sun itself. Long ago, it had belonged to one of the 13 heroes, Galadriel. Tekaron looked at the relic with quiet nostalgia, remembering the old friend who had once wielded it. He also acknowledged the sacred rule that a pope could only use a weapon that had been properly granted to him. Even so, with war drawing closer, Tekaron asked for forgiveness as he borrowed the relic for the time being. Odeon agreed immediately, saying that Sir Galadriel's weapon was more than worthy to serve in place of Tekaron's own until he recovered what belonged to him. Tekaron gave a slow nod, certain that the Sunhide Totem would become a powerful ally in the battles to come. Odeon then asked whether Tekaron had buried the soul transfer device during his last journey between worlds, warning that retrieving it in his current condition would be extremely difficult. Tekaron confirmed that he had, then explained that during those travels he had become a traveler, just like the humans gaining the ability to grow stronger through runes. With that in mind, he asked whether there were any good hunting grounds nearby. Odeon offered to assign guards to him and recommended the main forest as the best place to hunt. Tekaron refused the offer, explaining that another human guest would be arriving soon and he intended to move together with him instead. Odeon accepted Tekaron's choice without protest. The view then shifted to Caldera, the base of the Lerol clan. The air there was unnervingly still. In front of one heavily guarded house, 2 sentries stood on alert until a tremendous explosion suddenly tore through the building without warning, shattering the silence in an instant. Chaos spread through the area as people screamed for water while raging flames swallowed the entire structure. But at the same time, something even more unsettling appeared. A thick, dark mist spread over the burning building, hanging in the air like a living shadow, leaving everyone staring in confusion, unable to understand who could have caused such destruction. Hours later, the view shifted elsewhere. Beneath a brutal heat, people continued working without rest, using streams of water to cool their bodies while they labored. At last, one man snapped, shouting that after coming all this way, all he had done was work himself half to death. He complained that he could not enjoy even a single moment, and mocked the idea that being given clothes was supposed to count as a reward. In a fit of rage, he hurled his shovel to the ground, cursing loudly as he shouted that he had not traveled this far, just to be treated like a slave. But as he bent down to pick the shovel back up, a smug voice casually commented that someone was breaking his back in a place like this. Already furious, the man whipped around and demanded to know who the hell he was, and whether he had come looking for a fight. The smart-mouthed man stayed calm, casually activating his skill as he said he had no interest in pointless brawls. He explained that he had recently sworn himself to a monarch who had arrived in Caldera, and because of that, his abilities had increased by 20 to 30%. With that boost, he had been able to join the monarch's pillaging right away. Then he casually asked what they thought about joining the Grashi clan. The worker stared at him in disbelief before shouting that a 20 to 30% increase was on the level of the top legal clans. If he was going to be worked like a dog anyway, then of course he would want power like that. Another worker quickly agreed. Then another joined in, until voices began rising all around them. They declared that they would rather band together than keep suffering like this. Tools were thrown aside one after another as they shouted that if they were going to risk everything, they might as well grab some loot for themselves, too. Far away, a quiet voice echoed with regret, apologizing for failing to protect someone. He promised it would not take much longer, saying that his daughter must be watching from the heavens, and that was why he had to keep moving forward. A man sat before a massive vessel, saying that many from the Acheron would have to be sacrificed, and asking them to endure just a little longer, no matter what kind of monster he became. He swore that he would protect them. At that very moment, a thunderous sound erupted from one of the distant capsules as someone inside was injected into the vessel. A man walked up to a boy and demanded to know where he had been. The figure seated beside the capsule slowly lifted his head and looked at the newcomer, calling him Park Gunwoo as he asked what this was about. With a formal prayer on his lips, Park Gunwoo delivered his report. Someone whose stats had been too low to enter any clan was now gathering forces at a frightening pace because of a strange monarch trade, and he asked how they should deal with it. The boss answered that Terrace had already told him about that special trade, the one that granted a significant boost to stats. He dismissed the travelers in Caldera as nothing more than criminal trash anyway, and said they would use any method available if it helped bring Park Seonyong back, especially now that Plan A had already fallen apart. He decided that their only option was to bail out the surrounding villages. Then he added that he would personally come to meet Park Gunwoo with Jotun and ordered him to go carry out his part. Park Gunwoo replied in a voice that was calm on the surface, yet sharpened with open aggression. Later, the lab fell silent again. The boss muttered that everything was taking longer than he had expected. Still, he promised he would finish it quickly and return, telling them to wait for him just a little longer, back with Odeon. His mind was weighed down by doubt. Even the strongest warriors of the Acheron would struggle to endure 3 full months of suffering like this. He wondered whether he had just killed their savior with his own hands and could only ask him silently to endure. Inside the vessel, the light continued pouring out as Kang Han-soo realized that his body was practically asleep while his consciousness remained fully awake, forcing him to feel every single shred of pain. Simply surviving it already felt impossible. So he used the runes he had saved and awakened Nurmaha. The ring and the stone suddenly locked onto his hand, gripping him tightly as they began to whirl through the air, spinning faster and faster around him. Then a cold message from the system appeared before his eyes, stating that he did not have enough orange runes. And because of that, the attempt to release the third authority of Nurmaha's ring had ended in failure. Kang Han-soo did not look surprised at all. From the moment he arrived in this place, he had already guessed that things would probably turn out this way. Still, he had gathered and used the runes he earned through killing, hoping that the ranged nature of the mobs might somehow make up the difference. But in the end, the cost of the third release was simply far beyond reach, and that meant enduring 3 straight months of this torment would be unbelievably harsh. Meanwhile, far away from him, a figure could be seen riding atop a beast, racing across the land with official permission and finally drawing closer to the coordinates that had been sent earlier. He quietly muttered to himself that at their current speed, they should be able to reach the destination in about a week. The beast beneath him seemed to understand every word, and it let out an irritated snort before suddenly jerking its body upward, launching him straight into the air without warning. Choi Sang-jin hit the ground hard, and from where he lay, he watched the beast sprint off without even looking back, as if it had dumped him on purpose for daring to complain. Sang-jin clicked his tongue in disbelief, grumbling that everyone had called the creature obedient and noble, yet it had abandoned him the second it felt offended. If that was its famous sense of honor, then it was nothing but a complete lie. But then Sang-jin's eyes narrowed. The irritation on his face faded, and a strange uneasiness crept over him. Something around him felt wrong. Dark shapes began to appear one after another around his position. At first glance, they were enormous, almost like bees. Or to be more exact, they looked like massive beasts built large enough for people to ride. One of them stepped into view. Then another appeared. Then another. Soon, they were coming from every side until there was no longer any obvious path to choose. They were far larger than Sang-jin had pictured, and their numbers kept increasing by the second. The realization struck him all at once. He had completely misunderstood the situation. These creatures had never shown up to carry him anywhere. Without giving him any time to think, the swarm suddenly surged forward, rushing at him as though they meant to crush him beneath their bodies and grind him straight into the dirt. One of the creatures smashed into Sang-jin with heavy force, knocking him backward and nearly throwing him off balance. He barely managed to plant his feet and stay upright, but he could feel his chance to escape shrinking with every passing moment. Then, when he saw them beginning to lay eggs, he finally understood where their weakness was. They could be stalled. They could be delayed. All he needed was one tiny gap. Just enough space to break through and run. Sang-jin drew his dagger without hesitation and threw himself forward. Phantom Nerve Edge activated at once, splitting his body into 70 phantoms, each one carrying 70% of his strength as they attacked together. One of the beasts let out a furious roar. It raised its claw high, then swung it down in a vicious arc. The strike tore straight through Sang-jin's leg with brutal force. His body buckled, and Sang-jin dropped to one knee, blood spilling heavily from the wound, but even then, he forced himself not to collapse. He had already cut down so many of them, yet it still was not enough. 3 of the beasts remained standing before him. They continued pressing him back step by step. Then all 3 charged at the same time. Fear dug into Sang-jin's chest as he realized that the moment their leader had flinched, the others had responded by attacking together. At that instant, his father's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that sometimes surviving meant knowing exactly when to retreat. Then a sword suddenly ripped through the air in one blinding flash. It swept through almost all of the beasts at once. Lightning exploded across the battlefield, tearing through their bodies and reducing them to blackened, smoking husks before they crashed down onto the ground right in front of him. Sang-jin could only stare in stunned silence. That technique was Lightning Splitter. For a brief moment, Sang-jin wondered if Kang Han-soo had been the one to unleash it, but even that thought felt impossible. Confused, he looked around the area, trying to find whoever had stepped in. Then someone landed behind him. His heart lurched, and he spun around sharply, demanding to know who they were and how they could use Lightning Splitter. A girl calmly stepped forward from the shadows, her expression steady and composed. She told him that this was their first time meeting, then introduced herself as Kyrielle. Kyrielle stood before Sangjin, still catching her breath lightly as she admitted that the lightning she had just released had been much stronger than even she expected. The force had startled her almost as much as it had shaken the battlefield, and she quickly made it clear that she had never intended to hurt him. She had only stepped in to help. With quiet concern in her eyes, she looked over Sangjin's injured body and asked if he was all right. Sangjin scratched his cheek awkwardly and thanked her, but his gratitude quickly shifted into disbelief. What truly shocked him was not the pain from his injuries or the sheer destructive power of the strike. It was the technique itself. There was supposed to be only one lightning splitter in existence, so how had Kyrielle been able to use it? Kyrielle did not avoid his question. Instead, she began speaking about the life she had lived before ever stepping out into the wider world. For countless years, she had trained relentlessly, driving herself far beyond what anyone around her had expected. In one decisive battle, she had even defeated the very master who had raised her and shaped her strength. As he lay on the ground after losing, her master finally confessed that his own father had once warned him not to let Kyrielle move forward until she was truly ready. But after witnessing the power she had just shown, he admitted that she had already crossed that line. Even if he wanted to stop her now, he no longer believed he had the strength to hold her back. Kyrielle explained that the reason she had grown so quickly was because of psychometry, a rare and dangerous ability that allowed her to touch scattered memories, emotions, and lingering echoes of the past by focusing on a person or an object. As she continued speaking, she turned her attention back to Sangjin and asked again whether he was hurt, apologizing for using too much force. Her master, still recovering nearby, brushed off her concern with a tired smile and told her she was underestimating him, insisting that he was far tougher than she seemed to think. But as their voices settled, another presence quietly approached from behind them. The King Bee Queen emerged, her eyes gleaming as she congratulated Kyrielle for defeating Shane. She praised the victory as impressive, then calmly declared that if Kyrielle intended to stand beside their savior, then she would offer her full support as well. When Kyrielle asked what exactly she meant by that, the King Bee Queen answered without the slightest hesitation. She would send 3 of her elite creations, along with hundreds of other troops, to follow Lady Kyrielle into battle. That was when Shane finally stepped forward. He looked first at the King Bee Queen, then shifted his gaze to Kyrielle and said that if such overwhelming support was being offered, he could not simply stand there empty-handed. Reaching into his coat, he pulled out a weapon that crackled faintly with contained power. It was Lightning Splitter version Alpha. It was not the true blade, but only a prototype. Even so, Shane explained that it had been infused with energy drawn directly from the World Tree itself. With that, he placed it into Kyrielle's hands, adding his own contribution to the war that was waiting ahead. Although the weapon could not compare to the scale of a real thunderstorm, the power sealed inside it was still enough to unleash one devastating strike. That alone was more than enough to make Kyrielle's face brighten with pure joy. She rushed forward and hugged Shane without hesitation, thanking him again and again for giving her something so precious. Then she turned toward the King Bee Queen as well, offering her gratitude with the same heartfelt sincerity. Kyrielle acknowledged just how much weight the King Bee Queen's support carried. After listening to all of it, Choi Sang-jin finally understood what had happened. The lightning splitter Kyrielle had used was not the genuine weapon after all. It was only a replica. Kyrielle admitted, a little awkwardly, that she had probably already spent the thunderstorm function sealed inside it, which meant that from now on the weapon was basically just an unusually fancy spear. A faint and bitter jealousy rose inside Sangjin as he looked at it. She was holding the same kind of weapon Kang Hansu had once carried, while he himself had never possessed anything like it. Sangjin explained that the real thunderstorm was on a completely different level, strong enough to wipe out Ouroboros in a single strike, and that a replica could never truly compare to that kind of overwhelming power. Kyrielle's eyes widened with awe. She said she had been present when Kang Hansu fought, but even then, she had never properly witnessed the full extent of his strength with her own eyes. She also told Sangjin that Oinke and Mihi often spoke about him, especially about the deep faith he had always placed in Hansu. Sangjin nodded immediately, without even needing to think. To him, Hansu had been someone to look up to from the very beginning, from the tutorial, through the carnivorous beast disaster, and even during the Redstone calamity. In Sangjin's eyes, Hansu had always been far beyond ordinary. When Kyrielle heard that, a gentle smile spread across her face. She said she was happy Sangjin had been beside Hansu from the start, then shyly asked if it would be all right to call him Sangjin Sunbei. For some reason, those simple words struck Sangjin harder than he expected. sending a warm, unfamiliar feeling through his chest. It was strange, but not unpleasant. In fact, it felt oddly comforting, and he realized that he actually liked hearing it, so he gave her permission, quietly pleased that Kiriel understood just how incredible Hansu truly was. Kiriel lowered her head with a polite bow and said she looked forward to working together with him. Then she asked if he was on his way to meet Kang Hansu, and with clear interest in her voice admitted that she wanted to come along as well. Sangjin agreed right away and told her they would go together. With their destination decided, Kiriel fell into step just behind Sangjin, and the two of them continued forward side by side toward the place where Hansu waited. By noon, after a long and exhausting journey, they finally arrived at the great sanctuary, the sacred land of the Acheron, where Shane's father was waiting for them. Acheron thanked Kiriel for allowing him to use his mind's eye to look into the weapon. Even if he had only seen it through her memories, the sight of Shane alive and safe brought him a relief he had been waiting years to feel. It eased the worries he had carried deep inside for far too long. More than anything, he was grateful that the blade was only a replica. Still, the fact that it could imitate the effects of Lightning Splitter at all was impressive enough. Kiriel answered respectfully and praised Shane in return, saying that the mass-produced Lightning Splitter had been an enormous help. Techeron smiled at those words, his expression softening with clear pride, as he said he was thankful his son had met people like her. He spoke of welcoming the righteous with open arms, his voice calm but filled with conviction. Then he revealed that he could restore the weapon's thunderstorm function by charging it through Odeon himself. But there was a serious drawback. Once that power was used, the weapon would most likely break apart after a single strike. Even so, with war approaching, one attack of that scale could still be enough to turn the tide. Kiriel was deeply moved by how far he was willing to go and wondered aloud how she could ever repay such generosity. Techeron simply told her that after looking into her with his mind's eye, he trusted her. Then he added that they were free to take anything they wanted from his personal armory. Both Kiriel and Sangjin brightened at the offer before stepping inside. The moment Sangjin entered, his eyes were pulled toward a pair of dark, ominous daggers resting among the weapons. They were known as the Blades of Malady, weapons once used by the legendary assassin Sekmer of the Grashi tribe. Even the smallest scratch from those blades could spread a fatal infection through the victim's body. Sangjin did not hesitate for even a second. He reached out and lifted the daggers to examine them more closely. Techeron noticed what he had done a moment too late and quickly tried to stop him, but the instant had already passed. Sangjin looked back at him and asked if this was something he was not supposed to take. In truth, the burning mirages had already taken an interest in Sangjin, and the moment he touched the weapons, a cursed possession began to activate. Purple bands burst out from the daggers and wrapped tightly around both of his hands, coiling around his skin as if they had been waiting for him. Techeron let out a troubled sigh and explained that a few cursed weapons had been mixed into the armory as well. After centuries had passed, he had simply forgotten that this particular one was still sitting there. Sangjin flexed his fingers, testing the strange sensation, and said it did not hurt at all. Then, with surprising calm, he asked what this cursed possession actually meant. Techeron explained that the curse would only truly awaken if the weapon was removed. From that moment forward, no matter what Sangjin was doing, whether he was sleeping, washing, or handling even the smallest daily task, the blades had to stay with him. If he let go of even one dagger, unimaginable pain would tear through him. And if he released both at the same time, it could even kill him. The heaviness of that warning made Sangjin tense slightly, but he quickly reasoned that as long as he never unequipped them, it was something he could endure. In silence, he decided he would simply keep the daggers with him at all times. Kiriel, however, did not look convinced. She warned him that not knowing how bad the pain was could be even more dangerous, and suggested that he test it by letting go of one blade right then. After thinking it over for a moment, Sangjin agreed. But the very instant his fingers loosened around the dagger, a violent wave of agony ripped through his body so intense that it wiped every thought from his mind. He lunged forward and seized the dagger again, grasping hard as the pain finally began to fade. From that moment on, Sangjin swore to himself that he would never let those weapons slip from his hands again. Kiriel stared in horror and apologized, saying she had never imagined the curse would be that extreme. Sangjin shook his head and told her it was fine. At the very least, now he understood exactly how deadly the curse really was. Techeron watched the entire experiment with a calm nod, apparently satisfied by the brutal but effective test. Then he turned toward Kiriel and asked if there was a weapon she wanted as well. Kiriel did not touch anything recklessly. Instead, she pointed toward one blade and politely asked if it would be acceptable for her to take that one. The weapon was Lumen Veneer, the blade once wielded by Lumen, who had guarded the first seat of Garden Baron for an entire century. Techeron explained that unlike Sangjin's daggers, this weapon was not cursed. However, it required extremely precise control over magic, making it unbelievably difficult for most people to wield properly. Relieved by that explanation, Kiriel reached out and carefully picked it up. The moment her fingers closed around the weapon, a strange aura instantly wrapped itself around her body. Tekiron quickly warned her to focus her magic into the blade, telling her that if the power continued spilling outward like that, something terrible could happen. But then, almost immediately, the unstable aura settled down and became calm. Tekiron froze in disbelief as he realized Kiriel had mastered the flow almost instantly, reaching a level of control comparable to a pope. A rare smile appeared on his face. Meeting humans with talent like this was truly a pleasure. Once both of them had chosen their weapons, Tekiron declared that it was time for the hunt to begin. With a great war drawing closer by the day, they could not afford to be poorly prepared. Sangjin felt a steady flame rising inside his chest, while Kiriel, now holding a new source of power, felt even more determined to grow stronger so she could continue standing beside the people who mattered to her. Far away, deep inside the palace, the king stood beside Kang Hanzu while the long healing process continued. A month and a half had already passed, and the king praised Hanzu for enduring pain that would have shattered most people long ago. He urged him to hold on just a little longer. Then he added that Hansu's guest had finally arrived, and that this guest had brought a girl with him as well. Hansu had remained conscious through the entire healing process, and that news immediately unsettled him. He had asked Shane to send reinforcements, and the only person he expected was Sangjin. The arrival of someone else was something he had not planned for. 2 weeks before Kang Hansu heard that unexpected news, at the southern gate of Tarnus, a lone girl had been standing watch over the Cross of Providence clan. Sophia had told her that reinforcements would eventually arrive, and that once they did, her job would be to train them properly. But Sophia had never told her who those reinforcements would actually be. And because no one had come out of the red zone for such a long time, she had been left with nothing but silence, waiting at the gate without any clear answers. Then, without the slightest warning, enormous insects erupted into the sky in front of her, their huge bodies cutting across the air as they swarmed directly toward her position. Watching them close in, she could only stare as one stunned thought crossed her mind. Were these bizarre creatures really the reinforcements she had been told to wait for? Kiriel arrived at the gates with the strange forces moving behind her, and the entire column gradually slowed down before coming to a stop at the entrance. The young girl on guard duty stepped forward from her post, her eyes moving uncertainly between Kiriel and the unusual army gathered behind her. She asked if these were truly the reinforcements, her voice carrying doubt because she had already heard that every calamity had been wiped out. Yet at the same time, she could not help wondering whether the rumors were actually true and whether monsters were now standing on the same side as humans. Kiriel answered with calm certainty, telling her that these forces really were the reinforcements and that a much greater war was about to crash down upon them all. She added that if anyone understood the scale of the battle ahead, it was her, because she herself had once been feared as a calamity of the red zone. Then she explained that the King Bee Queen had personally chosen and appointed them for this mission. As Kiriel's words settled over the gate, the King Bees stepped forward and bowed politely before the guard. One after another, they introduced themselves with solemn discipline. The red one declared himself the King Bee Royal Guard of Fire, and the green one followed as the King Bee Royal Guard of Wind. They said they had been told that humans would train them, and that they were placing their trust in those humans from that moment on. Then the King Bee Royal Guard of Water moved forward as well, announcing himself with the same respectful tone. Hearing all of that, the girl at the gate finally let her tension ease. She said everything was in order and that they would provide their full support just as they had promised. She added that this might even become an opportunity to deal with the Lero clan, and with quiet confidence she declared that she would personally make sure everyone received proper training, without cutting corners or letting anyone slack off. Later, inside the palace, Kiriel sat across from another young woman as the two spoke in low, serious voices during their discussion. The woman learned about Kiriel's innate ability, psychometry, and remarked that with a power like that, it was no wonder Kiriel had grown at a speed comparable to Kang Hansu. She also noted that although the weapon Kiriel carried was only a replica, it was astonishingly close to the original. It even retained the lightning splitter ability, which meant it could never be dismissed as something ordinary. Then the woman asked if Kiriel planned to skip farming entirely and head out right away. Kiriel answered without a moment of hesitation that she would be leaving soon, by using her psychometry. She had been tracking the traces left behind by the people she was searching for. But each day that passed made those traces weaker, and if she delayed any longer, they could disappear completely. When the woman heard that Kang Hansu's trail was fading, she told Kiriel to change her focus and follow Sangjin instead. If fate lined up in the right way, then Kiriel might encounter Kang Hansu somewhere along Sangjin's path as well. To support that plan, the woman handed Kiriel a pair of flywalkers, explaining that once they were attached to her shoes, they would allow her to fly through the air. She urged Kiriel to take them, saying that tools like these always became priceless at the exact moment they were needed most. Kiriel was sincerely moved by the gesture. She thanked the woman with genuine gratitude, humbled by the kindness and support she had been given. Not long afterward, she prepared to leave the palace. Before she departed, the woman reminded her to send a carrier pigeon once she reached her destination safely. Meanwhile, far away inside the Lerol clan's Kaltira Sector 21, a completely different kind of scene was unfolding. Soldiers laughed and shouted as they slaughtered captured slaves in the middle of a twisted game. One of them announced the rules with a cruel grin, saying that if any captive managed to escape, that person would be allowed to live, while the soldiers themselves would have to run as if their own lives were on the line. As those words sank in, raw terror spread across the prisoners' faces. Soon after, soldiers called for their team leader, telling him that everything was ready and that it was finally time to begin. That leader was Kyle Dawson, the man responsible for Sector 21. One of Kyle's subordinates walked up with a smug grin and bragged that he had already earned 9 points. He even made a crude bet, saying that if Kyle lost, he would take all the women captured this time. Kyle burst into laughter, openly mocking him as he declared that he would not lose that easily. With arrogant confidence, he said he would wipe them all out with a single shot. The moment the game began, the prisoners scattered and ran in blind desperation. Kyle raised his needle weapon, took aim, and fired only once. In that single instant, bodies collapsed across the ground. The surrounding soldiers erupted into excited cheers as 10 prisoners were struck down by that one attack. Kyle smirked to himself, clearly satisfied with his own skill and completely convinced that no one could match him in this disgusting sport. But then one of the soldiers pointed out that one prisoner was still breathing, which meant the score was only 9. That single remark was enough to ignite Kyle's temper. He stormed over without hesitation and crushed the remaining captive to death with his bare hands. The cheers immediately returned, but this time they were mixed with mocking laughter. The soldiers jeered at Kyle, calling him a cheater and arguing that smashing the body into pieces made it impossible to count the points properly. Kyle responded with complete indifference, saying he did not care and that they could just count however many corpses were lying there. If anyone had a problem with the way he handled things, he told them to step forward and try challenging him themselves. Among the soldiers watching the blood-soaked scene, one man silently marked Kyle Dawson as a serious threat in his eyes. Kyle was not only the man who had violated and murdered NVRN's younger sister, but also a monster who committed endless atrocities without showing even the faintest trace of remorse. Kyle then called out to Lee Wonkyung, ordering him to join the game as well, since he was the vice team leader. He even said it was fun, but Wonkyung refused flatly, saying he had no interest in that kind of nonsense. He explained that he was only there to deliver an order for everyone to assemble at Sector 28 within 2 hours, and that once the message was passed along, he would leave first with his own clan members. Kyle waved him off and called him boring. In his mind, he recalled the rumors that Wonkyung had escaped with a huge stockpile of runes from the NVRN clan. He had expected someone like that to be entertaining, but in the end, Wonkyung seemed dull and disappointing. Later, at the gathering in Kaltira Sector 28, everyone had assembled in one place, and their leader stood before the crowd to deliver his speech. He addressed them as brothers and sisters, then spoke of the land of Lazar, a world slowly rotting away. He declared that the heavens had already fallen, and that Lazar could no longer sustain them. Even so, he insisted there was still hope, and that there was no reason for any of them to be afraid. Then he revealed that the great hero of the Acheron, Alkadion, had received a divine revelation. In his hands rested a crystal ball, and from within it, a voice echoed out. That voice commanded them to offer the holy water of Nagar, explaining that, with it, they could awaken the soul transfer device. Once that device was activated, all of them would be able to abandon this dying world and escape to a new one. He proclaimed that they were the chosen and that their destiny would be carved and written in blood, while the death of Lazar would become their true beginning. Then he shifted his words toward the humans, saying that just as Nagar had drawn out holy water and injected it into Lazar, this withered land could still be kept alive for a time. For the sake of the humans who would remain behind, they would leave behind all the research, technology, and resources they had plundered, offering them as the final legacy of this doomed world. He continued by declaring that soon they would take the place of the Acheron themselves. After that, the beast turned toward the Coffin Emperor and asked how he had done. The Coffin Emperor answered without emotion, saying that none of it mattered to him as long as the promise made to him was kept. Together, they faced the gathered humans once again, announcing that their leader had granted his approval and that they were eager to watch the humans rip and tear through everything until the task was complete. By then, the entire force had already been organized into formation. The 1st Vanguard Guerrilla Unit was placed under Commander Kyle Dawson, with Lee Wonkyung serving as his vice commander. That unit consisted of 100 members of the Lero clan, 300 members of the Crown clan, and 500 Grashi travelers. The 2nd Engineer Corps was led by Olsen, with Malcolm beside him, and was made up of 300 Lero clan members and 3,700 Grashi travelers. The 3rd Magic Attack Unit was placed under Jaren's command, with 300 of Yatun's personal guards and 200 travelers supporting him from the rear. The 4th Reconnaissance Unit was handed over to Kulin, with An Yongwook serving as the vice commander, and it was a much smaller force made up of only 35 specialists from the Grashi and the Elvenheim methods. And at the very center of this entire formation stood the main army itself, commanded by the Coffin Emperor with Park Gunwoo acting as his vice commander. Unlike the smaller specialist units, this was a massive host, swelling to nearly 100,000 strong before long. The order was given for the Lero clan and their Grashi allies to begin their advance. At the same time, another grim truth became clear. Only 36 days remained before Kang Hansu's physical strengthening technique would run out. 3 days passed while the allied armies continued their march. Then, inside the Great Sanctuary's main audience chamber, Yukol stepped forward and spoke in the name of the great hero Aelkadian, declaring that the warriors of the Western Main Force would lend their strength. Yukol was an elder of the Chilkin tribe. After him, Karuniel, the deputy elder of the Kalpari tribe, came forward as well. Speaking in Sir Aelkadian's name, he said that for the sake of Lord Lazar, the being who sustained their world, they would gladly offer their aid. The king nodded with visible satisfaction and said he would not forget this support, especially when it had been given on such short notice. Then he turned his gaze across all the warriors gathered before him and proclaimed that within the temple itself, the savior destined to revive Lazar was even now receiving the technique needed to complete that mission. Only 1 month remained, he told them, until that savior finally awakened, and that 1 month would become both their greatest opportunity and their harshest trial. He swore that they would punish the wicked who dared to spread chaos and destruction, not only against the Grashi tribe, but against all of Lazar. And when everything was over, he vowed that Lazar would be restored to its old glory, becoming once again a vast, living sea of green. The man standing before Kang Hansu's unmoving body lowered his voice and spoke directly into Hansu's fading consciousness. He reminded him that it had been Hansu himself who ordered him to check his condition with the mind's eye once the 2-month mark arrived. This man was Tekiron, Shane's father, and even though something about what he was about to do felt deeply wrong, he still chose to obey the instructions Hansu had left behind, with hesitation weighing on his heart, but firm resolve holding him steady. Tekiron opened his mind and stepped inside, and the moment he entered, he understood just how desperate the situation had become. Kang Hansu's inner world had already rotted away to a terrifying degree. Chains wrapped tightly around Hansu, pinning him in place inside that broken mental realm. Hansu immediately told Tekiron that there was no time left to waste. The little time they still had was draining away quickly, so he would explain everything as fast as he possibly could. Tekiron nodded and focused every part of himself on Hansu's words, knowing this might be their final chance to change the course of what was coming. Hansu said that even though countless things had already changed from his previous life, some events were still beginning to unfold along the same path as before. In that past timeline, the Naga tribe had opened the gates and allowed a group of captives to pass toward the eastern gate. Those captives had been branded with a technique, and when it activated, it triggered a massive explosion that completely destroyed the eastern gate. Hansu told him that this one fact alone should be enough to make him understand how dangerous the present situation truly was. Tekiron was shaken to his core. He could barely believe that the enemy would go as far as butchering their own tribesmen in such a cruel and merciless way. Hansu told him that this was exactly the kind of enemy they were facing, the kind that would do absolutely anything if it meant securing victory. But Hansu also made it clear that history did not have to repeat itself. He instructed Tekiron to send Sangjin to strike the vanguard, because Sangjin's monarch authority, when combined with Wonkyung's emotion-sharing ability, would allow them to rescue a large number of the captives before the enemy could turn them into weapons. Hansu also said that Kyle Dawson had to be stationed at the eastern gate, so that when Envy Aren arrived, the 3 of them together could wipe out the enemy's vanguard unit. Tekiron answered that he understood everything. He told Hansu that Envy Aren was already on her way as reinforcement, and that he would immediately send a carrier pigeon to the eastern gate with the orders. Tekiron was just about to reveal one final truth to Hansu when something else suddenly forced its way into the inner world. A sharp, irritated voice rang out through the endless mental space. complaining that barging into someone's mind without permission was nothing but a nuisance. From within the shifting void, a small beast appeared, and without the slightest hesitation, it tried to punt Tekuron straight out. It declared that the mind's eye was now forbidden from being used on Kang Hansu, as if it were laying down an absolute law that could not be questioned. Before Tekuron could even protest, he was violently thrown out of Hansu's inner world. Frustration tightened Tekuron's face. There were still so many things he had wanted to say, and far too many warnings he had not been able to deliver. But he understood that it was already over. No matter how badly he wanted to interfere, he could no longer enter Hansu's mind. All that remained was endurance. The war would continue grinding forward in this brutal state until Hansu finally awakened. And until that moment came, the only thing they could do was hold their ground and survive. 4 kilometers east of the Great Sanctuary, Kyle Dawson's guerrilla unit waited inside their encampment. Their leader announced that new orders had arrived, and that it was time for the unit to begin moving. A Grashi soldier standing nearby acknowledged the command, and Kyle immediately asked whether the technique he had been told about was fully prepared. The soldier confirmed that it would activate the moment the leader gave the signal. Then the soldier ordered one of the captives to be brought forward. The guards dragged a young girl out from among the prisoners, and the moment her father saw it, he collapsed to his knees and begged them to take him instead. He pleaded desperately for his daughter's life, offering himself in her place. But his cries meant nothing to them. The soldiers had deliberately chosen the girl, and they kicked her father away as if he were less than dirt. Kyle watched the whole thing with cold amusement, mocking the terrified child without even a trace of pity. The Grashi soldier stepped forward and placed a spell directly onto the girl's neck. She felt only a brief, faint sting, like a tiny needle pricking her skin, and then nothing else. Once the spell was finished, the soldiers told her to go back. Their voices even softened as they told her to hurry and return to her father. The girl immediately ran to him, crying as she clung tightly to his clothes, sobbing that they had let her go and begging him not to die. Her father sat there stunned, unable to understand why they had suddenly spared her. Through her tears, the girl explained that they had placed some kind of magic on her neck, but since it did not hurt, she thought everything was fine. The moment her father heard that, his fear twisted into pure rage. His voice climbed into a furious shout as he demanded to know what they had done to his daughter, his hands clamping down on her shoulders as if sheer strength alone could shield her from whatever curse had been placed on her. That was when a nearby Grashi soldier casually lifted his hand and snapped his fingers. In the very next instant, the young girl exploded. Her small body vanished in a violent burst of flesh and blood, and both her life and her father's life were erased together in that single cruel flash. It was a self-destruction curse, one of the secret arts of the Grashi, turning anyone marked by it into a living bomb the moment the caster gave the signal. The leader watched the horrific result with quiet satisfaction. They had never planned to curse every captive immediately. The true purpose was terror. By sending marked victims back toward the Nagar forces, they could turn desperation itself into a weapon and spread fear more effectively than any blade ever could. From a distance, Lee Wonkyung saw the entire thing, and his anger slowly boiled hotter inside him. He was still waiting for Sangjin's carrier pigeon, but he knew time was running out. At this rate, every captive would soon be branded with that deadly curse, and his role was to shatter this plan before it could fully unfold. If there was ever a moment to make his move, it had to be now. Then one of his allies suddenly stepped forward. She declared that she would hold the enemy back and buy him the time he needed. She urged Wonkyung to take the captives and run, to save as many lives as he possibly could. Wonkyung told her to use his skill and promised that the clan would obey her lead. But she shook her head and refused. If they used it right now, she said, its impact would be weaker later. That power had to be saved for the moment true chaos erupted. Before she turned away, he asked him to tell Envy Arin that she was sorry she would not be able to return. Then, the moment she charged forward, Kyle Dawson noticed her movement and struck her down, sending her crashing across the ground. He said he had expected this kind of betrayal from the beginning. Rats always crawled out of hiding before a major battle, and in his eyes, it was better to crush them before they could cause trouble. Then Kyle turned his gaze toward the vice captain, coldly pointing out that his friendly behavior toward Terrace had already made him suspicious. To prove his loyalty now, the vice captain was ordered to kill Terrace with his own hands. And at that exact moment, a carrier pigeon fluttered into the camp, carrying Sangjin's message. He was ready. Relief washed through Lee Wonkyung's chest. He scoffed under his breath that Sangjin was late, and was starting to resemble Hansu a little too much. But since he had finally arrived, that was enough. Now they could move forward. Kyle demanded to know what Wonkyung found so funny, saying that letting the vice captain slip by so easily was starting to irritate him. Wonkyung answered that those words were actually meant for Kyle. As he spoke, he placed a curse directly onto him, and the moment that curse took hold, Wonkyung made his move. He unleashed his emotion-sharing ability, pouring his will, his fury, and his resolve into every member of the Crown clan at once. In a single breath, their hearts synchronized with his, and his command spread through them like wildfire. Every blade turned toward the outside as he ordered them to slaughter every last member of the Lerolorol clan and the Grashi, leaving none of them alive. The instant Wonkyung released his power, his emotional rage surged violently, spiking by 38% as the target of Lee Wonkyung's wrath locked into place. Absolute hostility toward the Lerolorol clan and the Grashi tribe activated without the slightest hesitation. Every soldier caught under his influence became possessed by that emotion. Their minds drowned beneath one single command: kill. That word spilled from their mouths again and again, wiping away every trace of reason. The ones who had been slaughtering helpless captives only moments earlier were now being butchered by the very comrades who had fought beside them. Inside the tents, order shattered into madness as allies turned on, allies in a blood-soaked frenzy. The ground was quickly stained red, screams ripped through the air, and the entire encampment collapsed into total chaos. As Kyle watched it all unfold, he threw his head back and laughed, releasing a long, echoing scream as if he were savoring the destruction spreading all around him. In his mind, Kyle wondered why the vice captain had exposed himself so early when they had already caught one traitor. But Wonkyung answered that question through action alone. This had been his plan from the beginning. From the moment he entered the vanguard, he had intended to create this exact nightmare. His goal was never to live quietly among them. It was to rip them apart from the inside. Every step he took carried the same message. Kyle and the filth around him would die for the sake of his daughter, and Kyle would pay for every sin he had committed. Kyle's smile finally faded. He believed Wonkyung's rune count had already risen to around 50%, which meant an enormous amount of power had just been spent. What Kyle failed to realize was that the vice captain had been hiding even more strength than that. He had planned to toy with Wonkyung before killing him, but that arrogance vanished in an instant. A chill crept through Kyle's thoughts as he realized that if Wonkyung crossed 60%, he would step into the realm of a Magos and everything would change. With no other choice left, Kyle seized his chain weapon, Pain, and activated Chain Reaper, a technique designed to carve his opponent apart in a single instant. At that same moment, Wonkyung's rune absorption finished. As the chains whipped toward him, ready to tear him to pieces, Wonkyung moved without hesitation and unleashed a spatial slice that cleanly severed the weapon. Kyle roared in fury, cursing as his attack was stopped as if it were nothing. While the battlefield burned in every direction, Sangjin stood alone on a distant hill, silently watching the chaos spread below. Even he had not expected Wonkyung to erupt with such overwhelming force. Something had clearly driven him beyond his usual limits this time, and after seeing it with his own eyes, Sangjin felt a rare wave of relief settle over him. He had made it in time, and with that relief came a cold, steady resolve. There was no longer any reason to keep hiding his true power. Across the battlefield, the corpses scattered on the ground began to twitch. One after another, the dead answered his will. Soldiers who had fallen only moments earlier were dragged back onto their feet, their lifeless bodies transformed into weapons. They charged straight into the enemy ranks without fear, hesitation, or even the slightest instinct for self-preservation, and panic tore through the opposing army. No one could understand how the corpses of the slain had suddenly become even more terrifying than the living. Some soldiers tried to flee, but their commanders screamed at them to hold the line, convinced that their numbers would eventually crush this nightmare. They were wrong. Every fresh death only strengthened Sangjin's army. Each enemy that fell was added to his control, and with every corpse that rose again, the balance of the battlefield tilted further in his favor. Watching it all unfold, Sangjin felt a grim satisfaction settle deep inside him, as long as bodies kept dropping. With that advantage, his forces would never truly run out. In another part of the battlefield, Kyle Dawson was barely keeping himself upright, his armor drenched in blood as he stared around, struggling to understand how the situation had collapsed so violently in such a short time. Inside his battered mind, every answer began narrowing down to one single cause, one point where everything had started to go wrong. To Kyle, it all led back to one girl, and that one mistake had lit the fuse for this entire disaster. His hatred immediately locked onto Wonkyung. That rage burned so fiercely inside him that he swore he would crush Wonkyung into dust with his own hands. And now, with no retreat and nothing left to protect, Kyle reached for the final option he had promised himself he would never use in a battle like this. A narrow needle pressed into his arm, and without the slightest pause, he injected the glowing liquid straight into his body. It was a forbidden stimulant, a dangerous drug capable of forcing open the tribal skill known as Berserker of Acheron. For the next 10 minutes, it would flood him with terrifying power. But the price was his own reason. If no antidote was used afterward, the backlash could even take his life. Kyle no longer cared about that risk. The drug took hold at once. His body began to expand, his muscles swelling beneath his armor as raw strength surged through every limb. The very next instant, Kyle vanished into motion like a blur. He crashed into Wonkyung with one brutal punch, putting all that unnatural power behind the strike. The blow smashed into Wonkyung's body, crushing his ribs and hurling him across the ground as if he weighed nothing. The strength raging through Kyle had become overwhelming. Kyle moved like a beast that could no longer be stopped, drunk on the violence boiling through his veins. Wonkyung hit the dirt and stayed down, unable to force himself back to his feet. As he lay there, bitterness was all he could feel. If only his power had not faded so much. If only the damage tearing through his body had been treated earlier, he might still have been able to continue the fight. This war was never supposed to end with him broken on the ground like this. With the tiny bit of strength still left in him, he tried to move. And deep inside his mind, all he could do was pray that Sangjin would reach him before everything ended. Kyle stepped over him, laughing wildly as he looked down at Wonkyung and mocked him without mercy. He sneered at the sight of him crawling for help after being beaten into the dirt, then declared that no matter who arrived now, it would not change a thing. Wonkyung was never going to walk away from this battlefield alive. Kyle promised that he would take Wonkyung's head, then take Terrace's head as well, and hang them both from a flag so the entire world would remember what happened to anyone foolish enough to stand against him. Then, in the middle of his rant, the sky seemed to split open. A woman came dropping straight down from above, her blade already cutting through the air. Kyle barely even had time to feel confused before his vision jerked upward. Only at that final moment did he recognize Envyaren. The realization struck him one heartbeat too late. The curse forming in his mind never had a chance to become words before his head was severed cleanly from his body. And with that unfinished thought still trapped inside him, Kyle Dawson's life came to an end. Envyaren felt no joy from the kill. After chasing him for 7 long years, ending it so quickly gave her no satisfaction, only a quiet sadness that settled in her chest. But she could not afford to stand there and dwell on it. The only thing that mattered now was that her comrades had survived. She hurried over to Wonkyung and checked his condition without wasting a second. Somehow, he was still alive and still capable of standing. Even though his ribs had been shattered, he forced himself to breathe and told her that he would recover, then reunite with Terrace soon enough. What he needed from her right now was simple. She had to go and help Sangjin. Envyaren gave a firm nod on her way there. She had already read the flow of the battlefield and understood that the fighting was nearly decided. She would secure Taras and the prisoners while Wonkyung focused on staying alive. He accepted her decision without arguing. By the following day, inside the palace, a small girl quietly approached Kang Hansu's body, which had been preserved within a clear capsule. She stepped close, gently laid flowers on top of it, and whispered her gratitude to him. Thanks to the information Kang Hansu had left behind, the enemy had been captured and the prisoners had been rescued. The girl softly said that all of it had happened because of him and Lord Tekiron. Tekiron, Shane's father, stood beside her and looked at the capsule with calm eyes. He told the girl that he believed Kang Hansu could still hear her voice. A hopeful smile spread across her face as she said she wished he would wake up soon because he had saved everyone. She was certain that someday, all the people he protected would understand what he had done and feel grateful to him. Her innocent words warmed Tekiron's heart. After a moment, he gently asked Aelin Akalu to go outside for a while so he could speak with Kang Hansu alone. Once the room had fallen silent, Tekiron leaned closer to the capsule and spoke in a low voice. He told Kang Hansu that the enemy vanguard had been completely wiped out, but the main army was already waiting beyond them. The scouts had confirmed it, and the next battle would begin tomorrow. Envyaren, the travelers, and the King Bees had arrived at exactly the right moment. Tekiron continued speaking quietly, his voice steady despite the weight of the situation. For now, they could hold the enemy back. But if the rumors surrounding the Coffin Emperor were true, then that man would become an overwhelming threat, until Kang Hansu finally opened his eyes. They would keep resisting with everything they had. The most important thing now was for Kang Hansu to finish his physical strengthening technique. The time remaining for Kang Hansu to complete that technique was 16 days, 11 hours, 39 minutes. Meanwhile, deep inside the Lerol and Grashi Unified Command and Control Center, the commander sat with his control team gathered around him, watching the state of the battlefield unfold before their eyes. According to his original plan, the advanced force should have already opened the Eastern Gate and taken control of the Great Sanctuary by now. But not only had the gate remained shut, every single gate had been strengthened with heavy defenses instead, as if someone had predicted his strategy before he ever moved. For a brief moment, he wondered whether that demon had interfered again. But he quickly pushed the thought aside. Even that man should not have been able to disrupt his plans on this scale, which meant someone else had seen through him, and the question was who. Far across another part of the battlefield, Olsen roared at his troops, ordering them to fire everything they had and smash the gates open by any means necessary. His soldiers responded at once, unleashing their weapons in a furious bombardment against the walls surrounding the gate. But just as the attack struck, the structure lit up with a sudden glow, absorbing the force and resisting the damage. Olsen cursed through clenched teeth, shouting that the magical barrier was blocking every real blow. With their ammunition already running low, continuing to fire like this would only waste what little they had left, so instead of throwing more shots into a wall that refused to break, he decided they would force the issue another way. He shouted that the enemy soldiers were nothing more than cowards hiding behind a magic wall because they were too afraid to face them directly. Then he ordered the close-quarters combat unit to advance. The assault unit immediately pushed forward, closing the distance under Olsen's command. But the moment they moved in, defenders who had been concealed behind the wall suddenly rose into view. Among them, a girl gave the order to fire and told them to bring down every attacker. In the next breath, a storm of attacks rained over the advancing guerrilla troops, striking many of them on the spot and sending bodies crashing to the ground. Olsen stared in disbelief and shouted in confusion, demanding to know what was going on and why those enemies were here when they were supposed to be stationed at Tarna's magic guns. Nearby, someone screamed for everyone to get down. Close by, the same chaos continued to spread, with the noise of battle echoing through the area as danger pressed in from every side. Nearby, a man wearing glasses watched the battlefield with sharp, uneasy eyes. He muttered that those magic guns were far more powerful than expected, and wondered if Envy Aaron had sent reinforcements. At this rate, they would not just fail to climb the ramparts, they might not even make it close enough to touch them. All the while, the magic guns kept roaring without pause, sweeping their fire across the battlefield. Then Lord stepped forward through the rising noise of battle, lifting his voice above the chaos as he ordered the pirates to deploy at once and strike the enemy forces gathered on the ground. Not long after, their weapons came alive and explosions began raining over the battlefield. Massive blasts erupted one after another, tearing open the earth, scattering debris and spreading destruction in every direction. The man with glasses watched the devastation unfold and felt the situation sinking even further out of control. Their casualties were climbing too quickly, and the thought crossed his mind that retreating now and building a new plan might be the only option left. Around him, panic began spreading through the soldiers like fire through dry grass. Some screamed that no one had warned them about this kind of attack, while others cried out that they did not want to die here and began turning away from the front line. The man with glasses immediately grabbed one of the fleeing soldiers. He demanded to know where the man thought he was running and barked at him to stay in formation. But the terrified soldier shoved back with his words, insisting there was no point anymore and that he had no intention of throwing his life away for nothing. In that moment, the man with glasses understood that their discipline had completely shattered. The formation was no longer a formation at all, and deep down he accepted that this battle had already slipped beyond recovery. Then something suddenly dropped down nearby, and a calm voice remarked that he had never expected his report to become an announcement of defeat. The voice had come from directly behind the man with glasses. When he turned around, the sight waiting for him made his eyes widen. A swarm of king bees had arrived. Kiriel stood with them, declaring that the king bees would take care of the cleanup from here. Then, without hesitation, she gave the order for the swarm to move out. Several soldiers froze in fear, shouting that those creatures were king bees, each one standing at the rank of a muggos. Kiriel swept her gaze across the battlefield as the swarm scattered outward in every direction, diving into the enemy ranks, cutting some down and seizing others alive. As the king bees began their fierce assault, someone shouted that if those creatures were fighting with that much force, then everyone else had to match them. The fighters raised their hands and released waves of magical fire across the battlefield. At the same time, the king bees released rings of golden light that spread outward in expanding waves, carving devastating destruction through the enemy lines. Some of the opposing forces hurriedly tried to set up resistance barriers to protect themselves. Meanwhile, one of the Grashi commanders slammed his hand against the ground, unable to contain his frustration as he cursed aloud. He turned sharply toward another Grashi soldier and ordered him to deploy the Magos unit immediately. The other soldier reacted without delay, confirming the command at once. Close by, Yahello watched the exchange with unsettling calm and asked whether that would truly be enough. The Grashi commander snapped at him in anger, saying that his men were being slaughtered while Yatun merely stood there with his arms crossed, watching as if it had nothing to do with him. If Yatun had something to accomplish, then he needed to go now and finish it. Yatun answered in a composed voice that if finishing things was what they wanted, then he would do exactly that. Just before he moved, he reminded himself that what he needed most was corpses, bodies that were still intact. And with the Grashi tribe's warriors falling in such great numbers, he expected the battlefield to provide more than enough. Then he stated plainly that he would go there himself and force the enemy to surrender. Watching him, the Grashi commander burned with fury. In his eyes, Yatun no longer treated his own tribesmen as people, only as raw materials for holy water. He immediately stepped in and warned him not to even think about using the bodies of their tribe. If he needed corpses, then he could take them from the Nagar tribe instead. And if Yatun crossed that line, the container holding him would be sealed away for good, without a flicker of hesitation. Yatun lifted a gun and pointed it directly at the Grashi commander. The commander froze in panic as Yatun coldly told him to choose his next words carefully. Realizing that the situation had become dangerous, the Grashi commander immediately abandoned his defiance, addressed him respectfully as Sir Jatun, and urged him to calm down and lower the weapon. He added that if Yatun returned with prisoners, they would revive his wife immediately. Yatun pressed him for details, asking exactly how many bodies were needed to revive his wife and activate the soul transfer device. He made it clear that whatever number they required, he would bring it back. The Grashi commander answered that 60,000 corpses were necessary to activate the device, and 40,000 of those would be used to revive Jatun's wife. After hearing the number, Yatun gave a small nod and said he understood. He promised to return with the required count, then turned away and headed straight toward the battlefield. Above that battlefield, the sky remained filled with chaos. Soldiers clashed and killed without slowing down, while commanders shouted orders to hunt down deserters and execute every last one before anyone could escape. In the middle of that turmoil, Odeon moved alongside Sir Tarhol as Sir Brol reported that everything had gone according to plan so far. The enemy's second wave was almost completely wiped out, and the third wave, the Muggos unit, would be arriving soon. From that point on, the battle would become a brutal test of endurance. If they could hold the enemy back for just 2 more weeks, Kang Hanzu would finally awaken. Until that moment came, their only goal was to keep the line standing exactly as they had been doing. As that conversation continued, Kiriel came running toward them, and Sir Tarhol greeted her immediately. Since she had returned safely, he understood that the ambush must have succeeded, and he thanked her for her help. Kiriel answered humbly, saying most of the work had been done by the king bees rather than by her. She explained that the bees had pushed themselves too hard, so she had brought them back to recover. Sir Tarhol nodded in understanding, and told her that since a battle of attrition was about to begin, she should use this chance to rest as well. Then he added that if Kaltia could see this moment, she would surely be proud. Just then, Kiriel's expression changed. She felt something unusual spreading through the air, a powerful presence pressing down over the battlefield. For a moment, she wondered whose energy could possibly carry that kind of weight. Not far away, a wind beast sensed the same presence and immediately panicked, warning that danger was coming and urging everyone to run. At that exact moment, Jatun appeared, his weapon already in his hand. The man with glasses noticed him and frowned, unable to hide his confusion. He questioned whether the plan had changed, because instead of the third wave, his brother had appeared on the battlefield. He quickly recognized him as Sir Jatun. Jatun, meanwhile, thought that if he released his full power, he might destroy everything in front of him, including the very sanctuary they were trying to seize. So he deliberately held himself back, limiting his strength to roughly 30% before raising his weapon and aiming it down toward the ground. A radiant beam of energy shot downward into the battlefield. The massive force drew the attention of the Grashi soldiers, their heads turning one after another toward the terrifying power gathering below. Then, only moments later, huge fireballs began erupting all across the battlefield. In the next instant, a vast wave of red energy exploded outward, swallowing the field in overwhelming force. The sheer impact threw terror through the ranks. Grashi commanders lost every trace of composure, with some shouting in panic, others breaking down in tears, and countless soldiers abandoning their positions to run for their lives in a desperate attempt to survive. Amid that chaos, Sir Tarhol was hurled hard onto the ground, his body scraping across the battlefield before he struggled to push himself back up. As dust and heat swirled around him, his thoughts raced in confusion. The third wave, the Muggos unit, was supposed to arrive later and drag the battle into a long delay. But they had appeared far sooner than expected. For a moment, Sir Tarhol wondered if their earlier victories had actually cornered the enemy too much, forcing them to speed up their response instead of following the original pace. Then, without the slightest warning, Sir Tarhol's eyes flew wide open. A voice suddenly shouted from behind him, telling him to turn around. The moment he looked back, his entire body stiffened. He stared in disbelief, barely able to process the figure standing there, and asked if it was truly him. Yahtun stood before him without a trace of hesitation. In a flat, steady voice, Yahtun said Tarhol already knew who he was, so there was no need for introductions. They should skip straight to what mattered. Then he gave his demand. Sir Tarhol's expression hardened, but the shock was clear in his eyes as he asked what Yahtun meant. At the same time, his mind was already turning over the danger in front of him. Yahtun had more than enough power to kill everyone here by himself. Yet instead of attacking immediately, he was giving orders. Yahtun stated his condition without hesitation. If they handed over 100,000 prisoners, his army would pull back without further bloodshed. Sir Tarhol could hardly believe what he had just heard. He repeated the number in stunned disbelief, 100,000 people, then snapped that the demand was complete madness. Even if they counted every single person living in the entire city, the total was only around 600,000. Giving away 100,000 of them was beyond unreasonable. But Yahtun did not react to his outrage. With cold patience, he repeated the offer. If they surrendered those 100,000 people, his forces would withdraw and formally acknowledge the territory they occupied. He even added that his army would forbid looting and would not massacre the children. Sir Tarhol remained frozen, still struggling to understand how anyone could speak of such a thing so calmly. Yahtun repeated himself once more, making it clear that he had no intention of wiping out everyone inside the city. But before the conversation could continue any further, Envyaren suddenly appeared and launched herself straight into the exchange. With a fierce swing, she unleashed Grand Force, Slash of Silence, sending a powerful blade-like strike directly at Yahtun. But Yahtun stopped it without effort. He simply raised his bare arms and blocked the attack head-on. Envyaren's eyes widened as she realized that her full-powered blow, the strike she had poured everything into, had been halted by nothing but his body. Yahtun immediately answered with a burst of energy that blasted Envyaren backward. Then, with chilling calm, he remarked that interrupting a conversation like that was simply rude. The force slammed Envyaren into the ground, making the impact ring through the battlefield. Envyaren snapped back in anger, arguing that walking straight into the center of their military headquarters and expecting everyone to politely stand still was the truly ridiculous move. But even as she shouted, her mind was shaken. She could not ignore how much stronger Yahtun had become in only a single year. Yahtun replied that her timing was actually perfect. Since Envyaren was the strongest fighter currently present, defeating her here would make it much easier to force the rest of them into surrender. Envyaren forced herself to move and tried to strike back, throwing everything she had into another retaliation. But Yahtun moved again with his weapon. The attack landed from behind, smashing into her and launching her forward before she crashed heavily into the ground once more. As Envyaren lay there, unable to regain her footing, Yahtun stood over her with no urgency at all, as if the fight had never truly pressured him. Not far from them, Iriel and her swarm of king bees watched in stunned silence, while Wonkyung stared with disbelief written across his face. He could not understand how Envyaren had been knocked down in a single exchange. Someone nearby muttered under their breath that aside from Kang Han-soo, there was probably no one here capable of standing against that monster. Sir Tarhol reached the same grim conclusion. This had to be the true power of a traveler who had undergone body-strengthening surgery, and just as he had feared, there was likely only one remaining path that could give them even a chance of victory. Yahtun spoke again, reminding them that they had now seen his strength for themselves. The choice was simple: die where they stood, or hand over 100,000 people. A heavy helplessness settled over Sir Tarhol, because the only person who could possibly oppose Yahtun was Kang Han-soo. But Kang Han-soo was still in the middle of awakening. If they forced him awake now, his blood would not be fully synchronized, and he could lose control of his own body before dying soon after. Even with that terrifying risk, Kang Han-soo was still their only possible hope. Sir Tarhol found himself asking whether they had no choice but to sacrifice their future just to survive this moment. And in that desperate instant, his thoughts turned to Odeon as the weight of the situation became impossible to ignore. Waking Kang Han-soo now might allow them to defeat Yahtun, but doing so would also shatter everything they had prepared for the days ahead. Still, even if Kang Han-soo could not endure what came afterward, at least the others might live through this battle. At that very moment, a special link opened. Tekeron's skill, Mind's Eye, activated and connected him directly to Odeon. The focus then shifted into a palace hallway. Alan, a Kalu, sprinted desperately down the corridor, her small footsteps echoing as panic swallowed her thoughts. The same fear kept repeating inside her mind again and again. If things continued like this, her mother would die just like her father had. And with that terror pressing down on her, she clung to the belief that only one person could still save them. When she reached the door, Anicap began pounding against it with all her strength, then tried to force it open. But the door did not move at all, leaving her frozen for a moment, lost and unsure of what she could do next. She had to find some way to let him know what was happening outside. Then, suddenly, one thought flashed through her mind: Tekaran. She remembered that Tekaran could hear everything. Clinging to that single, fragile hope, Anicap shouted with everything she had, begging him to save them. She cried that if he could hear her, he had to come out, because he was their only chance now. Her voice cracked as she repeated the plea again and again, each cry echoing through the corridor. Then someone appeared behind her. Anicap turned around and immediately recognized the old man standing there. Her vision blurred as emotion rushed through her, and she lowered herself in a small bow while calling out to him. Back on the battlefield, Envy Aran still lay where she had fallen, unable to rise, while Yatun looked down at her and spoke once again. At that exact moment, a message appeared, confirming that the mind's eye connection between Tekuran and Odeon had been successfully established. Sir Tarhol's resolve hardened. In his heart, he accepted his master's judgment and understood that all of Acheron's hope now depended on this one decision. Then he lifted his voice across the battlefield and called out to every civilian of Acheron. He ordered them to listen carefully, making sure his voice carried over the chaos and reached everyone who could still hear him. Those who still had the strength to fight were told to take up their weapons, while anyone who could not fight was ordered to hide and run for safety. Yatun watched the decision unfold without the slightest change in expression, then calmly said he understood what they had chosen. Without a trace of hesitation, Yatun raised his weapon and slammed it against the ground beneath him. His voice turned cold as he declared that if they were going to reject his offer, then he would simply kill every last one of them and collect the bodies he needed from other tribes instead. He lifted his weapon again, this time pointing it directly toward the civilians, and activated 70% of its power. Thick purple energy began gathering around the weapon, locking onto its targets with terrifying precision. The pressure in the air sharpened as the attack prepared to fire, its destructive force aimed straight at the helpless crowd. Just before the blast could be released, something no one expected stepped into its path. A pair of enormous wings suddenly spread wide in front of the incoming attack. A man had moved forward, unfurling those massive wings as he placed his own body directly between the civilians and the purple energy, taking the full force of the attack head-on. The energy kept surging against him in a violent wave, but even under that crushing pressure, he refused to take a single step back. For the first time, Yatun's expression shifted into open shock, and he demanded to know who this man was. The figure wrapped in purple energy wings did not answer. He simply stood there in silence, holding his ground. Yatun narrowed his eyes, studying the silent figure more carefully from head to toe. Then something caught his attention. Purple scars covered the man's body, marking him in a way Yatun immediately recognized. A hint of surprise entered Yatun's voice as he questioned him, asking if he was also someone who had failed during the body-strengthening surgery, his gaze fixed on Kang Hansu as he asked whether he too had failed the physical strengthening technique. But Kang Hansu gave no answer at all. He remained completely silent, forcing Yatun to examine him even more closely. No matter how he looked at it, Kang Hansu's condition seemed to resemble Park Seonyang's, a terrible state of agony so unstable that one wrong shock could make the body collapse and die at any moment. Yatun concluded that Kang Hansu probably did not even have enough strength left to speak. And since that was the case, Yatun decided he would at least give him an ending with less pain. With that thought settled, Yatun opened his blast cannon and, with unsettling calm, bid Kang Hansu farewell. In the very next instant, the weapon discharged, sending a violent surge of purple energy straight toward Kang Hansu. The blast detonated with a thunderous roar. But at that exact moment, Kang Hansu moved. He burst out from within the explosion, breaking through the smoke and force as he launched himself high into the air. Mid-motion, he caught a golden ring and slid along it, using its momentum to accelerate forward even faster. Multiple waves of purple energy chased him from behind, pressing in with overwhelming power and surrounding him from every side. Yet Kang Hansu continued forcing his way forward without stopping. Then, gripping his magical staff tightly, Kang Hansu used it to propel himself upward once more. After creating a small distance between himself and the barrage, he finally stopped in midair and steadied his stance. Inside his body, every blood vessel felt as though it had been set on fire. He realized that if this continued much longer, his heart itself might stop. There was no time to waste. His only chance to survive was to obtain the runes from Sangjin as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Yatun watched Kang Hansu's movements closely. and spoke again. He admitted that Kang Hansu's mental strength was extraordinary. Even in a state where he could die from shock at any second, he had still managed to dodge every single attack. But Jotun questioned what any of that effort could possibly accomplish, saying that no matter how long Kang Hansu struggled, it would all be meaningless in the end. Kang Hansu answered in a calm voice that it was not meaningless at all. The moment those words left his mouth, he activated the vessels of the dragon god at full power. In the very next instant, both figures shot upward into the sky and faced each other in midair. For the first time, Jotun felt genuine shock, because even his senses could barely follow Kang Hansu's speed. Even if Kang Hansu had undergone the physical strengthening technique, moving at that kind of velocity was still almost impossible to believe. Then Kang Hansu activated another ability. He called out Nurmaha's ring, First Authority, and activated Authority Destruction. Immediately, a message appeared, displaying that the authority of the Flywalk artifact had been destroyed. Jotun glared straight at Kang Hansu. Just as Kang Hansu's body shifted in an instant, without raising his voice, Kang Hansu gave one quiet command: fall. Jotun cursed under his breath, caught off guard by a move he had not expected at all. Even so, his reaction was immediate. He swung his weapon and released another surge of purple energy, sending it tearing through the air toward Kang Hansu. The attack detonated on impact, violently erasing everything in its path. The force behind the blast was overwhelming, strong enough to knock Kang Hansu off balance and send him crashing down toward the ground. As he fell, Kang Hansu cursed inwardly in frustration. The pain ripping through his body was so severe that he could no longer control his movements properly at that exact moment. A figure rushed in at tremendous speed, cutting across the battlefield before anyone could fully react. The figure reached Kang Hansu, grabbed hold of him, and the two of them tumbled across the ground together before finally coming to a stop. The boy quickly asked if this meant they were safe now. Kang Hansu told him they were safe, then thanked him. But even as Kang Hansu said those words, blood began gathering at the corner of his mouth. He clutched his staff and fought to steady himself. The boy's expression tightened with worry as he asked if Kang Hansu was all right, and at the same time he realized something frightening. Kang Hansu's body was unnaturally cold, almost completely lacking warmth. The boy could not help wondering whether even giving him runes would be enough to truly bring him back from this condition. Kang Hansu reassured him, telling him there was no need to worry. As long as he obtained the runes, he would be able to handle the problem. Hearing that, the boy gave a firm nod and immediately handed the runes over while thanking him. Kang Hansu looked over the runes briefly and thought that they had done an excellent job gathering this many. This amount should be more than enough. With that judgment made, Kang Hansu released the runes from his grasp, and at once, a screen appeared before him, showing his strength and other attributes rising at once. Another message followed, saying that a portion of the magic runes would be absorbed by Nurmaha's ring. A moment later, a new notification appeared, announcing that the ring's third authority had finally been unlocked. The ability was Pain Nullification, a power that completely erased every sensation of pain felt by its wearer. The instant Kang Hansu saw that message, quietly muttered that it had finally happened, then activated the authority without delay. Nurmaha's ring immediately began radiating a powerful surge of energy. Right after that, another message appeared before him. It explained that the immune reaction between the essence used during the physical strengthening technique and Kang Hansu's blood had ended, which meant recovery through runes could now proceed normally. A golden aura slowly spread from Kang Hansu's body. Seeing the change take place, the boy finally relaxed and said it looked like he had worried for nothing after all. Then he quickly asked if there was anything he could still do to help. Kang Hansu told him to deliver a message to Tekaron. Soon, a summoning circle would appear in the sky. And when it did, Tekaron needed to gather every priest available and establish a magic barrier. The boy looked up and noticed the strange movement already forming above them. He murmured that something big seemed ready to happen, then nodded firmly and said he would inform Tekaron right away. Before turning to run, he told Kang Hansu that he would be relying on him. Kang Hansu answered simply, telling him to leave everything to him. Meanwhile, the Coffin Emperor was twisting in pain. Realizing that his artifact had completely stopped working, he could not understand what Kang Hansu had done to disable it so completely, and at the same time, his mind returned to Kang Hansu's earlier transformation. It was something he had never once heard of any traveler being able to do. Then, without warning, Kang Hansu appeared directly in front of him, startled by the sudden movement. Coffin Emperor demanded to know how Kang Hansu had recovered so quickly. Inwardly, he wondered if Kang Hansu possessed some kind of special treatment method. Kang Hansu spoke in a calm, steady voice, saying he understood that the Coffin Emperor had done all of this for the sake of his wife. Then Kang Hansu told him that he could help save her. The Coffin Emperor froze in shock before urgently asking if that was truly possible. He declared that he would do anything, absolutely anything at all, if it meant saving her, and begged Kang Hansu to tell him what he had to do. Kang Hansu answered without hesitation. All the Coffin Emperor had to do was stay still and do nothing while Kang Hansu killed him. Afterward, Kang Hansu promised that once he reached Kaltira, he would treat the Coffin Emperor's wife. The Coffin Emperor was stunned by how simple the condition sounded and asked if that was truly all he needed to do. His mind drifted through everything he had done to reach this point. Kang Hansu told him there was no need to drown himself in guilt, because he understood what it meant to want to save someone precious. Clinging to that desperate hope, the Coffin Emperor pleaded again for Kang Hansu to save his wife. Then, the focus suddenly shifted to another place, swallowed by flames. Yahello sat there with a frustrated expression, still receiving no news after the massive explosions from earlier. He cursed the Coffin Emperor under his breath, refusing to believe that a man like him could actually have been defeated. But another possibility soon rose in Yahello's mind. Perhaps the Coffin Emperor had betrayed them and planned to sacrifice the entire tribe just to save his own wife. The thought alone filled Yahello with rage. If that was true, then he had no reason to keep his promise either. Yahello immediately shouted for his elite soldiers to gather around him. He ordered them to abandon the great sanctuary because their new objective was the soul transfer device. His subordinates answered at once, accepting the order without the slightest hesitation. Then Yahello picked up a book and began casting magic. Even as the spell formed, his thoughts remained fixed on the Coffin Emperor. If the Coffin Emperor failed to return after obtaining the essence, Yahello decided he would take matters into his own hands. He swore that the Coffin Emperor would pay for this betrayal. As the magic took hold, energy spread outward from the book in Yahello's hands. A circular magic ring formed in the air, and from within it, an enormous figure slowly began to emerge. The monster known as Anicaps. Kang Hansu noticed its appearance and remarked that it had arrived sooner than he expected. He then explained that the Orange Zone had not originally contained any calamity, but after the Acheron people perished, the land of Lazar was swallowed by the lava of Harry Rinksent, transforming the entire region into a hellscape of molten fire. And within that burning world, one terrifying entity pushed travelers into even deeper despair. That entity was Anicaps. Kang Hansu remembered that in the era when the physical strengthening technique had been lost, simply encountering Anicaps would have been considered an undeniable catastrophe. But regardless of what it had meant in the past, now that the monster stood before him, it had to be taken down. According to the records left behind by Iris, Anicaps possessed 5 innate abilities, and each one was controlled by a specific receiver. If those receivers were destroyed, the abilities linked to them would be sealed. Only after every receiver was eliminated could the monster truly be subdued. However, there was another important problem to consider. The materials used to create this monster were extremely unusual. Until now, Kang Hansu had only heard rumors that this artificial being had undergone the physical strengthening technique. He had never been able to confirm those rumors for himself. But now that he was facing Anicaps directly, Kang Hansu understood the truth. In the entire Orange Zone, only a handful of beings had completed the physical strengthening technique. Kang Hansu himself, the Coffin Emperor, and Anicaps. At that moment, Anicaps hovered in the air, and its eyes suddenly widened. In the next instant, a powerful spell activated, and the myriad scars binding spell began spreading outward in every direction. As the spell continued to form, the entire Orange Zone started to become sealed inside the magic structure. Then an unexpected change occurred. Purple energy began leaking in from outside, spreading toward the zone like a poisonous tide. The moment Yahello saw it, he shouted orders, commanding everyone to pour in more magic power and maintain the barrier no matter what. The other Grashi soldiers responded together and began channeling even greater amounts of magic into the barrier. They struggled desperately to stabilize it, doing everything they could to stop the invading purple energy from breaking through. At the same time, Acheron stood with his staff gripped in his hand, his thoughts fixed entirely on Kang Hansu. Kang Hansu had not only survived the physical strengthening technique, he had also shown them a way to defend themselves. Acheron remembered feeling something similar during their battle against Ouroboros. This man possessed a level of mental strength that was almost impossible to measure. Perhaps it was precisely because of that overwhelming strength that Acheron, despite being an old man, had dared to make such a shameless request of him. And so, once again, Acheron offered a silent prayer. Please save the Orange Zone. Meanwhile, purple energy continued spreading across the battlefield. Someone watching the situation thought of the Coffin Emperor and wondered when he had prepared something like this. At the same time, the Coffin Emperor's face twisted under the strain, veins bulging as the pressure and pain intensified until he cried out in agony. A message appeared. It indicated that the myriad scars binding spell had been activated. Kang Han-soo stood firmly on the ground and watched everything unfold, understanding that such a violent reaction was only natural when someone was suddenly overwhelmed by unbearable pain. But that reaction was exactly what he needed. As long as the Coffin Emperor remained in that state, Akadus would continue sustaining the spell. Kang Han-soo calmly said they had made it this far. This was the only way the plan could work. Then, he launched himself upward while rapidly analyzing the situation. Akadus could only maintain two abilities at once. One of the remaining receivers was currently maintaining the binding spell, so Kang Han-soo settled on a precise plan. He would bait Akadus into raising its magical defense, wait for the brief moment when that protection activated, and then use the lightning splitter to smash one of those receivers before the monster could react. Once Kang Han-soo had fixed that strategy in his mind, there was no more hesitation in his movements. Kang Han-soo unleashed blazing nova, and a tremendous wave of scorching energy burst out around him like a raging inferno. The heat surged straight toward Akadus, forcing the creature's eyes to widen in sudden alarm as it shouted and activated the barrier hidden inside its body, desperately pushing back against the overwhelming flames closing in on it. Then, right in front of Akadus, a sudden leash of purple energy snapped into existence. At that exact instant, Kang Han-soo came bursting through the wall of flames, his sword already gripped in his hand as he closed the distance without slowing down. And Kang Han-soo did not give the monster even a heartbeat to recover. He slammed a heavy strike straight into Akadus, the impact crashing hard against the monster's body as a thunderous roar ripped out from its throat. At the same time, another ability awakened within the monster. Agony of myriad scars began to activate. Violent waves of purple energy exploded outward, rushing toward Kang Han-soo like a storm of pain given form. Akadus screamed through its own suffering, shouting again and again that it hurt. Kept repeating those words, its voice twisting with rage as it demanded that Kang Han-soo suffer the same agony. Akadus wanted him to feel that pain and die from it, but Kang Han-soo merely answered with a calm, almost mocking smirk, saying it was useless, because in his current condition, pain no longer reached him at all. In the very next moment, Kang Han-soo released the lightning splitter transformation in its scythe form. He raised the weapon as green energy coiled around the blade and crawled across his arm, the glow growing sharper and brighter before it surged forward toward Akadus, followed by one devastating strike. Inside his mind, Kang Han-soo measured the result without the slightest emotional disturbance. 3 receivers had been destroyed along with one of the monster's arms. Kang Han-soo, that was more than enough to call solid progress, especially as purple energy scattered violently across the battlefield. Far away, the guerrillas who had been watching the fight suddenly realized that the spell binding them had disappeared. They cried out in excitement, shouting that it had actually worked and that they were still alive, while their exhausted leader collapsed to the ground. That leader remembered his first encounter with Kang Han-soo, when the man's arrogance had made him suspicious and uncertain. But now, after seeing what Kang Han-soo had done, he had no choice but to believe that this man might truly become the one who saved the world. Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo continued analyzing the situation with cold precision. With 3 receivers gone, Akadus had now lost several of its abilities, including Curse of Agony. Physical nullification and magic nullification had also been stripped away, but 2 receivers still remained intact. Kang Han-soo's focus shifted toward the center of Akadus's torso, where he could sense human magic power buried somewhere inside. He knew exactly what his next objective had to be. If he planned to use the Coffin Emperor later in the abyss, then the person trapped within that monster absolutely had to be saved. The situation reminded Kang Han-soo of what had once happened with Shane, so his current goal became simple and clear. He needed to peel away Akadus's outer shell as cleanly as possible, without destroying what was inside. Right then, Akadus let out another roar, and purple energy burst from its body as a new ability activated. Silken Tomb spread rapidly across the battlefield, rushing straight toward Kang Han-soo. Kang Han-soo responded instantly by activating Celestial Burst Fog. Golden energy formed around him and surged into the incoming spell, swallowing the monster in a radiant blaze that began burning fiercely into its body. At the same time, Yahello stood at a distance, staring at the battle in disbelief. He could not make sense of what was happening in front of him, especially after what he had suffered moments earlier. Not long ago, Yahello had nearly lost his mind from unbearable pain, yet now Kang Han-soo was facing that same monstrous being entirely on his own. Only then did Yahello realize that Kang Han-soo was not the reckless lunatic he had first taken him for. Instead, Kang Han-soo was being driven by something powerful enough to endure that crushing mental strain, and that realization forced Yahello to look back at his own reason for fighting. Everything Yahello had done until now had been for one purpose: saving his wife. And once that thought settled firmly in his mind, he understood that he could no longer afford to stand by and watch. With his resolve hardening, Jotun decided that if he unleashed his weapon at full output, he might be able to end everything with one decisive blow. He raised it, aimed directly at Akadas, and fired. The blast struck the monster head-on, erupting into a massive explosion as smoke and blood burst outward, tearing away parts of its outer shell. Kang Hansu immediately noticed the result, his eyes carefully tracking the damage as he observed the exposed area and mentioned the ring. In that instant, Kang Hansu understood that the fight had already entered its final stage. With Akadas's body now exposed, Kang Hansu stated the next step plainly. All that remained was to destroy the final two receivers before the monster's outer shell had time to regenerate and close itself back up. Without hesitating, Kang Hansu launched himself forward again, driving straight toward Akadas for another attack. But just as he moved in to strike, his eyes narrowed sharply. A thick wall of purple energy suddenly dropped between him and the monster, blocking his path in an instant. At that exact moment, Jotun screamed at the top of his lungs for Kang Hansu to stop and not attack. Then he revealed the truth that froze the air around them. The person inside Akadus was his wife. For a brief moment, Jotun stood completely still, watching everything unfold in front of him. Kang Hansu, however, was already reading every detail of the situation and understood that this was the perfect moment to push Jotun even further. If Kang Hansu wanted Jotun to become completely indebted to him, then he needed to make the next move carefully and reinforce the situation in the right way. So, step by step, Kang Hansu drove Jotun deeper into desperation. He urged him to get himself together and asked him bluntly whether he truly intended to leave his wife trapped inside a monster. If Jotun wanted to save her, there was no room for hesitation, and cooperation was the only path left. Jotun turned toward Kang Hansu, his thoughts racing violently as he cursed under his breath. As much as he hated it, he had to admit Kang Hansu was right. If saving Park Seonyang was truly his goal, then there was no other choice. So Jotun forced his wavering resolve back into place, lifted his weapon again and spread his energy outward, accepting that saving Park Seonyang was the only road left for him to take. Just as Jotun prepared to fire at Akadus, something impossible happened before his eyes. His wife began emerging from within the monster's body. The sight struck Jotun so hard that he froze where he stood. His finger refused to pull the trigger, as if his entire body had stopped obeying him. Each time his gaze moved toward Akadus, another blast tore through the area and shook the battlefield around them. The force sent the creature crashing down hard against the ground. And as Akadus fell, Jotun clenched his teeth until his jaw tightened. Even through the shock and fear, he desperately held on to the determination he had finally gathered. But Akadus was not finished yet. Before anyone could assume the battle was over, it activated parasitic regeneration. Akadus began siphoning life force straight from the Coffin Emperor, drawing that power into itself to close the wounds carved across its body. The display made it painfully clear that the stolen energy had been absorbed, and Akadus was using it to force its damaged flesh back into shape. Even so, Jotun did not resist. He accepted the drain without fighting back, because if this was what it took to save his wife, then even his own life was something he was willing to offer. In silence, he told Park Seonyang to take everything from him. Then Akadus rose before him once again, its monstrous body standing there as if the wounds it had suffered were already being swallowed away. Jotun thought back over Kang Hansu's strategy and finally understood the logic behind it. Because Jotun valued his wife more than anything else, he would not be able to attack once the monster had absorbed the Coffin Emperor's blood, and with a body reinforced by physical strengthening techniques like Akadus possessed, it could hold out for at least 10 minutes. Even without its outer shell, that short window was enough. This was the chance Jotun needed to finally pull Park Seonyang free. Without wasting another second, he activated the transformation sphere and sent it flying directly into Akadus's body. Akadus let out a piercing shriek the moment it entered, crying out as it thrashed and struggled with everything it had to protect itself. Its scream rose so violently that its entire twisted form began to tremble. Then, in the very next instant, Park Seonyang fully emerged from within the monster. Jotun froze once more in shock, as she rushed into his arms and collapsed against him. Only then did relief finally break through the terror in his chest, allowing him to breathe again for the first time in what felt like forever. After forcing himself to catch his breath, Jotun asked what they were supposed to do next. Kang Hansu answered calmly that the person who could truly help Park Seonyang was already on the way, but that only made Jotun panic harder. He demanded to know if Kang Hansu was serious. His wife was dying in his arms. So how could he stay so calm? Why was he not acting immediately? And right at that moment, Tekiron appeared before them, leaving Jotun completely stunned. Tekaran admitted that he had never imagined himself extending help to someone who had caused such deep suffering among his people. He remarked that Kang Hansu's requests always pushed him to the edge of what he could tolerate, then questioned whether Kang Hansu truly understood the weight of what he was asking. Kang Hansu answered that he understood, but even knowing the burden behind it, Kang Hansu insisted that this was necessary for everything that still lay ahead. After a moment of silence, Tekaran finally gave in and agreed to follow Kang Hansu's orders. He admitted that grinding Kang Hansu into dust would be deeply satisfying, but this time he had no choice. Then he turned his attention toward Jatun. Tekaran ordered him to let go of his wife, warning that clinging to her would only get in the way. Jatun hesitated, then looked straight at Kang Hansu and asked whether he really intended to save her. Kang Hansu confirmed that this had been the plan from the very beginning, and Jatun realized that if Kang Hansu had meant her harm, Park Seon-young would already be dead, with no other path left. Jatun slowly loosened his arms around her, whispering an apology to Park Seon-young for forcing her through this without any warning. At the same time, he asked Tekaran to lessen her pain as much as possible, even though every part of him hated having to let her go. Tekaran spread the Galatian coffin over Park Seon-young, covering her with its strange and solemn power. A radiant blue energy poured over her body, wrapping around her completely until she was enveloped in its glow. Jatun watched bitterly, feeling the helpless frustration of being forced to wait all over again. But he knew there was no other choice, so he turned to Kang Hansu and asked what he should do next, already expecting that the answer would demand a heavy price from him. Kang Hansu explained that the units Jatun had brought with him had originally been organized by the Lerol clan and had already been returned to Kaltira. He added that the cure would be ready once Jatun came back. Jatun immediately questioned whether that meant he had to leave his wife behind and return alone, but Kang Hansu clarified that it was not necessary. The cure would be carried out right here. And if Jatun wanted to, he could personally escort his men back to Kaltira, settle what needed to be settled, and then return once everything was prepared. Hearing that, Jatun finally agreed. Inwardly, Jatun resolved to save the Coffin Emperor's wife, accepting that when they returned to Kaltira, any losses or consequences would fall on his shoulders. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu's thoughts shifted back to the larger strategy, considering how to bring the clans of the Orange Zone under one banner, knowing full defensive resistance was unavoidable and that everything would have to be handled in one coordinated move. Then Tekaran suddenly spoke up, pointing behind Kang Hansu as if something unexpected had appeared. Kang Hansu turned around and was caught off guard by the sight of Kiriel standing there. At the same time, the system notification revealed that Kiriel's innate trait, psychometry, had activated. Through that power, she began sensing the loneliness and heavy emotions hidden inside Kang Hansu. Those feelings were buried deep within him, all shaped by his determination to save humanity, and by his quiet belief that he could disappear if that was what the mission demanded. But even with that iron resolve, certain emotions could not simply be erased, and sorrow was one of them. As Kiriel slowly approached him, Kang Hansu clenched his teeth and demanded to know why she had arrived so early. Kiriel lowered herself and apologized. She explained that she had followed him because of her determination and admiration, never realizing just how far Kang Hansu had already pushed through the zones with that unwavering resolve. Then Kiriel spread her wings and flew beside him. Tears gathered in Kiriel's eyes as Kang Hansu continued forward, while Tekaran watched the exchange in silence. After a moment, Tekaran remarked that although Kang Hansu had kept himself distant for a long time, this was the first time he had ever seen him like this. Kang Hansu looked unsettled. Kiriel, growing uneasy at the sight, asked if she had done something wrong. She was clearly worried about how everything had turned out, but Kang Hansu reassured her that he was fine. He told her that he was not someone who could be shaken so easily and that she did not need to worry about him so much. Hearing those words, Kiriel fell into quiet thought. Through psychometry, she had only brushed against a small part of Kang Hansu's inner world, yet what she felt there was dull, heavy, and soaked in grief, almost as if Kang Hansu had known her for a very long time. Even so, he still chose to keep his distance, leaving Kiriel unsure of how she was supposed to face such a complicated and painful emotion. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu continued cutting through the sky, keeping his attention fixed on the mission ahead. For Kiriel's sake, and for the sake of the greater objective, he decided that maintaining distance from everyone around him was still the better choice. Soon, he pushed through the bushes while deliberately keeping that separation. He understood perfectly well that, compared to the speed he could reach in the red zone, staying close to the others would only slow him down. By his own estimate, he was moving at least 3, maybe even 4 times faster than anyone nearby, and only then did he fully understand why Keldian had emphasized this kind of training so heavily. If humanity could be strengthened in this way, they would gain enough power to track down and counter even the faintest traces of Aelkadian's magic energy. And from what Kang Han-soo could sense, there were roughly 13 targets ahead of him, moving quickly as they alternated between running across the ground and launching into short bursts of flight. Kang Han-soo followed the trail of footprints while carefully studying the direction they were taking, and it did not take him long to realize where they were headed, straight toward the ruins of the soul transfer device that Aelkadian had mentioned. And since their original plan had already collapsed beyond repair, Kang Han-soo could clearly tell they had shifted to their final option. They were trying to use that device to abandon this world entirely and escape into another one. However, the soul transfer device could not be activated so easily. It required the Crown of Thrones, and while wearing the crown did not allow someone to freely travel between worlds on its own, it did grant the user the authority needed to open the gate. That had not been an issue when Tekiron entered the Red Zone, because he had more than enough essence and resources to support the process. But the tracks Kang Han-soo was following now told a very different story. These people were nothing but sacrifices, gathered to fuel the soul transfer device. Kang Han-soo understood that if he wanted to create the cure, he would eventually need to activate that soul transfer device with his own hands. So rather than stopping them right away, he chose the more practical path. He would let them continue for now, move ahead of them first, and wait at the place they were trying so desperately to reach. To Kang Han-soo, this was one of those moments where patience would matter more than rushing in. Meanwhile, the guerrillas had gathered together and turned their attention toward a door. A knock rang out, followed by someone announcing that they had found the entrance. Yahello gave a short response, praising them for their work, and the team answered together in firm unison. Inside, Yahello quietly reflected on the fact that their plan had already fallen apart. With no other option remaining, he came to the conclusion that he alone would have to handle the transfer. Outside, Kang Han-soo scanned the area with sharp, focused eyes. He activated the ravenous bracelet and gripped it firmly, preparing himself for what was about to happen. Then the focus returned to the guerrillas as they all reacted, and their leader declared that this place represented the future of the Grashi tribe. They would abandon the decaying land of Lazar and move toward the promised new land, and everyone present accepted that decision. At that moment, Harkazan appeared and asked whether the guerrillas had truly prepared themselves to give up their lives for the sake of the Grashi. Their leader answered without the slightest hesitation, saying he would gladly offer his own life as a sacrifice. With that decision made, they placed the Crown of Thrones upon his head and called upon its power, opening a path through the soul itself. The gorilla's body instantly went rigid, sinking slightly where he stood as rope-like strands began spreading out from him. Then, in a horrifying burst, they shot from his mouth and body at incredible speed, lashing out and seizing the other gorillas around him. One of them shouted toward Yahello, demanding to know whether he had no intention of taking them with him. Yahello apologized and answered that only he could move forward. After hearing those words, the others cried out to him as their bodies collapsed. Their voices were filled with despair as they fell one after another. Then the focus shifted to a strange plant that had begun growing in the area. Purple energy radiated from the plant, soaking the entire surroundings in its eerie glow, and those watching it quickly realized that it was connected to the gate. Despite everything that had gone wrong, they had succeeded in opening the path with the essence they had gathered. Now all that remained was to move forward, and one gorilla shouted that Lord Aelkadian's loyal disciple would now come to meet him. Kang Han-soo watched the entire thing unfold from where he stood. As he thought of Aelkadian, memories surfaced of the man who had taught the creation of the Orange Zone's curse, fought against monsters from the abyss, and pursued every possible line of research in order to save the Orange Zone. Because of that, Kang Han-soo found it impossible to believe that someone like Aelkadian would have left behind an oracle that led to this kind of outcome. His expression darkened into a scowl. Kang Han-soo concluded that the other side had badly misunderstood something, and there was no reason for him to let that delusion continue any longer. The moment he made that decision, he broke into a run. As Kang Han-soo rapidly closed the distance, one of the gorillas stopped in place and shouted in shock when he saw him approaching. Kang Han-soo immediately released his energy toward the creature, forcing it to cry out, scream in pain, and collapse onto the ground. Kang Han-soo noted that the gorilla must have been trying to reach Aelkadian, but the spell Kang Han-soo had used had already made that impossible. When the gorilla tried to protest, Kang Han-soo reflected that black mages were not usually this persistent. Even with its body split apart, this one was still desperately clinging to life. Then Kang Han-soo recreated the very spell the gorilla had been relying on. The gorilla's eyes widened in horror as purple energy began gathering in front of him. That energy condensed into a liquid-like form and drifted toward him. drawing out screams and frantic cries of disbelief until he finally yelled at Kang Han-soo to force it out of the body. That moment, a notification appeared. It revealed the presence of Garki-ma, also known as a black cloud, a species that originated from the abyss. Kang Han-soo thought to himself that it had been quite a long time since he had last encountered a black cloud. He quickly realized that if he could capture one and put it to work in the orange zone, the effort would be more than worth it. In his mind, he was already planning to squeeze every bit of usefulness out of it for the sake of his mission. Kang Han-soo watched Jae-toon in silence as Jae-toon sneered with open arrogance. Yahtun seemed to savor the dense aura of magic surrounding him as he declared Kang Han-soo to be a flawless offering. He insisted that Kang Han-soo should feel honored to become his prey, dismissing him completely as nothing more than a frail human. At the same time, a heavy and sinister presence coiled around Yahtun. His body dissolved into a mass of black mist and surged forward, attacking without the slightest pause. Yet Kang Han-soo showed no panic at all. He remained calm, watching every detail with steady eyes. It did not take him long to realize that despite the opponent's flashy display, Jae-toon had not truly absorbed anything worthwhile and only possessed shallow power. His arrogance came from descending from the abyss into the orange zone. As Kang Han-soo raised his hand and flames crackled to life around it, he judged that although black cloud-like beings resisted ordinary magic and physical attacks, they had no real defense against power that could burn away their very source. With that conclusion made, Kang Han-soo activated Dive Zero. The moment the skill was unleashed, flames spread in every direction, engulfing the black mist and filling the area with blazing energy. Yahtun snapped back in anger, calling Kang Han-soo an idiot and insisting that because he existed as gas, no magical attack could affect him. But his defiance shattered almost instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief as a strange sensation overtook him, and flames ignited inside his body, rapidly devouring his form. He could not understand how a mere human from the orange zone possessed a skill capable of harming him, and in furious confusion he demanded an explanation, stressing that even in the higher zones, such power was rare and difficult to obtain or control. Kang Han-soo, still completely unshaken, answered with a cold implication. If Yahtun had never seen this kind of strength above, then it only meant luck had protected him until now, and that luck had just ended. To Kang Han-soo, Yahtun was no different from a weak monster destined to die. Those words visibly shook Jae-toon, who struggled to accept being treated as something so insignificant, yet he could feel that Kang Han-soo meant every word. Kang Han-soo truly saw him as nothing but a feeble creature. That realization struck Yahtun deeply, forcing him to question what kind of person Kang Han-soo was and why someone like him existed in the second weakest zone. None of this matched what Clementine had told him. As Yahtun glanced around, he understood that continuing this fight would mean certain death. Survival here was impossible. So he immediately tried to flee, turning his thoughts toward escaping and finding another host to consume. The moment Jae-toon attempted to run, Kang Han-soo chased after him. He already knew the creature intended to seize another host, and he had no intention of allowing that to happen. In just moments, Kang Han-soo closed the gap before Jae-toon could get far. He caught the monster outright, and Jae-toon shrieked in terror as Kang Han-soo clenched him tightly in his grip. Then, without even a flicker of hesitation, Kang Han-soo activated Authority Destruction. A brilliant flash began to bloom from Kang Han-soo's hand, spreading out from his grip as the power of Authority Destruction started tearing into the monster. A blazing aura erupted from the ring on Kang Han-soo's hand, spreading across the entire area in a clean, flawless strike that left no room for the enemy to slip away. Not long afterward, the result appeared in Kang Han-soo's grasp. He had obtained a black cloud core, and a status window rose before him, explaining that the sealed core contained a parasitic life form from the abyss. If he converted it into his kin, he would gain complete control over the black cloud. Its unique traits were simple, but incredibly useful: absorption and expulsion. At that moment, a fairy appeared beside Kang Han-soo and called him Master, lightly complaining that Kang Han-soo should take their bond more seriously instead of treating him with such cold indifference. Kang Han-soo only glanced over with a bored, uninterested look. He called the whole thing bothersome and asked what the fairy wanted. The fairy answered in a bright, casual tone that it was nothing important, only that everyone Kang Han-soo cared about had survived. The fairy even sounded a little disappointed that none of them had died. Then, as if presenting Kang Han-soo with a reward, he asked Kang Han-soo to acknowledge ownership of the core, and Kang Han-soo accepted the request without giving it much thought. With that, the fairy snapped his fingers and sent his power into the black cloud core. The seal inside shattered instantly, and another message appeared. informing Kang Hansu that the core had been unsealed and could now be transformed into his kin. As the fairy turned as if he was already done with the matter, he said the release was complete and told Kang Hansu to use it however he liked. Then, just before leaving, he added that he would be waiting in the next zone and expected Kang Hansu to keep him entertained there. After that, the fairy vanished completely. Kang Hansu remained in place, staring at the empty spot where he had been, before quietly muttering a curse once the annoying presence was gone. His thoughts soon shifted to the Crown of Thrones and the Magos Essence Core. He recalled that obtaining such a core required eliminating every Magos across the land and fusing them into a single source. And based on El Kadion's words, Kang Hansu concluded that awakening the Teritas seal within the soul transfer device would be necessary if he wanted to hunt them properly. Then Kang Hansu lowered his gaze back to the black cloud core resting in his hand. He gave it a simple command to open, and immediately thin cracks spread across its surface before the core split apart. From inside, a tiny cloud-like creature slipped out, its small eyes blinking as if the core had been less of a container and more like an egg waiting to hatch. Kang Hansu paused for a brief moment, his thoughts going blank as a status panel appeared and informed him that the creature, identified as a black cloud, was asking for a name. He wondered if naming it was even necessary and considered simply calling it Black Cloud. But the little cloud immediately began crying, making its displeasure painfully obvious. Seeing that reaction, Kang Hansu reconsidered and started searching for something that suited it better. Since the creature's entire body was dark, Kang Hansu chose the name Chilled, and the moment he said it, the tiny cloud brightened up in pure happiness. Soon after, another status window appeared. It confirmed that ownership had been assigned to Kang Hansu and that the name Childa had been established, forming an eternal bond between them. As Childa floated around him with obvious delight, Kang Hansu felt satisfied that the creature seemed to like the name. Then his attention shifted toward Childa's special ability, Absorption, and he realized that if he supplied it with his magic power and sent it out, dealing with the Magos would become almost absurdly easy. So Kang Hansu wasted no time at all. He calmly instructed Childa to begin working right away. Fully confident in the plan and certain that Childa already understood what needed to be done, Childa answered happily and quickly moved off to carry out the task. Without even a moment of delay, Child shot straight toward the Magos at incredible speed, splitting into multiple copies in the middle of the charge before crashing down onto the monsters in a perfectly timed assault. Every movement was sharp, efficient, and clean, and the attack landed without a single wasted motion. In response, a status window appeared, confirming that the Magos infiltration had been completed smoothly and without delay. Right after that, the organism's cell absorption began, followed immediately by the start of the cornification process. As Childa continued consuming the targets, the monsters released agonized screams, but the entire fight ended almost as quickly as it had begun. Within moments, Childa had absorbed every last one of them. Afterward, more status panels appeared, showing that the stabilization phase had begun so everything could settle properly. And once that phase came to an end, Child calmly returned to the soul transfer device. Kang Hansu struggled for a second to process what he had just witnessed, because something that had once been extremely difficult was now being handled with frightening speed and efficiency. At this rate, he realized he would have more than enough time to complete the cure as well. Moving on from that result, Kang Hansu checked the situation and asked Chilled about his current status. Chilled reported that every nearby Magos had already been harvested and that the process would continue without interruption. Kang Hansu thanked him and calmly said he would leave the rest in Childa's hands. Child accepted the order with clear satisfaction and immediately returned to work. Watching that efficiency, Kang Hansu understood that harvesting every Magos in the Orange Zone within just a few hours was now completely possible. Meanwhile, inside the Orange Zone, Kang Hansu looked at Harkazan and thought about how unbearable the process must be for him. Even so, he concluded that enduring it was simply part of the consequence. Holding resentment now meant nothing, because to Kang Hansu, this was the price of choosing the wrong master. Shifting his focus, Kang Hansu prepared to use the Crown of Thrones in his own way. He pulled it firmly toward himself, and Harkazan groaned in pain as Kang Hansu tightened his grip. When Kang Hansu tried to tear the thorn apart, it resisted fiercely and pushed back against him. Kang Hansu remarked that El Kadian had left him to deal with a truly troublesome material, and without wasting any more time, he activated Blazing Nova. Flames engulfed both the thorn and Kang Hansu's arm, and in the end, he succeeded in finishing the task. After that, Kang Hansu considered that the actual synthesis of the cure could be entrusted to the soul transfer device. But he also knew that injecting the completed cure into Lazar's heart required the device to be fully operational. Even the method of operating it had to function perfectly without the slightest failure. 8 hours later, Child reported that the cure had been successfully completed. Kang Han-soo acknowledged the result, saying the job had been done well and that he would handle the remaining steps himself, allowing Child to return and rest. The moment the machine activated, a radiant blue aura like crackling thunder burst forth and rushed into the chambers. The heart began beating in a steady rhythm, and soon after, a lioness-like creature slowly awakened. Blazing energy erupted around it, its crimson eyes shining fiercely as flames wrapped around its body. Meanwhile, in the orange zone, Aelina Kalu was overcome with sadness. She had returned to her village just as she had promised, yet in the quiet wait of that moment, she wondered whether it might have been better to stay behind at the great sanctuary. Without warning, a golden glow spread across the ground. Aelin noticed it immediately, and her eyes widened in shock as a plant began sprouting up from the earth. Startled by what she was seeing, she hurriedly called out to her grandfather, telling him that Lazar was emerging. At the same time, someone else called out to his master, asking if he could still hear him. But when no answer came, he wondered why his master still had not moved, and whether that sound somehow failed to reach him. Only then did a response finally come back, confirming that he could hear it clearly. The master quietly reflected that he had never imagined he would live long enough to hear that sound again. The other person answered with conviction, affirming that this was indeed the very sound his master had been waiting and longing for all this time. All around them, confusion and astonishment spread across the gathered people. No one could immediately understand what that sound meant or why it mattered so much. Then a superior finally spoke up and informed them that Lord Lazar had awakened. The moment those words reached them, shock rippled through the crowd, and the entire landscape began changing before their eyes. A radiant wave of fiery energy swept across the barren land, rolling outward like the first breath of life returning to a dead world. Plants burst from the ground and shot upward at incredible speed, covering the dry earth with sudden, impossible growth. Water began flowing again, cutting through the land as cheers erupted from the people. Joy exploded through the crowd as they realized Lord Lazar had truly returned to life. In the middle of that celebration, one person declared that the horned human had been the one to accomplish this miracle, recognizing Kang Han-soo as their hero and praising what he had achieved. The man then instructed everyone to remain where they were. He assured them that their hero would return soon and urged them to prepare to welcome Kang Han-soo properly. All around him, loud cheers rang out in every direction. The people continued celebrating their lord's awakening, their voices rising across the revived land. At that moment, Tekiron was overcome with emotion. He acknowledged Kang Han-soo as the great benefactor and savior of them all, and as he lifted his eyes toward the sky with deep gratitude, he silently thanked him for everything he had done. When the soul transfer device finally ground to a halt, it released the Dragon Fang sword, a divine artifact said to have been left behind by the ancient Acheron people. As the blade emerged, it shifted into a unique form, one capable of wrapping itself around its wielder's entire body and greatly strengthening both attack and defense. Kang Han-soo recalled the note inside Al-Qadian's memory crystal, which had said that once Lazar was cured, the Dragon Fang sword would be granted. Only now did Kang Han-soo fully understand the meaning behind those words. Once activated, the weapon could transform into an armor-like state that enveloped the user, and its function overlapped perfectly with Kang Han-soo's vessel of the dragon god. So as Kang Han-soo took hold of the sword, he briefly considered feeding it to the vessel to strengthen it further. But almost immediately, he realized that using such an artifact that way would be far too wasteful. Instead, Kang Han-soo decided it would be much more valuable in the hands of someone who could properly wield it. With the abyss drawing closer, he began thinking carefully about who would be the best person to receive it. At the same time, he reflected on his own condition. He recognized that he had consumed an enormous amount of magic power. And while his body had grown far stronger through the physical strengthening technique, his limited magic capacity was still a problem he could not ignore. Once he reached the yellow zone, Kang Han-soo planned to obtain an organ that could solve that weakness. He believed that once both his physical strength and magical capacity were fully completed, moving into the higher zones would no longer be nearly as difficult as before. Meanwhile, Child watched Kang Han-soo closely and grew worried after seeing just how severely his master's magic power had been drained. Child suggested that Kang Han-soo should cut off the magic power being supplied to him, but Kang Han-soo replied that if he did that, Child would die, and since there was no immediate battle waiting for them, Kang Han-soo told him there was nothing to worry about, finally easing Childa's concern. With everything finished, Kang Han-soo declared that it was time to return to the great sanctuary and began making his way back. When he arrived, he saw that everyone had already been waiting for him, with the entire army assembled to receive him. The moment the commander noticed Kang Han-soo approaching, he called out to the troops, announcing that their hero had arrived and ordering them to offer their highest salute. The soldiers obeyed at once, erupting into thunderous cheers in honor of Lazar's revival. Kang Han-soo, however, showed no visible satisfaction as he descended before them. Instead, he immediately asked Tarhol whether he had ordered his men to behave this way. Tarhol answered that he had given no such command. He explained that the tribe itself had wanted to honor Kang Han-soo and had even planned a grand feast before he stepped in, knowing Kang Han-soo would never appreciate something so excessive. Even so, the people still insisted on welcoming him properly and showing their respect because they felt deeply indebted to him. The commander added that while they regarded Kang Han-soo as their equal, they had set that aside for this moment in order to express their devotion and sincere gratitude. He also mentioned that the elder had advised against unnecessary extravagance, which was why they had kept the welcome as simple as possible. Odion then asked whether the gesture displeased him. Kang Han-soo answered that it was not that he disliked it. He simply felt there was no need for them to go out of their way or waste time praising him. Odion laughed at that and replied that time spent honoring their hero could never be called wasted. He added that Kang Han-soo was truly an unusual person. Then, after examining him more closely, Odion commented that although the physical strengthening technique had succeeded, it was a little unfortunate since he had originally hoped Kang Han-soo would reach a height of 3 meters. But because Kang Han-soo had left early, that ideal physique had never been completed. Kang Han-soo was left momentarily speechless, until Odion quickly clarified that it had only been a joke. Kang Han-soo then called Odion forward and said he had something to give him. Odion looked on with clear curiosity, waiting to see what Kang Han-soo intended to hand over. Kang Han-soo presented him with a dagger and explained that he was returning it. The instant Odion recognized the blade, shock crossed his face. He realized it was an artifact once used by their lord, Elka-Dion, and immediately asked where Kang Han-soo had found it. Kang Han-soo replied that it had served as the key to the soul transfer device, and now that the device had completely shut down, he had finally been able to retrieve it. Odion expressed his gratitude. He said it was a tremendous honor for them to receive a blade from the hero who had saved Lazar. Then he declared that he wished to pass the weapon to the only surviving member of the Great Guardian, Baron Tarhol. Hearing this, Tarhol was visibly stunned, and Odion turned to Kang Han-soo to ask whether that decision was acceptable. Kang Han-soo calmly answered that he understood and respected the honor of a warrior. Tarhol then turned to the head priest and asked if it was truly appropriate for him to receive the tribe's divine artifact. Odion reassured him without hesitation. He explained that both their great hero and he himself had already approved the decision, and since Tarhol was the most suitable candidate, there was no reason for him to hesitate. He should accept it with confidence. Hearing that, Tarhol accepted with firm resolve, expressing his determination to live up to the trust placed in him. Kang Han-soo then added calmly that since they had crossed blades before, he knew Tarhol was someone he could trust. With that conviction, he handed the weapon over. Tarhol received it firmly, promising to do everything in his power to uphold that trust, while feeling deeply honored that the blade had once belonged to such a legendary figure. But in the very next instant, the situation changed. The sword began to glow, and Tarhol's eyes widened in shock as the weapon suddenly vanished, only for a powerful aura to seize his arm moments later. Tarhol flinched in alarm, and everyone present stared in stunned silence as his body began transforming right before their eyes. Odion calmly told him not to be afraid. Odion explained that this was simply how the weapon activated. As the transformation continued, Tarhol's body changed into an armored form that radiated an overwhelming presence, and Kang Han-soo could clearly feel Elka-Dion's magic power pouring from it. In that moment, he understood that the weapon contained a hidden mechanism, one that allowed Elka-Dion to descend and take over his kin upon contact with a Dragon Fang sword. And because it had been hidden with such perfect care, tucked away so cleanly that not even a trace stood out, Kang Han-soo had not been able to notice it until now. That only made the design feel even more suspicious, and as he stared at it more closely, he began to wonder what Elka-Dion had truly been aiming for. Then, at that very moment, Tarhol felt something strange, stirring deep inside his own body, like a separate will had started to rise from somewhere beneath his consciousness. And before he could even steady himself, he sensed that presence trying to take hold of him. A voice rang out from within, pressing directly into his mind, calling him its descendant, and calmly telling him not to resist. The air around Tarhol grew heavier by the second, and he immediately understood that something was going terribly wrong. As waves of powerful magic began bursting out around him without restraint, the guards nearby saw the sudden change in his body and expression, and their faces tightened with alarm as they asked if Tarhol was truly all right. Kang Han-soo moved first, stepping straight in front of Tarhol as if to block whatever was coming. He addressed Elka-Dion directly, telling him that Lazar had already been cured, so there was no reason for him to force himself into Tarhol's body. Han-soo urged him to return for now and simply wait. Odion could only stare in stunned disbelief. The presence before them was unmistakably Lord Elcadian, yet he could not understand why such a being would try to descend into Tarhol's body in this way. Alcadion's gaze then shifted, settling on Odeon with a sharp and searching look. Taking in Odeon, the descendants gathered around him, and the human who had just claimed that Lazar was already cured. But after rising so suddenly from the abyss, even Elcadion's thoughts were still tangled and unclear. So he realized he needed to look through the memories of the body he had entered if he wanted to grasp what was happening. As those memories flowed through him one after another, he quickly found the name and face he needed, Kang Han-Su, the one person here who seemed capable of giving him proper answers. The instant he reached that conclusion, without showing even the smallest trace of hesitation, Elcadion stretched out his hand, grabbed Kang Han-Su by the arm, and activated the Sanctuary of Severance. The space around them warped in a flash as an overwhelming aura exploded outward, and a gigantic cube-like structure appeared around them. The Sanctuary of Severance formed so suddenly that Techeron could hardly believe what he was seeing. His own techniques had been modeled after Lord Elcadion's sorcery, yet the power unfolding before his eyes was on an entirely different level, far beyond anything even the records from 500 years ago could have prepared him for. Odeon was just as shaken, admitting that he had never once encountered sorcery this advanced. To him, there was no doubt that such a technique could only belong to Lord Elcadion. Techeron explained that Lord Elcadion had left this world long before he himself had even been born, so Odeon's reaction was only natural. He then added that once the Sanctuary of Severance was activated, no one outside it could sense, observe, or understand anything taking place within. Hearing that, Odeon could not help but ask why Lord Elcadion had chosen to descend upon them now. Techeron answered quietly that intentions that deep were not something people like them could easily claim to understand. But Odeon still insisted that no matter what reason lay behind it, the return of both Lord Elcadion and their master to the land of Lazar had to be a sign of hope for the Acheron. Techeron replied with caution, saying he truly hoped that would be the case. Even so, uneasiness remained inside him as he remembered how the fairy had interfered the last time he used Mind's Eye, leaving him unsure whether the ability would work properly this time. Meanwhile, within the sealed sanctuary, Kang Han-Su and Elcadion stood face to face in the isolated space, and although Kang Han-Su could not feel any killing intent from him, the barriers surrounding them made it obvious that Elcadion wanted a private conversation. So Han-Su went straight to the point and brought up the Dragonfang sword. Elcadion explained that the weapon had been left behind as a safeguard, a final measure meant to appear and intervene if anyone ever tried to abuse the soul transfer device. Kang Han-Su then asked whether that information had been left inside the memory crystal. Elcadion replied that this was exactly what he himself wanted to know, because his presence here did not make sense according to how things should have unfolded. That answer left Kang Han-Su momentarily confused, since he had assumed Elcadion had prepared and arranged everything from the beginning. Elcadion, however, made it clear that he was not the one who had created the memory crystal. He had only prepared certain plans connected to it. And if Lazar had been cured using a memory crystal that should not even exist yet, then there was only one explanation left. Kang Han-Su had come here from the future, and that meant the dragon's treasure, the time-space crystal, had been used. Kang Han-Su did not deny it. He confirmed calmly that Elcadion's conclusion was correct. He explained that his comrades had placed their trust in his innate trait and sent him back into the past. And Elcadion accepted the answer with interest. To him, meeting the warrior who had defeated the dragons was an honor, and with someone like Kang Han-Su at their side, he believed they could form an alliance powerful enough to shake even the harshest battlefield. But Kang Han-Su kept his thoughts hidden. Elcadion had been a leader wandering through the abyss for far too long, and his way of thinking had become sharpened around strength, survival, and the need for an absolute ruler. Han-Su understood what Elcadion wanted now, but he also knew he could not simply grant that request. Still, refusing him directly in this moment would be reckless, especially when Kang Han-Su was in no condition to truly confront Elcadion, with pain nullification constantly active just to keep him moving. So Han-Su said that he had confirmed Elcadion held no ill will, and warned that if they kept talking for too long, the fairy might interfere again. Before that could happen, he suggested they release the barrier and return to the others. Elcadion agreed, but before ending the private space, he added one final point. In the abyss, a tribe needed strength above all else, enough power to survive without being left behind or trampled underfoot. And for that reason, he declared that he would personally take responsibility for ruling the Acheron. Kang Han-Su accepted the decision without argument, agreeing to leave the Acheron under Elcadion's control. Not long after that, the Sanctuary of Severance disappeared, and everyone present bowed their heads in respect as they greeted Lord Elkadion. Elkadion looked over his descendants with satisfaction, pleased to finally meet them, yet his inner judgment was far colder. They were his kin, yes, but compared to the monstrous beings of the abyss, they were still painfully weak. And so he silently resolved to do whatever it what up lack have you lack lack Elkadion then stepped forward with care and respectfully asked what would happen to Tarhole, and Elkadion reassured him that Tarhole was merely asleep within the same body. Once he passed down his knowledge, he would return control to Tarhole, and the burden of guiding the next generation would fall upon all of them. Odion lowered his head and thanked him for that answer, then asked what Elkadion intended to do from here. Elkadion answered without hesitation, declaring that their first task would be to rebuild the sanctuary, because everything that came next would begin from that foundation. Kang Hansu added that if reconstruction was the goal, then he could call people in to help. Elkadion replied that he had already prepared for a situation like this. Hansu then explained that in 2 days, the gate to the Orange Zone would open, and he planned to bring his comrades through it. He asked whether Elkadion would be able to control that gate, and Elkadion answered that it depended entirely on how many people Hansu intended to move. Hansu revealed that his original plan involved bringing 400,000 people, with even more following later when the gate opened again. The enormous number made Elkadion pause, and he remarked that it was a massive scale, especially if children were included among them. Kang Hansu corrected him immediately, making it clear that they were not children. Every single one of them was his comrade. Hearing that, Elkadion reconsidered him. If Kang Hansu had truly crossed the abyss, then perhaps his mindset was not so different from Elkadion's own after all. And even though he still could not see the full shape of Hansu's plan, he decided to support him for the time being. Elkadion gave his agreement, saying that 2 days would be more than enough time, and promising that he would help Kang Hansu with everything he had at his disposal. Kang Hansu answered that he would be counting on him. Then, not long afterward, Hansu spread his wings wide and shot upward into the sky, while Elkadion remained behind, watching Kang Hansu rise into the distance. As his eyes followed him, he quietly noted that Hansu carried the unmistakable traces of someone shaped by the abyss. And yet mixed into that harsh aura, there was something about him that felt clearly different. In the end, Elkadion decided this was not the right moment to dig any deeper. Once all the preparations were finished and the situation had settled, he would personally confirm what truly existed inside Kang Hansu. Elsewhere, man stood beside a girl sealed within ice, his hand hovering close to the frozen surface as he softly called her Park Seonyang and apologized for making her wait again and again. Then, without warning, Kang Hansu stepped out through a portal, and the man immediately turned toward him, asking with desperate urgency if the cure was ready. Kang Hansu answered without delay, his voice calm but certain, confirming that the cure had already been completed. The man's expression tightened with hope and impatience, and he urged Hansu to begin as quickly as possible. But Kang Hansu first addressed him as the Coffin Emperor, reminding him that he had been told to return to Kaltura. If he stayed here any longer, his presence alone would only stir unnecessary resentment from the Acheron. Coffin Emperor lowered his head and apologized, unable to hide the guilt weighing on his face. He admitted that he simply could not bring himself to leave his wife's side. Kang Han-soo accepted that answer, saying that what had already happened could not be changed anymore, and that he would now carry out the treatment he had promised. With that, he called Chilled forward. Child emerged with a dense, powerful aura rolling off him, and the cure began at once. The ice surrounding Park Seon-young slowly softened and melted away, and after being trapped for so long, her eyelids finally trembled before she opened her eyes. The moment the Coffin Emperor saw his wife awaken, all the strength in his expression collapsed under the weight of his emotions. Tears spilled down his face as he apologized to her again and again, and Park Seon-young gently reached out, placing her hand against his cheek. As he choked out his regret for making her wait for so long, Park Seon-young began to cry as well, softly reassuring him that everything was all right now. The two of them held each other tightly, clinging together as they promised that they would never be separated again. Kang Han-soo stood nearby and watched their reunion in silence, a quiet sense of satisfaction settling over him. With Park Seon-young restored, Han-soo felt certain the Coffin Emperor would never betray him. Once that matter was secured, his mind immediately moved on to the next step. That next step was bringing the travelers up from the red zone. Han-soo contacted Shane and informed him that he planned to have them ascend in 2 days. When Shane questioned whether such a massive movement was really possible, Kang Han-soo answered firmly that the required preparations were already being put into place. After that, Kang Han-soo gathered with his comrades in one place, bringing the key figures together before the next stage could begin. The tension in the room rose almost immediately. One of them snapped, openly cursing the Coffin Emperor and demanding to know why he had come here at all, then pointing toward the woman beside him and asking who she was. The Coffin Emperor answered quietly that she was his wife, though both he and Park Seon-young stood there with unease and shame written across their faces. Then he turned toward Envy Aren, explaining that he knew Envy Aren had only asked for a simple introduction, and that he fully understood how uncomfortable and disturbed his presence made everyone feel. Envy Aren's frustration only sharpened at that answer, and he questioned why the Coffin Emperor would still show up if he already understood that much. At that moment, Park Seon-young stepped forward and explained that everything her husband had done had been for the sake of saving her. She could not justify the damage that had been caused, so she bowed her head and offered a sincere apology. The Coffin Emperor followed her, admitting that everything had begun from his own greed and adding his apology without trying to defend himself. Then Kang Han-soo finally spoke. His voice was steady, but there was no softness in it. Han-soo said he did not expect everyone to suddenly understand or forgive them just because apologies had been offered. Even so, he made one thing absolutely clear. The Coffin Emperor and Park Seon-young would never betray them. He told Envy Aren to trust him and follow the plan he had prepared. But Envy Aren, still unconvinced, challenged him by asking how trust was even possible after everything that had happened. That was when Kang Han-soo revealed that a suicidal explosive spell had already been carved into the Coffin Emperor's body. If he showed even the faintest sign of betrayal, they would be able to kill him instantly and without hesitation. The revelation was so extreme that Envy Aren and the others were left completely speechless, stunned by how far Kang Han-soo had already gone to control the risk. Only after a heavy silence did Envy Aren finally accept the situation and ask what the actual plan was. Han-soo then explained that the next day, he would bring the travelers up from the red zone, and his goal was to merge the cross-clan of Arrangers, the Lerol clan, and the Red Zone travelers into one unified clan. The declaration landed like a shockwave through the room, and Envy Aren immediately questioned whether something that outrageous could actually be done. Even the Coffin Emperor had to admit the problem, though the words seemed strange, even coming from his own mouth. Most of the members of his clan were unstable, violent, and close to insane, which made the idea of turning them into one organized group sound almost impossible. But Kang Han-soo did not waver at all. He stated that the decision had already been made, and he would not accept objections. His objective was to strengthen humanity as a whole, and that meant everyone in the coalition would be forced to undergo the physical strengthening technique. Han-soo then declared that while everyone else stayed behind to complete that strengthening process, he would go to the yellow zone by himself to make sure the next stage moved forward without any problems. His tone made it clear that this decision was already final. The group fell into stunned silence, unable to immediately respond to what he had just said. After all, Han-soo had been gathering comrades as if they were meant to advance together, so his sudden decision to leave alone struck hard. One girl finally voiced her frustration, saying she had pushed herself relentlessly and worked so hard to become stronger for one reason, so she could follow him. But Kang Han-soo rejected her request on the spot. refusing to soften the answer just to spare her feelings. He explained that he did not have the time to wait until everyone finished the strengthening process, and if they followed him in their current state, they would not be helping him. They would only slow him down and become a burden in the fights ahead. The girl was clearly hurt, but in the end, she turned and left the room. After she was gone, Tekeron spoke up, saying there was something he needed to address. He questioned whether this situation could truly be called acceptable, adding that he understood exactly how she felt. But before he could go any further, Kang Han-soo cut him off and told him not to continue down that line of thought. Deep down, however, Kang Han-soo already knew the truth. Even if he refused her directly, Kiriel would still try to follow him somehow, and Han-soo had no intention of losing her again in this life. To him, it would be far better for Kiriel to chase after him only after she had gained enough strength to survive. Soon afterward, Han-soo ordered Envy Eren and the Coffin Emperor to return and begin preparing their respective clan members for migration, while Hale added that he had already selected a suitable location and would begin setting up shelters there. Envy Eren accepted the decision, remarking that under the law of the jungle, and considering everything Kang Han-soo had accomplished, there was very little room left to argue. The Coffin Emperor also agreed to follow Kang Han-soo's orders, though he still voiced concern that the members of his own clan might end up becoming nothing but a burden. Kang Han-soo reassured him that everything would be handled properly and that he would actually need the Coffin Emperor's help. Later, Han-soo asked one of his subordinates whether Kiriel was doing all right, already knowing she probably had plenty of complaints against him and believing she would try to follow him the moment he ascended. The subordinate confirmed it, adding that Kiriel looked at Kang Han-soo in a way she did not look at anyone else. Han-soo accepted that without surprise and said she would most likely request a physical strengthening technique. He had already instructed Odian to prioritize her treatment, and with Lazar's curse involved, the entire process should take only about a week. Han-soo then ordered the subordinate to accompany Kiriel when she tried to move to the Yellow Zone, a request that felt unusual to the subordinate, since he had never seen Han-soo worry about someone quite like this before. Han-soo added that once everything was underway, a carrier pigeon could be sent to him with further updates and instructions. The subordinate agreed immediately, and not long after that, Kang Han-soo gave Shane the order to start sending people upward. Soon, the travelers from the Red Zone began arriving one after another, until their total reached 421,036 people, with Yu Mi-hee standing at the front. When she saw Kang Han-soo, Mi-hee greeted him with a calm but familiar expression, acknowledging that it had been a long time since they last met. While Kang Han-soo looked over the rising crowd and judged that the preparations he had arranged with Shane had gone smoothly without any major trouble. Standing beside him, Aelkadion swept his gaze across the enormous gathering of people and could not hide his surprise. He pointed out that this was only the first wave, yet the scale was already overwhelming, making it a rare sight to see so many travelers appear in one place all at once. Yu Mi-hee's eyes then shifted to the figure standing next to Han-soo, and she asked who he was, noting that he clearly did not seem human. Han-soo introduced him as Aelkadion, explaining that he could be considered the leader of the natives in the Orange Zone. Aelkadion then greeted them with calm politeness, humbly presenting himself as the temporary patriarch of the Acheron, despite what he called his own shortcomings. Mi-hee answered with a respectful greeting of her own, saying that she was pleased to meet him, and Aelkadion returned the sentiment. Still, even though she could not sense any obvious hostility from him, something about his presence quietly unsettled her. But since Kang Han-soo himself had introduced Aelkadion, Mi-hee chose not to dig into that discomfort or show suspicion. She then explained that for now, only the people directly under her command had come up and asked whether they could begin construction work using the travelers who were still arriving. Kang Han-soo replied that there was one matter they needed to handle before anything else. Even so, he assured her that it would not slow them down, and that construction could begin right away as the remaining travelers continued to gather. At the same time, Aelkadion turned his attention toward Tekeron and asked for his honest view of humans, especially whether they were beings who could truly be trusted. Tekeron answered carefully, saying that some humans were certainly worthy of trust and respect, but there were also many who were not. Hearing that, Aelkadion thought back to the humans he had encountered before, all of them marked by betrayal and hostility, making it difficult for him to see the race as reliable. Tekeron then said that he had chosen to believe in the loyalty and grace shown to him by Kang Han-soo. He added that the travelers arriving here were all people who followed Han-soo, and because of that, they would not betray the Acheron. Aelkadion listened in silence, weighing Tekeron's faith against the bitter experiences he carried from the past. However, Aelkadion eventually reached a cold conclusion. No matter how many humans stood before him, incomplete beings like them would accomplish very little, and once they reached the abyss, most would likely be swallowed by it. In his eyes, raw strength alone meant nothing if they could not properly control the power they possessed. And if the incomplete anicaps could be developed further by using humans as a foundation, then even facing a golden dragon in the abyss might become a problem so minor that it could be dealt with easily. Even with those thoughts, Elkadian still held a separate concern deep within him. If the day ever came when he had to confront Kang Hansu, he was not yet certain how he would handle him. Tekeron, meanwhile, found himself quietly thinking about how much Elkadian had changed over the long span of 500 years. He could not help but wonder what kind of experiences had twisted and reshaped him so drastically. Then, breaking the heavy silence, Elkadian asked Tekeron directly whether he trusted him. Tekeron answered without the slightest hesitation, saying that he did, and that both in the past and in the present, his soul had always belonged to the Acheron. Elkadian then asked that the prisoner of war from the Grashi tribe be brought before him, saying there was something he needed to ask. Tekeron agreed and told him to proceed. Meanwhile, at the temporary shelter of the Lerolero clan, complaints and resentment were steadily spreading through the group as Endo Mobuta, the former leader of Area 11, questioned why they were being forced to build a city for useless newcomers from the Red Zone. An Yongwook, once the leader of Area 37, voiced his own anger as well, saying that if not for Kang Hansu, he would have already slaughtered every last one of them. He even admitted that the screams of dying people had once given him satisfaction. But now, because of that one cursed man, they could not even enjoy hearing those sounds anymore. At the same time, the supply overseer Silvio Bernardi openly criticized their clan leader, bitterly saying that he had been reduced to obeying Kang Hansu simply because of his wife. His anger rose as he questioned who had ever made that man king in the first place, in the middle of their complaints. Mihyang walked in with an easy, casual air and said their conversation sounded rather entertaining, adding that she wanted to join in. The others immediately questioned why she was even there, since she had not been assigned to construction duty. Mihyang replied that she was not the only one who had come, then calmly told them to look around and see for themselves. A short while later, a man approached the group and acknowledged their anger, saying he understood why they felt frustrated and that the current situation was far from what their organization had originally wanted. Then, instead of letting them continue grumbling, he offered to share something important. The moment they heard that, the group pressed him to reveal exactly what he meant. He then disclosed that a letter had arrived from the Coffin Emperor, claiming that Kang Hansu had been captured. According to the message, once Hansu was killed, they would move on to wipe out both the Acheron and the cross-clan of Arrangers. The letter ended with a clear order. All clan members were to gather at B33 at 11.